Unexpectedly, I, the illustrious Burning Sky Dragon Emperor, have been reincarnated as a beast. As one of the 8 renowned martial emperors, Xiao Long was exceedingly displeased. To add to his frustration, this new body was accompanied by a peculiar system killing with grand upgrades, and consuming food would yield experience. Was this not a recipe for chaos? Thus, Xiao Long embarked on the most potent anti-human journey in history. Who would have thought I, the esteemed Burning Sky Dragon Emperor, would be reborn as a mere beast? In the dark, damp cave, a long, slender, dark creature coldly surveyed its surroundings. Beside it were 2 identical creatures, young black spine, snakes along, with several shattered eggshells, indicating their recent birth. Damn it! Why did I have to turn into a snake, of all things? A non-venomous black spine snake, the lowest tier of first-level demon beasts. I could be killed at any moment. What a disgrace. As one of the 8 renowned martial emperors of the divine continent, Xiao Long was in a wretched state of mind. He had painstakingly discovered the bloodline legacy of the primordial dragon of time and space. Once he refined this blood, he was certain he could transcend the peak of martial emperor and become a legendary Taoist immortal, breaking through the void. However, just as he was about to refine the blood, the Red Lotus martial emperor, alongside 2 other renowned martial emperors, attacked him, severely injuring him. Seeing no hope for a breakthrough, Xiao Long ignited the blood of the primordial dragon in a self-destructive explosion, killing one martial emperor on the spot and causing another to regress to infancy, ultimately turning into a fertilized egg that turned to ashes. The Red Lotus martial emperor was gravely injured and fled, unlikely to recover without a century of cultivation. To be precise, there were only 6 renowned martial emperors left on the divine continent, including the severely injured Red Lotus martial emperor. That damned woman. When I encounter you next, I shall first violate you, then kill you, again and again, to assuage my rage. Contemplating the Red Lotus martial emperor's fiery figure and angelic visage, Xiao Long swallowed hard. Gritting his teeth, such a venomous woman killing her would not suffice without desecrating her corpse 100 times over. The problem was, in his current state, should he encounter the Red Lotus martial emperor, a mere breath from her could extinguish him, not to mention the uncertainty of ever crossing paths again. Forget it. He'll deal with it once I break through to the Demon Emperor realm. After a considerable time, Xiao Long calmed down. For him, the physical form was but a fleeting illusion. The soul was the essence. Possessing a human soul, he was, in essence, still a human. Many demon cultivators were compelled to self-destruct their physical forms and seize the bodies of demon beasts, and he was not an exception. At worst, he would wait until he ascended to the demon sovereign realm, cultivating the soul-seizing technique, and then seize a human body with good aptitude. Xiao Long attempted to wriggle a bit, though it felt awkward. He managed to crawl around the cave, panting heavily afterward. This body was utterly inadequate, and he needed to find a way to improve it. By the way, what would happen if a demon beast practiced human cultivation techniques? This thought suddenly struck him. In his past life, as the Burning Sky Dragon Emperor, he had inherited the legacy of the Burning Sky Ancestor Dragon and practiced techniques that were the pinnacle of dragonkind. Although dragons were divine beasts, they were, in essence, evolved forms of demon beasts. If he were to practice dragon techniques with this black spine snake body, would that not be? With this thought, Xiao Long felt an exhilarating impulse. Aside from superior races, demon beasts only began to take form and cultivate techniques above the demon sovereign level. There had been no instance of a first-level demon beast practicing techniques. He was certain his situation was unprecedented. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Xiao Long immediately recalled a core dragon technique, the Azure Dragon Secret Classic. This technique produced gentle internal energy, capable of strengthening meridians and tempering the body. As for its rank, it was merely a low-grade Xian-level technique. He possessed even higher-ranked techniques, including celestial-level ones, but those were too violent with this frail body. He might shatter into pieces upon beginning to practice them. The low-grade Azure Dragon Secret Classic was the most suitable choice, and once he laid a solid foundation, he could transition to a more advanced technique. Without delay, he followed the specific circulation route and began to absorb the faint spiritual energy in the air. Generally, techniques are categorized into 4 levels: yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, each further divided into low, middle, high, and supreme grades. Most ordinary individuals could only cultivate low-grade yellow techniques, and those from affluent families might manage to cultivate high-grade yellow techniques, while only major sects possess Xian techniques, requiring exceptional talent to become core disciples or elders to practice them. Xiao Long's technique was the gentlest among Xian-level techniques, and given the inherent strength of demon beasts compared to humans, he found the practice far more manageable. After roughly a day's time, he finally absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, storing it within his demon core after several circulations. The core of human martial artists is the dantian, while that of demon beasts is the demon core. The Azure Dragon's secret classic, being a dragon technique, transformed his originally pitch-black demon core, which now bore a hint of golden hue after the cleansing by the spiritual energy. Moreover, a faint golden spiritual energy clung to his scales, rendering them extraordinarily resilient. Xiao Long attempted to slither around once more and found it significantly smoother than before, devoid of any sense of exertion. I have successfully entered the first layer of the Azure Dragon's secret classic next. I shall strive to advance within the next 2 days. With renewed focus, Xiao Long settled down in his nest, remaining still. Waves of spiritual energy surged like whirlpools, flowing into his meridians, cycling through repeatedly. Xiao Long's body gradually grew stronger, his serpentine form became thicker and longer, his body increasingly dark and profound. The two nearby brothers seemed curious, slithering over and flicking their tongues, only to be startled back by the aura Xiao Long emitted. He wished to impart knowledge to these little creatures, but with their first-level demon beast intellect, he questioned whether they could comprehend anything, so he ignored them and continued his cultivation. 2 days later, I have finally reached the first layer, Xiao Long exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He felt that his strength had increased tenfold, surpassing that of ordinary second-level demon beasts. Yet his demon core remained unchanged, its diameter still a mere centimeter, indicating he was still at the first-level demon beast stage. With his aura withdrawn, tranquility returned. To his surprise, he noticed his 2 brothers trembling nearby. The Azure Dragon's secret classic emitted an unparalleled aura that instilled fear in lower-level demon beasts, compelling Xiao Long to suppress his presence. Little ones, come here. Xiao Long projected a thought. He had mastered the language of demon beasts from his birth memories. The 2 snakes dared not defy him and slowly slithered over. Remember, I am your elder brother. There is no need to fear me. Xiao Long continued to convey his thoughts. The 2 snakes flicked their tongues, signaling their understanding. Xiao Long nodded, then recalled that snakes could not comprehend the meaning of nodding. To his astonishment, the little creatures imitated him and performed a nodding gesture, leaving Xiao Long speechless. The black spine snake's lair is here. Finally found it. At that moment, excited shouts from humans echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 2. The most powerful beast system had they been discovered. Xiao Long gazed outside the cave. As far as he knew, the black spine serpent was considered a delicacy among the lower classes, especially the young snakes, whose tender flesh could fetch 100 taels of silver in hotels. Their demon cores, on the other hand, were worth 500 taels each. Selling them to sects could also yield significant contribution points, making them quite valuable. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending dust swirling as the cave collapsed, allowing sunlight to stream in. The 2 brothers nearby were startled and began to scatter, but Xiao Long commanded them to calm down. Outside, a burly man and a lean, sinister-eyed young man were drooling as they gazed at the snakes, both dressed in crimson robes adorned with fiery cloud patterns, likely members of a small sect. Behind them lay the massive corpse of a black serpent. Upon seeing the cold body, an inexplicable surge of fury welled up within Xiao Long. The 2 brothers, their eyes ablaze with rage, confirmed his suspicion. That colossal black-spined serpent was their mother. Truth be told, the life or death of a serpent was of no concern to Xiao Long. But having been reborn into this body, he had inherited its bloodline and emotions. Witnessing the death of his mother at the hands of humans ignited an uncontrollable wrath within him. He desired their demise. Today had started off well. They had slain a 3rd-tier black-spined serpent and captured a nest of young snakes. Indeed, they planned to butcher the little ones for soup while selling the larger ones for a handsome profit. The 2 men laughed heartily, having already sentenced Xiao Long and his kin to death. Hiss! The 2 brothers charged forth, but before they could get close, the burly man unleashed a surge of crimson energy, knocking them back against the stone wall, leaving them disoriented. 2 first-tier beasts think they can resist? How foolish! The brutes laughed heartily. Damn it, seeking death? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Long's eyes bulged with rage, his veins almost bursting. Perhaps influenced by the serpent's emotions, he felt angrier than when he had been ambushed by the Red Lotus Martial Emperor. Without hesitation, Xiao Long coiled and sprang forth like a rubber band. propelling himself with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Before the two men could react, a shadow darted past them. What? The two men were taken aback. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of Xiao Long's tail struck the lean young man across the face. And with the rebound, he delivered another blow to the burly man. Instantly, both men bore crimson lines across their faces, stinging painfully. You beast, seeking death, stunned and furious after being struck, they unsheathed their swords, intent on dismembering Xiao Long. Having barely lived 3 days, Xiao Long, having undergone the tempering of the Azure Dragon's secret tome, was only half a meter long. When the men swung their swords, he swiftly evaded, slipping beneath the lean young man's legs and directly into his trousers. Ah, it's in my pants. The young man screamed in terror, stomping his feet in a futile attempt to shake Xiao Long free. Enraged beyond measure, Xiao Long emerged from the young man's trousers, climbed up to his neck, and bit down, severing his head. The young man fell lifeless, bubbles rising from his throat. His eyes rolled back in death. Wake up, monkey! The burly man shook him, but it was clear he was beyond saving. You beast! I'll kill you! The burly man roared, brandishing his sword, unleashing fiery energy as shimmering sword lights cascaded toward Xiao Long. The star point sword technique. Countless sword flowers rained down, turning the ground into a honeycomb of devastation. However, Xiao Long seemed to anticipate the sword's trajectory, weaving effortlessly through the onslaught, emerging unscathed. To him, such mediocre martial arts were no different from childish play. The burly man's shock was beyond words as he gaped. Eyes wide. A monster! A monster! Panicking, he fled, but Xiao Long swiftly closed the distance, mimicking the dragon's tail maneuver from true dragon combat, striking the man's legs with his serpentine body. With a crack, the man's leg bones shattered, causing him to fall helplessly to in the next moment. Xiao Long bit down on his neck, ending his life to in his final moments. The man muttered monster repeatedly, prompting Xiao Long to scoff. These two men were both at the 3rd level of body tempering, equivalent to 3rd-tier beasts. Even with the star point sword technique, a typical 3rd-tier beast would be no match for them. Yet Xiao Long, a mere 1st-tier beast at the bottom of the food chain, had slain them. Surely, they would die in disbelief. Human realms are classified from low to high as follows: body tempering, true condensation, innate, sovereign, king, saint king, and martial emperor. These 7 realms correspond to the beast realms: beast, beast general, beast king, beast emperor, beast sovereign, beast saint, and beast emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 10 minor realms, making the human classification quite intricate, while the beast classification is straightforward and easily understood. The advantage of beasts lies in their formidable physical strength, yet their significant flaw is their inferior comprehension compared to humans. Typically, human geniuses can defeat beasts of higher ranks, while there are no recorded instances of beasts defeating humans of higher ranks, except for Xiao Long. Which explains the man's sheer terror. You have slain a level 3 wild beast, gaining 150 experience points, 50 bonus for challenging above your level. You have slain a level 3 wild beast, gaining 150 experience points, 50 bonus for challenging above your level. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 2. Would you like to activate the most powerful beast system, having killed 2 humans? Xiao Long was about to return to check on his brothers when a series of strange voices resonated in his mind. 2 buttons appeared. Yes and no. Xiao Long paused for about 5 seconds before bellowing. Who dares to play tricks in my body? Show yourself. Would you like to activate the most powerful beast system? Get lost. What nonsense system is this? Speak in plain language. Xiao Long cursed vehemently. The sudden voice in his mind left him both alarmed and furious. Being reborn as a serpent was one thing, but now he felt as though something peculiar had invaded this serpent's mind. The system will automatically choose for you in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Xiao Long could no longer contain himself, shouting, No, no, I choose no. Due to your prolonged indecision, the system has automatically activated the most powerful beast system for you. Xiao Long, what nonsense is this? Offering 2 choices only to mock me. Frustrated, he resigned to the system's activation, vowing to capture this troublesome entity and make it pay once he reached the Martial Emperor or perhaps Beast Emperor realm. Player Xiao Long, welcome to the most powerful beast system. Name, Xiao Long. Race, Black Spine Serpent, Low Tier Beast, Level 2. 500 experience points to next level soul. Imperial Realm Perfected, Frozen, Cultivation Method, Azure Dragon Secret Tome, 1st level, Skills, None Gold, 0 Ding. Would you like to claim your beginner's gift package? Gift package contains 1,000 experience points, 1,000 gold, special item Golden Touch, skill book Taming Beasts, Golden Touch description. Instantly turns wild beasts within 5 levels above your own into gold, with the amount determined by the beast's level. Casting distance is 10 meters, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Can be upgraded. Taming beast description. Can tame any beast not exceeding your level. Ineffective against wild beasts, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Able to tame up to 3 beasts. Can be upgraded. Yes, Xiao Long was too weary to choose no. He knew it would be pointless. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. You need 300 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations, you have learned the new skill Taming Beasts. Level 1. Congratulations, you have obtained the special item Golden Touch. Level 1. Xiao Long felt several new items materializing in his mind. One was an item slot containing a golden hand labeled Golden Touch, and the other was a skill slot with a detailed description of taming beasts. When he examined the demon core within him, he was astonished to find its diameter had reached 3 centimeters, indicating he had indeed become a third-tier beast with significantly enhanced strength. He had genuinely ascended to the 3rd tier, level 3, third-tier beast. Could it be that this system wasn't deceiving him after all? Xiao Long found himself intrigued that he returned to the nest, where his 2 brothers were unharmed, gathered around the massive black serpent's corpse, motionless as if mourning. Oddly enough, the black-spined serpent was a cold-blooded creature, the lowest tier of beasts, born devoid of emotion. Was this perhaps due to a mutation in their bloodline? Xiao Long pondered, gazing at the black serpent's body with a pang of pain in his heart, simultaneously overwhelmed by a terrifying urge to kill, which quickly brought him back to a calm state. It appears he has truly been influenced by the bloodline of the black-spined snake, becoming cruel and bloodthirsty, harboring a growing hatred for humanity. This bloodline is peculiar. Xiao Long immediately recognized this, as its ability to sway the will of a martial emperor speaks volumes about its extraordinary nature. There is no point in dwelling on the past. What has come must be accepted. Once he grows stronger, the issues surrounding the bloodline will surely resolve themselves. He approached his 2 brothers, and with a thought, began to cast the skill Beast Taming. According to the skill's description, he could tame any creature of a level not exceeding his own. That he first directed the taming skill at one of the slightly larger black snakes. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a black-spined snake. Level 1. Current tamed quantity 1-3. After the system's prompt, the black-spined snake raised its head and gazed at Xiao Long with a spirited expression. To his astonishment, Xiao Long discovered a flicker of soulful communication between himself and the serpent. Remarkable. He could not help but admire the uniqueness of this taming skill. After 15 minutes, when the cooldown period for the taming skill expired, he employed it once more on the second snake. Just like the first, it lifted its head, establishing a semblance of spiritual connection. Haha. Xiao Long was overjoyed. Can you understand my words? He sent a signal within his mind. Indeed, came the simultaneous replies. Astonished, Xiao Long thought, does this mean I can impart techniques to them? He contemplated for a moment. The Azure Dragon's secret tome was exceedingly intricate, and even if they understood, it did not guarantee they would be able to cultivate it. After some reflection, he decided to teach them a superior yellow-grade technique, the Fulong Ju, which is particularly suitable for snakes, along with a complementary yellow-grade body refinement martial art, the Fulong Battle Body. With these techniques, they would be nearly invincible among their peers, capable of contending with 3rd-tier demon beasts and humans at the 3rd level of body refinement. I shall name you Dehei and Erhei. I am your leader. Diligently cultivate these techniques for your own great benefit. Yes, boss, the 2 snakes responded, before retreating to their lair to begin practicing the 1st level of the Fulong Jue in high spirits. Xiao Long decided to leave them be and wandered off into the distance, seeking an opportunity to test the power of the Golden Touch, while also inquiring about the current state of affairs on the continent. Where have Zhang and he gone? Why haven't they returned yet? In a clearing of the forest, 2 men and a woman sat around a campfire, roasting a wild boar. They were clad in red garments adorned with intricate patterns. Belonging to the same sect as the 2 individuals Xiao Long had just slain, they had captured a 3rd-tier black-spined snake, presumably to locate its nest. What are a few worthless snakes worth? Grumbled the haughty woman among them. This woman, though possessing an ordinary appearance, had a physique that was astonishingly large, almost twice the size of an average person, her body resembling a mass of quivering flesh. Estimated to weigh over 300 pounds, Xuanmei was right. We must teach them a lesson upon their return. The 2 men immediately smiled ingratiatingly, one of them even slicing off a leg of the wild boar and presenting it to Shui with flattery. Despite her unattractiveness, Shui held a prestigious status as the daughter of a law enforcement elder from the Fire Cloud sect. Spoiled and domineering since childhood, she ruthlessly eliminated anyone she deemed displeasing, particularly those more beautiful than herself. Countless lovely women had met their demise at her hands, yet none dared voice their grievances. After eating, we shall seek them out. Yes, the two men dared not disagree. At that moment, footsteps rustled nearby, and a man and a woman clad in white robes passed by. Upon seeing Shui and her companions, their expressions changed, and they quickly lowered their heads, attempting to hasten away unnoticed. Halt! Shui commanded. The two stopped in their tracks. How dare you not greet this lady? Attempting to sneak away while harboring some guilty secret. Shui's gaze turned venomous, her small eyes narrowing into slits. Who does not know the infamous snow snake scorpion? The two were drenched in cold sweat. Realizing their misfortune in encountering such a fiend, that I beg your pardon. I was in a hurry to return home and did not see Miss Shui. Please forgive me, the young man said, cupping his hands and bowing. I do not think so. That I have two individuals who are missing, and I suspect you are responsible for their demise, without discerning right from wrong. Shui unilaterally placed the blame on them. While Xiao Long roamed through the thicket, a prompt from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. System notification, 300 meters to the northwest, 5 wild monsters detected. Chapter 4. The invincible golden touch. Xiao Long understood that the so-called wild monsters referred to humans. He swiftly crawled closer, and before long, he heard the sound of clapping followed by a young woman's sobs. Through the underbrush, he glimpsed an open area where a young man in white knelt on the ground. Beside him lay a young girl of remarkable beauty, her dark hair cascading down her delicate frame. Yet her flawless face bore several crimson handprints, and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Standing before them was a massive, rotund girl in red clothing, resembling a giant ball of flesh. Looking down upon them with an air of superiority, Miss Shui, your friend is certainly not my doing. Still defiant, the hefty girl stepped forward, placing her foot upon the young girl's wrist with a resounding crack. The girl cried out in pain, tears welling in her eyes as her wrist was evidently broken. Shui, do not harm Xiaonan. If you wish to kill or maim, direct your wrath at me. The kneeling young man shouted at this. The hefty girl smirked coldly, casually gesturing, and the two men beside her immediately understood, advancing to rain down punches and kicks upon the young man. He was beaten mercilessly, yet dared not retaliate. An odd sight indeed. Xiao Long began to piece together the situation. This hefty girl and her two subordinates wore the same red robes as the two minions he had slain, indicating they belonged to the same sect. It seemed that this pair of strangers had taken the fall for him. While Xiao Long was not a paragon of virtue himself, he felt a twinge of guilt for allowing them to bear his burden. Furthermore, the hefty girl's eyes burned with jealousy, evidently resentful of the girl's beauty, resulting in her brutal treatment. That cowardly boy who only endured the beatings was of no help. Even if he fought back, he might not prevail. Given the hefty girl's size, transforming her into gold would undoubtedly yield a handsome sum. Xiao Long mused, burrowing into the ground and emerging 10 meters away from the hefty girl. Activating the golden touch function in his mind, targeting the hefty girl. The range of the golden touch was precisely 10 meters. The girl was struck by Shui's palm to the back of her head, letting out a pained cry as she fell unconscious. Beat her to a pulp. The man's limbs should be broken and fed to the dogs, while the woman should be sold to a brothel. The hefty girl continued, but her words were abruptly cut off, as her corpulent form suddenly shimmered with golden light, transforming into a dazzling golden statue. In the next instant, the golden statue vanished, leaving only an empty garment and a storage ring on the ground. You have slain a level 5 wild monster, earning 300 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus, 50. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 4. You require 1200 experience points for the next level. You have acquired 297 gold coins. Current balance, 1297. The golden touch is now in cooldown. She truly turned to gold. Xiao Long gasped, an uncontrollable surge of euphoria enveloping him. This is beyond incredible, he thought. In comparison to this system, the blood of the time-space ancestor dragon he had painstakingly acquired was mere trifles, transforming a level 5 creature into gold in an instant. Who among the world could rival this? Once he ascended to the realm of the Demon Emperor, wouldn't the so-called Crimson Lotus Martial Emperor be effortlessly dispatched with a single golden touch? Of course, this was contingent upon the Martial Emperor being classified as a wild monster by the system. Xiao Long reveled in his triumph. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Shui had vanished. Her tent-like garments lay on the ground, empty and devoid of any trace, as if her very flesh had evaporated into thin air. The unknown breeds fear. Even if Shui had been slain by a demon beast, they would not have felt such dread, but a living person disappearing without a trace, with no knowledge of how she met her end. This was simply too bizarre. A cry pierced the air, and the two members of the Fire Cloud sect bolted, as if confronted by a ghost. Yet Xiao Long would not grant them such an escape. He leaped forth and dispatched the two. Having just reached level 4, he was akin to a 4th-tier demon beast, his strength surpassing even that of a 5th-tier demon beast, transforming into a flying sword that pierced through them with chilling precision. You have slain a level 4 wild monster, earning 150 experience points. You have slain a level 3 wild monster, earning 100 experience points. The young girl had long since lost consciousness and was unaware of the events that unfolded. While the cowardly boy, quick-witted, immediately knelt and bowed his head towards the sky. Senior, I am Fong Han, a disciple of the outer sect of the Sword Sect, and my junior sister Xiao Nan and I inadvertently trespassed in this area. I humbly seek your forgiveness to make a great fat person disappear without a trace, to silently slay a 3rd-tier and 4th-tier body refiners, without even a shadow being seen. This individual's cultivation must reach the true condensation realm, far beyond what he could withstand. However, Fong Han saw no senior, but rather a snake before him. The aura radiating from this snake was that of a 4th-tier demon beast, causing Fong Han to retreat in fright. His cowardly nature fully exposed. Senior, save me. He cried into the void, hoping for assistance from that mysterious expert, unaware that the enigmatic figure was the very snake before him at that moment. He suddenly noticed the serpent before him. Its gaze fixed intently upon him, emanating a peculiar wave of energy, an overwhelming force of soul power pressed against him, piercing through his consciousness like a fine needle. Fong Han's eyes instantly became vacant, devoid of spirit, resembling a mere automaton. Although Xiao Long's physical form was merely that of a 4th-tier beast, his soul was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, easily capable of controlling a human at the 3rd stage of body refinement. Despite suffering significant soul damage, he found it necessary to employ the soul control technique to uncover certain truths. May I inquire, what year is it in the Divine Continent calendar? Xiao Long asked. Year 32017 of the Divine Continent calendar, Fong Han replied, his tone dull and lifeless. Xiao Long's heart trembled. A millennium had passed since his incident, and he wondered what had become of his burning sky dragon palace. Perhaps it had already been obliterated. However, the core of the dragon palace was safeguarded by the 99 hidden dragon killing array he had meticulously arranged. For the Scarlet Lotus Martial Emperor to annihilate him would not be a simple task. Unless they enlisted the assistance of another titled Martial Emperor. The 2 titled Martial Emperors previously summoned by the Scarlet Lotus had perished in a self-detonation, making it exceedingly difficult to find replacements. What has become of the burning sky dragon palace? Xiao Long could not suppress his curiosity. Fong Han's expression revealed his confusion as he shook his head. I have not heard of the burning sky dragon palace. Xiao Long's heart sank, prompting him to ask urgently, where is this place? Be specific. What domain? What state? This is the southern barbarian region, in the outskirts of Qingyang town, located in the southern part of the Tianfeng kingdom. Fong Han stammered. Xiao Long finally exhaled in relief. It was merely an obscure location in the southern barbarian region, which explained the lack of awareness regarding the burning sky dragon palace. His palace had once been one of the 5 transcendent powers of the Divine Continent, capable of instilling fear in the entire southern barbarian region merely by sending a disciple, let alone this insignificant Tianfeng kingdom. Yet, he remained anxious about the fate of his palace. Surely, with the numerous trump cards he had left behind, it would not be so easily eradicated. He also pondered the whereabouts of his 2 direct disciples, Mo Ying and Xiao Songhai, uncertain of their fates. Before Xiao Long could inquire further, he sensed a sudden weakness in his soul. Fong Han, in a state of terror, screamed and collapsed to the ground, his face pallid and frothing at the mouth. This left Xiao Long in a state of helplessness. His soul was too severely damaged to even wield the most rudimentary soul control technique. It seemed he would need to seek out treasures of heaven and earth to restore his soul power in the future. Chapter 5. Fire Cloud Sect. Xiao Long had no intention of slaying these wild beasts, for they bore him no ill will. The cowardly lad, after enduring his torment, would likely become a simpleton, a misfortune of his own making. This plump pig possesses a storage ring. Xiao Long crawled over and discovered a dark ring that had fallen from beneath the oversized garment. In a minor kingdom like Tianfeng, only individuals of considerable standing would possess a storage ring, perhaps the daughter of a sect master from a star-ranked sect. System notification: you have acquired a low-grade storage spirit ring. At that moment, the storage ring on the ground vanished, And within his mind's inventory, a dark ring appeared that it seemed the system automatically included spatial storage functionality, alleviating much of his burden. Xiao Long mused to himself. He clicked on the storage ring, revealing options to inspect or discard its contents. Upon selecting Inspect, a myriad of various women's items materialized before him, alongside peculiar tools such as whips, candles, and handcuffs. It appeared the plump pig was a psychological deviant. Without hesitation, he discarded everything, leaving behind 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, some gold notes, and a plethora of medicinal herbs and pills. Revival grass, Xiao Long exclaimed in delight as he discovered a small, vibrant green plant among the herbs. Exuding a refreshing aroma, which was beneficial for soul restoration, this herb was quite basic, one he would have disregarded in his past life, yet now it felt like a treasure, filling him with exhilaration. Consuming the revival grass alone would yield minimal results, but if refined into a third-grade pill, the revival pill, it could certainly enable him to utilize the soul control technique once more, even allowing for the control of a soul slave. Having a soul slave would greatly facilitate his endeavors in the human realm. The main ingredient for the revival pill was at hand. He merely required some auxiliary herbs, likely to be found within these woods. Big Black, Little Black, Xiao Long summoned his two serpents, who swiftly appeared before him. Having cultivated the hidden dragon technique, the two serpents emanated a distinct aura, subtly carrying a semblance of draconic might, causing ordinary beasts to instinctively flee. To Xiao Long's delight, both serpents had broken through to the second tier, their growth rate astonishing. Furthermore, they had both grown to a length of 1 meter, while Xiao Long remained at half a meter. Search for these herbs. Should you encounter danger, do not engage. Simply call for me, Xiao Long commanded, transmitting images of the herbs into their minds. The beast taming ability established a soul bond, allowing them to comprehend his thoughts effortlessly. Understood, boss. The two serpents responded in unison before departing. Xiao Long scoured the mountain for herbs. Far away within the inner sanctum of the Fire Cloud sect, a portly elder of the law suddenly furrowed his brow. Pulling out a soul token inscribed with a soul mark, the token abruptly fractured, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered into fragments. A shrill, anguished scream echoed throughout the Fire Cloud sect, drawing the attention of passing disciples. Who has slain my precious daughter? Who? In the next moment, a massive spherical figure shot into the sky, racing toward the horizon until it vanished from sight. The daughter of Shui Wuqing has been killed? Ha ha. What a delightful turn of events. Hush, be cautious, lest you draw Shui Elder's ire. Whispers filled the air as several fellow elders followed Shui Wuqing, eager to uncover the truth. As a law enforcement elder, Shui Wuqing ranked among the top 3 in strength within the Fire Cloud sect, second only to the sect leader. With his daughter slain, this area would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Everyone was well aware of Shui Wuqing's volatile temper and fierce protectiveness. There were tales of individuals who had foolishly struck Shui Yi, only to meet their demise at the hands of Shui Wuqing, who annihilated their entire lineage. The cruelty of his methods was notorious. Yet, no one dared to speak out, for the Fire Cloud sect was a star-ranked sect, one of the 4 major sects in Tianfeng Kingdom, with even the emperor treating Shui Wuqing with respect. Ordinary citizens stood no chance. Upon Shui Wuqing's arrival at the scene, he found 2 corpses. Shui Yi's clothing lay abandoned, while a man and woman from the Sword Inquiry sect lay nearby, both gravely wounded. Shui Wuqing picked up Shui Yi's garment, noting that the defensive inscriptions he had left upon it remained intact, showing no signs of having been triggered, and the clothing was undamaged. This was exceedingly peculiar. Awaken! With a powerful strike, Shui Wuqing sent the 2 tumbling through the air, bones cracking as they awoke in agony. Speak! What transpired here? Shui Wuqing demanded fiercely. I don't know. The girl, Xiao Nan, glanced around, her mind racing. Point 2 of her tormentors lay dead, but Shui Yi was nowhere to be found. And her clothing remained eerily empty. Feng Han, in a daze, stared blankly at him, drooling like a simpleton. A strange light flickered in Shui Wuqing's eyes as he regarded the 2 before him, who appeared lost in confusion. Recount the events that transpired here, Shui Wuqing commanded. I was passing through this area with Brother Feng. Xiaonan recounted every detail without omission. Shui Wuqing's brow furrowed deeply. So it seemed Shui Yi was at fault after all. Then I was knocked unconscious by Shui Yi, and upon waking, I saw you, Xiaonan added. The dazed Feng Han simply stared, grinning foolishly. With a thunderous crash, Shui Wuqing unleashed a strike, obliterating Feng Han into a bloody pulp. He cast a glance at the girl. Keeping her alive held little value, and he struck again. As the shockwave approached Xiaonan, a tall figure clad in white suddenly appeared, slicing through the air to intercept it. Elder Shui, Xiaonan has honestly reported the situation. Why resort to such lethal measures? Do you truly believe the sword inquiry sect lacks strength? The middle-aged man in white, wielding a long sword, stood tall and unyielding. His gaze locked onto Shui Wuqing. Ha ha. Lu Dezonju, do I need to report my actions to you? Shui Wuqing, a cold smile curled upon Shui Wuqing's lips. Lu Qingfeng's expression darkened. The sword inquiry sect was merely a minor sect near Qingyang town. While the Fire Cloud sect was a recognized star-ranked sect, one of the 4 major sects of Tianfeng Kingdom, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More figures arrived, both from the Fire Cloud sect and the Sword Inquiry sect. The two factions exchanged tense glances, the atmosphere thick with hostility. However, the individuals from the Sword Inquiry sect were the core combatants of their sect, whereas the Fire Cloud sect had merely sent a few elders. Their presence exuding an overwhelming superiority over the Sword Inquiry sect, highlighting the stark contrast between a star-ranked sect and an ordinary sect. Unbeknownst to Xiao Long, his casual killings had triggered a chain reaction. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. In a nation as insignificant as this, the eradication of it would leave him unfazed. Big Black and Little Black scoured the forest for herbs. While Xiao Long practiced a technique known as the Fish Dragon Metamorphosis, a low-grade martial art of the mysterious tier. Along with the soul technique of breath concealment. He then ventured into the nearby Qingyang town to gather information that might prove advantageous to him. Chapter 6. The Gluttonous System. After 3 days of cultivating martial arts, Xiao Long arrived at Qingyang town. Having broken through to the 4th tier of beast cultivation, paired with the Azure Dragon Secret Tome and Fish Dragon Metamorphosis. Those below the 7th stage of body refinement posed no threat to him. Even if he were to flee with intent, not even those at the peak of the 9th stage could hope to pursue him. Moreover, he possessed the invincible artifact, the Golden Touch. As long as he did not encounter a human at the pinnacle of the 10th stage, none could threaten him. The streets of Qingyang town are narrow. With buildings closely aligned, Xiao Long activated his concealment technique and swiftly maneuvered through the grass by the roadside. When he encountered open spaces without cover, he employed the Fish Dragon transformation to dart past, remaining undetected unless a condensing reality realm martial artist was observing him intently. Whoosh! Xiao Long slipped into the back courtyard of a tavern named Qifeng Tavern, the most prestigious establishment in Qingyang town. Taverns are the best places to gather information, and as Xiao Long was unable to use his soul control technique for the time being, he sought a strategy within its confines. As he passed through the kitchen and the courtyard, the aroma of delicious food wafted around him, making Xiao Long swallow hard, suddenly gripped by a craving for sustenance. It had been ages since he had tasted food due to his fasting. And now, having been reborn as a beast, that long-forgotten appetite surged forth. Once humans reach the 6th stage of body refinement, they can entirely forego food, cultivating through spiritual energy. However, beasts cannot absorb spiritual energy before mastering their techniques and must consume food to refine their essence into blood to enhance their cultivation, a biological instinct that is inescapable. Contemplating this, Xiao Long darted into the kitchen and spotted a tantalizing roast chicken on the table. In a flash, he leaped up, seized it in one bite, and devoured it in one fluid motion before swiftly disappearing. What a delight! Xiao Long felt an exhilarating rush. He had not expected food to be this delectable. You have consumed poultry, gaining 9 experience points. The system's notification startled him. Eating food could yield experience. With this thought, he returned to the kitchen, seizing the opportunity to clear the table of all its dishes. Regardless of whether they were meat, vegetables, sweet, or spicy, he consumed everything completely. You have consumed grass, gaining 3 experience points. You have consumed a level 3 beast, gaining 37 experience points. You have consumed a level 1 beast, gaining 19 experience points. You have consumed sweets, gaining 5 experience points. Xiao Long moved with incredible speed, transitioning from cooked to raw food, devouring many unprocessed items until nothing remained. Strangely, he consumed quantities larger than his own size, yet showed no signs of growth, still measuring only half a meter in length. You have consumed a level 3 beast, gaining 67 experience points. You need 23 more experience points to level up. Xiao Long realized his experience bar was nearly full, but the kitchen was completely emptied of food. System notification, level 3 wild beast detected 20 meters to the southwest. Someone was coming. He needed to escape. Xiao Long swiftly exited the kitchen when the waiter entered, ready to serve the dishes. He found the kitchen bare, with only a pile of empty plates remaining, some still spinning on the ground. What a thrill, so exhilarating. Ha! In the woodshed, Xiao Long was brimming with excitement. He had never felt this joyful since his rebirth. He realized he had developed an addiction to food. Besides the woodshed and kitchen, the courtyard housed many rooms where beasts were imprisoned, all of which were considered exquisite culinary ingredients beneficial for cultivation. Most beasts ranged from first to third tier, with occasional fourth-tier beasts appearing, though rarely. Upon seeing a snake slithering by, the imprisoned beasts widened their eyes, gazing at Xiao Long with pleading looks. As if begging for rescue, Xiao Long shook his head. Ignoring them, it was their own weakness that led to their capture. Had they been strong enough, they too could have feasted upon humans. He entered the tavern through the back door, quietly climbing to the second floor, curling beneath a counter. Have you heard? Recently, the Fire Cloud sect has been offering a bounty for the capture of Blackridge snakes. Killing one allows you to exchange its corpse for spirit stones. A first-tier Blackridge snake fetches 5 lower-grade spirit stones. What a fortune! 5 lower-grade spirit stones equate to 5,000 taels of silver. Typically, a first-tier Blackridge snake is worth only a few hundred taels. And now its value has surged nearly tenfold. I heard it was the daughter of the law enforcement elder, Shui Wuqing, who was killed by a Blackridge snake, prompting the need for vengeance. Nonsense. She was actually slain by a mysterious expert controlling snake-like beasts, leading to the annihilation of a family from the Miaojiang clan that specializes in snake manipulation. Shui Wuqing is ruthless. I heard the Wanjian sect was also implicated, suffering immense losses in spirit treasures. Practically depleting their assets, there's nothing to be done. They lack the strength. The Fire Cloud sect is one of the 4 major sects of Tianfeng country, while the Wanjian sect is nothing. Shui Wuqing's daughter was a significant calamity. Her demise is well-deserved. Lower your voice. If someone hears you, you'll lose your head. Xiao Long listened attentively from beneath the counter for about an hour, and the topic dominating the conversation was the murder of Shui Wuqing's daughter. The incident occurred 3 days prior, coinciding with the day he killed that plump girl. Could she be Shui Wuqing's daughter? It appeared that by employing the power of the Golden Touch, he had unwittingly triggered a series of catastrophic events, leading to countless deaths, and now he himself was a wanted man. What nonsense was the Fire Cloud sect? Xiao Long felt perplexed. One of the 4 major sects of Tianfeng country, it was likely just a low-tier sect. Such a trivial power could have been easily obliterated in his past life, yet now they dared to place a bounty on him, truly a case of a tiger falling to the ground being bullied by dogs. Another question lingered in his mind. He distinctly remembered no one being nearby at the time. How then was he discovered? The cowardly man could not have revealed it, and the girl on the ground had indeed been unconscious. He opened the system inventory and placed 2 spirit stones in a corner of the counter. Subsequently, he utilized his internal energy to project a deep, resonant male voice to a nearby patron. Young friend, I have left 2 spirit stones in the corner of the counter as a token of our meeting. I wish to ask you a few questions. If you answer truthfully, I shall reward you with another 10 spirit stones. The patron looked around, realizing no one was observing him. Unable to pinpoint the source of the voice, he glanced toward the corner of the counter, where indeed 2 spirit stones lay that he approached cautiously. Picked them up, and returned to his seat, a smile creeping across his face. Feel free to ask, esteemed elder. I shall speak candidly. To communicate undetected using internal energy suggested mastery of a powerful concealment technique. Such a person should not be trifled with, and no one would refuse spirit stones. Why is it said that the murderer was a Blackridge snake? Xiao Long inquired, as this was his most pressing question. He had left no traces, so how did the Fire Cloud sect ascertain the identity of the killer as a snake? I do not know. But there are rumors that the Fire Cloud sect possesses a time-space treasure that can replay events occurring in a specific area over the course of a day. The man replied. Xiao Long furrowed his brow. A treasure that could replay events from a day. Such an artifact was beyond his comprehension. Could it possibly embody the laws of time? If that were the case, once it became known, it would attract the attention of superpowers from across the continent. The ancestral dragon blood he had unleashed contained the essence of time, which had led to his perilous situation. This matter was of grave importance, and he must seek clarity at all costs. What is the highest level of strength within the Fire Cloud sect? Xiao Long continued. The Fire Cloud sect is a 1-star sect. Its leader is certainly a master of the innate realm, though I cannot say if he is the strongest, the man answered. Xiao Long gained some understanding. Innate realm is a term used to describe martial artists who have reached the 3rd innate stage. Only upon entering this stage do they shed the title of weakling and earn the right to be called masters. The innate realm consists of 3 stages: innate warrior, innate master, and innate king, each further divided into 3 substages. Typically, the leaders of 1-star sects are the weakest innate warriors, corresponding to level 21 to level 23 beasts, though Xiao Long found this unimpressive. He knew he was not yet strong enough to confront them. Given that he was only at level 4, system notification, a level 10 hostile beast is approaching from the west. Danger level, moderate. Xiao Long immediately activated his concealment technique to its utmost. A level 10 beast corresponds to a human at the 10th stage of body refinement, which was a full 6 levels higher than him. Even the Golden Touch would not suffice to defeat it. Look, it's Jiangli, the genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, the one known as the first detective of Fire Cloud. Indeed, This individual possesses extraordinary talent and has solved numerous difficult cases, showcasing both intelligence and martial prowess. His visit to Qingyang town is also related to the murder of Shui Wuqing's daughter. After all, the reward for capturing the murderer is substantial. Through the view beneath the table, Xiao Long saw a robust young man clad in a fiery red robe ascend the stairs. Finding an empty table to sit at, this man, with a large knife at his waist and an imposing demeanor, was indeed the disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. Jiangli, waiter, bring 2 jugs of wine and 3 small dishes. Certainly, the waiter brought the wine, apologizing, esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. There has been an issue in the kitchen, and the dishes may take a bit longer. Oh, the illustrious Qifeng Tavern has run out of food? Jiangli replied. Displeased, I am uncertain what transpired. It seems something in the kitchen was devoured by a beast, but these 2 jugs of wine are on the house, the waiter said with a forced smile. Jiangli nodded, raising an eyebrow as his cold gaze swept through the hall, as if catching a whiff of something unusual. Xiao Long held his breath, maximizing his concealment technique, even pausing his heartbeat. Although Jiangli was merely at the 10th stage of body refinement, he exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. The Burning Sky Dragon Palace has always warned that one must never underestimate clever foes. Even when their strength is inferior, how much more so when they are stronger. This man was renowned as a detective and undoubtedly possessed exceptional capabilities. Esteemed elder, do you have any further questions? At that moment, the passerby who had previously questioned Xiao Long spoke up. He was preoccupied with the spirit stones promised by Xiao Long and clasped his fists in the air, inquiring respectfully. Jiangli frowned and cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the individual. Whom are you addressing? The passerby shuddered, unable to deceive, and replied earnestly, a senior used internal energy to transmit a message, asking me a few questions. Xiao Long's countenance darkened. How could he encounter such a foolish ally? What did they ask you? Jiangli inquired coldly. They asked why the murderer is said to be a snake and inquired about the strength of the strongest member of the Fire Cloud sect. Jiangli's eyes brightened. He had initially thought this case was the most challenging mystery he had encountered, but to his astonishment, upon arriving in Qingyang town, he had already unearthed clues about the murderer. How did you respond? Jiangli continued his questioning. Faced with Jiangli, the passerby dared not conceal anything, recounting his previous answers verbatim, aware that even the slightest change in expression or emotional fluctuation would not escape Jiangli's notice. Who among them was unaware of the reputation of the renowned investigator Jiang? To lie before him was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Jiangli fell into deep contemplation, and after a while, his gaze sharpened as he clasped his fists towards the heavens with a respectful demeanor. Senior, I have no enmity with you or the Fire Cloud sect. Why resort to such lethal measures? I implore you to reveal yourself and provide an explanation. Everyone in the tavern stared wide-eyed, their breaths quickening. Could it be that the murderer was hiding within this very establishment? No one understood Jiangli's intentions. Not even Xiao Long, who was perplexed as to how Jiangli could deduce the murderer was concealed here from just a few snippets of conversation. Not a breath passed, then another, after a long while. Still, no one responded. Jiangli frowned and continued. Since the senior is unwilling to reveal themselves, I shall take my leave. With that, Jiangli slammed the table, shattering it to pieces that a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, sending all the tables and chairs on the second floor flying, dishes shattering across the floor. The counter where Xiao Long was concealed also soared into the air, collapsing into a heap of splintered wood. Jiangli's gaze shifted, locking onto Xiao Long with unwavering determination. Indeed, you are here. In a flash, Jiangli lunged forward, his great sword already unsheathed. Damn it. How did I end up facing such a character? Xiao Long had never feared formidable foes. Even the sect leader of the Fire Cloud sect could not capture him. What frightened him were individuals with clever minds who posed a tangible threat. Xiao Long executed the fish dragon transformation, darting in a Z pattern, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Jiangli. Clang! The great sword struck the ground, creating a 10-long fissure. Jiangli, unfazed by the miss, swiftly unleashed a palm strike toward Xiao Long, who desperately attempted to evade, but the disparity in strength was too great. He was still caught by the ensuing shockwave, his body hurtling against the wall, embedding him within it. The might of the 10th level of body refinement was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Even with his training in the Azure Dragon Secret Tome, the 6th level gap left Xiao Long severely injured. Scales shedding in large patches, blood splattering, and his bones nearly fracturing. The tavern's patrons were left in shock, witnessing a scene that shattered their understanding. They had always believed that demonic beasts lacked intelligence, merely roaming forests to attack weaker humans or even their kind. Yet, what unfolded before them defied all comprehension. A snake had hidden in the tavern, eavesdropping on their conversation. "Senior, this spirit snake is under your control. Is it not? I hope you will reveal yourself." Jiang Li, observing the injured black-spined snake, chose not to deliver a finishing blow, instead addressing the heavens with clasped fists. After a moment of silence, still, there was no response. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Long activated the Azure Dragon's secret tome, focusing all his energy on healing his injuries. "Since the senior refuses to show themselves, I shall capture your spirit snake, skin it, and remove its bones. Surely this snake holds great significance for you." Jiang Li approached Xiao Long, reaching out to grasp him, believing this fourth-level black-spined snake was too injured to resist. Chapter 8. Limitless counterattack. Just as Jiang Li was about to seize him, Xiao Long suddenly sprang into action, lunging at Jiang Li with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Jiang Li received a bite on his hand. He hastily activated his protective true energy, yet it was insufficient, resulting in a severe wound that bled profusely. That a fourth-level demonic beast possessed the strength of a sixth-level one. How could it recover so swiftly? Examining his injury, Jiang Li's expression grew grave as he pursued Xiao Long with his blade. He no longer held back. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered in his palm, manifesting a faint crimson hue, the manifestation of the Fire Cloud sect's low-grade martial art. The 18 blades of fiery flames. The temperature surged, and chaotic energy converged violently. Faced with such a crisis, Xiao Long did not flee. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Then, to the astonishment of all, he dove toward a piece of roasted meat on the ground. Gulp! Xiao Long swallowed the meat whole. "You have consumed meat, gaining 5 experience points. You require 18 more experience points to level up." He took another bite, devouring a wild boar's hoof. "You have consumed a level 1 demonic beast, gaining 17 experience points. You require just 1 more experience point to level up." This bewildered Jiang Li. How could one think of food at such a moment? Nevertheless, he didn't pause his assault. 18 blades of fiery flames. First blade, fiery flames split the mountain. A torrent of searing heat surged forth, propelled by intense internal energy and flame. As Jiang Li struck at Xiao Long executed the fish dragon transformation to its utmost, avoiding the frontal assault. Yet he was still grazed by the edge of the blade, blood spraying forth as a deep gash appeared, nearly cleaving him in two. Xiao Long immediately activated the Azure Dragon's secret tome, the wound forming a scab to staunch the bleeding. However, the potent internal energy from the 18 blades of fiery flames surged wildly within him, nearly causing him to explode. That he found himself immobilized. 18 blades of fiery flames. Second blade. Fiery flames burned the city. As the second blade approached, facing near certain death, Xiao Long remained remarkably calm. He had faced death countless times in his past life, cultivating an unflappable mindset. Should this blade truly fall, he would risk his soul being damaged once more, forcibly employing the soul control technique. At worst, his soul would be extinguished, and they would perish together. In that moment, he spotted several peanuts on the ground. Just in time, Xiao Long inhaled sharply, drawing all the peanuts into his belly. "You have consumed peanuts, gaining 1 experience point. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5, just 2,000 experience points away from the next level." Xiao Long fixed his gaze forward, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "You wish for my demise? Then you shall meet your end first. Golden touch. Activate." Jiang Li's great sword was raised high, poised to descend, when suddenly he found himself frozen in place. All present witnessed Jiang Li's form solidifying, transforming into a resplendent golden statue, shimmering brilliantly. Clang! The great sword fell limply to the ground, his clothes and storage spirit ring tumbling down as his physical form vanished. "You have slain a level 10 wild monster, gaining 2,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus of 100. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6, just 4,000 experience points away from the next level. You have acquired 883 gold coins. Your current gold balance is 2180. Golden touch is now on cooldown." Xiao Long exhaled, finally catching up. Individuals with both intellect and martial prowess were indeed terrifying. Allowing such a person to remain would undoubtedly spell disaster. Fortunately, he possessed the even more formidable golden touch. No matter how clever, they could not anticipate his system. Meanwhile, the second floor of the tavern remained in an eerie silence, all gazes frozen in disbelief. Expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. That a living person had transformed into gold before their very eyes and vanished. They had never heard of any martial art capable of such an effect. Whoosh! A signal flare shot from Jiang Li's belongings, soaring through the window and exploding into a fiery character. This was Jiang Li's contingency. Should he perish, the signal flare linked to his soul would automatically fire. Announcing his demise, Xiao Long was left speechless. This individual was indeed troublesome. Even in death, he could cause complications. Although he had leveled up twice, ascending to a 6th-level demonic beast, his injuries remained, particularly as a remnant of the 18 blades of fiery flame's true energy lingered within him. Suppressed by his azure dragon true energy, should he attempt to move, that energy would wreak havoc on his body, rendering him temporarily immobile. He glanced at the storage ring on the ground. System notification: you have picked up a low-grade storage spirit ring. He opened the storage ring, revealing a wealth of low-grade spirit stones, 50,000 in total. To his delight, there were also 200 medium-grade spirit stones and numerous medicinal herbs. Your spirit stone count has met the requirements for upgrading your cultivation technique. Would you like to upgrade? The system prompt resonated, and Xiao Long paused briefly before promptly clicking upgrade. Ding! Your Azure Dragon Secret Tome has leveled up to the 2nd rank, consuming 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Long had not anticipated that spirit stones could be used to upgrade cultivation techniques so conveniently with just a simple click. Had he trained diligently, it would have taken him at least a week to reach the 2nd rank of the Azure Dragon Secret Tome. This system was truly remarkable. With the 2nd rank of Azure Dragon True Energy, the lingering true energy from the 18 blades of fiery flames was swiftly obliterated, and Xiao Long's injuries recovered significantly in a short span. Allowing him to move freely once more, he glanced around and noticed that most of the people had fled, leaving only a few hiding in the corners, peering at him with curious eyes. This place is not suitable for lingering. Xiao Long swiftly darted away from the tavern. Activating the fish dragon transformation, his form morphed into a streak of black lightning, racing through Qingyang town, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the outskirts. Suddenly, a sense of danger enveloped him. He felt as though someone was watching him. Whoosh! A black arrow shot through the air from a distance, heading straight for his forehead. The trajectory was locked. Evasion was impossible. Xiao Long turned around and, channeling the full force of the Azure Dragon secret technique, whipped his tail with precision, striking the arrowhead. Splat! Blood sprayed as his tail was violently shattered, revealing stark, white bone beneath. The arrow lost its momentum, skewering the ground at an angle. Xiao Long's cold gaze fixated on the rooftop of the tavern, where a martial artist of the condensation realm, armed with a silver longbow, was staring back at him. I have marked this arrow. One day, I shall return the favor tenfold. With continuous flashes of the fish dragon transformation, Xiao Long vanished from the outskirts of Qingyang town. Chapter 9. A moment of thrill on the rooftop of the Qingfeng Tavern. 3 disciples from the Fire Cloud sect gazed into the distance, where Xiao Long had escaped. The trio exuded an imposing aura, rivaling that of Jiang Li, who had reached the 10th stage of body refinement. The handsome young man in the center, wielding a longbow, spoke solemnly, possessing the strength of the 1st stage of condensation realm. Brother Song, why do we not pursue? Inquired a fellow disciple of the 10th stage. The young man with the longbow replied nonchalantly, Pursue? Why should we? Our target is the mysterious master behind that serpent, not the serpent itself. To manipulate a demon beast to such an extent, they must possess an extraordinary soul control technique. If we could harness it for our Fire Cloud sect, ascending to a 2nd star sect would be within reach. The other 2 nodded in understanding, admiration gleaming in their eyes. It's a pity for junior brother Jiang Li. Had he survived, his intellect would surely have led to great achievements. Let us depart. The trio leapt away from the tavern. Look, that Song Yu, the soul-chasing arrow, a core disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. Condensation realm experts have come to our Qingyang town. Something significant must have transpired. It is said that the demon beast that killed Shui Wuqing's daughter appeared at the Qingfeng Tavern, also slaying the renowned detective Jiang Li in the same manner. Jiang Li was also killed by him, a prodigy of the 10th stage. Since this incident, the once quiet Qingyang town has erupted into a flurry of activity, with disciples from various sects flocking to gather information. After leaving Qingyang town, Xiao Long found a cave to recuperate from his injuries. A day later, he was fully healed, and his tail had regenerated. Yet, for some unknown reason, he felt as though he were being watched. As if someone were observing him from the shadows. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his instincts were always sharp, prompting him to inspect his body closely. Indeed, he discovered a mark on one of his scales. The mark was crudely made, and with a simple surge of internal energy, he obliterated it. Having done this, he felt somewhat relieved. But wait, Xiao Long suddenly realized that this mark was too obvious, given their understanding of him. They would never resort to such a blatant marking. Something was amiss. Xiao Long decided to take a risk. He forcefully utilized his soul power to conduct a thorough examination of his body and soul. leaving no detail unchecked. Indeed, after a few breaths, he discovered a faint white soul imprint seed within his sea of consciousness. A soul imprint seed. Xiao Long scoffed inwardly that a soul imprint seed is a type of spreading mark. Once he establishes a soul connection or physical contact with a creature, the seed would automatically transfer to that being. This method of tracking is specifically aimed at puppet masters, beast tamers, and sorcerers. As long as they control a creature, they too will be marked. It seems you wish to uncover the master behind me, but unfortunately, I am the master, and I shall disappoint you. However, since you wish to play, I do not mind indulging in your game. With a wicked smile, Xiao Long devised a plan. He used his internal energy to draw a sealing formation within his sea of consciousness, sealing the soul imprint seed. This soul imprint seed must be communicating with the archer. Thus, Xiao Long had no qualms about striking from afar, allowing him to relish the first blow within the Firecloud sect's main hall. A group of elders and 8 core disciples sat solemnly, exuding a faint pressure. Sect leader Liao Huayan occupied the principal seat, his gaze stern as he scrutinized those present. Sect leader, the probing mark has been erased, reported Song Yu, the soul-chasing arrow, clasping his fists, while Liao Huayan nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised. At the level of that expert, failing to notice the mark would indeed be abnormal. Sect leader, Shui Wuqing interjected. Has the soul imprint seed spread? With a vendetta against the demon that killed her daughter, she was particularly anxious about this. Liao Huayan shook his head. Not yet. That wretched beast has remained stationary since leaving Qingyang town. It seems to be recuperating, and no humans or other demon beasts have approached it. Shui Wuqing clenched her fists, her heart filled with urgency. Do not worry, Elder Shui. I personally planted the soul imprint seed that as soon as the serpent demon's master comes into contact with it, I will instantly sense it. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I shall eliminate him, Liao Huayan declared coldly. Thank you, sect leader, Shui Wuqing bowed. Just then, Liao Huayan suddenly frowned, as if sensing something. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and to the shock of those present, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gritting his teeth, Liao Huayan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Sect leader, what is wrong? Everyone stood, alarmed at that moment. On the other side, Xiao Long wore a wicked grin as he concentrated his soul power into a soul needle, repeatedly stabbing at the sealed soul imprint seed. In and out, in and out. With each thrust, the seed trembled as if begging for mercy. Ha ha. My sealing formation keeps you from self-detonating. Slowly embrace your torment. He continued his relentless assault, reveling in the process. Meanwhile, Liao Huayan felt as if his head were about to explode. That he roared, grasping his head and leaping around the fire cloud hall. The destructive force of a congenital expert was not to be underestimated, and the hall erupted into chaos as violent true energy surged with roaring sounds, leaving the entire building in ruins. Sect leader. Liao Huayan clawed at his head, his expression twisted, bloodshot eyes filled with torment. As he crashed around the hall, everyone was frantic but could do nothing but hide, fearing the backlash of the energy emitted by the sect leader. The scene inside the hall was beyond description. Liao Huayan appeared deranged, rampaging within, letting out anguished cries that stemmed from the pain of his soul, far more profound than physical pain. For the first time in his years as sect leader, he deeply felt such torment. Moreover, what was worse than the pain was the overwhelming sense of humiliation. As a formidable congenital expert, he had been ambushed by an unknown wretch. Had he not separated a sliver of his soul to create the soul imprint seed? And had the opponent not lurked in the shadows, he would not be in such a predicament. Liao Huayan envisioned the smirking figure of his adversary, as if mocking his arrogance. You beast! Once I capture you, I will refine your soul for 1,000 years, making you suffer unimaginable torment before death. Chapter 10. The Diamond Demon Ape. After enduring a relentless assault from Xiao Long for what felt like an eternity, Liao Huayan finally reached his breaking point. He unleashed a torrent of blood, a stream stretching several meters, before collapsing onto the ground, his breath significantly weakened. At that moment, Liao Huayan's hair was disheveled, his clothes torn. He bore no resemblance to a sect leader. So soon. How disappointing. Xiao Long sighed, shaking his head. After enduring 128 punctures from his soul needle, the owner of the soul imprint demonstrated remarkable endurance. He must indeed be a congenital expert, likely the leader of the Fire Cloud sect. I wonder what he feels now. Is he driven to madness? Liao Huayan certainly resembled a madman now, surrounded by a group of people who stood in stunned silence, none daring to speak first. Looking at the Fire Cloud Hall, it was utterly devastated. Sect leader, what just happened? Shui Wuching ventured cautiously, while Yao Huiyun forced a mirthless smile, his spirit crushed, the soul imprint seed.is gone. The crowd gasped in shock, immediately understanding why the sect leader had gone mad. It turned out that the soul imprint seed had been torturing him. Finding the seed itself was already astonishing, indicating that the opponent's soul power was at least at the congenital level. Moreover, using the soul imprint seed to torment Liao Huiyun could only be accomplished with special soul techniques. This indicated that they had provoked an extraordinary practitioner of the arcane arts, the most troublesome type of adversary, perhaps outwardly weak, but skilled in insidious techniques, particularly adept in soul arts. The agony of the soul is the hardest to bear. And it was no wonder the sect leader had descended into such a state. Liao Huiyun waved his hand, commanding, "Send the order down. 1 month from now, lead all forces to the outskirts of Qingyang town to reclaim the land." What? Reclaim the land? A fierce glint flashed in Liao Huiyun's eyes. Who dares to disobey? Death awaits. Everyone understood that their leader was truly enraged. Reclaiming the land meant a massive human assault on the mountains where the demon beasts resided, annihilating all creatures in their path, akin to a massacre. The downside of this was the potential outbreak of beast tides. A minor beast tide was manageable for an ordinary sect, but a large-scale beast tide would spell disaster for the entire Tianfeng kingdom. The decision made by the sect leader indicated that he was pushed to the brink of fury, nearly losing his senses. At this moment, no one dared voice dissent, fearing misfortune. He must be a powerful beast tamer, usually hiding in the demon beast mountains to train his beasts. Once I locate his lair, I will eliminate him. Send a message to Qin Feng, the leader of the beast tamer sect, that I will personally visit soon. It would be much easier to reclaim the land with their assistance. Liao Huiyun spoke solemnly. Yes, the beast tamer sect, one of the 4 major sects of Tianfeng kingdom, was a prominent one-star sect. Its leader, Qin Feng, was not only a congenital expert, but also a formidable beast tamer, with his mount being a genuine demon king, the Blood Wolf King, with the Blood Wolf King leading the charge. The morale of the demon beasts would be suppressed, making extermination a straightforward task. Most importantly, the Blood Wolf King could track the lingering scent of the demon beasts, ensuring we capture the black spine snake and its master. Xiao Long was oblivious to the consequences his actions would unleash. Even if he knew, he would merely chuckle and call himself a fool. The ants would surely seek revenge, but he had suffered a soul injury and would require at least a month to recover. By then, he could engage in whatever manner he pleased in his previous life. Xiao Long, as the burning sky dragon emperor, had destroyed countless sects. A mere Huiyan sect was beneath his notice, with the system in place. Who could say what level Xiao Long might reach in a month? His current weakness prevented him from unleashing his full potential. Once he broke through to the level of a demon general, he would fear no one, even among the congenital ranks that moment. Dehei conveyed a thought. Boss, the herbs you requested are almost gathered, but we are missing one, guarded by a monkey we cannot defeat. A monkey? Stay put. I will come immediately. Xiao Long made his way towards Dehei's location. After about half an hour, he arrived at a valley where Dehei and Erhei were coiled around a rock, beneath which lay the herbs they had collected. Before them stood a massive 3-meter-tall magic ape, brandishing a tree and locking eyes with the 2 serpents from a distance. The diamond magic ape? Xiao Long recognized that this creature was an 8th-tier demon beast, that Dehei and Erhei were only 3rd-tier beasts. Yet their cultivation of the dragon subduing technique emitted a faint dragon pressure that deterred the magic ape from approaching recklessly. An 8th-tier demon beast posed no challenge for Xiao Long, who had cultivated the Songlong secret classic to its 2nd level. Moreover, with his advanced body technique, fish dragon transformation, whether the magic ape could even touch him remained uncertain. Upon seeing Xiao Long approach, both serpents displayed excitement. Boss, this monkey's lair is filled with treasures, Dehei eagerly exclaimed. But I've been inside once and saw a glowing green spring. I believe it could help me break through. Erhei chimed in. A glowing spring. Xiao Long pondered. Could it be a spirit pool? If so, we are in for a substantial gain. For demon beasts, a spirit pool was an invaluable treasure. Immersing oneself in it could significantly enhance physical strength and facilitate breakthroughs as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Roaring, the diamond magic ape spotted Xiao Long and bellowed threateningly, beating its chest in anger. A beast is but a beast. Xiao Long dashed forward like a streak of black lightning, delivering a sharp blow with his tail to the ape's waist. Smack! The ape howled in pain, reaching for Xiao Long, but he slipped away like an eel, darting beneath the ape's feet to deliver another strike to its knee. Xiao Long's strength was no less than that of an 8th-tier demon beast. After the hit, the ape faltered, collapsing to the ground and wildly swinging the tree it held in an instant. Dust erupted as stones flew, Xiao Long activated his fish dragon transformation to its fullest, moving with such speed that not a single scale was touched. Smack! Another blow landed on the ape's face, finally inciting its wrath. It let out a furious roar, its skin turning a faint crimson, its stature seemingly increasing by a meter, its aura surging from 8th tier to 10th tier. Frenzy mode? This magic ape possesses the bloodline of the ancient giant ape clan. Xiao Long's interest was piqued. In ancient times, the giant ape clan was one of the 4 divine beast races, alongside the dragon clan, but had since declined into obscurity. Discovering a demon beast with giant ape blood aroused great curiosity in Xiao Long. Such creatures possessed immense potential and intelligence, perhaps even useful to him. Boom! The magic ape swung again, causing the ground to tremble, and Xiao Long quickly evaded. Upon entering frenzy mode, the ape's strength had escalated to that of a 10th-tier demon beast, and its physical prowess was likely comparable to a human at the true condensation stage. However, this primitive bloodline frenzy had its weaknesses. Xiao Long had a method to counter it. By sealing its 7 critical acupoints to reverse its blood flow, he could neutralize its power without direct confrontation. Roaring, the ape pursued him, and Xiao Long coiled like a bowstring before launching himself forward at the same time. The dragon energy from the Xiao secret classic enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the magic ape. Although the giant ape clan possessed divine beast blood, the bloodline within the diamond magic ape was exceedingly thin. Xiao Long's cultivation of the Xiao secret classic, one of the highest dragon techniques, was not something lower-tier dragons could even touch. Only high-ranking nobles of the dragon clan were worthy. Moreover, Xiao Long's own bloodline was extraordinary, harmonizing perfectly with the Xiao secret classic. The magic ape's aura was instantly suppressed, fear flashing in its crimson eyes. In the hierarchy of demon beasts, the oppression of higher species over lower ones was stark. The bloodline pressure was irresistible. In that brief moment of hesitation from the magic ape, Xiao Long was already before it, channeling his energy into 7 fine needles that pierced the 7 acupoints on the ape's body. The diamond magic ape deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground as its frenzy dissipated, its skin returning to a brown hue. Xiao Long withdrew his pressure, observing it quietly. The diamond magic ape instinctively shifted back, seemingly frightened of Xiao Long. However, Xiao Long intended no punishment. Instead, he issued 2 commands to Dahe and Erhe, then disregarded the ape as he crawled deeper into the magic ape's lair. As Dahe and Erhe passed before it, they flicked their tongues in a display of dominance before following Xiao Long into the cave. The magic ape scratched its head, appearing unwilling yet cautiously trailing behind. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Long felt no trace of spiritual energy, prompting his curiosity. A natural concealment array. He marveled. The cave was positioned to the north of the valley, which was a water source, representing extreme energy. Given the surrounding mountain formations, this location served as the center, connecting the essence of heaven and earth. Forming a natural array was hardly surprising. Stepping inside, he was immediately greeted by a rush of spiritual energy. Not far ahead lay a moderately sized, emerald green spring, the spirit pool. Next to it were various herbs, including several rare and precious spiritual medicines, with even a soul-reviving grass present, alongside a higher-tier resurrection flower. This astonished Xiao Long. How could an 8th-tier demon beast, even in its frenzy mode, gather such a wealth of spiritual herbs? Even a demon general would struggle to amass such a collection. Setting aside his thoughts, Xiao Long leaped into the spirit pool, activating the Xiao secret classic. The energy from the pool swirled around him, flooding into his body. Experience points gained. 35, 29, 31. The system notifications flooded his mind, the experience bar surging rapidly. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 7. You need 8,000 more experience points for the next level. Not long after, the upgrade notification chimed, and Xiao Long burst into delighted laughter. This was the advantage of the system, no bottlenecks whatsoever. Unlike before, where breakthroughs required days of preparation and the process itself could take several days, sometimes even failing and wasting precious time. As he probed the water, he discovered 2 dark green spirit crystals, which he promptly added to his inventory. Dahe, Erhe, come down. Yes, boss. The 2 serpents swam in, quickly reaching the pinnacle of 3rd tier, their bodies extending to a length of 1.5 meters. However, to break through to 4th tier, they would need several more days of diligent training. Meanwhile, the diamond magic ape watched enviously, occasionally emitting frustrated screeches, pounding its chest in anger, but Xiao Long paid it no mind. Experience points gained. 21, 19. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 8. You need 15,000 more experience points for the next level. As the sound of the second upgrade echoed, Xiao Long found himself at a loss. He observed that the color of the spiritual pool had considerably faded to a light green. The rate at which he gained experience had also diminished significantly. Previously, he earned around 30 experience points at a time, which later dropped to approximately 20, and now it had dwindled to a mere 10 points, with occasional single digits appearing. Alas, what a disappointment. Reluctantly, Xiao Long emerged from the spiritual pool, realizing that if he continued to absorb its energy, he might drain it completely. However, this cave served as the heart of the valley's formation, and spiritual energy would naturally converge here. He believed that it would not be long before the pool regained its deep green hue. Noting that Dahei and Erhei were still stuck at the peak of the third-tier demonic beasts, Xiao Long scattered a considerable number of spirit stones around the pool, setting up a rudimentary spirit gathering array to assist them in breaking through. This task was effortless for him. While the King Kong demon ape watched in astonishment, one of the most intelligent creatures among the demonic beasts, the ape possessed an ancient bloodline and retained fragments of the memories of the giant ape clan. Far surpassing the wisdom of ordinary beasts, the sudden appearance of numerous spirit stones arranged in an array indicated that Xiao Long possessed a human storage ring and was adept in formations. The King Kong demon ape was momentarily frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. "Can you understand what I am doing?" Xiao Long inquired, using his internal energy to mimic the language of the giant ape clan. To his surprise, the King Kong demon ape nodded in response, revealing that it could indeed comprehend the language, implying that it had inherited memories from the giant ape clan. This revelation piqued Xiao Long's interest. He gazed intently at the ape and began to employ his skill, taming beasts. "Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a King Kong demon ape, level 8, current number of tamed beasts." 3. A peculiar light flickered in the ape's eyes as it realized that its feelings towards Xiao Long had shifted from disdain to a sense of attachment. "Kid, from now on, I shall be your leader. Given the tuft of yellow fur on your head, I shall call you Huang Mao," the ape declared. Its expression changed dramatically as it leaped up, vociferously protesting. Xiao Long understood that the creature likely found the name unappealing and sought an alternative. "What, are you dissatisfied?" he challenged, releasing the pressure of his dragon lineage. The King Kong demon ape immediately shrank back, obediently nodding in agreement. "Fine. You shall be called Huang Mao from now on. Those two are your elder brothers, and once they break through, remember to greet them," Xiao Long instructed. The ape could only nod in acceptance, realizing it was no match for Xiao Long, especially after his recent advancement to an 8th-tier demonic beast. Moreover, it felt an inexplicable reluctance to defy him. "Very well. As a token of our meeting, I shall bestow upon you a fragment of the ancient giant ape clan's supreme technique, Battle Saint Body. This is only the first half. If you master even a single move, you will be invincible among your peers." The true level of the Battle Saint Body is unknown, but it is said to surpass the heavenly grade. Xiao Long acquired the remnants of this technique from the remains of an ancient dragon clan elder. After simplifying it himself, he barely transformed it into a top-tier mysterious technique. The modified Battle Saint Body consists of 10 layers, and he imparted the first 5 layers to Huang Mao. While this technique is exceedingly complex for humans to cultivate, comparable to Earth-grade techniques, the giant ape clan possesses unique advantages, enabling them to achieve results with half the effort. After a while, having completed his instruction, Huang Mao initially displayed a look of confusion, which soon blossomed into uncontrollable joy. Clearly recognizing the value of the technique, "Thank you, boss," he stammered. "You have 3 days to cultivate to the first layer. Otherwise, there is no need for you to follow me. I do not accept waste." "Yes." Huang Mao quickly scurried to a corner to begin his training, seemingly fearful of being dismissed by Xiao Long with the spirit gathering array set up by Xiao Long. The spiritual energy in the cave gradually became abundant. Given the cave's unique location, it inherently possessed spirit gathering properties, making the environment comparable to the core areas of minor sections. Xiao Long anticipated that within a few days, they would all achieve breakthroughs. Xiao Long found the situation increasingly intriguing. Along with his own abilities, a total of 4 demonic beasts were now cultivating techniques, a remarkable feat indeed. Firstly, these beasts must possess strong bloodlines and not lack intelligence. Furthermore, they must have suitable techniques for their cultivation. Most importantly, the existence of the taming beast skill was pivotal. The capability to establish a soul connection and convey the operational steps of techniques with impeccable accuracy was something Xiao Long had never encountered before in martial arts. His soul control technique could manipulate a group of soul servants, but it merely issued simple commands, lacking the profound capability of taming beasts. With this system at his disposal, Xiao Long felt invincible. Honglian Martial Emperor, just you wait. I will make you experience the sensation of being trampled by a serpent. He mused darkly as he gathered all the herbs within the cave into his system's inventory, then left the cave to retrieve the herbs hidden by Dahei and Erhei. With this, he had gathered all the ingredients for the soul restoration pill, capable of producing 3 doses. While a few more herbs were still needed for the divine recovery pill. Additionally, he could concoct several batches of melting ointment, coagulation powder, and breath recovery pills, all of which would benefit the demonic beasts. Rather than returning to the previous cave, Xiao Long casually found a small hollow to prepare the materials for 2 soul restoration pills, aware that his current strength allowed him to refine only 2 at once. He summoned 9 streams of internal energy, which coalesced into a blazing red flame, gradually forming a grand flame cauldron in midair. This fire manipulation technique, known as the 9 Dragons Fire Control Method, was a creation from his youth, once renowned, but later abandoned for more advanced techniques as his power grew. Rise. Xiao Long unleashed his internal energy, causing various herbs to soar into the air and pile into the flame cauldron. His alchemical skills were exceptionally refined. He maintained a steady pace, neither hasty nor anxious, perfectly balancing temperature, timing, distribution, and sequence. After half an hour, the herbs within the cauldron had completely transformed into a medicinal liquid. Swirling in the air, with a thought, he added the final main herb, the soul restoration grass, into the cauldron, where the 9 fiery dragons swiftly enveloped it, melting it within moments. Consolidate, Xiao Long commanded. And the various medicinal liquids within the cauldron began to merge. Typically, alchemists would combine the herbs one by one for safety, but Xiao Long chose the opposite approach, merging all the liquids simultaneously with remarkable speed and precision. If an alchemist from the Tianfeng Kingdom were to witness this, they would surely be mortified. Most practitioners could barely manage one type of liquid at a time. Those capable of handling 2 were merely legendary figures in great empires. Yet Xiao Long surpassed even that. He could manage hundreds simultaneously. Furthermore, this was not his limit. If necessary, he could handle thousands. Though Xiao Long's power had waned, his alchemical skills and experience remained intact, a culmination of centuries of knowledge. After half an hour, all the medicinal liquids had merged, and the 9 streams of internal energy dispersed, transforming the flame cauldron into a massive fiery sphere encasing the liquid. The next phase involved nurturing the concoction, which required the most time. 1 day later, the medicinal liquid had solidified into 2 perfectly round pills, releasing a fragrant aroma. Success. As the internal energy dissipated, 2 emerald green pills floated out, their fragrance uplifting Xiao Long's spirit. The soul restoration pills had been successfully crafted. He carefully enveloped 1 pill with his internal energy, examining its color and quality. It was the finest form of the soul restoration pill, while ordinary soul restoration pills were classified as second tier. The ones Xiao Long had produced were top tier among third-tier pills. Had his strength not been diminished and the quality of the herbs not subpar, he could have crafted a 4th-tier soul restoration pill, causing a national stir in the Tianfeng Kingdom. Consuming this pill would allow him to control a soul servant at the condensing truth realm effortlessly, he estimated. After swallowing 1, the pure medicinal power surged through him, illuminating his consciousness and clearing his mind. Xiao Long hastily began refining the power, feeling his fragmented soul gradually mending at an almost imperceptible pace. After about 2 hours, he finished refining the power of the first soul restoration pill. Although he estimated that he had recovered less than 1/10,000th of his soul power, it was sufficient to perform several instances of soul control. As he prepared to consume the second soul restoration pill, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, followed by a thunderous roar that seemed to threaten the very collapse of the cave. Xiao Long quickly stashed the pill away and dashed outside, where he witnessed a brilliant white light descending from the eastern horizon, overwhelming the landscape with its intensity. Celestial energy. Had the barriers of the heavenly realm opened, Xiao Long gazed at the radiant light with profound astonishment. The heavenly realm was a plane inhabited by numerous celestial beings, a place he had almost reached in his previous life. After a moment, the pure white light gradually faded, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Where did it go? Xiao Long wondered, perplexed. Regardless, he swiftly moved towards the dissipating celestial energy, knowing that it was close to the Huiyun sect. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of those creatures. If any divine artifact were to fall from the heavenly realm and be claimed by the Huiyun sect, it would spell trouble. Chapter 13, The Failed Tribulation of the Beast. After 2 hours, Xiao Long arrived at his destination, where he encountered a vast pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. Surrounding the pit was a hazy mist, obscuring any discernible objects within. The terrain was flat and devoid of people, save for a few lesser beasts that curiously encircled the pit, too timid to venture closer. Begone! The resounding voice imbued with internal energy reverberated outward as Xiao Long unleashed his imposing aura. The lesser beasts trembled in fear, scattering in all directions. In this peripheral area, 8th-tier beasts were considered formidable, and with the dragon's breath he possessed, ordinary creatures dared not approach him. Xiao Long climbed to the edge of the pit and peered inside, where he found an indistinct figure amidst the swirling mist. A human silhouette, though not clearly defined, a human. Climbing further down, he reached the center of the pit and was immediately struck with astonishment. There, indeed, lay a human girl, whose ethereal beauty could only be likened to that of a celestial being. Her eyes were gently closed, long lashes resting delicately, her flawless visage resembling a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. Silky black hair cascaded over her jade-like shoulders, and her rosy lips were captivatingly vibrant, with features so exquisitely refined they seemed untouched by imperfection that in 2 lifetimes, Xiao Long had never encountered such a flawless beauty. One glance can topple cities, a second can bring nations to their knees. He mused, as he gazed down. He felt his blood rush with the urge to spill. This girl was unclothed. Her alabaster form was exposed to the air. With slender, delicate legs and a physique that was nothing short of perfection, even surpassing the renowned Red Lotus martial emperor he had known. Stunned, Xiao Long found his mind momentarily incapacitated, having achieved the pinnacle of martial prowess. He had encountered countless beauties of all kinds, yet none had ever caused him to lose his composure in such a manner. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure. Such an inexplicably appearing girl was undoubtedly extraordinary, especially considering his current form. A serpent. A serpent. Even if a beauty were presented before him, it mattered little. That was paramount. Once steadied, Xiao Long scrutinized the girl and was taken aback to find her soul appeared disturbingly unstable. Fragmented to the point of seeming as though it might detach from her body at any moment. Suddenly, her form began to blur, transforming into a luminous white light that gradually shrank until, right before Xiao Long's eyes, it morphed into a small white fox. The fox was as pure as fresh snow, its fur resembling an immaculate blanket of white, its size no larger than a palm. With a barely perceptible aura, this dot was the essence of a transformation pill. Xiao Long exclaimed in shock. The snow fox's presence was faint, its soul nearly shattered, and combined with the scent of the transformation pill. He realized she had indeed failed her transformation. When beasts reach the realm of beast sovereign, most aspire to transform into humans and cultivate martial arts, for the human form is the optimal structure for comprehending the laws of nature. However, successful transformation necessitates the use of a transformation pill and the passage of the 9-9 thunder tribulation. To transform from beast to human is a defiance of the natural order, inviting divine retribution. Should one fail, the consequences could range from soul injury and memory loss to complete annihilation of one's essence. Yet, Xiao Long did not believe her failure was merely a simple misstep. He had delved deeply into alchemy and discerned that the scent of this transformation pill was not pure, likely tainted with some toxic substance, perhaps the root cause of her failure. Alas, a failed tribulation, a shattered soul. One can only lament your ill fate. He sighed, preparing to depart, when a sudden thought struck him. Such a mysteriously descending beast must conceal a great secret, perhaps even a legendary celestial creature. Could he truly allow her to perish? He decided. There was a fateful connection between them. He would offer her a chance at salvation, and whether she survived would depend on her own fortune. With a heavy heart, he retrieved the remaining soul revival pill, recognizing that with her soul in such disarray, the odds of survival were slim. Yet a glimmer of hope rested in his hands. Xiao Long could confidently assert that, had anyone else attempted to rescue her, even a renowned martial emperor expending all their resources, it would likely have been in vain. Only he possessed the knowledge of 2 unique formations capable of saving a beast that had failed its transformation. Xiao Long opened his inventory, scattering a considerable quantity of spirit stones, arranging them nearby while channeling his internal energy to sketch a series of intricate patterns among them. Gradually, the surroundings fell silent, enveloped in darkness. The 9 nether soul drawing array combined with the 7 stars soul nourishing array. These 2 formations were his lifelong expertise, that in his prime, he would have had a 90% chance of success. However, now, his strength had waned, and the formations lacked their full potency. The source of spiritual energy could only be sustained by mid-grade spirit stones. Whether he could revive her was left to fate. With all his spoils laid before him, 200 mid-grade spirit stones were positioned at the array's core as the essence of energy. 0.9 nether soul drawing array. Activate. Xiao Long released his internal energy, maximizing the array's operation that he sensed the fragmented soul of the snow fox gradually returning to her body, albeit at a painfully slow pace. If a serpent could sweat, he would have been drenched. Feeling as though his internal energy was being frantically siphoned away, more than half depleted in mere breaths. Damn it, I'm risking my life here. Pained, he produced 2 spirit crystals, an extraordinary find from the spirit pool. Their energies purer and more conducive to absorption than spirit stones. Without hesitation, He consumed one and cast the other into the array's core as a source of power, with the support of the spirit crystal. Xiao Long found some relief, as the dispersed soul fragments rapidly returned to the snow fox's form. After an hour, they finally coalesced completely, with a sigh of relief, despite the costly expenditure of 2 valuable spirit crystals. He had ultimately succeeded. Taking a moment to recover, he scattered the remaining spirit stones in 7 positions, forming a new array pattern that mirrored the celestial Big Dipper, subtly channeling the power of the stars from above. Subsequently, he enveloped the soul revival pill in his internal energy, placing it at the heart of the array, originally intended for his own use, but repurposed to save a fox. Xiao Long found himself bemused. With his character of self-interest, he was now utilizing his hard-earned capital to save a creature to which he bore no connection, and one whose survival was uncertain. Truly, the sun must have risen in the west today. The 7-star soul-nourishing array was complete. Now, it was a matter of her fate. Chapter 14. All must perish. Xiao Long was now destitute, his inventory reduced to mere herbs, devoid of spirit stones. And even the soul energy he had painstakingly restored had reverted to its original state. With a resigned sigh, he climbed out of the array to absorb spiritual energy and recuperate, under the weight of his oppressive aura. The beasts outside kept their distance, too fearful to encroach upon the area. Even the 8th and 9th tier beasts dared not approach. Time passed swiftly, and a day had flown by. Xiao Long cast a glance into the pit. The energy of the array was nearly exhausted, and the soul revival pill had long since transformed into nourishment, while the white fox showed no signs of awakening. Regret tinged his heart. It seemed unlikely she would recover, and he lamented the waste of resources that moment. Xiao Long raised his gaze toward the horizon. Finally arrived. Ahead lay a large pit, the epicenter of yesterday's celestial phenomenon. Something remarkable may have emerged. He rushed to investigate, spotting a group of individuals hastening toward him, 10 in total, all clad in crimson robes adorned with cloud patterns, unmistakably disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. Given the proximity of the Fire Cloud sect, it was no surprise they had come to investigate the previous day's commotion. Xiao Long concealed his presence and buried himself in the sand. Another array? As the group approached, the leader's eyes lit up. This formation is exceptionally sophisticated. I can't discern its intricacies. Even Brother Fong cannot see through it. Could the array's creator be a master of the true condensation realm? Very likely, Xiao Long thought, with a cold sneer. If you could see through it, it would be a miracle. This array is my unique creation, bridging soul power with the celestial energies of the stars. Not even a martial emperor would easily master it. Let us see what treasures lie within. The man named Fong stepped forward, oblivious to the fact that he was treading upon Xiao Long's form. In an instant, Xiao Long sprang from the sand, activating the fish dragon transformation technique. The onlookers barely had time to widen their eyes in astonishment, their gasps stifled, as he crashed into Fong's abdomen, his internal energy piercing like needles, instantly crippling his dantian. Blood sprayed from Fong's mouth as he was sent reeling to the ground. My dantian! He clutched his abdomen, his face paling to an ashen hue. Having crippled his dantian meant he was reduced to a mere shell of a man. A fate worse than death. The black-spined serpent. Only then did the others comprehend that the assailant was none other than the infamous black-spined serpent of the Fire Cloud sect. Initially, people paid little heed to the matter, failing to comprehend the significance of the sect master's substantial bounty for the capture of a mere serpent. However, it is now evident that this affair is anything but trivial, that a serpent, cunning enough to conceal its presence, ambushes humans and cripples their inner energy. Has it not transcended into something more formidable? The remaining individuals surged forward. Those who could traverse the rugged mountains to the depths of the hills were no weaklings. Among them, the weakest had reached the 7th stage of body refinement, while the majority stood at the 8th or 9th stages, with 2 being peak experts at the 10th stage. Faced with the onslaught of 10, Xiao Long's figure flickered, inexplicably sliding to the right. His tail struck the ground, utilizing the recoil to propel himself forward like a dart, piercing the throat of a man with a crippled energy core. The man, bewildered in his final moments, could not fathom why he was the first target despite posing no threat. You have slain an 8th level wild beast, gaining 600 experience. System notification. You have obtained a low-grade storage spirit ring. One must kill to gain experience. Otherwise, how does one level up? With no time to inspect the storage ring, Xiao Long swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding a barrage of martial arts strikes that rained down on the spot he had just vacated. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have been reduced to nothing. Urgently, he instructed the sect to be notified. This serpent demon is exceedingly cunning and swift. and if it escapes, it would spell disaster. Upon concluding, they hastily produced signal flares, which erupted in the sky like fireworks that in no time, experts from the Fire Cloud sect would arrive. Xiao Long dared not delay. He charged forward, his form a blur, his tail transforming into a black whip that swept through the air, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones snapping as several legs were shattered, sending their owners crashing to the ground in agony. Within 3 minutes, I shall eliminate you. Fueled by wrath, Xiao Long embraced a principle of reciprocity. If the Fire Cloud sect sought his demise, he would return the favor, slaying one for each that approached, until none remained. Brother Liu, Brother Zhou, quickly kill him, cried those whose legs had been broken, desperate for aid. Yet it was too late. Xiao Long, with a blade clenched in his mouth, morphed into a shadow, weaving through them. Wherever he passed, blood gushed forth as slashes appeared on their necks, and they collapsed, lifeless. You have slain an 8th level wild beast, gaining 600 experience. You have slain a 7th level wild beast, gaining 400 experience. You have slain an 8th level wild beast, gaining 600 experience. You have slain a 9th level wild beast, gaining 960 experience. 20 bonus for overcoming a greater challenge. With eyes ablaze, Xiao Long plunged back into the fray, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Reaping lives like a harvester of wheat, amidst the cacophony of screams and blood raining from the heavens. Although an 8th level demonic beast measuring nearly half a meter in length, his speed surpassed all. The collective might of the Fire Cloud sect unleashed a torrent of martial techniques, yet none could land a blow upon him. Even Lu Ming and Zhou Hong, peak experts at the 10th stage, were powerless against him. These prodigies of the sect, accustomed to slaying beasts of greater rank, had never experienced the humiliation of being hunted in turn. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented for them. As time passed, their resolve began to crumble that he is not merely an 8th level beast. He is a demon general. He has concealed his true strength. It was a certainty. Otherwise, such prowess would be unfathomable. Run, unbeknownst to who led the flight. The remaining individuals began to flee. As disciples of one of the 4 major sects of Tianfeng country, they were accustomed to reverence, yet their pride could not bear the weight of failure, leading them to delude themselves into believing Xiao Long was merely hiding his capabilities. Xiao Long found their folly amusing. What right did this rabble have to oppose him? The system had articulated it well. These were nothing more than wild monsters, mere fodder for experience. Chapter 15. The scheme. Xiao Long moved with wild abandon, each shift of his form claiming another life. You have slain an 8th level wild beast, gaining 600 experience. You have slain a 9th level wild beast, gaining 960 experience. As one wild beast after another fell, transforming into a torrent of experience, the once arduous task of slaying them became trivial as they focused solely on escape, unbeknownst to them. All but 2 peak experts at the 10th stage had been eradicated. The 2 stood back to back, each wielding a formidable blade. Trembling as they gazed upon Xiao Long, they realized his speed far exceeded theirs, leaving no hope of escape. Senior, I mean no offense in passing through this place, that I beseech you to forgive my transgressions. Zhou Hong, at his wit's end, recalled tales of the serpent's understanding of human speech. Clinging to hope, Xiao Long sneered, his inner energy resonating with a voice that echoed, "Forgive. Did not the Fire Cloud sect place a bounty on my head? If you desire my life, you must be prepared to meet your own demise." Zhou Hong's lips twitched in anguish. It was indeed as the rumors suggested. The serpent not only understood human speech but could articulate it. That was a foolish decision made by the Fire Cloud sect. It bears no relation to us. I assure you, upon my return, I shall sever ties with the Fire Cloud sect. I implore you, grant me my life. The other, Lu Ming, hastily echoed, though his mind churned with thoughts of spreading news upon his return. Knowing the beast-taming sect had a keen interest in peculiar demon beasts, certain they would seek to reclaim this anomaly. Xiao Long scrutinized the 2. In that case, I shall spare you. A wave of relief washed over them, their breaths synchronized in a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, Xiao Long abruptly vanished from sight, causing Lu Ming's hair to stand on end. Thud. You have slain a 10th level wild beast, gaining 1,500 experience, 50 bonus for overcoming a greater challenge. System notification. You have obtained a low-grade storage spirit ring. A flash of cold light, and Lu Ming spat blood, collapsing in defeat. While Zhou Hong retreated, fixated on Xiao Long found their naivety amusing. A mere casual remark had lulled them into complacency. Is this how the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect fare? Zhou Hong, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Senior, do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your betrayal? Wrath of heaven? I am heaven." Xiao Long, disinterested in further dialogue, surged forward once more, enveloped in a tempestuous aura, his presence soaring to the skies. Zhou Hong's complexion paled. despair clawing at his heart. Suddenly, he sensed something, and in a desperate shout, he called, "Brother Song, save me." A silver arrow shot from the heavens, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Long. Humph! Xiao Long scoffed, his tail ensnaring Zhou Hong's leg, pulling him before him as a shield. The silver arrow, undeterred, appeared to accelerate as it hurtled towards them. No. Zhou Hong screamed in despair. Swoosh! The arrow pierced Zhou Hong's body. Its momentum unabated, grazing Xiao Long's scales and erupting in a splash of crimson. Such ruthless tactics, willing to sacrifice a comrade to inflict injury upon me. Xiao Long landed gracefully, casting a calm gaze into the distance, where a young man wielding a silver longbow met his stare. This was Song Yu, a practitioner of the true essence realm, with whom he had crossed paths previously. Besides Song Yu stood two others, both core disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, one wielding a chain mace, the other a broadsword, both renowned figures. 3 practitioners of the true essence realm, 2 at the first level and 1 at the third. Xiao Long's expression turned grave. Given his current strength, facing all 3 proved to be quite the challenge. Song Yu, at the third level, possessed the golden touch, but its effective range was limited to 10 meters. While they now stood over a kilometer apart, he needed to find a way to close the distance. The archer must be eliminated. Leaving him alive would undoubtedly invite trouble. Xiao Long pondered his course of action. Charging in directly was impractical. The opponents were not fools, unless he could lure them. Just then, Xiao Long felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Shifting his gaze, he saw 3 arrows, imbued with fiery energy, soaring towards him simultaneously. He had not even perceived how Song Yu had acted. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted with explosive force, flames raging, debris scattering. Amidst the smoke and chaos, a black serpent was flung into the air, resembling a charred piece of coal. Brother Song, with those 3 explosive arrows, that serpent must have been reduced to ashes, chuckled Zhu Gang, the burly man wielding the chain mace. Brother Song's explosive arrows have previously slain 5th-level demon generals. For an 8th-level beast, there should be nothing left, added Sun Zhe, the broadsword wielder. Yet, Song Yu shook his head slowly, his expression grave. That serpent is likely still alive. What? Both men exclaimed in shock. Song Yu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The explosive arrows bore his soul mark, allowing him to sense the serpent's life force, albeit faintly. Since the last time he had been outmaneuvered, resulting in damage to the sect master's spirit, he understood the serpent's formidable nature. For an 8th-level demon beast to survive 3 of his explosive arrows was nothing short of astonishing. Let us approach and ascertain its condition. It should be hanging by a thread, with heightened focus. Song Yu cautiously advanced, each step measured to avoid unexpected developments. The 2 exchanged glances, their thoughts skeptical. Was it truly necessary to fear a mere 8th-level beast? In their eyes, Song Yu's caution bordered on cowardice, casting a shadow of disdain upon his seemingly timid approach. In the face of the disdainful gazes from the 2, Song Yu chose not to offer an explanation. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its full strength. Thus, against the snake demon, he could not permit himself to falter. Xiao Long employed a technique to suppress his presence, burying himself in the sand, completely concealing his aura. This moment, his body bore no unscathed area. Most of him had been charred and carbonized. Had he not enveloped his vital organs with the inner energy of the Azure Dragon, he might have perished from this blow. He speculated that the archer was a prodigy capable of challenging those above his level. On the surface, he was at the 3rd layer of the solidification realm, yet in reality, he possessed the strength to contend with those at the 5th layer. However, all this was but a fleeting thought, for the system still deemed Xiao Long's level as 13, only 5 levels above his own, regardless of talent, under the might of the point gold hand. Even the most extraordinary would meet the same fate, death. Xiao Long was aware that a soul mark had adhered to his body, yet he chose not to erase it, feigning ignorance instead. He made no effort to heal his wounds, remaining motionless in the soil, his aura minimized, his heart temporarily stilled, appearing as though he were deceased. Chapter 16. The kill to draw Song Yu within 10 meters of him was impossible through direct confrontation. He could only entice him to approach. Moreover, he could not evade those 3 arrows, so he decided to play dead, feigning heavy injuries, a strategy entirely within reason. Song Yu sensed no anomaly. Indeed, the life force of his opponent was steadily diminishing until it ultimately vanished. Dead, Song Yu's gaze fell upon a patch of earth, where the corpse of the snake lay buried. After a brief pause, he cautiously advanced forward, injured gravely and hiding in the soil while suppressing his aura. Such a narrative seemed plausible. And had he been that snake, he would have acted likewise. Yet, something felt amiss. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Song Yu finally reached the 10-meter mark and halted. Brother Song, what is it? Inquired the meteor hammer wielder. Zhu Gang. It feels odd to have dispatched it so effortlessly, Song Yu replied. What is there to fear? A mere 8th tier beast. I can handle it alone. Sunze scoffed, casting a derisive glance at him. Seeing Song Yu hesitate, Sunze could no longer contain himself, muttering a curse as he stepped forward. Humph, a nearly dead wretch of a snake. I shall cleave it in two. Sunze boldly approached with his large blade. At that moment, Song Yu's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Come back." He finally grasped the source of his unease. The soul mark he had left behind had not been erased. If the opponent could detect the soul imprint left by the Lord of the Fire Cloud sect and inflict harm from a distance, then their soul power must be of a transcendent caliber. How could they fail to notice his mark? The fact that they had not erased it indicated only one thing. They were luring him in. Sunze shook his head dismissively, still intent on attacking, swinging his blade toward the earth. Suddenly, a charred black snake erupted forth, and Song Yu, taken aback, found himself frozen in place, his expression of horror solidifying as he transformed into a glittering golden statue. You have slain a level 13 wild creature, earning 6,000 experience. Level challenge bonus, 100. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 9. You require 30,000 experience to reach the next level. You have acquired 2031 gold coins. With a current balance of 4211, the point gold hand is now in cooldown. System notification. You have found a low-grade storage spirit ring. What? Sunze and Zhu Gang stood in stunned silence, realizing only then that Song Yu had been killed, meeting a fate akin to that of Jiang Li and Shui. This sudden twist left them utterly unprepared that we're still alive, which means his move has a time limit. Quick. Kill him. Avenge Brother Song. As core disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, they reacted swiftly. The moment Song Yu fell, they roared and surged forward, convinced the snake was at death's door and could be dispatched with ease. Two surges of violent inner energy swept toward Xiao Long, accompanied by razor-sharp blades. Should their attack land, Xiao Long would undoubtedly perish. Just then, a massive brown figure descended from the sky, grasping Xiao Long and swiftly retreating, creating a considerable distance. "Haha, boss, I arrived just in time," boomed a hearty laugh as the yellow-haired monkey hoisted a tree in one hand while clutching Xiao Long in the other, two black-spined snakes draped over his shoulder, grinning widely to reveal a row of yellowed teeth, accompanied by a noxious breath. Xiao Long instinctively recoiled, mentally cursing the monkey for neglecting dental hygiene. Adahe and Erhe had ascended 2 levels, becoming 5th-tier beasts, while the yellow-haired monkey had successfully cultivated the battle saint body to its 1st level and effortlessly broke through to become a 9th-tier beast, his combat prowess now rivaling that of a first-layer human in the solidification realm. Xiao Long scrutinized him and couldn't help but scold. "It took you 2 days to reach the 1st level of the battle saint body. You're hopelessly foolish." "Ah, you said 3 days to qualify." "I only took 2. The yellow-haired monkey retorted, bewildered. "The boss says you're foolish. Accept it without question." Dahe and Erhe chimed in. The yellow-haired monkey was left speechless. Sunze and Zhu Gang, witnessing the sudden appearance of a golden-haired magic ape that rescued the snake while engaging in conversation, were left dumbfounded. Having heard countless strange tales within the Fire Cloud sect, they had never encountered anything quite like this. "The yellow-haired. Those 2 little rascals are yours to deal with," Xiao Long commanded. "Huh?" The yellow-haired monkey glanced at the 2, a pained expression crossing his face. "Point 1 I can handle, but 2 is beyond me. Hold them for the duration of an incense stick. Once I recover, I'll send them to their demise," Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. The yellow-haired monkey gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right." With trepidation, the yellow-haired monkey approached, his fur gradually turning red as he entered a berserk state. Against 2 first-layer humans of the solidification realm, he had to give his all. The enraged golden-haired magic ape possessed strength rivaling that of a first-layer human in the solidification realm, and with the supreme technique of the battle saint body, his combat ability surpassed that of the average first-layer human. These 2 were talented disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, capable of challenging those above their level, making it somewhat difficult for the yellow-haired monkey to defeat them. However, he could certainly delay them for an incense stick's duration. A berserk golden-haired magic ape? Sunze blinked in surprise. It was indeed his first encounter with one capable of entering such a state. The recent occurrences had been increasingly bizarre that a mere 9th-tier beast dares to provoke us. "Prepare to die," Zhu Gang bellowed, hurling his meteor hammer, which struck the yellow-haired monkey's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Ouch! The yellow-haired monkey was sent flying. Unyielding, Zhu Gang had barely finished his boast when he suddenly froze in astonishment. The yellow-haired monkey, despite taking the full force of his blow, shakily rose, checking his chest and finding no trace of injury. "That hurt. Thankfully, my hide is tough." The yellow-haired monkey grinned, marveling at the defense of the battle saint body. which truly lived up to its claim as the world's foremost defensive technique. Human, taste my stick. The yellow-haired monkey seized the tree and swung it at Zhu Gang. Bang! The meteor hammer collided with the tree, causing Zhu Gang to stagger back, his arm tingling from the impact, his mind racing in disbelief. This truly the strength of a ninth-tier beast. It rivals that of a first-tier demon, Sun Tzu. We must end this quickly. I have a foreboding feeling. Zhu Gang urged. Agreed, Sun Tzu replied, and the two of them charged forward to engage the yellow-haired monkey in combat. The yellow-haired monkey had no intention of fighting to the death. Instead, he focused on evading, buying time. Under their combined efforts, he managed to hold his ground. Chapter 17. The boss emerges while the yellow-haired monkey battled the two. Xiao Long opened his inventory, examining the numerous storage rings he had collected. After inspecting all the rings, he found a total of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, half of which belonged to Songyu, along with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, all from Songyu. Additionally, there were various pills, weapons, ores, materials, and an unexpected delight, a mid-grade spirit weapon alchemy furnace and some array materials discovered within the ring of the first disciple he had slain. Moreover, a substantial amount of food, including some roasted high-tier beasts, was also found, all of which Xiao Long consumed, further boosting his experience. Your spirit stone count has reached the required amount for upgrading your cultivation technique. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? The system notification sounded, prompting Xiao Long to click yes. Ding! Your Azure Dragon Secret Tome has been upgraded to the 3rd level, consuming 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Long ingested some healing pills and then fully activated the Azure Dragon Secret Tome to recover from his injuries. The tome consisted of 7 levels, and reaching the 3rd level was considered a minor achievement. After half an incense stick's time, he had nearly healed completely. Xiao Long opened his eyes, casting a cold, penetrating gaze at Sun Tzu and Zhu Gang. Both froze momentarily, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them upon meeting his gaze. The yellow-haired monkey was already covered in shallow wounds, but they were healing at an exceedingly slow pace. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, the yellow-haired monkey swung the broken tree trunk down upon Sun Tzu's head. Bang! Sun Tzu was struck, momentarily dazed, his vision darkening. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw a flash of black lightning before him. In the next instant, Zhu Gang witnessed Sun Tzu's head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth. You have slain a level 11 wild creature, earning 2,250 experience, upon witnessing the demise of his companion. Zhu Gang's mental state completely shattered. He instinctively sought to flee, but as he took a single step, a shadow flickered past, severing him from his head and body. 2 warriors of the true condensation realm thus met their end. The yellow-haired man stood momentarily stunned, astonished by the prowess of his leader, who had just moments ago reduced him to a pitiful state, only to be instantaneously annihilated. This place is no longer safe. We must depart, Xiao Long urged repeatedly, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him, as if real danger was drawing ever closer. Understood. Dehe and Erhe scrambled onto the yellow-haired man's back, before leaving. Xiao Long cast a glance at the distant crater, then swiftly made his way into the wilderness. System notification. A level 20 elite monster is approaching from the south, danger level, extremely high. Humph, how dare you think you can escape after killing disciples of my Fire Cloud sect? A booming voice resonated through the air, reverberating like a thunderclap. Xiao Long felt a violent tremor within him, and blood erupted from his mouth. The yellow-haired man also coughed up a mouthful of blood, his berserk state shattered, reverting him to his original self. Dehe and Erhe fared even worse. Had it not been for the protective aura of the dragon suppression technique, they might have sustained fatal injuries from that single utterance. Such power emanated from a mere shout. Xiao Long's expression turned grave as he realized that a true threat had arrived. Before him, 5 figures materialized from the void, landing on the ground. The foremost was a plump middle-aged man with silver hair and black eyes, whose demeanor resembled that of a pig, yet his gaze was chilling, akin to eternal frost that pierced to the bone. This man was Shui Wuqing, the father of Shui Yi. Xiao Long assessed the strength of those present. The pinnacle of the true condensation realm stood before him, alongside others of the 7th and 8th levels. Rapidly calculating his escape, countless strategies flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one after another. There was no solution, unless he risked his very soul to unleash a soulstorm. None present could withstand the Imperial Realm's soul power, yet the outcome would be singular. Mutual destruction. You are the serpent that killed my daughter. Shui Wuqing's cold eyes bore into Xiao Long, who remained unflinching, his icy gaze betraying no emotion. Observing the surrounding beasts, all cowered in terror, trembling on the ground, save for the black-spined serpent and the diamond ape, who appeared unfazed, as if oblivious to fear. You are indeed controlled by a beast master, Shui Wuqing declared frostily. In that case, I shall capture you and extract your soul bit by bit, until I uncover your master. You wish to extract my soul? Xiao Long found the notion laughable. Erupting into a fit of laughter, you shall witness what true soul power entails. A resolute glint ignited in Xiao Long's eyes, a tremendous and terrifying aura gradually rising within him. To be captured by an insignificant true condensation and? What nonsense! He, the burning heaven dragon emperor, would rather perish than allow this ant to experience fearlessness. Boss, no. The yellow-haired man and Dehei, sensing the impending doom, cried out in alarm. Shui Wuqing too felt a tremor of fear at the overwhelming aura. A flicker of trepidation crossing his features. Who would have thought I, the burning heaven dragon emperor, would fall in such a place? Just as Xiao Long prepared to unleash the soul storm, a system notification echoed in his mind. System notification, an unknown life form is approaching from the northwest. Danger level, unknown. Xiao Long glanced back to see a fluffy white shadow enlarging in his vision. Shui Wuqing and the others halted, fixated on the approaching figure, which revealed itself to be an exquisitely beautiful white fox. The white fox was diminutive, no larger than a palm, yet exuded an air of nobility and beauty, devoid of any blemish. As if sculpted by celestial hands, its azure eyes sparkled with a chilling depth, captivating all who beheld it. Xiao Long was taken aback. The fox was alive. What kind of marvel was this? Shui Wuqing, too, was transfixed by the sight of the stunning creature, his experience failing to discern its true strength. Humph, trickery, he scoffed, unleashing a palm strike that gathered silver energy into a sword-like projection aimed at the fox. Yet, the sword halted just an inch from the fox, as if held back by an invisible barrier, before dispersing into harmless spiritual energy that vanished into the ether. What? Shui Wuqing's expression shifted dramatically. The effortless dissolution of his attack was nothing short of astonishing. While innate masters might withstand a blow, none would so easily transform it into primal energy. At that moment, a flicker of brilliance sparkled within the pure gaze of the white fox. Suddenly, the heavens rumbled ominously, and the atmosphere shifted. The spiritual energy surged violently, converging at the center, coalescing into a tempest of spiritual force. In the eye of this tempest stood the members of the Fire Cloud sect. Ah! Cries of despair erupted as several inner elders of the Fire Cloud sect realized their spiritual energy was being siphoned away, their very flesh dissolving. Flee. They attempted to escape, but found themselves rooted in place. Unable to move in the tempest, sinking deeper into its grasp. One elder, at the 7th level of true condensation, could no longer withstand the onslaught. His entire energy was drained, leaving nothing but a pool of blood that seeped into the earth, utterly vanishing. Soon after, another elder met the same fate, his bones reduced to naught but dust. Those who had arrived with such ferocity were now oblivious to their impending demise. Xiao Long, witnessing the scene, could not suppress his astonishment. Such mastery over spiritual energy was unprecedented in his experience. Could it be the legendary celestial spirit body? A shock coursed through him. Within moments, all the arriving elders perished, leaving only Shui Wuqing alive, his expression grave as he struggled to retain the dwindling energy within him. You beast! I, Shui Wuqing, swear to the heavens that I shall reclaim your life next time. A fierce glint flashed in Shui Wuqing's eyes as he struck his chest, expelling a mouthful of blood that ignited in the air, enveloping him in a massive surge of energy. The surrounding spiritual energies were forcibly dispersed, creating a temporary vacuum. Fixing a steely gaze upon Xiao Long and the white fox, Shui Wuqing sliced through the tempest, slipping through the gap, and swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 18. Xiao Long's errant notion with Shui Wuqing's departure. The turbulent spiritual storm dissipated entirely. Sunlight streamed down, clouds drifted lazily across the sky, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, fresh and pure. Had it not been for the scattered corpses on the ground, one might have thought no conflict had ever transpired. Xiao Long felt a twinge of disappointment. The rotund foe had managed to escape, suggesting that the fox's capabilities were also limited. He turned to scrutinize the white fox, who now gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. The fox had lost its previous regal demeanor, raising its tiny head, its fluffy coat resembling untouched snow. Devoid of any color, its eyes sparkled like crystal, imbued with a gaze capable of melting even the most stoic heart. Xiao Long had never encountered such an adorable creature. Had he been human, he would have cradled it in his arms and showered it with affection. Alas, he was a serpent. Little one, do you know me? Xiao Long inquired. The white fox seemed to comprehend, its eyes narrowing into crescents as it joyfully bounded towards him, playfully licking his cheek with its delicate tongue. A wave of indescribable warmth and softness enveloped Xiao Long, electrifying his senses and nearly melting his heart. Cursing inwardly, he mused that this creature would surely wreak havoc among the beast realm. Fortunate that he possessed a human soul, or he would undoubtedly be ensnared. The white fox nuzzled against Xiao Long, its fluffiness providing immense comfort. Clearly attached to him, a beast of such caliber would possess considerable intelligence. During its unconsciousness, it sensed that this serpent had saved it. As Xiao Long had employed the 7-star soul-nourishing array, channeling his soul energy to nurture the fox's spirit, it naturally developed a sense of familiarity and dependence on him. "Do you have a name?" Xiao Long asked. The little creature shook its head, emitting a soft whimper. "Do you remember anything from before?" The fox blinked its tiny eyes, gazing upwards with a look of confusion. Xiao Long sighed. Surviving such an ordeal likely resulted in memory lost. He pondered which species of fox it might be. Tianshan snow fox, celestial flying fox, moon-eater fox? None seemed to fit. Perhaps he would seek answers in the beast realm once he grew stronger. "Very well, from now on, you shall accompany me. Your name shall be..." Xiao Long contemplated briefly before casually stating, "Little White." The white fox nudged its chin against Xiao Long, emitting a soft, satisfied coo as if pleased with its new name. This charming creature had chosen to follow him, a boon indeed. With such a formidable ally by his side, he could tread confidently, at least among those beneath the innate realm. Xiao Long meticulously surveyed the battlefield, collecting all the storage rings left behind by the elders of the Fire Cloud sect, ensuring that the 4 high-ranking warriors slain by Little White would not be in vain. That he glanced at the corpses of the disciples from the Fire Cloud sect and felt an inexplicable surge of appetite, a strange impulse to consume them. Realizing this, Xiao Long was taken aback and quickly turned away, crawling in the opposite direction. He could eat anything, but consuming humans was absolutely out of the question. Although doing so might grant him a significant boost in experience, he simply could not bring himself to do it. "Boss, can I eat those people?" Dehei asked cautiously, while Erhei also looked at the bodies. A thought crossed Xiao Long's mind. Humans had killed Dehei and Erhei's mother, a grudge that could not be forgotten. Moreover, it was only natural for demon beasts to consume humans. Why not? "Yes, from now on, human corpses will be yours." "Yes." Dehei and Erhei excitedly crawled over, devouring one of the corpses in a single bite. They then utilized the blood refinement technique Xiao Long had taught them, digesting the remains completely in just a few breaths. The bodies of cultivators in the condensing reality realm were a substantial source of nourishment. Having consumed 2 corpses, their internal energy became sufficiently saturated, bringing them to the brink of a breakthrough. Clearly unwilling to waste any opportunity, Dehei and Erhei continued to devour the remaining corpses, saving some for later digestion. After consuming several bodies, both serpents swelled into oval-shaped spheres, yet their speed did not diminish significantly. "Return to the cave," Xiao Long commanded. Upon entering the cave, Dehei and Erhei went to refine the essence of the blood, while Huang Mao continued to study the saintly combat body technique. As soon as Xiao Bai entered, she appeared excited, bouncing around and eventually stopping by the spiritual pool, curiously observing the water, seemingly very intrigued. The spiritual energy of the pool had already been largely absorbed by Xiao Long, rendering it nearly transparent. Ignoring her, he began to tally the spoils he had just acquired. Storage ring. Activate. 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 Instantly, an array of miscellaneous items, elixirs, ores, and various materials filled his inventory, with a particularly large quantity of spirit stones, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, while the low-grade stones were relatively scarce, numbering only around 100,000. Your quantity of spirit stones has reached the required amount for upgrading your cultivation technique. Would you like to upgrade? Without hesitation, Xiao Long clicked to upgrade. Ding. Your Azure Dragon Secret Manual has been upgraded to the 4th level. Consuming 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, your quantity of spirit stones has reached the required amount for upgrading your cultivation technique. Would you like to upgrade? Xiao Long clicked to upgrade once more. Ding. Your Azure Dragon Secret Manual has been upgraded to the 5th level, consuming 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with the operation of the 5th level of the Azure Dragon Secret Manual. A gentle internal energy began to cleanse Xiao Long's meridians, mending his damaged body. In just a few breaths, all of his internal injuries healed completely. Xiao Long felt a surge of excitement. With just a small expenditure of spirit stones, he had managed to elevate the Azure Dragon Secret Manual by 2 levels. At this rate, as long as he possessed sufficient spirit stones, attaining the complete 7th level was well within reach. The perfected Azure Dragon Secret Manual would not only make his physique formidable, but also allow for the regeneration of severed limbs. At that point, who beneath the innate realm could stand against him? "I need spirit stones." Xiao Long recognized that this was his most pressing concern. Whether for upgrading his techniques or setting up spirit-gathering formations and cave defenses, a vast quantity of spirit stones was essential. Without them, nothing could be accomplished. If he were human, he could easily concoct a pill for auction and make a fortune, for in his past life, he was a 9th-grade alchemist, ranking among the top in the entire continent. However, as a demon beast, being hunted by the Fire Cloud sect. He would likely be apprehended before even reaching a human auction house, unless he could disguise himself as a human. Xiao Long fell into contemplation. And suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Huang Mao and communicated telepathically. Huang Mao, can you speak human language? Human language, Huang Mao asked, puzzled. Yes, the language of humans. No. Huang Mao shook his head. All right, I will teach you human language now. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's expression turned blank. Huh? What? Don't you want to learn? Xiao Long glared, his dragon might manifesting without anger. Huang Mao shrank back, conceding, I want to learn. I want to learn, is that okay? Chapter 19. Setting off towards the human world. Humph, at least you know how to be sensible, Xiao Long said. In addition, I will teach you human gestures and etiquette. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, the rewards will be plentiful. Hearing this, Huang Mao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired. What rewards? Rewards that will make you stronger, Xiao Long replied. Will it make me a demon general? Huang Mao's breathing quickened. Humph, what is a demon general? As long as you follow me, becoming a demon emperor will not be a dream. Xiao Long snorted. Really? Really? Huang Mao seemed unable to believe it. What I say is not a lie, Xiao Long declared proudly. Huang Mao was so excited he could barely articulate, nodding enthusiastically at Xiao Long. His dream had always been to become a top demon general, returning to his kin as a mountain king, living a carefree life. He had never dared to hope to leave this place. For him, even the thought of being a demon king was beyond reach, and a demon emperor was a legendary existence. Yet, he believed wholeheartedly in Xiao Long's words. If Xiao Long said it was possible, then it must be. I will first teach you the human language. With a thought, Xiao Long transmitted a wealth of text and explanations through their spiritual connection. He then conveyed human gestures, customs, and more. Huang Mao fell into a contemplative state. The volume of information was comparable to a profound level cultivation technique, and to fully comprehend it, Huang Mao would need at least 3 to 5 days. Xiao Long took out the materials for the resurrection pill in the mid-grade furnace he had just acquired. He tossed a portion of the resurrection pill materials into the furnace and began the alchemical process. With the 5th level of the Azure Dragon Secret Manual, Xiao Long found alchemy much easier. Many intricate steps were completed with ease, and he even managed to simultaneously melt several types of materials. After only half a day, a 3rd-grade resurrection pill was successfully produced. Xiao Long swallowed it. Not long after, the effects of the resurrection pill took hold, and Xiao Long felt an unprecedented comfort in his sea of consciousness. A pleasure emanating from the depths of his soul. Half an hour later, the effects of the resurrection pill diminished, and Xiao Long noticed little change in his soul power. He understood that given the extent of his soul's damage, even a 3rd-grade pill might not suffice for restoration. Perhaps only a legendary celestial pill could achieve that. With his current soul power, he could easily slay a mid-level cultivator in the condensing reality realm with his soul needle. And against a high-level one, he could briefly incapacitate them before delivering a fatal blow. However, controlling a soul servant would limit him to managing only one low-level condensing reality cultivator. Xiao Long estimated that, in his current state, as long as he did not encounter that rotund snow witching, he would face no danger. To be cautious, he refined 2 more resurrection pills, tossing one to Xiao Bai, who also bore soul injuries. The resurrection pill would be beneficial for her. The other he kept as a backup. As for higher-grade spirit restoration pills, he did not attempt to concoct them. Firstly, he lacked the necessary materials, and secondly, the prerequisite for refining a 4th-grade pill was the use of true chi flames for nurturing. Currently, Xiao Long could only control the most basic internal chi flames. He would need to break through to the demon general realm for his internal chi to transform entirely into true chi. Next, Xiao Long decided to continue his work. He pulled out a substantial amount of materials he had collected, spending 3 days to produce several 3rd-grade pills of decent quality: the void-soaring pill, the explosion pill, and the condensing reality pill. In this rural kingdom, they should fetch a considerable sum, Xiao Long mused. These 3 pills would be his capital for acquiring spirit stones. Surveying the cave, he noted that Da He and Air He had completed digesting the human essence, advancing 2 levels to become 7th-tier demon beasts, their bodies now stretching to 5 meters in length, having shed a layer of serpent skin. In contrast, he remained at only half a meter, resembling a large earthworm. After consuming the resurrection pill, Xiao Bai had disappeared, not to be seen for 2 days. Xiao Long could not be bothered to search for her. With her strength, she could traverse this demonic mountain range with ease. Huang Mao, Xiao Long called out. Huang Mao rushed over, standing rigidly like a spear. You have nearly mastered the habits of human language, correct? Xiao Long inquired. Huang Mao scratched his head and replied, I've probably learned about 90%. All right then, put these on. Xiao Long retrieved a coat, a hat, a mask, and boots from the storage ring, all items taken from the elder of the Fire Cloud sect. After donning the garments, a 3-meter-tall, masked figure appeared before Xiao Long. Resembling a robust man, Xiao Long examined him with satisfaction. The physique of the ape-like demon beast was similar to that of a human, and with proper imitation, it would not be impossible to disguise him as a human. Huang Mao, bearing ancient bloodlines, had managed to cultivate the saintly combat body, indicating his potential for understanding. If he could not even disguise himself as a human, he would not be fit to accompany Xiao Long. Extend your hand, Xiao Long commanded. Huang Mao extended his fuzzy paw, and Xiao Long exhaled a breath of internal chi flame, singeing the hair off his hand. No. Huang Mao recoiled in fright. What, if you are not satisfied? I could concoct a hair removal pill to remove all your fur, Xiao Long remarked. No, I'm very satisfied, Huang Mao said with a forced smile. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, Boss, what about my tail? Only then did Xiao Long notice that Huang Mao's tail was tucked beneath him, causing his clothing to bulge conspicuously, resembling a large, inflated whip. Far too obvious. Don't worry about it. No one will ask. All right then. Xiao Long swiftly darted into the sleeve of the yellow-haired man, coiling around his arm. Once we reach the human settlement, adhere strictly to my instructions. Not speak unnecessarily. Say only what I tell you. Any deviation from my orders could cost you your life. You understand? Understood. Let us go. The yellow-haired man stepped forward and vanished into the cave's mouth, in the dense forest. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and faint sounds of a struggle echoed nearby. In a clearing, 2 female disciples of the sword-questioning sect wielded longswords, surrounding a white demon wolf. The wolf's body bore numerous sword wounds, its fur stained crimson with blood. The 2 disciples were faring poorly as well. One had her clothing torn, revealing a shocking gash on her fair skin, and her strength was waning. This was a 3rd-tier demon beast, the Bloodsong wolf, whose ferocity only intensified with its injuries. Sensing a lull in the assault, it became enraged, its power surging further. Sister Xiaonan, flank it from behind and attack its tail while I use the star point sword technique to hold it. Understood. Xiaonan darted towards the rear of the Bloodsong wolf, but suddenly stumbled over something, losing her balance. The wolf seized the opportunity and struck her head with a claw. Xiaonan, the other disciple shouted. Realizing her mistake, Xiaonan understood there was no time to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the wolf's claw approached. It would either be death or severe injury. No. Xiaonan despaired. At that moment, a towering figure descended from the trees, landing a foot atop the wolf's head, then flipping it away. Get lost. The muscular man swung his arm, smashing a massive tree onto the wolf, sending it soaring into the air, disoriented. A tree crashed down, and the wolf's head burst, a gruesome mix of red and white splattering the ground, lifeless. Chapter 20. Fire Cloud City. Xiao Long was taken aback to encounter a familiar face. The woman named Xiaonan. The very one who had been bullied by the rotund girl at the outset. To his surprise, she was still alive. After consuming a resurrection pill, Xiao Long's soul energy expanded, forming a spiritual consciousness that allowed him to perceive his surroundings within 100 meters without the need for sight. Hey, boss, how did I do? The yellow-haired man communicated, brimming with pride. Adequate. Now go ahead and ask for directions, just as I instructed. Yes. Xiaonan remained in a daze until her senior sister pulled her back to reality. The 2 bowed deeply to the masked giant before them, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. You were too kind. I am merely a wandering martial artist from the wildlands. Could you kindly direct me to the nearest major city? The yellow-haired man replied in a deep, resonant voice. From the wildlands. Both women were taken aback. In the vast expanse of the southern barbarian region, countless nations existed, among which the wildlands was the most renowned. Its territory dwarfed that of the Tianfeng kingdom, with sects abundant and masters aplenty, truly a 3-star empire. Besides the wildlands, the region also boasted 4 other 3-star empires and 32 2-star empires, with 1-star empires numbering in the hundreds. The Tianfeng kingdom was merely one of many 1-star empires, yet with 4 first-rate sects, it was considered a top-tier 1-star empire. However, compared to the wildlands, it was but a flickering firefly against the bright moon. The 2 dared not delay. Regardless of the truth of his words, given that he had saved their lives, they felt obliged to respond honestly. The nearest city is Fire Cloud City, located 10 kilometers to the southeast, Xiaonan informed him. Fire Cloud City. The yellow-haired man pondered before inquiring, what is its connection to the Fire Cloud sect? Fire Cloud City is the stronghold of the Fire Cloud sect. In our Tianfeng kingdom, there are 6 major cities. Aside from the Imperial City, there are 4 strongholds of the major sects, and finally, Tanyaj City, which connects the nearby 3 nations. This area is within the influence of the Fire Cloud sect, with Fire Cloud City being the closest. Xiaonan relayed the situation in the Tianfeng kingdom accurately. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently met something, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Thank you. I take my leave. The yellow-haired man paid no heed to her thoughts, offering a slight bow as a farewell, then hurried towards the direction of Fire Cloud City. Sister, did you see what he had? The senior sister asked, noticing Xiao Nan's flushed face. Yes, Xiao Nan nodded, still feeling uncomfortable, relieved that the man had a good heart. Otherwise, in such a desolate area, the consequences would be unimaginable. I've never witnessed such a sight before. Are all men from the wildlands this impressive? The senior sister gazed skyward, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Boss, could you possibly get me a pair of loose trousers? My tail is uncomfortable. Silence. These trousers are already the largest size available. If you keep whining, I'll chop off your tail. The yellow-haired man quickly fell silent, his tail writhing uncomfortably inside his trousers. Ultimately, he wrapped it around his waist, though it remained conspicuous, so he chose to ignore it. After half an hour of walking, the yellow-haired man beheld a grand city, its 30-meter-high walls forged from black iron, impenetrable and imposing. The city gate bore the large inscription, Fire Cloud City. A multitude of people entered and exited, forming a long queue, and the yellow-haired man positioned himself at the end. Clad in a wide robe and donning a conical hat, he resembled a bandit, causing those in line to keep their distance. Wary of his unpredictable temperament, "Hey, remove your mask. Let me see your face." As he approached the gate, a soldier stationed there blocked his path. Following Xiao Long's instructions, the yellow-haired man produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to the guard. Is this enough? His voice was chillingly authoritative, accompanied by a palpable aura of menace that emanated from Xiao Long. The guard, initially intent on extorting more, felt the chilling pressure and faltered, realizing that it was best not to provoke such a formidable presence. He waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Humph. Xiao Long emitted a cold snort, unleashing an invisible surge of internal energy that overwhelmed the guard, who felt as if his chest would burst. It took him a moment to recover, only to find that the yellow-haired man had vanished from sight. What a terrifying individual, the guard thought, shaken. Fire Cloud City lived up to its reputation as the stronghold of the Fire Cloud sect. With towering buildings that reached for the clouds, exuding a majestic aura, the wide streets bustled with throngs of people, bustling and vibrant. Merchants shouted loudly, showcasing a scene of prosperity. Xiao Long remained unaffected. Such a small place could hardly compare to even a restroom in his burning Heaven Dragon Palace. In contrast, the yellow-haired man appeared exhilarated, his curious gaze darting from side to side, embodying the essence of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. As he walked, he hummed an odd tune, the melody peculiar, as if passed down from some remote crag. Be serious. Don't make a fool of yourself. With Xiao Long's reprimand, the yellow-haired man straightened his posture. As they strolled, martial artists frequently passed by. Xiao Long sensed that most were at least in the 3rd stage of body refinement, though cultivators at the true condensation stage were notably scarce. He had yet to encounter one. Those at the true condensation stage could be core disciples within the Fire Cloud sect. While even the older generation could serve as stewards. In Fire Cloud City, they were considered significant figures. The yellow-haired man, now a 9th-tier demon beast, exuded an aura comparable to a human at the 10th stage of body refinement due to the unique nature of his cultivation. Coupled with his appearance, many people stepped aside, maintaining a respectful distance. Feeling the gazes of those around him, the yellow-haired man puffed out his chest, striding forward with an air of pride. Boss, in the human world, it's all about strength, he chuckled. Enough with the nonsense. Xiao Long could not help but scold him. At that moment, they noticed a crowd gathered around a corner, where a poster was affixed to the wall. People surrounded it, discussing animatedly. The yellow-haired man approached and, upon seeing the poster, was taken aback. It depicted a fox, 3 snakes, and a golden ape. The fox represented Xiao Bai. The 3 snakes symbolized Xiao Long and the 2 black beasts, while the golden ape was none other than the yellow-haired man himself. The poster bore 3 bold characters. Wanted. Beneath the wanted notice were accounts of their infamous deeds, claiming they were ruthless, having banded together to wreak havoc, slaughtering innocent civilians, and killing numerous elders of the Fire Cloud sect. It even alleged that the golden ape had assaulted a female disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. Fabricating an entire page of heinous accusations, Xiao Long remained unfazed, while the yellow-haired man gaped in disbelief, nearly leaping up. Boss, they are framing me. He fumed, his fur bristling. How could this be? There's no way I would harm human women. It's simply impossible. Chapter 21. The Hidden Dragon Bank. The thoughts of demon beasts are remarkably simple. They see black as black and white as white. There is no room for ambiguity. The methods employed by the Fire Cloud sect clashed with the yellow-haired man's worldview. Enough with the chatter. Quickly find someone to ask where the auction house is. I have no time to explain everything to you. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept those scoundrels from the Fire Cloud sect. I will eventually wipe out your entire sect. Under Xiao Long's guidance, he approached a nearby individual, clapping a hand on the person's shoulder. The startled individual was about to retaliate, but upon seeing the yellow-haired man's attire, he restrained himself, forcing a smile. Esteemed senior, how may I assist you? The yellow-haired man tightened his grip, causing the man's skin to tremble, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he maintained his smile, fearful of angering this formidable being. Tell me, where is the largest auction house in Fire Cloud City? The figure with yellow hair emitted a peculiar sound as he spoke. This was the auction house of the Xiao Long Bank. Located in the eastern part of Fire Cloud City, one could easily find it by following the road. He smiled amiably. Although one could not recklessly take lives in Fire Cloud City, administering a lesson was certainly permissible, as the law enforcement would not risk offending a formidable expert for the sake of a minor character. A gust of wind swept by, and when this person regained his senses, the yellow-haired individual had vanished without a trace. The Xiao Long auction house, the largest in Fire Cloud City, belonged to the wealthiest faction of the Tianfeng Kingdom, the Xiao Long Bank. With a long history and substantial wealth, the Xiao Long Bank maintained branches in every major city of the Tianfeng Kingdom. It was rumored that its true headquarters was not within the Tianfeng Kingdom, but rather in a 3-star super empire in the Great Wilderness, with influence spreading throughout the entire region. Even the renowned Xiao Long ranking of the Great Wilderness was compiled by the Xiao Long Bank. However, Xiao Long was unaware of these matters. He had scarcely heard of the Great Wilderness, only knowing of a barbarous nation due to a disciple from the Burning Heaven Dragon Palace hailing from there, which left him with a vague impression of such a remote place. As he walked along the street, the yellow-haired man arrived before a resplendent hall, the branch of the Xiao Long Bank in Fire Cloud City. The entrance was bustling with wealthy young nobles adorned in gold and silver. Without pausing, he walked through the vigilant gazes of the guards at the door and entered the bank. Upon crossing the threshold, a refreshing aura enveloped him, dispelling his earlier irritations. Xiao Long noticed an immense formation laid out in the main hall, encompassing the entire Xiao Long Bank. The formation's level was quite high, reaching the innate stage, indicating that the one who arranged it was at least an innate formation master, more esteemed than even innate experts. It appeared that the Xiao Long Bank's strength was on par with that of the Fire Cloud sect. The yellow-haired man proceeded into the corridor adjacent to the main hall and walked to the end, where a young and beautiful woman approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" This woman possessed extraordinary beauty, her figure voluptuous and alluring, with her glossy red lips slightly parted, her enchanting eyes exuding a natural seductiveness that could easily ensnare one's attention. However, Xiao Long felt little attraction, and the yellow-haired man was as indifferent as a wooden figure, finding that even the most stunning human could not compare to a female monkey in terms of allure. Yet, the woman's strength was impressive, having attained the 3rd level of the true condensation stage, which surprised Xiao Long as she was the first true condensation martial artist he encountered in Fire Cloud City. "I am here to consign some items." "Summon your bank's president," the yellow-haired man replied coldly, essentially reiterating Xiao Long's earlier instructions. The cold demeanor of the yellow-haired man caused a flicker of unusual emotion in Suya's eyes. She had always been confident in her beauty, and typically, any prominent figure would exhibit some degree of infatuation upon meeting her. Yet, this masked individual was entirely different. However, she had encountered many clients, and some would deliberately act aloof to capture her attention. So she remained unfazed. "I'm afraid the president is meeting with a very important client this afternoon. Perhaps you could return tomorrow," Suya offered softly. The yellow-haired man considered leaving but felt a sharp bite from Xiao Long, which made him wince. "Boss, what are you doing? That hurts. She said to come back tomorrow, so we shall return tomorrow. Who does she think she is? Do as I say." The yellow-haired man had no choice but to comply with Xiao Long's directive. He took out a true condensation pill and toyed with it for a moment before putting it away. Suya's eyes widened at the sight, although she did not recognize the pill. Its quality and the rich aroma indicated that it had just been produced and was of high quality. "This individual might very well be an alchemist, since your president refuses to meet with me. I shall make my way to Beastmaster City. I doubt this pill will not sell there," the yellow-haired man declared before turning to leave. "Please wait," Suya exclaimed anxiously. Beastmaster City also had a branch of the Xiao Long Bank, but the branches were in competition. Better performance meant more resources. The person before her could casually produce such a fine pill, likely indicating he was a first-grade alchemist. Such individuals were worth courting. And even if they could not be won over, they must not be offended. Suya hurriedly positioned herself in front of the yellow-haired man, half leaning against him. "Sir, might I see the pill you just mentioned?" she asked, her voice soft as she leaned closer to his ear, her lips slightly parted. With Suya's seductive techniques, any normal man would find himself flustered and unable to resist, quickly agreeing to her request. Even first-grade alchemists of noble status had fallen under her charms, many joining the Xiao Long Bank. Unfortunately, the yellow-haired man was not an ordinary man. He was a monkey. "Get away. Bring your president here. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss." He forcefully brushed her arm aside, his gaze cold and warning. Suya's expression darkened immediately. She had never encountered such a person before. Even the notoriously cold-hearted Shui Wuqing could not withstand her allure. Desiring to spend the night with her, had it not been for concerns about the Xiao Long bank's power, he might have even forced himself upon her. She had never met a man she could not entice. And she had only offered a hint of her charm because this individual might be an alchemist. Otherwise, she would have ignored him entirely. Yet, here he was, completely dismissing her with an arrogant demeanor, which struck a blow to her pride. I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If your president does not arrive, I will take my leave, the yellow-haired man stated before sitting down and closing his eyes in meditation. Humph. If you are not an alchemist, I will flay you alive. Xia thought fiercely, yet she continued to feign a pitiful demeanor. Do I not even have the right to see it? The yellow-haired man ignored her entirely, not even glancing her way, treating her as if she were air. Frustrated beyond measure, Xia pulled out a jade pendant engraved with a soul mark and crushed it. Not long after, a middle-aged man arrived, dressed in a luxurious purple gold robe, exuding a powerful aura, striding with the confidence of one at the pinnacle of the true condensation stage, at the same level as Shui Wuqing. He was Wang Jianfeng, the president of the Xiao Long Bank's branch in Fire Cloud City. Upon seeing the scene before him, Wang Jianfeng furrowed his brow. Xiaoya, did I not say I was meeting Master Gu Yun this afternoon? Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me. He completely disregarded the yellow-haired man. President, this gentleman wishes to consign some items. Xia pointed to the yellow-haired man sitting on the floor. Wang Jianfeng glanced at the yellow-haired man and shook his head, deeming him unworthy of further attention, a mere masked individual whose strength was below the true condensation stage, in his eyes, utterly insignificant. This gentleman may possibly be an alchemist, Xia whispered urgently into Wang Jianfeng's ear, lowering her voice. Oh, Wang Jianfeng's interest was piqued. If he were indeed a first-grade alchemist, it would be worth courting him, as there were only about a dozen first-grade alchemists in Fire Cloud City. And among those affiliated with the Xiao Long Bank, merely 6. If it could gain another, it would benefit the bank immensely. My apologies for the earlier oversight. May I ask what you wish to consign? Wang Jianfeng greeted the yellow-haired man with a bow. Let us change to a more suitable place for discussion, the yellow-haired man replied, still keeping his eyes closed, unmoved, completely ignoring him. Seeing the yellow-haired man's attitude, Wang Jianfeng felt a flicker of irritation. A mere first-grade alchemist dared to act so haughty. He was, after all, the president of a branch of the Xiao Long Bank. Neither his status nor strength was to be compared with that of a first-grade alchemist. However, having held the position for many years, he maintained a degree of composure. Moreover, since alchemists were known for their eccentricities, it would not hurt to flatter him a bit. Please follow me. Wang Jianfeng smiled and gestured for him to lead the way. The yellow-haired man finally stood up leisurely, tilting his head as he strolled forward without haste. As they walked, Wang Jianfeng attempted to engage him in conversation, subtly probing for information about the yellow-haired man's background. Xiao Long had long seen through such ploys, and under his guidance, the yellow-haired man responded flawlessly, either giving non-committal grunts or remaining silent. After some time, Wang Jianfeng, finding no weaknesses to exploit, shifted topics to boast about the Xiao Long Bank's formidable strength. The yellow-haired man took note of this but maintained an air of indifference, even casting a dismissive glance at Wang Jianfeng. I am here to consign items, not to listen to your ramblings. At this statement, Wang Jianfeng's lips twitched in irritation. If this individual were truly an alchemist, it would be manageable. If not, he would not hesitate to show his displeasure. Wang Jianfeng guided the yellow-haired man into a spacious room, its walls adorned with purple gold and the carpet made from a certain beast's hide, providing a soft and comfortable feel underfoot. This was the Xiao Long Bank's most luxurious chamber. Suya entered with a cup of fragrant green tea, invigorating all who inhaled its aroma. The yellow-haired man eyed it hungrily, about to reach for a sip when Xiao Long's stern voice halted him, causing him to retract his hand. My friend, please present the items you wish to consign for my inspection. Wang Jianfeng said with a smile, secretly contemplating that if the items turned out to be worthless, he would ensure the yellow-haired man faced consequences. The blonde-haired youth languidly rubbed a storage ring, producing a cerulean elixir that shimmered with an ethereal azure glow, causing a faint ripple of spiritual energy to permeate the air. Upon sighting the elixir, Suya's eyes widened in astonishment, while Wang Jianfeng inhaled sharply. Taken aback, the elixir was a Ningzhendan. This precious concoction could grant practitioners at the Ningzhen realm a certain probability of breaking through to a higher level of cultivation. Such an item would incite frenzied competition wherever it was presented. And in the kingdom of Tianfeng, it was a rarity beyond value. Many Ningzhen practitioners toil for years, even decades, to ascend a single realm. The prospect of achieving such a breakthrough through a single elixir is nothing short of intoxicating. Any finished Ningzhendan is at least a top-tier second-grade elixir, suggesting that the individual before them might very well be a second-grade alchemist. If that were the case, then all previous condescension could be forgiven. Only a second-grade alchemist would possess the audacity to exude such an air of superiority. In the entirety of Huiyun City, there existed but one second-grade alchemist, Master Guyun, who, as far as Wang Jianfeng was aware, was incapable of concocting the Ningxuan due to lack of both the recipe and the requisite skill. Realizing that this person might be an eminent second-grade alchemist, Wang Jianfeng's demeanor shifted instantaneously to one of profound respect. Dispelling any earlier disdain, the blond youth casually tossed the Ningxuan, startling Wang Jianfeng, who scrambled to catch it delicately in his hands, scrutinizing its quality, scent, and appearance, all of which were of the highest caliber. I have never encountered such a flawless Ningxuan. This is a third-grade elixir. Wang Jianfeng felt as though struck by lightning. A third-grade elixir. If a second-grade elixir could drive practitioners of the Ningxuan realm into a frenzy, a third-grade elixir would undoubtedly tantalize innate masters. While a second-grade Ningxuan merely offered a chance at breakthrough, the third-grade variant guaranteed success, with a possibility of ascending 2 levels, even if he were to consume it himself. There remained a slight chance of transcending to the innate realm. My lord. This, Wang Jianfeng stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. There were fewer than 3 third-grade alchemists in the entire kingdom of Tianfeng, the renowned Dan Wang of the imperial city. Celebrated as the foremost alchemist in the realm, was a third-grade alchemist and a favored figure beside the emperor. Following a grievous injury to his spirit, Liao Huayan, the sect master of Huiyun's sect, had personally traveled to the imperial city, offering exorbitant sums to request the Dan Wang to craft a potion for the restoration of his spirit, only to be turned away. It was only after considerable effort and expense, including the emperor's intervention, that he was granted a single elixir. This underscored the exalted status of third-grade alchemists. And now, before him stood one such master. Suya was rendered speechless, realizing she had just flirted with a third-grade alchemist. Had she provoked this individual, her life would have been forfeit without a soul to speak on her behalf. Xiaya, inform the Huiyun sect that the Huiyun auction will be held in 3 days instead of the usual year-end. All items previously held back should be presented as well. Yes, Suya understood that due to the influence of this esteemed individual, the annual auction was hastily rescheduled. Wang Jianfeng, recalling that Master Guyun awaited him, hastily exited the room. He rushed to the reception hall of the money house, where an elderly man with white hair and a grim countenance awaited him. Master Guyun, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Wang Jianfeng expressed his regrets. President Wan, what audacity! You kept this old man waiting for half an hour. Master Guyun retorted with sarcasm. I dare not. I encountered a significant client, which caused a slight delay. Wang Jianfeng replied, bowing his head. A significant client. Is there anyone more important than this second-grade alchemist? Master Guyun's initial surprise gave way to a smile devoid of warmth as he regarded Wang Jianfeng. The latter, sensing the tension, felt compelled to clarify. My Lord Xiao is a third-grade alchemist. Who could compare? However, Master Guyun was not to be trifled with. He was not only a second-grade alchemist, but also an honorary elder of the Huiyun sect, making it unwise to offend him. Wang Jianfeng could only offer his apologies, showering the elder with empty pleasantries and promises of various benefits. Master Guyun rose, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he turned his gaze towards Suya, who had just arrived. President Wan, no need for benefits. The young lady Suya is quite delightful. Why not gift her to me? We can consider today's incident settled, and I shall remain open to future collaborations. Suya's face drained of color at this proposition. Wang Jianfeng's expression darkened. Suya managed the money house's affairs and was essentially its second command. In the eyes of Huiyun City's denizens, when they thought of the Xiao Long money house, it was invariably Suya's captivating visage that came to mind. Not his to offer her up would be akin to slapping his own face. Master Guyun, you must be jesting. Wang Jianfeng feigned amusement. I never joke. The elder insisted. President Wan, I grant you 3 days to contemplate. I trust you are a wise man. With that, Master Guyun laughed ominously and departed. President, Suya was at a loss for words. Wang Jianfeng sighed, approaching her with earnestness. Suya, you must understand. For the sake of a second-grade alchemist, sacrificing you is worth it. President, Suya knelt, her eyes reddening. The notion of serving an old man was unbearable. However, if you can win over Lord Xiao, I will not only spare you, but will effortlessly grant you the position of president. Feeling as if she had grasped a lifeline, Suya dried her tears and nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Possessing an innate charm, she could enchant any man who fell under her spell. She had only used this allure twice before, once to save her life at the hands of a powerful master, and once to gain Wang Jianfeng's favor when he recruited her into the Xiao Long money house. If applied to this esteemed lord, she was confident it would succeed. First, we must investigate his background. As long as he does not belong to a particularly powerful faction, we can proceed. Wang Jianfeng stated solemnly. Yes, Suya's eyes gleamed with determination. Haha, boss, I performed quite admirably just now. Didn't I? The blonde youth swaggered down the street. Admirably. Had it not been for my presence, you wouldn't have known how you perished. Xiao Long scoffed. Really? Was it that severe? The youth replied in astonishment. Humph. Xiao Long snorted, declining to elaborate. A third-grade alchemist with only the feeble strength of the 9th stage of body refinement was hardly a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Long suspected the Qianlong money house would indeed be tempted. The yellow-haired youth walked for a while before arriving at a luxurious inn. The inn was vast and imposing, resembling a grand palace, and was considered the most opulent establishment in Huiyun City. Innkeeper, prepare a Tian class room for me, he stated as he entered. The innkeeper scrutinized him for a moment and respectfully replied, esteemed guest, the cost for a Tian class room is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones per day. If you prefer medium-grade spirit stones, it will only be 40 per day. The youth tossed a storage ring towards him, declaring, open it for 10 days. During this time, I expect not to be disturbed. Upon inspecting the ring, the innkeeper found it contained exactly 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Rest assured, in Huiyun City, no one dares to disturb guests in a Tian classroom, he assured with a smile. Guided by the innkeeper, the youth entered a room rich in spiritual energy. The room was spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, and the walls were crafted from mysterious iron, incredibly resilient, impervious to any marks from those below the 5th stage of body refinement. The cost of such walls was substantial, and the abundant spiritual energy hinted at the presence of a spirit-gathering formation beneath, which, although not of high grade, was already considered quite luxurious in this locale. Xiao Long emerged from the youth's sleeve, scattering a multitude of spirit stones on the ground to sketch out intricate lines, thereby setting up a miniature spirit-gathering formation. You focus on your cultivation here. I will step outside for some fresh air. Inform me immediately if anything occurs, Xiao Long instructed. Understood, the yellow-haired youth replied, seated within the spirit-gathering formation, feeling the rich spiritual energy converging around him. Excited, he let out a joyful exclamation before entering a state of cultivation. Xiao Long slithered to the window, suddenly struck by inspiration, and set up a surveillance array in the corner before exiting through the window. The yellow-haired one may not be the sharpest, and if he gets deceived, I would be none the wiser. Those fellows from the Qianlong Bank are not to be underestimated. Surely, they are monitoring his every move. He mused. At the entrance, Xiao Long set up another surveillance array, ensuring comprehensive coverage before departing the inn. Activating his concealment technique, he burrowed underground, moving effortlessly through the soil, his serpentine form minimizing resistance. With the agility of a 9th-tier demon beast, he traversed with ease, as swift as on the surface. Using his spiritual sense as a guide, Xiao Long arrived beneath a tavern. This was the purpose of his venture: food. Since his last grand feast, his appetite had grown exponentially. While he could usually endure, now that he was in a human city, restraint was becoming a challenge. If I can eat, why hold back? He thought, emerging from the kitchen's vicinity, where he beheld a table laden with delectable dishes. He bit into a roasted beast thigh, swallowing it whole. This thigh was longer than his own body, yet peculiarly, his form showed no signs of alteration. You have consumed a 3rd-tier beast, gaining 69 experience points. Xiao Long leaped again, devouring everything on the table in mere moments. You have consumed a 2nd-tier beast, gaining 35 experience points. You have consumed poultry, gaining 7 experience points. You have consumed a 4th-tier beast, gaining 125 experience points. After feasting, he roared in delight, feeling his experience points surge by approximately 2%. Someone's coming. Time to skedaddle. Xiao Long swiftly burrowed back underground. From his perception, he noticed a waiter entering the kitchen, only to be dumbfounded upon seeing the empty plates. What on earth happened? The waiter exclaimed, bewildered. Xiao Long adjusted his course, heading straight for another tavern. Thus, Xiao Long moved from place to place, devouring a feast in each location. After a day, he had cleared over 100 taverns in the city, save for those fortified with defensive arrays, indulging in a grand culinary adventure. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. You require 150,000 experience points for the next level. Hearing the upgrade notification, Xiao Long laughed joyfully. Level 10 signified he was now a 10th-tier demon beast, and he was but 1 level away from becoming a demon general. However, he was dismayed to learn that leveling to 11 required a staggering 150,000 experience points, 5 times that of level 10. At his current rate of consumption, he would need to feast for another 5 days to level up. Unfortunately, his escapades had prompted the taverns throughout the city to bolster their defenses, with vigilant eyes constantly watching the kitchens, and some even setting up formations to capture him, leaving Xiao Long feeling quite helpless. Damn it! If they dare to deny me food, I shall feast before their very eyes. Focusing his spiritual power, Xiao Long conjured a soul needle, swiftly aiming it at the surveillance observer. This needle required only a fraction of the usual force, yet it was sufficient. The individual's consciousness was pricked, revealing a dazed expression. Xiao Long erupted from the earth, a shadowy blur as he devoured everything edible in sight before quickly retreating underground. This entire act took but a breath of time, and when the individual regained clarity, the table was bare. The innkeeper, something terrible has happened. Xiao Long reveled in his clever tactics, realizing this method was indeed effective, albeit at the cost of spiritual power, making it suitable for occasional use to satiate his cravings. Just then, he sensed activity within the surveillance array set up at the inn. A figure appeared. It was none other than Suyi from the Xiao Long Bank. Today, she was dressed rather provocatively, wearing only a red sheer fabric, exuding an alluring aura even from behind the array. Just as I thought. Dressed like that, could it be that she intends to? Xiao Long found the situation amusing. Without further ado, he departed the tavern and made his way back to the inn. Suya indeed harbored such intentions. For when she unleashed her innate talent, any man would become her obedient servant. Over the past 2 days, she had employed all her intelligence networks to investigate the yellow-haired youth's origin, yet had uncovered nothing. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, she had confirmed one thing. He had no hidden protectors. Miss Su, the guests in Tian classrooms usually have notable backgrounds. Please exercise caution. The innkeeper advised respectfully at the entrance. Fear not. I merely wish to engage in a conversation. I will not tarnish your establishment's reputation. Suya replied with a light laugh, her voice melodious, having already prepared herself impeccably. With rosy cheeks and a radiant smile, her alabaster neck accentuated by a hint of blush, she exuded an enchanting charm. Particularly, her eyes radiated a profound luster, drawing one in as if their very souls were at risk of being ensnared. The innkeeper gazed at her, spellbound, nearly drooling. Uninterested in his attention, Suya approached the door and pushed it open. Upon entering, a wave of rich spiritual energy enveloped her, causing her to gasp in astonishment. The density of spiritual energy was nearly on par with the core region of the Huiyun sect. The hall was empty, so Suya moved to a smaller room, and upon entering, her eyes widened in shock. The room was suffused with a palpable spiritual energy, forming a mist-like white flow. Such a concentration of spiritual energy was something she had never encountered in her years. In her extensive experience at the Xiao Long Bank, she immediately recognized this as a man-made miniature spirit-gathering formation. Such a small area, yet with such remarkable effects. Whoever had arranged this was undoubtedly a master of formations at that moment. The spiritual energy seemed to find a release point, gushing into the massive figure at the center, which gradually came into focus. As the mist-like energy dissipated, the figure was revealed to be none other than the masked yellow-haired man. A third-tier alchemist, coupled with a formidable formation master. Suya's breath caught in her throat. She had never before encountered such an extraordinary individual. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her racing heart, believing that no matter how powerful he was, she would surely ensnare him, bending him to her will. After all, what resistance could a 9th-stage body refinement practitioner muster? At this moment, the yellow-haired youth had ceased his cultivation, staring in astonishment at Suyu. How did she get in? He wondered, perplexed. According to Xiao Long's account, intruding into one's room was considered a grave disrespect in human customs. Yet, facing someone stronger than himself, he found himself at a loss for guidance. Any misstep could lead to exposure, and it was impossible not to feel anxious that I must inform my master. The yellow-haired youth prepared to send a message to Xiao Long when suddenly, he caught sight of a peculiar glimmer in Suya's eyes, which captivated him. In an instant, he felt an irresistible allure emanating from her, akin to a mesmerizing dance of a female monkey. Impossible. How can a human resemble a monkey? Startled, the yellow-haired youth stumbled backward, landing on the ground. I've succeeded. Suya rejoiced. In her eyes, to evoke such a flustered reaction from a proud third-tier alchemist was a clear sign of her charm's influence. Little did she know, the yellow-haired youth was not enchanted. Rather, he was merely anxious about being discovered in the absence of his master, hence his panicked demeanor. Lord Xiao, may I remove your hat to see your true face? Suyu approached with a bewitching smile, her every movement entrancing. Stay away, the yellow-haired youth exclaimed, his voice laced with fear. Suyu was perplexed. Logically, he should not fear her if he were under her spell. Could something be amiss? Observing him closely, she noted his curled posture in the corner, reminiscent of a child caught in mischief, which left her utterly confused. Regardless, since you have fallen under my charm, I shall capture you and take you back. Suya contemplated, her delicate fingers reaching out to grasp the edge of the yellow-haired man's hat. In an instant, he erupted in a frenzy, a violent surge of internal energy radiating outward like a storm, transforming into countless fine needles that shot towards her. What? Suya was taken aback. He was actually counterattacking. Moreover, his aura had suddenly surged, reaching the first level of the true condensation realm, evidently having invoked some secret technique or consumed a pill to enhance his strength. Suya unleashed a wave of true energy, and their energies collided with a thunderous roar, causing the floor to crack like a spider's web. In the clash, the yellow-haired man's hat shattered into fragments, and his mask was nearly obliterated, revealing part of his face. The entire building shook. Both figures retreated upon contact, with Suya backing up to the doorway, gazing in shock at what lay before her. Her charm technique had failed. "Miss Suya, please conduct yourself with dignity and leave as if nothing has transpired," came the voice of Xiao Long relaying this message. At that moment, the yellow-haired man appeared extremely disheveled. Not only had his hat been destroyed, but his mask was also almost in ruins, barely concealing his face, with a tuft of hair now exposed. Had he not turned his head in time, he would have been fully revealed. Standing in place, he glared at her with slanted eyes, brimming with fury, showing no signs of having fallen under her charm. Failure? How could this be? Suya's cold sweat streamed down her back. She never anticipated that her charm would fail. Just as she was pondering how to remedy the situation, she noticed the yellow-haired man's legs were trembling slightly. What was happening? This was a third-grade alchemist. Yet he appeared to be afraid of her, a mere woman. Upon closer inspection, the yellow-haired man seemed unnerved by her gaze, lowering his head, unwilling to meet her eyes. Suya's curiosity deepened. What was he afraid of? Her thoughts raced. Having spent so long at the Xiao Long money house, she was certainly not a dullard. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "Lord Xiao, are you truly a third-grade alchemist?" In truth, she had long harbored doubts. There were only a few third-grade alchemists in the entire country, so how could one suddenly appear without any warning? She suspected that the pills were not concocted by him, but rather stolen or discovered in some ancient relic. If that were the case, it indicated he had a considerable stash of pills and feared being discovered by her. Of course, the yellow-haired man replied, retracting his neck, though his tone lacked conviction, further intensifying Suya's suspicions. A person who had yet to reach the true condensation realm possessing extraordinary alchemical skills was an inconceivable phenomenon. The renowned Dan King of the Imperial City was not only a third-grade alchemist but also an innate master. Even the second-grade alchemist, Gu Yun, from Huiyun City, was a formidable figure at the fourth level of the true condensation realm. For a third-grade alchemist, breaking into the true condensation realm would be a matter of course. Why then was he only at the 9th level of body refinement? After all this time, his earlier arrogance at the Xiao Long money house was merely an act, and now that he was confronted, he had turned timid. Suya's eyes curved into crescents as she approached with a smile. "Lord Xiao, might you demonstrate your extraordinary alchemical skills for this humble lady?" As she spoke, she stepped closer, and at the final word, her delicate hand shot out like lightning towards the yellow-haired man's wrist. "Don't come any closer." He swiftly retreated, attempting to flee. Suya smiled, gracefully following in pursuit. The small room was thrown into chaos as the two figures chased and fled, crashing into tables and shattering furniture, even leaving multiple dents in the iron walls. After entering a frenzy, the yellow-haired man could only contend with a first-level true condensation warrior, while Suya possessed the strength of a third-level true condensation, surpassing him by 2 levels. Additionally, the yellow-haired man did not wish to create a commotion or engage in combat, weakening his momentum. "I've got you." In the midst of the tumult, Suya seized the yellow-haired man's shoulders, pinning him to the ground, her true energy suppressing his entire body, rendering him immobile. "Lord Xiao, let me see your true face." Chapter 26. Taking you as my servant. Suya's slender fingers pressed against the yellow-haired man's mask, ready to unveil it when suddenly, she noticed a long, thin object swinging towards her face. Suya reached out instinctively, capturing a soft, furry appendage. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a brownish yellow tail. What in the world? Suya was momentarily stunned. This tail had emerged from his trousers. Seizing the opportunity while Suya was dazed, the yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to lift his head and charge at her forehead with force. At such a close distance, Suya could only barely react, unable to evade in time. Thud. With a dull thud, their foreheads collided violently, blood splattering as the yellow-haired man's mask shattered completely, and Suya was knocked backward. How infuriating. Stopping some distance away, Suya felt a surge of rage. She, a third-level true condensation warrior, had actually suffered at the hands of someone only at the 9th level of body refinement. But as she halted, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. The figure before her, no, to be precise, the creature before her, was not a man but a monkey, standing there with a pair of beady eyes, glaring at her maliciously. The diamond magic ape. Suya's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had swallowed several large eggs. "Big brother, the cover is blown. What should we do? If this news spreads, the Huiyun sect will surely mobilize all their forces to capture us. And then we're done for." The yellow-haired man internally shouted, sending a soul message to Xiao Long. Xiao Long did not respond, leaving the yellow-haired man in a state of panic, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Suya felt dizzy and overwhelmed, unable to articulate her shock. Suddenly, she saw a small black snake appear before her, and her vision narrowed to the depths of its dark, profound pupils, the heart-eating soul-controlling technique. Xiao Long's vast soul power surged forth, effortlessly piercing into Suya's consciousness, revealing her memories and past experiences to him. A natural charm body. How astonishing. Xiao Long marveled inwardly. It was hard to believe that such a unique constitution could be found in the desolate Tianfeng kingdom. The natural charm body, as the name implies, possesses an inherent allure to the opposite sex, making it exceedingly suitable for cultivating nefarious techniques that absorb yang and supplement yin. The notorious female demon Dongfang Yuhong from the eastern Xian domain was a natural charm body. Having drained the life essence of countless men, it was said that when she ascended to the Saint King realm, she used the blood of men from a 3-star empire for a grand blood sacrifice. Staining the heavens red, she later attempted to seduce the Sword Emperor of the Galaxy to secure her imperial status but was slain by him in one strike. The entire eastern Xian domain celebrated. For the notorious female demon had finally faced justice. One can only imagine how terrifying a natural charm body can be. However, Suya's charm body had not been fully activated and lacking the appropriate techniques. She remained mediocre. With a thought, Xiao Long altered Suya's expression to one of daze, causing her to respectfully bow to him. Master, releasing her heart and guiding the heart-eating seed into her heart meridian. Yes, Master, Suya replied, bowing respectfully while channeling a stream of dark red true energy into her heart meridian. Xiao Long's strength had yet to recover, making it impossible for him to implant the heart-eating seed directly. He could only temporarily control Suya with his soul, allowing her to guide it in herself. To the yellow-haired man, this scene seemed miraculous. The Suya who had just overpowered him was now under Xiao Long's control. Bowing and calling him master, what true invincibility looks like. This was it. The yellow-haired man's admiration for Xiao Long deepened. Half an hour later, the heart-eating seed was successfully implanted within Suya's body. Xiao Long initially intended to make her a soul servant but reconsidered. Recognizing her natural charm body as a rare asset that might be useful in the future, instead, he chose another method to control her. While a soul servant could still cultivate normally, their innate talent would be diminished, preventing them from fully unleashing the power of their natural charm body. Reclaiming his control, Xiao Long watched as Suya's expression returned to normal. She quickly retreated, gazing in terror at the ape and the snake before her. Suya, you should know what I just planted within you, Xiao Long said coldly. Upon hearing this voice, Suya's face turned ashen. Although she had been controlled, the events that transpired were vivid in her memory. She knew that the red true energy was now within her heart meridian, and she had personally guided it in, controlling her soul, making her comply with his every command. This method was utterly chilling. Having offended this emperor's disciple, you should have been subjected to 1,000 years of torment and suffering, but today I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you and take you as my servant, granting you a chance for redemption. From now on, you must obey my every command. Should you harbor even the slightest intent of defiance, the heart-eating seed within you will erupt, reducing you to ashes. Yes, Suya felt cold sweat trickling down her back. Yet in her heart, she resolved to seek the aid of an innate master at the money house upon her return, hoping to find a way to remove it. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she was seized by a piercing pain, as though a blaze were consuming her chest. Do not attempt to seek help, should you entertain even a fleeting thought of defiance against me. The heart-eating seed will explode. Do you understand? I understand, Suya stammered, her heart filled with a terror that words could scarcely convey. What manner of monster was this? If she could relive this moment, even with 1,000 lives, she would not dare provoke such a creature to manipulate her soul and implant an unheard-of heart-eating seed. This was the very embodiment of a demon, and yet she found herself utterly unable to resist, not even daring to entertain a thought of rebellion. Wait, the black-spined snake, the diamond magic ape. Not long ago, the chaos within the Fire Cloud sect was instigated by none other than a black-backed serpent. She had certainly heard of the misfortunes that befell the sect, said to have offended a beast tamer who commanded ferocious beasts, resulting in the deaths of 4 esteemed elders and 3 core disciples of the sect, leaving even the formidable Shui Wuqing in utter disarray. The infamous beast in question was a serpent scarcely measuring a meter in length. Seemingly affirming Suya's thoughts, Xiao Long remarked nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am the serpent sought after by the Fire Cloud sect. However," he continued, fixing his gaze intently, "I am not controlled by any beast tamer. I am my own being, an independent entity. The third-grade pills were forged by my hand. The formation beneath my feet was laid by me. And you too are under my influence. Do not presume to speculate on my identity, for such conjectures will only deepen your fear." With that, Xiao Long summoned a colossal alchemical furnace that appeared out of thin air, filling it with a plethora of medicinal herbs, including several rare third-grade materials. Following this, to Suya's astonished gaze, 9 blazing fire dragons erupted under Xiao Long's command, burning fiercely. This is the fire manipulation technique of an alchemist," Suya exclaimed, her pallor evident. Ignoring Suya's shock, Xiao Long began crafting pills using the 9 dragon fire control method. Without any auxiliary techniques, he wielded pure spiritual energy to manipulate a vast quantity of herbs, which slowly dissolved, separated, and fused amidst the swirling flames of the 9 fire dragons. The mastery he exhibited in fire control and the meticulousness of his craft were unparalleled in Suya's experience. As she observed the black-backed serpent before her, she felt her worldview shatter. A beast capable of human speech, one that could concoct third-grade pills and exert control over humans through its soul. She even entertained the notion that perhaps the spirit of some ancient entity had possessed the serpent. The alchemical process proceeded methodically, and after half a day's work, a fragrant elixir emerged, a top-grade soul-reviving pill of exquisite quality, a rarity that could restore one's spirit. Su was rendered numb, among all types of pills. Those beneficial for the soul were the rarest and most precious, with immense difficulty in their crafting. It was said that the famed Dan Wang of Tianfeng spent 20 batches of materials to produce merely 3 spirit recovery pills, which only barely entered the third-grade tier. The combined efficacy of those 3 pills paled in comparison to this single soul-reviving pill. Miss Su, my abilities surpass your imagination. Return to your Xiao Long money exchange. Should I require anything, I will inform you. Perhaps on a day when my mood is favorable, I may consider lifting the heart-devouring seed. Yes, Suya's eyes brightened, and she quickly bowed respectfully. I shall take my leave. After witnessing Xiao Long's prowess, Suya no longer harbored expectations of rescue from anyone else. She could only hope that this formidable being might one day be in a good mood and spare her. Simultaneously, she mourned for the Fire Cloud sect in her heart, knowing that even the slightest grudge from such a being could cripple even a minor sect. That night, the lights of Fire Cloud City blazed brightly as Suya returned to the Xiao Long money exchange. Her spirit in tatters, Wang Jianfeng hurriedly approached her, inquiring what transpired. Suya took a seat, her complexion pale as she glanced at him before shaking her head. President, let us not set our sights on Lord Xiao any longer. Why? Wang Jianfeng pressed. Suya remained silent, withholding every detail of what she had witnessed that day, aware that any action against Xiao Long would trigger the heart-devouring seed, incinerating her to ashes. Seeing her reticence, Wang Jianfeng coldly declared, if that is the case, after the auction concludes, I shall have no choice but to hand you over to Master Gu Yun. Su bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. With the promotion from Xiao Long money exchange, the entire Fire Cloud City and its surrounding towns buzzed with news of the upcoming Fire Cloud auction. This event was a grand affair, held annually, usually at the year's end, occasionally advancing or postponing. Though it bore the name of Fire Cloud, it was entirely under the auspices of Xiao Long money exchange, second only in scale to the Royal City's Xiao Long auction. In no time, various factions from around Fire Cloud City flocked to the event. Smaller sects like Wanjin sect, Lianhua sect, and Danchao Gate surged in like a tide, filling every inn in the city within a single day. Each iteration of the Fire Cloud auction would showcase innate spiritual treasures, and securing even one could drastically alter one's fate, propelling them into the ranks of a minor sect. Declining participation was simply not an option. Some ascetic practitioners opted to sleep in taverns or even perched in trees, while martial artists were accustomed to braving the elements without complaint. Apologies. Our tier rooms are fully booked. Faced with a group of intimidating, muscular men, the innkeeper clasped his hands apologetically. Fully booked. You have until the incense burns out to clear a tier room for us, or we will raise this into the ground. The leader of the men slammed his fist on the table. Fuming, the innkeeper frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, intricate runes began to manifest on the floor. Raise my Xiao Long in. Let us see if you possess the courage to do so. The innkeeper's anger flared. A 7th-level killing formation. The muscular men gasped. The 7th-level formation was lethal to anyone below the 4th stage of the condensation realm. Gentlemen of the Earth Fiend sect, please leave. Gritting their teeth and exchanging glances, none dared challenge the 7th-level formation, and they retreated in disgrace. The innkeeper scoffed, realizing that at this juncture, all sorts of nameless minor sects flocked to Fire Cloud City. Outside of the Fire Cloud sect, only 3 secondary sects caught his interest: Wanjin sect, Lianhua sect, and Danchao Gate. Both the leaders of Wanjin and Lianhua sects were at the 10th stage of the condensation realm, poised to ascend to the innate realm at any moment, while the head of Danchao Gate was a second-grade alchemist, holding a revered position, second only to innate experts. Should these 3 sects arrive, he might consider dismissing a few guests to curry favor with them, but for other sects, he would rather avoid such encounters. Innkeeper, a tier room, please. At this moment, a young, arrogant voice rang out. Apologies, the tier rooms are. The innkeeper began, but upon seeing the newcomers, he swallowed the words. The trio comprised a young man, a young woman, and a silver-haired elder, all clad in ornate robes adorned with the Fire Cloud insignia, signifying their affiliation with the sect. The young man, strikingly handsome yet with a malevolent glint in his eyes and a pallor that spoke of excess, was clearly unstable due to overindulgence. Yet, given his identity, no one in Fire Cloud City dared cross him. He was Liao Huiyun's son, Liao Qifeng. Young Master Liao, the innkeeper trembled, barely maintaining his composure. Cut the pleasantries, and arrange a tier room for me. Now, Liao Qifeng barked. The innkeeper, stung by the reprimand, felt his dignity slip away. Young Master Liao, the tier rooms are fully booked, and the guests within are. Smack. Before he could finish, Lao Chi Feng struck him, sending the innkeeper sprawling to the ground. With his strength at the first stage of the condensation realm, although attained through potions, he was still far too formidable for the mere innkeeper to withstand. A single blow shattered the innkeeper's teeth. Blood streaming from his mouth. Humph. A mere innkeeper dares to defy the young master, seeking death. Are we? The beautiful young woman scoffed. Young master, should we eliminate this insect? The silver-haired elder stepped forward, a figure of authority within the Fire Cloud sect. At the 5th stage of the condensation realm, tasked with ensuring Liao Qingfeng's safety, Lao Chi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Lu Innkeeper is simply a bit muddled. After all, he manages the finest inn in Fire Cloud City. So some respect is warranted. Truly, the young master is magnanimous. Both the silver-haired elder and the beautiful young woman praised in unison, as if sparing a life was a grand act of benevolence. Satisfied by their flattery, Lao Chi Feng nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the innkeeper. Is there a tier room available? The innkeeper, trembling, scrambled to his feet, contemplating his words nervously. Young Master Liao, please proceed to tier room ding. Humph, now that's more like it. Lao Chi Feng strutted forward with an air of entitlement. The innkeeper sighed in relief, knowing that the guests in the tier rooms were of considerable stature and could not be offended. The only occupant of room ding was a masked individual at the body refinement stage, someone so you could enter and exit freely, likely not a formidable opponent. Within the room, Xiao Long had successfully crafted 2 soul-reviving pills. Consuming them to restore his expended soul energy, after 2 days of training, Huang Mao had broken through to the 10th tier of demon beasts, just a step away from becoming a demon general. This is the Chongshu pill, which can elevate a body refinement stage human to the 1st stage of the condensation realm, and it is equally applicable to you. Huang Mao, filled with excitement, accepted the Chongshu pill. Fully aware of its immense value, this location is unsuitable for a breakthrough. Follow me. Xiao Long leapt through the window, and Huang Mao quickly followed suit. The pair, a serpent and a monkey, raced through Fire Cloud City. Soon arriving at a tranquil grove, a rare spot devoid of human presence that Xiao Long had discovered while foraging. As Huang Mao practiced the battle sage body, he would require a significant amount of spiritual energy for his breakthrough. The cramped quarters would be insufficient, likely leading to a furious absorption of surrounding energy, potentially resulting in a spiritual tempest that could uproot the entire building. To avoid drawing attention, they sought a more secluded location. Xiao Long effortlessly set up a gathering formation, and moments later, a dense mist of spiritual energy enveloped the area, rich enough to rival a sacred ground of a sect. Let us begin. All right. The yellow-haired youth sat cross-legged at the center of the formation. Consuming the Chongshu pill. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy gathered atop his crown, flooding into his body with a force that was nothing short of astonishing. Within merely a few breaths, the surrounding spiritual energy had been completely drained, compelling Xiao Long to scatter a considerable number of spirit stones as a source of replenishment. Suddenly, he sensed 3 individuals entering his room through the monitoring array. Upon recognizing the insignias on their garments, a cruel smile crept across Xiao Long's face. Weyun sect, you choose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you dare intrude upon hell. Prepare for a surprise. At that moment, Lao Chi Feng and his companion stepped inside, immediately struck by the rich spiritual energy that enveloped the space. They marveled. Who would have imagined that the guest here has set up a formation of considerable rank? The young master is indeed fortunate, remarked an elderly man beside him. Lu Steward, drag the person out. Since he is a master of formations, we shall inquire if he is willing to serve me. Should he refuse, eliminate him, Lao Chi Feng declared arrogantly. Understood. The silver-haired elder rushed into the room, only to find it utterly vacant, save for a pile of exhausted spirit stone remnants strewn across the floor. The window, however, was ajar. Lao Chi Feng entered, glancing at the window, puzzled. Has he escaped? The silver-haired elder nodded. Humph, consider it luck. Lao Chi Feng scoffed, unaware that had Xiao Long still been present. The 3 of them would have long since met their demise. Transforming into a vast reservoir of experience, oblivious to the brush with death, Lao Chi Feng pushed the elder out and rolled onto the bed with a beautiful woman. The elder, resigned, sat cross-legged outside the door. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, the yellow-haired youth's breakthrough had reached a critical juncture. The spiritual energy in the sky had coalesced into a tempest, while countless streams of energy surged into the eye of the storm below. As his bones cracked and expanded, his stature grew. 3 meters, 3.5, 4, 5. Finally, he halted at an impressive height of 5 meters. The magnitude of this transformation caused Xiao Long to furrow his brow, as he cast a concealed formation to avoid detection by any higher beings. At that moment, all the spiritual energy seemed to find a breakthrough, pouring into the yellow-haired youth, who let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Clouds began to form, radiating an otherworldly luminosity. In Huiyun City, at the Lord's estate, Lord Han Wuxie gazed at the sky, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Clouds of spiritual energy. Has someone broken through to the innate realm? However, upon closer inspection, he discerned only 5 clouds, indicating that a prodigy from the tempered body realm had ascended to the true condensation realm, manifesting such phenomena. Han Wuxie mused quietly. When a human breaks through to the innate realm, the skies would typically fill with hundreds of clouds. Yet, for those talented individuals transitioning from the tempered body realm to the true condensation realm, the appearance of clouds was not uncommon. For instance, when the renowned soul-pursuing arrow, Song Yu, ascended, 2 clouds graced the sky. Yet, now there were 5, suggesting extraordinary talent, potentially enough to secure a place on the hidden dragon list and gain renown, due to the bustling Huiyun auction. The city was teeming with diverse beings, making the emergence of several astonishing talents quite plausible. However, after scrutinizing the scene further, Han Wuxie suddenly halted, his eyes bulging in shock as he bolted toward the source of the disturbance. To his astonishment, it was not merely 5 clouds, but 15. Among them, 10 were shrouded by a concealing formation. 5 clouds indicated an ordinary genius, while 10 or more suggested a superlative power destined for greatness on the hidden dragon list. Provided they survived, in 15 clouds, such a figure could only be a prodigy from a great empire's super sect. Should they remain alive, not only the innate realm but even the legendary royal realm could be within reach. As the lord of Huiyun City, how could he not investigate this matter thoroughly? Upon arriving at the site, he found nothing but the remnants of a gathering formation and a heap of exhausted spirit stone debris. The kingdom of Tianfeng was on the brink of a significant event. Han Wuxie's face was etched with astonishment. The yellow-haired youth had successfully broken through to the first-tier demon general, his physique nearly doubling in size, resembling a giant. Yet, the body of a demon general was more supple. Employing the bone-reducing technique, the yellow-haired youth reverted to his previous height. "Boss, I feel at least 10 times stronger. No, perhaps 20 times. He exclaimed with excitement. Not only had he advanced to the first-tier demon general, but his combat body had also progressed to the second level. In terms of combat prowess, even a first-level human from the true condensation realm posed no threat. And he could contend with those at the third level. If he were to enter a berserk state, he could likely withstand the 5th level of true condensation. Even Xiao Long, without utilizing soul power, could not guarantee victory against him. Yet, the yellow-haired youth displayed no signs of arrogance. Before Xiao Long, he remained a simple-minded fool, cheerful and blissfully aware that all he had gained today was a gift from Xiao Long. Such a mere demon general is inconsequential. Within a year, I can elevate you to the level of a demon king, Xiao Long stated nonchalantly. Hearing the term demon king, the yellow-haired youth held his breath in awe. Thank you, boss. The 2 demons hurried towards the inn. Upon returning to the window of their room, the yellow-haired youth suddenly focused, his heightened perception revealing the presence of individuals rolling about within. There are 2 insects inside. You should clean them up, Xiao Long instructed coolly. As they approached, the yellow-haired youth heard a series of moans and caught a whiff of a foul odor from afar, while Xiao Feng, fully absorbed in his endeavor, remained blissfully unaware of the approaching death. Just as he contemplated a change in strategy, a violent, murderous aura surged toward him, causing him to leap back in alarm, his clothing half attired. Boom! A massive wooden club crashed onto the bed, shattering it into pieces. The woman atop the bed, oblivious to the chaos, was struck down in an instant. Who dares? Xiao Feng bellowed, only to find a masked giant standing before him, clutching the wooden club and glaring ominously. Liao Qifeng, bewildered, questioned why such a ruckus had gone unnoticed by Lu's steward, unaware that the steward had already been transformed into gold by Xiao Long from beyond the wall. I am the young master of Huiyun's sect. Your offense is a death sentence. Kneel and sever your cultivation, or I shall spare you only if you beg for mercy. Liao Qingfeng's eyes burned crimson as he shouted hoarsely. Thud. In response, he received a heavy blow. Taken by surprise, he raised his arms to defend himself, but a resounding crack echoed as both arms were broken. Shock etched on his face. He had never imagined that someone would dare to strike him in Huiyun City. This shattered his preconceived notions. From childhood, he had been indoctrinated with the belief that Huiyun City belonged to Huiyun's sect, and as its young master, he reigned supreme. No one dared defy him. Indeed, he had roamed Huiyun City with impunity, bullying men and women alike, and anyone who saw him had to respectfully address him as young Master Liao. Yet today, someone had the audacity to attack him. I will have your life. Liao Qingfeng's pupils turned bloodshot, his expression twisted with rage as he glared fiercely. Go ahead and strike. If I die, my father will seal off the entire Huiyun City and hunt you down, carving your flesh and extracting your bones, making you suffer endlessly. Liao Qifeng gritted his teeth in fury. Fool, the yellow-haired youth raised the club, ready to strike, but was stopped by Xiao Long's voice. What's the matter? Boss, this trash deserves to be killed with a single blow. The yellow-haired youth was perplexed. You fool, he is the son of the Huiyun sect leader. If he dies, there will be chaos in Huiyun City, and we might be dragged into it. How would we attend the auction then? Xiao Long explained. That makes sense. The yellow-haired youth nodded in agreement. Liao Qingfeng, Witnessing the exchange, scoffed. As expected, the coward fears. Now self-destruct your cultivation. Bow down, and apologize. If I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. Suddenly, a red true energy burst forth from the yellow-haired youth's sleeve, entering Liao Qingfeng's dantian. Liao Qingfeng's body stiffened as he sensed the faintly burning true energy in his dantian, as if it could explode at any moment. What did you do to me? Well, Ao Chi Feng shouted in alarm. Nothing much, just planted a ghost fire seed in you. With a mere thought, you will explode. The yellow-haired youth raised his hand, mimicking an explosion gesture, grinning widely. Reduced to ashes, Ao Qingfeng's contorted visage froze, a chill racing up his spine, draining the color from his face. Finally, he felt fear. Quickly remove it, or I will annihilate your entire clan. His tone faltered as he spoke, his body trembling in trepidation. Smack. The yellow-haired youth slapped him, sending him sprawling out the door, scattering his teeth across the floor. Get lost. If you provoke me again, I will end you. The cold voice echoed from within, causing Ao Chi Feng to shudder and flee in a panic. The room was left in disarray. Boss, these humans are truly peculiar. Even at death's door, they still dared to threaten me. I can't fathom what goes on in their minds. The yellow-haired youth grumbled. That's just stupidity. Do you understand? Stupidity? The yellow-haired youth nodded, somewhat enlightened yet confused. The night passed swiftly. The next day, as the sun rose and the morning breeze blew, all eyes converged upon the hidden dragon auction house. The annual Huiyuan auction was set to take place here. The golden-haired individual continued to don the guise of a masked, robust figure, yet his presence had grown significantly more formidable, now firmly establishing itself in the realm of true condensation, in the city of Firecloud. Martial artists of this caliber are regarded as renowned experts, but of late, the city has become a melting pot for skilled practitioners from various sects, rendering the true condensation warriors commonplace, thereby making the golden-haired figure less conspicuous. Young master, there is no need for anger. Once we capture that individual, we shall cast him into the Firecloud sect's inferno of Firecloud. Let him find no solace in life nor death. Ao Chi Feng strode ahead, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a pale visage, who comforted him with a disingenuous smile. Trailing behind was a corpulent man whose icy blue eyes evoked a sense of dread, prompting all to maintain their distance. He was none other than the infamous Xiao Long. Humph, how dare he intimidate me? Once the auction concludes, we shall thoroughly investigate his whereabouts and uproot his entire family, Liao Qingfeng declared vehemently. The day prior, he had returned home to have his father, Liao Huiyan, personally examine his condition, finding no abnormalities within. The so-called ghostly fire seed was merely a ruse to frighten him. Clearly, that individual, perceiving him as the young master of Firecloud's sect, was too afraid to act against him, hence concocted the tale of the ghostly fire seed to scare him away. Young Master Liao, it has been many years, yet your temper remains as fiery as ever. Threatening to annihilate entire families at a whim. A mocking voice interrupted, revealing a sullen-faced youth casting a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Behind the gloomy youth stood an elderly man with a hawk-like nose, his gaunt figure resembling a skeletal frame, his eyes chillingly cold, shrouded in an aura of ominous darkness. It is you. Ao Qingfeng's gaze sharpened. He recognized this youth as Gu Cha, the young master of the hidden poison sect, famed as the Little Poison King. Unlike Liao Qifeng, who had relied on the prestige of being the young master of the Firecloud sect, living a life of indulgence and idleness until he reached 20. Barely achieving the first level of true condensation through elixirs, Gu Cha had attained the 5th level of true condensation by the age of 20, mastering toxic arts directly from the old Poison King, easily surpassing many elders in his sect. It was said that when Gu Cha broke through to true condensation, 5 auspicious clouds had appeared in the sky, marking him as a potential contender for the dragon ranking, destined to command respect across the realms. Young Master Liao, it has been quite some time, yet you remain stagnant. I hear this auction may feature the 3rd grade elixir, the true condensation pill. Should you acquire it, you could elevate to the 2nd level of true condensation, a commendable advancement. Gu Cha sneered, his words dripping with unmasked derision. The implication was clear. You are nothing but a waste, relying solely on elixirs to forcibly enhance your strength. Preposterous. How dare you act so brazenly on my territory? Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? Well, Ao Qifeng, unaccustomed to such humiliation, advanced to strike. Gu Cha smirked coldly. Incapacitate me? With your abilities. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, releasing a plume of black mist that shot towards Ao Qingfeng's face. Instantly, Ao Qingfeng's complexion turned pale, stumbling backward. Shui Wuqing emitted a disdainful grunt, unleashing a powerful palm strike that shattered the black mist, the residual force surging toward Gu Cha's face. The hawk-nosed elder positioned himself before Gu Cha, extending his withered hands to dissipate the force. Yet, his hands were relentless, akin to a venomous serpent, striking swiftly toward Shui Wuqing's chest. Humph! Shui Wuqing retaliated, clashing his palms with the elders, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the room, causing everyone to retreat in trepidation. After the confrontation, the hawk-nosed elder calmly stepped back to stand before Gucha. Shui Wuqing examined his palm, noticing a sinister black mark, a chilling reminder of their encounter. Old hawk, I did not anticipate your shadow palm to have reached such mastery, Shui Wuqing remarked coldly. You are not lacking either. Had my shadow palm not reached perfection, it would be difficult for anyone to contend with you, the elder replied. Shui Wuqing's expression darkened. The hidden poison sect and Firecloud sect had been embroiled in disputes for years. As the foremost individual beneath the innate level in Firecloud sect, he had clashed with Old Hawk numerous times, with neither side gaining the upper hand, now having suffered a setback in their first encounter. If he could not best Old Hawk, the Firecloud sect would be under the oppressive thumb of the hidden poison sect, as neither sect leader could intervene directly, leaving the elders to vie for supremacy. Young Master Liao, I hope that when we next meet, someone will still be there to protect you, Gucha taunted, striding victoriously toward the auction hall. Shui, I hear your daughter was killed by a serpent demon, truly a tragedy. Old Hawk added insult to injury as they departed. Watching them leave, Liao Qingfeng's face flushed with frustration. If even Shui Wuqing could not contend with them, vengeance seemed hopeless today. Uncle Shui, those two are far too arrogant. We should lay a trap in Firecloud City to eliminate them. Silence, Shui Wuqing snapped. Yes, Liao Qingfeng lowered his head, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. Xiao Long arrived at the Qianlong auction house, where a guard stopped him, requesting an invitation. Xiao Long presented the purple gold token bestowed upon him by Wang Jianfeng. The guard's eyes widened in astonishment at such a seemingly ordinary true condensation warrior possessing the highest-ranking token. Pardon me, sir, please wait a moment. The guard hurriedly retreated, and shortly, a young and enchanting figure appeared, her smile elegant, none other than Suya. Upon seeing the golden-haired figure, Suya quickly bowed deeply. Lord Xiao. Yes, please escort me into the auction hall. He replied nonchalantly to Suya, not daring to delay. Led him to a luxurious room at the top of the auction hall. Typically reserved for the 4 major sections, the value of a third-grade alchemist is nearly equivalent to that of a sect leader. Hence, the highest level of service was afforded to him, especially since Suya's life was in his hands. The room was adorned with arrays that shielded psychic perception, and the wooden table was laden with exquisite fruits. While 3 petite maidens stood by the wall, clad in sheer garments that revealed ample soft, white skin. Lord Xiao, I shall take my leave for now, Suya said, bowing. Xiao Long tossed her a resurrection pill, stating, for today's auction, in addition to this, Suya carefully stored the third-grade elixir in a jade vial. Understood, Lord Xiao. After receiving the elixir, she departed, but a subtle smile of cold amusement crossed Xiao Long's lips. The one in dire need of the resurrection pill was undoubtedly Liao Huiyun, and he was confident that the members of Firecloud sect would not disappoint him. Xiao Long surveyed the 3 maidens, noticing their flushed faces and forced smiles, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable anxiety. Leave, he commanded with a casual wave of his hand. But President One has instructed us to remain and serve you. They replied in unison. Leave, he raised his voice, laced with anger. The 3 maidens trembled slightly, responding obediently before bowing their heads and exiting the room. Xiao Long emerged from the confines of Xiao Long's sleeve, beginning to set up formations. Meanwhile, Xiao Long reclined in a chair, tossing a spiritual fruit into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. That I truly cannot fathom how these humans think. They dare present such unattractive women, he muttered, shaking his head at human aesthetics. Shall I capture a couple of monkeys for you to try? Xiao Long suggested playfully. Xiao Long's eyes lit up at the idea, eagerly responding, that sounds splendid, but make sure they have ample behinds. A larger behind ensures offspring. Xiao Long had no further retorts regarding Xiao Long's peculiar taste, merely offering him an impressed glance. Xiao Long circled the room, enhancing the shielding array, ensuring that even innate-level masters could not penetrate the veil concealing the chamber. The auction hall was vast. In addition to the luxurious private rooms, there were over 1,000 ordinary seats, all filled with attendees, most possessing the strength of true condensation, indicating that those present were individuals of significant stature. After a few incense sticks had burned, the auction commenced. The auctioneer was Suya, accompanied by an elderly man clad in purple gold robes. The elder, though frail, radiated vitality, his eyes glimmering with brilliance, indicating that he had attained the 9th level of true condensation, one of the top experts in Firecloud City. Esteemed guests, your journey from afar to attend this annual Firecloud auction has brought great honor to our Qianlong Bank. That on behalf of our institution, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The elder, known as Li Wei, bowed respectfully to the crowd. Old Wei, you are too kind. Others responded, engaging in polite exchanges. Without further ado, let us proceed to the main event. Here is the first item for auction. Suya presented a box from backstage, which Li Wei accepted and opened, revealing a surge of palpable spiritual energy that emanated from the box, coalescing into a delicate mist. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with spiritual essence, perceptible even from a distance. The audience's gaze intensified, their eyes fixated on the box in Li Wei's hands. Inside the box, 3 crystalline spirit stones were meticulously arranged, each the size of half a fist. However, the spiritual energy they contained surpassed that of tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. These are Supreme Spirit Stones. Chapter 31. Xian level techniques. The realization of the Supreme Spirit Stones ignited a chorus of gasps and excited murmurs from the audience. The grades of spirit stones are categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme, with a single supreme spirit stone equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone equating to 100 mid-grade stones. Thus, 1 supreme spirit stone is tantamount to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, in reality, the value of a supreme spirit stone is immeasurably greater than that of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The reasons are twofold. First, the spiritual energy within supreme spirit stones is far denser and more easily absorbed. Second, their compact size allows for a greater energy capacity, making them ideal for setting up advanced formations, as all innate level formations can only be activated with supreme spirit stones. Thirdly, supreme spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Xiao Bai had slain 4 elders of the Firecloud sect, and his spoils amounted to 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, yet he found not a single supreme spirit stone, and even high-grade stones were limited to just 10. Underscoring the rarity of supreme spirit stones, the 3 supreme spirit stones would be auctioned in succession, with the starting bid for the first set at 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Wei, with a smile, retrieved a supreme spirit stone from the box. I bid 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A voice rang out, immediately doubling the value of the spirit stone. I bid 22,000, 25,000. I bid 30,000. Only those capable of offering more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones were practitioners of the true essence realm. As the bidding progressed, only a few elders from smaller sects remained to raise the stakes. I bid 50,000. A sudden voice cut through the air, bringing an immediate hush to the room. The voice emanated from a top-tier purple-gold private room. Ji Yucha lay languidly in a leather chair, exuding an air of confidence, knowing that 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones far exceeded the value of a supreme spirit stone, and anticipated no further competition. I bid 100,000. Unexpectedly, another voice emerged from a different purple-gold room. Gu Cha turned to see Liao Qingfeng smirking, relishing the confrontation. Fool! Gu Cha averted his gaze, closing his eyes to meditate. While supreme spirit stones are precious, they are not indispensable. In his view, a bid of 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones was already the limit. Only a fool would offer 100,000. Liao Qingfeng, who acted impulsively without forethought, was unworthy of being his rival. Young master, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is not worth it, Shui Wuqing cautioned. In terms of quantity, a supreme spirit stone is merely equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and previously, it had always been valued at around 50,000. Liao Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, "Fear not, our Firecloud sect is not lacking in spirit stones. A mere 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to suppress Gu Cha's arrogance is a trivial matter." Shui Wuqing shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. If the aim was truly to suppress Gu Cha's confidence, it would be more prudent to return and diligently cultivate, relying on strength rather than leveraging his father's wealth to compete in a battle of riches. Such an approach would not only waste 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but would also fail to earn respect. Instead, he would be ridiculed as a fool. Yet, Liao Qingfeng remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that Gu Cha, in silent contemplation, had been provoked into submission, which only swelled his sense of triumph. The subsequent events unfolded similarly, with the last 2 supreme spirit stones also acquired by Liao Qingfeng at the exorbitant price of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones each, totaling 300,000. Congratulations, young master Liao. All 3 supreme spirit stones are yours. Li Wei's heart swelled with joy. The higher the auction price, the greater the share for Xiao Long banked. Suya presented the box containing the supreme spirit stones, which Liao Qingfeng accepted without a glance, storing it within his storage ring. Now for the second item. Li Wei produced a high-grade demon core. The following items for auction were ordinary treasures, fetching values ranging from a few thousand low-grade spirit stones to over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. with the most expensive being a yellow-grade top-tier technique that sold for 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones to a solitary warrior of the 5th level of true essence. Throughout this, neither Liao Qingfeng nor Gu Cha made any bids. Both aware that the main event was yet to come. The next item was another technique called Xian Tiangang Qi, divided into 5 levels. When mastered to perfection, it grants a body as resilient as steel, impervious to blades and arrows. When perfected, the protective true energy becomes unbreakable among its peers, classified as. Li Wei paused deliberately, allowing the anticipation in the room to build before declaring, Xian level, low grade. At this announcement, the crowd erupted into excitement. Xian level techniques are the pinnacle of what a first-tier sect possesses. While it may have exaggerated claims regarding its invulnerability, it sufficiently underscored the technique's power. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I bid 60,000. I bid 80,000. The audience clamored for bids, with the price soaring past 100,000 in the blink of an eye, for the Fire Cloud sect and Hidden Poison sect. While Xian-level techniques are valuable, they already possess superior alternatives within their ranks, and do not necessarily require this one. Conversely, smaller sects, whose highest techniques are merely yellow grade, see a Xian-level technique as a means to elevate their standing, making it a coveted treasure they are determined to acquire. Boss, is a low-grade Xian-level technique truly worth this much? The yellow-haired youth exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that the fighting saint body he practiced seemed to be a supreme Xian-level technique, just a step away from a ground-level technique. If even a low-grade Xian-level technique is this sought after, could his technique not be considered priceless? Seemingly sensing the yellow-haired youth's thoughts, Xiao Long declared with pride, "Oomph! The fighting saint body I gave you is a simplified version of the supreme technique of the fighting saint clan. Even the value of a ground-level technique pales in comparison. My heavens!" The yellow-haired youth finally grasped the extraordinary nature of the technique he practiced. The bidding continued to escalate. 200,000. Gu Cha called out calmly, as his voice echoed. The room fell silent for a brief moment before being eclipsed by an even higher bid for ordinary items. Onlookers might have refrained from competing with Gu Cha out of respect for the Hidden Poison sect. However, a Xian-level technique directly impacts the future of a sect and cannot be relinquished lightly. 300,000, 350,000. I bid 500,000. An elderly man with silver hair rose, clasping his hands to the surrounding crowd. I, Elder L of the Danchao sect, have long sought a Xian-level technique. I implore you to grant me this favor, and I shall express my gratitude in due course. It is Elder L of the Danchao sect. Upon recognizing him, many withdrew from the bidding. The Danchao sect, a small alchemical sect, may not possess innate masters, but its leader is a second-grade alchemist, and Elder L is a first-grade alchemist. Hence, the crowd was willing to grant him this concession. Ultimately, Xian Tiangang Qi was secured by Elder L for the high price of 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The yellow-haired youth's eyes turned red with envy. 500,000, 500,000. Boss, why not auction off a technique of yours as well? Chapter 32. Fierce competition. Get lost. Xiao Long firmly refused. He held steadfast to his principles, though he possessed countless techniques in his memory. Those were the accumulated treasures of the burning Heaven Dragon Palace over millennia, not to be easily divulged to outsiders. Any Dragon Palace disciple daring to sell techniques privately would face severe consequences, from losing their cultivation to being imprisoned within the Dragon Palace's purgatory, enduring torment until death. This rule was established by Xiao Long himself. Moreover, he understood well the dangers of attracting unwanted attention. While alchemy might be one matter, possessing a plethora of astonishing techniques could potentially draw his enemies from his past life. But boss, I warn you, do not bring this up again. Xiao Long glared coldly. At that intense gaze, the yellow-haired youth shuddered, vowing never to mention it again. The remaining auction proceeded quietly, with only a few treasures fetching bids of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, none of which caught Xiao Long's interest. The next item presented was a pill. I believe everyone has heard of this pill's reputation. Suya brought forth a jade vial, which Li Wei accepted, pouring out a verdant pill into his palm. It was a second-grade pill, the Chengshu pill. Those with keen eyesight immediately recognized the pill's name. The Chengshu pill is renowned for its ability to help peak body refinement realm practitioners break through their bottleneck and ascend to the true essence realm. Most people present were practitioners of the true essence realm, but in the Tianfeng kingdom, such individuals are still quite rare. Even in the Fire Cloud sect, a first-tier sect, only a handful of core disciples and elders are at this level. While the majority of inner disciples and hundreds of outer disciples remain at the body refinement realm, one Chengshu pill has the potential to create a true essence realm practitioner. underscoring its immense value. Indeed, this is the Chongshu pill, Li Wei smiled. However, there is a slight misconception. The refining technique for this Chongshu pill is exceptionally sophisticated. The quality is the finest I have ever encountered, and it is not merely a second-grade pill, but a third-grade pill. What? The crowd displayed expressions of disbelief that a standard second-grade Chongshu pill has only a 30% chance of allowing a body refinement realm practitioner to break through, with significant side effects, often requiring months to solidify their cultivation. In contrast, a third-grade Chongshu pill guarantees a 100% success rate, facilitating immediate advancement to the first level of the true essence realm without any side effects or the need for consolidation. This illustrates the staggering difference between second-grade and third-grade pills. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, only 50,000, and you wish to purchase the Chongshu Dan? I will offer 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. The price soared with each bid. Ultimately, the Wanjian sect acquired it for 380,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Sect leader Lu Qingfeng's heart bled at the thought, yet he consoled himself with the knowledge that Wanjian sect would soon gain a formidable core disciple, making it all worthwhile. Observing the price at which the Chongshu Dan was sold, Xiao Long felt a sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought the beans I consumed yesterday were so valuable? Huang Mao was astonished, realizing how precious this elixir was, which Xiao Long had so casually given him, deepening his gratitude. Boss, I have a question, Huang Mao suddenly inquired. Since you are also a 10th-tier demon beast, why not consume the Chongshu Dan to break through to the demon general level? Upon hearing this, Xiao Long was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, ever since acquiring the system, he had grown accustomed to leveling up through experience, never contemplating the use of elixirs. Currently a level 10, he was a 10th-tier demon beast and, theoretically, could use the Chongshu Dan to ascend to demon general. Whether this was feasible would have to wait until after the auction concluded. As Xiao Long pondered, the atmosphere outside the auction hall crescendoed. The reason was the appearance of the third-grade Ningxin Dan. Compared to Chongshu Dan, the martial artists in the Ningxin realm were far more eager for this elixir, which could directly enhance their power, especially Liao Qingfeng, whose eyes glowed red. He seldom trained and desperately needed this elixir to bolster his strength. The third-grade Ningxin Dan was undoubtedly the best choice. Gu Cha also looked on with excitement. Already at the 5th level of Ningxin realm, consuming this elixir could allow him to break through to the 6th level, equipping him with the strength to contend with the younger generation of the imperial city. 300,000, 350,000, 400,000. After 3 voices, the price of the Ningxin Dan had surpassed that of the previous Chongshu Dan, undoubtedly more alluring to those present. 600,000. Who dares to compete with me? I shall annihilate your entire family. Liao Qingfeng shouted, his eyes ablaze. The onlookers, initially intent on contending, retreated at his fierce declaration that Yanhan City. Liao Qingfeng's words held considerable weight. After all, even if they managed to seize it, if he chose to retaliate, they would be no match for him. Many silently withdrew from the competition. Liao Qingfeng, with a triumphant gaze, surveyed his surroundings, thinking, those who dare to contest with me are courting death. Yet before he could revel in his victory, a cold voice broke through the tension. 650,000. Liao Qingfeng's gaze locked onto Gu Cha, who remained silent with closed eyes. Jiu Cha, do you truly wish to oppose me? Scoundrel, 70,000. Liao Qingfeng's temper flared. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. 1 million. He roared, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, plus 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you have to compete with me? Shui Wuqing silently shook his head, deeming this extravagant youth destined to squander the foundation of Huiyin sect. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was a significant sum for Huiyin sect, not to mention the additional 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although their worth was equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones were far rarer, having taken years to accumulate. Now, Liao Qingfeng had used them all in one go. What use is the Ningxin Dan to you if you can only break through to the 2nd level of Ningxin realm? You still cannot match their strength, he scoffed, reveling in his superiority. Little did he anticipate that Gu Cha would slowly open his eyes, calmly stating, 2 million. That the crowd erupted in astonishment. Liao Qingfeng appeared as though he had swallowed a fly, his expression a picture of disbelief. 2 million. What audacity! When Gu Cha uttered that figure, his demeanor was unfazed, as if spirit stones were mere numbers to him. Young Master Liao, should you manage to offer more than 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, the Ningxin Dan will belong to you, Gu Cha remarked nonchalantly. Liao Qingfeng's lips twitched violently. 2 million was a sum even he struggled to muster. although his father had allocated him 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. Spending half on a single elixir seemed unwise, especially with more valuable treasures likely awaiting him. Xiao Long's heart soared with joy. Let them compete fiercely, the more intense the better. After considerable deliberation, Liao Qingfeng finally ground his teeth. Resembling a defeated rooster, slumping back into his seat, "Congratulations, young Master Gu, for successfully acquiring the Ningxian Dan. Wei approached with a smile. Handing him a jade vial. Gu Cha tossed a storage ring filled with spirit stones. His expression remaining impassive, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. "Scoundrel, just you wait. Today, I shall ensure you do not leave the gates of Huiyun City." Liao Qingfeng thought furiously. The next two auction items were Xiao Long's explosive Yuan Dan and Resurrection Dan, which also ignited a frenzy among the crowd. The explosive Yuan Dan could temporarily grant immense power. For instance, if Shui Wuqing were to consume it, he could unleash a strike equivalent to that of a congenital master. In battles among experts, victory often hinged on a single strike as for the Resurrection Dan. It was even rarer. Soul-repairing elixirs were scarce in a small place like Tianfeng country, typically only obtainable from the Tianfeng alchemist in the imperial city. Since the leader of Huiyun sect, Liao Huiyun, had suffered soul damage, he was in urgent need of such an elixir. The auction for both elixirs followed a similar pattern. Initially, many Ningxian realm warriors vied for them. But as the prices climbed, more withdrew, resulting in a showdown between Gu Cha and Liao Qingfeng. Having just secured the Ningxian Dan, Gu Cha found himself financially strained. After a slight increase in bid, he chose to forfeit. Ultimately, both elixirs were won by Liao Qingfeng, costing 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the explosive Yuan Dan and 1,500,000 for the Resurrection Dan. "Elder Wu, please deliver this Resurrection Dan to my father. Be swift," Liao Qingfeng instructed, handing the elixir to a middle-aged man with a white face. "Yes." Elder Wu carefully accepted the Resurrection Dan and promptly left the auction hall for Huiyun sect. "Uncle Shui, I will rely on you later." Liao Qingfeng passed the explosive Yuan Dan to Shui Wuqing. "It's my duty," Shui Wuqing replied expressionlessly. Liao Qingfeng cast a cold glance at Gu Cha, a cruel smile curving his lips. With the explosive Yuan Dan, even the bald eagle would not pose a threat to Shui Wuqing. He relished the thought of Gu Cha's impending doom. Xiao Long calculated the total from the 4 elixirs, amounting to 4,680,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After deducting fees, he anticipated around 380,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This figure far exceeded his expectations. Truly, rarity begets value. In the superpowers where third-grade alchemists were as common as dirt, such a collection would scarcely fetch 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, with only the Resurrection Dan holding any significant worth, while the others were akin to street merchandise. 380,000. Once these spirit stones are in my grasp, I can immediately elevate the Songlong secret scripture to perfection and then break through to the demon general realm. At that point, who among the congenital masters could rival me? Xiao Long thought, excitement bubbling within him. The next auction item was a rather peculiar find discovered by a Ningxian realm warrior in the forest. Peculiar? What could it be? Show it to us. The crowd's curiosity surged at Li Wei's announcement. Li Wei smiled mysteriously. After our auction house's assessment, this item may very well be an innate spiritual treasure. What? An innate spiritual treasure? The mere mention of these words sent ripples of astonishment through the attendees. Weapons and armor vary in quality. When some are endowed with special abilities, they transcend mere weapons and become spiritual artifacts. For instance, Song Yu's soul-chasing bow, Sun Tze's fireblade, and Zhu Gang's celestial star hammer are all regarded as spiritual artifacts. Xiao Long had also seized numerous valuable spiritual artifacts from his haul, but he refrained from auctioning them off to avoid drawing the attention of Huiyun sect. The quality of spiritual artifacts is diverse. Categorized into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades, supreme spiritual artifacts rank as the finest. Above supreme artifacts lies the realm of innate spiritual treasures. As the name implies, only those of congenital prowess can wield innate spiritual treasures. Such items are worth their weight in gold, and common folk lack the privilege to even lay eyes upon them. Even within a one-star sect, innate spiritual treasures are considered treasures of the sect, seldom to be revealed unless in times of dire crisis. Could it truly be an innate spiritual treasure? Elder Wei must be jesting. If it were genuine, would they dare to auction it? Skepticism arose among the crowd. Gu Cha and Liao Qingfeng watched with intrigue. Should an innate spiritual treasure truly surface, they would stop at nothing to acquire it, even resorting to force if necessary. Haha, esteemed guests, allow me to elaborate. I only stated it could possibly be an innate spiritual treasure, but that is not assured, Li Wei declared, regardless of what it is. Let us see it first. Yes, bring it forth, the crowd urged, with a clap of his hand. Li Wei signaled for Su Yu to present the item. Emerging from backstage, she held a long, dark object, all eyes fixed upon it. The item was entirely black, lacking any sheen, over 3 meters long and as thick as an arm. Resembling a mere stick, that it appeared exceedingly heavy. Suya, a third-level Ningxian realm warrior, struggled to lift it, each step accompanied by a heavy thud as she strained to carry it, her lips pressed tightly together. Sweat glistening on her brow as she exerted considerable effort to hoist it onto the stage. Li Wei grasped the staff, his body sinking slightly as he let out a low growl from his throat, channeling a significant amount of vital energy into his palm to stabilize the weapon. What is this? Is it truly the legendary innate spiritual treasure? Apart from its weight, I see no remarkable features. Observers scrutinized the staff for a while, only to shake their heads in disappointment. Any spiritual artifact, to some degree, emanates waves of spiritual energy, revealing its extraordinary nature at a glance. An innate spiritual treasure, even more so, would unleash a terrifying pressure that could leave onlookers gasping for breath. This staff, however, exhibited not a trace of spiritual energy, resembling a mere piece of rotten wood. Noticing the disheartened expressions of the crowd, Li Wei smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to elucidate the unique characteristics of this staff. Firstly, its weight." Li Wei extended a finger. Everyone knew that Ms. Su was a third-level martial artist in the condensed reality realm, and it took all her strength just to barely lift this staff. Although I find it quite manageable, swinging it would still demand considerable effort. With this remark, the audience's interest was piqued. Secondly, its hardness. Li Wei continued. Li Wei firmly believe that even with my utmost effort, I cannot leave a single mark upon it. As he finished speaking, he struck the staff with his palm, delivering a forceful blow that created a sonic boom in the air. Yet, the staff remained utterly unchanged. Chapter 34. In hand. What? Even a 9th-level practitioner in the condensed reality realm cannot leave a mark. What material is this? Doubt mingled with curiosity among the crowd. Li Wei, sensing the effectiveness of his demonstration, added, "There is one more thing I must share with you. Our Xiao Long Bank's president Qin Hai, from the capital's headquarters, has also seen this staff. He exerted his full strength to make a mark on it." Li Wei pointed to a white scratch on the staff, saying, "This 1-inch long white mark is left by President Qin. My heavens!" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The ancient monk, Ao Chi Feng, fixed his gaze intently on the staff, seemingly attempting to see through it. The Xiao Long Bank is the largest financial institution in the Tianfeng Kingdom, and President Qin is a genuine innate master. The fact that he could only leave a faint scratch with all his might suggested that the staff's resilience was comparable to that of an innate spiritual treasure. Seeing the audience's change in demeanor, Li Wei smiled with satisfaction. "The auction shall commence. The seller's request. This nameless staff starts at a bidding price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones." Upon this declaration, the previously eager crowd fell silent. The starting price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was sufficient to deter most attendees, leaving only a few capable of competing. Moreover, its purpose remained uncertain. Apart from its solidity, it appeared to offer little else. Li Wei, feeling awkward, clasped his fists and said, "Esteemed guests, the seller has stated that if spirit stones are insufficient, equivalent items may be used as substitutes." The auction hall remained enveloped in silence. Xiao Long scrutinized the dark staff for a long time, unable to discern anything extraordinary. If he were to probe it with his spiritual power, he might uncover something. But the auction stage was arrayed with barriers against divine sense, and a reckless probe would result in backlash. In Xiao Long's memory, there were many materials that innate masters could not damage, which were often useless aside from being used to construct palaces. Spend 1 million mid-grade spirit stones on such a worthless material would be a grievous loss. Xiao Long pondered. He suddenly noticed something peculiar about the young man beside him. The young man's gaze was fixated on the staff, his eyes unblinking and his body rigid. "Hey," Xiao Long called out, but received no response. At that moment, the young man's breathing grew heavy, his eyes reddened, his chest heaving, and the veins on his body bulged as if his blood were boiling. "Young man," Xiao Long shouted, his voice resonating like thunder in the young man's mind. The young man snapped back to reality, cold sweat soaking his hair. "What is happening?" Xiao Long asked, staring intently at him. The young man took several deep breaths and said, "Boss, we must acquire that staff. A voice within me insists that we must possess it." Absolutely. Time flowed slowly, and after several incense sticks had burned, the staff remained unsold, causing many to grow impatient. Li Wei sighed in resignation, contemplating whether to move on to the next item. After all, if he were in their position, he would not spend 1 million on an item of unclear origin and purpose. "I'll buy it for 1 million." Just as Li Wei was about to switch to the next item, a voice unexpectedly emerged. The bidder was the ancient monk. Xiao Long was puzzled. Why was the ancient monk interested in this staff? Had he discovered something unusual? Li Wei, beaming with delight, said, "Young Master Gu has offered 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, the staff will belong to young Master Gu. 1,200,000. Another voice chimed in, belonging to Liao Qifeng. Liao Qifeng was purely curious about the ancient monk's intent in purchasing the staff. Fearing he might have uncovered a secret, Liao Qifeng, are you opposing me? The ancient monk suddenly stood, his face contorted with fury. And what if I am? If you have the guts, raise your bid. Liao Qifeng retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, this staff held a great secret. Shui Wuqing frowned. He understood the ancient monk's temperament, calm and unflappable. He would never react so impulsively unless he was deliberately trying to bait Liao Qifeng. 1,500,000. The ancient monk countered. 1,800,000. Liao Qifeng continued to raise the stakes. Young master, Shui Wuqing interjected, we lack sufficient spirit stones. Fear not. I merely wish to push him a little harder. Liao Qifeng replied nonchalantly. Liao Qifeng awaited the ancient monk's counteroffer, but to his surprise, the ancient monk remained silent. Ancient monk, what is your meaning? Liao Qifeng demanded. The ancient monk glanced at him, sneering, fool. What did you say? Liao Qifeng seemed to realize he had been tricked. Since you desire the staff so much, it is yours, the ancient monk sneered, closing his eyes to meditate. Liao Qifeng's face darkened. The ancient monk had indeed deceived him. Young Master Liao, congratulations, this nameless staff is now yours. Li Wei grinned as he handed over the staff. Liao Qifeng stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Shui Wuqing wished for a hole to hide in. They didn't even have 1,800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After purchasing 2 pills earlier, their remaining assets totaled only 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Liao Qifeng stood there, a mix of disbelief and frustration. Was he expected to pawn his newly acquired item? All eyes were on Liao Qifeng, and seeing his awkward expression, whispers of amusement rippled through the crowd. This time, Liao Qifeng was in for a major embarrassment. Not only had he spent 1,800,000 on a worthless staff, but he also couldn't afford the spirit stones. Now, he faced the choice of either pawning his purchase or borrowing money. Either way, his dignity was in shambles. 2 million, just as Liao Qifeng was at a loss. Another deep voice rang out. Xiao Long had made his move. All attention shifted to Xiao Long in the purple gold private room, as he had remained silent until now. Close call. Shui Wuqing sighed in relief. Liao Qifeng slumped in his seat. Thankfully, someone had raised the bid, or he would have truly been at a loss. Liao Qifeng squinted. That voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. This gentleman bids 2 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Li Wei scanned the room. When no one spoke up, he approached the private room and presented the staff. Congratulations, sir. This nameless staff is yours. The young man with the yellow hair trembled as he accepted the staff. The moment it was in his grasp, it felt as if his blood were boiling. Xiao Long immediately activated the barrier, allowing onlookers to see only a hand emerging to grasp the staff. Unaware of any other unusual occurrences, I have a balance of 3,800,000 mid-grade spirit stones in the bank. Please deduct from that. Understood. Li Wei cupped his hands in acknowledgement and withdrew. Meanwhile, upon hearing that voice again, Liao Qifeng exploded with fury, leaping up like a rabid cat. It's that scoundrel from yesterday. Chapter 35, Get Out, or Die. Liao Qifeng immediately recalled that voice was the same as that of the masked man from the day before. He had intended to capture and eliminate that person and his entire family. And now he was unexpectedly in this auction house, right next to his private room. Truly, a narrow road for enemies. Young master, what's wrong? Shui Wuqing inquired, puzzled. The one who just bought the staff is the masked man who injured me yesterday. Liao Qifeng said, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. How dare he offend me and still attend the auction? He truly does not know how to write the word death. Liao Qifeng glanced toward the adjacent room. Signaling with his eyes, Shui Wuqing immediately understood, releasing his spiritual power to probe, but was thwarted by the barrier. Array master. Shui Wuqing's brows furrowed, and he promptly unleashed a palm strike, channeling immense vital energy into a colossal blue hand that roared towards the adjacent room. Boom! The wall was instantly smashed, creating a large hole, and the blue hand swept through, causing half the room to collapse. Along with the barrier Xiao Long had set up, that Snow's ruthlessness spared no one. Her true energy hand seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Surging towards the masked face of the yellow-haired man, that he raised a dark stick, striking out with force, instantly dispersing the true energy hand. Yet simultaneously, he was sent crashing to the ground, shattering several tables along the way in a most undignified manner. The auction house fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to this unfolding scene. Bewildered by the sudden aggression of Snow. As the dust settled, they beheld a ragged, masked figure half kneeling amidst the wreckage, clutching the very dark stick he had purchased earlier. What was the meaning of this? Snow. Li Wei felt a twinge of irritation. To act out in the auction house was a slap to his face. Yet, he was merely curious about the appearance of the one who had acquired the stick. Snow dismissively stated a reason that bore no significance. The onlookers were left speechless. What did it matter what he looked like? Snow, this is the Xiao Long auction house, not your Huiyun sect. Kindly respect the rules of my establishment. Li Wei maintained his composure. According to the rules, one who acted out in the auction house should be expelled and barred from future events hosted by Xiao Long. However, given Snow's esteemed position as the foremost individual beneath the Huiyun sect, they had to concede him some respect, at least in this branch of Huiyun City. Very well, I shall grant you this courtesy, but let me remind you, this is Huiyun City, and I, Snow, do not require your guidance in my affairs. Snow returned to her seat. Liao Qingfeng cast a glance at the yellow-haired man, coldly scoffing. Humph, just a first-level true energy realm. Once the auction concludes, it will be your demise. Li Wei's face darkened. Yet he dared not confront Snow. After all, Huiyun City was the territory of the Huiyun sect, and Snow's strength was not to be underestimated. Even in a confrontation, he would gain little, clearing his throat. He continued, the auction shall proceed. A cacophony of whispers erupted among the crowd, speculating whether there was animosity between the masked man and Snow. However, given that he was merely at the first level of true energy, if there were true enmity, he would likely be killed the moment he stepped out of the auction house. Such is the plight of the weak. Wait! At that moment, a voice rang out as the masked man stood. Fixing his gaze on Li Wei turned to him. Sir, what is it you wish to convey? The yellow-haired man glared, his mask revealing a pair of crimson eyes. You destroyed my space and struck me. Is that to be overlooked? His words sent a wave of shock through the auction house. Seeking revenge, had he lost his mind? Neither Li Wei nor Snow were figures he could provoke. Li Wei was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated this man would be so unwise as to challenge them, truly courting death. However, since the auction house was in the wrong, he clasped his hands in apology. I apologize. The bank will compensate you with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Please forgive us. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones were mere trifles for the bank. The crowd exhaled in relief, hoping this would quell the man's fury. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Do you think that can appease me? The yellow-haired man retorted coldly. Li Wei's expression stiffened. A flicker of anger ignited within him. Then what do you desire? According to the auction house's regulations, expelling these two is the only option, and I could overlook the previous incident, the yellow-haired man declared. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Expelling Snow and Liao Qingfeng? Impossible. Accepting a loss was one thing. At least they were still alive. But to willingly seek death was beyond comprehension. Liao Qingfeng regarded the man with interest, akin to observing a foolish jester. He understood that the moment those words were uttered, the man's fate was sealed. I cannot fulfill your request. Li Wei shook his head. Are you jesting? To offend two prominent figures of the Huiyun sect over an insignificant first-level true energy ant? Impossible. Everyone in the auction house mourned for the yellow-haired man. Having offended both Li Wei and the Huiyun sect, he was unlikely to survive the day. Jiyu Cha and the hawk merely cast a sidelong glance at the yellow-haired man before averting their eyes, seemingly aware of his impending fate. Only Suya trembled in fear from her hiding place, understanding the terrifying nature of the yellow-haired man and the snake. Li Wei's decision might bring catastrophic consequences to Xiao Long Bank. Is that so? Since your bank dares not take action, I shall do it myself. The yellow-haired man's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Liao Qingfeng, feeling the hostility emanating from him. Liao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, sneering. Your gaze displeases me. Gouge out your own eyes and kneel in apology, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will take you back, skin you alive, and fry you until you realize that death is a luxury. The crowd sighed inwardly. He was as good as dead. In City. No one could save him. Everyone's astonishment. The yellow-haired man remained fixated on Liao Qingfeng, declaring something that stunned everyone. I will give you 3 breaths to leave, or else die. As those words left his lips, the noise in the hall fell to an eerie hush. The crowd gaped at him, as if witnessing madness. 1 breath. Ignoring their stares, the yellow-haired man proclaimed loudly, his arrogance suggesting he might truly be insane. Not to mention that standing before him was Snow, at the pinnacle of the 10th level of true energy. Liao Qingfeng himself was at the 1st level, equal to him, and the Huiyun sect's leader surely possessed numerous protective treasures. How could he simply perish? 2 breaths. The yellow-haired man's voice continued to resonate throughout the hall. Everyone unanimously deemed him insane. Their interest peaked as they awaited the conclusion of the 3 breaths. Snow quietly gathered her strength, ready to unleash her thunderous methods and eliminate this fool at the slightest provocation. Li Wei wore a mocking smile, having seen many ignorant souls like him. Should he dare to act, it would be an opportunity to slay him and curry favor with the Huin sect. No need to count. The 3 breaths have elapsed. Let us see how you kill me. Liao Qingfeng shouted defiantly. All eyes were fixed on this moment. The yellow-haired man declared, since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. With that, as his voice fell, a horrific, piercing scream echoed through the hall. All eyes froze at that moment. In a blink, the onlookers witnessed Liao Qingfeng's body spontaneously ignite within mere seconds. He was engulfed in flames. No one saw how it happened. The yellow-haired man had not employed any martial techniques nor made a single move, yet Liao Qingfeng ignited before their very eyes, becoming a fiery figure. What? Gu Cha stared in shock, initially dismissive, believing the man to be courting death, yet now realized his grave error. Li Wei, the hawk, Gu Cha, and all present were struck with horror amidst the flames. Liao Qingfeng's form twisted, his screams of agony echoing. Uncle Snow, save me, save me. Snow rushed forward, pressing her hands against Liao Qingfeng's blazing body, channeling true energy to cleanse him from within. Yet, the flames would not extinguish. It appeared that the fire had been triggered by a treasure on Liao Qingfeng, enveloping him in an unyielding barrier, yet it proved futile. Xiao Long chuckled coldly. The ghost fire seed was not a martial technique, but a soul skill. Ignited from within, and once activated, it would continue to burn to the marrow until it consumed both body and soul. Unless a powerful soul master intervened, this fire was insurmountable, even in the 2-star and 3-star empires. Soul skills were exceedingly rare due to their rigorous cultivation requirements, demanding an immensely powerful soul, rendering them countless times more difficult than martial arts. In Tianfeng Nation, soul skills were the stuff of legend. Unheard of, Liao Qingfeng writhed on the ground, his face contorted in agony, skin cracking inch by inch, and no protective true energy, defensive treasures, or Snow's assistance could save him. For the first time in his life, Liao Qingfeng felt despair. Having always treated others as mere ants to be crushed, extinguishing anyone who displeased him, he had never faced injury, let alone death. Yet now, he tasted the bitterness of being trampled. His screams gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing, as the flames extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a charred heap of blackened remains, his soul obliterated, dead beyond revival. Silence engulfed the hall. All present stared blankly at this scene. Their expressions a mixture of tension, shock, confusion, and fear. An array of complex emotions flooded the room. What had just unfolded was etched into their minds. A first-level true energy realm individual had been reduced to ashes beneath Snow's watchful gaze. Without a single hand being raised, such a display was utterly horrifying. Suya felt a wave of dread wash over her. Thankfully, she had not offended Lord Xiao, or she too might have met such a grim fate. Sir, you must realize what you have just done. Snow's icy gaze bore into the yellow-haired man. Killing an ant. What is the significance? The yellow-haired man replied coldly, a sense of pride swelling within him, reveling in the fear he had instilled. You should understand the prowess of my master. Such abilities are beyond your comprehension. However, his expression remained unchanged, maintaining an air of inscrutability. What a delightful ant. Perhaps you are unaware. In Huiyin City, who truly embodies the ant? As the chilling voice of Shui Wuqing reverberated, a tempest erupted around him, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. The terrifying aura of the 10th level of the true condensation realm erupted in full force. Those nearby hastily retreated, fearing they might be caught in the ensuing chaos. Li Wei's face turned ashen. Liao Qingfeng had been slain right before his eyes at the auction house. Should the Fire Cloud sect seek retribution, he would be the first to bear the brunt. As for the yellow-haired man, despite possessing some skills, he posed little threat and had already been marked for death. It would be wiser to capture him and present him to the Fire Cloud sect as an apology. Bold, how dare you commit murder in the auction house? Do you truly believe that Xianlong Bank can be so easily bullied? Li Wei exclaimed, stomping his foot. Instantly, a massive formation beneath the auction house activated, enveloping the yellow-haired man in a colossal barrier of true energy, akin to a gigantic cage, which formed in an instant, trapping him within. Shui Elder, this man has committed murder in the auction house. By rights, it should be me, Li Wei, who executes him. However, considering the young master's demise at his hands, I shall turn him over to the Fire Cloud sect for their disposal, Li Wei said, bowing respectfully to Shui Wuqing. Attempting to curry favor, This gesture drew scornful remarks from many who silently condemned his shamelessness, yet no one dared voice their thoughts. Though trapped within the true energy cage, the yellow-haired man remained unperturbed. Fixing his gaze on Li Wei and slowly inquiring, "May I ask, what are the rules of Qianlong Bank? Murder should warrant death." "That is the rule," Li Wei replied haughtily. "Indeed. However, had I not dodged in time when you attacked me just now, I would already be a corpse at that moment. Where would Qianlong Bank's rules have been?" The yellow-haired man's unwavering stare rendered Li Wei speechless. The audience, having heard this exchange, cast derisive glances at Li Wei. Knowing the truth was one thing, but having it publicly stated was another. Li Wei's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. To curry favor with the Firecloud sect, Qianlong Bank fails to act against those who would kill me, instead capturing me to present to them. What a disgrace, the yellow-haired man continued, awakening the crowd to the gravity of the situation. If one day the Firecloud sect were to kill you at an auction, and Qianlong Bank not only refrained from intervening but also captured you to hand over, what would you do? If he can treat me this way today, he can just as easily do so to you tomorrow. With our safety at stake, what is the point of this auction house? It would be better to dismantle it entirely. His words resonated with the crowd, who turned their questioning gazes toward Li Wei. In the face of such public ire, Li Wei trembled, hastily declaring, "Rest assured, I assure you that Qianlong Bank conducts its affairs with fairness and will not favor one side over another." This declaration was met with head shakes and scoffs from the crowd. And even Li Wei himself felt the heat of embarrassment, his complexion fluctuating between hues of green and white. Unable to refute their sentiments, at this point, Li Wei's dignity lay in tatters. He glared at the yellow-haired man. "You sharp-tongued fiend, you shall die today, trapped within the Qianlong Great Formation. Let us see how you escape." Yet, in the next moment, the yellow-haired man swiftly struck at several weak points within the cage, causing the true energy barrier to wobble precariously, resembling a structure on the verge of collapse. With a powerful palm strike, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Such trivial skills, daring to boast before me. The Qianlong Great Formation is nothing but this. What? Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. The true energy cage was a manifestation of the Qianlong Bank's innate level formation, which, while primarily designed for gathering spiritual energy and defense, should have easily contained a first-level true condensation realm warrior. How could it be so effortlessly destroyed? Little did he know, not only could the cage itself be dismantled, but even the formation could be obliterated if given sufficient time. For Xiao Long's mastery of formations rivaled his alchemical skills. Should Li Wei attempt to capture him personally, he might have had a chance, but ensnaring him within a formation was sheer folly. "Wei Lao, there is no need for you to intervene. I shall end this myself." Shui Wuqing's cold gaze locked onto the yellow-haired man, his murderous intent palpable, his aura reaching its apex in the blink of an eye. Shui Wuqing vanished, a white phantom racing forward, his palm poised to strike the yellow-haired man's chest. "Stop." Just then, a commanding voice boomed through the hall, accompanied by the imposing figure of a robust man. The impact of their collision sent Shui Wuqing stumbling back several steps. Before he leapt back to his previous position, a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold satin robe now stood directly in front of the yellow-haired man, maintaining his stance as if he had just thwarted Shui Wuqing's attack. "Snow Elder, Lord Xiao is a distinguished guest of Qianlong Bank. I kindly ask you to grant me this favor," the middle-aged man said, calmly retracting his fist. "Look, that's President Wan. Wan Jianfeng has been stirred into action. He claims Lord Xiao is a guest of the bank. Could he be referring to that masked individual?" The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the masked man's identity. Shui Wuqing furrowed his brow, perplexed that a mere first-level true condensation realm insect could draw such protection from Wan Jianfeng. Li Wei rushed forward. "President, this man has committed murder at the auction house, violating the bank's gravest taboos that he should." "Silence." Wan Jianfeng glared at him, instantly silencing Li Wei. The thought of Li Wei's actions filled him with rage. How could the bank have produced such a disgrace? "President Wan, he has just killed young Master Liao Qingfeng. It won't be long before the sect master arrives to claim his life. Are you certain you wish to protect him?" Shui Wuqing coldly demanded. This statement was enough to dissuade Wan Jianfeng. Killing the sect master's son meant a relentless pursuit for vengeance, but to protect the yellow-haired man would mean declaring war against the Firecloud sect. As a branch president, he surely understood the implications. In Huiyun City, the Firecloud sect and Qianlong Bank existed in a mutually beneficial relationship. Wan Jianfeng maintained connections with many elders of the Firecloud sect. Conflict would be detrimental to both parties, and he would surely grasp the gravity of the situation. However, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of Shui Wuqing's threat, Wan Jianfeng remained composed, neither servile nor arrogant. Snow Elder, I shall protect Lord Xiao. I implore you to grant me this favor, and I promise substantial rewards thereafter. The auction house erupted in chaos. What they had assumed to be a death sentence for the masked man had suddenly taken a dramatic turn. What merit could this masked individual possess to warrant such fierce protection from Wang Jianfeng? As the president of a branch, he was willing to risk an all-out war to safeguard him. Gu Chao's gaze flickered with uncertainty, as if deep in thought. Shui Wuqing's expression darkened. Could it be that this masked man was Wang Jianfeng's illegitimate son? Yet, even if he were the legitimate heir, would anyone go to such lengths to protect him from a conflict with the Fire Cloud sect? Wang Jianfeng, as a branch leader, prioritized profit above all. He could not be so reckless. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Shui Wuqing's anger turned to a sardonic smile, as he withdrew numerous jade tokens from his storage ring, shattering them all. Wang Jianfeng's expression grew grave. It seemed the mask had truly been torn off, and the immediate priority was to ensure Lord Xiao's safety. Otherwise, once Liao Huiyun arrived, everything would be over. Lord Xiao, we must leave. I shall escort you out of the city, Wang Jianfeng said, bowing respectfully. Yet the yellow-haired man remained unfazed, shaking his head with a faint smile. Leave? Why should I? I wish to see what capabilities Liao Huiyun possesses. Wang Jianfeng's heart sank. Even if he were a third-tier alchemist, his personal strength was merely at the first level of true condensation realm. Could he truly withstand a congenital master? Just then, Wang Jianfeng sensed something, his face paling in realization. Oh no, it's too late. As the winds howled outside, the spiritual energy surged like a tempest engulfing the earth. A chilling voice filled with wrath descended from the heavens, booming like thunder in the ears of all present. Who dares to kill my son? With a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blown through the auction house's outer wall, and a figure clad in a fiery red robe, resembling a deity, strode through the air. This man, robust and imposing, emanated a sharp gleam from his eyes, akin to a steel blade slicing through the air, causing anyone who beheld him to tremble in fear, unable to meet his gaze. This was none other than Liao Huiyun, the master of the Fire Cloud sect. His brow was furrowed with grief and fury, his hands trembling with rage, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the hall, suffocating all present. Most attendees quivered, cold sweat pouring down their brows, while some of the weaker individuals fainted from the pressure. This was the power of a congenital master. Even without striking, his formidable presence was enough to instill terror. Once he unleashed his might, the very ground would tremble. Wang Jianfeng's complexion darkened. He had hoped Liao Huiyun's spiritual power had yet to recover, allowing him to maneuver within the Qianlong Great Formation. But Liao Huiyun's vitality surged, his aura profound and unfathomable, showing no signs of injury. Now, even with the assistance of the Qianlong Great Formation, Wang Jianfeng was uncertain if he could withstand Liao Huiyun. Moreover, Liao Huiyun possessed congenital treasures, which could amplify his combat power, making it equivalent to the combined might of two congenital masters. Shui Wuqing, tell me, who killed my son? Who was it? Liao Huiyun roared, his voice filled with anguish. Shui Wuqing's cold gaze fell upon the yellow-haired man, tinged with a hint of pity. It was you. Liao Huiyun's furious gaze met the yellow-haired man's, rage coursing through him, his eyes bloodshot. It was I. And what of it? The yellow-haired man replied defiantly. Who would have thought that? In the face of the innate master's fury, the young man with yellow hair showed no signs of fear and mocked. Your rebellious child has spoken disrespectfully and humiliated me. I have reduced him to ashes. Such a worthless being, killing him is of no consequence. As for you, the young man locked eyes with him, sneering. What are you? How dare you act audaciously before me? Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was left dumbfounded, as if witnessing a ghost. Chapter 38. Die if you don't roll. In the presence of an innate master, a normal person would tremble in fear, yet the young man with yellow hair seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of fear, speaking words that echoed like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. In truth, he did not possess such courage. All his words were merely a repetition of what Xiao Long had instructed him to say. When Liao Huiyun heard the young man's words, he was momentarily taken aback, and when he regained his composure, he was immediately filled with rage. What did you say? Looking up at Liao Huiyun, who hovered in the air, the young man curled his lips in disdain and said, a mere early innate martial artist dares to be arrogant before me. Before I change my mind, you should hurry and roll away. If you don't, you will die. Upon hearing this, the crowd's lips twitched violently. An early innate martial artist? Good heavens, in Tianfeng country, innate martial artists are the pinnacle of power. Yet he belittled them so casually. The people thought the masked man must be insane, for only a madman would utter such words. Liao Huiyun was enraged beyond measure. The last person who dared to speak to him like that was the Tianfeng Pill King from the Imperial City. And he had nearly struck him dead then, only managing to restrain himself. Now, just days later, Another dared to speak to him in such a manner, a mere insignificant being at that. Liao Huiyan felt an unprecedented rage swelling within him, nearly causing him to explode. Liao Huiyan, swear to shatter your teeth one by one and rip out your tongue, leaving you unable to seek death. With that, he reached out, and the spiritual energy around him instantaneously converged, forming a massive crimson hand imbued with terrifying pressure, reaching toward the young man with yellow hair. With a mere gesture, he manipulated the celestial energy, solidifying it into a hand. This was the terrifying prowess of an innate master. The power of this spiritual hand far exceeded the true energy palm unleashed by Xiao Long, being countless times more formidable. One was born of human strength, while the other stemmed from the forces of heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. Alas, Wang Jianfeng sighed, painfully closing his eyes. To provoke Liao Huiyan like this, even if he were a third-grade alchemist, he could not save him. Initially, he had planned to activate the potential dragon array to buy him some time. But now it seemed utterly unnecessary. To be arrogant with strength is called dominance. To be arrogant without power is simply courting death. Wang Jianfeng contemplated that once Lord Xiao was killed, he would proactively seek out the Huiyan sect to admit his guilt, offering a substantial compensation and relinquishing some shops to seek forgiveness, for he would still need to make a living in Huiyan City. The spectators at the auction were deeply moved. They had never encountered such audacity before. While his courage was admirable, it was a pity that it would soon turn to dust and become fodder for future gossip, just as everyone believed the young man with yellow hair was about to be crushed into flesh. The spiritual hand suddenly froze in midair, then roared and dissipated without a trace. What is happening? Someone exclaimed. Look at the Huiyan sect master. Everyone turned their gaze toward Liao Huiyan, only to see him gritting his teeth. His expression pained, as if he were enduring some form of torment. What is going on? Wang Jianfeng's eyes narrowed. He could feel Liao Huiyan's aura rapidly declining. I had kindly warned you. Since you refuse to leave, you may as well stay. The young man with yellow hair stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air, and in an instant, he was above Liao Huiyan. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised that dark stick high above his head and brought it crashing down upon Liao Huiyan's skull. Thud. A dull sound resonated in everyone's ears. The innate master, Liao Huiyan, made no attempt to resist as he was struck hard on the head, cleanly and decisively, before plummeting to the auction hall below like a shooting star. Boom! Liao Huiyan was embedded into the floor, creating a large human-shaped hole, lying there like a dead dog. Silence. The crowd's minds could not comprehend the scene before them. The innate master Liao Huiyan had been struck down by a mere masked man at the first level of the condensation realm? Was this a dream? Just moments ago, Liao Huiyan had been imposing and dignified, yet in the blink of an eye, he was brought down by someone he could easily crush, resembling a lost dog. The absurdity of the situation was beyond belief, utterly shocking. The ancient temple and the bald eagle were both left dumbfounded. Even figures that caused their sect master great headaches had been sent flying by an inconspicuous individual. Sect master, Xiao Long finally reacted and rushed to the pit to help Liao Huiyan up. Liao Huiyan's hair was disheveled, his face pale, with a large red gash on his head, staining his hair crimson. Looking neither human nor ghostly, devoid of any semblance of an innate master, ignoring the wound on his head, Liao Huiyan concentrated, seemingly suppressing something. He raised his hand and struck his chest, spitting out a cloud of dark, foul blood. Only then did Xiao Long realize that their sect master had been poisoned. Yellow hair, prepare to retreat. This insignificant being possesses quite the ability. Neither the bone corrosion powder nor the ghost fire seed could kill him. What a pity, Xiao Long's voice echoed in his mind. The young man with yellow hair grinned. Ha! This kid is quite fortunate. That blow was truly satisfying. When I return, I must boast to Dahe and Arii that I struck Liao Huiyan with a stick. And he didn't dare to retaliate. That blow had precisely taken advantage of Liao Huiyan's moment of internal chaos, delivering a lethal strike. Otherwise, given the young man's meager strength, he would hardly have been able to breach Liao Huiyan's protective true energy, let alone crush his skull. The resurrection pill that Xiao Long auctioned had been tampered with in various ways, specially tailored for Liao Huiyan, a necessary tool for killing and showing off. That foolish lad Liao Qingfeng had indeed lived up to expectations, spending millions of spirit stones to purchase a poison pill to harm his father. Little did he know that if Liao Huiyan discovered the truth, he would likely be enraged to death. Sect master, how are you? Xiao Long asked with concern. Step back. Liao Huiyan urged anxiously. Sensing something amiss, Xiao Long promptly retreated. In an instant, Liao Huiyan's body erupted in a fiery blaze, ghostly flames engulfing him, igniting spontaneously from within, mirroring the fate of the recently deceased Liao Qingfeng. The crowd finally came to the realization that all of this was the handiwork of the masked man. No wonder he was so audacious. No wonder he showed no fear of innate masters. Even an innate master would likely lose half their life when burned by such bizarre flames. How is this possible? Wang Jianfeng was left speechless. For as the president of the potential dragon financial house, he had never displayed such an expression before. A third-grade alchemist combined with such horrifying methods. Is this even human? The irony was that when he had acted earlier, he had thought he was saving the man. Perhaps even if he had sat idly by, Lord Xiao would not have lost a hair. Chapter 39. He is a third-grade alchemist. Wang Jianfeng looked at the young man with yellow hair with a mix of awe and fear. The gazes of those present towards the young man had shifted entirely. This mysterious master, appearing to be merely at the first level of the condensation realm, had managed to make innate masters falter. No one dared to treat him lightly. Liao Huiyun, did you not wish to kill me? Why have you ceased your movements? If you do not intend to kill me, I shall take my leave. The young man with yellow hair, unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, taunted Liao Huiyun. Yet now, no one dared to label him as arrogant, having instantly slain Liao Qingfeng and rendering Liao Huiyun unable to retaliate. Who else could claim the right to be arrogant? It was no wonder he carried himself with such confidence. While people thought him mad, they could never have anticipated the solid ground beneath his audacity. Liao Huiyun was seething with rage, nearly bursting with fury, but under the inferno consuming him, he dared not act recklessly, focusing all his energy on suppressing the flames and protecting his vital channels. To his shock and anger, he felt as though his very soul was being scorched by the strange flames. The burning sensation from deep within his soul was excruciating, and had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he might have fainted. Fortunately, he was powerful, and he believed extinguishing this flame was merely a matter of time. He realized that this flame had been lying dormant within him, triggered only now. It was not something that could ignite at will. Shui Wuqing, go forth and kill him, Liao Huiyun commanded. Shui Wuqing hesitated for a moment, stepping forward but not daring to advance. The power of that flame had left a profound impression on him. Even a master like their sect leader had nearly succumbed to it, and should he fall victim to it, he would likely meet the same fate as Liao Qifeng. Hurry, Liao Huiyun urged, his voice laced with urgency. Shui Wuqing remained unmoving. Witnessing this scene, the young man with yellow hair mocked, haha, a useless son, a useless father, and the elders are useless too. The entire Huiyun sect is a collection of fools. Shui Wuqing's face turned a deep shade of crimson with fury. Liao Huiyun, too, was incensed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. As the crowd erupted in hushed whispers, many covered their mouths, stifling laughter, and no longer able to maintain his dignity. Liao Huiyun forcefully suppressed the flames and, utterly humiliated, left the auction hall in disgrace, with Shui Wuqing trailing behind him in a flustered retreat. Thus, the Huiyun sect's reputation lay in ruins. President Wan, I shall remember the favor you have shown today, said the young man with yellow hair casually, leaving Wang Jianfeng astounded, who quickly bowed in gratitude. I dare not. Lord Xiao's prowess is unparalleled. We would not presume to take credit. The young man waved his hand dismissively. I have stated that I owe you a favor. Previously, if it weren't for Wang Jianfeng intervening to block Shui Wuqing's ruthless strike, Huang Mao would have had no choice but to consume an explosive essence pill. Relying on the temporary surge in power to exchange blows. In such a scenario, his body would inevitably sustain some injuries, and certain truths would be exposed. Although Wang Jianfeng acted out of self-interest, he nonetheless provided assistance, which Xiao Long would certainly remember. Wang Jianfeng was elated, fully aware of the value of this favor. You presented a storage ring. My Lord Xiao, this is the profit from your previous auction. Huang Mao accepted the ring, placed it in his inventory, and upon opening it, he discovered a substantial amount of 350,000 mid-grade spirit stones, along with a wealth of valuable medicinal herbs. Suya, you have done well. I hope to see you again next time, Huang Mao remarked indifferently. Suya's eyes sparkled with joy. Although Xiao Long did not express much, that one sentence conveyed an abundance of meaning. Wang Jianfeng's gaze flickered. He had initially intended to offer Suya to Master Gu Yun as an apology after the auction, but Xiao Long's words compelled him to reconsider. Suddenly, Huang Mao's gaze shifted to the trembling Li Wei nearby. As for him, my lord, Li Wei was already terrified to the point of nearly soiling himself. If even Liao Huiyun had been utterly defeated, what could he do? You scoundrel, kneel. Wang Jianfeng struck down with an open palm, forcing Li Wei into the ground, his entire body, including his head, embedded in the floor. My Lord Xiao, this wretch is my failure to discipline. I leave his fate in your hands. Wang Jianfeng clasped his hands in respect. I do not wish to see him again. Farewell. Turning away, Huang Mao leaped out of the auction house, vanishing from sight. The implication of his words was unmistakable, and Wang Jianfeng surely understood. He glanced at the quaking Li Wei. Shaking his head, bang, He delivered a punch to Li Wei's back, channeling his energy and directly crippling Li Wei's dantian. Suya, drag this thief out and feed him to the dogs. You shall be the chief auctioneer from now on. Yes, Suya exclaimed in delight, pulling the barely conscious Li Wei away. Wang Jianfeng exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling an undeniable joy within, although the auction house had been damaged and the event interrupted. Incurring the ire of the Huiyuan sect, the favor owed to Xiao Long outweighed all losses. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. The auction ends here. Please make your way home. Wang Jianfeng issued a dismissal. And the crowd, still stunned, departed one after another, their expressions reflecting lingering astonishment. The events of the day would be etched in everyone's minds, revealing that even seemingly invincible innate masters were not beyond defeat. It would not be long before this tale spread across the entire Tianfeng nation that Ji Yucha's eyes darted as he pursued the direction Huang Mao had disappeared. Upon returning to the Huiyuan sect, Liao Huiyuan, after some time, managed to stabilize his breath. The flames surrounding him gradually diminished, ultimately extinguishing. Although the flames were quelled, Liao Huiyuan's complexion remained pale, as if he had endured a fierce battle against an innate master. Sect Master, Elder Shui has learned of the masked man's whereabouts and has led the Elder Council in pursuit. That scoundrel cannot escape. Elder Wu, the pale-faced man, reported respectfully. Liao Huiyuan's face darkened, remaining silent after such chaos. The soul power he had painstakingly restored had been reduced to nothing. What was even more infuriating was that in front of so many witnesses, he, a dignified innate master, could not handle a mere ant at the first stage of reality and was insulted as useless. How could he ever maintain his standing after such humiliation? Shui Wuqing was even more of a disgrace, frightened into inaction by a mere flame. The Huiyuan sect's reputation was utterly tarnished. Wui. Relay my command. Summon the Huiyuan sword. Liao Huiyuan declared. The Huiyuan sword. Elder Wu exclaimed, alarmed. The Huiyuan sword was an innate spiritual treasure of the Huiyuan sect, traditionally only to be drawn in dire situations concerning the survival of the sect. Given its ancient lineage and the long absence of capable wielders, each use would incur wear on the sword, and it could only be used a maximum of 3 times before being rendered useless. Liao Huiyuan's willingness to summon the Huiyuan sword just to kill one person indicated how close he was to losing his sanity. Sect Master, the Huiyuan sword is a crucial innate treasure for protecting the sect. Its significance cannot be understated. We must consult the Elder Council. Elder Wu insisted respectfully. "Do you dare defy me?" Liao Huiyuan's expression remained impassive as he stared at him. Elder Wu's lips twitched, and he bowed deeply, saying, "I will retrieve the sword from the Huiyuan secret realm immediately." After bowing, he departed. Once alone, Liao Huiyuan fell into deep contemplation. What was Wang Jianfeng's motive for risking a confrontation with the Huiyuan sect just to protect that masked man? Where did that soul-burning flame originate? When had he been afflicted by the bone erosion powder? According to his understanding, the flames on Liao Qingfeng had been planted during a confrontation the previous night by that very individual, referred to as the ghost fire seed. But how had he been affected? Throughout this period, he had been recuperating within the Huiyuan sect, never stepping outside, and had only consumed some qi-gathering pills. There was no way he could have been implanted with the ghost fire seed. Furthermore, he would never have ingested the bone erosion powder. The only suspect was the recently acquired resurrection pill. Yes, Liao Huiyuan suddenly realized. When he obtained the resurrection pill, he had sensed something was amiss, as if it were tainted with other substances. However, having never encountered a third-grade resurrection pill before, and given its known effects of restoring soul power, he had not given it much thought. Now, it was evident that matters were far more sinister. Someone had deliberately poisoned him. The pill had been delivered by Elder Wu, who, given his abilities, could not have perfectly sealed poison within the pill, nor could he betray him. Everything pointed to one possibility. Suddenly, Liao Huiyuan realized something, his eyes bulging. This is bad. The resurrection pill was concocted by that masked man, which meant he was a third-grade alchemist. Everything fell into place. No wonder Wang Jianfeng was willing to go to war. Now it made sense. The worth of a third-grade alchemist far outweighed the friendship of the Huiyuan sect. In other words, the Huiyuan sect had offended a third-grade alchemist. Liao Huiyuan's face turned ashen. This person must be eliminated at all costs. Otherwise, the Huiyuan sect faces imminent destruction. Chapter 40. It's you behind the shadows. Without encountering any obstructions, Huang Mao swiftly exited the city, making his way towards the Beast Mountain range. Halt! Xiao Long commanded. Huang Mao stopped, confused. Boss, why are we stopping? To set up a formation. Xiao Long emerged from his sleeve, burrowing into the ground as he rapidly scattered a multitude of spirit stones, constructing a massive array. The terrain here was rugged, surrounded by mountains and conducive to channeling ley lines. an ideal location for array formation. Xiao Long sensed that multiple groups were tracking him, and he doubted that the Huin sect would allow him to leave unchallenged. Thus, he decided to set up a 10th-level spirit energy killing array to give them a taste of their own medicine. The attack-type array consumed the most spirit stones. A 10th-level attack-type array would require at least 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Xiao Long still had 3 million mid-grade spirit stones and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. More than enough. Your spirit stone count has reached the required amount to upgrade your technique. Would you like to upgrade? Ding! Your Xiao Long secret tome has been upgraded to the 6th level, consuming 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. To expedite the array formation, Xiao Long spent 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to elevate the Xiao Long secret tome to the 6th level. Just one step away from perfection at the 7th level, a torrent of spirit stones flowed into the ley lines, forming a vast array foundation, encompassing a radius of 1 mile. Xiao Long's proficiency in array formation rivaled his alchemical skills, placing him among the elite in the entire divine continent. He streamlined complex steps, often performing multiple actions simultaneously. When the final spirit stone was positioned, the array burst forth with radiant brilliance, creating countless mysterious trajectories, which ultimately concealed themselves within the earth in a mere incense stick's time. The array was successfully completed. This array was a fundamental spirit energy killing formation that required only spirit stones for construction, eliminating the need for additional materials, thus saving considerable time. The shortcomings of a basic array were evident. Its methods of slaughter were singular, lacking power, and easily disrupted by array masters. Nevertheless, even at its worst, it was a 10th-level killing array, more than sufficient to deal with the Huin sect's inexperienced miscreants. Likely, only Shui Wuqing could withstand its might. Seeing that he still had surplus spirit stones, Xiao Long further enhanced the spirit energy killing array with a simple 10th-level shielding array and a 10th-level trapping array, in addition to an 8th-level illusion array. With this, the 3 million mid-grade spirit stones were nearly depleted, leaving only 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. These arrays, if attempted by other array masters, would take at least 10 days to complete. But in Xiao Long's hands, it only took a moment. Huang Mao felt a pang of regret. So many precious spirit stones had been expended so easily that don't worry. Someone will soon offer more spirit stones. Just wait, Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. He gazed into the distance and saw 2 figures drawing near, promptly burrowing into the ground to conceal himself. As the figures approached, it was unexpectedly revealed to be Gu Cha and the bald eagle. Gu Cha noticed Huang Mao standing still and, smiling, respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "I am Gu Cha of the Hidden Poison Sect. Greeting my Lord Xiao." Bald Eagle of the Hidden Poison Sect. "Greetings, my Lord Xiao." Bald Eagle also bowed. The Hidden Poison Sect. When Xiao Long had used the heart-eating control soul technique on Suya, he had acquired part of her memories and thus knew that the Hidden Poison Sect was one of the 4 major sects. Closely neighboring the Huin sect, they often engaged in cutthroat dealings among themselves and were not known for their benevolence. "What brings you both here?" The yellow-haired man spoke indifferently. Ji Yu Cha clasped his fists and continued. "If I am not mistaken, Lord Xiao, you must be a 3rd-grade alchemist." A jolt ran through the yellow-haired man's heart. How could he see through that? Sensing the subtle change in the yellow-haired man's demeanor, Gu Cha let out a hearty laugh and explained, "There's no need for you to be anxious. My intentions are benign. Based on the nurturing essence pill I purchased, its fragrance is rich and its quality splendid, indicating it was freshly crafted. Moreover, 3rd-grade pills are indeed rare, and with 4 appearing simultaneously at the Firecloud auction, it must signify that a 3rd-grade alchemist has passed through this area, coupled with President Wan's attitude towards you. I dare to speculate that you, Lord Xiao, are indeed a 3rd-grade alchemist." Ji Yu Cha's words nearly pinpointed the truth, though regrettably, he had mistaken the subject. It was not the yellow-haired man, but rather Xiao Long who was the alchemist. "Indeed, I am a 3rd-grade alchemist. What business do you have?" the yellow-haired man boldly admitted. Ji Yu Cha's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had discovered a 3rd-grade alchemist, a significant event for the kingdom of Tianfeng. A figure as esteemed as the Tianfeng Pill King holds immense status in the imperial city, on par with the emperor himself, and even the leaders of the 4 major sects must show him deference. If his Hidden Poison Sect could ally with someone of such caliber, they could stand firm against anyone in the kingdom of Tianfeng, even the royal family of the imperial city. "Lord Xiao, on behalf of the Hidden Poison Sect, I formally extend an invitation to you to become our honorary elder. If you agree, from this day forth, your enemies will be our enemies, and the mere Firecloud sect would be easily crushed." Gu Cha smiled as he clasped his fists to him. Such an offer was one that Lord Xiao could hardly refuse. The Tianfeng Pill King was not only an extraordinary alchemist, but also a congenital master in his own right. However, this Lord Xiao was merely at the first level of the nurturing essence realm. He might have some unique techniques, but Gu Cha did not regard him with much concern. If Liao Huiyun had met the same fate as his son, burned alive, Gu Cha might have hesitated, but the absence of such a feat indicated that this man lacked the capability to kill a congenital master, possessing excellent alchemical skills without formidable strength. Gu Cha had myriad methods to compel him to submit. The hidden poison sect may not possess many exceptional talents, but they were quite adept at manipulating others. And what if I refuse? The yellow-haired man asked with keen interest. Gu Cha displayed no anger, instead replying calmly, I trust you will not decline. He glanced behind him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a voice thundered from the heavens, echoing like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. You little thief, offend my fire cloud sect, and I will have you skinned alive. Following the voice, a multitude of figures clad in red fire cloud robes surged into view. Their presence imposing and unfathomable, numbering well over 20, a brief scan revealed that the weakest among them was at the 5th level of the nurturing essence realm, while the most formidable, standing at the forefront, was Shui Wuqing, at the pinnacle of the 10th level. Besides him, there were 2 other elders of the same rank. This group was the Elders' Council of the Fire Cloud sect, gathering more than half of the sect's strength. A trace of a smile flickered across Xiao Long's lips. This was a veritable treasure trove of experience. With 20 individuals above the 5th level of the nurturing essence realm, it should suffice to elevate him to a 1st or even 2nd-tier demon general. He felt compelled to express gratitude to the Fire Cloud sect for this grand gift. Gu Cha, the leading figure, Shui Wuqing, shifted his gaze to Gu Cha and his companion, a wave of murderous intent slowly rising. What does this fat fool intend? Does he wish to engage us? The bald eagle stood protectively before Gu Cha, his gaze icy. Stay out of Fire Cloud sect's affairs, or I shall deal with you as well. Shui Wuqing declared coldly. Although he did not understand why Gu Cha and his companion were present, he had no qualms about eliminating them if they proved troublesome. The bald eagle's expression darkened, his claws curling slightly, as if preparing to strike, but Gu Cha quickly restrained him. Fire Cloud sect, what an audacious display. We shall not engage in conflict today. Farewell. With that, Gu Cha cast a meaningful glance at the yellow-haired man before gracefully departing. Lord Xiao, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me at any time. A voice infused with true energy reached the yellow-haired man's ears after Gu Cha and his companion left. They did not venture far, instead stopping nearby to produce a monitoring array, revealing the scene from earlier that I never expected the Fire Cloud sect would truly come. The young master is quite the strategist. The bald eagle's lips curled into a cold smile, as if everything had unfolded according to plan. These foolish individuals of the Fire Cloud sect dare to claim to be one of the 4 major sects. Today, we shall expunge them from that list. As for the 3rd-grade alchemist surnamed Xiao, a venomous glint flashed in Gu Cha's eyes. He must either submit or perish. This was the first time the yellow-haired man confronted such a formidable force. Over 20 high-level cultivators of the nurturing essence realm, all equally strong, exuded an overwhelming aura that made him break into a cold sweat and struggle to breathe. Yet, his eyes betrayed no fear. He knew his master would exact a heavy toll on them. The elders of the Fire Cloud sect formed a semi-encircling formation in front of the yellow-haired man, bracing for confrontation. Shui Wuqing's icy gaze bore into the yellow-haired man, seemingly attempting to see right through him. You little thief, I am aware of your capabilities. I advise you to surrender willingly. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death. Shui Wuqing threatened fiercely. Your words are as verbose as ever. The yellow-haired man scoffed sharp-tongued. Are we? I shall capture you and have your tongue removed, and then we shall see how brazen you remain. Shui Wuqing loathed him deeply, eager to flay him alive. Yet he still harbored doubts due to the yellow-haired man's previous techniques. Yin, step forward, Shui Wuqing commanded, glancing at a man beside him. Yes, the man, known as Yin, unsheathed a crimson longsword and leaped forward, propelled by a scorching gale, charging toward the yellow-haired man's neck. Although Yin was the weakest among the group, at the 5th level of the nurturing essence realm, he was still far beyond the capabilities of a mere 1st-level cultivator. Typically, he could eliminate such a foe in a single strike. Shui Wuqing sent him forth to gauge the yellow-haired man's abilities. The peculiar flames he had witnessed twice before, once incinerating the young master before his eyes, and another time severely wounding the sect leader, had left him curious. He had not personally experienced the flames, so he sought to confirm whether the yellow-haired man could still wield them. Yellow-haired man, I will adjust the array. This fool is yours to handle. The emergence of the hidden poison sect inspired Xiao Long with new ideas. If he was to reap rewards, he might as well aim for a bountiful harvest. After all, the foolishness of others could yield great experience points. Upon hearing Xiao Long's voice, the yellow-haired man displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, he appeared eager, grinning widely, perfectly aligned with my intentions. Prepare to perish. A chilling glint emanated from the sword's edge as Yan's gaze sharpened, his form like the wind, lunging directly for the yellow-haired man's throat. A mere first-level nurturing essence cultivator, I shall dispatch you with a single move. Yan, having never witnessed the yellow-haired man's capabilities, was filled with contempt in his eyes. Personal strength was paramount. Tricks might deceive others, but would not fool him. Exactly what I hoped for. The yellow-haired man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he raised his black staff, making no extraneous movements, simply swinging it forward. You seek your own demise, observing the yellow-haired man's actions. The elders of the Fire Cloud sect wore expressions of derision. They had anticipated some peculiar technique, yet he dared to confront them head-on. Shui Wuqing, too, wore a look of astonishment. How could he dare to engage in a direct confrontation? A first-level nurturing essence cultivator against one at the 5th level. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? The yellow-haired man's strike appeared ordinary to the onlookers, but a look of shock flickered across Yan's face. It was as if he beheld a mountain descending upon him. Clang! A thunderous sound rang out as iron clashed with iron. The staff and sword met with a resounding impact, forcing Yan to stagger back several paces. Nearly losing grip on his sword, while the yellow-haired man was hurled backward, landing a dozen meters away. Ha! That felt exhilarating. Feeling a slight numbness in his arm, the yellow-haired man licked his lips, becoming even more exhilarated. He had believed that without entering a frenzied state, he could only match a 3rd-level cultivator, yet he had unexpectedly withstood the full force of a 5th-level attack. Glancing at his black staff, ever since acquiring it, he felt his blood surging, as if filled with boundless energy. It was this sensation that enabled him to withstand the 5th-level assault. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Yin was engulfed in a storm of disbelief. A mere 1st-level cultivator had actually forced him back. In the past, even a 4th-level opponent could not make him retreat an inch. This indicated that the masked man before him possessed strength that was nearly on par with his own. A 1st-level nurturing essence cultivator clashing head-on with a 5th-level one was no simple feat. It was akin to surpassing half a tier. Fool, taste my wave blade technique. Yin charged forward once more. His longsword dancing wildly, the sword light resembling the ceaseless waves of the ocean, each wave building upon the last, converging upon the yellow-haired man's vital points. Sigh, how tedious. The yellow-haired man shook his head, his bones cracking as his physique surged, rapidly increasing to nearly 5 meters in height. That was his true stature. Instantly, everyone felt a terrifying aura swiftly rising, as the yellow-haired man's strength escalated from a 1st-tier demon general to the pinnacle of a 3rd-tier demon general. Officially entering a frenzied state, Shui Wuqing and others were momentarily stunned. The 3rd-level nurturing essence. You worthless fool, receive my strike. With a thunderous roar, the yellow-haired figure swung his staff against the formidable wave of sword light unleashed by Yin Jing. The impact resonated through the heavens and the earth, resembling the sound of a cataclysmic collapse, accompanied by explosive bursts in the air. Yin Jing was struck with terror. Chapter 42. Array within an array. This is bad. A deafening explosion echoed, as Yin Jing's sword light was effortlessly obliterated, and his crimson longsword shattered into fragments. The force did not wane. The staff came crashing down upon Yin Jing. A sickening crack resounded as bones splintered. His chest caving in completely, he coughed up a torrent of dark blood, soaring backward and crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater, lying there like a dead dog. That single blow had shattered his internal organs, extinguishing his life in an instant. The pallor of Yin Jing's face remained etched with horror. He could hardly fathom that such a simple strike could annihilate his profound martial arts and ultimately lead to his demise. You have slain a level 15 wild beast, gaining 11,000 experience points. Experience bonus for defeating a higher level opponent. 100, team reward. 20, Xiao Long's experience surged dramatically. How could this be? Shui Wuqing stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Prior to Yin Jing's attack, he had envisioned numerous possible outcomes, even considering the bizarre possibility of Yin Jing being engulfed in flames and perishing. Yet, he never anticipated that the opponent would charge forward and, with a mere uncomplicated strike, bring about Yin Jing's death. The members of the Fire Cloud sect were equally astonished. Elder Shui, this person's aura bears a striking resemblance to that of a demon beast. I suspect he is a beastmaster from the beast control sect, remarked an elder with white hair. Only then did Shui Wuqing realize, his gaze sharpening as he noticed a tuft of brown fur on the yellow-haired one's arm. Indeed, he was a beastmaster, and he must have employed a secret technique to enhance his powers. Shui Wuqing's expression turned steely. However, since the beast control sect is far from our territory, there is no conflict of interests. I suspect it is the hidden poison sect, attempting to frame us and incite discord between us and the beast control sect. Recalling his earlier encounter with the two buzzard-like individuals, Shui Wuqing's gaze grew colder. Regardless of their intentions, we must capture this man and extract the truth. Any schemes will unravel. The white-haired elder nodded. Eldersley, we shall rely on you. Leave it to us. The two elders, robust in aura and the second most powerful in the crowd after Shui Wuqing, were renowned figures from the Fire Cloud sect. Without need for verbal communication, they sprang into action. Point one leaped forward, aiming a palm strike at the yellow-haired one's forehead, while the other circled to the side, targeting his right arm, feigning an attack while secretly preparing to cut off his escape route. Their coordination was impeccable, sealing off all avenues of retreat for the yellow-haired figure. In the face of their pincer attack, the yellow-haired one merely swung his staff downward at a single blow. Assessing the power of the strike, the two elders shook their heads in disbelief. One aimed for the staff, while the other targeted the face, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Young man, keep your eyes open in your next life. Not every force can. But before the sentence could be completed, they seemed to witness something horrifying, their expressions freezing in shock. Not good. Retreat. Amidst the crowd, a harrowing scream pierced the air. An ethereal blade, seemingly from nowhere, sliced through the elderly's arm, sending it flying. In a swift motion, it then cut into the second elder, severing him in half at the waist. The scene turned chaotic as the second elder collapsed, struck on the head by the yellow-haired one, his skull exploding like a watermelon, scattering his remains. Brother, the first elder's eyes turned crimson, filled with rage and despair upon witnessing this. But in the next moment, his pupils froze as a swift breeze brushed past, and the crowd could only watch as the elder's upper body remained suspended in the air, while his head was cleaved in two by an invisible force. Crashing to the ground, you have slain a level 20 wild beast, gaining 40,000 experience points. Experience bonus for defeating a higher level opponent, 100. As the bodies fell, a heavy silence enveloped the Elder Council, their expressions frozen in shock. The formidable elders of the Fire Cloud sect had perished just like that. The crowd struggled to accept this reality, yet the evidence lay before them, making it undeniable. There is an array, a level 10 killing array. Suddenly enlightened, they realized that the only thing capable of annihilating the Li elders was indeed a level 10 killing array. That we must withdraw, Shui Wuqing bellowed. A level 10 killing array is no jest. With over 20 members in the Elder Council, aside from him, none could withstand it, given that even the Li elders had fallen victim to a sneak attack. What hope did the others have but to be slaughtered like fish on a chopping board? As his words faded, the surroundings began to blur, shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Within moments, visibility diminished to nothing. Even face to face, one could not discern another's features. Shui Wuqing attempted to extend his consciousness, only to discover it too was obstructed at a level 10. Illusion. Array. Shui Wuqing uttered the words through gritted teeth, and upon hearing them, the hearts of the crowd sank further. In addition to the level 10 killing array, there existed a level 10 illusion array. It was not merely a single array, but an intricate layering of multiple formations. When had this magnificent setup been laid, awaiting their arrival? All members of the Fire Cloud sect huddled together, their expressions more grave than ever. Everyone, let us concentrate our attacks on a single point. Even a level 10 illusion array cannot withstand the combined might of us all, one suggested. However, before he could finish, a chilling sound echoed, like a blade slicing through flesh, followed by a piercing scream. Ah, don't kill me. Elder Shui, save me. As if intentional, the man cried out as though he were being subjected to 1,000 tortures, his cries clear and harrowing, leaving little to the imagination regarding his plight. Yet, within a level 10 illusion array, visibility was non-existent. Self-preservation took precedence, and the thought of rescuing another was a distant notion. In the next moment, a series of grotesque sounds of flesh being torn apart filled the air. After one last wail, the screams abruptly ceased. It seemed he had met his end. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Chapter 43. The Annihilation of the Fire Cloud Sect. The unknown is the most terrifying. Such an unseen method of death undoubtedly stirs the deepest fears within one's soul. Moreover, the illusion array served to disorient. Under its intangible influence, the crowd trembled uncontrollably, their legs weakening, their combat prowess diminished by half. Among those present, only Shui Wuqing managed to retain a semblance of clarity. In truth, Xiao Long could have easily dispatched everyone, but Shui Wuqing using the level 10 spirit energy killing array. Yet he refrained from doing so. He sensed the presence of numerous experts from the hidden poison sect nearby, even detecting a formidable force that posed a threat. undoubtedly the innate experts of the hidden poison sect. He had not enhanced the level 10 killing array, but rather upgraded the level 8 illusion array to the pinnacle of level 10, just a step away from the innate level. Under such an illusion array, even Xiao Wuqing would be affected. The others would struggle to even safeguard themselves. This was done with a singular purpose: to divert hatred and confront the hidden poison sect. Yellow-haired one. Eliminate them. Haha. Leave it to me. The yellow-haired figure entered the illusion array, clearly seeing the trembling members of the Fire Cloud sect. Except for Xiao Wuqing, the elders of the Fire Cloud sect were ensnared in a terrifying illusion. Unable to maintain their footing, let alone mount a defense. Identifying the nearest target, the yellow-haired one approached, swinging his staff down with ease. Bang. Without any resistance, the head was crushed to a pulp. You have slain a level 17 wild beast. Gaining 22,000 experience points. Experience bonus for defeating a higher level opponent. 100. Team reward. 20. A 7th level elder of the Fire Cloud sect met his end with a single, unguarded blow from the yellow-haired one. The yellow-haired figure laughed with exhilaration. What could be more gratifying than slaying an expert many times his superior? After dispatching one, he immediately targeted the next. Meanwhile, Xiao Long emerged from his previous hiding spot. Retrieving a storage ring and pulling out a bag of peculiar powder, which he sprinkled over the corpse, instantly transforming it into a charred, poisoned appearance, with the yellow-haired one engaged in the slaughter. Xiao Long meticulously handled the bodies, executing their plan with methodical precision. You have slain a level 18 wild beast, gaining 28,600 experience points. Experience bonus for defeating a higher level opponent. 100. Team reward. 20. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. You are 200,000 experience points away from the next level. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Demon General and may evolve once. Would you like to evolve immediately? Evolution requires 1 hour. Please ensure no interruptions occur. A series of system notifications flooded Xiao Long's mind, rendering him momentarily stunned. Evolution? Although curiosity piqued my interest, the moment is not yet ripe. You have vanquished a level 17 wild beast, earning 22,000 experience points, an additional 100 for challenging beyond your level, with a 20 team reward. You have defeated a level 15 wild beast, garnering 10,000 experience points. Xiao Long's experience surged dramatically. And it wasn't long before his experience bar, once at 200,000, was filled, propelling him to the 12th level. Besides poisoning each corpse he encountered, Xiao Long ultimately discovered 5 exquisite spirit stones among the numerous storage rings he had collected. Truly, heaven is aiding me. This is precisely what I sought. Xiao Long's eyes gleamed. 3 of these exceptional spirit stones had been acquired by Liao Qifeng at an auction, eventually finding their way into the hands of an elder. And now they belonged to Xiao Long. This became a crucial element of Xiao Long's scheme, as only these premium spirit stones could provide energy for the innate level formation, though these spirit stones were insufficient to construct an innate level killing array. They were adequate for a shielding formation. A similar scene unfolded within the illusionary array, where many individuals, previously lost in confusion, suddenly found their heads crushed, unaware of their impending demise. There were no cries of agony, only a series of thunderous sounds akin to bursting watermelons. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized someone was reaping their lives within the illusion. Panic ensued, with individuals scrambling like headless flies. Yet all efforts proved futile, and they remained unable to escape death. As the casualties mounted, despair enveloped them. Was there truly no path to survival? Who are you? Why do you target my Fire Cloud sect? Xiao Wuqing shouted to the heavens. Silence followed. After a prolonged pause, a chilling laughter echoed. Target, do you think you are worthy of my attention? Your young lord offended me, and I killed him. As for you, a mere insect dare pursue me. If you wish to kill me, be prepared to be killed. As for my identity, you lack the qualifications to know. With these words, murderous intent surged within the illusion, akin to the activation of a meat grinder, as numerous elders of the Fire Cloud sect were swiftly obliterated, their screams echoing relentlessly. Xiao Wuqing's eyes widened, fixated on the blinding whiteness before him, as if attempting to pierce through the illusion, but he refused to believe it. To set such an astonishing illusion and killing array, even the highest-ranked formation master of Tianfeng Kingdom would require several days to accomplish. This indicated that the adversary had meticulously planned and ambushed them. Such elaborate machinations against the Fire Cloud sect must stem from some underlying reason. The conflict with the young lord was merely a pretext. However, Xiao Wuqing's deductions were flawed. It was indeed Liao Qifeng who had provoked Xiao Long, leading to the subsequent events. Unaware of the truth, Xiao Wuqing's anger intensified. It must be someone targeting my sect. He fervently probed with his consciousness, the flow of spiritual energy gradually elevating. Seemingly reaching a critical point, in this moment of crisis, Shui Wuqing experienced a breakthrough. Suddenly, his consciousness detected a vague shadow, and he leaped forth. The figure moved swiftly, vanishing in an instant, yet Shui Wuqing caught a glimpse. It was the vulture. You, Shui Wuqing seethed with rage. He recognized the shadow as his archenemy. The vulture. Indeed, all of this was the Hidden Poison Sect's scheme. Ah, Hidden Poison Sect, I will not let this go. Shui Wuqing spat out a mouthful of essence blood, swiftly tracing intricate patterns in the air with his palm. The blood followed the trajectory, forming a rune resembling a snowflake. Shui Wuqing's once ample physique shrank significantly, his flesh becoming gaunt, yet his aura surged dramatically, brushing against the barriers of innate mastery. He then consumed an explosion pill, breaking through the innate threshold, and the force of his strike rivaled that of an innate master. Snowfall sword technique, stained in blood, Shui Wuqing grasped the air, transforming the snowflake rune into a ghostly blue ice crystal sword, which he held firmly. With a single swing, a crimson sword light soared from the illusion. Cleaving the skies, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted within the formation, the wide expanse seemingly sliced in half by the sword light. Under such an onslaught, the illusion shattered instantly, revealing the surroundings in clarity. A glance around revealed the lifeless bodies of several elders from the Fire Cloud sect. All recently fallen, only Shui Wuqing remained, solitary amidst the carnage. Chapter 44. Two innate masters nearby, the members of the Hidden Poison sect stared, aghast, at the scene unfolding on the monitoring array. Their initial plan had been to allow the Fire Cloud sect to confront this individual, testing his capabilities while their forces assembled to capture both sides. This would simultaneously weaken the Fire Cloud sect and capture a third-tier alchemist, a dual advantage. However, the prowess displayed by this individual was beyond their wildest imaginations. He had preemptively set a 10th-level killing array, ensnaring the Fire Cloud sect in a trap. This indicated that he had orchestrated these actions days in advance. Such skill, such cunning, regardless of his formation abilities. Single-handedly annihilating the Elder Council of the Fire Cloud sect was a feat that left everyone in awe. Shui Wuqing stood amidst the desolate terrain as snowflakes drifted from the sky. His ice crystal sword growing colder, much like his gaze. They are all dead. The entire Elder Council has perished, leaving only Shui Wuqing. The corpses displayed a dark hue, clearly poisoned. Who else but the Hidden Poison sect would commit such an act? Shui Wuqing's eyes gleamed red with unprecedented fury and humiliation. After countless years of conflict between the Fire Cloud sect and the Hidden Poison sect, this was the first time he had suffered such a devastating defeat. Vulture, show yourself, Shui Wuqing bellowed, his voice reverberating through the valley. After a lengthy pause, a gaunt figure appeared atop a massive rock to his left, cold eyes fixed upon him. Snow Fatty, the Fire Cloud sect has truly disappointed. So easily dispatched, the vulture smirked. Shui Wuqing regarded him with an impassive expression. However, my Hidden Poison sect can assist you in avenging yourself. Leave that masked man to me. Before the vulture could finish his sentence, Shui Wuqing leaped forward, closing the distance in an instant, and without hesitation, swung his sword toward him. The vulture was taken aback but did not hesitate. His withered palm shot out, emanating a strange dark glow, and struck the sword directly. Bang! Following the impact, the vulture retreated swiftly, but Shui Wuqing relentlessly pursued, the ghostly blue sword light intensifying, spiritual energy surging forth and enveloping the blade. In an instant. The sword light sword, brimming with murderous intent. Snowfall sword technique. Are you insane? The vulture's expression shifted drastically. The snowfall sword technique was Shui Wuqing's ultimate move, requiring his life essence to activate, a significant cost, not to be employed lightly unless at death's door. Yet he was using it against him. At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. The vulture struck his chest, expelling a mouthful of essence blood, which enveloped him in a shroud of crimson light, exploding outward, allowing him to vanish. However, he did not flee entirely, instead choosing to remain at a distance, observing Shui Wuqing. Snow Fatty, you seek death. The vulture's anger flared as he charged forward, attacking wildly, as if he believed Shui Wuqing to be an easy target. Shui Wuqing remained silent, turning to deliver another strike, the sword light expanding to dozens of feet in length, sweeping towards him with unstoppable force. Suddenly, the sword light halted abruptly mid-course. A swirling mass of dark energy appeared along its path, obstructing the once mighty sword light, which could advance no further, before erupting in a violent explosion. As the spiritual energy dissipated, a figure materialized in the air, his face obscured by thick bandages, pallid and cold, with eyes resembling those of an ancient temple, yet his aura far surpassed that of the ancient temple. Sect Master, the vulture bowed respectfully. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous individuals from the Hidden Poison sect emerged, their forms gaunt and shrouded in dark energy. Members of the Elder Council, Although they numbered only 10, their strength surpassed that of the Fire Cloud sect, the weakest among them at the 7th level of the true condensation realm. Sect Master. All bowed in deference. The bandaged figure, the ominous man known as Guyu, the Poison King and leader of the hidden poison sect, stood before them. Shui Wuqing observed the unfolding scene with an impassive demeanor. The Poison King Guyu, the elder council of the hidden poison sect. Indeed, everything was part of the hidden poison sect's grand design. Shui Wuqing, it has been a while. Your temper remains as volatile as ever. Guyu turned, regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Heh, even the sect master has personally intervened. Clearly, no conventions can be adhered to with the hidden poison sect. Shui Wuqing retorted coldly. For years, the hidden poison sect and the Fire Cloud sect had engaged in conflict, adhering to an unwritten rule that the sect masters would not easily involve themselves in battles between the two sections. Those below innate mastery were deemed insignificant. If the sect leaders were to emerge and wreak havoc whenever there was a skirmish, it would plunge the sects into chaos. Thus, for many years, Guyu and Liao Huiyin had refrained from direct involvement, relying on their disciples and elders to counterbalance one another. That is a misguided notion. Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. If the rules are broken, so be it. As long as there are sufficient benefits, nothing is beyond reach. In the ancient realm of the ethereal. Guyu's voice resonated with a chilling calmness that truly, the hidden poison sect has woven an immense web of schemes, ensnaring our council of elders entirely to leave no survivors. Even the sect master has personally intervened to eradicate us. I, Shui Wuqing, acknowledge my fate. From the moment Guyu emerged, Shui Wuqing sensed that today would mark his doom. Despite his recent breakthrough, he could at best vanquish the vulture, but facing a seasoned innate master like Guyu was beyond his capability. Shui Wuqing's words elicited a slight surprise from Guyu. Observing the lifeless bodies of the Fire Cloud sect's elders around him, understanding dawned upon him. The masked figure had slain the Fire Cloud sect elders and framed them, explaining Shui Wuqing's animosity. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes proved futile. None could escape his grasp. He could distinctly sense that the masked figure was concealed underground, ensconced within a level 10 shielding formation, attempting to remain undetected. Little did they know, such formations were only effective against the nascent realm. Before unearthing the masked figure, it was imperative to deal with Shui Wuqing first, though he yearned to elaborate. It was unnecessary, for he had no intention of leaving any witnesses. With a wave of his hand, Guyu summoned a colossal hand of spiritual energy from the heavens, crashing down upon Shui Wuqing. The impact sent him deep into the earth, half of his body buried in the soil. Gritting his teeth, Shui Wuqing ignited his vital essence, his blood ablaze, and swung his sword defiantly against the descending hand. As the energy hand met his blade, it sizzled and eroded like snow upon boiling oil. In mere moments, Shui Wuqing roared skyward, his blood surging with fervor, and with a single stroke, he cleaved through the spiritual hand. A look of astonishment crossed Guyu's face, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. I did not anticipate that you have 1 foot in the innate realm. Perhaps even the vulture is no match for you now. With this revelation, he resolved that Shui Wuqing could not be spared. With a decisive gesture, a thick, dark mist erupted from his sleeve, hurtling toward Shui Wuqing. Gasping for breath, Shui Wuqing's once robust form began to shrink as he burned through his vital essence. Confronted with this unavoidable strike, he did not flee or retaliate. Instead, a look of elation graced his face. Boom! The air crackled with thunder. A fiery sword light shot across the sky, colliding with the darkness, and both were obliterated. Guyu turned his gaze toward the void, his voice resonating with authority. Liao Huiyin, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Chapter 45, Total Annihilation. Liao Huiyin descended. His countenance darkened as he surveyed the grim scene of the fallen elders of the Fire Cloud sect. His eyes ablaze with fury. Shui Wuqing, what transpired? Master, we were ambushed by this villain. Shui Wuqing relayed the events telepathically, recounting the ordeal in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Liao Huiyin's expression twisted in rage. Guyu, you are inviting your own demise. Guyu could easily surmise Shui Wuqing's words, which merely shifted the blame onto him. Although he bore the brunt of the masked figure's misdeeds, it mattered little. That figure would eventually serve the hidden poison sect. Furthermore, the two sects were already at odds. He found no need to clarify. What, in your current state, do you still wish to confront me? Your soul is gravely injured. I wonder how much strength you can muster now. Guyu observed him, a flicker of eagerness igniting within. Though wary of the innate master as potential desperate counterattack, the prospect of slaying Liao Huiyin seemed a splendid opportunity. Liao Huiyin did not respond directly, but commanded Shui Wuqing, step back. Yes, master. Shui Wuqing retreated 100 meters. Liao Huiyin fixed his gaze upon Guyu, determination flashing in his eyes. You have slaughtered my council of elders. Even if I perish, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. With a flick of his finger, Liao Huiyan activated the storage ring, which shattered, revealing a blazing red longsword in his grasp. Gu's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed. The Fire Cloud Sword. He never imagined Liao Huiyan would wield the sect's treasured weapon. The legendary Fire Cloud Sword was renowned for its devastating might. In the past, the previous sect master had wielded it to slay 3 demon kings during a beast tide, safeguarding the sect and instilling fear across the Tianfeng kingdom. Such formidable power was not lost on him. Even the hidden poison sect possessed only one innate spiritual treasure for cultivating poison insects, which he had refrained from using. Each innate treasure was an ancient relic, dwindling with each use, and would only be deployed in dire circumstances. Yet here was Liao Huiyan, recklessly bringing forth the Fire Cloud Sword. Perish! In Gu Yu's astonished gaze, Liao Huiyan shouted, unleashing the sword, a crimson beam surging skyward, shaking the heavens and dimming the world. With this strike, Liao Huiyan's vitality waned rapidly, nearly exhausting his remaining essence, rendering him incapable of further combat. In that moment, the realm was dominated by the crimson sword light. You seek death. Gu Yu ignited his blood, an endless stream of gray energy coalescing into a tangible barrier of poison. However, Liao Huiyan's sword did not target him, but instead aimed at the numerous elders of the hidden poison sect behind him. You have slaughtered my council. I shall annihilate yours as well. Die. Liao Huiyan, in a frenzy, poured his remaining essence into the Fire Cloud Sword, causing its brilliance to intensify. The elders of the hidden poison sect turned pale. Dream on. Gu Yu would not permit this. Fueled by his blood, the poison barrier expanded to over 100 feet wide, enveloping the elders within 10,000 poison's heavenly veil. He roared, solidifying the barrier into a formidable wall of darkness. His ultimate defensive maneuver. Boom! The sword light collided with the 10,000 poison's heavenly veil, the point of contact corroding furiously, emitting sounds akin to snow melting in boiling water, a foul-smelling black smoke billowing forth. As their powers clashed, the poison barrier thinned, and the crimson sword light dimmed. Though it might not withstand the blow entirely, buying a moment was sufficient. Gu Yu broke into a cold sweat, relieved that Liao Huiyan's soul had yet to recover. Otherwise, that strike could have cleaved through his barrier, leaving the elders with no hope of survival. All elders, activate the blood escape secret technique and retreat. Do not look back. Gu Yu ordered. Yes, the elders of the hidden poison sect sighed in relief. They had narrowly escaped death, grateful for their sect master's defense. Yet Liao Huiyan's expression was grim as he ignited his blood once more, urging the Fire Cloud Sword with reckless abandon, turning the air crimson. Gu Yu, too, strained to solidify the 10,000 poison's heavenly veil. Quickly leave. Gu Yu felt the sweat bead on his forehead. The elders activated the blood escape technique, transforming into streams of bloodlight shooting into the sky. However, they collided with an invisible wall mid-air, thrown back in defeat at a trapping formation. Gu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Xiao Long chuckled from below, seemingly mocking their foolishness. Thank you both for delivering such enticing experience points. I shall graciously accept them. That a profound sense of crisis surged within the hearts of all present, their hairs standing on end. Activate the spirit energy killing formation. In an instant, countless blades of spirit energy rained down from the heavens, forming a spectacular vortex. With the hidden poison sect members caught at its eye, Gu Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Master, save me! Cries of despair echoed, as many were cleaved into pieces, their bodies torn asunder, within mere breaths. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, and even the strongest vulture, after a brief struggle, could not escape death, reduced to mere flesh. In that moment, the scene transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The earth stained a vivid crimson. No. Gu Yu's eyes widened in horror, his voice a raw scream. You have slain a level 17 wild beast, earning 20,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 100. You have slain a level 17 wild beast, earning 20,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 100. You have slain a level 19 wild beast, earning 32,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 100. You have slain a level 20 wild beast, earning 40,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 100. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13. You require 500,000 experience points for the next level. In the wake of a surge of experience points, Xiao Long ascended to the 3rd rank of Demon General. At last, the council of the hidden poison sect lay in ruin, not a single soul remaining. Gu Yu stood frozen, as if struck by divine thunder. Lost in a daze, his eyes vacant. Die? Seizing the fleeting moment of Gu Yu's distraction, Liao Huiyan lunged, severing the 10,000 poisons heavenly veil with a single stroke of the fire cloud sword. The momentum unhindered, he struck fiercely at Guyu. With a swift motion, an arm flew free, blood splattering, as Guyu activated the blood escape, but was ultimately a moment too late, losing an arm in the process. Liao Huiyun, exhausted from the consumption of his essence, found his once dark hair turned pallid, his aura diminished, resembling an elderly man on the brink of collapse, devoid of further fighting capability. How could this be? Guyu, now missing an arm, stared blankly, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. The 10th level killing array. When was it set up? Upon his arrival, he could distinctly sense that there was only a 10th level shielding formation here. The original 10th level illusion and killing arrays had been shattered by Shui Wuqing. Even if they had not been destroyed, how could they possibly escape his discerning gaze? He was, after all, a formidable innate master. And nothing less than innate level formations could deceive him. Yet, when he regained his composure, he suddenly realized that the masked figure, who had been concealed underground, had abruptly vanished. Could it be? Guyu swallowed hard, his eyes vacant. The innate level shielding formation. Chapter 46. The final victor. It turned out that, in addition to the 10th level shielding formation, there was an even larger innate level shielding formation, designed to mislead him and induce a sense of complacency. The 10th level killing array was hidden beneath the innate level shielding formation, allowing it to operate undetected. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. With a sudden burst of frustration, Guyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Liao Huiyun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, then erupted into wild laughter. Ha! Guyu, you too have fallen to this fate. Your own formation has turned against your own men. What an eye-opener this is. Liao Huiyun laughed heartily. What did you say? Guyu glared at him. Ha! Wasn't this killing array meant to deal with my Huiyun sect? Why has it suddenly turned on your own people? Liao Huiyun chuckled, but as he contemplated the situation, his expression shifted to one of incredulity. How could a formation he laid out endanger his own people? Such a bizarre occurrence seemed too incredible to believe. Both men simultaneously thought of one individual, the masked figure. This formation was not constructed by my sect. Your people were not killed by me. After a moment of silence, Guyu finally revealed the truth. What? Liao Huiyun was rendered speechless. That person set up the killing array, exterminated your elder council, and framed me for it. That's how it happened. Guyu gritted his teeth in the distance. Shui Wuqing also suddenly understood the time of his breakthrough in the illusion array. He had seen the shadow of the vulture but had overlooked a crucial detail. He was within a peak 10th level illusion array, where the opponent could easily fabricate a false image. Only upon reflection did he realize that they had all been played. Guyu's face turned ashen. He had believed he had orchestrated everything perfectly, only to find himself ensnared in a trap. The century-long accumulation of the hidden poison sect had been obliterated in an instant. Guyu finally paid the price for his underestimation. Ah! Guyu roared skyward. I will not accept this fate. Liao Huiyun had lost the strength to roar. After sustaining injuries to his soul and activating the fire cloud sword, he was already at his limit. Even if he could recover, his strength would be greatly diminished, relegating him to merely a reliable innate master. He had no desire to seek revenge on the masked figure. Every plan was intricately woven, without a flaw, as the opponent, seemingly insignificant, had analyzed the psyches of both him and Guyu so thoroughly that they were made to dance like puppets. Compared to that individual, the so-called detectives were nothing but a joke. Moreover, the opponent's other identity filled him with despair. A third-grade alchemist, shaking his head, Liao Huiyun sighed, and said to Shui Wuqing, return to the sect, do not provoke that masked figure in the future. Yes, sect master, Shui Wuqing gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance, yet felt utterly powerless. Seeking revenge at this juncture would be sheer folly. Even his lifelong nemesis, the vulture, had perished beneath the killing array. What could he do? The two turned to leave, and Guyu did not attempt to stop them. Besides, he had lost an arm and his strength was severely depleted. He was in no position to intervene. In this battle, both sides had suffered grievously, with the underhanded individual reaping the benefits. He could almost envision the mocking smile of the person lurking behind the scenes, as if deriding his foolishness and ignorance. I know you are still hiding below. Come out. Guyu bellowed in anger. Oh, Guyu, do you still wish to seek revenge on me? A voice echoed softly, revealing a white silhouette appearing before him. Gazing at him quietly, this figure was not a physical entity, but a specter formed from gathered spiritual energy, and its visage bore the likeness of Xiao Long from a past life. Guyu's gaze sharpened. The ability to condense spiritual energy into a human form with such finesse was beyond his capabilities. Only an alchemist or a master of formations could manipulate spiritual energy to such an exquisite degree. Yet this also conveyed a message. The opponent was concealed nearby, and if he could ascertain the opponent's precise location, perhaps he could capture him. But I merely wish to inquire who you are and why you have plotted against me. Gu Yu's voice was laced with fury. Xiao Long sneered. Heh, plot against you. From the beginning, it has been your hidden poison sect that sought to capture me, to control me for your alchemical endeavors. I merely retaliated with a few minor tactics that Gu Yu's countenance stiffened, unable to refute the truth. This was indeed their intention. Also, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You have been probing with your consciousness, hoping to uncover my hiding place. To be frank, I am currently 10 miles away from you. There's no need for futile efforts. Xiao Long seemed to read his mind, mocking him. You? Gu Yu's face flushed with anger as he realized that before this figure, he resembled a mere clown. Ironically, the opponent's strength was inferior to his own, yet this sense of humiliation nearly caused him to spit blood again. Coward, if you have the guts, come out. Hiding behind the scenes, what kind of being is that? Gu Yu shouted angrily. Ha! Xiao Long seemed to have heard the funniest joke, scoffing. What are you? A mere innate martial artist dares to call himself the Poison King, yet cannot even protect his own subordinates. You might as well disband the hidden poison sect to avoid further embarrassment. You? Gu Yu pointed at him, his finger trembling. He could no longer suppress his rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Long laughed uncontrollably, nearly doubling over in mirth. Die? Gu Yu, unable to contain his fury, reached out to strike the specter, only to see it cease its laughter and address him. I did not come to engage in meaningless banter. I wish to discuss a matter with you that if you agree to this matter, I can take over the hidden poison sect for you and ensure that within a year, its power will surpass that of the 4 great sects. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's hand froze mid-air, his gaze flickering uncertainly. If someone else had made this proposition, he would have dismissed it as a joke. However, given the speaker's capabilities, he could not ignore it. A 3rd grade alchemist, coupled with an innate level formation master. How could such an individual not elevate the hidden poison sect? Moreover, if he was willing to assist, it suggested future opportunities for contact. Once engaged, regardless of the schemes, they would fall into Gu Yu's hands, ripe for the taking. With this thought, a strange light flickered in Gu Yu's eyes as he nodded and smiled. Very well. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. This matter you can accomplish. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's smile widened. Xiao Long fixed his gaze on him, coldly stating, I am quite curious about how much experience can be gained from killing an innate master. So allow me to do it. That Gu Yu thought he had misheard, hurriedly asking, what did you say? Chapter 47. Gu Yu met his end. I said, allow me to kill. I will bring glory to the hidden poison sect. Xiao Long reiterated. Gu Yu suddenly realized he had been played again. Enraged, Gu Yu trembled all over, his face turning green. After all this, he was still being toyed with. You scoundrel! Die! Gu Yu roared in fury, raising his hand to strike down on Xiao Long's specter, which bore a smirk and coldly remarked, Fool! Boom! The specter was struck down, and Gu Yu gritted his teeth, vowing silently that regardless of his identity, he would annihilate his entire family. At the moment he dispersed the specter, it was as if something underground had been triggered. All formations became vividly apparent on the surface, revealing the intricate array patterns that enveloped the surrounding area. Simultaneously, the spirit stones that formed the array transformed into a torrent of energy, converging at a single point, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that surged skyward, instilling dread even in Gu Yu. In that instant, Gu Yu realized that this was the true objective of the opponent. Ah, I will not rest until I avenge this. With a thunderous explosion that echoed through the heavens, a terrifying gust of wind erupted, causing the ground to collapse, debris to scatter, and a chaotic vortex of spiritual energy spiraled into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud hundreds of feet high. The violent tremors were akin to the very earth splitting apart, felt even in the nearby Fire Cloud City. Before departing, Xiao Long detonated all formations, leaving Gu Yu a parting gift that as the dust settled, Gu Yu's body emerged from a massive crater several kilometers wide. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, his hair disheveled, his face charred, his skin completely carbonized, his eyes blinded by the explosion, and his arms reduced to empty sleeves. Surrounding him was a spherical veil of toxic mist, enveloping him, yet it appeared ethereal, as if it could dissipate at any moment. With his eyes blinded and arms severed, Gu Yu was nearly as depleted as Liao Huyun, who had aged from blood loss. Only then did Guyu comprehend that the opponent's endless chatter had been a ruse to buy time, to trigger the formation's explosion, and to provoke him into revealing a weakness. Ridiculous, 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 with a final gasp. Guyu sprayed blood upwards and collapsed, devoid of life. Ultimately, the leader of the hidden poison sect, the Poison King Guyu, perished from rage outside Fire Cloud City. You have slain the boss monster at level 22. Gaining 900,000 experience points. Experience boost for challenging beyond level limits is 300. Boss boost is 200. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. You need 600,000 experience points to reach the next level. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. You need 700,000 experience points to reach the next level. Haha. To level up twice in a row is truly exhilarating. Xiao Long laughed heartily that Guyu was so furious that it took Xiao Long by surprise. But it was for the best. It spared him the trouble of delivering a final blow. Unfortunately, the charging time for the explosive formation was too lengthy, allowing Liao Huiyun to escape. Otherwise, he might have leveled up again. Let him go. Guyu's death was partially thanks to him, so he would let it slide this time. Xiao Long pondered silently, remembering that the primary damage dealt to Guyu came from Liao Huiyun. He merely claimed the final kill. After retrieving Guyu's storage ring and collecting the body, Xiao Long made his way back home. Huang Mao excitedly followed behind, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The boss had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to intellectually overwhelm an opponent. Manipulating two major sects without lifting a finger, as if crushing a horde of ants underfoot. Two innate experts met one aging demise, and one was obliterated in an explosion. What is invincibility? This is true invincibility. Xiao Long felt no excitement. It was merely a response to a swarm of ants provoking him. He continued on his path until he returned to his cave. Upon entering, he suddenly sensed a significant increase in the spiritual energy within, almost doubling from before, which left him perplexed. Although he had set up a gathering formation, this effect seemed extraordinary as he ventured deeper into the cave. He was taken aback. The floor, walls, and corners were adorned with an array of vibrant herbs teeming with spiritual energy, dazzling in their colors, including some exceedingly rare treasures of heaven and earth, casually strewn about. Zeton wood, Tian Shuang Qi Shun, fire dragon Lingji. Xiao Long scanned them one by one, utterly astounded. Although these items might have seemed trivial in his past life, they were treasures beyond compare in the small realm of Tianfeng country. For instance, the fire dragon Lingji had appeared at the Huiyan auction, fetching a staggering price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. If refined into a 4th-grade Dan, the fire spirit pill, it could potentially sell for 10 million. Where did all these treasures come from? Just then, a charming white fox bounded in, holding a completely purple pearl in its mouth, and happily approached the spiritual pool, ready to toss the pearl in. Premium purple spirit crystal. Xiao Long's eyes nearly bulged out. Stop, he shouted, but it was too late. Little Bai had already thrown the pearl into the pool. With a splash, the water transformed rapidly into a deep green, releasing a rich wave of spiritual energy that spread like a tangible mist. Watching the once solid purple spirit crystal dissolve into a puddle, Xiao Long's heart bled. The purple spirit crystal, wasted. Spirit crystals are crystallized forms of spiritual energy, typically found beside pools rich in this energy. Xiao Long had once discovered 2 spirit crystals in this very pool. The purple spirit crystal is the finest among them, equivalent to 100 regular spirit crystals, even more precious than high-grade spirit stones. While spirit stones merely contain spiritual energy that must be absorbed and purified, spirit crystals are solid forms of spiritual energy, with a purity of nearly 100%, requiring no refinement and ready for immediate absorption. Given their rarity, all spirit crystals are highly sought after, let alone the purple spirit crystal, which could drive any warrior to madness. Alas, what a waste! Xiao Long sighed helplessly. He had once considered brewing tea with a purple spirit crystal a luxury, yet Little Bai had used it to dilute water as the spiritual pool transformed back into a lush green, filled with spiritual energy. The little white fox danced with excitement, chirping away, completely oblivious to Xiao Long's dismay. Seeing Little Bai so happy, he refrained from dampening her spirits and instead stood in a daze. Could it be that all the treasures in the cave, including the purple spirit crystal, were brought here by Little Bai? Chapter 48. Little Bai's transformation. The boss is back. Boss. A warm call echoed in his mind, and looking up, he saw 2 enormous pythons slithering from the depths of the cave. Dahe and Erhe had grown to 15 meters in length, their scales half a foot wide, their bodies a deep black, with cold eyes exuding the lethal aura characteristic of venomous snakes. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Long, they lowered their heads obediently, flicking their tongues in a display of near worship. Pinnacle level 10 demon beasts. Quite impressive. Xiao Long observed the two snakes, nodding slightly. The bloodthirsty aura they emitted indicated they had been out hunting. With the techniques Xiao Long had imparted, such as refining essence into blood and the Fulong Ju, combined with their formidable bloodlines, their rapid cultivation came as no surprise. Although they were not yet on par with Xiao Long and Huang Mao, they were indeed top tier in Tianfeng country. The only annoyance was that while De He and Er He had reached 15 meters, he remained a mere half-meter long. Of course, being small had its advantages. Xiao Long could move swiftly, be more agile, and with the concealment technique, even innate experts would struggle to detect his presence. Boss, all the herbs in the cave were found by Sister Bai? Right. Sister Bai is incredible. Even the demon generals tremble at the sight of her, willingly presenting the herbs. De He and Er He chimed in eagerly. Sister Bai? Xiao Long paused in surprise, then noticed the mischievous glint in Bai's eyes as she proudly raised her chin at him. What the heck? Hey, are these herbs enough for you to refine pills? Just as Xiao Long was lost in thought, a voice as clear as silver bells rang from the little white fox. Xiao Long stared blankly, stuttering. You can talk? Who said I couldn't talk? Bai waved her delicate paw at Xiao Long, exuding confidence. Xiao Long was taken aback. He examined Bai and realized she was full of energy. Her eyes sparkling, and surprisingly, a portion of her previously shattered soul had miraculously restored. Although her soul's essence was still lacking, she was far better than a few days ago. Hee, thanks to your resurrection pill. I've regained some memories, so you must refine more soul-repairing pills. Perhaps I'll fully recover, Bai explained with a bright smile. Xiao Long understood now. Gazing into Bai's innocent, beautiful eyes, he shook his head and said, your soul's damage is more severe than mine. You've lost half of your soul's essence. Restoring even a part is a miracle. I can't help much. We can only leave it to fate. Bai's expression dimmed. It was indeed true. She could only remember human language and a few fragmented pieces of information. Not even her own identity, only learning from De He and Er He that she had fallen from the sky. What is up there? What is down here? She knew nothing. Don't be disheartened. I have endured great setbacks. Yet here I am, thriving. As long as you stick with me, you'll have a good life, and forget those past troubles, Xiao Long said with a hearty laugh. Hearing these words, Bai's spirits lifted, and after seeing the smile in Xiao Long's eyes, she felt elated. She hopped over to Xiao Long's side and quietly asked, Great Emperor, can you tell me about your past troubles? Hey, I'm not called Great Emperor. My name is Xiao Long. You can call me Boss Xiao or Brother Xiao. Then why do you refer to yourself as Great Emperor? Well. Xiao Long suddenly realized that explaining this would be troublesome, so he replied seriously, the Great Emperor is simply the Great Emperor. There's no reason. Just listen, little brat. Bai was momentarily stunned, then retorted, You're the little brat. I am already. Bai had prepared her retort, but halfway through, she faltered because she had forgotten her age. Xiao Long burst into laughter, nearly rolling on the ground. Oh, anyway, I'm much older, definitely older than you. Bai's face turned crimson as she defended herself. Haha. To tell you the truth, I am a 3,000-year-old ancient monster. In my presence, you'll always be a little brat. Xiao Long laughed heartily, completely disregarding the fact that this physical body had just emerged from its shell. He gazed at Bai's angelic face, and, feeling mischievous, playfully flicked her chin with his tail. Grinning lecherously at him, although you are young, you are quite beautiful. Come on, give me a smile. Xiao Long, full of enthusiasm, was utterly unaware of the potential consequences of crossing the line with a joke. Bai was taken aback by this action, and once she regained her senses, her eyes widened. Her pure white fur bristled like a wild cat, filled with both shyness and anger. You lecher, I'll bite you to death, Bai exclaimed, baring her fangs and leaping at him. Xiao Long sensed danger and quickly fled, leading to a chaotic chase within the cave, leaving De He, Er He, and Huang Mao utterly stunned. De He and Er He initially thought Xiao Long was in danger, hesitating whether to assist him, but Huang Mao, ever perceptive, quickly stopped them, assuming a haughty demeanor. You don't understand. There's a saying in human society. Hitting is affection, cursing is love, the boss is flirting. Just watch. Flirting? De He pondered. Can a snake and a fox do that? This question left Huang Mao speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, This question is quite serious, but the leader is an omnipotent being. We must have faith in him. Yes, trust the leader. The two snakes chimed in unison. Xiaobai had chased for a long while without success and finally stopped, muttering, Humph. Damn Xiao Long, stinky snake. Useless snake. How dare you bully me? I won't pay you any mind. Like a sulking little girl, Xiaobai angrily found a corner to sit, facing the wall, refusing to utter a word. Xiao Long let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she and T unleashed her full power. Or else this cave would have been in chaos. Noticing the two snakes and the yellow-haired monkey's stifling laughter nearby, Xiao Long sternly admonished, "What is so amusing? Hurry up and get back to your training." "Yes, leader," the myriad of creatures replied in unison, suppressing their laughter. Finally, Xiao Long found himself at leisure that he recalled the system's mention of evolution and thus departed the cave, seeking a quiet and secluded spot. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the various rare herbs within the cave, unceremoniously collecting them all into the system's inventory. After all, Xiaobai was a celestial spirit body with treasure-seeking abilities. It would be foolish not to take them. Nearby was a small cave hidden behind a crevice in the rocks, a more concealed location where he had previously concocted elixirs. "Congratulations. You have been promoted to Demon General and can evolve once. Would you like to evolve immediately? Evolution requires 1 hour. Please ensure you are not interrupted during this time." Xiao Long found the system prompt and directly clicked the Yes button. Chapter 49, Evolution. As soon as Xiao Long clicked the button, a strange golden light emanated from his body, enveloping him completely. His cells began to divide at an astonishing rate, and his scales grew wildly at that moment. His diminutive form underwent a transformation. First, his length increased visibly to 1 meter within a minute, followed by the emergence of a horn the size of a finger atop his head, black and radiating a profound luster, as if absorbing the surrounding light. Xiao Long was astounded. With a serpent's body and a horn upon his head, was he not transforming into a dragon? Ancient texts recorded that the juvenile form of a dragon was called Qi, possessing claws but no horns, evolving into a Jiao after 500 years, and then into a true dragon after another 500 years. However, he had not sprouted claws and had merely developed a horn, suggesting he was still at a serpentine stage, somewhat akin to a unicorn python, that he could feel that this horn contained a vast reservoir of venom, marking his evolution from the harmless black-spined snake to a venomous python. At that moment, another transformation occurred within Xiao Long that he was shocked to discover that his demon core was actually splitting. His genuine energy surged uncontrollably towards the core, enveloping it, and then tearing it apart, causing the core to divide at an exceedingly slow pace. 1 Demon Beast, 2 Demon Cores. This was a phenomenon Xiao Long had never witnessed before, and he was uncertain what strange transformation had occurred within his body, whether it was fortuitous or detrimental. A heart-wrenching sensation of tearing coursed through him. The demon core, being the essence of a demon beast, was being violently split apart. The pain was akin to having his soul scorched. And Xiao Long rolled on the ground in agony. The illustrious Flame Heaven Dragon Emperor. What is this pain compared to? Hold on. In his past life, Xiao Long had endured suffering 100-fold worse than this. After a brief period of adaptation, he finally quieted down. At that moment, in the sky above, abundant spiritual energy began to coalesce from all directions, forming a massive cloud of spiritual energy, typically when a genius breaks through to the true condensation realm. Such clouds appear in the sky. The more clouds, the stronger the individual. When the yellow-haired monkey broke through, 15 clouds had appeared, a rarity. However, when Xiao Long broke through, there were no unusual phenomena in the sky. But now, during his evolution, a single grand cloud of spiritual energy emerged, its size surpassing that of 100 clouds combined, almost forming a mountain range of spiritual energy. Fortunately, this area was rarely visited by others. Otherwise, it would have caused a tremendous uproar. The splitting of the demon core was exceedingly slow, taking a full hour to complete. After an hour, 2 demon cores quietly rested within Xiao Long. One radiated a substantial amount of golden energy, derived from the cultivation of the Azure Dragon secret manual, while the other retained its primitive, pitch-black form. At this moment, the demon core imbued with golden energy released a small portion of its genuine energy, which flowed into the newly formed demon core until it was filled, approximately 1/10 the amount of the original core. 2 demon cores, one normal, the other a split-off core containing merely 1/10 of the energy. What was going on? Xiao Long was baffled. System prompt. Congratulations, player Xiao Long, on completing your first evolution. Ding. Player Xiao Long has acquired the innate skill enhancement. Ding. Player Xiao Long has acquired the innate skill devour. Ding. Player Xiao Long has gained the bloodline inheritance 3 lives technique. Ding. Player Xiao Long has successfully evolved, unlocking the inner world. Ding. Player Xiao Long has successfully evolved, unlocking the Myriad Realms merchant system. A series of system prompts echoed in Xiao Long's mind, and he discovered that his status page had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name, Xiao Long race. Mutated black spine snake. High-level demon beast. Level 15,700,000 experience needed for the next level soul. Emperor realm perfection. Frozen. Cultivation method. Azure Dragon secret manual. 6th layer. Skills. Taming. Enhancement. Devour inheritance. 3 lives technique. Gold coins. 8,219. A torrent of information flooded into Xiao Long's mind regarding enhancement. Devour. 3 lives technique, as well as details about his inner world and the myriad realms merchant system. Inner world. A space within the demon core, containing a vast amount of venom, measuring 100 meters in width and length, expanding with strength. When food is absorbed, it automatically digests to gain experience. Enhancement. Allows the body to enlarge or shrink at will, with a minimum size of 0.1 meters and a maximum of 100 meters, maintaining speed and strength, with energy consumption increasing proportionally to size. No cooldown. Devour. Enables the absorption of any object into the inner world. The inner world is relatively fragile. Use cautiously. No cooldown. 3 lives technique. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 beget 3, 3 beget myriad things. The first stage allows the creation of a clone with 10% of the original's combat power. The second stage possesses 20% of the combat power. The third stage. Upon finishing reading all the information, Xiao Long could not help but gasp in astonishment. These skills were absolutely earth-shattering. Not to mention anything else. Just enhancement alone could significantly elevate his combat prowess. The same strength exerted through a jab versus a punch yielded entirely different results. If Xiao Long were to shrink to a length of 0.1 meters and shoot forth, he would be akin to a congenital master, capable of piercing through with ease that if he wished to wreak havoc. Growing to 100 meters would result in a single roll toppling entire buildings that in Xiao Long's view. The enhancement innate skill was even more outrageous than heavenly-level martial arts. Perhaps it lacked the lethality of heavenly-level skills. But enhancement had no cooldown and minimal consumption, an advantage heavenly-level martial arts could not match. The Devour skill was even more suited for dealing with weaker foes, allowing him to absorb them into the inner world and then poison them with venom, leaving no escape. The only drawback was that it could not absorb excessively powerful enemies. The inner world resided within Xiao Long's demon core. Should it be breached, the demon core would shatter, which would be fatal for Xiao Long. However, the most fortified aspect of a demon beast was indeed its demon core. Now a 5th-tier demon general, Xiao Long's core, having undergone the cleansing of the Azure Dragon secret manual, was more resilient than that of a 7th-tier demon general. Even against an 8th-tier human in the true condensation realm, Xiao Long was confident he could withstand the attack. That said, Xiao Long would not easily resort to absorbing enemies into his inner world unless absolutely necessary. As it was his lifeline, Xiao Long turned his gaze to a rock before him, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it, employing the innate skill Devour. Once the rock entered the inner world, it dissolved at a visible rate, transforming into a puddle of water in less than half a breath. Xiao Long then activated enhancement, and his body rapidly shrank to a length of 0.1 meters, resembling a worm, locking his gaze on the rock wall ahead. Xiao Long flicked his tail and shot forth like an arrow, effortlessly piercing through the wall as though it were made of paper, emerging from the other side. "Ha! This is amusing." Xiao Long laughed heartily. Xiao Long contemplated the other demon core within him. According to the explanation of 3 lives technique, it was a clone core produced during the first stage of the technique, possessing 10% of the original's combat power. It was said that the creator of the divine continent had countless clones. The Tao begetting 1, 1 begetting 2, 2 begetting 3, and 3 begetting myriad things, which bore a striking resemblance to the 3 lives technique. Could it be that the 3 lives technique was a remnant of the creator? Xiao Long fell into deep thought. Focusing on the empty space beside him, he willed the newly formed demon core to emerge, floating beside him. 3 lives technique. Condense. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn to the demon core. Xiao Long invoked the technique, expelling a mouthful of his life essence blood, which adhered to the demon core. After absorbing the blood, the demon core sprouted a profusion of flesh and bone, rapidly growing, first taking shape as a trunk, followed by a head and limbs, gradually forming a humanoid outline. Moments later, a brand new figure appeared, with short black hair, an average build, and a handsome visage, precisely resembling Xiao Long in his previous life as the Flame Heaven Dragon Emperor. 1 consciousness, 2 bodies. The 3 lives technique was indeed exquisite. The 2 Xiao Longs spoke in unison. Chapter 50. Myriad Realms Merchant System. The serpentine Xiao Long serves as the main body, while the humanoid Xiao Long acts as the clone. Whether in its original form or as a doppelganger, Both possess the same consciousness. According to the characteristics of the three-lifetime secret, as long as the original body remains intact, even if the doppelganger is slain, it can be reconstituted anew at the cost of consuming 1/10 of the original's true energy and vital essence. While the expenditure of true energy is of little concern, the loss of vital essence presents a more troublesome predicament. Without special elixirs, it would likely take a month to replenish. However, such challenges are trivial for Xiao Long, as one of the continent's foremost alchemists. He possesses at least 100 methods to restore his vital essence. For instance, the blood spirit herb procured by Xiao Bai, when refined into a 4th-tier elixir, not only replenishes vital essence, but can also resurrect the deceased, even restoring lost limbs. With this doppelganger, my activities in the human realm will be significantly facilitated. Xiao Long mused. Although it possesses merely 1/10 of the original's combat prowess, what is Xiao Long's stature? With the 6th level of the Azure Dragon secret and an array of ever-evolving martial arts, even this diminished strength is beyond the reach of mere mortals of the same rank that I. In other words, this doppelganger could easily sweep away human opponents at the 5th level of the true condensation realm. Focusing on the doppelganger, Xiao Long willed it to vanish from the ground, only to reappear within his internal realm. His internal world, filled with corrosive venom, posed no threat to his own body, allowing the doppelganger to traverse freely. This human form shall serve as my conduit for interaction with the human realm. Xiao Long contemplated it that moment. He recalled the world mall mentioned in the system prompts and decided to access it. The mall serves as a marketplace, its homepage divided into numerous categories, including medicinal herbs, techniques, spirit crystals, and even rare innate treasures. Upon entering the spirit crystal section, he noted the variety in size and fluctuating prices. The smallest spirit crystal was priced at 1,000 gold coins, while the largest astonishingly reached 10,000 coins. In the elixir section, prices soared into the stratosphere, with even a mere 3rd-tier elixir starting at 20,000 coins, and the highest fetching upwards of 500,000. How outrageous! Why not just rob a bank? I can barely muster 8,000 coins, enough to buy a single hair. Xiao Long cursed in frustration. Warm reminder, when gold coins are insufficient, you may choose to sell items. Upon receiving this system notification, Xiao Long was taken aback. One could sell items? With a spirit of experimentation, he clicked to sell a Blast Yuan pill from his inventory. You have sold a 3rd-tier elixir, Blast Yuan pill, in perfect condition, as assessed by the system, valued at 32,000 gold coins. You have received 32,000 gold coins. Current balance, 40,219 gold coins. Xiao Long then noticed a crimson elixir at the end of the 3rd-tier elixir section, priced at 64,000 coins. Evidently the very Blast Yuan pill he had just sold. What a scam! They bought my elixir for 30,000 and turned around to sell it for 60,000. How shameless, Xiao Long grumbled. After his outburst, the Blast Yuan pill vanished, purchased by an unknown buyer. Suddenly, he recalled the numerous spoils within his inventory, including the storage ring of Guyu. Upon opening the ring, a plethora of spirit stones appeared in his inventory. After a brief survey, he marveled at the wealth, truly befitting a sect leader, surpassing all the spirit stones he had previously acquired combined. 0.5 million medium-grade spirit stones, 30,000 high-grade, and even 100 rare top-grade spirit stones were present. However, other items such as magical artifacts and herbs were scarce, as it was uncommon for sect leaders to carry such trifles, typically stored in the sect's treasury for disciples' use. Notably, there was a quasi-innate spiritual treasure, the soul summoning banner, regrettably unused before its previous owner's demise. Other elder storage rings had been depleted during the explosion of the array, leaving behind only miscellaneous items. Xiao Long sifted through these, opting to sell all of them. You have sold the high-grade magical weapon, Blazing Fireblade, with an 11-ware rate, valued at 3,201 gold coins. You have received 3,201 gold coins. Current balance, 43. For 20 you have sold the medium-grade magical weapon, Glazed Inner Armor, with no wear, valued at 500 gold coins. You have received 500 gold coins. Current balance, 43. 920 you have sold the top-grade magical weapon, Soul Pursuit Bow, with a 2-wear rate, valued at 25,089 gold coins. You have received 25,089 gold coins. Current balance, 69,009 that you have sold. You have sold the quasi-innate spiritual treasure, 5 Poison Soul Summoning Banner, with no wear, valued at 350,000 gold coins. You have received 350,000 gold coins. Current balance, 1,101,342. Warm reminder, your gold coin balance has reached 1 million. qualifying you for a 1-star membership upgrade. The system has automatically upgraded you to a 1-star member. Ding! You have been upgraded to a 1-star member of the World Mall, enjoying a 5% discount on all items and qualifying for the purchase of higher-tier goods. Once Xiao Long completed the sale of all his spoils, 2 notifications chimed that he realized that item prices had inexplicably dropped by 50%, and the variety of goods had increased. Previously, the most expensive items in the Spirit Stone section were spirit crystals, but now purple spirit crystals had appeared, albeit at exorbitant prices, with the cheapest at 500,000 gold coins. Alas, I can hardly afford that, Xiao Long sighed. Wandering through the medicinal herb section, he purchased several herbs needed to refine the void-breaking pill and the true condensation pill. Spending an astonishing 100,000 gold coins in an instant, Xiao Long observed a peculiar phenomenon. The herbs he purchased vanished, while the various magical artifacts he had sold reappeared in the magical artifact section. Now priced at double their selling price, he began to grasp that this world mall was a vast marketplace connecting countless planes, facilitating transactions among individuals from different realms, with the mall taking a commission from the exchanges. It became evident to Xiao Long that many unknown mysteries awaited his exploration in this world. He sensed that even if he ascended to the celestial realm, it would not mark the end of his journey, for countless secrets lay hidden beyond. Closing the mall, Xiao Long returned to reality and retrieved all the herbs from his inventory. He decided to first refine the void-breaking pills for Dahe and Erhe, aiding them in breaking through to the first-tier demon general. Having sold the medium-grade alchemical furnace he had seized, this low-tier magical artifact was of no use for his own alchemical endeavors now that he had ascended to the demon general rank. Xiao Long summoned the herbs, channeling his true energy to form a flaming alchemical furnace, and then employed the 9 Dragons fire control technique to commence alchemical refinement, following his elevation to demon general. Xiao Long's alchemical speed noticeably accelerated, further enhanced by the continuous influx of true energy from the 6th level of the Azure Dragon secret. In just half a day's time, he successfully produced 2 void-breaking pills and 5 true condensation pills. By the way, now that I possess the system, will these elixirs still be effective for me? This question had crossed his mind during the auction, and he had initially planned to consume a void-breaking pill upon returning to test if it could aid his breakthrough to Demon General. However, the unexpected experiences provided by the Fire Cloud sect had propelled him directly to that rank. Now, he intended to test the true condensation pill instead, with 1 true condensation pill tossed into his mouth. It transformed into pure energy upon entering his body, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones. System notification. You have consumed a 3rd-tier elixir, true condensation pill, gaining experience enhancement. You have gained 298 experience. You have gained 316 experience. You have gained 307 experience. Chapter 51. The Dire Predicament of 2 Major Sects. It truly works, Xiao Long exclaimed with exhilaration. Although each intake only granted 300 experience, it quickly accumulated. Within a mere minute, his experience surged by 50,000. Watching the experience bar rise steadily, it filled to capacity within 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. You require 800,000 experience for the next level. You have gained 169 experience. You have gained 162 experience. After leveling up, the surge of experience showed no signs of abating. Although the accumulation rate had slowed considerably, approximately half an hour later, the experience finally plateaued, with his 800,000 experience bar now at 80 capacity. What a marvel, Xiao Long laughed heartily. Typically, one could only consume a single true condensation pill. The second would offer negligible benefits. Eager to see if he could still gain experience, he consumed another true condensation pill, only to find, as expected, that the experience boost was minimal, increasing by roughly 20, yet it was sufficient to propel him to the next milestone, reaching level 17. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 17. You require 1 million experience for the next level. Xiao Long was quite satisfied with his progress. Now, what if I were to sell these elixirs? How much could I earn? This thought suddenly struck him. He promptly accessed the mall interface, clicked on the true condensation pill, and chose to appraise it. 3rd-tier elixir, true condensation pill, in perfect condition, valued at 20,000 gold coins. What? Only 20,000. Xiao Long was taken aback. The Blast Yuan pill was worth 32,000. And given the popularity of true condensation pills in the Tianfeng Kingdom, how could they be priced so low in the World Mall? He recalled that he had spent 100,000 gold coins on herbs, yielding 5 true condensation pills and 2 void-breaking pills. Thus, his profit margins were minuscule. Discarding the notion of making money through the sale of elixirs, he concluded that selling them at a real-world auction house would yield far greater returns. Summoning Huang Mao, Da He, and Air He, he distributed the void-breaking pills to Da He and Air He, along with a true condensation pill each, after the three demon beasts enthusiastically departed with their elixirs. Relying on these potions, they were poised to make significant advancements in a short period. Meanwhile, Xiao Long remained in place, purchasing the materials for the fourth-grade elixirs, Blood Spirit Pill and Restoration Pill, from the Myriad Realms marketplace. While he had acquired the primary ingredients for both, he still needed the supplementary materials. However, just for these auxiliary ingredients, Xiao Long had already spent a staggering 800,000, and with 1 million still warm in his hands, it was rapidly dwindling. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the price of Blood Spirit Grass and discovered that the cheapest specimen was priced at 1 million. This revelation prompted Xiao Long to curse vehemently. Fortunately, Xiao Bai had procured the Blood Spirit Grass, or else he would have been unable to concoct the Blood Spirit Pill. With that settled, he began his work. Once he calmed himself, Xiao Long took out the Blood Spirit Grass along with a plethora of other materials and commenced the refinement of the Blood Spirit Pill. The Blood Spirit Grass was sizable enough to be divided into 3 portions. He tossed one portion into the True Qi alchemy furnace, igniting the flames of True Qi to dissolve it. The Blood Spirit Grass ignited upon contact with the fire, and moments later, it transformed into a vibrant crimson liquid within the furnace, resembling a mass of fresh flesh, rolling and swirling. Unperturbed, Xiao Long began to add various herbs into the furnace. As 9 fiery dragons surged forth to rapidly refine the mixture, the creation of a 4th-grade elixir required nurturing by True Qi flames, a process that spanned an extended duration, with Xiao Long's alchemical skills. It took him a full 3 days to successfully produce a single Blood Spirit Pill. Upon consuming the Blood Spirit Pill, Xiao Long's missing life essence was swiftly restored, and the various hidden injuries within his body were healed. He could sense that a substantial amount of medicinal power remained within him, poised to be unleashed in the future. Subsequently, he tossed the remaining 2 portions of Blood Spirit Grass into the True Qi alchemy furnace, multitasking as he began the simultaneous creation of 2 Blood Spirit Pills. With the experience gained from his previous endeavor, Xiao Long had become adept at refining 4th-grade elixirs, and after 3 days, 2 exquisitely crafted Blood Spirit Pills emerged successfully. Next came the Restoration Pill. After securing the Blood Spirit Pills, Xiao Long took a brief respite before embarking on the next round of refinement. The process of creating the Restoration Pill was even more protracted. The moment he initiated the alchemy, a tremendous uproar had erupted in the outside world, particularly in the Tianfeng Kingdom, due to 2 significant events: the complete annihilation of the hidden poison sect's Elder Council, and the death of their leader, Gu Yu, whose remains were nowhere to be found. The Elder Council of the Fire Cloud sect also faced total destruction, with their leader, Liao Huiyun, having aged and lost his innate prowess. These calamities swept across the Tianfeng Kingdom like a tempest, leaving all who heard of them in shock and disbelief. The Fire Cloud sect and the Hidden Poison sect, both first-tier sects and among the 4 major sects of the Tianfeng Kingdom, boasted a history spanning centuries, weathering countless storms, yet they had suffered near annihilation in a single day. Regarding these events, some speculated that a fierce battle had erupted outside Huiyin City, one so cataclysmic that even the innate spiritual treasure, the Fire Cloud Sword, was drawn, resulting in Gu Yu's death and mutual devastation. However, it was common knowledge that despite the long-standing enmity and covert conflicts between the Fire Cloud sect and the Hidden Poison sect, both sides had their reservations and refrained from outright war, let alone to the point of total destruction. Rumors also circulated that members of the Hidden Poison sect had caused a disturbance at the Fire Cloud auction, killing Liao Qingfeng and severely injuring Liao Huiyun, thus igniting the conflict between the 2 sections. Consequently, suspicions arose regarding the intentions of the Hidden Poison sect. Even if they were indeed responsible, having severely injured Liao Huiyun should have given them the upper hand. Why then were they countered so fiercely? Ultimately, the people of Tianfeng Kingdom were rife with speculation, with all uncertainties pointing toward the sole survivor of the cataclysm, Liao Huiyun, and the enigmatic masked figure named Xiao. 3 days later, Qin Feng, the leader of the Beastmaster sect, sought out the Fire Cloud sect for answers to in response. Liao Huiyun provided only a single statement: Gu Yu was not killed by me. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the realm. If Gu Yu was not slain by Liao Huiyun, then who could it be? Liao Huiyun refrained from revealing further details, merely advising his disciples to avoid provoking the masked man named Xiao. Thus, All eyes were drawn to this mysterious figure. Could it be that this insignificant ant of the first stage of true essence was the true perpetrator behind Gu Yu's demise and the calamity that befell both sects? The truth of the matter had become irrelevant. The outcome was immutable. Following Gu Yu's death, the hidden poison sect found itself leaderless, descending into chaos as various factions clashed for power. Many old enemies resurfaced, seeking vengeance, resulting in numerous disciples of the hidden poison sect being assassinated, their external strongholds uprooted, and even minor sects threatening to invade, vowing to eradicate the hidden poison sect. In contrast, the Firecloud sect fared little better. Their previously expansive network of businesses was plundered, disciples were beaten and killed, and even the sword-seeking sect capitalized on their misfortune, slaying an outer elder of the Firecloud sect before departing. Eventually, Liao Huiyun was compelled to order a retreat, sending all outer disciples back to the sect and sealing it for a year. This act of seclusion was tantamount to a concession, a sign of fear. The two once mighty first-tier sects of Tianfeng Kingdom were likely on the brink of decline. The populace could only lament the turn of events. The two sects, once notorious for their misdeeds, now faced their just deserts, truly embodying the age-old adage, one reaps what one sows. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Visitor Unbeknownst to Xiao Long. The events transpiring outside were of little concern to him. He remained wholly absorbed in his alchemical pursuits. The Demon Beast Mountains had entered the rainy season. With dark clouds gathering, thunder rumbling, and torrential rain pouring down. Amidst this deluge, a thoroughly drenched, unexpected guest stumbled into Xiao Long's cave, where he had set up a spirit-gathering array. This creature, resembling a yellow-haired beast, was unmistakably of the same lineage, a diamond demon ape, towering at approximately 4 meters. This diamond demon ape had surprisingly reached the level of a first-order demon general. Initially, it sought refuge from the rain. But upon entering the cave, it was instantly captivated. The spirit-gathering array that Xiao Long had laid out, coupled with the cave's unique geographical position, resulted in a concentration of spiritual energy that was nearly tenfold that of the outside world. With a gleeful screech, the diamond demon ape leapt joyfully, racing deeper into the cave. Typically, such paradisiacal locations were guarded by formidable demon beasts, yet it felt no fear, as this area lay on the fringes of the Demon Beast Mountains, where 8th and 9th order demon beasts were exceedingly rare. Who could rival its first-order strength? Upon spotting a deep green spirit pond on the ground, it became ecstatic, dancing with delight as it leaped into the water without hesitation. A spirit pond, this paradise belongs to me. The demon ape thought excitedly. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over it. Reflexively raising its arm, it witnessed a massive, dark rod descending from above. Crashing directly onto its arm, with a resounding thud, the diamond demon ape was sent reeling, its body contorted, legs sinking into the ground as its arm was shattered. Get lost! Huang Mao kicked the demon ape in the chest, sending it hurtling against the rock wall. The diamond demon ape was struck with awe. As a first-order demon general in this territory, it had felt nearly invincible. How could there be a demon beast stronger than itself? When it raised its head and caught sight of Huang Mao's fearsome visage, it was momentarily paralyzed. Huang Mao, upon seeing the demon ape, was slightly taken aback, then turned his gaze away as if it were inconsequential. Huh, it's you. The diamond demon ape, as if having discovered a remarkable scoop, disregarded its pain, leaping up in excitement and chattering in a language only apes could comprehend. Oh, you're not dead. It's been years. You've grown stronger. This cave is splendid. If we present it to our king, perhaps he'll allow you to return to your tribe. The demon ape squealed with joy. Huang Mao, however, paid it no mind. Seeing this, the demon ape bared its teeth and growled a few times, approaching Huang Mao to grab him. You wildling! Didn't you hear me speaking? Get lost! Huang Mao bellowed, swinging his rod in retaliation. The demon ape narrowly evaded the strike, retreating in haste. Get out of my sight. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Furthermore, if you dare to utter the term wildling again, I shall take your life. Huang Mao glared at it, the overwhelming authority of the battle saint body pressing down upon the demon ape, forcing it to its knees. The diamond demon ape, taken aback, reluctantly let out a cry of defeat before turning to flee, casting a resentful glance back at Huang Mao as it left in a huff. Suddenly, a massive black python descended from the rock wall, blocking the cave's entrance. Huang Mao, our leader has stated that if we do not eliminate the root of the problem, it will only resurface. This monkey seems to harbor ill will towards you. Are we simply letting it go? Dehe's cold, emotionless gaze locked onto the demon ape, its tongue flicking menacingly, an aura of murder surrounding it. Since consuming the Chong Su pill and the Ningjin pill, Dehei's strength had surged remarkably, reaching the third-order demon general level. Even its chilling presence made the diamond demon ape's legs tremble. No need for that. It poses no threat. Let it go, Huang Mao replied. Dehei flicked its tongue, scrutinizing the diamond demon ape before allowing a narrow gap to form. The demon ape seized the opportunity, escaping through the opening as if granted a reprieve, making a hasty exit without looking back. Huang Mao, do you know that monkey? Erhei emerged from behind, intentionally or not, asking, although unable to comprehend their conversation. It was evident from their expressions that Huang Mao was indeed familiar with the demon ape and quite well acquainted. Nothing of importance, Huang Mao retorted, remaining tight-lipped. Erhei, seeing this, lost interest in probing further, though it felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of letting a potential meal slip away. A first-order demon general was not easily found. 10 days swiftly passed. The downpour continued unabated for a full 10 days, with the rainwater coalescing into a winding stream cascading down the mountain. The valley where Xiao Long and the demons resided had accumulated numerous large and small puddles. As the rain ceased, and the sun shone brightly, the world was bathed in light. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble rhythmically. Gazing into the distance, at the end of the valley, four colossal ape-like beasts charged forth from afar, each towering and robust, the smallest measuring at least 5 meters in height. Just ahead, the leading creature, a diamond demon ape, pointed towards a cave on the northern side of the valley, screeching loudly. This diamond demon ape was the very one that Huang Mao had set free 10 days prior. Even such a wildling can grow into a demon general. This cave truly is a treasure trove. If I present it to the king, he shall be most delighted, exclaimed another long-haired giant ape behind. Be cautious, there's a gigantic serpent within the cave. Its aura is quite terrifying. I cannot ascertain its true strength, warned the diamond demon ape ahead. Humph, I have slain countless demon serpents. What snake could possibly contend with me? Sneered 2 nearby giant apes. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, they did not rush in recklessly. The intelligence of the ape demon beasts was not to be underestimated. If a battle were to ensue inside, causing the cave to collapse, their journey would be in vain. Wildling, come out, bellowed a mighty demon ape at the cave's entrance. The force of his voice surged forth like a tempest, shaking the cave, dislodging stones from above. After a prolonged silence, the cave finally settled. His 2 pairs of sinister eyes widened in the darkness, and soon, 2 massive triangular heads emerged from the cave. That a blackridge serpent? Exclaimed the mighty demon ape in astonishment. I have never seen such a large blackridge serpent. It must also be a wildling. Just like that fellow, scoffed the long-haired giant ape behind, his eyes filled with disdain. From the aura exuded, both blackridge serpents had attained the 3rd-tier demon general level. In contrast, besides the lead guide, who was a 1st-tier demon general, the remaining 3 were at least 4th-tier demon generals, with one elder giant ape, covered in white fur, being a bona fide peak 10th-tier demon general. The white-furred elder had no necessity to accompany them, but his impending end of life spurred him to seek the pleasures of the spirit pool, prompting him to follow along. Chapter 53. The combat power of wildlings. Leave the serpents to you. I shall enter the spirit pool first, the white-furred elder declared joyfully, hastening towards the cave. All right, cried the mighty demon ape as he lunged at the blackridge serpent, his immense fist striking out with the force of a gale, compressing the very essence of spirit energy around him. Renowned for his strength, with his 4th-tier demon general prowess, a typical 3rd-tier demon general would have their spine shattered upon impact. Even a giant python would be reduced to a mere puddle of mush. Bang! However, upon impact, the massive body of the blackridge serpent merely quivered slightly, its dark sheen undisturbed, its scales unharmed, through prolonged training. The dragon suppression technique and the dragon suppression body had reached perfection, combined with a formidable bloodline, rendering the blackridge serpent's body harder than any metal. Even a 4th-tier mighty demon ape could not inflict a scratch. What? The mighty demon ape was astounded, only to feel a chilling aura emanating from the blackridge serpent. Boom! In an instant, the serpent's massive form propelled forward, its terrifying momentum causing the mighty demon ape to falter. And with a swift lash of its tail, it struck him from behind. Crack! The mighty demon ape was sent soaring into the sky, and the blackridge serpent, seizing the advantage, soared after him, its tail descending fiercely upon the ape's chest. The mighty demon ape crashed into the ground like a sandbag, creating a human-shaped crater. Impossible! The white-furred elder was taken aback. How could a 4th-tier mighty demon ape fail to best a mere 3rd-tier blackridge serpent? Moreover, the overwhelming aura emanating from it sent shivers down his spine. This aura resembled that of the ancient dragon lineage. As the white-furred elder was taken aback, the second Blackridge serpent engaged another long-haired giant ape in combat. Despite being a tier lower, it held the upper hand effortlessly. The second Blackridge serpent employed no flamboyant tactics. It merely clamped its jaws around the long-haired giant ape's leg, ensnaring it tightly in a 5-layered embrace, rendering it completely immobile. Roar! The long-haired giant ape howled in desperation, attempting to break free, but the serpent only tightened its grip. My strength cannot match that of a serpent. The long-haired giant ape was shaken, its complexion turning a deep shade of purple as it struggled for breath. The other mighty demon ape fared no better, being toyed with by the Blackridge serpent, flung through the air without ever touching the ground, its bones likely on the verge of shattering. The diamond demon ape stood in astonishment, unable to utter a word. What had initially been anticipated as a one-sided crushing of the wildlings had indeed turned into a complete reversal. With the two ape allies being mercilessly beaten, no matter what, you shall perish, the diamond demon ape remained unperturbed, for the elder giant ape was a 10th-tier demon general. Witnessing this scene, the white-furred elder's expression darkened. If this continued, both of his kin would be slain, and his dreams of enjoying the spirit pool would be dashed. Beasts courting death, the white-furred elder charged forward, only to be met by a massive brown figure hurtling towards him. A club raised for a strike. Clang! The elder's fist collided with the club, producing a sound akin to iron clashing. Huang Mao's attack was thwarted, and the immense force sent the elder reeling backward, crashing against the rocky wall. Emerging from the rubble, Huang Mao's lips bled, his eyes burning with fury. It's you. I never expected a wildling bloodline to rise to the status of a demon general. The elder muttered in the language of the ape tribe. Huang Mao remained silent, resolutely retrieving the club that had been knocked from his grasp. His fur bristled, transforming into a deep crimson hue, as if drenched in blood, indicating that he had entered a berserk state. Originally a 3rd-tier demon general, his aura surged to that of a 5th-tier demon general. In this state, T.O. confronts such an adversary. He had to give his all. A 5th-tier demon general. The white-furred elder's face displayed astonishment that a 5th-tier demon general was indeed a formidable presence within their tribe, to witness a wildling achieve such prowess. And for two of the lowest-tier Blackridge serpents to possess such combat capability, one could only imagine the extraordinary treasures hidden within that cave. Whatever treasures they may be, they shall be mine. The elder's gaze burned with desire. Having lived for centuries, he had developed intellect comparable to that of humans. If even a wildling could become so powerful, what heights could he reach if he obtained such strength? He had been stagnant at the 10th-tier demon general level for decades, yearning for the demon king realm. Just one step forward would elevate him to the status of the second king. With this thought, the elder trembled in excitement. However, he was mistaken. The rapid advancement of Huang Mao and his companions was not due to heavenly treasures, but rather the influence of Xiao Long roar. Enraged, Huang Mao surged forward, delivering a straightforward strike with the club. The white-furred elder, initially dismissive, extended his hand to effortlessly seize the club, but in an instant, the world seemed to darken, as if a colossal mountain were descending upon him. Something is amiss. The white-furred elder retracted his underestimation, transforming his palm into a fist that smashed into the club. Bang! At the mere point of contact, the massive mountain-like illusion shattered, and Huang Mao was sent careening backward like a kite severed from its string, landing amidst a pile of mud. Though the white-furred elder was aged and frail, he was indeed a genuine 10th-tier demon general, his fur and flesh having hardened beyond metal, even in his berserk state. Huang Mao was not his match. That I cannot lose. Huang Mao gritted his teeth, clawing his way out of the mud, charging back once more. Yet again, he was effortlessly swatted away by the white-furred elder. While the battle seemed overwhelmingly one-sided, within the white-furred elder's heart, tumultuous waves surged. How could an ordinary 5th-tier demon beast withstand his every blow? A mere finger could easily crush them. Those who dared to clash with him usually ended up maimed or broken. Yet, Huang Mao repeatedly rose, appearing grievously injured yet refusing to perish, sticking to him like gum. Though the elder was a 10th-tier demon general, he was no longer at his peak, his stamina waning to less than half. If this continued, he might very well be worn down to death. That I refuse to believe. I cannot subdue a wildling. The white-furred elder's anger flared as Huang Mao charged again. He raised his hand, firmly grasping the dark club, the tremendous recoil causing him to emit a muffled groan. Die. He yanked the club back violently, his other hand transforming into an iron fist aimed at Huang Mao's face. This punch was inescapable. Chapter 54. Xiao Long's fury. Bang! Blood sprayed forth. Huang Mao was sent flying onto his back, crashing through countless trees before finally smashing against a boulder under the force of that punch. His face was reduced to a bloody mess. His nose was shattered, teeth shattered into fragments, and his entire body seemed to bear no unscathed flesh. The dark club fell into the hands of the white-furred elder. This club, the white-furred elder scrutinized the weapon in his grasp, noticing that his internal energy seemed hindered, sluggish in its flow. Moreover, the weight of the club was beyond comprehension, heavier than a small mountain. How peculiar! He hastily flung the club away, but at that moment, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Just as he turned his head, he beheld Huang Mao's contorted visage approaching. Not good. He shouted in alarm. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, Huang Mao was still able to move and seize the opportunity of the elder's disrupted energy to launch a counterattack. Bang! With a single, precise strike. The iron fist landed squarely on the face of the elder white-haired giant ape, causing it to stagger back, spitting a copious amount of blood as it was propelled several meters away. Ultimately halting mid-path. Beast, how dare you ambush me? The elder white-haired giant ape fumed in rage. Although this blow did not inflict severe injury, it utterly tarnished its dignity. As a dignified 10th-tier demon general. Having lived for centuries, being struck by a mere 5th-tier demon general would become a source of ridicule for its entire clan. And no longer holding back, the elder's white fur bristled, claws extending to nearly a foot in length. It dropped to all fours, baring its teeth, transforming into a leopard-like form. In an instant, the white figure vanished like a whirlwind, racing towards the yellow-haired one, who sat despondently on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. The previous punch had nearly drained his remaining strength, and his rampage was about to wane. Boss, if you don't come soon, I might just perish. In another cave, 2 round, transparent elixirs leaped from the alchemy furnace. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Long summoned the potions to float before him. The crafting of the revitalizing elixir was far more intricate than that of the blood spirit pill. And it took Xiao Long 10 days to produce these 2. Without hesitation, he consumed one. Upon entering his body, it felt as though his soul was immersed in an icy spring, refreshing him entirely, erasing the fatigue accumulated from prolonged alchemy. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the effects of the revitalizing elixir fully dissipated. Xiao Long opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his deep pupils as an indescribable, overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding sand and stones to churn, even causing the insects in the air to plummet to the ground. After a long while, Xiao Long reigned in his overflowing soul power. His aura subsiding into tranquility, his soul strength had finally restored to a fraction of its former glory. At that moment, he felt a semblance of the majesty that once accompanied the celestial dragon emperor. Truly, this was a 4th-tier elixir. In my current state, should I exert myself, even innate martial masters would not stand a chance against me. Xiao Long brimmed with confidence. He still possessed another revitalizing elixir, which he intended to deliver to the yellow-haired one. Closing his eyes, he transformed his soul power into spiritual awareness, which expanded outward in a semicircular form. His soul had grown stronger, and the range of his spiritual awareness expanded from over 100 meters to 1,000. Within this radius, every entity was enveloped by his invisible perception. He could distinctly sense the flora and fauna outside the cave, even the tiniest insects and bacteria. Such formidable spiritual awareness was rare even among innate beings. Congeal, Xiao Long commanded, and his vast soul power instantly coalesced into an invisible blade of spiritual awareness, hovering in midair, causing ripples in the very fabric of space as it passed. This spiritual blade could sever the souls of others, striking unseen. This was a new soul technique he could wield after restoring his soul power. With a single slice, even the souls of innate masters would suffer severe damage. However, it was too taxing for Xiao Long to use lightly. What are those signs of battle? Suddenly, Xiao Long's spiritual awareness detected disarray on the surface outside, mixed with chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating a struggle was underway. He quickly dispelled the soundproofing and shielding formations. As soon as the formations were removed, he heard a series of thunderous roars from outside. Xiao Long dashed out of the cave to find the yellow-haired one, bloodied and sitting on the ground, while a white-haired giant ape loomed before him, lunging with bared fangs and claws. Xiao Long's expression darkened immediately. Damn it! How dare you harm my disciple? I'll make sure you never return. In a flash, Xiao Long shot forth like a bolt of lightning, akin to an arrow released from its bow, arriving in an instant. The white-haired giant ape barely registered the shadow hurtling towards it before. There was nothing more to be seen. Ding, you have slain a level 20 wild creature, gaining 32,000 experience points, 60 bonus for defeating an opponent of higher level. You have acquired 29,308 gold coins. Your current gold balance is 233. 210 of the Golden Touch skill is now in cooldown. Ding! The proficiency of the Golden Touch skill has reached 100, upgrading to level 2. Golden Touch level 2 can convert wild creatures up to 5 levels higher than oneself into gold coins. With a 20 bonus, casting range, 100 meters, cooldown, 12 hours. Just as the yellow-haired one thought disaster was imminent, the white-haired giant ape suddenly transformed into a gleaming golden statue before vanishing from sight. Haha! Boss, you finally emerged, the yellow-haired one exclaimed, laughing joyfully, though he winced as he inadvertently tugged at the wounds on his face. Xiao Long approached to assess the yellow-haired one's injuries, and his expression immediately darkened. The yellow-haired one's body was nearly devoid of unscathed flesh, muscles were torn, meridians severed, and several bones had fractured, with a few ribs even puncturing internal organs, nearly causing fatal harm. Such injuries would have rendered most beasts unconscious long ago. Yet the yellow-haired one still managed to smile. Fool, why didn't you inform me of this? Seeing Xiao Long's ire, the yellow-haired one resembled a chastised child, rubbing his head sheepishly and stammering. I feared that I would disturb you while you were refining pills. Xiao Long was at a loss for words. He had established a soul connection with the yellow-haired one, allowing him to report any incoming threats at any time. But that would have interrupted the refining of the revitalizing elixir. Truly foolish, Xiao Long muttered a curse, but inwardly he felt a surge of pride, with a third-tier demon general's physique enduring against a 10th-tier beast. Maintaining consciousness despite such grievous injuries spoke volumes about his willpower. He had witnessed too many prodigies of noble birth and extraordinary talent who, while capable of momentary fame in their youth, would never become true powerhouses without immense will and determination. Take this. Xiao Long tossed a blood spirit pill. Thank you, boss. The yellow-haired one accepted the elixir, swallowing it without a second thought. The blood spirit pill instantly transformed into pure medicinal energy, flooding through the yellow-haired one's limbs and bones. The fractured and displaced bones began to realign on their own, and his battered body rapidly regained its form at an astonishing speed. A flush of color returned to the yellow-haired one's face as he felt not only his body healing, but also the vitality depleted during his rampage being swiftly replenished, surpassing even his peak state. What a formidable elixir! Its grade must be at least 4th tier, the yellow-haired one thought in delight, not daring to hesitate as he diligently refined the elixir's power. He sensed that upon completing the refinement of this blood spirit pill, his rampaging abilities would ascend to new heights. Suddenly, Xiao Long's spiritual awareness detected a white, fluffy figure darting back, and he chuckled softly, realizing that little white had long been ambushed nearby. Even without revealing itself, the yellow-haired one would be safe. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side soon reached a conclusion. The mighty magic ape had been smashed into a pulp by Dehei. Lifeless and thoroughly defeated, Dehei, in a display of brute force, had swallowed the long-haired giant ape whole, its serpentine form swelling to an oval shape. As for the weakest diamond magic ape, it was already trembling in terror, its legs quaking as though it had seen a ghost. The diamond magic ape screeched, fleeing as though its life depended on it, wishing it had been born with 2 more legs. Isn't it a bit late to run now? In a flash, Xiao Long transformed into a shadow and darted past. Innate skill, devour. The diamond magic ape vanished from existence in an instant. You have slain a level 11 wild creature, gaining 1,500 experience. You have devoured a level 11 wild creature, gaining 1,500 experience. With a ready experiment at hand, Xiao Long decided to test his devour skill, discovering it to be quite effective. The diamond magic ape dissolved into a pool of blood upon entering his internal world. Just as described, devouring also yielded experience points. What transpired here? Xiao Long inquired. This area lay on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountain range, where, by all logic, demon generals should not appear. Even high-tier demon beasts were scarce. Yet, 4 demon generals had suddenly emerged, one of which was a 10th-tier demon general. This was simply unfathomable. Boss, Dehei communicated through thought, recounting the events that had transpired. I see. Xiao Long nodded. It turned out they had coveted his cave. Displaying a remarkable lack of awareness, however, he found the yellow-haired one's decision to let the diamond magic ape escape somewhat perplexing. Xiao Long did not believe in the compassion of kin. Even humans, often regarded as the most emotional beings, could turn against their own kind, even slaying their relatives. There had to be a deeper reason behind the yellow-haired one's actions at that moment. The yellow-haired one had completely refined the blood spirit pill's power. His injuries fully healed. He roared in triumph, his aura soaring to the heavens. It appeared that this severe injury had greatly benefited him. Boss, there are some matters I need to discuss with you, the yellow-haired one said, suddenly turning serious. Speak, Xiao Long replied calmly. Actually, the yellow-haired one hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate that I was cast out by my clan. From birth, I possessed strange memories in my mind. Through these memories, I learned to rampage. Whenever I entered a rampaging state, my kin feared me greatly. They called me a wildling. Even the king of my clan referred to me thus. As he spoke of being a wildling, the yellow-haired one's expression shifted, revealing a sense of profound shame. Xiao Long merely scoffed. Wildling. Yellow-haired one, you may not realize, but your bloodline is likely the last remnant of the ancient giant ape clan. Those fools merely recognized your uniqueness, unaware that you are a superior race, transcending them. Boss, I am of the ancient giant ape clan. The golden-haired youth exhibited a look of astonishment. The term ancient giant ape clan had only surfaced sporadically in his ancestral memories. Vague and fragmented, belonging to an era long past, the ancient giant ape clan, a lineage of divine beasts that towered above countless demon tribes. Could it be that he was a descendant of such a revered lineage? Humph, the battle saint body that I bestowed upon you is indeed a technique of the ancient giant ape clan. How could I be unaware of your heritage? Xiao Long remarked with a cold smirk. It was then that the golden-haired youth realized the reason behind his swift mastery of the battle saint body. It was a technique tailored specifically for him by his clan, that in terms of bloodline purity. They were the true outcasts. It was they who should feel shame, not him for their desire to expel him. It stemmed from fear that he would one day rise to power and dominate them with his bloodline. Xiao Long perceived their base mentality with great clarity. Since his birth, all his kin had called him such, holding him in disdain. After enduring a prolonged period of brainwashing, the golden-haired youth naturally developed a sense of inferiority, to the point where even his banishment evoked no resentment. Even now, he bore a psychological shadow. However, after Xiao Long's enlightening words, he felt as though a shackle within him had been released. Just wait. You insignificant beings. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Upon grasping the truth, the golden-haired youth felt an invigorating surge of passion coursing through him. Noticing his enthusiasm, Xiao Long pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. If he could leverage the golden-haired youth to seize control of the entire ape clan and consolidate it into a formidable beast power. How splendid that would be! Since his arrival in Tianfeng country, Xiao Long had always faced the human sex alone. With few allies to aid him, the ape clan could casually dispatch a 10th-tier demon general, their might rivaling that of a first-tier sect. Capturing them would yield unimaginable benefits. Boss, I wish to request something from you. Just as Xiao Long was deep in thought, the golden-haired youth spoke earnestly. I want to return to the ape clan and reclaim what I have lost. So I need your assistance. Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. Even without your request, I would venture forth to slay them. To rampage on my territory. They must pay a price. Boss, the golden-haired youth interjected, speaking with solemnity. I wish to personally slay the king of my clan once I grow strong enough that I beseech your guidance. Xiao Long was taken aback by this unexpected request, given that his soul power had only recently been restored to a fraction. Combined with Xiao Bai's aid, he could easily march into the ape clan to collect debts. The mere thought of exterminating the lowly demon king tribe was trivial. Yet, the golden-haired youth wished to wait until he was powerful enough to strike the blow himself. This level of determination was commendable. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Long nodded. Very well, but you must understand that my training methods are not something ordinary beasts can endure. Haha, you underestimate me. Boss, that I am a descendant of the ancient divine beast clan. What is there to fear in training? The golden-haired youth laughed heartily. Since that is the case, I shall provide you with a specialized training regimen. First, cultivate the battle saint body to the 5th level. Xiao Long promptly transmitted a method to him. The battle saint body was the clan's foundational technique, requiring one to endure a series of rigorous trials, lightning strikes, fire burns, water pressures, earth entrapments, and toxic mists, before achieving mastery. Xiao Long's training regimen was immensely demanding, even perilous, yet the golden-haired youth voiced no complaints, instead brimming with determination. A scion of the divine beast clan. What was there to fear? Do not be too quick to rejoice. This is merely one task. I shall impart to you 2 martial arts, which you must cultivate simultaneously. Xiao Long's words fell. 2 vast streams of information surged into the golden-haired youth's soul. Upon seeing the martial arts descriptions, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Despite his prior preparation, mid-grade earth-level martial art Golden Ape Roar and low-grade earth-level martial art Heavenly Transformation 18 sticks. In Tianfeng country, the classification of martial arts was not merely profound but also exceedingly rare. Even mid-grade Earth-level martial arts were seldom found, accessible only to a select few grand sects and royal families. The Golden Ape Roar and Heavenly Transformation 18 sticks were techniques Xiao Long had acquired during a bloody campaign against a wild ape clan, initially disregarding them due to their mid-grade status. Now, they were perfectly suited for the golden-haired youth. Xiao Long's words made the golden-haired youth's mouth twitch in disbelief. Earth-level martial arts were so casually discarded. Mastering such techniques was inherently challenging, even for those at the innate level. Yet the golden-haired youth was different. The wild ape clan was a remnant of the ancient giant ape clan, and with his bloodline, he could make swift progress. Xiao Long spoke of this with ease, as if assigning a trivial task, but for the golden-haired youth, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Nevertheless, this path was his choice, and with gritted teeth, he accepted the challenge. Xiao Long continued. Lastly, I shall impart to you an escape technique known as demon blood escape. It will enable you to evade innate experts, albeit at the cost of half your life essence. Do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Remember, the foundation of strength is survival. Do not be reckless if you cannot win. I do not wish to see you lying on the ground, barely alive, waiting for me to rescue you, Xiao Long stated sternly. Yes, boss, the golden-haired youth replied, feeling ashamed as he lowered his head. After receiving the demon blood escape technique, he wasted no time and hurried off to begin his training. Xiao Long turned his gaze to the two serpents. Hey, you have both broken through to demon generals. It is time for you to change your techniques as well. I will now impart to you the supreme earth-level technique swallowing spirit art, which can consume both flesh and soul, devouring all. Thank you, boss, the two serpents chorused in unison. Typically, cultivation involves absorbing spiritual energy into the body, which must then be refined before being assimilated into the demon core. However, after mastering the swallowing spirit art, any spiritual energy could be directly obtained through consumption, eliminating the need for refinement. Simple and brutal, it also allowed them to absorb the spiritual energy of others for their own use. Although the swallowing spirit art was an earth-level technique, its rarity rivaled that of mid-grade techniques. Xiao Long had acquired it during his youthful travels across the vast Xinzhou continent, having stumbled upon it after traversing countless mountains and rivers at the time. He had doubted the sanity of its creator, believing such a technique would cause a human's dantian to explode from the chaotic energy surges. Yet, it was evidently tailored for powerful beasts with formidable bodies and demon cores. Subsequently, Xiao Long customized techniques for the two serpents according to their characteristics, bestowing the physically robust He with Mountain Splitter and the spiritually endowed Air He with Azure Dragon Breath. Both supreme Earth-level combat techniques. Mastery of these would yield comparable power to Earth-level martial arts. As for the escape technique, Xiao Long did not impart the demon blood escape, as the serpent's blood essence was too scarce. Instead, he improved the transforming fish and dragon technique and passed it on to the two serpents. After receiving their respective techniques, the serpents departed. With the swallowing spirit art, their training speed would reach terrifying levels, possibly even surpassing the golden-haired youth. Returning to his cave dwelling, Xiao Long approached a plump white fox crouched by the spiritual pond with a smile. Xiao Bai, thank you for protecting the golden-haired youth earlier, he said warmly. Who protected that stinky monkey? I merely passed by, Xiao Bai retorted with a hint of pride. Xiao Long did not argue, but simply raised his serpent head, grinning at her. What are you staring at? Xiao Bai, sensing his gaze, shifted slightly. Nothing, I just suddenly find you quite adorable. With this playful remark, Xiao Bai's face flushed a deep red. Haha, Xiao Long laughed heartily, and just as Xiao Bai was about to get angry, he produced a jade vial from his inventory and tossed it to her. Hee, this is a gift for you. Xiao Bai extended her chubby hand to catch the vial, casting a skeptical glance at Xiao Long. Upon uncorking it, she discovered a transparent pill resting quietly inside. Just the scent of it invigorated her spirit. Revitalization pill. Xiao Bai recognized the esteemed pill immediately. How about it? Are you pleased with the gift? Xiao Long inquired with a smile. Xiao Bai lifted her delicate head, her gem-like pure eyes fixed on Xiao Long. Lost in thought, she understood that Xiao Long, too, had suffered a wound to his soul, and the revitalization pill would be immensely beneficial to him. Why then would he offer it to her? Even keeping it as a backup could save her life in critical moments. Sensing her thoughts, Xiao Long smiled gently. Since you are with me, even if I were to perish, I will not allow my friends to suffer harm. While he spoke these words, his mind harbored another thought. You are my ultimate weapon. I must ensure you are well pleased. Unaware of Xiao Long's true intentions, Xiao Bai was genuinely moved by his gesture. her eyes glimmering with tears. "Xiao Long, you are too good to me," she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with emotion. Xiao Long, amused, felt as though he were enticing a young girl with sweets that, what is this? As fellow beings cast adrift in the world, having saved you, I must take responsibility. He continued to play the emotional card, subtly reminding her of his past rescue. Xiao Long's persuasion skills were unparalleled, and with just a few words, he left the innocent Xiao Bai utterly enchanted. Her azure eyes gazed at him, and with a gentle smile, she murmured, "Thank you, Xiao Long." As Xiao Long beheld Xiao Bai's smile, he was about to say something when he suddenly froze, his mind struck as if by lightning. Forever captivated by that moment, he abruptly realized that the smile of the little white creature was infinitely more enchanting than any beauty he had encountered in his past life. Perhaps Xiao Long himself was unaware that since his transformation into a demonic beast, his aesthetic sensibilities had subtly shifted in accordance with his new form. Chapter 57. The situation outside beauty can be a source of calamity. Xiao Long hastily turned his head away to avoid any adverse effects. Sensing Xiao Long's embarrassment, the little white creature blushed and joyfully turned away. Although this wretched serpent spoke ill, it possessed a kind heart that as Xiao Long had noted. Their experiences were remarkably similar. One had failed a tribulation, while the other had self-destructed to be reborn. Such incidents fostered a deep empathy between them. Xiao Long emerged from his cave abode, contemplating 3 tasks that lay ahead. Firstly, he intended to visit Huayun City to raid the ancestral home of the Huayun sect. Offending the Burning Sky Dragon Emperor would only lead to annihilation. Moreover, the temporal treasure of the Huayun sect had long plagued his thoughts. It could replay events from within a single day, potentially embodying the laws of time, which made it an object of immense desire for Xiao Long. Secondly, he needed to gather spirit stones. The Myriad Realms marketplace did not offer spirit stones for sale, only exceedingly precious spirit crystals. Most of the spirit stones Xiao Long had seized were lost in the detonation of the array formations, leaving him with only the remnants from the ancient storage ring. Xiao Long planned to establish a colossal innate-level comprehensive array in this circular valley, which would amalgamate various effects such as spirit gathering, defense, combat, and illusions, necessitating a vast quantity of spirit stones. Thirdly, he aimed to elevate his strength. Excluding the soul techniques that could not be easily employed, Xiao Long's power was relatively modest, barely sufficient to contend with 10th-tier demon generals. While this might seem remarkable to others, it was evidently inadequate for a reborn martial emperor. If a genius from the Burning Sky Dragon Palace were present in this inferior location, they could easily surpass others that in comparison, Xiao Long, as the sect leader, was woefully weak. Thus, he resolved to make his way to Huayun City. With determination, Xiao Long swiftly ascended towards his destination. "Humph, leaving me behind to frolic, that wretched snake," the little white creature muttered, stealthily following in his wake towards Huayun City. Huayun City was not far, with Xiao Long's current speed. He arrived within half an hour, finding the city bustling as usual. The gates were thronged with people, merchants entering and exiting in a display of prosperity that seemed the tragic fate of the Huayun sect had not impacted Huayun City. "Have you heard? The Huayun sect has recently closed its doors." I wandered around the city and hardly spotted any disciples of the sect, one passerby remarked. "Haha, I heard that someone caused a ruckus in Huayun City, severely injuring the sect leader, who is yet to show his face." Another replied, "My goodness. That person must be extraordinarily powerful. Could they be an innate master?" "You are mistaken. It is said that this individual is merely at the first level of the true condensation realm, known as Lord Xiao, masked and shrouded in mystery." "How gratifying. The Huayun sect has done much evil. It's about time someone dealt with them." Upon overhearing the conversations at the city gates, Xiao Long could not help but scoff. Indeed, their self-inflicted misfortune was unavoidable. Having offended too many forces in the past, the Huayun sect now faced dire consequences, akin to a rat scurrying through the street, despised by all. If they had not closed their doors, their disciples would likely have been assassinated by enemies. Xiao Long's thoughts shifted, and his human avatar vanished from his inner realm, appearing in the outside world, while his true form coiled around his arm. He donned a long robe, and now, Xiao Long appeared as a youthful man in his 20s. He picked up a stone, infused it with spirit energy, and moments later, it glowed with a milky hue, transforming into a low-grade spirit stone. Queuing to pay with spirit stones, Xiao Long entered Huayun City unnoticed. The Qianlong Bank. In the reception hall, Wan Jianfeng sat in the chief's seat, his expression exceedingly grim. Beside him, Suya held a ledger, reporting a litany of losses and recent events that a medicinal herb caravan had been raided by bandits from the Black Wind stronghold, leaving only one survivor, the silk shop owner. Xiaoyu had been ambushed and killed in his home. The innkeeper, Zhang He, had vanished, and the captain of the bank's guard, Jiang Wan, had left without a word, leaving only a letter behind. On the 13th, the bank suffered a loss of over 13.2 million low-grade spirit stones, on the 14th, over 5.01 million, and on the 15th. As Suya enumerated the figures, Wang Jianfeng's expression grew more somber. In recent days, it seemed the Qianlong Bank had been targeted. The owners of the shops under its banner faced death or flight. Former partners shut their doors, and even the medicinal herb caravan had been plundered by robbers. 3 days prior, Wang Jianfeng had organized an auction, presenting some treasured items to boost interest, yet only a handful of people attended, all of them obscure figures. Ultimately, the precious items went for a pittance, resulting in a loss of several million medium-grade spirit stones. Gu Yun, you shall not have peace. Wang Jianfeng was well aware that Gu Yun was behind this turmoil. When Gu Yun had demanded Suya from him, Wang Jianfeng had followed Xiao Long's instructions and refused. In retaliation, Gu Yun declared that anyone collaborating with the Qianlong Bank in Huiyun City was his enemy. Originally, Gu Yun lacked such influence, but after departing from the Huiyun sect, he became the chief honorary elder of the Beastmaster sect. With 2 of the 4 major sects diminished, the Beastmaster sect undoubtedly emerged as the foremost sect in the Tianfeng kingdom, its momentum unparalleled. No one dared to provoke them at this time, leaving Wang Jianfeng as the scapegoat. Although the Qianlong Bank's headquarters wielded considerable power, it adopted a policy of competition among its branches. Once a branch faltered or underperformed, a new leader was quickly appointed. This enabled Gu Yun to brazenly target Wang Jianfeng. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Wang Jianfeng looked up to see 6 men and women entering the reception hall, their robes adorned with the emblem of a furnace marked by a star. Indeed, 6 first-grade alchemists. These 6 were the esteemed alchemists serving the bank, the foundation of its operations. Their synchronized arrival sent a chill down Wang Jianfeng's spine. President Wan, we have come to inform you of something, the leading middle-aged man said, bowing slightly with a smile. Are you all here to bid farewell? Wang Jianfeng replied expressionlessly. President Wan, we sincerely apologize, but we cannot refuse the invitation of Master Gu Yun. The middle-aged man continued, still smiling. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianfeng felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly choking on the blood that threatened to surface. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Master Gu Yun is the foremost alchemist of Huiyun City, renowned throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. Now that he has joined the first sect, the Beastmaster sect, we are compelled by circumstances beyond our control. Another alchemist added with a broad grin. At the time, we signed an agreement. Are you truly willing to bear the costs of breach to leave the bank? Wang Jianfeng's voice was heavy with disappointment. The benefits Master Gu Yun offers us far outweigh the penalties of breach, the man replied, still smiling. Chapter 58. Wait. Wang Jianfeng fell silent, while Suya clenched her fists, biting her red lips, her eyes swelling with tears. If the previous incidents could be endured due to the bank's years of accumulation, the departure of these 6 would be a cataclysmic blow, akin to a bolt from the blue, merely for not surrendering Suya. They face such retribution. Gu Yun, once a revered elder of the Huiyun sect, had swiftly aligned himself with the Beastmaster sect following its downfall. His opportunistic behavior could very well lead to his abandonment of them one day. Did they truly wish to follow him? Wang Jianfeng refused to concede. Haha. You needn't worry, President Wan. Our esteemed status ensures that even if abandoned, countless others would vie for our allegiance. Just then, a boisterous voice rang out from outside as Gu Yun strode into the reception hall with an air of arrogance. Gu Yun. Wang Jianfeng's forehead throbbed, and the cup he held shattered in his grip. It was all his doing. Yet Wang Jianfeng dared not unleash his fury, nor even utter a curse, for the opponent was an alchemist. Gu Yun merely cast a disdainful glance at Wang Jianfeng before shifting his gaze to Suya, leering at her with predatory eyes, licking his lips. Miss Suya, with the Huiyun sect's decline, your prospects in Huiyun City are dim. Why not follow me to Beastmaster City, where you shall enjoy untold riches? Gu Yun suggested, his voice dripping with insincerity. I shall not go, Suya firmly declared. Ah, so you refuse to leave even as the Qianlong Bank crumbles? Gu Yun's eyes narrowed. Suya, filled with disdain, retorted, I am not like certain petty individuals who forget loyalty for profit, nor am I so vile and despicable. Suya, silence. Wang Jianfeng's expression shifted, desperately attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Gu Yun's eyes bulged in fury at her words. Are you insulting me? All the alchemists stepped forward, their collective presence exuding an intimidating aura. Glaring at Suya. Insult Master Gu Yun is to court death. As esteemed alchemists, they occupied a lofty position. Even the leaders of major sects treated them with respect. Wang Jianfeng usually had to curry favor with them. So how could a mere girl dare to humiliate one of their kind? The combined pressure of their presence bore down on Suya like an invisible mountain, though she was the second in command at the Xiao Long bank. Facing this united front of alchemists left her pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. I in my Xiao Long bank, who dares to be unruly? Wan Jianfeng, unwilling to show weakness, unleashed the formidable aura of the 10th level of the true condensation realm, instantly overpowering his opponents. Although they held a numerical advantage, most were merely at the initial stages of the true condensation realm, with only Gu Yun having reached the 6th level, under Wan Jianfeng's imposing presence. Their faces changed dramatically, and they began to retreat. Wan Jianfeng, how dare you insult us, the alchemists? Are you not afraid of the alchemist guild seeking vengeance against you? You are inviting disaster upon yourself. Apologize immediately and make amends, or we shall not rest until justice is served, they exclaimed angrily, accustomed to their lofty positions, where their words held absolute authority. Ji Yun narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow, asking, Wan Jianfeng, this is not like you at all. Who has given you the audacity to oppose us, the alchemists? His words pierced like a dagger into Wan Jianfeng's heart. Taking a deep breath, Wan Jianfeng's chest heaved. Indeed, the influence of the alchemists was immense. Each one could command significant power, and no one could afford to offend them. Behind Gu Yun stood the formidable Beastmaster sect, while Wan Jianfeng was merely the branch leader of a small city-s financial institution. Easily replaceable, he could not afford to offend so many alchemists for the sake of an elusive Lord Xiao Di. Oh, you know why the Beastmaster sect appointed me as the chief honorary elder? Gu Yun said with a smile. Oh, you know why your subordinates, these alchemists, are willing to follow me. At this moment, all the alchemists looked at him with eyes full of reverence, because I have successfully refined a flawed third-grade elixir. With further practice, I shall undoubtedly become a third-grade alchemist within 2 years. Gu Yun's proclamation struck like a thunderclap in the ears of Wan Jianfeng and Suya, leaving them momentarily stunned. Gu Yun could refine a third-grade elixir? It was known that in the entire Tianfeng kingdom, only the imperial city boasted 3 third-grade alchemists. Thus, Gu Yun could potentially become the 4th. Alchemy was notoriously difficult, a pursuit where many spent their entire lives without making any progress. That Gu Yun could break through such a bottleneck and refine even a flawed third-grade elixir was nothing short of miraculous. Although it was only a defective product, it clearly demonstrated Gu Yun's capability. He merely lacked experience, and given time, his ascension to a third-grade alchemist was a certainty. Wan Jianfeng's mental defenses finally crumbled. No matter how powerful Lord Xiao was, he would ultimately be a third-grade alchemist, and Gu Yun would inevitably reach his level. I, Wan, have acted impulsively. I apologize to you all. Wan Jianfeng lowered his head, gritting his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated as he bowed to the crowd. They responded with mocking expressions, deriding his lack of self-awareness. Suya, pale and trembling, had lost the regal demeanor she usually possessed. Wan Jianfeng. Anyone can talk. Show us some tangible benefits instead. Gu Yun sneered, deliberately casting a glance at Suya, his eyes gleaming with mischief. If Miss Suya comes with me, I will not only refrain from causing you trouble, but we shall become like family and collaborate extensively. President Wan, those who recognize the times are wise. Someone chimed in. President Wan, just agree to Master Gu Yun. She is but a mere woman. Wan Jianfeng clenched his jaw, his fists cracking under pressure. Each second felt like a century. President, Suya said, her eyes reddening as she looked at Wan Jianfeng and nodded. She understood the harsh reality. Wan Jianfeng had no choice, and neither did she. Seeing Suya's acquiescence, Wan Jianfeng finally nodded with great difficulty. A triumphant smile crept onto Gu Yun's face, while the expressions of those present relaxed, though Suya's visage remained ashen. Ha! Had I known this would be the case, why bother with the initial conflict? Gu Yun laughed heartily, fully aware that he could attain whatever he desired. In truth, the flawed third-grade elixir was concocted through a dubious method, and though he could only be considered a peak second-grade alchemist, he felt no fear. Even if his deception were to be revealed in 2 years, would the Beastmaster sect truly trouble a second-grade alchemist? The connections Gu Yun had amassed were unfathomable. Should he leave, there would always be those eager to welcome him. Wait. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the hall. Turning to see a striking young man leisurely walking through the entrance, his indifferent gaze landed on Wan Jianfeng. And he calmly spoke. Wan Jianfeng, have you already forgotten the matters I entrusted to you before departing? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wan Jianfeng was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing Suya's silent warning, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Who is this? I am in discussion with President Wan regarding important matters. How dare you interrupt? Gu Yun's conversation was abruptly halted, and he erupted in fury. Guards, Seize this insect and break its limbs. Yes, a group of alchemists, eager to impress Gu Yun, charged at Xiao Long without a second thought, aiming straight for his vital points. Xiao Long, momentarily stunned, had only intended to speak to Wang Jianfeng, yet now faced an onslaught. Get lost. He raised his hand, swiftly delivering a blow. In an instant, a tempest swept through the room, and before many alchemists could react, darkness enveloped them. Bam, 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 like firecrackers exploding, one by one. The bodies flew into the air as Xiao Long, despite being only 1/10 of his original strength, was far beyond the capability of these individuals. He held nothing back, and the alchemists were left with shattered facial bones and splintered teeth. Some weaker ones even had their skulls crushed, dying on the spot. Thud, thud, thud. 6 alchemists fell to the ground like lifeless dogs, gasping for air, clearly beyond saving. Gu Yun stammered, pointing at Xiao Long, his finger trembling as he struggled to articulate his disbelief. One slap, and 6 alchemists were dead. Had this person gone mad? It was common knowledge that alchemists were like hornets' nests. Disturbing one could invite calamity, let alone six. In the Tianfeng Kingdom, where alchemists were scarce, each was akin to a national treasure, holding a status equivalent to that of a sect leader. And now, 6 had perished at once, right before his eyes. Lord Xiao, this. Wang Jianfeng trembled in fear, his speech faltering. Although he had anticipated the man's volatile temperament, he had not expected such an astonishing display. Everyone present, save for Xiao Long, wore expressions of horror. What? Is there something wrong? Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings with indifference. Wang Jianfeng felt on the verge of collapse. While Xiao Long could simply leave, he would bear the consequences of having these alchemists die on his territory if their powerful factions learned of this. He would have to pay dearly. Outrageous. You dare kill my subordinates? Do you know who I am? Gu Yun finally regained his composure, stepping forward with an aura of the 6th level of the true condensation realm. His recent successes having fostered an arrogant disposition. He had been treated with respect even by the sect master of the Beastmaster sect, and now, fueled by anger, his presence was overwhelming. Ordinary individuals would not dare meet his gaze. And even Wang Jianfeng felt compelled to bow his head. Yet, Xiao Long did not even raise an eyebrow, casting a bemused glance in Gu Yun's direction. What are you, to dare shout in my presence? Xiao Long's hand shot out like lightning, striking Gu Yun's face with a resounding slap. This seemingly simple act locked onto Gu Yun's life force, leaving him with no escape. In the face of Gu Yun's horrified expression. The blow landed squarely. Slap. Gu Yun was sent spinning, blood spraying as he crashed to the ground in a heap. The room fell into an eerie silence. Wang Jianfeng's jaw dropped in shock, and the barely surviving alchemists, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, succumbed altogether. You dare strike me? Gu Yun trembled, both astonished and enraged. He could never have imagined that someone would lay a hand on him. Annoying, Xiao Long dismissed him with a wave of his hand, stepping forward and crushing Gu Yun's arm with a resounding crack. Gu Yun howled in agony, shouting, I am a 3rd-grade alchemist, the esteemed honorary elder of the Beastmaster sect. You dare cripple me, I will annihilate your entire family. Crack, another stomp from Xiao Long. Crack, Xiao Long ruthlessly continued, breaking Gu Yun's limbs one after the other, shattering his bones and meridians until he was reduced to a mere human stick, beyond even the recovery of a 4th-grade elixir. Stop. Wang Jianfeng attempted to interject, but upon witnessing Xiao Long's relentless assault, he swallowed his words. With Gu Yun utterly incapacitated, what good would it do to call for a halt, after thoroughly dismantling Gu Yun? Xiao Long finally spoke, pointing at the writhing figure on the ground. President Wan, this man threatened to break my limbs, so I have returned the favor. You have no objections, I trust? At that moment, Wang Jianfeng could only stammer. And no objections. Deep inside, he cursed silently. Of course, he had objections. If this incident had occurred elsewhere, he would have relished Gu Yun's demise. However, now that it transpired within his own financial institution, should the Beastmaster sect learn of it, they would undoubtedly turn his establishment upside down. However, neither side could afford to offend, as this Lord Xiao was shrouded in mystery. Although he held doubts about whether the Fire Cloud sect and the Hidden Poison sect were his creations, he was undoubtedly a genuine 3rd-tier alchemist. Well, since there are no objections, let us dispose of him. I am here to discuss serious matters with you, Xiao Long said nonchalantly. Wang Jianfeng's lips twitched violently, and he could only force a smile, calling for the guards to clear the corpses from the hall, personally tossing out the incapacitated Gu Yun. Wang Jianfeng, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Yun shouted through gritted teeth as he was thrown out, igniting a sudden urge in Wang Jianfeng to kill him. Yet he restrained himself. knowing Gu Yun carried a soul token left by the Beastmaster sect. If Gu Yun were to perish, it would be a matter of life and death. Returning to the reception room, Xiao Long reclined leisurely in a chair, sipping the tea brewed by Suya, watching Wan Jianfeng with a half-smile. I was unaware of Lord Zhao's arrival and failed to provide a proper welcome. I hope you can forgive my oversight, Wan Jianfeng said, bowing with great difficulty to squeeze out a semblance of a smile. No need for formalities. At the last auction, you saved me, and I remember that kindness, Xiao Long replied coolly. Your courtesy is unnecessary. It was merely my duty, Wan Jianfeng responded politely. Xiao Long waved his hand dismissively. I came today to clear up some trivial matters. I hope it has tea caused you any trouble. Wan Jianfeng's lips twitched slightly as he gritted his teeth. It is those trivial matters that deserve death. Lord Xiao, you have done well. I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, I shall help you resolve those issues, Xiao Long replied calmly. This revelation moved Wan Jianfeng. Those troubles were insignificant to Xiao Long, but felt like the sky was falling to him. Especially after the incident with Gu Yun, although he was not an accomplice, he had to bear some responsibility since it occurred on his territory. Now that Xiao Long offered to help, Wan Jianfeng felt utterly relieved. He doubted not the capabilities of a third-tier alchemist. What brings Lord Xiao here? Wan Jianfeng inquired with increasing respect. That I wish to discuss a potential collaboration, Xiao Long stated, taking a sip of tea. Please, speak freely, Lord Xiao, Wan Jianfeng urged respectfully. To be frank, I am in desperate need of spirit stones. I have come seeking them as the wealthiest force in Tianfeng country. It should not be a problem for the Qianlong Bank to produce several million mid-grade spirit stones, Xiao Long asserted directly. Upon hearing this, Wan Jianfeng shook his head with a sigh, a bitter smile on his face. That to be truthful, Lord Xiao, the bank has recently faced a series of difficulties, and our finances are in disarray. The only available funds are a mere 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. Wan Jianfeng felt a deep sense of shame. During the bank's glory days, he could have casually produced tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of mid-grade spirit stones. After a series of setbacks, he now questioned whether he could retain his position as branch president. Only 3 million. Xiao Long was taken aback. The last time he casually refined a few pills, they fetched over 300,000. How could the entire bank be left with so little? Wan Jianfeng's expression did not seem to be feigned, and it was unlikely he would dare to deceive him. What has transpired recently? Please share, Xiao Long inquired calmly. Alas, it is like this. Wan Jianfeng paused and recounted all that had taken place since Xiao Long's last departure. All the troubles pointed back to Gu Yun. A third-tier alchemist? Xiao Long scoffed. Alchemists were scarce in Tianfeng country. First and second tiers were treasures, let alone a third-tier alchemist. Gu Yun was currently thriving, and now that Lord Xiao had crippled him, the Beastmaster sect would not let this go easily. Wan Jianfeng's eyes reflected his concern. The Beastmaster sect, they are the foremost sect in Tianfeng country, not something the Fire Cloud sect or Hidden Poison sect can contend with. Humph. With that old man's soul power, it is impossible for him to be a true third-tier alchemist. However, he carries a hint of the Wind Thunderstone's essence. Perhaps he used it to stimulate his brain temporarily, allowing him to produce a subpar third-tier pill. Xiao Long elaborated slowly. What? Wan Jianfeng stared at Xiao Long in shock. So, Gu Yun was merely putting on a facade, not a true third-tier alchemist at all. Humph. How could what I say be false? Xiao Long snorted coldly. Not to mention a counterfeit third-tier alchemist. Even a genuine third-tier alchemist was of no concern to him. Now, with Xiao Long capable of producing top-tier fourth-grade pills, even the so-called pill king of Tianfeng would only be left to lick his boots. Lord Zhao's vision is unparalleled. I feel ashamed in comparison, Wan Jianfeng admitted. Your bank must still hold a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. Yes? Xiao Long shifted the conversation. Certainly, Wan Jianfeng replied, his eyes lighting up as he realized Lord Xiao was about to showcase his talents. Please organize the herbs and have them sent over to me, Xiao Long instructed. Yes, Wan Jianfeng eagerly responded, hastily instructing Suya, go take down all the medicinal herbs for sale in the Wanxiang Pavilion and send them to Lord Xiao. Understood, Suya nodded. No need. I only require third and fourth grade herbs. Additionally, prepare a top-notch alchemy chamber for me. Understood, Wan Jianfeng readily agreed. However, as he pondered the request, his expression subtly changed. He could comprehend the need for third-grade herbs, but what did the fourth-grade herbs signify? Could it be he intended to refine fourth-grade pills? Contemplating this daunting possibility, Wan Jianfeng swallowed hard, not daring to hesitate, and bowed as he stepped towards the exit. Lord Xiao, please follow me. Under Wan Jianfeng's guidance, Xiao Long arrived at an underground chamber. The chamber's walls were crafted from ancient birch wood, exuding a faint fragrance that invigorated the mind. At the center stood a massive four-cornered alchemy furnace, intricately carved with the four mythical beasts, lifelike and awe-inspiring. Lord Xiao, this was originally a place for the bank's alchemists to refine pills. Now that those ruffians have been dealt with, the chamber has become vacant. Wang Jianfeng lamented, recalling the pain of losing 6 alchemists to betrayal. This place is quite suitable, Xiao Long remarked, his gaze fixed on the furnace, deep in thought. Seeing Xiao Long lost in contemplation, Wang Jianfeng lowered his head, not daring to interrupt. You may exit now. Have Suya place the herbs at the entrance. If any enemies come seeking vengeance, they will find me, Xiao Long instructed. Yes, Wang Jianfeng bowed and withdrew. The chamber was empty and silent, with Xiao Long's eyes still locked on the enormous furnace, unblinking. Interesting. Xiao Long flicked his fingers, sending a burst of true energy directly into the furnace. Instantly, flames erupted within, illuminating the entire chamber. To his surprise, he encountered a primordial-grade artifact embryo here. How intriguing. Observing the roaring flames, Xiao Long smiled slightly and sat cross-legged. An artifact embryo is the most primitive form of a spirit artifact. Through use, it gradually evolves into the most compatible spirit artifact by merging with the user's soul and essence. Akin to an evolutionary process, the level of the artifact embryo determines the potential of the spirit artifact. For instance, the furnace before Xiao Long was a primordial-grade artifact embryo, which could evolve into a primordial spirit treasure. Due to its prolonged connection with Xiao Long's soul, it would become the most suitable primordial spirit treasure for him, even surpassing the finest primordial treasures in power. Wang Jianfeng truly knew how to leave behind such a treasure for him, and Xiao Long had no choice but to accept it. This furnace, although seemingly left behind by an oversight, could he really believe that a branch president would not recognize an artifact embryo? Just as I needed an alchemy furnace, I shall graciously accept this gift. Xiao Long expelled a drop of his essence blood to imprint upon the furnace, and then began the slow process of refining it with his soul power. To utilize an artifact embryo perfectly, a lengthy refining process is required, demanding stringent requirements on soul power, especially for a primordial-grade artifact embryo. Besides being forcefully controlled by a primordial expert, it also necessitated at least the soul power of a third-tier alchemist to master it flawlessly. Wang Jianfeng likely thought that no one would use it if left behind, which is why he gifted it to Xiao Long. Xiao Long spent an entire day refining it, and through the residual information within the embryo, he learned that it was called the four-symbol cauldron, primarily used for alchemy, with additional defensive and suppressive functions. During this time, Xia delivered a storage ring filled with various precious herbs. Truly, the Qianlong Bank possessed a rich foundation. After examining the contents of the storage ring, Xiao Long couldn't help but marvel. Although Wang Jianfeng could only produce 3 million mid-grade spirit stones, the value of the fixed assets like herbs was immeasurable. Thus, let us begin. Xiao Long's doppelganger emerged from his sleeve, and images of various pill formulas flashed through his mind as he skillfully tossed one herb after another into the four-symbol cauldron. Due to the lengthy process of refining fourth-grade pills, Xiao Long primarily aimed to produce a large quantity of top-tier third-grade pills, along with a few easily refined fourth-grade pills, with his doppelganger assisting and the newly acquired four-symbol cauldron. Xiao Long's alchemical speed increased by more than threefold. Even fourth-grade pills could be refined within a day or two. As the lengthy alchemical process unfolded, the outside world remained eerily calm. The deaths of the 6 alchemists had not spread, and even Gu Yun refrained from causing trouble, which surprised Xiao Long. The Qianlong Bank was still in disarray, with members either leaving or scattering. Now only Wang Jianfeng, Suya, and a few temporary workers remained. Even the guards at the auction house had left. Wang Jianfeng, pressed by circumstances, reluctantly began to transfer the Wanxiang Pavilion, Qianlong Restaurant, and Silk Shop to others at reduced prices, retaining only the core auction house. Lord Xiao, I have even offered up the treasured cauldron left by President Qin Hai. The fate of the financial institution now rests in your hands, Wang Jianfeng silently prayed. As days passed, he neither encountered his enemies nor the forces of the Beast Master sect, which he found rather peculiar. Just 3 weeks later, a deafening explosion erupted from the secret chamber, shaking the entire financial institution. Wang Jianfeng hurried to the entrance of the chamber, where he discovered a massive hole blasted into the floor, billowing black smoke emerging from within. Numerous traces of formations appeared on the ground, and a phantom light shield enveloped the hole, indicating the automatic defensive state of the hidden Dragon Great Formation. Lord Xiao. Wang Jianfeng gasped in shock and rushed into the secret chamber. He had heard that alchemy could lead to catastrophic explosions if mishandled. and the activation of the hidden dragon great formation hinted at the ferocity of the blast. If anything were to happen to Xiao Long, his own fate would be sealed as he entered the chamber. He did not find the gruesome sight of Xiao Long shattered into pieces. Instead, he saw a charred figure seated on the ground, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, without reaching the innate realm, one could not concoct fifth-grade elixirs. This shall suffice for now." Xiao Long stood up, brushed off the soot from his body, and the carbonized parts flaked away, revealing his smooth skin. He turned around and saw Wan Jianfeng standing at the door. His expression blank. "Wan Jianfeng, this is what I casually refined. You may handle it." Xiao Long tossed him a storage ring. Wan Jianfeng mechanically accepted it, glancing inside, and his mind felt as though it had been struck by a thunderbolt. 10 pieces of third-grade elixirs. The solidifying true pill, 10 pieces of third-grade elixirs. The crimson blood pill, 10 pieces of third-grade elixirs. The void charging pill, this a fourth-grade elixir. The breaking calamity pill. Wan Jianfeng trembled with excitement, gazing at Xiao Long, tears glistening in his eyes. "Thank you, Lord Xiao, for saving my financial institution. I shall forever remember your kindness." That he raised his hands, respectfully kneeling down, prostrating himself in gratitude. That evening, the headquarters of the Hidden Dragon Financial Institution announced an elixir auction to be held in a week, featuring 30 third-grade elixirs and 3 fourth-grade elixirs, to take place at the Fire Cloud City branch. The news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. The next day, countless families and factions rushed to the Hidden Dragon Financial Institution to gather information, but they were met with closed doors. That evening, Han Wuxia, the long-absent lord of Fire Cloud City, personally stepped forward, exerting his innate prowess to intimidate the crowd, allowing Wan Jianfeng to reluctantly open the doors and invite him in. However, not long after, Han Wuxia emerged, returning to his residence to quietly sell a large quantity of treasures, including a quasi-innate spiritual treasure, claiming it was to raise funds. Simultaneously, rumors spread that the fourth-grade elixirs soon to be sold by the Hidden Dragon Financial Institution included 1 breaking calamity pill and 2 spirit refining pills. The revelation caused a frenzy throughout the entire Tianfeng kingdom. The breaking calamity pill had approximately a 30% chance of enabling a 10th-level solidifying true realm practitioner to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the innate realm. The spirit refining pill was designed for my son, enhancing comprehension and talent, allowing for rapid cultivation, turning a mediocre individual into a super genius. Both the breaking calamity pill and the spirit refining pill were the finest among fourth-grade elixirs. Their value beyond measure. What? The reclusive Shui Wuqing of the Fire Cloud sect sprang up, her icy gaze flashing with fervor. That I must obtain the breaking calamity pill. After her last breakthrough, she had reached half a step into the innate realm. Just a step away, taking the breaking calamity pill would grant her over an 80% chance of success. The spirit refining pill is perfectly tailored for my son. The Wang family must have it. Within the royal city, the head of the Wang family immediately ordered preparations to gather funds and head to Fire Cloud City. Who would have thought that this small Tianfeng kingdom would witness the emergence of fourth-grade elixirs? I must witness this for myself. In the Alchemist Guild of the royal city, the Tianfeng Pill King stroked his beard and set off toward the south. People from all corners of the nation rushed to Fire Cloud City. Xiao Long left the Hidden Dragon Financial Institution and arrived at the mountain gate of the Fire Cloud sect in the eastern part of the city. Before him stood a majestic and enchanting mountain, with a staircase leading up, seemingly endless. A bright red plaque stood beside it, inscribed with the 3 characters Fire Cloud Sect. Humph, it is time to collect some interest. Xiao Long looked up at the winding mountain path, a cold smile on his lips. Now that the Fire Cloud Sect had closed its gates, the protective mountain formation was activated, and all he could see was a hazy mist enveloping the area. With no disciples guarding the entrance, leaving him at a loss for how to enter, Xiao Long was utterly dismissive. Such a formation was merely a top-tier illusion array, capable of confusing others, but it would not deter him. He raised his hand, weaving intricate patterns, and within moments, a faintly visible grand door materialized before him. Stepping forward, Xiao Long entered through the door. Just after he stepped in, a cute, snow-white fox quietly emerged behind him, blinking its eyes before leaping through the door as well. Upon entering, Xiao Long found the scene before him shifting dramatically. The mountains were dotted with numerous white-tiled houses, pavilions rising like a forest, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, resembling a paradise. Yet Xiao Long understood that the external scenery was merely an illusion. The true form of the mountain was revealed only now. Who dares to intrude upon the Fire Cloud sect? A sharp shout rang out as a Fire Cloud sect steward leaped down from atop a pavilion, brandishing a long sword and pointing it at Xiao Long. Summon your sect leader to meet me. Xiao Long replied coolly. You insolent fool. How dare you think you can see our sect leader at your whim? Surrender immediately. The steward's anger flared, yet he did not dare to strike, unable to perceive Xiao Long's strength. I shall grant you the time of an incense stick. Summon Liao Heng. If he does not come, I will kill one person with each breath. After speaking, Xiao Long calmly sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. Chapter 62. Those who stand against me shall die. In truth, Xiao Long's consciousness had long since detected Liao Huiyun, who was hiding within a pavilion, secretly observing him. Xiao Long merely sneered. If this person wished to continue hiding and testing him, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Who is this person, so audacious, intruding upon the Fire Cloud sect and daring to call out the sect leader's name? Could he be an innate master? Xiao Long's actions attracted the attention of numerous disciples. Since the Fire Cloud sect had closed its gates, they had been confined within for over a month, training in isolation, nearly going stale, now that someone had intruded. All the disciples gathered to watch the spectacle. Look at his demeanor. Even Elder Shui pales in comparison. How could he be an innate master? He is likely just bluffing. Fear not, Steward Lu will make him aware of his limitations. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect unanimously believed that Xiao Long was merely seeking death, as he appeared to be no older than 20. How strong could he possibly be? There are still half an incense stick left. Xiao Long said calmly. You little thief seek death. Steward Lu could no longer contain himself, launching a strike with his sword. However, just as his wrist flicked, a slender black shadow flashed past, freezing him in place. His body stiffened, eyes wide with horror, as if he had seen something terrifying. Then, before the astonished gazes of everyone, Steward Lu collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Steward Lu. How did he suddenly die? They soon realized that a dark blood hole had appeared in Steward Lu's chest without their notice. The scene erupted in chaos that a young man who appeared to be of similar age had effortlessly killed a solidifying true realm expert with a single strike. And they had not even seen how he had done it. Did this imply that none of them combined could match him? Swish, swish, swish. A few elders descended, glaring furiously at Xiao Long. You dare to intrude upon our sect and kill our elder without cause. Do you truly believe that the Fire Cloud sect is defenseless? An elder with white hair reprimanded. This individual was a 10th level solidifying true realm practitioner, a supreme elder of the Fire Cloud sect. Since the Elder Council was annihilated, there were hardly any solidifying true realm experts left in the sect. Only a few stewards and a handful of gatekeeping elders remained, totaling less than 10. With this youth's entry, one had already been killed. What could possibly follow? Though the Fire Cloud sect had suffered significant injuries, it was still a first-tier sect, and its foundation remained. It would not allow an unidentified junior to act with impunity. Xiao Long opened his eyes and slowly stood up. The Fire Cloud sect truly disappoints me. I had intended to give you half an incense stick's time, but since you refuse to recognize my courtesy and repeatedly provoke me, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. As soon as Xiao Long finished speaking, a vast wave of spiritual energy erupted from his eyes, shooting toward the heavens and distorting the very fabric of space. An invisible, colossal scythe became discernible, looming ominously overhead. The soul knife. After restoring 1/10,000th of his soul power, Xiao Long activated a new soul technique. With a single stroke, even an innate master would suffer severe injuries. Xiao Long had no interest in wasting words. He launched directly into a lethal strike. Activate the sect's protective formation. The Supreme Elder's expression changed dramatically, though he did not comprehend this martial art. He sensed the impending threat of death, an urgency that was even stronger than that posed by innate masters. The many elders of the Fire Cloud sect formed a line, their internal energy surging like a tidal wave into the ground. In an instant, an enormous formation base emerged around them, encompassing most of the mountain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into a searing crimson hue, the temperature rising sharply. They were compelled to activate the Fire Cloud Great Formation. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect were utterly astonished. The Fire Cloud Great Formation was an innate level formation. Even innate masters had to retreat from its brilliance. If this individual were to perish beneath the Fire Cloud Great Formation, he would have no shame in his demise. What a pity for such a talent. Numerous female disciples of the Fire Cloud sect lamented in silence, pondering where to find such a young, capable, and handsome talent. Alas, his arrogance was excessive. Young man, in your next life, keep your eyes open. Not every place is suitable for your presence. The elder of the Fire Cloud sect stomped on the ground, and the crimson spiritual energy in the sky coalesced into a fiery dragon, transforming into a raging sea of flames that surged forth, that I in response. Xiao Long merely offered a cold smile that a display of skill in front of a master. With a sharp gaze, Xiao Long pointed his fingers in the air multiple times, conjuring a miniature talisman array. Those with keen eyes would recognize that its structure was a reverse analysis of the fire cloud grand formation. Go! With a flick of his finger, the miniature talisman array was launched underground, just as the fiery dragon thundered towards him. However, Xiao Long remained unscathed. Everyone watched in astonishment as the fiery dragon halted abruptly, freezing in front of Xiao Long, before gradually shrinking away like snow in boiling oil, dissipating into pure spiritual energy. What? The crowd was stunned. The fire cloud grand formation had been shattered. An elder of the fire cloud sect exclaimed in disbelief. To decipher the fire cloud grand formation and dismantle it with such ease was something even a master formation master at the innate level would find daunting. The elder finally grasped the magnitude of the presence before them. Yet, it was all too late. That moment. A mental blade descended. Stop! A thunderous voice erupted from a distance. Shui Wuqing had finally been alerted and emerged from his seclusion. Elder Shui has arrived. The elders of the fire cloud sect rejoiced. Knowing that Shui Wuqing was a half-step innate master, surely, this individual would relent upon encountering him, spare their lives. We can negotiate. Before Shui Wuqing even arrived, he used spiritual energy to transmit a message, attempting to buy time. Humph! Did you consider this outcome before you surrounded me? Xiao Long scoffed, followed by an invisible wave of spiritual energy that sliced through the elders like a twisted blade through space. There was no blood, no sound, not even a cry of agony. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through. The elders of the Fire Cloud sect stood with vacant eyes, like puppets frozen in place. One by one, they collapsed, lifeless. Congratulations, you have slain a level 17 wild creature, earning 10,000 experience points. You have slain a level 20 wild creature, earning 32,000 experience points. Experience bonus for challenging higher levels, 60. You have slain. The scene fell into a hushed silence. They were all dead. The elders, all perished. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect stared blankly at the scene, unable to articulate their feelings at that moment. The young man had entered the Fire Cloud sect alone, dismantling the Fire Cloud Grand Formation and slaying numerous elders before their very eyes. This shocking moment was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. They prided themselves as geniuses within the Fire Cloud sect. Yet before this individual, what did genius mean? Even the elders, who were countless times stronger, had been slaughtered as easily as chopping vegetables, and throughout, the opponent had merely stood still, not moving an inch. Chapter 63. Retribution with Interest. Scoundrel. Shui Wuqing arrived late. Witnessing the brazen slaughter of so many elders within the sect, an unprecedented anger surged within him. Those were the remaining masters of the Fire Cloud sect, with their deaths. Only he and a few core disciples remained. Shui Wuqing, you appear well. Xiao Long greeted him calmly, as if meeting an old friend. Who on earth are you? Shui Wuqing glared at him, suddenly narrowing his eyes. His expression shifting dramatically that he recognized that gaze. It was identical to that of the serpent. Ah, it seems your memory serves you well. Just a reminder, I was the masked individual from that day. Xiao Long replied with a faint smile. He then retrieved a corpse from his storage ring and tossed it onto the ground. Thud. The corpse was tattered and broken, but its features were still discernible. It was Gu Yu, the master of the hidden poison sect. Shui Wuqing's previously furious expression morphed into sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost, his face turning deathly pale. The culprit behind the chaos that had ensued from the death of his daughter was none other than this man. Right before him, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect stood in shock, stunned into silence. This unknown young man was indeed the masked figure responsible for Gu Yu's death, which had thrown the two major sects into turmoil. Gazing at the smiling young man, Shui Wuqing felt his mind falter. One moment, he was a serpent, the next a towering masked man, then a slender and handsome youth. Coupled with his unparalleled alchemical and formation skills, this individual harbored too many secrets. Far too many to comprehend. Shui Wuqing had long sworn to avoid this person for life, to keep his distance, yet here he was, confronting him. Senior. Shui Wuqing bowed his head respectfully, trembling as he inquired. Do you truly intend to eradicate the Fire Cloud sect? I am not a bloodthirsty individual that I came looking for Liao Huiyun, but your elders did not notify him. Instead, they activated the sect's protective formation to besiege me. So they were eliminated as a result. Do you have any objections? Xiao Long replied nonchalantly, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. No objections. Those beasts deserve to die. Shui Wuqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fearing the worst, a vengeful onslaught from the other party, some powerful individuals were known for their eccentricities, seeking to annihilate entire families for perceived slights, leaving no room for negotiation, since you have no objections. Well then, I shall wait here for Liao Huiyun, killing one with each breath. Xiao Long sat down calmly, his demeanor tranquil. Shui Wuqing's expression changed dramatically. Now as the first, as Xiao Long finished speaking, the energy at his fingertips reached its peak. And he swiftly pointed at a nearby disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. Stop! Thud! A figure descended from the sky, intercepting that pointed energy. Haha, I thought you would hide and not dare to come out. Seeing the newcomer, Xiao Long scoffed. The figure before him was frail, with white hair and a gaunt frame, his aura weak. Had it been half a year ago, no one would have believed that this withered old man was the renowned master of the Fire Cloud sect. Liao Huiyun, in his current state, he would likely perish if he exerted himself even once. Senior, what brings you to the Fire Cloud sect? Liao Huiyun, devoid of any arrogance, asked with utmost respect. Settle old scores. Of course, your sect has repeatedly attempted to kill me and even issued a bounty. Do you not remember this grudge? Upon hearing this, Liao Huiyun felt a chill run down his spine, and Shui Wuqing gritted his teeth. Staring daggers at Xiao Long, what does the senior intend? Do you wish to eradicate the Fire Cloud sect entirely? Liao Huiyun asked through clenched teeth. I have stated that I am not a bloodthirsty person. Xiao Long shook his head. Then what do you desire? Liao Huiyun hesitated. Compensation. Xiao Long fixed his gaze upon him. Hand over all valuable items from the Fire Cloud sect, spiritual stones, spirit crystals, medicinal herbs, and the so-called time-space treasures, all of it. As for martial arts and spiritual artifacts, you may keep those. Xiao Long outlined his demands plainly, as though discussing an insignificant detail. Yet Liao Huiyun and the others turned crimson with anger upon hearing his words. By the way, it seems there is a spiritual vein hidden beneath your mountain. Let me assess its level. Appears to be a low-grade spiritual vein. Quite decent. Xiao Long's consciousness probed outward, revealing the entirety of the Fire Cloud sect's underground. He discovered a massive spiritual vein hidden below, the source of the sect's spiritual energy. Senior, you cannot destroy the foundation of my sect. Liao Huiyun's lips twitched violently. That spiritual vein had been painstakingly sought by the ancestors of the Fire Cloud sect. If Xiao Long were to extract it, it would effectively spell the end of the Fire Cloud sect. What? Are you displeased? Xiao Long's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering. No, you may take it, senior. Liao Huiyun trembled in fear. Although he was seething with rage internally, he dared not show it. What was a spiritual vein compared to his life? As for resistance, even with 100 times his courage, he would not dare. Having effortlessly dismantled the Fire Cloud Grand Formation and slaughtered the remaining elders without sustaining a scratch, Xiao Long appeared to be a master of countless means, although he seemed to possess only the 7th level of the true condensation realm. His methods were diverse and more troublesome than innate masters. Even his nemesis, Gu Yu, had been vanquished by him. What could Liao Huiyun do against this formidable presence? Liao Huiyun was gripped by psychological trauma, wishing only for this calamity to leave swiftly. That's good. First, take me to see that time-space treasure. I advise you not to play tricks. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Xiao Long glanced at Liao Huiyun. Yes, please follow me, senior. Liao Huiyun lowered his head, leading the way ahead. Xiao Long snorted, leisurely following behind, leaving many stunned disciples of the Fire Cloud sect in his wake. In a dense thicket, the small white fox let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Phew! I was so worried. Turns out you handled them all by yourself. I ran so far to help you for nothing." I am truly touched by your words. Just as the little white fox finished speaking, a voice startled her. A dark snake dangled from a branch, grinning at her. You, the little white fox widened her eyes in surprise. You noticed me all along. If I couldn't even notice you, I would have died several times over by now. Xiao Long replied with a scoff. All right. You're impressive, okay? The little white fox rolled her eyes. She hesitated for a moment before inquiring. By the way, how is it that you sometimes appear as a human and at other times as a serpent? The human form is merely my doppelganger. In essence, both bodies are me, replied Xiao Long. I see. Xiao Bai nodded. What surprised Xiao Long was that Xiao Bai did not display excessive astonishment. This was a relief, as it saved him the trouble of lengthy explanations. Chapter 64. The Time Array Disc, Part 1. Brother Xiao, follow me. I know where the treasures of the Fire Cloud sect are hidden. A charming smile graced Xiao Bai's face as she dashed off in a specific direction. Haha, I almost forgot that you possess the ability to seek treasures, Xiao Long exclaimed, closely trailing her. Inside the Fire Cloud sect, There were hardly any elders left. Even the gatekeepers had perished, leaving only a handful of weak disciples who were utterly oblivious to the presence of Xiao Long and Xiao Bai. Their path was clear and unimpeded. The two beings traversed a small hill and arrived in an area enveloped in a thick, ethereal mist. Before them lay a small formation, which Xiao Long effortlessly dismantled. Upon entering the mist, Xiao Long was immediately struck by the richness of spiritual energy in the air, which seemed to have multiplied several times over. Accompanied by the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs, as he gazed ahead, a vast field came into view, filled with various precious herbs. The outer edges were populated with low-grade herbs, while deeper within, the quality elevated significantly. The medicinal garden, Xiao Long exclaimed with immense delight. The outer herbs did not pique his interest, but the inner ones included some third and fourth grade varieties that even stirred his enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he collected all visible herbs into his inventory. The heart of the field, a striking blue flower bloomed, with a ghostly blue flame flickering gently at its core, the ghostly demon flower. Xiao Long gasped as he hurried over. This was not merely an herb, but a rare plant imbued with flames, its value rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures. Think such a small sect as the Fire Cloud sect could harbor a ghostly demon flower. And it even produced ghostly flame. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became. This journey had proven worthwhile. The true value of the ghostly demon flower lay in its core flame, which practitioners of fire-related techniques could refine and wield against foes, significantly amplifying their combat prowess. For alchemists, the ghostly flame was an invaluable tool, even superior to the four symbols cauldron. Haha, I shall not hesitate to claim this. Xiao Long inhaled deeply, drawing the ghostly flame into his mouth. Upon losing its flame, the ghostly demon flower withered away into mere refuse. The seed of the ghostly flame darted about within Xiao Long's serpentine body, and he concentrated his vital energy into a cohesive mass to suppress it. I, the Burning Heaven Dragon Emperor, have refined even the primal flames of the Burning Heaven Ancestor Dragon. How could I be thwarted by a mere flicker of flame? Refine for me, Xiao Long roared, wrapping his energy tightly around the ghostly flame, which raged wildly, yet could not escape his grasp. In just half an hour, the ghostly flame within him calmed down, fully refined by Xiao Long. At last, I have subdued it. Ha! He chuckled to himself. However, at that moment, he sensed something unusual. The venom within him seemed to be drawn toward the ghostly flame, gradually seeping into it. What is this? Xiao Long noticed that the ghostly flame, ensconced within the venom, began to transform from its ghostly blue hue to a purple-black shade. This was no trivial matter. He attempted to manipulate it, discovering that the ghostly flame still obeyed his commands, albeit in a modified form. Xiao Long opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of massive purple-black flames, instantly withering the surrounding plants and turning the earth into barren blackness, devoid of life. The birds above fell, lifeless and charred. Xiao Long gasped in astonishment. What kind of flame is this? It is more toxic than poison, yet the power was several times greater than the original ghostly flame. It seemed the ghostly flame had mutated, becoming toxic. Xiao Long pondered and concluded that it mattered little, since it posed no danger to him and was even more potent. It was a boon. Noticing Xiao Bai curiously observing him, he mischievously grinned and said, Xiao Bai, feeling cold. Would you like me to breathe fire to warm you up? Not at all. Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. Haha. Let us go. Onward to the next treasure. Xiao Long laughed heartily. The two beings continued to plunder the treasures of the Fire Cloud sect. Xiao Long's doppelganger was led by Liao Huiyun into a cavern filled with lava. This area was located deep within the Fire Cloud sect's mountains. Along the way, Xiao Long observed many human and beast skeletons, along with numerous iron chains and slaughtering tools, suggesting it was a place for imprisoning criminals. Liao Huiyun, what have you brought me here for? Xiao Long asked with a smirk. Senior, the time-space mirror you inquired about is just ahead, Liao Huiyun replied, glancing back at Xiao Long to gauge his reaction. This was the Fire Cloud Purgatory. Those who had offended the Fire Cloud sect in the past were brought here to be tortured to death, filling the area with resentment. A perfect place for a treacherous scheme. Anyone brought here would feel anxious and unsettled, he observed Xiao Long, hoping to discern any signs of tension, but was disappointed. Xiao Long maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, as if strolling through a garden rather than a purgatory. What hidden cards does this fellow possess? Liao Huiyun could not fathom Xiao Long. In truth, this human doppelganger lacked combat prowess. Should Liao Huiyun dare to fight, he could easily extinguish this form. Xiao Long's confidence stemmed from the fact that even if this doppelganger perished, he could recreate it with just a fraction of his blood, allowing him to act so recklessly. Yet this very confidence intimidated Liao Huiyun. Liao Huiyun dared not harbor any ill intentions as they approached a stone door. He pressed a button on the stone wall, and the door slowly opened. "Senior, the time-space mirror is within the stone chamber," Liao Huiyun said respectfully. Xiao Long pondered. Such a treasure as the time-space mirror was neither sealed within a formation nor hidden in a storage ring, but rather preserved in the most primitive manner within an underground chamber. What could this signify? He stepped through the stone door, entering a vacant space at the center. A stone table held a circular object resembling a mirror. Upon seeing it, Xiao Long's expression shifted to one of amazement. He approached the table and picked up the mirror. "Senior, this is the time-space mirror. By placing high-grade spirit stones at both ends, one can replay events from a day prior," Liao Huiyun explained. Xiao Long remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on the mirror, lost in thought. "A time-space mirror. This is no mere mirror. It is clearly a miniature array disk." After a long while, Xiao Long spoke with gravity. "Array disk?" Liao Huiyun looked puzzled. It was his first time hearing this term. An array disk is a mobile miniature formation that by infusing it with spirit stones, the formation activates. The technology to create array disks is exceedingly rare, even in the Three-Star Empire, so it is not surprising you have not heard of it in this desolate Tianfeng kingdom. Xiao Long explained slowly. Chapter 65. The Time Array Disk, Part 2. Hearing such a tone, Liao Huiyun felt a tumultuous wave of shock wash over him, burying his head deeper. Xiao Long scrutinized the array disk in his hand, his expression revealing surprise. The craftsmanship of this array disk was rather crude. It seemed merely a stone polished to perfection, yet it was remarkably resilient, likely endowed with some kind of formation. Strangely, with my strength, I cannot discern the formation within. Could it truly contain the laws of time? Xiao Long shook his head, deciding to test its effects. That he produced 2 high-grade spirit stones and inserted one into each end of the array disk's grooves. Buzz! Suddenly, the formation emitted a resonant hum, and a milky white light shone forth, illuminating the space ahead. Under the radiance, scenes from yesterday flitted by like a fast-moving slideshow. Ants crawling, insects flying, and dust particles swirling. Xiao Long's eyes widened in astonishment. This function is simply divine, undoubtedly imbued with the laws of time. Alas, the power of the laws is too obscure. Had I been in my prime, I might have grasped its essence, but now it is still too taxing. Xiao Long shook his head in resignation. The laws can only be touched upon by a monster sage. Once one comprehends the power of the laws, they can break free from constraints and formally ascend to the realm of the monster emperor. In his past life, he had become renowned as the Burning Heaven Dragon Emperor through his unparalleled mastery of fire laws. Regrettably, the laws of time are not akin to fire laws. They are among the 2 most formidable laws in existence and are the most challenging to comprehend. In his former life, Xiao Long had faltered on this very path, let alone in his current state. Moments later, the milky white light dissipated, and the 2 high-grade spirit stones crumbled to dust, cascading down. In my previous life, I traversed countless mountains and rivers, enduring near-death experiences, only to barely acquire the blood essence of the time-space ancestral dragon. Who would have thought that now, in the mere realm of a monster general, I could effortlessly obtain an array disk imbued with the laws of time? Xiao Long felt a swell of emotion. Truly, what is meant to be will come in due time, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Senior, this treasure cannot be placed in a storage ring or sealed with a formation, so Liao Huiyun contemplated how Xiao Long would transport it, but to his surprise, Xiao Long merely reached out, and the array disk vanished without a trace. Liao Huiyun was left speechless, his words trailing off. "What did you just say?" Xiao Long asked. "In nothing. Senior, your prowess is remarkable. I am in awe." Liao Huiyun finally conceded. "Very well, I am quite satisfied with this array disk. I shall not require anything else. I hope you remain honest in your dealings and refrain from provoking individuals of ill repute. Some are not as forgiving as I." Xiao Long spoke slowly, adopting a tone akin to that of a mentor addressing a junior. Upon hearing this, Liao Huiyun inwardly cursed, wondering how such a good-natured person could exist. However, since Xiao Long indicated that he no longer desired anything else, Liao Huiyun felt a sense of relief akin to being granted a reprieve. "Thank you, esteemed senior. Your kindness will be eternally etched in the heart of this unworthy one. Enough with the pleasantries. Do not provoke me again, and I shall not trouble you." Xiao Long replied curtly. "I wouldn't dare." Liao Huiyun clasped his fists in respect and bowed deeply. Xiao Long snorted and was about to depart when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, how did you come by this item?" The law array disk would pique the interest of even a martial emperor, and Xiao Long was curious as to how a mere innate creature could possess such a treasure. 10 years ago, a radiant light descended upon the Beast Mountain in the southeast. We believed a treasure had manifested, so we went to investigate, only to discover the corpse of a beast, with the array disk lying beside it. Liao Huiyun explained slowly. Radiant light descending, a beast corpse. Xiao Long's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He recalled that the southeastern beast mountain was where Xiaobai had made her appearance. Indeed, not long ago. A similar radiant light appeared, reminiscent of the event from a decade ago. Liao Huiyun continued. Xiao Long's heart raced. Could it be that the radiant light Liao Huiyun mentioned was the celestial essence descending from the heavens? This law array disk could very well be a relic from the celestial realm. It was no wonder that he had never heard of anyone comprehending the laws of time throughout the history of the divine continent. It seemed that only during ancient times had there been a powerful being proficient in the laws of time. The time array disk could only have been left behind by the celestial realm. And the beast's corpse. The corpse was of no use to me, so I sold it to the Beastmaster sect. That I remember it being a gigantic white fox, as large as a pavilion. Liao Huiyun added. Xiao Long furrowed his brows. A massive white fox, the time array disk, and Xiaobai. He couldn't shake the feeling that these events were interlinked in a manner far too coincidental. He had a premonition that the secrets involved were monumental, far beyond his current understanding. I shall visit the Beastmaster sect in due time, bringing Xiaobai with me to examine the beast corpse. Xiao Long resolved inwardly. Remaining at Huiyun's sect held little significance now, and with that, he turned to leave. Once Xiao Long's silhouette vanished, Liao Huiyun let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to send this formidable figure away. Although he had lost the time array disk, his foundation remained intact, and with his disciples alive, his primary goal would be revenge once he regained strength. Little did he know that on the other side, Xiao Long had nearly stripped Huiyun's sect of all its valuable possessions, even relocating the concealed spiritual vein from underground into his inventory using the mountain-moving technique. The system's inventory was indeed miraculous, capable of containing treasures imbued with the laws of time, and even half a mountain-sized spiritual vein could be stored within. Xiaobai, were it not for you, I would have returned empty-handed. Today, I owe you a great debt, Xiao Long said with a smile. Although he had managed to seize everything even without Xiaobai's assistance, a little flattery was still in order. Hearing this, Xiaobai proudly lifted her little head. I have helped you immensely. Could you possibly grant me a request? What request? Xiao Long asked, slightly taken aback. Xiaobai gazed at him earnestly. It is a simple wish. When you go out to play in the future, remember to take me along. Is that all right? She looked at him with her beautiful, unblinking eyes. Xiao Long paused for a moment, then chuckled. As long as it is not dangerous, I promise to take you with me. Very well. It is settled. Xiaobai beamed with a radiant smile. After plundering Huiyun's sect, Xiao Long returned to the Qianlong Bank, indifferent to whether Liao Huiyun would be infuriated upon discovering the truth. President Wan, I will be in seclusion at Qianlong Bank for some time, until the auction concludes. Please arrange a place for me to stay, and ensure that no one disturbs me during my retreat. Understood. Wang Jianfeng promptly prepared the best room in the bank, even constructing a soundproof area using the Qianlong Great Array to enclose it. Now, Xiao Long was an undisputed authority at the bank, revered by all as a divine being. Not only Wang Jianfeng and Suya, but even some of the bank staff had vaguely heard that Wang Jianfeng had found a powerful ally. The very figure who had caused upheaval among two major sects, Lord Xiao. The fourth-grade pills set to be auctioned had also been concocted by Lord Xiao. Everyone speculated about the appearance and background of the enigmatic Lord Xiao. Chapter 66. The 18 linked arrays in the secluded room. Xiaobai emerged from Xiao Long's sleeve and hopped onto the table, curiously inspecting the surroundings. Xiao Long withdrew his human avatar into his inner world, appearing in the external realm, and began to scrutinize the time array disk. He sensed that this item was not merely a simple array disk. Having delved deeply into the study of formations, Xiao Long felt that the functionality of this array disk seemed rather trivial. Replaying the events of a day prior, he wondered what purpose it served. If he had comprehended the laws of time, he certainly would not have crafted something so rudimentary. Furthermore, the material of the disk was of exceptionally poor quality, merely a rough-hewn piece of stone. Under what circumstances would such an item be created? Xiao Long fell into contemplation. Xiaobai saw the array disk before Xiao Long and hopped over in curiosity. Do you know what this is, Xiaobai? Xiao Long asked. Xiaobai narrowed her brows as she examined the time array disk. This seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, she murmured. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's interest peaked. He pondered deeply. What do you mean? Xiaobai continued to gaze at the disk, her expression filled with uncertainty. I can't quite explain it, but I have a strong feeling that it contains something. Contains something? Xiao Long was startled, as countless thoughts raced through his mind like a cinematic montage. The massive white fox's corpse. The crude time array disk. Yes, this array disk must have been intentionally left behind by the white fox before its demise. If it were him, with just a moment left to live, he would surely leave behind his lifelong knowledge to pass on to future generations. Thus, the white fox, in its final moments, casually excavated a stone and concealed its legacy within, everything fitting perfectly. As for the array disk, it served as a disguise, intended to prevent anyone from easily obtaining its treasures. It had to be this way. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Xiao Long's eyes. Whatever treasure lay within, he was determined to unveil it. Xiao Long began to fervently study the intricacies of the array. Such tricks were well within his expertise. Only by deciphering the array could he access the legacy left behind. The relics from the celestial realm would undoubtedly be extraordinary, although Xiao Long had not comprehended the laws of time. He had brushed against their essence when he absorbed the blood of the ancestral dragon of time and space in his previous life, and his unparalleled prowess and formations led him to believe that he could indeed unravel even the miniature array left by the previous owner. Seeing Xiao Long fully absorbed in his task, Xiao Bai quietly settled beside him, patiently waiting. As time passed, Xiao Long's eyes brightened. He finally found a lead. He discovered something astonishing. The array contained not just one formation, but 18, each intricately linked, interwoven in complexity, clearly left behind intentionally for someone to decipher. Just as I suspected. The fact that I could uncover these mysteries indicates they are not insurmountable. I shall dedicate this month to mastering these 18 linked arrays. Xiao Long exclaimed with excitement. This contest was not merely about cultivation or soul power, but rather an exercise in understanding formations. As for the laws of time, they seemed less pertinent. Brother Xiao, could you perhaps express the formations within for me to see? I might be able to assist, Xiao Bai suddenly suggested. You have knowledge of formations as well? Xiao Long regarded her with surprise. Not exactly. I just feel a familiarity with the formations here, and perhaps I can glean something from it, Xiao Bai replied, blinking her eyes at him. All right then, I can only trace the outlines, but I cannot delve deeper, Xiao Long said, and then began to channel his energy, conjuring intricate roots in midair. His mind focused entirely on the array disk, reconstructing its formation lines in the air. Xiao Bai gazed at the array diagram suspended above, lost in thought. Meanwhile, as the two beings researched the time array disk, the auction of medicinal pills was in full swing outside, attracting nearly all the prominent figures from the Tianfeng Kingdom to Huiyun City. Various rival factions encountered one another in Huiyun City, inevitably leading to conflicts. Some even resorted to physical confrontations over minor disagreements. Had it not been for the city Lord Han Wuxie achieving innate mastery and stepping in to eliminate a few troublemakers, Huiyun City would have descended into chaos. After that, everyone exhibited caution, remaining in their residences, awaiting the commencement of the medicinal pill auction. At the center of Huiyun City, in an opulent courtyard, a young man sat beneath a pavilion, playing chess with an elderly man clad in a flowing robe. This young man, strikingly handsome with sword-like brows, appeared to be under 30 yet exuded the presence of an innate martial artist. Master, do you really believe there exists a fourth-grade alchemist in the Tianfeng Kingdom? The surprisingly youthful innate master addressed the elder as master. There was none before, but who can say now? Besides, I am on the verge of ascending to fourth grade myself. The elderly man, the renowned Tianfeng Dan Wang, chuckled as he stroked his beard. The youth, known as Wang Mingao, is the foremost disciple of the Tianfeng Dan Wang and the leading figure of the younger generation in the Wang family of the Imperial City. After making a move in their game of chess, he couldn't help but inquire, Master, with your charisma, why not simply inform Wang Jianfeng? Surely he would willingly deliver the elixirs to you, thus avoiding this cumbersome journey to Huiyun City. You are still young and do not comprehend the rules of the Qianlong Bank, Tianfeng Dan Wang replied, setting down his piece with a leisurely demeanor. Although the headquarters appears indifferent to the fate of its branches, matters of principle are not so easily resolved. Many years ago, the former leader of the Indu sect caused a ruckus at an auction in Indu City, seizing a precious item and killing the branch leader in the process. By nightfall, he was left unrecognizable. What? Wang Mingao's heart sank. The former leader of the Indu sect. Wasn't that the infamous Wandu Wang? At his peak, Wandu Wang had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, a realm that had seen him vanish without a trace thereafter. The innate realm is categorized into the innate martial apprentice, innate martial master, and innate martial king, with each subsequent level exhibiting a more pronounced disparity in strength. An innate martial king is among the most formidable beings in the Imperial City. The more Wang Mingao pondered, the more astonished he became. If the Qianlong Bank could eliminate an innate martial king without a trace, it must possess experts of imperial caliber. Back then, the Hindu sect was far more formidable than the Beastmaster sect. As for now, well, it's better left unspoken. Tianfeng Danwang sighed with a smile. The two resumed their game. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and a middle-aged man clad in a Huiyun robe appeared in the courtyard. Huiyun sect Xue Wuqing, paying respects to Tianfeng Danwang. The man knelt down. Tianfeng Danwang ignored him, continuing his match with Wang Mingao until the game concluded at dusk, only then casting a glance at Xue Wuqing, who remained motionless on the ground. Xue Wuqing, I have heard of you. Currently, you seem to be the only notable figure in the Huiyun sect. Tianfeng Danwang remarked indifferently. Speak. What brings you here? The younger generation intrudes upon the elders' time to seek a favor. Xue Wuqing remained kneeling. If you wish for me to concoct elixirs or engage in some form of violence, I would rather decline. Tianfeng Danwang responded impatiently. Wang Mingao cast a disdainful glance at him, reflecting on how many individuals had come to visit his master lately, all bearing treasures in hopes of having elixirs made, only to return empty-handed. Shaking his head, Shui Wuqing gazed at Tianfeng Danwang. I wish to request that you allow me to obtain the Piao Dan at the auction. I am aware of your immense wealth. Should you choose to bid, no one else could possibly contend. Yet, compared to you, my need for this elixir is greater. If you grant me this favor, I would agree to any condition, even offering the entirety of the Huiyun sect's mountain gate. The earlier statements failed to stir Tianfeng Danwang, but the last one caused a visible shift in his expression. What do you mean by offering the entire mountain gate? Wang Mingao also regarded him with curiosity. The Huiyun sect is now but a shell of its former self. With all the elders dead and the sect leader having taken his own life, I stand as the sole survivor among the unaware disciples. Shui Wuqing explained slowly. The Huiyun sect has effectively ceased to exist. Should I desire, I could dismantle the entire mountain gate without anyone raising an objection. Tianfeng Danwang was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "What has transpired in the Huiyun sect?" With a bitter smile, Shui Wuqing recounted, not long ago, a certain individual breached the Huiyun formation, slaughtering all the elders and seizing every valuable asset. The sect leader, overwhelmed with rage and humiliation, ultimately took his own life. Both Tianfeng Danwang and Wang Mingao gasped in disbelief. How ruthless! A single person, armed only with cunning and a series of ingenious strategies, managed to annihilate two of the four major sects. And they are said to be merely at the condensation realm. He is also a beast master, Shui Wuqing added. The beasts we sought to capture were under his command. Tianfeng Danwang's expression turned serious as he contemplated this revelation. A beast master who is also an alchemist, if given the chance. I would like to meet this individual surnamed Xiao and invite him to join me, to inherit my legacy. Alas, the Beastmaster sect Tianfeng Danwang mused, letting out a deep, meaningful sigh, turning to Wang Mingao. He stated calmly, although the Huiyun sect is now but a hollow shell, the remaining thousands of disciples still hold value. Mingao, you shall oversee the Huiyun sect. Wang Mingao's eyes brightened with gratitude. Thank you. Master, Shui Wuqing also wore a look of delight, indicating that Tianfeng Danwang had agreed. Shui Wuqing, I shall accept your offer, but I only promise to remain uninvolved. Whether you acquire the elixir remains outside my purview. Thank you, esteemed elder. As long as you do not interfere, I shall surely succeed. Shui Wuqing's eyes shone with determination. As time elapsed, various factions from the Tianfeng kingdom arrived in Huiyun City, after a week of anticipation. The day of the elixir auction finally arrived and a torrent of people converged upon the Qianlong auction house, filling it to capacity. Among the crowd were several renowned figures, including nearly 10 innate experts. Wang Mingao from the Wang family, Xian Long from the Xian clan, Tianfeng Danwang, the third prince of the royal family, Han Wuxia, the mayor of Huiyun City, Yin Tian, the mayor of Yindu City, and even a veiled young woman from the mysterious Xing sect were present. All were innate experts. Curiously, however, the Beastmaster sect was notably absent. Could that fellow Qin Feng have stumbled upon some treasure? Disregarding even the four-tier elixir, Xian Lang muttered. With two sects already absent, the Beastmaster sect seemed to be in the limelight, leading Wang Mingao to scoff. Qin Feng is merely trying to make a grand entrance. Outside Huiyun City, three figures rode fierce beasts toward their destination. The center was a towering, muscular man clad in a beast-skin coat, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, each tooth representing a king he had slain. This man was none other than Qin Feng, the leader of the Beastmaster sect. Beneath him was a massive crimson-furred wolf, his renowned steed, Blood Wolf King. Accompanying him were an elder on a black panther and a young man riding a white wolf. Both high-ranking members of the Beastmaster sect. To my surprise, the Golden Sun Divine Eagle has broken through and become my second Beast King. Truly, the heavens favor my Beastmaster sect. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Leader, we've delayed long enough. Those individuals will surely be displeased, the elder beside him remarked. Humph, their displeasure is of no concern. I will secure that elixir. Qin Feng retorted curtly. As the three rode their beasts at a swift pace. Blood Wolf King suddenly halted, sensing something amiss, letting out a few low growls. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing something as well. In the distance, two massive black serpents swiftly retreated into the underbrush. Terrible. We've been discovered. The larger serpent exclaimed. Those three riders must be from the Beastmaster sect. Quickly, flee. The two serpents hastily made their escape. Being beasts, they were more attuned to the energy of other beasts, and they recognized the Blood Wolf King as an unmistakable beast king. The towering man riding it must be the legendary leader of the Beastmaster sect. Qin Feng watched the serpents flee with keen interest. These lowly black-spined serpents have grown to 30 meters in length. reaching the 4th-tier beast general level. Have they consumed some celestial treasure? Leader, the Blood Wolf King emitted no aura, yet those serpents fled in panic. Their intelligence must be considerable, the elder observed. Intrigued as this was his first encounter with such large black-spined serpents. The more Qin Feng observed, the more intrigued he became. He patted his Blood Wolf King, saying, "Bring them back for examination." With a low growl, Blood Wolf King transformed into a streak of red lightnings. Racing toward the two serpents, renowned for its speed, among beast kings, it swiftly positioned itself in front of the serpents. The two serpents halted, their cold eyes fixed on the wolf. Moments later, the members of the Beastmaster sect arrived. Encircling the serpents, although our Beastmaster sect excels in taming beasts, we hold no interest in cold-blooded creatures such as snakes or scorpions, Qin Feng remarked, surveying the two serpents with a cruel smile. However, if captured, they could serve as nourishment for my beasts, which would be quite the boon. The two serpents braced themselves, ready to strike at any moment. With a roar, Blood Wolf King unleashed its overwhelming Beast King aura, instantly dominating the atmosphere. Generally, lesser beasts would cower before a Beast King, trembling in fear. However, the two serpents remained unfazed, employing their spirit-swallowing technique to absorb the oppressive energy. How fascinating. Qin Feng's interest intensified. Aside from some ancient bloodline beasts, he had never encountered an ordinary beast that stood before a demon king without trembling. He was reluctant to kill such a creature, wishing instead to capture it for further study. Hey, what should we do? Should we call for the boss? No, the boss is clearly focused on something important. We cannot disturb him. So what then? Just wait to die, Erhei said anxiously. Erhei fell silent. And after a moment, he suddenly asked, Erhei, if the boss were in this situation, what would he do? Erhei fell into deep thought. Unbeknownst to them, the two serpents had begun to think in the manner of Xiao Long. Realizing that many deadlocks were not truly dead ends, but rather had points of breakthrough. Master, leave these two serpents to me. At that moment, the young disciple Jiang Hao cupped his hands in respect. Qin Feng nodded. Very well, let us see how you fare. Jiang Hao leaped down from the back of the white wolf and approached Erhei and Erhei. The two serpents exchanged glances, an unusual glint flashing in their eyes. Jiang Hao was a beast warrior. He bent down, his bones cracking loudly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fearsome humanoid beast. He lunged at Erhei, his steel claws aiming straight for the serpent's body. The white wolf beside him activated its beastly secret technique, doubling in size to become a 5-meter-long giant wolf, engaging Erhei in fierce combat. Jiang Hao practiced close combat techniques. The steel claws scraped against the serpent's scales, leaving deep gashes, while the white wolf pounced on Erhei, viciously biting and drawing blood with every strike. Elder, how long do you think Jiang Hao will take to finish the fight? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. Without hesitation, the elder chuckled. 2 minutes. Oh, that quickly? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The elder, stroking his beard, replied, Jiang Hao is a once-in-a-century genius of the beast tamer sect. He once killed a 6th-tier bloodthirsty tiger with just his 4th-tier strength. Now that he has advanced to the 5th tier, he can contend even with 7th-tier demon generals. These two 4th-tier black snakes are no match for him. As for the white wolf, being a 6th-tier demon general, dealing with a black-back snake 2 tiers lower is a mere trifle. The elder beamed with pride, eager to boast about his prowess in front of the master. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As expected, under the combined assault of Jiang Hao and the white wolf, Erhei and Erhei were pushed back relentlessly, with no means to resist. But as they retreated, they also distanced themselves further from Qin Feng and the elder. Tiger and Dragon Sacred Fist, Jiang Hao shouted, his wrists seemingly thickening in an instant, unleashing a powerful strike. Erhei was struck hard in the torso, blood spraying as he was sent flying over 100 meters. Hiss. Erhei was also torn, losing a significant patch of scales and shrieking in pain as he writhed on the ground like a worm, just as everyone thought the battle would conclude. The two snakes managed to rise again and began to flee, trying to escape. Jiang Hao sneered, pursuing them alongside the white wolf. Jiang Hao, you have 1 minute to finish the fight, the elder commanded. Yes, Jiang Hao replied confidently. The two snakes were heavily injured and fleeing. How much longer could they withstand? At most, one technique would suffice to eliminate them. In his subconscious, Jiang Hao did not even consider the possibility of resistance. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Hao and the white wolf had already chased several hundred meters away, further separating themselves from Qin Feng and the elder. The elder wore a proud smile, eager to witness the spectacle. Jiang Hao charged toward Erhei from behind, pressing close and delivering a punch. A terrifying surge of true energy erupted, toppling nearby trees. The white wolf also lunged for Erhei's head, intent on finishing the fight in one blow. However, at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Both Erhei and Erhei turned their heads simultaneously. Erhei's abdomen bulged, his throat moved, and then he opened his wide mouth. Jiang Hao felt a wave of heat rising before him. And then, there was no further reaction. Azure Dragon Breath. Boom. A searing stream of energy erupted from Erhei's mouth, covering a vast area. Jiang Hao and the White Wolf, caught off guard, were struck directly by the oncoming blast. Ah! Their agonizing screams echoed as their skin carbonized and turned black, crumbling like ash. Jiang Hao's body was enveloped by numerous protective shields, treasures hidden within his form, but as soon as they appeared, they shattered into fragments. The Azure Dragon Breath, a supreme technique of the Dragon Clan, rivaled even the highest-tier earthly techniques. Although Erhei's power was not fully realized, it was sufficient to obliterate all of Jiang Hao's protective treasures. Dehei, attack! Erhei commanded. His Azure Dragon Breath was merely a preliminary skill and lacked the strength to kill them outright. Thus, at the moment the energy dissipated, Dehei leaped into action, his massive body crashing down like a mountain splitter. Boom! It sounded as though a tremendous earthquake had struck. The earth was upheaved as a massive chasm opened, extending over 100 meters. At that instant, Jiang Hao and the White Wolf, upon being struck, were instantly torn apart, their bodies obliterated. The combination of Azure Dragon Breath and Mountain Splitter executed flawlessly. Even a once-in-a-century genius of the Beast Tamer sect could not withstand such a blow. Everything happened too rapidly for anyone to react. Even Qin Feng could only stare in wide-eyed shock, his face paling in disbelief. What? How can a demon beast wield martial arts? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Hao and the White Wolf had already become lifeless corpses. Right under the eyes of the innate master Qin Feng, they were killed. Even the elder remained aghast, his eyes wide, unable to process the events. The two demon beasts had feigned weakness, pretending to be overmatched, only to unleash their martial arts when the enemy drew near, swiftly annihilating Jiang Hao and the White Wolf before they had the chance to react. What was this? Retreat. In the instant Dehei and Erhei struck down their foes, they swiftly transformed into two black winds, fleeing into the distance. Chapter 69. Show Off and Runaway Chase. Qin Feng, being an innate master, was the first to recover from the shock. The Blood Wolf King surged forward. However, the distance between them did not immediately close. Instead, it diminished at a painfully slow pace. It became apparent that those two serpents possessed an unusual martial arts technique. Qin Feng felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Initially, when the two serpents were being hunted, they hadn't employed this technique, deliberately misguiding them with the speed of ordinary demon beasts to instill overconfidence. What kind of demon beasts were they? They were more cunning than humans. Dehei and Erhei's movements were incredibly elusive, weaving left and right, their speed unimpeded as the Blood Wolf King attempted to catch them, only to be thwarted repeatedly. Roar. The Blood Wolf King was filled with rage. How dare two insignificant demon generals toy with it? This was intolerable. Blood seeped through its fur as it unleashed its blood rage technique, accelerating its speed. Just as it was about to pounce, a thunderous roar descended from the heavens. Monstrous. Look out. A massive ape-like figure fell from the sky, swinging a club toward the Blood Wolf King. The strike appeared unremarkable, yet the Blood Wolf King felt as though a mountain was crashing down upon it. Bang! The dark club struck the Blood Wolf King's body, sending it hurtling through the air. The Blood Wolf King howled in fury, its claws digging into the ground, sliding backward for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Huang Mao, holding the club, wore a solemn expression. He had now reached the 4th tier of demon generals. In a berserk state, his surface strength equaled that of a 6th tier demon general, not to mention the enhancement from his technique in the dark club. Even against a 10th tier demon general, he felt confident in holding his ground. However, when the club struck the Blood Wolf King, not a single mark was left on its hide. The gap between demon kings and demon generals was simply too vast. Dehei, Erhei, you two leave now. Hurry, or none of you will escape. Huang Mao urged repeatedly. Dehei and Erhei exchanged glances, knowing that Huang Mao's strength surpassed their combined might. Staying would only become a burden. Huang Mao, take care. If it comes to it, call for the boss. After saying this, the two serpents turned and vanished into the distance within a few breaths. Huang Mao shook his head. Call for the boss. He had a soul connection with Xiao Long and could sense that Xiao Long was deeply focused, possibly on the verge of a breakthrough. If he called out to Xiao Long at this moment, it could ruin everything, and Huang Mao would never forgive himself. At that moment, Qin Feng and the others arrived. Diamond Magic Ape. Qin Feng glared at Huang Mao, both astonished and furious. When did another Diamond Magic Ape appear? Are you a companion of those two vile creatures? Qin Feng shouted, emitting a few strange sounds that turned out to be the language of the ape clan. Huang Mao was taken aback. This Qin Feng could speak beast language. Don't be surprised, I'm a beast tamer, dealing with demon beasts daily. I have a basic understanding of the languages of monkeys, wolves, and lions. Qin Feng continued in the ape tongue. To his surprise, Huang Mao shouted back in human language. What the hell are you saying? I don't understand a word. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting from pale to flushed, exuding immense embarrassment. It felt akin to conversing in a foreign language only to have the other respond in their native tongue. I don't understand. You. What do you mean by you? I, Huang Mao, am targeting arrogant fools like you. With that, he swung his club toward Qin Feng. Roar, the Blood Wolf King lunged forward, violently knocking Huang Mao aside, shattering countless trees along the way, until it finally crashed into a boulder. Cough, cough, Huang Mao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Indeed, in the face of the Demon King, he remained utterly defenseless. Heh, little one, do not be angered. Qin Feng approached Huang Mao, his expression ambiguous, neither entirely furious nor amused. Your appearance reminds me of someone, he said slowly. Legend has it that he can command 3 serpents, a fox, and a golden magic ape.it was this individual who stirred chaos among the 2 major sections. Huang Mao was unfazed by Qin Feng's words. Retorting, so what? Your master must be a beast tamer and an alchemist, but my beast taming sect is no match for the likes of the Fire Cloud sect or the Hidden Poison sect. Offend me, and I will demonstrate that even innate experts can fall before me. Qin Feng replied fiercely. And then what? Huang Mao smiled. With a cold snort, Qin Feng declared, let me be frank. If you abandon your master and submit to me, I will no longer pursue the matter of killing my core disciple, Jiang Hao. Otherwise, I will flay your master alive before your very eyes, ensuring he suffers a fate worse than death. Initially, Qin Feng had intended to vent his frustration by slaying the 2 serpents. But upon seeing Huang Mao, he suddenly had a change of heart that a beast capable of joy, anger, sorrow, and speech, who practiced martial arts, and more importantly, would risk its life to save its companions. This stirred something deep within him. As the strongest beast tamer in Tianfeng country, he had always been intrigued by rare beasts, and upon meeting Huang Mao, he immediately conceived the idea of enticing him to switch allegiances, envisioning a future where Huang Mao would serve him as a lifelong slave. However, Huang Mao remained silent, merely observing him. Noticing Huang Mao's reticence, Qin Feng continued, rest assured, I can provide you with everything he offers, and I can help you break through to the rank of Demon King within 10 years. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao burst into a fit of laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. 10 years, the rank of Demon King? Ha ha ha. My master has said I will attain the rank of Demon King within 6 months. What are you, a mere trifle? How dare you compare yourself to my master? Do you even know who he is? Huang Mao laughed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Rolling on the ground in mirth, Qin Feng's expression darkened immediately. You refuse to heed my warning. Very well, I shall capture you and mark your soul, forcing you to submit. With that, Qin Feng reached out to seize Huang Mao. Ha! You think you can catch me? Dream on. After his laughter subsided, Huang Mao slapped his chest, expelling a mouthful of his life essence. Demon blood escape. With a whoosh, Huang Mao transformed into a streak of bloodlight. Vanishing before Qin Feng's eyes at an astonishing speed, Qin Feng stood frozen, stunned into silence. After a lengthy pause, a furious roar erupted from him. Oh, you little beast, when next we meet, I shall tear you limb from limb. By the time Huang Mao halted, he had fled several dozen miles away. His face was pale, his breath barely perceptible. Had he not consumed the blood spirit pill earlier, he would likely have fainted. Master, I'm sorry. I've lost face for you. Huang Mao's smile was filled with despair. Once, you, a first-tier demon general, killed the lord of the Hidden Poison sect, exterminating the elder council of 2 major sects. While I, faced with the master of the beast-taming sect, could only flee in disgrace. In my usual demeanor, I would have fought him, but you said, to be strong, one must live, so I escaped. I, Huang Mao. Swear to the heavens, this will not happen again. With an unwavering gaze, Huang Mao looked skyward. Chapter 70. Qin Feng declares war. 20 million mid-grade spirit stones, 21 million, 22 million, within the Qianlong auction house. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as countless individuals clamored to bid for the Breaking the Calamity pill held by Wan Jianfeng. As the most precious item of this pill auction. It was the grand finale, drawing the attention of many as the price soared past 10 million in an instant. I offer 20 million mid-grade spirit stones, plus an innate spiritual treasure, the Fire Cloud sword. At that moment, a voice silenced the fervor throughout the hall. All eyes turned to a corner where a slightly plump middle-aged man with a stern expression sat, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. It was Shui Wuqing. So he has arrived. He looks much thinner. I hadn't noticed him before. People murmured in astonishment. He even brought out the Fire Cloud sword. It seems he is determined to acquire the Breaking the Calamity pill. Seeing Shui Wuqing, people felt a mix of admiration and shock that he would stake the Fire Cloud sword, an innate treasure capable of more than doubling the combat power of innate experts. Equivalent to a 4th-tier pill, as a bargaining chip for the Breaking the Calamity pill, Wan Jianfeng smiled. Shui Wuqing is willing to offer 20 million mid-grade spirit stones along with an innate spiritual treasure. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Whispers filled the room, but no one replied. only a handful could produce an innate spiritual treasure, most of which were ancestral relics, symbolic of their sects, and thus not easily relinquished. With the Fire Cloud sect's destruction, the Fire Cloud sword held little value, making Xue Wuqing's move unparalleled. However, if someone possessed sufficient wealth, perhaps over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, they could still contend. Among those present, the only individual likely to produce such an amount was the Tianfeng Pill King. All eyes shifted to the old man with white hair seated in the purple golden box. Even Wang Jianfeng cast a sidelong glance at him. Yet, the Tianfeng Pill King appeared disinterested, reclining in his chair with eyes closed. It was perplexing. He had purchased the spirit-shaping pill for 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yet now he seemed uninterested in the more precious breaking the calamity pill. What could the Tianfeng Pill King be thinking? People speculated quietly. Congratulations to Xue Wuqing for acquiring the breaking the calamity pill. With no further bids, Wang Jianfeng finally announced the pill's new owner. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd, Xue Wuqing approached the auction stage to claim the jade vial containing the breaking the calamity pill. The crowd's sentiments were complex: jealousy, resentment, hatred, and some even wished they could rush forward to snatch it away. Yet, due to Xue Wuqing's terrifying strength, they begrudgingly remained seated. Now, Xue Wuqing stood at half-step innate level. Anyone who dared confront him would be courting death. Thank you all for your support. Today's auction concludes here. Wang Jianfeng cleared his throat and began his closing remarks. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from outside. As the entrance to the auction house was smashed open, the raucous noise fell silent in an instant, and every gaze turned to the entrance. A 2-meter-tall man, exuding a formidable aura, stepped into the auction house. Qin Feng, the master of the beast-taming sect. Someone immediately recognized him. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Heh, I thought he wouldn't show up. What use is he now that the auction is over? Wang Mingao scoffed. Qin Feng truly is quite the procrastinator. The Tianfeng Pill King opened his eyes, stating calmly, Qin Feng carries a murderous aura. Things may not be as simple as they seem. Wang Mingao squinted. Sensing something amiss. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his expression grim, and an overwhelming aura inadvertently radiated from him, instilling fear in the majority present, who speculated what had driven Qin Feng to such rage. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Jianfeng smiled faintly and cupped his hands. Master Qin, I apologize. The pill auction has already concluded. Qin Feng's expression was impassive as he glared fiercely at Wang Jianfeng, saying, President Wan. Is that Lord Xiao still at the Xiao Long Bank? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianfeng understood the underlying message. Qin Feng's ferocity was likely related to the matter concerning Gu Yun, but why had he chosen this moment to confront them? With Lord Xiao's current standing, any trouble he sought to stir would require careful consideration. I'm afraid Lord Xiao comes and goes like a shadow. I do not know his whereabouts, Wang Jianfeng replied respectfully. Humph, tell that Xiao scoundrel that if he wishes to live, he should bring his beast to the beast-taming sect to meet me, or else I shall raze his lair to the ground. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, bellowing. As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. Had Qin Feng just declared war in public, the world at large knew that Wang Jianfeng had a formidable backing. Lord Xiao, who had single-handedly obliterated both the Fire Cloud sect and the Hidden Poison sect. Furthermore, the numerous third and fourth-tier pills auctioned today had all originated from Lord Xiao's hands. A fourth-tier alchemist who had annihilated 2 first-tier sects. Was Qin Feng truly bold enough to declare war on him? Had he lost his mind? Even the beast-taming sect would not dare to offend a fourth-tier alchemist recklessly, let alone declare war directly. All present were left in shock, speculating on Qin Feng's intentions. While only the Tianfeng Pill King stroked his beard, wearing an expression of complete indifference. Master, what is going on? That Lord Xiao is a fourth-tier alchemist who single-handedly destroyed 2 major sects. How dare Qin Feng declare war on him? Wang Mingao questioned, utterly perplexed. Mingao, some things are better left unknown, the Tianfeng Pill King replied. The enigmatic Dan Wan of Tianfeng sighed deeply and remarked, I shall only tell you this, Qin Feng. I have coveted those few mythical beasts for quite some time. And the Beast Master sect is far more formidable than you can imagine. Wang Mingao fell silent immediately. The Beast Master sect, the most powerful sect in the Tianfeng Kingdom, remained merely a 1-star sect without a royal realm expert. A 4th-tier alchemist, if he so desired, could easily summon a multitude of innate masters to serve him. When had he ever feared a 1-star sect? Wang Mingao found it perplexing, yet refrained from questioning his master further. Wang Jianfeng, equally taken aback, forced a wry smile and said, I will convey your words to Lord Xiao. He is not the least bit intimidated. A distinguished 4th-tier alchemist, afraid of a mere 1-star sect? Xiao Long has eradicated 2 1-star sections. Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the distant Xue Wuqing and called out, Xue Wuqing, do you remember the task assigned by Liao Huayun? Of course, Xue Wuqing nodded. Humph. As long as you remember, I shall grant you 1 month to break through to the innate realm. 1 month hence, we shall gather outside Huayun City to commence our expansion. Understood, Shui Wuqing responded with a respectful gesture. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 71. The Law of Time, a thought of a century throughout history. The contest for territory between mythical beasts and humanity has been incessant. Expansion signifies a large-scale offensive against the Beast Mountains, annihilating all encountered mythical beasts. However, this may also provoke a fierce retaliation from the beasts, resulting in a beast tide. Qin Feng's public declaration of expansion. What did this imply? Had he lost his senses? Let us depart. Qin Feng waved his hand and exited the auction house, with Shui Wuqing following closely behind. Observing their departure, Dan Wang of Tianfeng fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself. In today's Tianfeng kingdom, it appears that only the Beast Master sect possesses the ability to initiate such an expansion. Although it is a rather clumsy approach, it is indeed the best method to flush out those mythical beasts. Come, Mingao, in a month, you too may join the fray. Yes, Master, Wang Mingao replied, following Dan Wang out of the auction house. The onlookers exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves before gradually departing. As days turned into weeks, Xiao Long and Xiao Bai remained in their chamber. Delving into the intricacies of the 18-layer formation, they had now been in seclusion for a month, with 3 weeks having passed since the auction concluded. Brother Xiao, this formation resembles the embryonic form of a spatial killing formation. The general pathway is as follows, Xiao Bai explained while examining the formation's lines in the air. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long experienced a moment of clarity, tracing the pathway to successfully dismantle the formation. 17th one. Done. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Long and Xiao Bai had already dismantled 17 formations. Xiao Long fixed his gaze upon the formation plate before him, which held the final formation. Taking a deep breath, he probed with his spiritual sense, tracing the energy along the formation's lines in midair. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's expression shifted. Brother Xiao, this is, she exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Long halted his actions and looked at the formation he was tracing. The lines had formed a peculiar image, a serpent biting its own tail, creating a circle. Xiao Long stared in disbelief. The so-called 18th formation was an enigmatic illustration, just as he sought to decipher the image. An unexpected event transpired. The image appeared to touch upon some invisible rule and exploded into fragments, causing Xiao Long's countenance to change dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow! His vitality waned instantly. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Xiao Bai rushed to his side, concern etched across her face. I'm fine. Xiao Long, reflecting on the earlier scene, felt perplexed. Why had he faced backlash from simply using his energy to form an image? What monumental secret lay hidden within that illustration? Brother Xiao, look! Xiao Bai pointed at the formation plate ahead. Xiao Long realized with sudden clarity that the formation plate had vanished, transforming into a white sphere of light. Whoosh! The sphere zipped past and immediately entered Xiao Long's body, sinking beneath his skin. He felt a jolt as a powerful, distorted space materialized above his head, brimming with vibrant energies. The law of rules bestowing enlightenment? Xiao Long exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! An invisible wave descended from the space, crashing into Xiao Long's head. Overwhelmed by the force, he cried out and lost consciousness. Before succumbing to darkness, he heard Xiao Bai's anxious calls. Before his awareness plunged into chaos. Time passed, and Xiao Long's consciousness materialized in a vast, snowy expanse. Snow fell heavily, and a middle-aged man stood with his back turned, hands clasped behind him, exuding an ethereal quality. Curiously, he bore a pair of fox ears. Young one, the fact that you can see me signifies that you have unraveled my 18-linked formation, the man's voice echoed from afar. What young one? I am the Burning Heaven Dragon Emperor. Xiao Long attempted to retort, only to realize he could not produce sound. It dawned on him that he existed as merely a faint consciousness within this space. First, I must congratulate you. To unravel my formation, 2 conditions must be met. Firstly, you must be the foremost formation master of this native continent, and secondly, you must encounter a being, a fox, to be precise. Only she knows the structure of my formation. Since we are fated to meet, I shall impart my lifelong insights to you. Even if you cannot grasp them now, do not fret. I will seal my understanding within your mind, and when your abilities mature, it shall unfurl. The man paused, then sighed softly. Lastly, I request one thing of you. Please convey my apologies to her, for her father is deeply sorry. As the words faded, the entire snowy realm transformed into countless specks of light. Dissipating within Xiao Long's consciousness. He jolted awake, still in his chamber. Xiao Bai lay on his body, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, with traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. This girl, why weep over a few days of unconsciousness? I am not dead, Xiao Long chuckled helplessly. Reflecting on the man's words, he was astonished. It turned out that the formation plate had been left by Xiao Bai's fox father, explaining her familiarity with formations. Since you are Xiao Bai's father, I shall visit the Beast Master sect to retrieve your remains and find a serene, beautiful place to lay you to rest. Xiao Long resolved silently. He closed his eyes. Beginning to probe his body with his spiritual sense. To his astonishment, he discovered a new sphere of light within his sea of consciousness, containing his Fox Father's lifelong insights and a wealth of pure law energy. As he gently probed within, a torrent of information and law energy surged forth, causing the sphere to shrink to about 1,000th of its size before ceasing its outflow. Xiao Long began to absorb. Indeed, it was the law of time. The insights left behind were an understanding of the law of time. Xiao Long was exhilarated, quickly centering himself for the absorption. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. Excitement barely contained. It. No wonder the law of time is deemed the most challenging to comprehend. It doesn't originate from the martial emperor stage, but from the present. At last, Xiao Long grasped that many had fallen into a misconception, believing that only those at the martial emperor level could comprehend the law of power. While most laws were indeed so, the law of time was different. It was not merely a rule of pure destruction but represented a supreme principle of the universe, capable of evolving from the weak to the strong, culminating in perfection. The intricacies of this were ineffable. Xiao Long's gaze settled on a plant in the corner, and with a thought, he sent forth an invisible wave. Whoosh! The plant withered at a visible pace, aging 100 years in an instant. A thought, a century. Xiao Long had now begun to wield the law of time. However, his law energy was still too feeble. Using it against a powerful foe would inevitably lead to backlash from the law itself. Currently, he could only affect innate warriors within the third realm. Yet, Xiao Long was satisfied. The law of time, alongside his spiritual knife and ghostly demon fire, became yet another formidable weapon. Of course, there was also the Midas touch. But that only affected wild monsters and could not be applied to bosses and elite creatures. The law of time was immensely vast. Having absorbed merely 1,000th of its insights, it nearly rivaled all his past experiences with the fire law. Xiao Long sighed in reflection. Now that a month of seclusion had passed, it was time to return. He was eager to discover just how much Huang Mao and Dehei had grown. Xiao Long gazed out the window, his mind filled with anticipation. Chapter 72. A bountiful harvest. Brother Xiao, help. In her dreams, Xiao Bai suddenly cried out, feeling something tickling her. She awoke immediately, and upon opening her eyes, saw Xiao Long's serpent head and lecherous gaze squinting at her with a silly grin. "Haha, so you're ticklish," Xiao Long exclaimed, as if he had uncovered a delightful secret. Unexpectedly, after a moment of shock, Xiao Bai leaped onto him, sobbing, "Brother Xiao, I thought you wouldn't wake up." Her fur was incredibly soft and plush, providing a comforting sensation. "Hey, I was merely fatigued after continuously deciphering formations for a month." Xiao Long replied with a smile. By the way, can you guess what I dreamed about?" Xiao Long suddenly turned to her. Xiao Bai lifted her head, her gem-like eyes fixed on him. "A mother snake." Xiao Long was rendered speechless. "I dreamed of a fox, which entrusted me to convey a message to you. Your father is sorry for you," sighed Xiao Long. "Father?" Xiao Bai looked bewildered. Xiao Long shook his head helplessly, suggesting that forgetting might not be a bad thing after all. As they returned home, he realized it had been quite some time since he last saw Wang Mao and the others. Opening the door, Xiao Long crawled outside. Xiao Bai eagerly followed behind him. In the conference hall of Qianlong Bank, Wan Jianfeng sat at the head of the table, with Suya beside him, while a row of managers stood below, overseeing various bank enterprises. "Chairman, this week, the silk store sold 900,000 medium-grade spirit stones, yielding a profit of 500,000. Chairman, this week, Wanxiang Pavilion sold 3.88 million medium-grade spirit stones, with a profit of 1.59 million. The managers reported figures one after another, and Wan Jianfeng, upon hearing them, squinted with delight, while Suya wore a beaming smile, reflecting on a month prior when Gu Yun had targeted them, causing personnel to scatter and leaving only her and the chairman in the conference hall. It was remarkable how, thanks to the momentum from the last auction, Qianlong Bank had rapidly risen. In just a month, they not only reclaimed their mortgage shops but also made a considerable profit, with weekly earnings surpassing the monthly profits of the past. When the reports concluded, Sia summarized, "Chairman, this week's total profit amounts to 5.05 million medium-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this figure, Wan Jianfeng was exceedingly pleased. 5 million medium-grade spirit stones are a substantial fortune, even for innate masters, and this was merely a week's profit. Yet it pales in comparison to Lord Xiao, whose casually refined pills fetched over 100 million in astronomical prices. "A feat we can only aspire to," Wan Jianfeng remarked enviously, recognizing the advantages of being an alchemist. "Over 100 million. It appears the harvest this time is impressive." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Wan Jianfeng turned to see a young man in white standing calmly, hands clasped behind his back. "Lord Xiao, you have emerged." "Greetings, Lord Xiao." Suya and Wan Jianfeng quickly rose, cupping their fists and bowing. The expressions of the many managers changed, and they hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, Lord Xiao." For most present, It was their first encounter with Xiao Long, and they were taken aback to discover that the so-called Lord Xiao was so young. Please, no need for formalities. I have come to reclaim my spirit stones and shall depart tonight, Xiao Long remarked with a faint smile. Understood. Here are the spirit stones from the auction of your pills. Please review them. Wan Jianfeng presented a medium-grade storage ring. The over 100 million medium-grade spirit stones could form several mountains, and Wan Jianfeng had specifically acquired a medium-grade storage ring just to contain them. Upon receiving the ring, Xiao Long glanced inside to find it neatly stacked with 23 small mounds, each representing 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. 230 million medium-grade spirit stones, Xiao Long exclaimed in delight. Initially, he had hoped for just 100 million, but he had underestimated the fervor of Tianfeng Nation for fourth-grade pills. Suddenly, Xiao Long noticed a smaller pile of spirit stones behind the 23 mounds. Exuding a richer aura, 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. The value of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones surpassed that of 100 million medium-grade spirit stones. 33rd-grade pills sold for 60 million medium-grade spirit stones, while 2 spirit refining pills fetched 70 million and 80 million respectively. Finally, the breakthrough pill was auctioned off by Shui Wuching for 20 million medium-grade spirit stones plus the fire cloud sword, totaling 230 million medium-grade spirit stones. That I know Lord Xiao is not interested in innate spirit treasures, so I entrusted the fire cloud sword to the royal city auction, where it sold for 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, Wan Jianfeng explained slowly. Xiao Long nodded slightly, realizing Wan Jianfeng had not deducted a single cent, which was most gratifying. By the way, Lord Xiao, the Beastmaster sect's leader, Qin Feng, brazenly demanded you apologize at the auction. Wan Jianfeng suddenly interjected. Oh, Xiao Long's curiosity piqued as he urged, do tell me about that day. Certainly. Wan Jianfeng succinctly recounted the events of that day. Upon hearing Wan Jianfeng's account, Xiao Long smiled instead of fuming, finding it increasingly amusing. I hadn't sought you out, yet you come knocking on my door. How intriguing. You wish to cultivate a territory. Do you? I shall await your arrival. Xiao Long displayed no fear. Considering the time he had been unconscious, there were still 5 days left until Qin Feng's month-long deadline. 5 days was ample time for Xiao Long to orchestrate a grand scheme, awaiting the moment that would come to him. You did well. This is your reward. Xiao Long tossed a pill towards Wan Jianfeng. Upon catching it and realizing what it was, Wan Jianfeng froze in shock, his hand trembling. This is the breakthrough pill. In his hand lay the very pill that could elevate a 10th-level true essence realm cultivator to the innate realm. With your aptitude, breaking through to the innate realm should not be difficult. As long as you accompany me and work diligently, you shall not be neglected, Xiao Long said nonchalantly. Wan Jianfeng trembled with excitement, nearly brought to tears. That it had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. Grateful to Lord Xiao, I humbly bow before you. Wan Jianfeng knelt, bowing deeply. Xiao Long glanced at Suya and tossed her a jade slip. Suya, this cultivation method is suitable for your innate charm physique. I hope you do not waste such a gift. Suya accepted the jade slip and merely glanced at it, her expression turning as if struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded. The rainbow demon scripture. Grade. Earth grade. Low tier. Suya was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could barely speak. It was her first encounter with a legendary earth grade cultivation technique. Lord Xiao, allow me to pay my respects. As Suya knelt, she suddenly realized that Xiao Long had vanished from the hall. Those present were left astonished, realizing that Chairman Wan and Miss Su had latched onto a formidable ally. The crowd was filled with emotions, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and various complex feelings. Chapter 73, The New King of the Ape Clan. After leaving Huiyun City, Xiao Long and Xiao Bai journeyed tirelessly towards the caves in the Beast Mountain range, their home. After a long while, Xiao Long arrived at a circular valley, and before he could reach the cave entrance, 3 massive shadows darted out. Boss, 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 you're finally back. Dehei and Erhei circled in front, raising their large serpent heads and flicking their tongues, while Huang Mao stood proudly at the forefront, shouldering a gigantic dark staff. Xiao Long surveyed them and nodded slightly. Well done. You have not disappointed me. Dehei and Erhei, one with formidable physical strength and the other brimming with true energy, had both mastered the rapidly advancing devouring spirit technique in just a month, reaching the 8th tier monster general level. The faint scent of blood emanated from their scales, having consumed countless beasts and humans over the past month. Wang Mao's cultivation progressed more slowly, only reaching the 6th tier monster general. But he had refined his combat saint body to the 5th level. Coupled with his bloodline's ferocity and earth-grade martial arts, his combat power likely surpassed that of Dehei and Erhei combined. Wang Mao bore numerous small scars, remnants of his training, yet he grinned foolishly. Boss, I've progressed to the 3rd shadow of the Tian 18 sticks. But the Golden Ape Roar technique is too challenging. My throat is nearly ruined, and I still haven't grasped it. Huang Mao said, scratching his head in embarrassment. The Golden Ape Roar technique is an Earth-grade mid-tier technique. Even the royal realm finds it difficult to master. It's no surprise you haven't entered yet. Xiao Long replied, showing no surprise. In a one-star empire, mysterious grade martial arts were rare, and Earth-grade techniques were legendary, exclusive to innate martial kings in the royal realm. Although Huang Mao had the advantage of bloodline, his strength was still insufficient. Managing to grasp the Tian 18 sticks was commendable. Boss, recently we encountered the Beastmaster sect. Huang Mao briefly recounted their encounter with the Beastmaster sect. Upon hearing that Huang Mao barely escaped using the blood escape technique, Xiao Long's expression twitched with unprecedented fury, feeling as though his chest might explode. The Beastmaster sect, is it? Xiao Long, vow to flatten you one day. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. I do not initiate conflict, but if you harm my brothers and seek to enslave them, you have crossed my bottom line. Touch the dragon's reverse scale, and you shall die. Dehei, Erhei, and Xiaobai were his reverse scales. Boss, before dealing with those rascals, I wish to visit the ape clan. Huang Mao said. I shall accompany you. Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. The matter concerning the ape clan had been planned a month prior. Since Huang Mao wished to take action personally, Xiao Long would merely observe. The group of beasts swiftly set off towards the ape clan, located deep within the beast mountain range. Upon reaching this area, Xiao Long could distinctly sense that the beasts encountered along the way had grown stronger. Rarely seen monster generals were now commonplace, and even the birds flying above were first-tier monster generals. Moreover, this area was nestled deep in the mountains, with scant human presence and abundant spiritual energy. With Huang Mao leading the way and Xiao Long exuding a faint dragon aura, no beast dared approach them. Boss, ahead lies the territory of the ape clan. Huang Mao halted before a colossal mountain peak, its scale comparable to that of Huiyun sect's mountain gate, with treacherous terrain and intricate layout, a genuine spiritual mountain. Huang Mao leaped onto a large tree, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowing in confusion. How strange. Why is it so quiet? Dehei flicked his tongue, his expression icy. I've been here once while hunting. There is indeed a monkey nest here, quite large, housing at least 1,000 monkeys. Erhei added. Xiao Long found it peculiar that, in such a picturesque and enchanting location, there were no signs of any beastly inhabitants. Expanding his consciousness, he enveloped the entire mountain. To his surprise, he discovered a small number of ape-like creatures, merely a few dozen, and they appeared to be in a state of distress, as though they had suffered a severe blow. Brother Xiao, let us inquire about this. I jumped excitedly up the hill, with Xiao Long and the others following closely behind until they reached a slope at the foot of the mountain. Stop! A shrill voice echoed from the treetops. A small monkey leaped down, glaring at them with indignation. This is the territory of the ape tribe, Scram. The little monkey bared its teeth, using its peculiar calls to demand that they leave. Huang Mao charged forward and seized the little monkey. Do you know who my grandfather is? Standing over 5 meters tall, Huang Mao's hand dwarfed the monkey's body as he lifted it before him. You are the ape tribe, the little monkey exclaimed in shock. Enough chatter. Where is your king? Bring him out. My grandfather wants to challenge him to a duel. Otherwise, I'll toss you to the snakes. Huang Mao pointed at the massive black python behind him, which opened its gaping maw in a menacing display. The little monkey was terrified, having never witnessed such intimidation. Our king, he had stammered, quaking in fear. Stop. Another voice boomed as a massive white-haired giant ape descended from the mountainside. Don't think that just because our king was captured, the ape tribe is easy to bully. Release him, and then leave. Captured. Huang Mao dropped the little monkey and dashed toward the giant ape, exclaiming, What did you just say? As the giant ape prepared to respond, it was taken aback by Huang Mao's strangely familiar face. You were that wildling from years ago. What wildling? My name is Huang Mao. Furious, Huang Mao swung his hand toward the giant ape. Caught off guard, the giant ape raised its arm to red Ali, only to realize that its strength was being utterly suppressed. Its movements were painfully slow. Bang! Huang Mao's palm struck the giant ape's face, sending it crashing into the mountainside. Bloodied and dazed, the little monkey was left in shock. The giant ape was the strongest remaining member of their tribe. A 10th-tier beast general, yet it could not withstand a single slap from this seemingly unremarkable wild monkey. Scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? The giant ape fumed, crawling out from the rubble, ready to charge once more. But suddenly, Huang Mao appeared before it, gripping its neck with one hand and lifting it effortlessly. Remember this. I am the king of the ape tribe. Anyone who dares to defy me shall face death without mercy. The terrifying aura of Huang Mao's five-fold battle saint body bore down upon the giant ape, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens. In that moment, the giant ape seemingly saw a massive spectral figure of an ape behind Huang Mao, crowned and wielding a colossal staff, ready to shatter the skies. Ancestral. The giant ape trembled, utterly bewildered. The little monkey stared in awe as well. Unbeknownst to them, countless monkeys of various sizes had gathered in the trees, their eyes wide with reverence and fear. Even the elder monkeys wept openly, overcome with emotion as they prostrated themselves. At that moment, Huang Mao was their deity, an invincible god. Huang Mao released the giant ape. "Thank you, my king, for sparing my life." The giant ape was deeply moved, kneeling before him. "Bow to the king. Bow to the king." All the monkeys, young and old, bowed in submission, their voices echoing like a roaring tide through the forest. In a natural cave within Monkey Mountain, Huang Mao reclined on a stone bench, flanked by two massive pythons, a small black snake, and a white fox. Before him were dozens of ape-like creatures, attentively seated. "Tell me, what has transpired among the ape tribe in recent days? How is it that only you few remain?" Huang Mao asked nonchalantly. Reporting to the king, 3 days ago, our former king was taken by a golden eagle. The giant ape, the second strongest of the tribe after Huang Mao, explained. "A golden eagle?" Huang Mao's expression turned serious. "That eagle is a first-tier beast king, recently ascended, but possesses a strange flute that can suppress the battle prowess of beasts. Our former king was snatched away just like that." The giant ape continued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long sensed something amiss. How could an eagle possess a flute? Could it be? Xiao Long and the others exchanged glances. Suddenly recalling 3 words. Beast-taming sect. The beast-taming sect had come here and captured the ape tribe's beast king. After the king's abduction, chaos erupted within the ape tribe. All 10th-tier beast generals vied for the throne, leading to internal strife that fragmented the tribe into countless factions. The few dozen apes present were merely a fraction of the whole. However, now that we have a new king, once the news spreads, they will all return, the giant ape said with a forced smile. The giant ape then glanced at Xiao Long and the 2 black pythons, seemingly recalling something. By the way, our tribe's nemesis, the king of 10,000 snakes, also seems to have been captured. We haven't seen it in some time. The 2 black pythons exchanged glances. The king of 10,000 snakes. They had once faced off against it, and, although they could not defeat it, it had also been unable to handle them. They had originally planned to come today to slay the king of 10,000 snakes and consume it, yet were intercepted by the beast-taming sect. The unexplainable emotions weighed heavily on them. Huang Mao wore a complex expression, a mix of regret and disappointment. He had wanted to personally defeat the Monkey King who had driven him away, only to find that it had been captured by humans. Although some troubles had been averted, it left Huang Mao feeling empty and unsatisfied. "I have a task for you. Gather the scattered tribes and inform them that a new king has arrived. Those who dare to defy me may challenge me." "Yes, my king." The multitude of monkeys responded in unison, dispersing promptly. Huang Mao turned to Xiao Long. "Boss, what do you think is going on? I exerted myself for over a month, finally achieving the strength to contend with the beast king, yet Huang Mao plopped down, cradling his head in despair. It felt as if he had painstakingly climbed a mountain only to find nothing at the summit. "What are you lamenting about? Isn't it just that your rival was annihilated?" Xiao Long berated him. "You carry the bloodline of the ancient giant ape tribe, yet you see a mere beast king as your opponent. Do you not feel ashamed?" Xiao Long's words instantly awakened Huang Mao. His eyes brightened as clarity dawned upon him. "Thank you, boss." He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "The matters of the ape tribe are entrusted to you. No mistakes are allowed." "Understood," Huang Mao affirmed. Xiao Long turned and began climbing out of the cave. With Huang Mao's current strength, reclaiming the ape tribe would be a simple task. Bai and the 2 black pythons followed closely behind. "Brother Xiao, do you think the beast-taming sect has an ulterior motive in capturing those beast kings?" Bai asked, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. Xiao Long smirked coldly, posing a counter-question. "If you were the leader of the beast-taming sect and wanted to extract us from the vast mountains, what would be your best method?" Bai was momentarily taken aback. Although clearing the land was a feasible strategy, the cost was too great, and it might provoke a beast tide. The 2 black pythons shared her confusion. Xiao Long continued. "They captured the beast kings solely to control them, thereby indirectly manipulating several beast tribes to utilize their search capabilities to draw me out." Bai's eyes widened in realization. "So that's the case. Indeed, the cost of direct land clearing was substantial, but if they could control a few beast tribes beforehand and have them clear the way, they might achieve their goals without losing a single soldier." Xiao Long's gaze turned cold. The beast-taming sect was indeed not akin to the likes of the Fire Cloud sect. They possessed a degree of cunning, but the beast-taming sect's maneuvering was exceedingly clever. Once Xiao Long saw through it, it all became mere illusions. Since Qin Feng wished to exploit the beast tribes, Xiao Long would unite all the beasts first and see who would be the ultimate victor. "Bai, hey, let us go cause some trouble," Xiao Long declared, heading in a determined direction. Beast tribes typically congregated in areas rich in spiritual energy, utilizing Bai's sensitivity to spiritual energy. Xiao Long could effortlessly locate each beast tribe. Before long, they arrived at a cave entrance teeming with snakes. "This is a snake den. Boss, this was originally the lair of the king of 10,000 snakes. He commands hundreds of snakes. Together with their my strength rivals that of a beast king. Subduing them will be no issue," He proclaimed. "Very well, I'll leave this place to you," Xiao Long instructed. "Yes, Boss, Dehe and Erhe immediately slithered into the snake den. With a thunderous crash, two enormous pythons descended, shaking the entire den and rousing countless sleeping snake demons. Cold, piercing eyes fixated on Dehe and Erhe. I come on behalf of the boss to subdue you. Who dares to defy? The great black serpent lifted its head, its cold pupils surveying the surroundings, an aura of terror overwhelming the space, causing countless snakes to bow their heads in submission. Yet, there were those who refused to yield. A 20-meter-long spotted python, a formidable 10th-tier demon general and once second only to the king of serpents, lunged forward, defying the odds. Seeking death, the great black serpent opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of true dragon energy. The spotted python writhed in agony, scorched by the energy, flailing like a writhing worm before collapsing to the ground like a mere puddle of mud. Motionless, the great black serpent seized the python's tail and swallowed it whole, utilizing the devouring spirit technique, digesting it completely within mere moments. Silence enveloped the scene, with their strongest member consumed. What could the others hope to achieve? Thus is the survival law of serpents. The weak are devoured by the strong. All the snakes lowered their heads, raising their voices in a unified call. You have slain a level 20 wild beast, gaining 36,000 experience points. Experience bonus for challenging above level 60, team reward 20. After discerning the situation within, Xiao Long smiled with satisfaction and turned to depart. Let us go, little white. To the next tribe. Chapter 75. Lion King and Tiger King at Wolf Tooth Mountain, the Wolf Tribe. Since the Moon Wolf King was captured, the pack was leaderless. Countless demon wolves gathered atop Wolf Tooth Mountain, howling mournfully into the air, their cries echoing through the valley. At that moment, a snake and a white fox appeared at the summit, a place only the Wolf King was entitled to occupy. The howling ceased abruptly as the wolves turned their furious gazes towards the unwelcome visitors. Xiao Long's icy stare swept across them, and he used his true energy to mimic the language of the wolf tribe, projecting it into the minds of all the demon wolves. From this day forth, I am your new king. Those who refuse may challenge me. Awoo, awoo. The pack surged forward in unison. Unlike other tribes, wolves always fought collectively, never relying on individual prowess. Ha. All at once, very well. Let me deal with you all in one stroke, sparing myself the trouble. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened as he bellowed. Innate skill, empower. Empower is a gifted skill from the system, allowing one to alter their size at will, shrinking to 0.1 meters or expanding to 100 meters. Typically, Xiao Long maintained a length of 1 meter, his most primitive form. However, at his command, his size transformed instantaneously, swelling from a small 1-meter figure to a colossal serpent stretching 100 meters long. The oppressive weight of his presence permeated the area, leaving the wolf pack in stunned silence. Begone. With a swift flick of his tail, Xiao Long executed a simple maneuver, the dragon's tail sweep. Boom! A tempest erupted, winds howled ferociously, and before his tail even swept through, the ground was upheaved, trees in the distance uprooted by the sheer force. In an instant, it was as if a tornado had descended. Amidst the cacophony of wolf howls, his tail struck the pack. Bang! 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 Like swatting at ants. Without the slightest resistance, every wolf struck by the tail was sent flying, plummeting from the mountain, howls of despair echoing throughout. Some of the weaker wolves were even slain on the spot, transforming into a bounty of experience points. With a single sweep, the area was cleared. The remaining wolves halted mid-advance, whimpering in fear, unwilling to approach. Is there anyone who dares to defy? Xiao Long inquired nonchalantly. No wolf dared to respond. The law of survival dictated that the strong thrive while the weak perish. The reality for demon beasts is far more brutal than that of humans. Moments later, the pack prostrated themselves, paying homage to their new king. Excellent. This is your reward. 1 wolf, 1 pill. As long as you obey me, future rewards will be even greater. Xiao Long scattered a plethora of energy-gathering pills, akin to scattering seeds, each pill landing precisely before each wolf. These pills contained an abundance of pure spiritual energy, consumable by both humans and demon beasts, equivalent to a month of arduous training for an ordinary person. A slap followed by a treat. This was Xiao Long's approach. After all, being a serpent, he knew that to gain the loyalty of a pack of wolves, he must employ both softness and strength. Indeed, after consuming the energy-gathering pills, the wolves gazed at Xiao Long with transformed expressions, no longer filled with mere fear but tinged with a hint of respect. Let us move on to the next. Xiao Long and Little White turned to depart. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly throughout the Demon Beast Mountains. By nightfall, Xiao Long had reclaimed dozens of tribes, some of which had no demon king, while those that did had been captured by the beast-taming sect. This revelation astonished Xiao Long. Could it be that the beast-taming sect had captured a dozen demon kings? Such a number was indeed formidable, and the golden eagle alongside the flute seemed exceedingly powerful. Big brother Xiao, there's a place rich in spiritual energy here as well. Little White led Xiao Long to a basin. Upon probing with his consciousness, Xiao Long's face revealed astonishment. The tribes of Thunder Lion and Bloodthirsty Tiger coexisted within this region. Continuing his mental exploration, he detected two powerful presences, the Thunder Lion King and the Bloodthirsty Tiger King. Both demon kings were present. Let us proceed to meet them. Xiao Long was the first to slither inside. Roar! A small thunder lion blocked his path, glaring fiercely. Without hesitation, Xiao Long unleashed a terrifying soul pressure, pinning the creature to the ground, rendering it immobile. Thunder Lion King, Bloodthirsty Tiger King, why not come forth for a meeting? Xiao Long's voice reverberated throughout the basin. Moments later, two enormous figures descended before Xiao Long, their eyes fixed intently upon him. A black-backed serpent dares to provoke our clan. Seeking death, the Bloodthirsty Tiger King, known for his volatile temperament, was ready to strike at the first sight. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes, preparing to unleash a fiery breath as a show of force, but he noticed Little White raising her arm, her gem-like eyes emanating a peculiar energy. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged forth, surrounding the Bloodthirsty Tiger King and lifting him into the air. What is this? Roar! The Bloodthirsty Tiger King struggled in midair, but to no avail. More alarmingly, he felt his true energy being rapidly siphoned away. Roar! Release me at once. The Bloodthirsty Tiger King was consumed by dread, realizing that in mere moments, his true energy was dwindling. Xiao Long also wore an expression of surprise. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Little White utilize this technique. It was the same move that had once left Shui Wuqing in a state of utter despair. Now, with Little White's soul power restored, this technique was likely even more potent. Cease at once. The Thunder Lion King bellowed. It was only then that Little White halted her actions, allowing the Bloodthirsty Tiger King to fall weakly to the ground. Utterly drained of strength, after only a few breaths, less than 1/10 of his true energy remained. How could he possibly fight now? Hee. Big brother Xiao, how is that? Little White blinked her eyes, beaming with delight. Quite impressive. Remarkable indeed. Xiao Long offered his praise. The Bloodthirsty Tiger King gritted his teeth, feeling immense frustration. Yet, with strength so evidently lopsided, there was no choice but to swallow his discontent. Xiao Long glanced at the prostrate Bloodthirsty Tiger King, then turned to the Thunder Lion King, speaking calmly. Gentlemen, I have come to speak with you, not to engage in battle. What is it you wish to discuss? The Thunder Lion King inquired. I seek to know if you have encountered a golden eagle. Xiao Long posed the question. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, both the Thunder Lion King and Bloodthirsty Tiger King's expression shifted dramatically, as if recalling some terrifying entity. We have seen it. That scruffy bird comes by every few days, attempting to capture me. I had no choice but to ally with Lion Brother, the Bloodthirsty Tiger King said weakly. Yes, that golden eagle is merely a first-tier demon king. Yet it wields a peculiar flute capable of suppressing my strength. Were it not for my recent breakthrough to fourth-tier demon king, I would have surely been captured, the Thunder Lion King added. Equally helpless. Chapter 76. Sending the bird head over 1,000 miles, the two demon kings wore expressions of despair. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's expression grew solemn. The demon kings inhabiting the Demon Beast Mountains are predominantly first or second tier. Encounters with third tier are exceedingly rare. The fourth-tier Thunder Lion King is already among the elite. In human terms, this equates to the early stages of a congenital martial sovereign, several levels above a congenital martial artist. Even a fourth-tier demon king struggled to withstand that flute. Xiao Long was genuinely curious about the nature of the beast-taming sect's flute. To be frank, that golden eagle is a beast of the human sect known as the beast-taming sect, which has already captured no fewer than 10 demon kings. Perhaps you may be next, Xiao Long stated matter-of-factly. What? Upon hearing this, both the Thunder Lion King and the Bloodthirsty Tiger King's faces paled. I had only heard of the Moon Wolf King and the Mad Lion King being captured. I had no idea they had taken so many demon kings. The Thunder Lion King's expression was grim. The beast-taming sect's capture of so many demon kings is undoubtedly a bid for domination over us. Unless we unite to resist them, the consequences will be dire, Xiao Long warned. The Bloodthirsty Tiger King's gaze burned red with rage, gritting his teeth. The damned beast-taming sect. I loathe being controlled by humans. Indeed. We must unite. We must unite. Let us eliminate those accursed humans. The Thunder Lion King echoed in agreement. A long cry resonated from the skies. Looking up, they beheld a magnificent golden eagle circling overhead. This eagle was enormous, with wings spanning 100 meters and claws nearly a meter long, capable of effortlessly grasping even a demon king. Again it has come. The Bloodthirsty Tiger King was visibly terrified, evidently haunted by past encounters. The Golden Radiance Divine Eagle. Xiao Long recognized this demon beast at a glance. In the realm of the majestic eagle, the king of eagles, the Heidong has an astonishing lineage. To one's surprise, the Beastmaster sect has managed to acquire such a treasure. Yet, since they have arrived, there is no chance of retreat. Xiao Long immediately burrowed underground, frantically scattering spirit stones to set up a formation. Damn those mixed feather birds. the Thunder Lion King was seething with rage. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the sky, where the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged beneath him, forming a levitation barrier. Innate masters can manipulate the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, enveloping themselves to achieve temporary levitation. And the demon kings can do the same. However, the Thunder Lion King could only soar to a height of 200 meters at most. With a flash of lightning, the Thunder Lion King roared towards the heavens, a bolt of thunder shooting into the clouds, aimed at the golden radiant eagle. Alas, the distance was too great. The golden radiant eagle circled effortlessly at a height of 10,000 meters, evading the attack with ease. Damn it, the Thunder Lion King cursed, having no choice but to descend to the ground. Just as he was plummeting, the golden radiant eagle swooped down in an instant. Whoosh! The speed of the golden radiant eagle is unmatched among beasts of its level, covering the 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, reaching the Thunder Lion King in an instant. Roar! The Thunder Lion King bellowed, his broad palm wielding the might of heaven and earth, striking towards the golden radiant eagle. However, a long flute appeared in the eagle's beak. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy swept across the battlefield, causing all the beasts to prostrate themselves in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Even the bloodthirsty Tiger King was left aghast, lying flat on the ground, utterly drained of strength. The only one unaffected was Xiao Bai. The Thunder Lion King, struck hard, fell helplessly to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Caw! The claws of the golden radiant eagle lunged towards the Thunder Lion King. This is infuriating. The Thunder Lion King lay in the pit, suppressed by the flute's energy wave, unable to move. At that moment, the spiritual energy surrounding the golden radiant eagle seemed to congeal, and nearby spiritual energy surged towards it, forming an encirclement. The Thunder Lion King rejoiced, knowing that the white fox had intervened. Faced with this situation, the golden radiant eagle sounded the flute again, and the eerie wave concentrated into a single point, charging towards Xiao Bai. Yet, Xiao Bai remained unaffected. What? This was the first time the golden radiant eagle had encountered such a situation. Without hesitation, it turned to flee upwards, as its master had commanded. Retreat immediately if an attack fails, never be caught. Trying to escape, Xiao Long, hidden underground, let out a cold laugh. Boom! The golden radiant eagle, mid-flight, suddenly collided with an invisible wall. Bouncing back, turning around, it saw that numerous formation traces had emerged in this location, faintly revealing a light barrier, inverted over this area. An innate level confinement array, simultaneously. The spiritual energy storm controlled by Xiao Bai had descended. Caw! Under the onslaught of the spiritual energy storm, the golden radiant eagle emitted a mournful cry as its true energy was siphoned away like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, its true energy was drained, falling helplessly to the ground. A secret technique, devour. Xiao Long emerged from the earth, biting down on the golden radiant eagle, drawing it into his inner world. Inside this inner realm, the golden radiant eagle hardly struggled before dissolving into a pool of blood. You have slain an elite creature of level 21, gaining 280,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus of 80. Elite creature bonus of 100. You have consumed an elite creature of level 21, gaining 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. You are now 1,200,000 experience points away from the next level. Damn, this is exhilarating. Xiao Long savored the feast. The Beastmaster sect is quite generous, providing experience even before the battle has begun. I wonder if that brat Qin Feng will faint from rage. What? Is it over? The bloodthirsty Tiger King remained on the ground, utterly stunned. The golden radiant eagle, which had instilled such fear and left a psychological scar, was simply swallowed whole. Even the Thunder Lion King wore a shocked expression. So, this snake and fox are powerful beyond measure. Thank you both for your rescue. The Thunder Lion King quickly expressed his gratitude, realizing that without their intervention, he might have been captured by the Beastmaster sect and forced into slavery, an unbearable fate for demon kings. The bloodthirsty Tiger King also rose, bowing respectfully, obedient like a large house cat. Xiao Long remained unfazed, stating calmly, "As fellow beasts, we ought to support one another." As I anticipated, the Beastmaster sect will return. I hope that the two of you will join forces with me to confront the impending foes. Rest assured, if they dare to return, I shall ensure they do not leave. The Thunder Lion King growled ominously. We will eliminate the disciples of the Beastmaster sect, annihilate their entire sect. The bloodthirsty Tiger King's words were always blunt and forceful. Xiao Long nodded, focusing his thoughts to retrieve a flute from his inner world. This flute was the very one the golden radiant eagle had carried. Xiao Bai and the other demon kings fixed their gazes upon this peculiar flute, watching intently as Xiao Long began to examine it. Meanwhile, far away at the Beastmaster sect, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Ah, Xiao, I will slay you. Chapter 77, Blood of the Celestial Demon. Sect Master, what happened? Hearing Qin Feng's furious shout, numerous elders rushed to the scene. They found Qin Feng slumped in a chair, his face swollen and a ghastly shade of purple, looking worse than if he had been weeping. The golden radiant eagle is dead. Killed by that Xiao. What? The elder's expressions changed dramatically. Just recently, the golden radiant eagle had broken through to the demon king realm, and now it lay slain. The golden radiant eagle, possessing the bloodline of the king of eagles, was regarded by Qin Feng as the Beastmaster sect's most promising beast, one that could potentially become a demon emperor. Recently, it had captured numerous demon kings from the Demon Beast Mountains, achieving great feats. How could it be killed in the Demon Beast Mountains? The Soul Requiem flute has also been lost, Qin Feng added. Although the Soul Requiem flute is an innate spiritual treasure, it can be recreated if the body is present. But with the death of the golden radiant eagle, it is truly gone. The Grand Elder was filled with grief and indignation. The golden radiant eagle is the fastest demon king. How could it have been slain by that rogue? Moreover, with the Soul Requiem flute, it should have been able to escape if it was overwhelmed. What on earth happened? One elder questioned, perplexed. Qin Feng shook his head in response. He too could not comprehend how the golden radiant eagle had been slain. If it had been ensnared in a formation, there might be a possibility, but he had already issued orders for a quick return upon sensing human presence, ensuring it would not fall into a trap and meet its demise. He would never have guessed that the formation was not set by a human, but by a beast. Finally, Qin Feng rose, his voice laced with murderous intent, echoing throughout the hall. Relay my orders. We shall embark on a mission to conquer the wilderness tomorrow. After acquiring the flute, Xiao Long remained fixated on it, his eyes unblinking. The flute appeared ordinary, yet it emanated a terrifying energy that even made Xiao Long's heart race. What lies within? Let us uncover it. Xiao Long tried various methods, biting, smashing, pulling to no avail. The Thunder Lion King and the Bloodthirsty Tiger King sat beside him, utterly at a loss. Brother Xiao, why not try using fire? Xiaobai suggested. Xiao Long opened his mouth, releasing a surge of purple-black flames. The mutated nether fire was not only immensely powerful but also carried toxins. Upon contact with the flute, it began to dissolve at an excruciatingly slow pace. This might work. The eyes of the demon kings lit up with hope. Xiao Long intensified the flames. After about 10 minutes, the flute completely melted away, revealing its contents. This is a drop of blood, Xiao Long gasped in surprise. Suspended in the air was a droplet of crimson liquid, unaffected by the flame's scorching heat. The moment this blood appeared, a terrifying pressure engulfed the area, causing the Thunder Lion King and the Bloodthirsty Tiger King to stiffen and tremble. Even Xiao Long felt an oppressive force emanating from the depths of the blood source, akin to the dominance of a supreme race over a lesser one, utterly unresisting. Only Xiaobai remained unchanged. However, upon seeing the blood droplet, her expression shifted dramatically, as if contemplating something profound. Just a drop of blood possesses such terrifying power. Could it be the blood of her father? Observing Xiaobai's reaction, Xiao Long quickly deduced this. Xiaobai, hailing from the celestial realm, must have a father who is a celestial demon. Blood of the celestial demon. No wonder the demon kings were struck with fear. Among demon beasts, hierarchy is strict, and strength commands respect. Even the remains of powerful demon sovereigns and saints exude intense pressure, let alone the celestial demons that reign over all beings. Even a single drop of blood could instill terror. Damn it, what heinous acts has the Beastmaster sect committed? Xiao Long seethed with rage. He had suspected that a celestial demon's corpse within the Beastmaster sect would spell trouble. Brother Xiao, that drop of blood should yield great benefits if you consume it. Right? Xiaobai suddenly smiled mischievously. However, Xiao Long hesitated, but Xiaobai interrupted him, saying, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. As long as you retrieve his corpse, that would be the best reward. No, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Long felt utterly speechless. This is celestial demon blood. Even a demon emperor would not dare to consume it recklessly. As a mere demon general, if I were to swallow it, I would surely explode. Xiao Long cursed. Xiaobai's face flushed, and she awkwardly replied, I thought you were being considerate. How could it be? I care not whether this blood belongs to your father or mother. As long as it strengthens me, I would not hesitate to consume your father's remains. Xiao Long chuckled. Immediately, Xiaobai's expression darkened. I am also a great tonic. Why not swallow me instead? Come on, young miss. I was merely jesting. Please, devour me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Xiao Long, in a mix of coaxing and confusion, finally managed to placate Xiaobai. It was indeed troublesome that the blood of deities and demons could not be ingested directly. To concoct it into a demon blood pill would require at least a 9th-grade imperial pill. While Xiao Long might attempt it at his peak, for now, it would be best to refrain. For the moment, he was at a loss regarding how to utilize this drop of blood. Was he to learn from the Beastmaster sect and use it to intimidate others? But I possess the universal marketplace. Suddenly, this thought struck him. He stored the celestial demon blood in his inventory and opened the universal marketplace page. Clicking on the blood drop, he selected appraisal, blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox. 1.2 ml, divine quality bloodline, bloodline purity 100, assessed by the system, valued at 10 gold ingots. System notification, 1 gold ingot 100 million gold coins, freely exchangeable. Xiao Long was immediately astounded. 10, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. He counted each. Finally realizing with shock that there were 8 zeros. 1 billion gold coins. My heavens! Xiao Long could no longer contain his ecstatic joy and began to laugh heartily. Xiao Bai and the Lion King. Tiger King exchanged puzzled glances at his exuberance. "But I've struck it rich," he exclaimed. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Bai nudged him. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a stroke of fortune," he replied sheepishly, refocusing on the universal marketplace. Sell, sell. You have sold 1.2 milliliters of nine-tailed celestial fox blood, system valued at 10 gold ingots. You have received 10 gold ingots, current gold balance 65, 623, gold ingot balance 10. Kind reminder. Your gold ingot balance has reached 10. Satisfying the conditions for upgrading to a 4-star member. The system will automatically upgrade you to a 4-star member. Ding! You have been upgraded to a 4-star member of the Universal Marketplace. Enjoying a 20% discount on all items and qualifying for the purchase of higher-tier items. Instantly, Xiao Long's marketplace interface underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing a plethora of rare and precious materials. He navigated to the Spirit Stone section. Previously, he could only purchase spirit crystals and purple spirit crystals. Now, several new options appeared. Spirit crystals, purple spirit crystals, black spirit crystals, celestial crystals, inferior spirit veins, medium spirit veins, superior spirit veins, semi-precious spirit veins, precious spirit veins, and celestial spirit veins. Xiao Long was delighted to discover that spirit veins could now be purchased. In the past, he had traversed the continent, braving the depths of the ocean, the bottoms of molten caves, and the peaks of ice mountains, enduring countless hardships to collect 8 precious spirit veins buried beneath the burning sky dragon palace. Now, he could acquire one with ease. The price of a precious spirit vein was neither exorbitant nor trivial. Exactly 10 gold ingots. What does a precious spirit vein signify? Cultivating atop a precious spirit vein is akin to consuming spirit crystals like mere beans. Even the most mediocre talent can effortlessly break through to the innate realm. Additionally, precious spirit veins generate a substantial quantity of precious spirit stones daily, surpassing even the most lucrative money trees. Purchase. Xiao Long decisively acquired it, recognizing that excess wealth is merely a string of numbers, devoid of value if unutilized. Though he still had 9th-grade imperial pills and various other treasures, they were not immediately beneficial to him. The most valuable asset at present was the precious spirit vein. You have purchased a precious spirit vein, expending 8 gold ingots, 20% discount, current gold ingot balance 2. In his inventory appeared a magnificent, milky white mountain peak. Although smaller than the original Burning Sky Dragon Palace, it was still sufficient. With 2 gold ingots remaining, Xiao Long had yet to decide on further purchases, opting to wait until the need arose. Bidding farewell to the Thunder Lion King and the Bloodthirsty Tiger King, Xiao Long and Xiao Bai made their way back to the territory of the Monkey Clan. The current atmosphere there had returned to its former vibrancy. Even from a distance, they could hear the chattering of monkeys. A brief scan of his divine sense revealed over 5,000 monkey demons, with 300 demon generals among them, including 20 peak 10th-tier demon generals, vastly superior to the Fire Cloud sect. A mere 1-star sect, this force would serve as his primary strength against the Beastmaster sect. Boss. Sensing Xiao Long's presence, the yellow-haired monkey rushed over from afar, followed by a large group of monkeys. "Remember, this snake is my boss, and this fox is my sister. Their commands are my commands. Did you hear?" The yellow-haired monkey pointed at Xiao Long and Xiao Bai, proclaiming loudly. "Understood, Your Majesty," the monkeys chorused. Xiao Long nodded slightly. "Well done. Hee, all of this is thanks to the boss. Were it not for your kindness in taking me in back then, I wouldn't be where I am today." The yellow-haired monkey, flattered by Xiao Long's praise, felt a bit bashful. Xiao Long surveyed the surrounding terrain, stepping into an open area to extract the precious spirit vein. Boom! The enormous milky white mountain peak materialized. Shaking the ground beneath it, a palpable aura of rich spiritual energy emanated from the mountain, forming dense clouds of spiritual mist within mere breaths. Countless monkeys gathered around, astonished by this spectacle. "Boss, what is this?" the yellow-haired monkey inquired, drawn closer. This object resembled a massively enlarged precious spirit stone. Just standing before it and inhaling its essence, one could feel an immediate enhancement of strength. "This is a precious spirit vein. I intend to bury it here and apply a formation to transform this place into a sacred training ground." As he spoke, Xiao Long's gaze turned cold. "And, incidentally, eradicate those ignorant ants." A day later, in Fire Cloud City, at the Hidden Dragon Bank, having received the breakthrough pill bestowed by Xiao Long, Wang Jianfeng successfully took the final step. Entering the innate realm, the Hidden Dragon Bank flourished, with various businesses thriving, each day more prosperous than the last. However, Today, Wang Jianfeng paced restlessly in the reception room, a trace of worry clouding his brow. President, what troubles you? Xiao approached with a cup of tea, her smile enchanting, every movement exuding charm. Wang Jianfeng glanced at Xiao, sighing, for some reason, I feel that something ominous is about to transpire. Xiao laughed softly, covering her mouth. President, you worry too much. Ever since you ascended to the innate realm, countless individuals have come to curry favor with us. The bank's business is thriving. How could anything bad happen? Wang Jianfeng shook his head, moving to the window to gaze outside. Do you not sense the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Fire Cloud City lately? Xiao approached the window, looking out. The sky was shrouded in a thick blanket of dark clouds. Even the birds dared not to fly. The once bustling streets were eerily silent. Only a few whispers could be heard. Is something significant about to happen? Xiao pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Gazing at the sky with a look of confusion. Outside Fire Cloud City, the flow of people continued as usual. Merchants entered and exited the city just as before, albeit with less vitality. Suddenly, a series of violent tremors echoed from afar. The ground quaking, and at the edge of sight loomed a massive shadow approaching rapidly. Merchants halted, their expressions filled with dread as they watched the unfolding scene. Countless burly figures rode upon demon beasts. Charging forth from the distance, converging upon Fire Cloud City, a dark tide that seemed never-ending. Clad in leather garments, adorned with demon beast bone chains, and wielding close combat weapons such as steel claws, gauntlets, and spiked clubs. Both men and women exuded an aura of ferocity. Among them, some middle-aged elders donned necklaces of beast teeth, each tooth representing a powerful demon general they had slain, a testament to their prowess. Wolves, tigers, black leopards, great eagles, and giant apes. All manner of demon beasts stood obediently by their masters, poised for action. This was the army of the Beastmaster sect. My heavens, there are over 10,000 of them. What do they intend to do? Bystanders scuttled away, whispering in hushed tones. The disciples and elders of the Beastmaster sect numbered 15,000, accompanied by 20,000 tamed demon beasts, all elite fighters capable of challenging higher ranks and facing multiple foes. Now, they had gathered outside Fire Cloud City that moment. A towering figure radiating authority, mounted upon a crimson blood wolf, surged through the air, landing before the gathered disciples of the Beastmaster sect. All disciples and demon beasts lowered their heads in respect. Sect Master, the crowd roared in unison. The newcomer was none other than Qin Feng, alongside his blood wolf king. Qin Feng nodded slightly, raising his gaze to the heavens. Bowing, Elder, the crowd looked skyward, where a sudden thunderclap echoed from the clouds. An elderly man, with hair like snow, sat cross-legged atop a massive eagle demon, his eyes closed, enveloped in a shroud of thunderclouds, faint sparks of lightning flickering around him. That was the former sect master of the Beastmaster sect. Thundermaster, recognizing the elder, onlookers gasped in awe. Thundermaster had once been at the innate martial sect realm. Now, he must be even more formidable. His Thunder Eagle had grown larger as well. The crowd murmured in astonishment. With Thundermaster emerging from seclusion, what grand scheme did the Beastmaster sect have in store? Qin Feng, you disappoint me. A voice like rolling thunder reverberated from the skies. Thundermaster remaining indifferent, eyes still closed. Neither joyful nor sorrowful. The demise of the illustrious Golden Hawk and the tragic fate of my foremost disciple, Zhang Hao, weigh heavily upon my conscience. Thus, the purpose of this expedition is to pave a path through the Beast Mountain Range, thereby establishing the might of the Beast Control sect, Qin Feng declared with solemnity. Excellent. I fervently hope that this time, you shall not disappoint me. Tian Lazy's expression remained impassive. Qin Feng nodded and turned, producing a beast flag. With a flourish of the flag, a procession of colossal figures surged forth from the horizon, halting before him. This formidable assembly included the Great Ape King, the 10,000 Serpent King, the Moon Wolf King. In total, 13, each a sovereign of the Beast Mountain Range. Yet now, these Beast Kings sat rigidly before Qin Feng, their expressions devoid of life, akin to soulless husks. Onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with terror. Chapter 79. The Sorrow of Beasts. The Beast Control sect had indeed commandeered 13 wild beast kings. What a staggering concept, almost rivaling the power of the imperial city. Shui Wuqing, show yourself at once. Qin Feng commanded with a voice like thunder. With a whoosh, a man with an icy demeanor descended from the void, enveloped in a shroud of frigid mist, his eyes like ancient ice. Indeed, he was a master of innate prowess. That is Shui Wuqing. Someone recognized him. Shui Wuqing had transformed significantly since his earlier days as a portly figure. Having ascended to innate mastery, he could now alter his form to that of a moderately built middle-aged man. I await your commands, Sect Master Qin. Shui Wuqing bowed respectfully. Very well. Qin Feng nodded indifferently, shifting his gaze toward the Beast Mountain Range. Disciples of the Beast Control Sect, heed my orders. Encounter any beasts. Leave not a single one alive. Kill, kill. Tens of thousands of disciples surged toward the Beast Mountain Range, their roars shaking the heavens. Countless beast kings and beasts echoed their fury, charging toward the mountains. The Beast Control Sect was indeed on the offensive. On the city walls, Wang Jianfeng gazed in astonishment at the departing army of the Beast Control Sect. Beside him stood the city Lord Han Wuxia, Suya, and Wang Mingao, who had recently taken over the Fire Cloud Sect. Ever since Wang Jianfeng broke through to innate mastery, the four had been inseparable. I have heard that Lord Xiao and several of his beasts reside in the Beast Mountain Range year-round. Having established a cave dwelling, why, I wonder, would a human choose to hide among beasts? Wang Mingao mused, perplexed. Wang Jianfeng nodded, revealing a look of suspicion. Your words lead me to believe that Lord Xiao resembles a beast himself. Upon hearing this, Suya's expression shifted slightly. Perhaps she alone knew that Xiao Long's true form was that of a serpent that I must investigate. Regardless, Lord Xiao has shown me kindness. I cannot stand idly by. Wang Jianfeng proclaimed, leaping from the city wall to follow the army of the Beast Control Sect into the mountains. Suya followed closely behind. Wang Mingao glanced at Han Wuxia, who remained hesitant, and chuckled. City Lord Han, why do you linger? Let us go. With a wry smile, Han Wuxia leapt down from the city wall, heading toward the Beast Mountain Range. At that moment, a brutal battle erupted at the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. Or perhaps it was more apt to call it a massacre. The blood-crazed wolf lunged at a disciple of the Beast Control Sect, only to have its skull shattered by a single punch. Several disciples drew their bows, targeting the aerial avian beasts, shooting one down with each arrow, clearing a flock in mere minutes. Beast warriors annihilated mother mice and dispatched tamed black panthers into rat nests, slaughtering all the younglings. The outer regions of the Beast Mountain Range were populated by ordinary beasts, while the disciples of the Beast Control Sect were all elite, many surpassing the strength of similarly ranked beasts. Whenever they encountered the army, the beasts met a grim fate, ground to dust without exception. Occasionally, a pair of beast generals might appear, but they too fell to overwhelming assaults. Even the most hidden lairs of beasts were unearthed, and the younglings within could not escape their doom, exterminated without mercy. Countless tragedies unfolded in the Beast Mountain Range. A mother wolf, in a desperate bid to protect her pups, lured the disciples away, only for her den's young to be consumed by the beasts of the Beast Control Sect. A blazing fire eagle, steadfast in its nest, was cleaved in two by a sword, its eggs smashed to pieces. Black bears, slumbering in their caves, were pierced through with spears. Blood stained the landscape of the Beast Mountain Range, and the lamentations of beasts echoed through the world. With a thunderous roar, a cave dwelling was obliterated by Qin Feng's fist. Collapsing entirely, its formations reduced to nothingness. Humph, to abandon such a paradise. The surname Xiao is hardly formidable, Qin Feng remarked, standing in the void where Xiao Long's cave had once stood, now a mere ruin. Sect Master, that rogue has likely fled deeper into the mountains, the Grand Elder said respectfully. Humph, with numerous beast kings in tow, he could flee to the ends of the earth, and we shall pursue him relentlessly. Qin Feng declared, turning with a stern gaze, informed the disciples to divide into 13 small squads, each comprising over 1,000 members, led by an elder and a beast king. Yes, the Grand Elder withdrew respectfully. Shui Wuqing, you shall accompany me. When we capture that rogue, I shall allow you the honor of delivering his head, Qin Feng stated coldly. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Shui Wuqing clasped his hands in gratitude. Within the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, in the territory of the Ape Clan, the area had transformed into a sanctuary of spiritual energy ever since Xiao Long had planted a premium spiritual vein and established an immense formation. Even the surrounding regions had become hallowed grounds for cultivation. Point 1 need not even practice deliberately. Merely basking in the ambient energy would lead to enhancement, its effects far surpassing those of soaking in a spiritual pond. With Xiao Long's consent, many beasts flocked to the periphery of the Ape Clan's territory to bask in the spiritual energy. With 2 remaining spirit coins in the world exchange, Xiao Long purchased a substantial quantity of spirit crystals and purple spirit crystals for the beasts to consume. In a single night, Huang Mao's strength surged, breaking through to the 7th stage of Beast General, while Dehe and Erhe reached the 9th stage. The beasts in the Ape Clan's territory experienced similar breakthroughs. Xiao Long's experience was nearing its limit, just shy of leveling up to the 19th level. At this moment, Xiao Long opened his eyes at the peak of a mountain, his profound gaze surveying the distance. He observed myriad intricate formations etched into the ground, encompassing an expansive area, nearly covering half of the inner Beast Mountain range. Moments later, the traces of the formations vanished into the earth, and the rich spiritual currents of the ape clan's territory receded underground. Returning to their previous mundane state, a cold smile crept across Xiao Long's lips. Huang Mao, Dehei, Erhei, rally your followers and prepare for battle. Yes, boss. A relentless advance ensued. Over 10,000 disciples of the Beast Control sect, accompanied by 13 Beast Kings, rendered the Beast Mountain range nearly invincible. The ground was strewn with corpses. Along the way, numerous disciples from other sects joined in, scavenging for spoils. The purpose of the Beast Control sect's expedition was slaughter. The corpses of powerful beasts were stored in rings, while weaker beasts were left behind, some even retaining their beast cores, treasures of immeasurable value to ordinary folk. Ha! What a windfall! Several disciples from the sword-seeking sect trailed behind, eagerly collecting the remains of the beasts. Though they were merely at the third stage of body refinement, they would have typically avoided fourth-stage beasts, yet now they effortlessly collected the corpses of several fifth-stage beasts. In the past, such fortune was unheard of. After this sweeping campaign, the periphery of the Beast Mountain range was nearly devoid of beasts. Even the few that slipped through were dispatched by latecomers from smaller sections. Look, the creek has turned red. People gazed in horror, witnessing a stream of water flowing from the ravine, its hue a deep crimson, reeking of blood. Blood stained the trees, rocks, and soil, as if the very sky had been tainted, a most ominous sign. Chapter 80. The counterattack begins. The third elder of the Beast Control sect sat cross-legged upon the head of a massive black serpent, its length spanning 50 meters, his eyes half closed, exuding an air of tranquility. Behind him trailed over 1,000 disciples of the Beast Control sect. This enormous black serpent was none other than the formidable 10,000 Serpent King. With its presence, ordinary serpentine beasts dared not approach, and others from different races faced certain death should they approach. At this moment, the 10,000 Serpent King's belly was swollen, clearly having feasted well. With a Beast King leading us, there is no need for us to lift a finger. Haha, in the past, we lost hundreds, even thousands, while hunting beasts. Yet today, we have only lost a handful, all of whom were the weakest among the body refinement disciples. We, the Beast Control sect, are the foremost sect in the Tianfeng Kingdom. With 13 Beast Kings at our command, even the imperial family need not be regarded with any seriousness. The disciples of the Beast Control sect discussed excitedly that I heard from the eldest senior brother that the sect master encountered several highly intelligent beasts, which piqued his interest, prompting this expedition to clear out the area. Humph, what intelligence could mere beasts possess? Someone scoffed at that moment. The third elder atop the 10,000 Serpent King's head sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of concern. Suddenly, bang, 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 countless massive shadows erupted from the ground, opening their gaping maws, targeting the disciples of the Beast Control sect from behind. What? The third elder's face paled in shock. How could there be beasts lurking underground? He had been completely oblivious. No. Help me. After a few piercing screams, a significant portion of the outermost disciples had vanished, over 100 devoured in an instant. It was then that they realized the attackers were a swarm of serpent beasts. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The serpent demons rolled their throats and swallowed the food in their mouths. This group of serpent demons formed a semicircle, their movements synchronized, encircling them completely. A quick count revealed there were as many as 300. Moreover, every one of them was a giant python at the level of demon generals. The disciple who had just spoken, claiming that beasts lacked intelligence, was utterly taken aback. 300 demon generals of serpent demons lurked underground, simultaneously breaking through the earth to surround them. This was not merely a pack of beasts. It was a well-trained legion, the king of 10,000 serpents. The third elder exclaimed in horror, rising to his feet with a loud shout. The king of 10,000 serpents squinted, the aura of a demon king sweeping across the scene. A chilling and terrifying presence that made even the disciples of the Beastmaster sect tremble in fear. However, the many serpent demons remained unfazed. I am your king. Have you forgotten? The king of 10,000 serpents hissed in the language of serpents, his voice commanding. We have a new king. One of the massive pythons replied. A new king. The king of 10,000 serpents' expression turned even colder at that moment. With a tremendous roar, two giant pythons erupted from either side, launching themselves toward the king of 10,000 serpents in a pincer attack. Recognizing the familiar forms of the two serpents, the king of 10,000 serpents' pupils constricted and raged, "ITSU. Indeed. We are your esteemed uncles." The body of the second python swelled, a surge of fiery true energy pooling in its throat. Fully charged, in the instant it leaped, the second python opened its wide mouth. Dragon breath. Boom. A wave of scorching true energy spiraled down, accompanied by the howling of dragon breath. The third elder, still standing atop the serpent's head, was drenched in the torrent of true energy before he could react. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, in a blink. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the third elder's skin quickly carbonized, his head reduced to ashes. Then came his chest, his arms that in an instant. He was transformed into nothing but dust. The third elder was dead? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The third elder, at the peak of the 10th level of the true essence realm, was killed in one breath by a 9th-tier demon general snake. Hiss! The king of 10,000 serpents let out a mournful hiss. After being struck by the dragon breath, its scales cracked open, blood and flesh charred, revealing its skull, its entire head scorched to a crimson hue. Rolling on the ground, the crowd was even more stirred. Even a demon king could not withstand this. What kind of breath was this? "I will have you all perish." The king of 10,000 serpents, being a first-tier demon king, quickly digested the food within, its injuries visibly healing at an alarming rate. However, the first python lashed its tail out. "Dare to clash with me? You seek death." The king of 10,000 serpents, undeterred, charged forward, and the two massive tails collided violently. The earth quaked, and debris flew everywhere. Even the nearby flow of spiritual energy erupted, producing a shocking explosion. What? The king of 10,000 serpents was astonished to discover that the strength of the first python was even greater than his own. Die! The first python surged forward, its tail coiling around the king of 10,000 serpents, binding it tightly in a death grip. Remember this move. It's called the death strangle. It is my unique technique. To die by this move is something to take pride in. The voice of the first python echoed in the air. Following this was the second python's gaping maw. Boom! A gust of fiery true energy transformed into a straight line, descending upon them. The dragon breath, now concentrated, had a smaller area of effect but was far deadlier. The second python's dragon breath had already reached perfection. In an instant, that thin line of scorching true energy surged to the king of 10,000 serpents' head, piercing it like a fire needle into tofu, burning a black hole into its skull. Hiss! The king of 10,000 serpents cried out in pain. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the king of 10,000 serpents weakly closed its eyes. Boom! Its massive body collapsed to the ground. The scene fell into silence. Only the terrified disciples of the Beastmaster sect trembled in fear. Qin Feng suddenly halted, his brows furrowing. A disciple of the Beastmaster sect rushed over. As if faced with something terrifying, "Sectmaster, the fifth elder has encountered a large number of beast attacks. Several dozen disciples have already been injured or killed," the disciple urged anxiously. "Though, the team led by the fifth elder has the giant ape king as its shield. Could it be that they have encountered a demon king?" Qin Feng's expression turned curious. "No, it's not a demon king. The fifth elder has run into a horde of monkeys." "What? A horde of monkeys?" Qin Feng was startled. With the giant ape king in command, any monkey-type beast would naturally submit and could even be utilized. Along the way, many beasts had surrendered to them, so despite a few casualties among the Beastmaster sect disciples, the number of beast mounts had increased. Hearing that a group of monkey beasts dared to attack the giant ape king, Qin Feng was immediately taken aback. "Sectmaster, the leader of those monkeys is a diamond demon ape. Its surface strength is only at the 7th tier, yet it is more powerful than a demon king. The fifth elder is struggling to hold on." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was initially taken aback. But then a look of wild joy spread across his face. "Ha ha ha. They have truly delivered themselves to my doorstep. First, I will capture your monkeys, and then I will capture you." Qin Feng was about to rush over when several disciples of the Beastmaster sect hurriedly approached. Their expressions filled with terror. "Sectmaster, we are under attack by a large number of beasts." "Sectmaster, the 7th elder has fallen." "Sectmaster." The last disciple fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Utterly heartbroken, the entire team led by the 3rd elder is dead. They were all devoured by the beasts, not a bone remaining. Chapter 81. The 18 sticks of heavenly transformation. Qin Feng quickly produced a stack of soul jade slips, each clearly inscribed with a series of numbers and names. At that moment, the slip marked with the number 3 shattered. "The 3rd elder is dead." Qin Feng was filled with rage and disbelief. Suddenly, another crack echoed. and right before Qin Feng's eyes, the slip marked with number 5 exploded. Boom! Boom! Following that, 2 more slips shattered into dust. The scene fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, all 13 teams of the Beastmaster sect had come under a large-scale attack from beasts, some of which were beast groups reclaimed by Xiao Long, while others were wild beasts that had spontaneously organized to join the ranks of resistance. Beasts possess intelligence, and the large-scale slaughter of beasts by humans had ignited their fury. Roar! The bloodthirsty Tiger King led 500 bloodthirsty tigers into the enemy ranks, causing chaos. "Leave the Moon Wolf King to me. You all deal with the rest," commanded the bloodthirsty Tiger King as he pounced forward. Engaging in a fierce battle with the Moon Wolf King, his 500 bloodthirsty tigers, coupled with over 3,000 wolf demons reclaimed by Xiao Long, joined the fray, turning the battlefield into a river of blood. On the other side, under the leadership of the formidable 4th-tier Demon King, the Thunder Lion King, the Pride of Lions was unstoppable. Upon encountering a team from the Beastmaster sect, just one glance was enough for the leading 1st-tier Demon King to be torn to shreds by the Thunder Lion King. Following that were the elders of the Beastmaster sect, then countless disciples and beast mounts. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, they were all annihilated. These beasts seemed to have calculated the timing perfectly. Launching their assault simultaneously, the 13 teams of the Beastmaster sect faced calamity at the same time. Unable to unite in time, they were well trained and orderly, as if an invisible hand had merged these savage beasts into one cohesive force. They appeared to possess a soul. This led the members of the Beastmaster sect to a grave misconception. They were not clearing land, but rather attacking a one-star empire in a dense forest. Huang Mao stood atop the treetops, wielding a black long staff, gazing ahead with a faint smirk. Before him lay the corpse of an elder from the Beastmaster sect, and above it hovered a massive ape demon. Standing 5 meters tall, its muscles like iron, emanating a terrifying aura of a demon king. It was the giant ape king. Surrounding him were thousands of ape demons, but the looks they cast at the giant ape king were no longer filled with reverence, but rather with hostility. "You wildling, I never expected you would dare to take over the ape clan in my absence," the giant ape king declared. "Take over? Let me tell you, I came here today precisely to take you down in front of our kin." Huang Mao boasted proudly, raising his long staff. "Just you," the giant ape king scoffed. Behind him lay a sea of corpses. Over 1,000 disciples and beast mounts from the Beastmaster sect had already been obliterated. Yet he showed no fear. He did not believe the ape clan would turn against him as long as he killed Huang Mao. The ape clan would naturally submit to him, but a mere wildling dares to speak so boldly. "Today, I will show the clan who the true king is." The giant ape king leaped through the air, charging forward. His strength had reached the 2nd tier of demon kings during his time under the control of the Beastmaster sect. His power had increased. Huang Mao did not dare to underestimate him and immediately entered a berserk state, his power soaring to the 9th tier of demon generals, the 5th level of the battle saint body. "Indestructible," Huang Mao roared again. Under the enhancement of the 5th level of the battle saint body, his strength surged once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th tier of demon generals, just half a step away from becoming a demon king. No matter what sorcery you've employed, a demon general is still a demon general, forever unable to compare with a demon king. The giant ape king's figure crashed forward, delivering a straightforward punch. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn along with this punch, crashing down violently. "Watch." Huang Mao also swung his staff down. Boom! As if a stick of dynamite were cast into tranquil waters. An explosive force erupted, sending ripples of spiritual energy cascading outward like a tempest, centered around the golden-haired figure and the giant ape king. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and the earth was upheaved. Such potency emanated from a mere punch and a club. The assembled monkeys stood in stunned silence. The giant ape king was engulfed in a tempest of shock and disbelief. "Where did you acquire that club? And what is the nature of your aura?" The giant ape king realized with dread that he felt a flicker of fear in the face of the golden-haired one's imposing presence, as if something deep within him had been suppressed. This overwhelming pressure stemmed from the very depths of his bloodline, utterly irresistible. Had his strength been even slightly weaker, he might have lacked the courage to act at all against such oppression. The club was a gift from the leader, and the technique was bestowed by him as well. As for the leader's identity, you are not worthy to know. The golden-haired figure raised the club, his inner energy circulating rapidly along a specific trajectory, spiraling into the club in an instant. The dark club shimmered with a faint golden-hued, earth-level combat martial arts, the 18 sticks of heaven's evolution. The golden-haired figure bellowed with quiet fury in the next moment. the golden staff transformed into 3 shadowy strikes, crashing down with an unparalleled might. The 18 sticks of Heaven's evolution, an Earth-level martial art, was notoriously difficult to master, yet the golden-haired figure had reached the 3rd level of strikes in just a month. To the untrained eye, these 3 shadows appeared mundane, but to the giant ape king, they were a source of terror. 3 strikes. He perceived behind the strikes 3 colossal peaks resembling fingers, descending with thunderous force. You wildling! How can you possess such a rare treasure? How is it possible? The giant ape king was overwhelmed with fear, barely managing to raise his arm in defense. Boom! The first strike crashed onto the giant ape king's arm. In that instant of contact, the giant ape king's arm bent and fractured, followed immediately by the second strike. Bang! His shoulder was crushed, and the ground beneath him exploded. His entire body was driven underground, buried in soil, leaving only his head exposed. In the next moment, the third strike descended. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The surrounding trees were felled as if harvested, and the ground trembled violently, resembling a cataclysm. After a long while, calm returned. The 18 sticks of Heaven's evolution. The might of the 3 strikes was truly formidable. The many monkeys gradually regained their senses, witnessing the once dense forest transformed into a vast plain. The center of this plain was a massive pit, 100 yards wide, where the golden-haired figure stood, facing a colossal corpse lying silently before him. Long moments passed before all the monkeys bowed in submission, chanting, "All hail the king! All hail the king!" Their voices echoed through the air. Initially, it was the pressure of strength. Now, it was complete surrender. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a robust figure shot from the horizon, and mid-flight, a piercing beam of cold light lunged toward the golden-haired figure's head. Chapter 82. The Tide Turns. Clang! The sound of iron clashing rang out. The 2 figures separated instantly, with the golden-haired figure retreating hundreds of meters, fixing his gaze ahead. Qin Feng stood tall, surveying the surroundings, his icy demeanor growing ever colder. Good. Very good. You dare to kill my Beastmaster sect's disciple. Originally, I intended to capture you, as your intelligence was commendable, to make you my foremost mount. But today, I have changed my mind. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. Today, you shall die. Howl! The Blood Wolf King leapt forward, its crimson fur bristling, eyeing the golden-haired figure with predatory intent. A few snowflakes drifted down. Shui Wuqing, wielding a long sword, gracefully landed on a rock. 2 innate experts and a formidable demon king. The golden-haired figure felt an unprecedented weight of seriousness. Shui Wuqing had just entered the innate stage, being an early innate martial artist, while the Blood Wolf King was a second-tier demon king, and Qin Feng, the strongest, had reached the late innate martial artist stage, comparable to a third-tier demon king. The later stages of strength magnified the disparities between them. During his time as a demon general, the golden-haired figure could easily challenge opponents of higher tiers, but at the demon king level, the differences between each tier were like chasms that were nearly impossible to cross. Currently, the golden-haired figure's strength barely matched that of a mid-tier second-tier demon king, triumphing over the giant ape king thanks to bloodline suppression and the extraordinary treasure in his hand. Even facing a single Qin Feng was exceedingly challenging. With 3 powerful adversaries present, he was at risk of losing his life. Hiss! Hiss! Just as the golden-haired figure contemplated how to confront the foes, 2 hissing sounds emerged behind him. Turning, he saw 2 massive black pythons, their enormous heads raised, coldly staring ahead. Big Black. Second Black. Wait, the leader said you must call me Big Brother and him Second Brother. Big Black hissed. Yes, Big Brother, Second Brother, the golden-haired figure exclaimed with excitement. Leave that red-haired wild dog to us brothers. Let your subordinates deal with Qin Feng. Is that agreeable? Big Black queried. Absolutely. The golden-haired figure gritted his teeth. Among the demon beasts present, his strength was slightly superior to that of Big Black and Second Black combined, making this distribution the most rational. Onward. Without further exchange, Big Black and Second Black exchanged a glance. Understanding their roles perfectly, Second Black burrowed underground while Big Black charged directly, one approaching openly and the other covertly, rushing toward the Blood Wolf King. Howl! The Blood Wolf King unleashed a feral secret technique, its body swelling to 5 meters, then leapt to pounce on Big Black, pinning him to the ground. Suddenly, a surge of scorching true energy erupted from beneath the earth, striking directly at the Blood Wolf King's abdomen. Howl! The Blood Wolf King was struck heavily, quickly leaping back, while Big Black seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly, engaging it in a fierce struggle. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Individually, Big Black and Second Black were equivalent to 2 early first-tier demon kings, but together, Their combat power soared several times, standing unafraid against the second-tier demon king activating the Beastmaster sect's secret technique. Surrounding Shui Wuqing were a dozen enormous monkeys, including long-haired snow apes, mighty magic apes, and snow mountain apes, all of which were peak 10th-tier demon generals. Those with slightly weaker strength stood no chance against innate experts and were utterly unqualified to intervene. Only top-tier demon generals could barely withstand the onslaught. Do you think you can entangle me with just a few of you? Shui Wuqing scoffed. Hiss. From beneath the ground, several 10-meter-long giant pythons emerged, coldly fixing their gaze upon him. Very well. If that is the case, I shall entertain you. With a flick of her sword, Shui Wuqing propelled herself forward. The pythons and monkeys surged to attack, ensnaring Shui Wuqing in their clutches. Only Qin Feng and the golden-haired figure remained in the scene. Qin Feng surveyed the area, nodding repeatedly, then sneered. Interesting, truly interesting. A mere handful of beasts understand the distribution of strength. Have you all evolved? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired figure erupted in anger. You filthy creature. Haha. Regardless, I am merely curious how a mere ant, who barely reaches 10th-tier demon general through forced enhancement using secret techniques, dares to challenge me. Qin Feng roared, as fine, dense brown fur sprouted across his face, his bones cracking ominously, his body seeming to swell slightly, and 3 razor-like claws extending from his fingertips. Who gave you the audacity to confront me? As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, Qin Feng lunged forward, and the golden-haired figure perceived a blur in front of him. A foul wind rushing toward him, a profound sense of danger surged within him, prompting an immediate retreat. Swish, blood sprayed forth. The golden-haired figure was sent flying against a rocky outcrop. His face burned with pain as he touched it, his hands stained with blood. He saw that Qin Feng's steel claws were now drenched in crimson. I almost forgot to mention, I am a beast martial artist, and my beast soul is that of a wolf. Do not be deceived by my appearance as a late innate martial artist. My true strength far exceeds what you can imagine. Qin Feng bared a cruel smile. Especially against demon beasts, I possess considerable expertise. Whoosh, Qin Feng charged again. The golden-haired figure's pupils dilated, fixated on Qin Feng's figure. Too fast, so fast there is no time to react. Qin Feng, as a beast martial artist with a wolf soul, surpassed the golden-haired figure in both speed and strength. Even a 3rd-tier demon king would likely fall within 5 moves against Qin Feng. Swish. 3 more gashes appeared on the golden-haired figure's chest. Were it not for his cultivation of the battle saint body having reached the 5th level of indestructibility, this strike would have surely eviscerated him. Haha, since you refuse to submit, then perish. Qin Feng laughed maniacally as he charged forth again. The golden-haired figure's eyes turned bloodshot, desperately tracking Qin Feng's silhouette, but despite his utmost effort, he could only catch glimpses of a blurred shadow. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Swish. Once more, 3 wounds appeared on the golden-haired figure's body, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Golden-haired one. Big Black shouted in alarm. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Blood Wolf King seized the opportunity. Sinking its jaws into Big Black's body, tearing away a large patch of scales, blood gushing forth. Without Big Black's cover, Second Black was then brutally struck by the Blood Wolf King, its massive frame sent crashing backward. Snowy sword formation. Shui Wuqing executed a sword formation, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that pierced through the demon beast horde, leaving them wounded and bloodied, with 1 peak demon general python being shot through and rendered lifeless. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Meanwhile, the invincible Thunder Lion King also encountered a formidable foe. In the ethereal void stood the Thunder Lion King, facing another figure cloaked in thunderclouds, wielding a thunderous incantation, and perched upon a colossal thunder eagle, with sparks of electricity flickering in his eyes. Thunder Lion King, it has been quite some time. Years ago, I sought to capture you as my mount. But you eluded me. Now, it seems our paths have converged once more, spoke Thunderchild with an air of indifference. Thunderchild, I never anticipated it would be you, roared the Thunder Lion King with a furious glare. Back then you refused to submit. Now that I possess a Thunder Eagle as my steed, I have no need for you. Since you dared to slay my Beastmaster sect's disciples, I shall take your life, using your blood to honor the souls of my brethren. With those words, a thunderous roar reverberated from the heavens, piercing the skies, as brilliant bolts of lightning erupted upon the Thunder Lion King's back. Ack! Cried the Thunder Lion King in agony, a vast expanse of crimson bursting forth from his wounds. Thunderchild, a mid-stage innate martial sovereign, equivalent to a 5th-tier demon king, had injured the Thunder Lion King in a single encounter. Chapter 83. The 4 seas and 8 wilderness formation with a fierce bellow, the Thunder Lion King charged at Thunderchild. Undeterred by the prospect of death, in a flash of lightning, the Thunder Lion King summoned thunderclouds. Enveloping himself in a radiant glow, unleashing torrents of lightning towards Thunderchild. Merely ants. Thunderchild scoffed, brandishing his thunderous seal and inscribing several lightning runes in the air. Boom! From the clouds, a 10-foot-wide bolt of purple-black lightning descended. Obliterating the Thunder Lion King's summoned thunderclouds as if they were made of paper, the Thunder Lion King howled in despair, plummeting helplessly from the sky, his body battered and charred as the battle progressed. The disparity in strength became increasingly apparent. A 4th-tier Demon King was ultimately no match for Thunderchild. Go! Commanded Thunderchild with a wave of his sleeve. The Thunder Eagle King flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of lightning as it dove into the midst of the lion herd. Chaos erupted amongst the lions as the Thunder Eagle King, with razor-like wings, cleaved them in two. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth crimson. Countless lions wailed in anguish, powerless against the Thunder Eagle King's onslaught. Old fool, come at me, spare my pride, the Thunder Lion King cried in despair. Ha ha, rest assured, your turn shall come soon. Thunderchild laughed heartily, commanding, Thunder Eagle, swiftly annihilate them. With a cry, the Thunder Eagle King flapped its wings, drawing the ambient spiritual energy towards itself, forming clusters of blue-purple lightning that radiated with destructive power. Flee! Shouted the Thunder Lion King, urging his pride to retreat. But it was too late. The Thunder Eagle King emitted an ecstatic screech, unleashing a barrage of purple lightning that surged forth like a violent tempest of annihilation towards the lion herd. The Thunder Lion King's expression turned to one of despair. Was this the end for his pride? Just then, as the storm of destruction bore down upon the lions, it suddenly halted in midair, gradually contracting into the purest form of spiritual energy, dissipating in mere breaths. Who dares? Thunderchild squinted his eyes. The Thunder Eagle King, flapping its wings furiously, expressed its fury at the edge of vision. A diminutive snow-white fox gracefully floated towards them. The white fox resembled a cloud in the sky, its pristine fur devoid of any blemish, and its enchanting eyes sparkled like masterfully crafted jewels. Breathtakingly beautiful, it is her. The Thunder Lion King breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of beast is this? Thunderchild pondered, observing the white fox's ethereal grace, seemingly gliding through the air as if swimming through water. What creature can swim through the air, regardless of what you are? I shall seize you. Thunderchild raised his hand, conjuring a massive purple spiritual hand from the gathered energy, accompanied by a tumultuous thundercloud, reaching out for the white fox. Yet, before it could approach, the hand disintegrated mid-flight, vanishing into nothingness. What? Thunderchild's expression shifted to disintegrate all techniques into the most primal form of spiritual energy. What sorcery is this? He had never heard of a beast capable of such a feat. If spiritual energy is of no use to you, I shall capture you alive. Casting a glance at the Thunder Eagle King, it surged forward like a bolt of lightning, its talons poised to grasp the white fox. In response, the white fox calmly raised its petite paw, a strange glimmer in her eyes. Buzz. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with a tempestuous wind as a massive vortex of spiritual energy swirled towards them. Its terrifying scale darkening the skies. It seemed as if all the spiritual energy in the vicinity had been siphoned away. Then, this energy coalesced around the Thunder Eagle King, forming a thick spiritual cage that trapped it within. The pressure intensified towards the center. Screech. The Thunder Eagle King shrieked in agony, struggling as its vitality was gradually drained, its flesh contorting under the strain. What? Thunderchild gasped in shock, sensing the Thunder Eagle King's life force waning. You beast, you seek death. He charged towards the white fox, but suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, halting him mid-flight. Old fool, if you wish to save your feathered companion, first pass through me, declared the Thunder Lion King. Charred and battered yet unyielding in the air, Thunderchild's face turned grim. 100 miles away, within the Ape Clan's cave, Xiao Long stood atop a mountain peak, eyes closed as a stream of data flooded his mind. You have slain a level 10 wild creature, earning 1,200 experience points. Party bonus 20. You have slain a level 15 wild creature, earning 6,000 experience points. Party bonus 20. You have slain a level 9 wild creature, earning 960 experience points. Party bonus 20. These notifications reflected the experience rewards accrued by Dahei, Erhei, and Huang Mao after defeating enemies. Although most of the Beastmaster Sect's forces comprised high-tier body refinement and low-tier true condensation disciples, their sheer numbers allowed for rapid advancement. leveling up twice in mere moments. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 19. You require 1,500,000 experience points for the next level. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 20. You require 5,000,000 experience points for the next level. Once reaching level 20, the notifications ceased. Indeed, ascending to the Demon King realm was no easy feat. The transition from level 20 to 21 posed a significant challenge. Xiao Long opened his eyes. Gazing into the distance, he could distinctly perceive the battle raging afar. His reluctance to engage was not merely for the sake of leveling up, but also for another crucial reason. He was orchestrating the entire battlefield. How did the beasts locate the Beastmaster Sect's forces with such precision and launch a coordinated assault? How did Dahei and Erhei pinpoint the location of the King of Serpents without colliding with Qin Feng and his companions? And why had the Beastmaster Sect's forces been oblivious to the beast ambush? Yesterday, Xiao Long had utilized a premium spiritual vein as the foundation to lay down a formidable formation. Enveloping a radius of 100 miles, within this domain, no disturbance could escape his perception. He could swiftly relay information about where assistance was needed, where the enemy was strong, and where ambushes could be executed to each beast leader. This formation, one of the 8 foundational arrays of the Burning Heaven Dragon Palace, was known as the 4 Seas and 8 Wilderness Formation, signifying control over the seas and traversing the wilderness. Of course, its capabilities extended beyond mere surveillance. With a thought, Xiao Long summoned his human avatar from the boundary. Since the Beastmaster Sect has arrived, I shall personally bury you. Both avatars of Xiao Long leaped forth, transforming into 2 gusts of wind, gradually vanishing into the distance. Chapter 84. Those who harm my brothers shall die. Ant, weren't you capable of that blood escape technique? You slipped away last time. Why not now? Qin Feng laughed maniacally, his foot pressing down on Huang Mao's face with force. Beneath him, Huang Mao lay weakly, his body marred by deep gashes, not a single unscathed patch remaining. Had it not been for the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Battle Saint body, these wounds would have surely claimed his life. Ant, why don't you escape? You seem so drained. How dull. Qin Feng lifted his foot and kicked Huang Mao, sending him crashing into the rocks. Huang Mao clenched his fists, a sound of cracking emanating from his bones. Escape? If he used the blood escape technique, what would become of his kin behind him? What of Dahei and Erhei? For this war, the ape clan had emerged in full force. Even the common low-tier apes had come to fight as their king. Could he flee? At this moment, thousands of clan members watched him intently. Despite his grievous injuries, not a single ape fled. They awaited, hoping their king would rise once more. Could he flee? I told you, I will never use that technique again. Huang Mao spat blood, his breath feeble, yet his gaze grew resolute. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will not retreat a single step. If I must die, I shall take one of your teeth with me. With determination, Huang Mao pressed his hands against the ground, forcing himself to stand tall, under the purifying embrace of the Battle Saint body. His wounds began to mend. Albeit at a slow pace, he was still capable of fighting. A chorus of cheers erupted from the assembled apes. Utterly foolish, Qin Feng shook his head, casting a glance at him tinged with pity, and said indifferently, I had intended to play with you a little longer, but since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish. As his words fell, Qin Feng's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Die? The blade glimmered with a cold light, slicing through the air from a distance. The sharpness of the air cut through the skin, leaving several tiny wounds. The yellow-haired youth's gaze was fixated on the shadow of Qin Feng, desperately trying to capture any trace. Yet his opponent was too swift, beyond the limits of his perception. I admit you are fast. My reflexes and sensitivity are simply inadequate, the yellow-haired youth said in a low tone. However, he stared ahead, gathering his true energy beneath his abdomen, as a tempest of energy surged within him, blood seeping from countless pores, yet he fiercely suppressed it. Holding his breath, he focused intently. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, carrying boundless waves of spiritual energy that resounded throughout the realm. The Golden Ape Roar Technique. With a roar, the invisible sound waves radiated from the yellow-haired youth, spreading wildly in all directions, sending rocks and earth flying into the air. They shattered into fragments, scattering like rolling gravel, ultimately turning into dust. An endless storm arose around them. The Golden Ape Roar Technique, a mid-tier Earth-level skill, was far more difficult to master than the lower-tier Heavenly Transformation 18 sticks. The yellow-haired youth had practiced for a month without grasping its essence. Yet in a moment of heightened mental stimulation, he achieved a breakthrough and unleashed this ultimate technique with a single roar. The winds and clouds shifted, The heavens dimmed. It must be noted that in the kingdom of Tianfeng, Earth-level martial arts are legendary. Even the royal family does not possess them. What? Qin Feng, halfway through his charge, felt a terrifying wave of sound rushing toward him. His skin cracked, capillaries burst, and his eardrums ruptured, blood streaming forth, leaving him drenched in crimson. Ah, ah, ah. The skin on Qin Feng's face exploded, his visage a mask of blood. Howling in agony, the might of that roar was overwhelming. How could this be? Qin Feng was horrified. Under the tumult of sound waves, even his eyeballs felt as if they might burst, prompting him to hastily shut his eyes and summon his protective energy to resist. In the next moment, a massive shadow descended upon him. Instinctively, Qin Feng raised his hand. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking. Qin Feng's arm was instantaneously shattered. His lower body sank into the earth, his arms dangling uselessly at his sides. The yellow-haired youth was also knocked back by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground and sliding for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. His bright red hair turned brown as the torrent of blood subsided. The yellow-haired youth emerged from his frenzied state, lying motionless on the ground, barely clinging to life. Boss, hey, my kin, I did my best. He murmured weakly, closing his eyes. Now, it's up to you. At this moment, Qin Feng was drenched in blood, his arms completely severed, roaring in pure rage. I, a mere ant, have been injured. This is impossible, impossible. Qin Feng's fury reached its zenith. Noble as he was, having hunted countless demon kings, he was wounded by a mere demon general. This was a grave affront to his pride, though this injury was trivial, even with both arms severed. His innate recovery ability would allow him to heal within minutes by consuming a bone restoration pill. The blow to his dignity was profound, potentially shattering his very belief, destabilizing his foundation, and causing a decline in strength. As the leader of the Beastmaster sect, I have never been harmed by a beast of lower rank. This is the first time. Qin Feng glared menacingly at the yellow-haired youth, who lay barely alive in the distance. The blade in his hand was already raised. You have damaged my foundation. I shall cleanse this humiliation with your life. Qin Feng advanced step by step. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Accompanying it was a cold voice laced with murderous intent. Those who harm my brother shall die. Then, slap. A fist struck his face with tremendous force, distorting Qin Feng's features, shattering his teeth, blood gushing forth. Whoosh! Qin Feng was sent spinning through the air, transforming into a perfect parabola before crashing down some distance away. The scene fell into a profound silence. Shui Wuqing halted her sword. Gazing in shock, numerous monkeys and serpent demons looked up, directing their attention toward the commotion. The Blood Wolf King paused his claw, and hey, raised their serpent heads, all fixated on the unfolding drama. Every being, human and beast alike, ceased their actions, turning their gaze toward this spectacle. The yellow-haired youth lay on the ground with closed eyes, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet a smile graced his lips. Boss, you finally arrived. And then, he completely lost consciousness. Who? Qin Feng scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously. There, a striking young man in white stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back. Surveying the scene. My surname is Xiao, my name is Long. You may not have heard of my name, but that is of no consequence. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened, his pupils igniting with a chilling malice. For after today, you shall cease to exist. Chapter 85. Experience the pain of beasts upon hearing this. Qin Feng was initially stunned, then burst into raucous laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous of statements. You wish to kill me? With you? Qin Feng sneered, but suddenly he froze in disbelief. He was shocked to discover that when he attempted to gauge his opponent's strength, he found nothing. It was as though no such person existed. Instead, he was merely a phantom, just moments ago. This figure had appeared behind him, unnoticed. How could this be? Qin Feng gasped in astonishment. He touched his face. The sting searing. That slap had undeniably struck him. It was no illusion. What are you, a man or a ghost? Qin Feng exclaimed. Xiao Long did not respond but instead shook his head, launching forward with incredible speed. Dead men have no right to ask questions. Silently and without a trace of sound, no wind. No footsteps, not even a whisper. It felt as though a mere shadow was rushing toward him. Slap! A foot planted itself on Qin Feng's face. He was sent hurtling backward into a pit, landing in a disarrayed heap. Yet, Qin Feng did not erupt in rage. Instead, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. He rose, consuming a bone restoration pill. Spiritual energy surged, and his severed arm swiftly healed. You are indeed a corporeal being, but your speed and strength are lacking, barely reaching the early stages of innate martial artists. I don't know what dark sorcery you employed to evade my perception, but against absolute power, all of this is futile. Qin Feng's body bent low, claw-like hands gripping the ground, a deep growl emanating from his throat as he transformed, for sprouting from his head, back, and hands, morphing him into a fearsome beast. I forgot to mention. Just now, I was only using 50% of my strength, Qin Feng roared. In the next moment, he surged forth like a silent wind, faster than before. Xiao Long scoffed, 50%? Unbeknownst to you. This avatar possesses merely 10% of my true strength. Die. His sharp claws aimed directly at Xiao Long's head, striking with ferocity. However, just as the claws were about to make contact, Xiao Long's body twisted in an uncanny manner, evading the attack. What? Qin Feng's face contorted in disbelief. Again, Qin Feng charged once more. Yet, Xiao Long seemed to have predicted his every move, dodging perfectly time and again. This is impossible. Qin Feng's complexion paled. Xiao Long's expression remained impassive. This is my domain. The entire space is under my control. Within this realm, no fluctuations escape my perception. I can discern your attack paths with complete clarity. Unwilling to concede, Qin Feng flicked his fingers, summoning a white bone flute resembling the one belonging to the golden eagle. The soul-calming flute was Qin Feng's trump card, originally intended for a critical moment, but now he had no choice but to use it. Let's see how you evade. Qin Feng blew into the soul-calming flute. Yet unexpectedly, no resonance emerged. He tried again, but still, there was no response. Qin Feng's face turned ashen. The soul-calming flute, had it lost its power? I told you, in this space, I am the divine. Any fluctuation I desire, I can summon or dismiss at will, Xiao Long declared. As his words fell, a slender, snake-like black dart shot forth from Xiao Long's sleeve. Silent and swift, in an instant, Qin Feng felt every hair on his body stand on end. An unprecedented sense of danger rising within him. Splat. Blood sprayed forth. A gaping crimson hole appeared in Qin Feng's chest, pierced by the strike. What is that thing? Qin Feng cried in horror. Xiao Long's serpent halted behind Qin Feng. Its neck swelling, a seething torrent of heat rushing up its throat, before it opened its maw wide. Demonic fire. Boom. A massive surge of purple-black flames surged forth, instantly incinerating the hair on Qin Feng's back. His skin charred and flaking away. Ah, ah, ah. Qin Feng screamed in agony, the searing pain penetrating to his very bones, draining him of all strength. How could the demonic fire of the fire cloud sect be in your possession? The moment he uttered those words, Qin Feng was horrified to discover that under the onslaught of the purple-black flames, his body was gradually turning black, his consciousness fading. This fire is toxic. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Thunder Lion King and Thunder Child engaged in a fierce battle. With the Thunder Lion King's delay, Thunder Child was unable to intervene, and the Thunder Eagle King was finally drained of all spiritual energy. The Thunder Lion King emitted its final mournful cry, as its spiritual essence was drained, and its flesh gradually decomposed into the most primal, pure energy, returning to the universe. Ultimately, it vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck behind. Ha ha ha. Old fool, witnessing your steed's demise must be quite a delightful experience. The Thunder Lion King, drenched in blood, grinned broadly with satisfaction. Thundertzi's expression darkened ominously. For the first time in a long while, he felt an unprecedented rage boiling within him. A killing intent unlike any he had ever experienced surged in his chest. I will make you pay with your lives. Clenching the thunderous spell in his hand, Thundertzi suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting dramatically as the spell vanished. Humph. I shall deal with you later. With a flick of his sleeve, a tumultuous mass of thunderclouds gathered beneath him, and he turned to ride the clouds away. Silently, Sobai pursued the direction in which Thundertzi had departed. The lion herd raised their heads collectively, gazing at the severely injured Thunder Lion King hovering in the air. With a deep inhale, the Thunder Lion King absorbed a massive influx of spiritual energy, its surface illuminated by flickering lightning, gradually mending its wounds, observing the lion herd, which had once numbered in the thousands but now dwindled to just over 800. A flicker of struggle crossed its eyes. Under the fallen nest, how could we retreat? Let us go. The Thunder Lion King gritted its teeth and led the lion herd forward towards the central battlefield. At a certain location, the Grand Elder of Beastmaster's sect produced a soul token, the aura of which was dim and faint. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. The sect leader is in peril. We must provide immediate support. Numerous disciples of Beastmaster's sect and surviving beast mounts swiftly made their way towards that direction. At this moment, beasts and humans from all directions converged upon the central battlefield. In some areas, the beasts slaughtered the Beastmaster's sect forces clean, while in others, the sect managed to fend off the beast's onslaught, preserving some of their strength. Overall, both sides suffered losses, but within the Beast Mountain, the beasts were numerous and endless, whereas the remnants of the Beastmaster's sect barely numbered 3,000. Under the searing flames of the infernal demon fire, Qin Feng let out a hoarse scream. As though subjected to inhuman torture, his skin had completely carbonized, his complexion turned ashen, and even his inner vital energy was obstructed, rendering him unable to resist. Qin Feng, as the leader of the Beastmaster sect, had slaughtered countless beasts over the years, and now he dared to harm my brothers, attempting to cleanse the Beast Mountain with blood. I shall burn you to death. allowing you to experience the pain of the beasts. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened, the flames intensifying in fury. Chapter 86. Qin Feng, meet your demise. The injured Huang Mao lay dying. 13 beast kings enslaved and manipulated, countless beasts slaughtered. Even many newborn cubs could not escape their tragic fate. Xiao Long, at the center of the vast array, witnessed everything with clarity. Having been reborn as a beast, he understood the emotions of his kind more deeply, and witnessing his kin being slain inflicted a pain that resonated to the very marrow of his bones. It was inescapable. Xiao Long had myriad methods to kill Qin Feng, the soul blade, the laws of time, even piercing his head after shrinking down. Yet he refrained. Such a man deserved a death that suited him, one that would allow him to perish in agony. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Qin Feng finally sensed fear, beginning to plead for mercy. I will do anything you ask, just spare my life. Qin Feng writhed on the ground, desperate to bow and kneel. Xiao Long paid him no heed. Qin Feng's face turned ashen, despair engulfing him. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, shouting at the top of his lungs towards the sky, Grand Elder, save me. Suddenly, from the heavens, a figure in purple robes descended upon storm clouds, shimmering amidst the lightning. You wretched beast! Halt! Thundertsi bellowed, his voice crashing like thunder in the ears of all beasts. Humph! Xiao Long snorted coldly. Boom! A torrent of purple-black flames surged upward, engulfing Qin Feng entirely. Heart-wrenching screams echoed. The cries grew fainter until, moments later, silence reigned. You have slain the boss creature, level 23, and gained 920,000 experience points. 60 bonus for challenging above level, 300 boss bonus. Begone. Xiao Long removed Qin Feng's storage ring, kicking his charred and stinking corpse into the sky. Thundertsi rushed to catch it, only to find that Qin Feng was already lifeless. Upon touching the corpse, his hands began to rot, shocking him into dropping it. You little bastard. You shall not die well. Thundertsi was consumed by fury as he produced a thunder seal, gripping it tightly. This thunder seal was a congenital spiritual treasure, and as he held it, the spiritual essence of the world surged towards him. Thundertsi struck his chest, spitting forth a drop of his life essence onto the thunder seal. Subsequently, he grasped it in midair. Annihilation thunder punishment. Boom! Above the clouds, a 30-zhang-wide purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens with terrifying might, resembling a catastrophe of annihilation. Thundertsi's complexion paled slightly. This move was his ultimate technique, not to be used lightly. Yet upon witnessing Qin Feng being tortured before him, his fury compelled him to unleash it without hesitation. The purple lightning descended at an inconceivable speed. However, to everyone's astonishment, the target of the lightning was not Xiao Long, but rather, the unconscious Huang Mao lying nearby. Not good. Xiao Long's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, a petite white figure stepped forward to shield him. Get away, in by size. A radiant brilliance emanated, illuminating the sky. Then, the wide purple lightning gradually diminished before vanishing entirely before the gazes of all. You shall not rest in peace. Thundertsi cursed angrily, stepped by, panting slightly, appeared weak and was on the verge of collapsing. Are you all right? Xiao Long hurried over, cradling her in his arms. I'm fine. That wretched thief is so treacherous, Xiaobai replied, her face pale. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Xiao Long raised his gaze to Thundertsi in the clouds, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Thundertsi, being an ancient creature who had lived for centuries, immediately discerned Xiao Long's apprehensions and targeted Huang Mao directly. If Thundertsi aimed his lightning at Xiao Long, he could simply abandon this clone and recreate another without significant loss. However, targeting Huang Mao put Xiao Long at a significant disadvantage. Ape Clan, ensure your king is well protected at the back. Do not stray beyond my radius, Xiao Long commanded. Yes, several ape demon generals stepped forward, carrying Huang Mao to safety. Thundertsi observed this scene with a cold smile. I find it curious that a mere beast's death would matter so much to you. You do not understand. Xiao Long shook his head, explaining to such a person was a waste of breath. Indeed, I do not understand, nor do I care to. Thundertsi began, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his senses. As two invisible blades sliced toward him, Thundertsi instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Lightning comes. Thundertsi flicked his fingers, sending two bolts of lightning into the void, producing a sound like thunder. Before reverting to calm, you truly are as rumored, skilled in soul techniques, cunning and unpredictable, but I have long been prepared. These tricks are of no use to me. Thundertsi laughed heartily. Xiao Long's expression grew grave. The adversary had come prepared, having studied his psychology and techniques. Even the soul blade had failed to catch him off guard. Xiao Long was never afraid of powerful yet foolish opponents. He was concerned about those who were both strong and intelligent, as they were exceedingly troublesome. However, the opponent was clever, and Xiao Long was no fool either. He had more than one hidden trump card. Roar! At that moment, a chorus of lion roars echoed from behind. A massive horde of lions, led by the Thunder Lion King, charged toward the battlefield. "Count me in to deal with this scoundrel," the Thunder Lion King growled deeply. "Count me in as well," another voice echoed. The bloodthirsty Tiger King, drenched in blood, approached, a foul stench wafting from him, having slain countless Beastmaster sect disciples. "Count me in," a gigantic black bear thundered, pounding its chest in fury, while a golden-horned stag leaped forward. A wild beast king who had joined midway. Behind them, a large contingent of wild beast soldiers followed, a veritable army of feral beasts. Thundertzi narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the Beastmaster sect's main force also arrived. In the distance, a massive throng of dark figures rapidly converged, the surviving disciples of the Beastmaster sect and their tamed beasts. Among the 13 beast kings, only 4 remained alive, and from the original more than 10,000 disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Along with over 20,000 tamed beasts, less than 3,000 remained scattered and isolated. Although the casualties were heavy, those who survived were the elite among elites, and the core fighting strength of the Beastmaster sect remained largely intact. The Grand Elder of the Beastmaster sect arrived first, trembling as he held a shattered soul token, looking up at Thundertzi in the sky. "Grand Elder, the sect leader. He is dead," Thundertzi declared bluntly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Their sect leader was dead. Faces were filled with disbelief, unwilling to accept this grim reality. "Humph!" Thundertzi's low grunt resonated in their ears, jolting everyone back to their senses. He then raised his hand, sending down a bolt of lightning that obliterated Qin Feng's corpse into ash. Qin Feng was bested, and thus perished. "From this day forth, I shall reclaim the position of sect leader of the Beastmaster sect." Thundertzi, in a decisive manner, issued his commands. "Those who have harmed the Beastmaster sect shall pay blood for blood." The members of the Beastmaster sect obeyed. Thundertzi bellowed. Kill. Chapter 87. The Final Battle, Part 1, Slaughter. Numerous disciples of the Beastmaster sect and tamed beasts surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the wild beasts. The Thunder Lion King charged ahead, clashing with the most formidable among the 4 beast kings of the sect. The Gale Wolf King. The Gale Wolf King was a high-tier 3rd-grade beast king, but the Thunder Lion King was still recovering from severe injuries, resulting in a balance in their fierce contest. Roar, the bloodthirsty Tiger King, along with 2 wild beast kings, also rushed forward, embroiled in combat with 3 beast kings from the Beastmaster sect, while the 2 black beasts continued their fight with the Blood Wolf King. Both sides quickly reached a stalemate. In the midst of the battlefield, Thunderchild stood high in the clouds, while Xiao Long remained on the ground, neither side initiating an attack. Thunderchild scrutinized Xiao Long, bemused to find that this individual seemed detached from that space, which piqued his interest. "Do you believe that with such a demeanor, you can contend with me? If you doubt it, feel free to make a move." Xiao Long maintained a calm expression. Thunderchild took a few more glances at him, noticing that the latter always wore an unruffled demeanor, which only deepened his curiosity. "I am unaware of who has bestowed upon you such confidence. Today, I shall let you witness the true strength of my Beastmaster sect," Thunderchild proclaimed, gesturing downward. "Disciples of the Beastmaster sect, heed my command. Form the 10,000 dragon slaughtering beast formation." With a single command, the remaining 1,000 disciples and numerous elders of the sect gathered together, arranging themselves into an enormous formation. "Elder, the 10,000 dragon slaughtering beast formation is an advanced innate battle formation that requires a master of innate skills as its core. With our sect leader deceased, we, the Grand Elder, hesitated. I shall take on the role." Shui Wuqing descended into the midst of the crowd. Thunderchild nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, Shui Wuqing. After this matter, I shall reward you handsomely." Shui Wuqing remained expressionless. The Grand Elder nodded and commanded, "Disciples, prepare for a blood sacrifice." The many disciples and elders of the Beastmaster sect placed a hand on their chests, expelling a mouthful of their life essence blood into their palms. They then pressed their hands to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, blood-red lines emerged from the earth, crisscrossing and outlining a massive beast-shaped diagram that a distant, primordial aura emanated from beneath the ground. Upon sensing this aura, the wild beasts below became agitated, as if something terrifying were about to emerge. Brother Xiao, Little White glanced anxiously at Xiao Long, feeling an ominous premonition from that aura. Xiao Long's expression remained indifferent, silent, lost in thought. At this moment, the colossal beast diagram on the surface had been completed, all the lines converging at the center beneath Shui Wuqing's feet. "Shui Wuqing," the Grand Elder shouted. "Leave it to me." Shui Wuqing grasped the air, channeling his own spiritual energy to condense the blood essence of all into a massive blood sphere. He then astonishingly produced a sword. "Shui Wuqing, What are you doing? The Grand Elder's face changed dramatically. Without uttering a word, Shui Wuqing swung his sword through the air, striking the blood sphere, which exploded instantaneously. Flying snow sword technique. Break. Shui Wuqing plunged his sword downward, smashing it onto the core of the formation. Boom! The formation's core shattered, and countless individuals were struck by backlash, their faces turning pale, blood spurting forth. With some weaker ones fainting on the spot, the Grand Elder also suffered backlash, collapsing to the ground, his breath weaked in an instant. The disciples and elders of the Beastmaster sect were all gravely injured. Shui Wuqing, have you lost your mind? The Grand Elder screamed in outrage. All eyes turned towards him, shocked and enraged. Shui Wuqing had actually broken their formation. How could this be possible? Even Little White, Dehei, Erhei, and the multitude of wild beasts wore expressions of disbelief. Only Xiao Long's demeanor remained unchanged. I have a question for you all. When I initially stormed into the Fire Cloud sect and slaughtered all the elders, even Liao Huiyun was killed, yet I left him alive. Do you not find that peculiar? Xiao Long's words instantly stirred suspicion among the crowd. Indeed, given Xiao Long's meticulous nature, how could he have left behind the calamity that is Shui Wuqing? Shui Wuqing, heartless as you are, if you are truly heartless, why cling to that grudge against the Fire Cloud sect? Following them to take revenge on me, you have all misjudged him. Xiao Long spoke coolly. Shui Wuqing. Why? The Grand Elder glared in fury. Shui Wuqing replied coldly. Whoever can make me stronger, that is who I will follow. Lord Zhao's elixir has allowed me to break through to innate mastery. Following him is undoubtedly the right choice. You. The Grand Elder coughed up blood, collapsing unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Thunderchild's anger turned to derision. Well, very well. You dare to plot against my Beastmaster sect. Do you think that with just Shui Wuqing and your ragtag group, you can stir up much trouble? Now, add me into the mix. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold robe stepped forth. And me. Following him were two figures, both innate masters, Wang Jianfeng, Han Wuxia, Wang Mingao. Thunderchild's eyes widened. Senior Thunder, Lord Xiao is my esteemed guest. My apologies. Wang Jianfeng stood behind, subtly blocking Thunderchild's retreat. Wang Mingao, are you declaring war against my Beastmaster sect? Thunderchild inquired. I and Lord Han are friends of President Wan. Moreover, if I can seize this opportunity to gain the favor of a fourth-grade alchemist, this is a deal worth making. Wang Mingao shrugged helplessly. Han Wuxia positioned himself at another angle, the three forming a triangle to seal off Thunderchild's escape. Faced with this situation, Thunderchild's lips twitched slightly, his expression inscrutable. Hee. I had forgotten that you also bear the identity of a fourth-grade alchemist. Thunderchild surveyed his surroundings, standing tall amidst the encirclement, an indescribable, overwhelming aura emanating from him. Very well, today I, Thunderchild, shall risk my life to let you experience what true despair feels like. Thunderchild's pupils transformed into a brilliant blue, and storm clouds began to gather furiously around him, which he inhaled into his body. What? Wang Mingao's expression changed. Such wild spiritual, energy-laden storm clouds were simply consumed. Thunderchild raised the thunder seal, chanting incantations, summoning bolts of lightning in an instant. The sky darkened with thick clouds, thunder roaring ominously. Let me show you my ultimate killing move. Thunderchild spat a mouthful of his life essence blood upon the thunder seal. World-destroying thunder formation. In the oppressive dark sky, an enormous thundercloud, as large as a mountain, materialized, hundreds of feet wide, flickering with lightning, creating a stunning spectacle that even those on the ground could feel the weight of its presence. Thunderchild clenched the thunder seal, bellowing. Thunder strikes. Chapter 88. The Final Battle, Part 2. Suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. Four bolts of purple-black lightning, each 10 feet wide, descended from the enormous thundercloud, striking down upon the gathered crowd. Wang Jianfeng, Han Wuxia, Shui Wuqing, Wang Mingao, none were spared, all struck by the lightning. The four erupted with blood, their forms charred as they fell. In just a single exchange, all four were gravely injured. Each tier of innate mastery was worlds apart. These four innate martial artists could not withstand even a single strike from Thunderchild. Thunder strikes. Thunderchild roared again. The thunderous sound resonated. This time, the lightning did not strike immediately but instead coalesced in midair, forming a sphere of destructive, chaotic energy within the thundercloud. After a few breaths, that sphere of chaotic energy expanded to a width of over 100 feet, even larger than the thundercloud itself. Xiao Long's pupils constricted. This energy posed a threat even to him. Due to the excessive energy released, the giant thundercloud seemed unable to bear the strain, beginning to tremble violently, as if it were about to explode. Thunderchild's face paled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This strike will cost you your life. Thunderchild waved his hand, and the thunder seal shattered into fragments, world-destroying heaven's punishment. The earth-shattering explosion echoed in the sky. Now, Xiao Long concentrated his spirit into a single point, his soul's force rapidly coalescing in midair into an invisible blade. Mind blade, swish, it sliced through the air silently. Like a breeze passing by, Thunderchild's soul was suddenly cleaved open. Ah, 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 Thunderchild, in a frenzy, his blood-red eyes bulging. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Long unleashed the Mind Blade at the moment Thunderchild delivered his final strike, severely injuring him. Simultaneously, the massive destructive lightning crashed down, obliterating Xiao Long's doppelganger into nothingness. Lord Xiao, Wan Jianfeng, and the others cried out in alarm. Lord Xiao was just obliterated before their very eyes. Thunderchild was momentarily stunned by this sight, then threw back his head in wild laughter. Ha ha ha. To risk death just to inflict injury upon me, Xiao, you truly are full of surprises. Ha ha ha. Thunderchild laughed maniacally, seemingly mocking the other's ignorance that he had only suffered a blow to his soul, while the opponent had been utterly vanquished. Was this not foolishness? Though the Beastmaster sect had suffered heavy losses, killing the opposing leader, a fourth-grade alchemist, was a worthy trade. As Thunderchild contemplated capturing the remaining wild beasts, deciding who to kill and who to subdue, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed behind him. Silently, Thunderchild remained oblivious. Those two snakes are quite good. I shall keep them as mounts. The Thunder Lion King will become my spirit companion. And that fox should be delicious. I will catch it and stew it. While Thunderchild was lost in thought about his spoils, suddenly, under the horrified gazes of Wan Jianfeng and others, that a colossal python, stretching 100 meters in length, lashed its tail against the back of Tian Lazy. Boom! Like a mere sandbag, Tian Lazy was sent crashing down from the sky, embedding himself into the earth and creating a human-shaped pit. Who dares? Tian Lazy, disheveled and bewildered, rose to see a gigantic triangular head in the sky, its icy, merciless eyes fixated upon him, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. From whence does this serpent come? Tian Lazy mused in uncertainty. The immense serpent then opened its maw, unleashing a plume of purple-black flames. Boom! Thunder strikes. Without hesitation, Tian Lazy waved his hand, channeling a bolt of lightning, the clash of thunder and fire. The most ferocious energies of nature erupted in a cataclysmic collision. The ground trembled with a deafening explosion, a terrifying wave of energy radiating outward like a harbinger of doom, rendering many deaf, while a massive mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the sky amidst the blinding white light. Countless demonic beasts halted their battles, gazing in terror at the scene unfolding before them. From the epicenter of the explosion, two figures shot forth. Tian Lazy dug his claws into the ground, skidding back for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, he was disheveled and charred, with patches of skin burned away, revealing raw flesh beneath. Xiao Long, severely injured, reverted to a 1-meter-long black serpent, his scales largely shed, drenched in blood. All present were struck dumb by the sight. Unable to regain their composure, little did they know, this serpent was your true form. Tian Lazy's eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity as he fixed his gaze on the black-spined serpent, his voice low and ominous. What my true form is matters not. What matters is that you are doomed. With a flick of his tail, Xiao Long propelled himself forward with lightning speed. Tian Lazy grinned, swallowing 2 healing and soul-repairing pills, and surged ahead, his palms crackling with arcs of lightning as he descended upon Xiao Long. A fierce battle ensued between the man and the serpent. Boom, boom, boom. As Tian Lazy practiced the art of lightning, each of his movements crackled with electric energy, each strike accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Xiao Long, more agile, maneuvered beneath the 4 symbols 8 wastelands formation, rendering Tian Lazy unable to sense any fluctuations, forcing him to rely solely on his eyesight. After a prolonged struggle, he had yet to even graze Xiao Long's skin. In contrast, Xiao Long intermittently exhaled flames, scorching Tian Lazy with excruciating pain. Crack! Tian Lazy unleashed another bolt of lightning, retreating swiftly. Humph, I concede, in my current state, it is indeed challenging to slay you, but do not think I am without recourse. Tian Lazy lowered his body, bellowing. Beast soul transformation. Suddenly, 2 massive skeletal wings erupted from his back, feathers sprouting wildly. His form twisted and contorted as he transformed into a humanoid eagle. Whoosh! With a powerful flap of his wings, Tian Lazy ascended into the sky, his speed several times greater than before, darting towards a distant location. This is bad. Xiao Long's expression shifted dramatically. Tian Lazy had already appeared above Dehei and Erhei. If I cannot kill you, I shall seize your spirit serpent and see how you contend with me. With eagle-like talons, he grasped Dehei with one hand and Erhei with the other, lifting the 2 massive pythons high into the air. Dehei and Erhei struggled desperately, but Tian Lazy's palms crackled with lightning. sending countless arcs surging into their bodies, rendering them utterly paralyzed. Old fool, you seek death. Xiao Long's eyes burned crimson. Haha. Come chase me. Come on. With a flap of his wings, Tian Lazy soared into the sky, unleashing several bolts of lightning upon the 4 demon kings below. These beasts are of no use. They must die. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst a series of explosions, lightning struck the heads of the 4 demon kings, spilling red and white blood upon the ground, instantly killing them. Those 13 demon kings were forcibly controlled by the Beastmaster sect using secret methods. Should he leave, they would surely regain their true nature. Hence, he eradicated them all before his departure. Such ruthlessness is beyond barbaric. Chapter 89. Equality among all beings. Haha. Xiao, I shall slowly torment your 2 spirit serpents to death, if you wish for their lives. Come to the Beastmaster sect and plead with me. After leaving this taunt, Tian Lazy laughed maniacally and leaped away. His beast soul was an eagle, and with the innate power of a martial sovereign. None present could hope to pursue him. Numerous disciples of the Beastmaster sect remained, but Tian Lazy left without taking any of them, only Dahe and Erhe. Xiao Long understood that emotional ties could become vulnerabilities. The heartless were the most formidable. Dahe and Erhe were his vulnerabilities, while for Tian Lazy, even if all the disciples of the Beastmaster sect perished, it would not affect him in the slightest. This disparity put Xiao Long at a significant disadvantage. So what? I have proclaimed, you shall die today. Xiao Long's blood-red eyes burned with fury as the boiling blood within him evaporated rapidly, consuming most of his energy. Demonic blood escape. Whoosh. Xiao Long transformed into a streak of blood light, shooting skyward in pursuit of Tian Lazy. Demonic blood escape, originally a life-saving technique, was now repurposed for chasing. What? Sensing the black serpent drawing closer behind him, Tian Lazy could not help but exclaim in shock. Humph, ignorant insect. What of it if you catch up? Do you believe you can kill me? Tian Lazy laughed heartily, accelerating even more. Xiao Long closed the distance to 100 meters behind Tian Lazy, then shut his eyes. Instantly, terrifying waves of law rippled outward. Xiao Long was acutely aware of the side effects of the law's power. The stronger the target, the greater the backlash. If he were to use the time law against Tian Lazy, the cost would be unbearable. Yet, at this moment, he had no alternative. As Tian Lazy laughed maniacally, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He felt his speed diminishing. No, my speed has not decreased. Tian Lazy clearly saw the surrounding scenery twisting in a bizarre fashion. Xiao Long was closing in on him rapidly. What? Tian Lazy's face paled in horror. Xiao Long's icy pupils transformed into transparent orbs, resembling 2 glassy eyes. A thought spans a century. An invisible wave spread out. In the midst of Tian Lazy's terror-stricken expression, his hair turned white in an instant, his skin shriveled, and his flesh contracted, transforming him into a skeletal figure in mere moments, aging 100 years. Ah, how is this possible? Tian Lazy descended into madness. Puffed. Xiao Long coughed up blood, his serpent form suffering from the backlash of the law, his vitality waning, ultimately plummeting helplessly from the sky. Indeed, it seems I cannot kill him. Xiao Long sank into despair. The power of the time law was simply too vast. Aging a mid-stage martial sovereign by a century was the limit of Xiao Long's capabilities. Big brother, Dahe and Erhe's anxious thoughts flooded into his mind, prompting Xiao Long to chuckle ruefully. Dahe, Erhe, I shall impart to you the soul-locking secret art if Tian Lazy seeks to harm you. Seal your souls within the demon cores, and when I return, I will restore your physical forms. After teaching them the soul-locking secret art, Xiao Long fell from the sky, closing his eyes weakly. Big brother, Dahe and Erhe cried out in unison. Despair etched in their voices. Ah, damned serpent! What kind of trick is this? Tian Lazy was on the brink of insanity, acutely feeling his lifespan reaching its limit. Originally, he could have lived for nearly 100 more years. But now, with Xiao Long's single thought, a century of life had been consumed, leaving him as a mere skeletal figure. Though he maintained his cultivation, it would not be long before he aged and perished. The sheer horror of this bizarre fate nearly drove him mad. Suddenly, a thought struck Tian Lazy. Yes, the Beastmaster sect has those demon beast corpses. There may yet be a way to save myself. Grasping onto this glimmer of hope, Tian Lazy hurriedly flew toward the Beastmaster sect with the 2 serpents in tow. Big brother Xiao, big brother Xiao. Xiao Long could hear the cries of Xiao Bai and the roars of the surrounding beast horde. Yet he could not open his eyes to this moment. Within his consciousness, the orb containing the power of laws was slowly rotating, an abundance of insights and understandings flowing forth, accompanied by the power of laws. The orb, which had once diminished to a fraction of its original size, was gradually resizing Xiao Long's body, having suffered from the backlash of excessive use of the power of laws, was also slowly healing. The sect leader is dead, and the elder has fled. What shall we do now? The remaining disciples of the Beast Master sect exchanged fearful glances. They were completely surrounded by a horde of demonic beasts. With no escape in sight, kill them, the bloodthirsty Tiger King bellowed, and the demonic beasts surged forward, unleashing a massacre. Whimper, a surviving Bloodwolf King, sensing the peril, tucked its tail and attempted to flee. Die. Tian Lazy's eyes bulged with fury. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, cleaving the Bloodwolf King's head in two. Spare me. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect erupted into chaos, initially attempting to resist, but soon devolving into wails of despair. All beings are equal. Each of their hands was soaked in the blood of demonic beasts, countless beasts slain in their wake. Some even crafted necklaces from the teeth of the slain beasts. Symbols of glory, only to now perish in the jaws of the very beast they had slain. In mere moments, all the disciples of the Beastmaster sect lay dead, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies. Devoured by the demonic beasts. Sigh, the Beastmaster sect is finished. Han Wuxia lamented. Why must we engage in such reckless endeavors? Is this not courting death? Wang Mingao shook his head in sorrow. Yet, they all understood that with the strength of the Beastmaster sect, they could have easily thrived had they not encountered the formidable Xiao Long. Regrettably, Lord Xiao has also met his demise, resulting in mutual destruction. Wan Jianfeng felt an immense pang of sorrow. After all, it was a painstakingly forged alliance with a fourth-grade alchemist. And just like that, he was gone. However, Lord Xiao did not perish. At this moment, Shui Wuqing, who had remained silent for a long while, suddenly spoke up. He is not dead. Wan Jianfeng and the others turned to look at her in disbelief. We witnessed him being struck down by a bolt of lightning, reduced to nothingness. How can that be a falsehood? Wang Mingao asserted skeptically. I say he lives. Thus, he lives. Shui Wuqing offered no further explanation. She sheathed her sword, stepped into the void, and gracefully departed. The three of them exchanged glances. We should also take our leave. Remaining here serves no purpose. They concurred before departing in succession. Xiaobai, this is a storage ring left by the disciples of the beast-taming sect, which this king cannot utilize. Give it to Xiao Long, the Thunder Lion King said as he approached Xiaobai, opening his mouth to expel a multitude of storage rings. The lion pack behind him also dropped their own rings onto the ground, while the Ape Clan's beasts gathered a large number of rings, creating a small mountain of over 10,000 storage rings. Thank you. Xiaobai expressed her gratitude. Were it not for Xiao Long, my clan would have perished long ago. We owe him our thanks, the Thunder Lion King affirmed. Xiao Long is our deity. Indeed, it was Xiao Long who saved us. The multitude of beasts echoed in unison. Countless pairs of eyes fixed upon the fainted serpent lying on the ground, as if the wills of thousands of beasts coalesced into a singular entity. Never before had the beasts been so unified. Xiao Long was their god. At that moment, Xiao Long's eyelids fluttered. Chapter 90. The beast tide erupts. At this instant, within Xiao Long's consciousness, the orb of law had diminished by 1% as he absorbed endless insights into the laws. Under the baptism of this power, his body, previously ravaged by backlash, had completely healed. Finally, amidst the rapt attention of the beasts, Xiao Long opened his eyes. God. A roar akin to the roaring seas erupted, resounding through the heavens. A boundless ocean of beasts surged from the distance, surrounding the area. The will of the beasts transmitted from one to another, as all creatures in the mountains seemed to unite, with Xiao Long as the very core of this collective. Positioned at the center, Xiao Long could distinctly feel the immense will of the beasts. Brother Xiao, Xiaobai cried out in excitement. At this moment, Xiao Long, bathed in the power of the laws, floated in midair like a celestial being. He surveyed the infinite beasts, all gazing up at him with reverence and fervor. Esteemed ones. Xiao Long's voice deepened, laced with righteous fury. Are all beings not equal? As beasts, are we destined to be bullied? Are we meant to be slaughtered? Are we to be reduced to mere mounts for humans? Mere playthings? No. The beasts roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The beast-taming sect has committed heinous crimes against our kin. What shall be done? Exterminate them. The multitude of beasts cried. Xiao Long finally comprehended how the beast tide had erupted. In the realm of beasts, the strong prey upon the weak. All creatures fought for survival. Their wills often scattered. Following the large-scale slaughter of beasts by humans, a deep-seated animosity brewed, uniting the wills of all beasts into a cohesive force, launching a grand offensive against human realms. In previous beast tides, although the beasts' wills coalesced, they lacked a core, resulting in chaotic violence. Now, Xiao Long's will embodied their collective spirit. Kill. Xiao Long bellowed. As his command resonated, a cacophony of roars erupted. The endless multitude of beasts turned their gaze skyward, letting loose a clarion call of assault. Thunderous roars echoed as billions of beasts surged towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. The clouds overhead transformed into a dreadful crimson hue. Stained by boundless hatred, painting the sky red, an unprecedented epic beast tide was upon them. Haha, today has been profitable. I found over 10 beast cores and destroyed a serpent's nest. My livelihood is secured for half a year. I've also gained. Upon returning to the sect, I might exchange for high-grade yellow-level techniques, further enhancing my strength. At the outskirts of the Beast Mountain, disciples from various minor sects gathered around a bonfire. Roasting the carcass of a beast, laughing and chatting. We must thank the beast-taming sect. Each time they clear out beasts, we have the opportunity to profit. This time, it may be the largest scale yet. I heard over 10,000 people were deployed, with more than 20,000 tame beasts and 13 kings leading the charge. What a formidable sight! Laughter erupted among the crowd, oblivious to the looming danger. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the grass. What sound is that? Confusion spread among the people. Logically, the beasts in the vicinity should have been wiped out, and even if a few escaped, they should have been slain. Could someone be hiding? Whoever you are, come out. Without hesitation, a disciple unleashed a sword strike. Clang! The sound of iron colliding rang out as a massive triangular head emerged from the grass. The sword strike landed on the giant serpent's head, producing sparks, yet failing to penetrate its scales. A demon general, many gasped in shock. With a swift motion, the giant serpent lunged forward, swallowing 3 individuals whole. Run! Chaos ensued, but before they could escape, a massive eagle swooped down, killing one, while a gigantic wolf pounced, severing another's head. In an instant, all were dead. Help! Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired at different locations in the Beast Mountain. These beasts did not charge in a mad rush like past tides. Instead, they lay in wait. Once revealed, they struck with ferocious precision, annihilating all. This ambush instinct, honed during their stealth against the beast-taming sect, was now deployed in the beast tide, resulting in the demise of any humans who laid eyes upon them. The human presence within the Beast Mountain dwindled. Ultimately, a severely injured cultivator managed to escape, bringing awareness to the masses that numerous powerful beasts had infiltrated the outskirts of the mountain. Roar! The myriad beasts roared in unison, shaking the very mountain. No longer hiding, they charged down the slopes, targeting the nearby human sections. The beast tide had erupted. This is grave, quickly informed the sect leader. Panic-stricken, the people fled back to their sections. The multitude of beasts pursued relentlessly, their roars echoing ominously. Within mere hours, sects such as the Sword-Seeking sect, the Dan Grass sect, and the Earth Fiend sect suffered attacks from the beasts. Those with slightly greater strength might withstand a few encounters, but the weaker sects fell victim to a powerful demon general breaking through their defenses, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Humans who had previously hunted beasts bore a faint aura of bloodlust, and the beast's keen senses singled them out for brutal retribution, leaving them in tatters. Conversely, small villages along the roadside faced fewer assaults, as the beast primarily targeted large towns and sections we cannot hold. To Fire Cloud City, one of the 4 major fortified cities, boasted a strong garrison that might withstand the onslaught. It was their only hope. The residents of Qingyang Town were utterly horrified, fleeing their homes toward the nearest refuge, Fire Cloud City. At the gates of Fire Cloud City, a throng of desperate souls surged toward the entrance, all seeking sanctuary. The city lord, Han Wuxia, ordered all gates to be open wide to accommodate the influx of refugees. Guards, if any beasts approach, show no mercy, Han Wuxia commanded. Yes, on the city walls, thousands of archers readied their bows, while countless cultivators stood vigilant. Wang Minggao, along with the newly recruited disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, held their ground at the city gates. Han Wuxia gazed into the endless horizon, where the tumultuous horde of beasts raced forward, inwardly praying for survival through this calamity. As time passed, the beast army finally descended upon Fire Cloud City. Yet, the closer the beasts drew, the more grim Han Wuxia's expression became. The scale of these beasts could no longer be described as merely thousands. It was an infinite tide, numbering in the billions, stretching for miles beyond Fire Cloud City, with no end in sight. Among them, Han Wuxia discerned no fewer than 20 demon kings interspersed within the horde. Over. Han Wuxia's heart sank to the depths of despair. The faces of the soldiers turned ashen. This was a national disaster. Han Wuxia sighed, shaking his head. The Tianfeng kingdom was doomed. A beast tide of such magnitude could never be repelled by a mere star-grade empire. Roar! The beast roared in unison. The archers pulled back their bows. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the multitude of beasts, after their deafening roar, did not charge forward. Instead, they methodically fanned out, dividing into 2 groups, circumventing Fire Cloud City and heading toward its rear. Chapter 91. National shock. This scene left everyone utterly baffled. City Lord, should we fire? One archer inquired. Hold. Han Wuxia waved his hand, instructing all archers to lower their bows, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The endless sea of beasts veered away from Fire Cloud City, maintaining a distance of 1 mile. What is happening? Han Wuxie was deeply perplexed at a beast tide of this scale, with numerous demon kings leading. Could easily obliterate the city's defenses and raise the walls in a single charge. Why were they bypassing Fire Cloud City? Was this the nature of beasts? Han Wuxie and Wang Migao simultaneously thought of a certain individual. That Lord Xiao, who resides in the Beast Mountain range year-round and befriends the ferocious beasts. Could it be that these creatures heed his command? Upon this realization, both men felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, they had chosen to assist Wan Jianfeng back then, albeit minimally. Simply showing their stance was enough for Lord Xiao to remember their kindness. Thank goodness they had not been foolish. Han Wuxie, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. All soldiers, heed my command. Do not attack any beasts. Those who disobey shall be executed. Han Wuxie ordered immediately. Yes, under the tense gaze of countless onlookers. The tide of beasts veered away from Huiyun City, gradually receding into the distance. However, the vast ocean of beasts remained boundless, leaving one to wonder when it would finally disperse. That very night, the beast-taming sect initiated a reclamation effort outside Huiyun City, triggering an unprecedented, epic tide of beasts, an event that swept through the entire Tianfeng kingdom like a tempest. From the nobility of the royal city to the common folk, all were left aghast upon hearing the news. The following day, intelligence reports from the royal city revealed the destruction of 5 medium-sized cities, 36 small cities, and the annihilation of countless martial artist strongholds, while the smaller villages, lacking in martial prowess, remained unscathed. As for the myriad martial sects, their numbers were incalculable, including the renowned Wenjian sect and Disha sect, both of which fell victim to the chaos. Fortunately, some disciples from these sects managed to flee to Huiyun City for refuge, preserving a fragment of their lineage. This led to speculation. Why had Huiyun City not been attacked by the beasts? As one of the 4 great garrison cities, second only to the royal city and the border hub of Tianya City, Huiyun City possessed a degree of defensive capability. Yet against such a massive tide of beasts, it was but a paper tiger, destined for obliteration. Strangely, the tide of beasts circumvented Huiyun City entirely, marching resolutely northward, without even a hint of aggression toward other locations. This prompted a wave of suspicion. Had the beasts become timid, afraid for their lives? Surely, this time they were more cunning than ever, fearing death. Haha. Though Huiyun City may be vulnerable, it can still take down a few beast kings. Those kings must be terrified, hence their bullying of the smaller sects. On the battlements of Indu City, the guards laughed and joked, seemingly dismissing the nearby tide of beasts. Ever since the Indu sect was destroyed, its gates appeared to have been seized by a bandit chief of semi-innate prowess. This chief, with a notorious penchant for women, had ravaged countless maidens of Indu City during his occupation, while his underlings wreaked havoc throughout the city, plunging it into chaos. The city lord, Yin Tian, once a master of innate prowess himself, failed to restore order in Indu City and instead colluded with the bandit chief, neglecting his duties. Under such circumstances, Indu City had devolved into a lawless, disorderly realm. However, to be fair, Indu City had never been particularly admirable even during the days of Guyu. Here they come. Brace yourselves. The soldiers on the battlement straightened at the sight of the ominous beast horde in the distance, not for the sake of battle, but to put on a show for their lord. Yin Tian glided down from afar, his piercing gaze sweeping over the soldiers, nodding in satisfaction. Very well. If we withstand this beast tide, I shall petition the royal city for rewards. Each of you shall receive a bountiful reward. Yes, the soldiers responded excitedly. Brother Yin, hurry up. I'm growing impatient, shouted a burly man from below the battlements. What a rush. This is a once-in-a-millennium beast tide. We must at least put on a front. Yin Tian scoffed, leaping down to walk alongside the burly man. Once Yin Tian departed, the soldiers quickly reverted to their previous languor. Brothers, shall we head to the Yihong building tonight for a feast? Sounds good. You're treating. Haha. Once the rewards arrive, it will be no problem. The men chatted merrily, as if they were certain the beast would not dare assault Indu City. Meanwhile, the tide of beasts had advanced to within a mile, their heads raised, revealing the dark mass of creatures ahead. Roar. The beasts bellowed in unison. What are you roaring about? Get lost. The soldiers on the battlements yelled angrily. Damn it. Watch me scare them off with a stone. One soldier picked up a rock and hurled it at the horde. Roar. Ow. The beasts howled in fury as they charged toward Indu City. Hey, something feels off. What's wrong? The tide of beasts is getting closer. Someone exclaimed in alarm. What? The guards on the battlements suddenly awakened to the reality. When they looked down from the walls, their eyes nearly popped out. They saw the tide of beasts had surged to within 100 meters of the city walls. Mere breaths away from the gates. Disaster strikes. Quickly call for the Lord and request reinforcements. Flee. Upon encountering the tide of beasts, the soldiers' first instinct was to call for help. The second was to escape. Boom. A massive, rampaging rhinoceros crashed against the city gates, shaking the entire wall. Crash! A large hole was smashed into the gates. I'll take care of this, a black bear beast king growled, slamming its chest with a mighty roar as it charged forward. Its enormous body crashing into the gates. Boom! Bricks and stones rained down as the gates shattered into fragments. The black bear beast king struck down with a paw, creating a gaping hole in the wall, sending soldiers tumbling down, only to be snatched away by soaring eagle beasts before they hit the ground. Roar! Awo! The chilling roars of the beasts soared into the heavens. Kill! Exterminate the humans! Revenge! A throng of beasts surged into the city, their cries echoing with a terrifying intensity. Inside the Yihong building, the burly man with a black face laughed heartily alongside Yen Tian, each embracing a woman while drinking. Can you believe the luck of Huiyun City? The beasts didn't even attack. Yen Tian mocked with a laugh. Isn't it because they fear for their lives? Huiyun City, for all its faults, is still a garrison city. The beasts won't dare to act against a major city. Haha, who cares? Let us drink, the burly man guffawed. Boom, boom, boom. As they reveled, a commotion erupted outside, shaking the Yihong building. Who dares to cause a ruckus? Yen Tian exclaimed, rising angrily. Damn it, you're ruining my fun. Even the king of heaven wouldn't be spared. The burly man grumbled, carelessly slapping the woman beside him aside as he rose to the window. Who? Come out if you dare. He poked his head out of the window. Whoosh! A foul wind swept through. As he leaned out, a massive paw crashed down upon his head. With a thunderous sound, his skull shattered into fragments. Chapter 92. Unity of Heaven and Man. What's happening? Yen Tian shouted. Suddenly, a gigantic bear paw descended from the rooftop. Boom! The entire Yihong building crumbled. Yen Tian soared into the air, hovering above the street. As he floated there, he was instantly struck dumb. All around him, an endless army of beasts surged forth from the city gates like a tidal wave. Roar! In the forefront, the black bear king pounded its chest in fury. Above, a griffin king hovered, gazing down at him. Behind, a golden-horned giant deer loomed. All around him, beast kings surrounded him in layers. It was over. Yen Tian's face turned ashen. A day later, news arrived. One of the 4 great garrison cities, Indu City, had been utterly annihilated. Aside from a few ordinary citizens who managed to escape, not a single human martial artist was left alive. The nation fell silent in mourning. In the Beast Mountain Range, the lair of the ape clan, Xiao Long coiled in the center of the cavern, enveloped by a dense flow of spiritual energy, cleansing his meridians and mending his injuries. Having purchased several 4th-grade healing pills from the Myriad Realms marketplace, he spent merely 3 days restoring all the injuries he had harbored. Xiao Long opened his eyes. An indescribable, overwhelming aura surged forth, parting the clouds above. Soon, it won't be long before I break through to the 1st-tier Beast King. Xiao Long glanced at the experience meter. As long as he trained within the supreme spiritual vein, his experience points continuously accumulated. Now reaching 80, he looked at the side, where Huang Mao sat cross-legged, completely motionless. With his 5th-tier battle saint body, Huang Mao's injuries had long since healed, and he likely remained unconscious due to some fortuitous encounter. Suddenly, Huang Mao radiated a dazzling glow, and the spiritual energy of the cavern surged toward him, flooding into his body like an enlightening stream. Xiao Long observed with keen interest. Under such a rich influx of spiritual energy, Huang Mao's aura escalated dramatically, from the peak of the 7th-tier Beast General to the 8th tier, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the 9th-tier Beast General. Standing victorious after the breakthrough, he had ascended 2 levels. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the ancient giant ape clan, Xiao Long marveled at this moment. Huang Mao finally opened his eyes. Boss. The first thing Huang Mao did upon awakening was scan his surroundings. Searching for Xiao Long upon spotting him beside, he sighed in relief. By the way, boss, what happened to that scoundrel Qin Feng and the beast-taming sect? Huang Mao asked hurriedly. I burned Qin Feng to ashes, and the beast-taming sect retreated, allowing Tian Lazy to escape. However, an unprecedented large-scale beast tide has erupted in the Beast Mountain Range, heading straight for the beast-taming sect. Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. Damn it! Huang Mao slapped his forehead, seemingly regretful about his earlier defeat by Qin Feng. The ancient giant ape clan was fiercely competitive, refusing to accept failure. Huang Mao perfectly inherited this trait. If I were to fight that scoundrel again, I guarantee I would make him weep. Huang Mao exclaimed furiously. Oh, Huang Mao, you're awake. At that moment, Xiaobai leaped in from outside, a purple flower clutched in her mouth, a spiritual herb she had discovered. Sister Xiaobai, Huang Mao rubbed his head and chuckled foolishly. Oh, you've even broken through to the 9th rank of demon generals. Splendid. Xiaobai grinned. By the way, where are Dehei and Erhei? Huang Mao suddenly recalled something and asked eagerly. Xiao Bai fell silent. Xiao Long remained wordless, yet a terrifying aura of slaughter emanated from him, leaving Huang Mao feeling shaken. Dahe and Erhe have been captured by Tian Lei Zi. Xiao Bai said bitterly. Without uttering a word, Xiao Long rose indifferently and strode towards the distance. We must go to the beast-taming sect and rescue Dahe and Erhe. Xiao Bai hurriedly followed behind. The beast-taming sect? Damn it. Huang Mao clenched his fists and leaped forward like an arrow, chasing into the distance. The beast-taming city was situated in the central region of the Tianfeng kingdom. The beast tide surged northward from the southern city of Huiyun, slaughtering everything in its path, obliterating all sects. That it was only due to Xiao Long's will that the beast tide did not spread freely. Otherwise, it would have engulfed the entire Tianfeng kingdom, leading to utter catastrophe. The speed of Xiao Long, Huang Mao, and Xiao Bai surpassed that of ordinary demon kings, and within a day, they caught up to the beast tide army. At this moment, the beast tide was still 100 miles from the beast-taming city, estimated to arrive in less than 2 hours. The talented disciples of the beast-taming sect. How can we fear the demon beasts? Annihilate them. To uphold the honor of our sect. Kill. At the forefront of the beast tide, several disciples of the beast-taming sect activated their beast soul transformation and charged headlong into the tide, only to be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. These disciples were guardians of the sect, not involved in the initial exploration. Now, facing the encroaching beast tide, they rushed to the front lines. Launching suicidal attacks. One individual, before dying, managed to slay a demon beast, only to be torn apart by the ensuing horde, leaving this world with a bitter heart. Another broke through during battle, killing 3 demon beasts, only to be overwhelmed and perish. A peak expert of the true condensation realm charged into the fray, slaying dozens of demon beasts, before being personally killed by a demon king. Xiao Long witnessed it all. Humans slaughtering demons, demons killing humans. Everything was fair. His expression was indifferent, devoid of joy or sorrow. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He recalled encountering a small-scale beast tide in his youth during his previous life, when he was merely a nascent ant. Witnessing his kind being slaughtered, he had rushed forward without hesitation, transforming into a so-called champion of justice, slaying demon beasts and repelling wave after wave of attacks, earning resounding applause. Later, his sect rewarded him with a congenital spiritual treasure for his valor in defending against the beasts. After receiving the reward, Xiao Long had proudly vowed to eradicate all demon beasts, to rid the world of their menace. How was I different from these passionate youths back then? Xiao Long couldn't help but smile. As Xiao Long grew, he witnessed countless tragedies of extermination, even entire nations being wiped out, leading to his emotional numbness. Now, he observed the beast tide from an entirely different perspective. In his past life, he always thought from a human standpoint. Upon seeing the outbreak of a beast tide, he could not resist donning the guise of a righteous figure to assist. In this life, as he empathized with the demon beasts, seeing them slaughtered ignited a similar fury within him, a desire for revenge against humanity. To be human is to think as a human does. To be a demon is to understand the wrath of the beasts. Xiao Long closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it seemed as if something had changed within. Boss, what is this? Huang Mao exclaimed in shock. He clearly saw Xiao Long levitating, as if merging with the natural environment, becoming one with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This was the legendary unity of man and nature. Chapter 93. Crushing like withered grass. Unexpectedly, I comprehended the unity of man and nature while still a demon general. Xiao Long mused inwardly. Unity of man and nature signifies a perfect alignment of the physical body with nature, enabling one to effortlessly manipulate the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for personal use. Most individuals only achieve this state upon reaching the sovereign king realm, forcibly aligning themselves with the natural laws. However, a select few demon beasts possess a special constitution that inherently embodies this state, such as Xiao Bai, who is even more powerful due to her celestial spirit body. Let us go. I can sense that Dahe and Erhe are just ahead. Xiao Long urged, rushing forward. The beast tide seemed to sense Xiao Long's urgency and surged forward, crushing anything in their path, unable to even be delayed for a moment. In mere moments, the beast tide reached the outskirts of the beast-taming city. Unlike other cities, the beast-taming city was a magnificent fortress built within a grand canyon, its walls towering over 100 meters high, stretching an astonishing several dozen miles wide, over twice the width of Huiyun City. The walls bristled with heavy artillery, crossbows, and other devastating weapons. Due to the multitude of demon beasts in the canyon vicinity, the defenses of the beast-taming city ranked among the top 4 in the realm, second only to the imperial city and the border city of Tianya. For centuries, the beast-taming city had faced countless beast tides, never once breached. earning the title of the indestructible city, the graveyard for demon beasts. Yet, against such an endless, epic beast tide, this was still insufficient. At this moment, thousands of soldiers stood beside heavy weaponry, bracing for the inevitable assault. Among them were countless experts. A mere sweep of Xiao Long's divine sense revealed 3 innate experts, 2 tamed demon kings, and over 30 peak experts of the true condensation realm. He was surprised to discover the depth of the beast-taming city's resources. Xiao Long scoffed internally. But what of it? Among the beast tide, there were over 100 demon kings alone, not to mention thousands of demon generals and countless ordinary demon beasts. Even deploying less than 1/10 of their forces would suffice to raze the beast-taming city to the ground. Prepare for battle, commanded Luo Tiangang, the city lord of the beast-taming city. At that moment, Luo Tiangang suddenly noticed a serpent floating out from the beast tide. This serpent was pitch black, with a horn atop its head, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth as it floated naturally. The black serpent halted at a distance of 1 mile from the city tower. O the lord of the beast-taming city, I, Xiao, am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. If you surrender Tian Lei Zi and all the disciples of the beast-taming sect, I may spare the lives of the citizens. Xiao Long's voice resonated through the spiritual energy, echoing far and wide, clearly heard by all on the city tower. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that the serpent could speak human language. Luo Tiangang, however, was well informed, having heard of such a sentient serpent before, and was not surprised. Do you think I would believe the words of a beast? Luo Tiangang retorted coldly. You will believe it, whether you wish to or not. I am not negotiating. I am offering you a chance. Xiao Long's gaze was devoid of warmth. Very well. I can agree to your terms. Luo Tiangang replied with a knowing smile, then waved his hand, his expression turning cold. Open fire. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons on the tower blared, all aimed at Xiao Long in the sky, unleashing a barrage. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, archers released a torrential rain of arrows, darkening the sky as they flew toward Xiao Long. Xiao Long opened his mouth, unleashing a massive black-purple fireball hundreds of feet wide. Any arrows or cannon fire that touched the fireball were instantly reduced to ashes. Activate the defensive formation, Luo Tiangang shouted in alarm. Boom, the black-purple fireball crashed against the city wall with relentless force. It was met by an invisible barrier that immediately cracked like a spider's web, teetering on the brink of collapse. I gave you a chance. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Xiao Long shook his head, his patience worn thin. All demons, heed my command. Let us cleanse the beast-taming city with blood. Roar. The beast-tide army roared in unison, akin to a surging tsunami, charging toward the beast-taming city. Over 100 demon kings gathered spiritual energy beneath their feet, levitating into the air, aligning themselves with the top of the city walls. My heavens, the soldiers atop the walls turned pale, some even trembling. Dropping their bows in fear. Kill. With a single command from Xiao Long, over 100 demon kings charged forth, the spiritual energy surging, a foul wind sweeping across, the terrifying aura of the demon kings engulfing the entire area. Many weaker soldiers could not withstand the pressure and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Loose arrows. Luo Tiangang fixed his gaze forward. Having served as city lord for many years, he had encountered countless beast tides. Even a large-scale tide involving 10 demon kings had been repelled before. He was confident that even if the beast-taming city were ultimately breached, he could take down half of the enemy's demon kings with him. Whoosh, whoosh, a rain of arrows was unleashed, dense and overwhelming. The beast-taming city had experienced numerous small-scale beast tides over the centuries, accumulating extensive knowledge of the demon's weaknesses. These arrows were imbued with penetration runes, making it difficult for even a demon king to withstand being struck. A fierce wind arose. Fierce-winged griffin, golden-winged mad eagle, and cloud eagle king, along with many avian demon kings, flapped their vast wings, conjuring an endless whirlwind of spiritual energy that swept forth. Long before the arrow rain could reach, it was dispersed by the violent gusts. Roar. Dozens of massive savage beast demon kings charged through the air, their physical bodies crashing forward, shattering the city's defensive formation in a single breath. Fire! Quickly fire! Luo Tiangang exclaimed in shock. Tian Lei, led by the Thunder Lion King, numerous thunder-based demon kings summoned lightning in an instant. The sky was adorned with countless thunderclouds, from which bolts of lightning struck down. Boom! Boom, boom, the thunder flashed brilliantly. Before the cannons atop the city tower could even fire a shot, they were struck by the thunder, rendered completely inoperable. What? Luo Tiangang slumped back into his chair, his face ashen. Everyone around him was left speechless. Were these truly beasts? They resembled a highly disciplined army. It dawned on Luo Tiangang just how terrifying this demon army truly was. Boom, below. The city gate finally exploded under the relentless assaults of Huang Mao and numerous demon generals. Kill. The army stationed within the city charged forth, but alas, faced with the endless tide of beasts, they were as powerless as a man is attempting to stop a chariot, unable to delay for even a second. And were instantly crushed. Save me, run. Cries of humanity echoed from below the city tower, only to be soon drowned out by the ceaseless roars of beasts. Besides Luo Tiangang, there were 2 innate masters and 2 tamed demon kings atop the tower. Yet facing over 100 demon kings, they were as pale as Luo Tiangang, devoid of the courage to act. Spare my life. Please, great demon lords, let me go. The 2 were utterly terrified, trembling as they knelt and begged for mercy. Both were early innate martial artists, initially intending to flee if they couldn't win, but were dragged here by Luo Tiangang to bolster their ranks. The outcome, however, was contrary to expectations. They truly could not fight back. And even the chance to escape was snatched away. Under the cohesive assault of this demon king army, the city wall's defense crumbled like paper, breached within mere breaths, leaving no room for resistance. Luo Tiangang gritted his teeth, filled with immense rage, declaring, "I can surrender Tian Lazy and the people of the Beast Control sect." Hearing this, Xiao Long scoffed. "City Lord of Beast Control, I once offered you a chance, but you failed to cherish it. Remember, demons are not so easily placated as humans." With a thought, Xiao Long invoked his innate skill enhancement, causing his originally slender serpentine form to swell to 100 meters in length. The colossal serpent raised its head, coldly gazing at him. "That I respect you as a man. I shall give you one opportunity. Make your move." Luo Tiangang stood, sensing Xiao Long's aura, his heart swelling with joy. A mere 10th level demon general dares to speak so arrogantly? Very well. I shall send you on your way. Luo Tiangang propelled himself into the sky, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a colossal iron fist. Striking down towards Xiao Long with lightning speed. As an early innate martial artist, he had yet to encounter a demon general capable of enduring a single punch from him. "It is over." Xiao Long shook his head, unleashing a dense, purple-black flame. Boom! Once touched by the purple-black flame, Luo Tiangong's body turned pitch black in an instant, his flesh peeling away, reduced to a pile of charred remains in a mere breath. Thud! His lifeless body fell. "You have slain a level 22 wild beast, gaining 225,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 50. The city lord is dead." Witnessing this scene, everyone atop the tower collapsed to the ground. As though all strength had abandoned them. "I shall send you on your way." Xiao Long unleashed another torrent of flames, enveloping all beings upon the city wall in purple-black fire. "No, spare me." Amidst the screams, the 2 innate masters, the 2 demon kings, and thousands of ordinary martial artists were all reduced to ashes. "You have slain a level 21 wild beast, gaining 120,000 experience points." "You have slain a level 20 wild beast, gaining 20,000 experience points." Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 21. You require 10 million experience points for the next level. Congratulations, you have advanced to Demon King status, allowing for 1 evolution. Do you wish to evolve immediately? Evolution requires 1 hour. Please ensure you are not interrupted. After slaying thousands of martial artists, Xiao Long finally broke through to the first-tier Demon King, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, ignoring the system's prompts. His mind was solely focused on charging into the Beast Control sect to rescue Dehei and Erhei. "Huang Mao, Xiao Bai, follow me." Xiao Long transformed into a streak of black lightning, dashing into the heart of Beast Control City, with Huang Mao and Xiao Bai close behind. "Xiao, I shall accompany you." The Thunder Lion King emerged from the beast tide, trailing behind Xiao Long. This moment, the tidal wave of beasts had already surged into Beast Control City, wreaking havoc, with sounds of slaughter and beast roars echoing from all directions. Xiao Long and the other demons broke away from the group. Racing inward, Beast Control City was vast, nearly 4 times the area of Firecloud City. With the Beast Control sect situated beyond the northern city wall, the city's defenses were primarily concentrated around the southern gate. As some residents spotted Xiao Long and the others charging towards them, their faces turned pale, scattering in fear. However, Xiao Long paid them no mind, not even casting a glance, as he pressed towards the north. The demons moved freely, leaping over the northern city wall and arriving before the entrance of the Beast Control sect. This place was a circular valley, reminiscent of the site where Xiao Long initially established his cave dwelling. With the grand entrance situated at the valley's mouth, this moment, 2 elder guardians sat cross-legged on either side of the entrance. What demon dares to intrude upon the Beast Control sect? The 2 elders, startled by the commotion, shouted sternly. Bang! Bang! Xiao Long whipped his tail, crushing the 2 to death. There was no need for courtesy when dealing with the Beast Control sect. Kill them all. Leave none alive. With these words, Xiao Long surged through the entrance, What to do? What should I do? Inside the Beast King Hall of the Beast Control sect, a frail and emaciated elder paced back and forth, unable to sit still. Behind him lay two enormous black-spined snakes, both ensnared in a formation and currently unconscious. Since returning, Tian Lazy had been diligently researching how to break this peculiar state of aging. He had tried various methods and consumed countless elixirs, all to no avail. Just yesterday, he had even summoned the renowned Tian Feng Dan Wang from the royal city for a diagnosis, only to hear the grave words that sank his heart. This is natural aging. You have at most a few days left, and there is nothing I can do. Natural aging? How could this be? Tian Lazy refused to believe it, convinced that it was a false appearance caused by some sinister sorcery that had deteriorated his body's functions. Damn you snakes, if you do not free me from this curse, I shall skin your two brothers alive. Tian Lazy glared fiercely at Dehei and Erhei, who lay in the corner. At that moment, the sounds of battle and cries echoed from outside. This is bad. An elder rushed in, panic-stricken. Great elder, outside there are demons, demon kings. They've breached the gates. Tian Lazy narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Just in time. He had intended to wait a few more days. If the enemy did not arrive, he would venture to the Beast Mountain himself. Yet here they were, delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Let us meet them. Tian Lazy seized the unconscious Dehei and Erhei, soaring out of the Beast King Hall. Upon emerging, he beheld the ground, rooftops, trees, and rivers strewn with the corpses of Beast Control sect disciples and tamed beasts. No, the elder cried out in despair. Tian Lazy, however, remained impassive. His own life was of far greater importance than these losses. Tian Lazy. A furious roar reverberated from the skies above. Tian Lazy looked up to see Xiao Long suspended in midair. His blood-red eyes locked onto him. Before him stood Huang Mao, Xiao Bai, and the Thunder Lion King, all brimming with rage. Ha! You arrived just in time. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. Tian Lazy sneered, raising the unconscious Dehei and Erhei. Quickly, lift this aging curse from me, or I shall skin these two serpents alive before your very eyes. Tian Lazy laughed boisterously, his palm gripping a scale, poised to tear it away at that moment. Xiao Long opened his eyes. His icy pupils transformed into a translucent hue, akin to glass. In an instant, the sky seemed to dim, and an invisible force rippled outward, sweeping over Tian Lazy and everything around them. Time stood still. Ding! Everything came to a halt. Huang Mao froze in place, fallen leaves suspended in midair, no longer drifting down. The ripples on the water solidified, and even the insects in flight were frozen in mid-flight. The surrounding scene presented an eerie state of stasis. Tian Lazy retained his laughing expression, his hands still frozen on the scale, his gaze unmoving, resembling a statue. This. Tian Lazy's thoughts nearly ceased, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable terror. In the depths of his fear, Xiao Long slowly approached him. Die! Boom! With a powerful flick of his tail, Xiao Long shattered Tian Lazy's head. Following that, his arms, torso, and limbs. Xiao Long, seemingly in a frenzy, lashed out with his serpentine tail, reducing Tian Lazy to a grotesque mess of flesh. There was no blood, no screams, not a sound. Tian Lazy was transformed into a heap of minced flesh, suspended in the air, his terrified eyes still fixed on his shattered head, unblinking. Time stood still. After a fleeting thought, 100 years passed. Xiao Long comprehended the ultimate killing move. Gulu. In this bizarre state of suspension, lasting roughly 5 seconds, at last, blood began to spout from Tian Lazy's throat, his eyes starting to move. Xiao Long knew the time limit of the stasis was nearing its end. He coiled around Dehei and Erhei, swiftly retreating. Crash! Tian Lazy's dismembered body fell apart. Blood and flesh sprawled everywhere. Ugh! Tian Lazy let out a whimper, as if wishing to say something, but he lacked the strength. Gasping his last breath, you have slain the level 25 boss monster, gaining 1,900,000 experience points. Experience bonus for defeating higher level enemies. 80, boss experience bonus. 200. Who? Xiao Long exhaled deeply, feeling the world spin before him. And finally, he could no longer hold on, collapsing helplessly. Brother Xiao. Xiao Bai caught him, panicking. Brother Xiao, what's wrong? I'm fine, just need a few days to rest, Xiao Long replied weakly. The power of the laws was ultimately beyond his control. If he had invoked the destructive powers of the flame or thunder laws, his body would have likely exploded before he could even think to use them. Only the mysterious and elusive law of time could be wielded at his current strength. Brother Xiao, where is Tian Lazy? The Thunder Lion King, just regaining his senses, realized that Tian Lazy had inexplicably turned into a pile of minced meat. What? The Thunder Lion King's face was one of shock. What is happening? He had only felt a moment of dizziness, and the next, Tian Lazy had disintegrated before him, leaving him bewildered. Brother Xiao suddenly appeared weakened, likely having used some forbidden technique to slay Tian Lazy with such ferocity. The more the Thunder Lion King thought about it, the more incredulous it became. Xiao Long, forcing himself to rise, crawled over to Da He and Er He. Upon inspecting the injuries of the two snakes, his heart burned with fury. He discovered that their meridians had been ravaged by lightning, their vital energy completely drained, and their muscles shattered, to prevent Xiao Long from probing with his spiritual consciousness into Da He and Er He's condition. Tian Lazy had even set up a shielding formation on their bodies. This method was utterly brutal. Such injuries would be difficult to heal with even a fourth-grade elixir, if not for Xiao Long's access to the myriad world's marketplace. He would have likely been forced to freeze Da He and Er He, waiting until he had the strength to revive them. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the injuries of Da He and Er He, Huang Mao and Xiao Bai gritted their teeth, wishing they could flay Tian Lazy's corpse once more. Xiao Long said nothing, but his pupils grew even colder, as if the temperature around them had dropped. Elder Taishang! Elder Taishang! At that moment, the remaining elders and disciples of the beast-taming sect rushed out, glaring angrily at the scene of the beast. How dare these beasts take advantage of Elder Taishang's waning years to launch a surprise attack? Today, I shall capture you and turn you into dried corpses to hang in beast-taming city. One elder of the 10th level of the true condensation realm, seething with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Demon suppression formation. Boom! Just as the elders shouted, a dark staff fell from the sky, smashing his head to pieces. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The once furious crowd was abruptly awakened to reality. In the past, they had been invincible, easily crushing any resistance from beasts, leading them to develop a delusion of victory. However, today, the roles had reversed. Reality revealed that they were no longer hunters, and the beasts were no longer prey. They had become the hunted. Da He, Er He, I will avenge you. Xiao Long set Da He and Er He down, his cold serpent eyes sweeping over the members of the beast-taming sect. Under the gaze of those eyes, everyone trembled and retreated. The beast-taming sect, with its 1,000-year history, had slain and enslaved countless beasts. Xiao Long crawled slowly towards them, his body gradually enlarging, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal serpent. All beings are equal. I shall make you remember. Beasts shall not be humiliated. With those words, Xiao Long opened his mouth, a tempest rising, and with one breath, consumed the sky. Innate skill. Devour. Chapter 96. It is finished. No. Save me. Amidst the panicked cries, countless individuals were drawn into the air, swallowed into his inner world. In his past life, Xiao Long had abhorred the thought of devouring people, but for the disciples of the beast-taming sect, stained with the blood of beasts, they deserve to be killed in the most beastly manner. You have slain a level 13 wild monster, gaining 3,000 experience points. You have devoured a level 13 wild monster, gaining 3,000 experience points. You have slain a level 15 wild monster, gaining 5,000 experience points. You have devoured a level 15 wild monster, gaining 5,000 experience points. You have slain. Moments later, the winds calmed. The square, once bustling with people, was now utterly still, all disciples and elders of the beast-taming sect drawn into his inner world, transformed into a wave of experience. The vast square lay bare before him. Thus, the beast-taming sect, the foremost sect of the Tianfeng kingdom with a history spanning a millennium, was obliterated by Xiao Long, with not a single elder or disciple remaining. Xiao Long exhaled, a faint smile gracing his lips. As if the shackles within him had finally been lifted. At last, it is over. The sect that had tormented and enslaved countless beasts for years had finally been destroyed. The beast-tide army of beast-taming city seemed to sense Xiao Long's will. Roaring to the heavens, releasing ecstatic beastly howls that shook the earth. In the sky, the clouds, once stained blood-red with hatred, began to lighten. Hatred was dissipating. The Thunder Lion King could not help but laugh heartily. The beast-taming sect had met its day of reckoning. At that moment, Xiao Long's spiritual consciousness detected two figures tremblingly hiding behind a tree, quietly trying to slip away. One of them was somewhat familiar to Xiao Long. It was Master Gu Yun, whom he had previously incapacitated and thrown out. Master Gu Yun, hurry and flee. The beast-taming sect is finished. I shall follow you from now on. An elder clad in the robes of the beast-taming sect whispered to Gu Yun. Xiao Long exchanged a glance with Huang Mao. Huang Mao immediately understood, rushing over to seize the two hiding behind the tree, lifting each by the neck as if they were mere chicks. Bringing them before Xiao Long, the elder from the beast-taming sect attempted to resist, but was horrified to find Huang Mao's aura more powerful than that of the Beast King. Immobilizing him. Gu Yun, it has been a while. I spared your life once, yet you vowed to take revenge on me. Now that I have come, why do you not dare to act? Xiao Long's cold serpent eye scanned him. Laced with mockery. Why dash you? Gu Yun stammered, fear rendering him incoherent, his eyes betraying his panic. Useless to keep you alive. Die. Xiao Long spoke indifferently. Boom. Huang Mao's fist obliterated Gu Yun's head, casting him aside. Finally, only one elder from the beast-taming sect remained. A formidable figure of the 10th level of the true condensation realm, likely assigned to protect Gu Yun. Master, this feud is between you and the beast-taming sect. It has nothing to do with me. The elder's face turned pale with fear. Nothing to do with you. If the beast-taming sect were to execute us, would you not be the first to rejoice and kick me while I'm down? Xiao Long's expression was cold. Now that the beast-taming sect has been annihilated, you wish to distance yourself, clad in their robes, yet deny your affiliation with them. Such behavior is 100 times worse than those disciples of the beast-taming sect who fought valiantly despite their sins. Xiao Long's words left the elder blushing furiously, speechless. Xiao Long shook his head. Very well, since I happen to wish to know some things, I shall ask you. Hearing this, the elder clung to hope, hastily proclaiming, I will tell you everything I know, just spare me. No need. Xiao Long was disinterested in idle chatter, unleashing his vast spiritual power, directly invading the elder's sea of consciousness. The elder's eyes rolled back. Convulsing violently, frothing at the mouth, Xiao Long required answers regarding the whereabouts of that fox corpse. He had no desire to use soul control techniques to question slowly, opting instead for a soul search to scour the elder's memories. Moments later, Xiao Long's eyes lit up. Found it. The individual had lost all utility, and the yellow-haired one callously discarded him, crushing him underfoot. Xiao Long's massive form gradually diminished, reverting to its original 1-meter length. He entered the Myriad Realms Mall, purchasing a bottle of 4th-grade healing ointment, which he meticulously applied to the surface of Dehe and Erhe. He also acquired 2 5th-grade revitalizing pills, administering them into the mouths of the 2 serpents. Utilizing the gentle energy of his Azure Dragon secret technique, he slowly infused their meridians, carefully cleansing the damaged pathways within their bodies. The soothing energy of the Azure Dragon secret technique greatly aided in their recovery. After completing these tasks, Xiao Long finally exhaled with relief. Lion King, please escort Dehe and Erhe back to the Ape Clan's cave. Certainly, farewell. The Thunder Lion King hoisted Dehe and Erhe onto his back, soaring into the distance. Once the Thunder Lion King departed, Xiao Long turned, forcing himself to crawl slowly backward. Let us proceed to the rear mountain of the Beast Master sect. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Upon seeing Xiao Long's weakened state, Xiao Bai couldn't help but express her concern that I'm fine. Just a minor backlash. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Long replied with a faint smile. The myriad beasts exited through the back door of the Beastmaster sect, entering a desolate mountain range. This mountain was eerily silent, devoid of any beasts or even insects, resembling a lifeless mountain. The atmosphere was oppressive. The yellow-haired one couldn't contain his frustration, exclaiming, "What a wretched place. Truly cursed." Even Xiao Long felt a heavy weight in the air, as if something ominous loomed ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Bai halted. "Brother Xiao, I have a foreboding feeling." She grasped his arm. Xiao Long paused, studying her for a moment before reassuring her with a smile. "Do not worry. I am here." To flicker of struggle crossed Xiao Bai's eyes, but she eventually nodded in agreement. Following the route gleaned from Xiao Long's soul searching, the beasts continued forward until they reached a concealed stone wall at the back mountain. There were still footprints on the path, indicating that someone had recently passed through. "Let's go." Xiao Long glanced at the yellow-haired one. "Watch this," the yellow-haired one declared, raising his black rod and striking the stone wall with force. Boom! The sound was deafening. However, the wall merely yielded a small crack. Xiao Long was slightly astonished. The yellow-haired one's strength surpassed that of an average demon king, so why had it only produced a crack? Again, the yellow-haired one swung his rod once more. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, after a series of relentless strikes, the stone wall collapsed entirely. A deep, luminous glow emanated from within, as if something lay hidden inside. Xiao Long was the first to crawl inside, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was immediately taken aback. Inside the cavern was a vast plaza, 1,000 feet wide, surrounded by 4 towering stone pillars, each several hundred meters high, with massive black chains affixed to their tops. The chains corresponded with a colossal beast restrained in the center. This beast was resplendent, its fur shining like a beacon in the dark, revealing itself to be an extraordinarily large white fox. The white fox possessed 9 tails, adorned with numerous steel needles and tubes, inscribed with intricate runes and formations, evidence of countless experiments conducted by the Beastmaster sect. To Xiao Long's astonishment, The fox exuded no aura whatsoever. Despite the oppressive energy of a single drop of its blood, it gave off no presence. Xiao Long scanned the four pillars and suddenly realized, for symbols soul lock. So it is. I never imagined the Beastmaster sect possessed such a formation. The four-symbol soul lock was specifically designed to seal the souls of beasts or humans within their corpses. Yet, Xiao Long found it curious. How could such a formidable celestial beast be sealed by merely this formation? At that moment, Xiao Bai and the yellow-haired one entered. Xiao Long fixed his gaze on Xiao Bai, curious to see her reaction upon encountering the corpse. Initially, she froze, but then a flicker of anger appeared in her eyes. Brother Xiao, let us leave. I do not wish to see this creature any longer. Why? Xiao Long inquired, perplexed that I do not know, but I always feel inexplicably angry when I see it. Xiao Bai replied, shaking her head. Xiao Long, however, was reluctant to depart that a drop of blood had fetched 10 gold coins. How much would this entire corpse be worth, as he contemplated whether he could store the corpse in his inventory? An unexpected change occurred. Crack, crack, crack. Four sharp cracking sounds echoed as the massive pillars sealing the fox erupted in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the cacophony, the pillars collapsed, and the steel needles and experimental tools on the fox's body were violently dislodged, causing the runes and formations to vanish without a trace. Alive? Xiao Long gasped in astonishment. The yellow-haired one fell silent, too frightened to utter a word. You have finally arrived, before Xiao Long's stunned gaze. A nebulous figure emerged from the fox's head, smiling at them. This ethereal figure was a middle-aged man with fox ears, identical to the apparition Xiao Long had encountered when he unraveled the time formation. A soul entity? Xiao Long pondered in surprise. He understood that when a soul's power reached a certain level, it could persist in the world even after the physical body was destroyed. However, such a form could not endure indefinitely. It required a vessel to inhabit, lest it ultimately exhaust its soul power. Are you a human or a ghost? The yellow-haired one blurted out. I am neither human nor ghost. I am a demon. The middle-aged man glanced at the yellow-haired one with keen interest. The divine bloodline of the diamond demon ape? Impressive, indeed. I have high hopes for you. He suddenly paused, exclaiming in surprise, with a flick of his hand. The dark rod on the yellow-haired one's shoulder flew into his grasp. Return that, the yellow-haired one shouted. The man scrutinized the rod, momentarily lost in thought. You dog, I care not if you are human, ghost, or demon. Return the rod to me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. The yellow-haired one cursed angrily. What an oddity, he muttered to himself, tossing the rod back to the yellow-haired one, who quickly caught it, clutching it tightly as if fearing it might be snatched away again. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze to Xiao Long, his eyes narrowing slightly. Young one, the secrets you carry far exceed my expectations. Xiao Long instinctively took a step back. Fear not. Having received my legacy, I certainly shall not harm you, the middle-aged man said with a beaming smile. Finally, he shifted his attention to Xiao Bai. She stared back at him intently. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long silence, the middle-aged man sighed. Ling Long. I am not Ling Long. Xiao Bai retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. My name is Xiao Bai. I am Brother Zhao's companion. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao Long, and an overwhelming joy surged within him, followed by uncontrollable laughter. Heaven has indeed opened its eyes. I, Yu Huang Tian, have no regrets in death, he exclaimed, laughing joyously. Only then did Xiao Long realize the man's name was Yu Huang Tian. He called Xiao Bai Ling Long, which implied that Xiao Bai's true name was Yu Ling Long. It was a melodious name. Yet Xiao Long still found Xiao Bai endearing. Young one, due to certain circumstances, my end is near. Would you care to hear my story? Yu Huang Tian inquired, looking at Xiao Long with a calm demeanor. To his surprise, Xiao Long shook his head and replied nonchalantly, not interested. What? Yu Huang Tian gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The fact that Xiao Bai was so incensed indicated that he had committed some egregious act, and such matters were beneath Xiao Long's contempt. Xiao Long simply shook his head. Humph, Xiao Bai smirked triumphantly, leaning against Xiao Long. Well done, Brother Xiao. You've infuriated him, she whispered excitedly in his ear. Xiao Long smiled faintly, understanding her sentiment. Alas, what ill fate has befallen me to encounter such a disciple? Yu Huang Tian lamented, sighing heavily at the perceived injustice of the heavens. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's anger flared. Who says I am your disciple? You. Yu Huang Tian pointed at him, trembling with indignation. You have received my lifelong insights. How can you not be my disciple? Xiao Long maintained a smile. Then let me ask you, have I ever formally accepted you as a master? No. Then that settles it. Xiao Long feigned exasperation that Wei Huang Tian's frustration boiled over. He longed to strike him. Infuriate him. Infuriate him. Xiao Bai cheered gleefully from the side. Xiao Long found the situation somewhat amusing, as though they were playing a comical duet. Fine. Fine. I shall not contest with you. Since you do not wish to hear my story and refuse to acknowledge me as your master, my presence here holds little significance. However, for the sake of my imparting the laws of time to you, I shall request one thing to this. Yu Huang Tian's expression grew grave. Seeing this, Xiao Long also ceased his smile, listening intently. Protect her. Having spoken, Yu Huang Tian closed his eyes peacefully, and in an instant his entire soul disintegrated, transforming into countless luminous particles, gradually dissipating into the universe. However, just before he completely vanished, he seemed to sense something. His expression changing dramatically as he shouted something at Xiao Long, though the sound did not reach them. The shape of his lips suggested a single word, which Xiao Long could not discern in that moment. Then, he completely dissolved into the particles of light, leaving no trace behind. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Long in a daze. Had he truly departed so abruptly? Xiao Long surveyed his surroundings and finally confirmed that the individual had indeed departed. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the absurdity of having emerged only to release a cacophony of foul odors without accomplishing anything. He had hoped to gain some form of inheritance, but was left with nothing of value. The lingering soul here seemed utterly pointless. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a luminous orb suddenly emerged from beneath the fox's carcass. Within the orb were two items, a delicate mask as thin as a cicada's wing, and a flame radiating a gentle white light. Indeed, treasures abound, Xiao Long exclaimed in delight, hastily retrieving the two objects. Huang Mao, give this a try. He tossed the mask over. Huang Mao caught the mask and donned it, instantly transforming his visage into that of a fearsome middle-aged man, his brown hair morphing into long, jet-black locks. Furthermore, his aura shifted from that of a beast to that of a human warrior, rendering even the strongest of experts unable to discern his true nature. What a marvelous item! Huang Mao rejoiced, fully aware of the significance of the mask. However, there was a slight drawback. While his face had altered, his body and tail remained unchanged, still resembling a furry monkey. Yet, with the right attire, none would notice. What is this? Xiao Long's gaze fixated on the flame, lost in thought. Unlike other flames that were wild and ferocious, this one was remarkably gentle, even more so than the spectral demon flame he had previously reclaimed. Exuding no heat whatsoever, it felt less like a flame and more akin to a beam of light. This is the Aurora Flame, the innate fire of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Its power does not stem from heat, but rather from light. Xiao Bai interjected. In the celestial realm, the Aurora Flame is the gentlest of fires. Easily consumed, yet immensely potent. The celestial fox race has faced annihilation because of it. At this point, Xiao Bai's expression shifted, and she fell silent. Xiao Long gazed at her, puzzled. Could this little girl be regaining her memories? I recall only this much. The rest has faded from my mind, Xiao Bai replied, a look of confusion crossing her face. Xiao Long breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call, regardless of the nature of the flame. As long as it was fire, he would consume it without hesitation. Without further ado, he swallowed the flame. The esteemed flame emperor. Why should he fear fire? True to Xiao Bai's words, the Aurora Flame was indeed the gentlest of fires. It met with slight resistance within him before being completely subdued. Within the demon core, the two flames coalesced, one a purplish-black toxic fire, the other the Aurora Flame. For their potency, Xiao Long had yet to test it, but he sensed that the Aurora Flame was far more powerful than the mutated spectral demon flame. Huang Mao, come here and test the flame's power, Xiao Long called out. In no way. Huang Mao recoiled. Boss, find another target. My limbs can't withstand it. Xiao Long turned his gaze toward the fox's carcass. How about we try it on this corpse? Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash a torrent of radiant energy. However, to his astonishment, instead of a spectacular display of flames, a mere wisp of fire emerged from his mouth, barely traveling an inch before vanishing into thin air. What? Xiao Long was dumbfounded. Moreover, he was shocked to discover that a significant portion of his true energy had evaporated in an instant. Brother Xiao, while the Aurora Flame is easy to control, your energy reserves are too limited to sustain much of a transformation, Xiao Bai murmured. Xiao Long finally understood that it turned out that this technique was an insatiable drain on his energy. A single wisp had nearly depleted his reserves. It seemed he would have to rely on the spectral demon flame in the future. Having equipped Huang Mao with a mask and consumed the Aurora Flame himself, he considered this expedition quite fruitful. At that moment, a thought struck him. Before the Jade Emperor vanished, he had seemingly uttered a single word. Escape. What could that mean? Xiao Long pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Was there some latent danger lurking here? Meanwhile, outside Fire Cloud City, in the southeastern direction of the Beast Mountain Range, a fissure suddenly opened in the fabric of space beyond the ninth heaven. A torrent of radiant light poured forth, flooding the Shinjo continent with an overwhelming aura of celestial energy, casting an awe-inspiring glow. Buzz. The world brightened. The sun and moon dimmed in its presence. This radiant descent was more intense than in previous occurrences. Visible even from dozens of miles away in Fire Cloud City, and further still in Beastmaster City, two figures emerged from the rift, suspended in the air above the ninth heaven. The moment they appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy retreated as if confronted by a formidable adversary, creating a vacuum devoid of energy around them. As the fissure closed, tranquility returned to Xiao Long's astonishment. The presence of the Jade Emperor had manifested in the Shinjo continent. Isn't that old dog supposed to be dead? He caused me considerable suffering in the past. The two figures stood at the edge of the void. One was a middle-aged man clad in purple, possessing an ordinary appearance, yet exuding an ineffable aura of profundity. His eyes resembled an endless cosmos, deep and captivating, as if anyone who gazed into them would be entranced. The other, who had cursed the Jade Emperor, was an old woman, her body frail and face lined with wrinkles, her small eyes flashing with malicious intent, resembling a spiteful crone. Shortly after their arrival, they sensed formless, terrifying ripples extending toward them, causing the purple-clad man's complexion to pale as he stifled a cough of blood. This plane is beginning to reject us. We must depart within half an hour, he declared solemnly. Where is that old dog? Have you located him? The old woman inquired. Patience. The purple-clad man closed his deep-set eyes, rapidly extending his consciousness across the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with intensity. Found him. And he's nearby. In an instant, the purple-clad man vanished from his position, with the old woman following suit. Ha! You won't believe what I've discovered, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth as he sped along. What is it? The old woman asked, her curiosity piqued. A sly grin crept onto the purple-clad man's lips. I've found his daughter. Upon hearing this, the old woman's murky gaze brightened, her suppressed joy erupting into raucous laughter. Ha! The heavens have opened their eyes. Let us go. Chapter 99. Life or Death. At this moment, within the cave, Xiao Long sensed that something was amiss. As a celestial demon, the other party would never leave him with superfluous information. That single word, escape, was undoubtedly a warning for him to flee. As the gravity of his thoughts deepened, the cave suddenly illuminated. Xiao Long crawled to the entrance and beheld the southeastern horizon, where radiant light descended, only to fade into calm moments later. What could it be? A sense of dread enveloped him. Huang Mao, wide-eyed, seemed equally bewildered. Brother Xiao, I'm so scared. Xiao Long turned to see Xiao Bai, her complexion pale, trembling with fear. Brother Xiao, something is pursuing us. I don't want to be captured. Xiao Long's expression grew heavy as he analyzed the situation. An immensely powerful foe must have descended from the celestial realm. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor would not have urged him to escape, nor would Xiao Bai exhibit such terror. But where could they flee? The Demon Emperor's consciousness could effortlessly encompass an entire empire, let alone that of a celestial being. Having faced countless life and death situations, Xiao Long recognized that this was undoubtedly the most perilous moment yet. A misstep could lead to demise. Yet, he never believed in the existence of a guaranteed fatal outcome. No matter how dire, there was always a glimmer of hope. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Bai. Do you trust me? He asked earnestly. Absolutely, Xiao Bai replied without hesitation. Good. Relax and do not resist. Xiao Bai complied, unwinding her posture. Remember, no matter what happens, stay put and do not project any thoughts. Otherwise, we may both perish. Understood. Xiao Bai nodded firmly. With that, Xiao Long focused his mind. Innate skill, devour, a gust of wind swept through, and Xiao Bai was drawn into his internal world. Within that realm, Xiao Long cleared away all toxins, leaving a vacant space in the center. His human avatar sat cross-legged in that space, with Xiao Bai appearing before him. Brother Xiao, where is this? Xiao Bai inquired. This is my internal world. After I invoked devour, everything was absorbed here, explained Xiao Long's human avatar. At that moment, his avatar's expression abruptly changed, and he promptly closed his eyes, unwilling to divert his attention. Xiao Bai, do not move. They're coming. With that, Xiao Long concentrated all his energy on his main body. While his avatar fell into a deep slumber, Xiao Bai obediently sat to the side, refraining from disturbing him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Xiao Long lifted his gaze to the sky, where two supreme beings from the celestial realm hovered above. Surveying all life, the surrounding spiritual energy recoiled as if confronted by a dreadful force. The light around them consumed, emanating a divine presence that inspired involuntary submission. Junior Xiao Long pays respects to the two celestial powerhouses. In the face of their might, Xiao Long dared not feign anything, directly addressing them with utmost respect. Huang Mao scratched his head, nodding in agreement. The two beings paid no heed to the insignificant mortals below. Their expressions filled with confusion. Moments ago, he was right here, yet now he has suddenly vanished. The man in the deep purple robe, with piercing eyes, expressed his bewilderment. Could my perception have been mistaken? Perhaps that old dog has hidden him away. The old crone snorted, extending her gnarled hand to grasp the AIR.IT appeared as if an invisible hand had crushed the summit of the mountain, condensing it into a mass that hurtled into the distance. Boom! The earth trembled. The mountain's peak was torn asunder, revealing a vast, empty plaza within. The carcass of the fox lay in the center of the square. Huang Mao was left dumbfounded, as with a mere gesture. He cast aside half a mountain. Is this the power of a celestial being? The man in purple descended, approaching the fox's lifeless form, placing his palm upon its massive head, his deep-set eyes shimmering with light. It is dead. Its soul has been extinguished, utterly beyond resurrection. The man in purple shook his head. Where is Yu Long? The old crone demanded. I know not. Perhaps before the Jade Emperor's demise. She was transported away via a teleportation array. Yet I have found no traces of such an array, the man continued. The old crone's gaze sharpened as she turned toward the outside, where Xiao Long and Huang Mao stood. Speak. Did you discover a fox here? Speak. 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 At her command, countless voices echoed relentlessly in their minds, each imbued with an enchanting quality that nearly compelled them to respond. On the surface, Xiao Long appeared calm. Yet internally he battled against the overwhelming urge to succumb. How could he, a reincarnated martial emperor, forged from the will of myriad beasts, be ensnared by a mere voice? Impossible. No, Xiao Long uttered softly, his resolve unyielding. Huang Mao fell into a state of confusion. Xiao Long did not glance at him. Nor did he transmit any thoughts. He revealed not a hint of anxiety. He understood that even the slightest display could betray him. His only recourse was to pray that Huang Mao remain silent. Suddenly, Huang Mao emitted a strange cry, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, collapsing unconscious. Xiao Long felt a wave of relief wash over him. The man in purple cast a sidelong glance at the old crone. Remarking coolly, your grip is too heavy. How could a mere beast general withstand your roar? The old crone faltered, a look of embarrassment crossing her features. Yet Xiao Long discerned the truth. Huang Mao had not simply crumbled under pressure. He had willingly surrendered, guiding the sonic assault into his own mind, causing his consciousness to shatter and blood to flow from his orifices. This tactic, while clever in its deception, left Xiao Long troubled. Such self-inflicted harm could gravely damage his mind, and it remained uncertain whether he would awaken. Anger surged within Xiao Long. These wretches had gone too far. Suddenly, the man in purple was stirred by an instinct. His penetrating gaze shifting toward Xiao Long, his eyes narrowed. How curious, in this lower realm, to encounter something I cannot fathom. The man in purple reached out, drawing Xiao Long toward him. Xiao Long found himself ensnared in the man's grasp. He felt a mental presence sweeping through his body, and as it approached the demon core, the flame seed within instinctively shielded its master, releasing a flicker of flame that incinerated the probing consciousness into nothingness. What is this? The man in purple recoiled, hastily releasing Xiao Long. He fixed a penetrating stare upon him, demanding, what do you harbor within? Xiao Long's fury ignited. The other party, a celestial being, had received ample respect from him. Yet they continued to provoke him, intruding upon his very body. They had forced Huang Mao to self-harm. Whether he could awaken remained uncertain. These transgressions had utterly crossed Xiao Long's threshold. The dragon's reverse scale must not be touched. What does it matter if the other is a celestial being? You wretched cur, what lies within me is of no concern to you. Xiao Long seethed through clenched teeth. Chapter 100, Xiao Bai. We have triumphed. Xiao Long perceived that the celestial being's arrival in the divine land was undoubtedly constrained by some cosmic law. Otherwise, they would have simply searched his soul without all this idle chatter. The man in purple was momentarily taken aback. Are you insulting me? His expression darkened. The Jade Emperor? Why waste words on such a lowly insect? Yu Long must surely be concealed by him. Without further ado, the old crone launched a palm strike. Xiao Long's serpentine form was violently slammed to the ground, embedding him within the rock. Gritting his teeth, blood oozed from his body, yet he remained trapped beneath the invisible hand. Immobile. How dare a mere insect's soul possess a serpent and then act arrogantly toward us? The old crone pressed down harder, causing Xiao Long's scales to shatter, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. The old crone approached, her voice echoing ominously in Xiao Long's mind once more. Where is Yu Long hidden? Where is she? Where is she? Xiao Long clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Where you can shove your filthy nonsense. With great effort, he raised his head, spitting a jet of blood toward the old crone in the sky. Splatter. The blood struck her face squarely, and as she wiped the blood from her visage, her expression turned stormy. Crack. The old crone's hand clenched in the air, and the sound of Xiao Long's bone snapping echoed as his entire skeletal structure shattered. Within his inner world, Xiao Long's doppelganger coughed up blood, his face as pale as parchment. Brother Xiao, what has happened to you? Xiao Bai gasped. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, seemingly resisting some unseen force. Xiao Bai's eyes turned red. Brother Xiao, if it comes to it, release me. They won't harm me. Silence. Xiao Long's voice rang out sharply, interrupting her. Do not move. I fear the safety of the inner world. If detected from the outside, it would be disastrous. Xiao Long's doppelganger struggled to utter a phrase. Then suddenly, with a resounding explosion, he burst into a puddle of blood. No. Xiao Bai screamed in despair, tears streaming down her face. Let me out. I must go. Brother Xiao, I cannot be the cause of your demise. Please, release me. Xiao Bai wept, helplessly pounding the ground, soaking the earth with her tears. Outside, Xiao Long's form had become utterly contorted, resembling a tattered rope, devoid of any serpentine features. Yet, a mocking smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Old hag, if you dare, end my life, come on. Upon hearing the term old hag, the crone's face darkened instantly. Oh, you think I lack the courage? She raised her hand to strike. Wait, the Jade Emperor interjected, sternly addressing her. Preserve the serpent's core and head. Do not shatter them. There may be something within. Then I shall simply twist off its head, the old crone declared, preparing to strike. However, as her withered hand reached out, an invisible force swept through the realm, causing her complexion to pale, and she spat blood. Oh no. This plane is beginning to reject us. The Jade Emperor's expression grew grave. Wasn't there half an hour before this? How could it arrive so swiftly? The old crone exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Old hag, why have you halted? Come, kill me. Xiao Long laughed heartily, spewing another mouthful of blood, but this time failing to hit his target. I shall flay you alive. The old crone's eyes blazed with fury, and disregarding all caution, she struck at Xiao Long's mangled form. Buzz, the invisible force of the realm swept over once more, hitting the crone with such force that she was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing into a boulder. What? The Jade Emperor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How could this happen? The old crone emerged from the rubble, once again coughing up blood. Ha ha ha. Xiao Long laughed uproariously. The environment around him began to shift, gradually merging with his form. The heavens and earth became one with him, as if Xiao Long himself embodied the very sky. In this moment, I am the universe. This is. The Jade Emperor trembled in shock, exclaiming, Unity of man and nature. How could a mere demon king attain such a state? The old crone was utterly flabbergasted. The realm of unity can only be achieved during the exalted king's phase, utilizing the natural principles to forcibly merge with the universe. Such a degree of alignment could never elicit the realm's power to assist him. Xiao Long's state of unity was not contrived. Through the experiences of 2 lifetimes, he had naturally comprehended this state. At this moment, he was the very fabric of the sky. Should the invaders from the celestial realm attempt to assail Xiao Long, it would be an affront to the heavens, thereby inviting the rejection of the realm itself. Old hag, weren't you quite brazen? Why have you ceased your assault? And you, fish-eyed fool, I see you, and the old hag exchanging glances. Could it be that you share an intimate connection? Xiao Long's laughter echoed. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, turning as foul as refuse. The old crone's face flushed crimson, her teeth grinding in fury. Ha ha, old hag, with such a repulsive visage, fish-eyed fool, you certainly have peculiar tastes. Xiao Long continued his mockery. Silence. The Jade Emperor finally erupted in rage. It had been ages since he had felt such fury. Were it not for the realm's rejection, he would have seized Xiao Long and imprisoned his soul, torturing him for eternity, ensuring he never attained rebirth. Regrettably, Xiao Long's corporeal form had completely merged with the heavens, rendering him impervious to the intruder's efforts. At that moment, another wave of invisible force surged forth, and the Jade Emperor could no longer contain himself, taking the old crone with him as they retreated. I will remember you. May you not cross my path in the celestial realm. Xiao Long chuckled, responding from afar. Rest assured, I shall indeed visit the celestial realm. Ensure you wash your neck clean for my arrival. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes as he turned and vanished into the distance. Before departing, the old crone seized the fox's corpse from the Jade Emperor's domain, stowing it within a spatial storage, and then swiftly departed. Buzz. In the southwestern direction, the barrier of the heavenly realm opened once more, allowing 2 figures to slip through the fissure, which promptly sealed behind them. As the distant radiance faded, Xiao Long's taut nerves finally relaxed, gurgling. After spewing several mouthfuls of blood, Xiao Long could no longer endure, collapsing weakly to the ground. Xiao Bai, we have triumphed. Are you happy? He murmured. Regrettably, he felt the overwhelming urge to sleep, unable to deliver this joyful news personally. The severity of his injuries cast doubt on his survival. The prospect of his demise loomed ominously, and if he were to pass away, everything would revert to simplicity. Closing his eyes, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to place Xiao Bai into the outside world, before his consciousness was consumed by darkness. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Xiao Bai frantically searched for Xiao Long's figure. Upon lowering her gaze, she was met with a pool of blood and the mangled remains of Xiao Long's body, overwhelming her with sorrow, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent. Woo-woo, Brother Xiao, please do not abandon me. At that moment, Xiao Long's body lay in disarray, severed into pieces, with certain parts held together only by remnants of skin, rendering it impossible to discern blood from flesh. Such grievous injuries would lead anyone to believe that Xiao Long could not possibly survive. Brother Xiao, you cannot die. Xiao Bai's cries grew more desperate. Had it not been for her protection, Xiao Long would not have found himself in such dire straits. Had it not been for her, he would not have faced humiliation at the hands of the heavenly beings. In her heart, Xiao Bai felt she was the ultimate demon, the one responsible for Xiao Long's fate. Suddenly, a thought struck her. No, I cannot weep. I must save him. With no other recourse, she bit into her own claw, allowing a single droplet of crystalline blood to emerge from the wound. Gently, she dripped the blood onto Xiao Long's body. Brother Xiao, you must survive. You must. Xiao Bai continued to squeeze blood from her wound, letting it fall upon him, one drop after another. Once her wound ran dry, she resorted to other parts of her body, pouring forth her life essence until her own form was marred by injuries. Brother Xiao, ultimately, she could no longer bear it, collapsing atop Xiao Long, their blood mingling. Brother Xiao, promise me you will live. When I awaken, I shall be your wife, for eternity, she whispered softly, before finally closing her eyes. Chapter 101. Rebirth in the outside world. The concept of time had ceased to exist after the beast tide ravaged Beast Tamer City. It systematically obliterated the northern layer of the Beast Tamer Gate, leaving no structure or body intact, until it transformed into a desolate wasteland, just as everyone anticipated that the beast tide would surge northward towards the Imperial City. To everyone's astonishment, the beast army began to retreat one after another. This unprecedented, epic beast tide, having annihilated the Beast Tamer Gate, seemed to have quelled its fury, making its way southward, returning to the Beast Mountain. Even during their retreat, they refrained from attacking humans. Only then did the people of Tianfeng Kingdom realize that this was not a mindless, bloodthirsty beast tide, but rather an army seeking vengeance. While they breathed a sigh of relief, a warning echoed within their minds. Never provoke the beasts. At the rear mountain of the Beast Tamer Gate, Xiao Long and Xiao Bai remained entwined, utterly still. Strangely, the blood on the ground had vanished, seemingly absorbed by some unseen force. Meanwhile, within Xiao Long's body, a monumental transformation was underway. The once broken muscles appeared to be nourished by a harmonious energy, regenerating, while shattered bones were formed, and useless impurities were expelled from his system. Xiao Long was on the brink of a new life. Days turned into weeks, and unbeknownst to them, over a month had elapsed since the Beast Tide's conclusion. The Beast Mountain had returned to its previous order, where beasts engaged in brutal struggles for survival, preying upon one another, and the species of the fallen Beast King descended into civil war to determine a new ruler. The struggle for territory, sustenance, and mates continued unabated. Battles among the beasts were eternal. Despite the harshness of their world, it symbolized a pure natural order. Ever since the corpse of the Jade Emperor was taken away, new shoots began to sprout on the rear mountain of the Beast Tamer Gate, and birds returned to establish their nests. The once lifeless dead mountain now thrived with vitality. Following the massacre of the hidden Poison City, new factions surged into the region, and the Imperial City dispatched a new lord to maintain order. After much deliberation, Hidden Poison City was renamed Wanqing City, symbolizing new beginnings, while Beast Tamer City was rebranded as Pingxi City, representing the cessation of hatred. This past half-year marked the most legendary period in the history of Tianfeng Kingdom. The four major sects, Fire Cloud Sect, Hidden Poison Sect, Beast Tamer Gate, had gradually been reduced to three, leaving only the most enigmatic Sanus Sect, which resided on the eastern border. Aloof and uninvolved. It was hard not to ponder whether this entire saga had originated from the actions of the once legendary Xiao Long. Now, where did that legendary figure reside? On the rear mountain of the Beast Tamer Gate. The area was now overgrown with weeds, as nearby wild beasts and demon beasts had migrated to claim territory, engaging in fierce battles for dominance. However, there remained one patch of land where no beast dared to tread. Within this region lay a snake, a fox, and a golden-haired magic ape, lying together for several months. One day, the snake's tail suddenly twitched. You have been promoted to Beast King. You may evolve once. Would you like to evolve immediately? Evolution requires 1 hour. Please ensure you are not interrupted. Yes. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the black serpent. Spiraling torrents of spiritual energy surged skyward, scattering the clouds above. Nearby birds and beasts fled in terror, unwilling to approach the mountain. As Xiao Long shed his outer layer of flesh, new skin emerged beneath. The remnants of his severed limbs having turned to dust, replaced by fresh flesh, covered by a thick layer of dark scales that shimmered under the sun, creating a striking visual spectacle. Rising upright, Xiao Long's serpentine body twitched, and to his astonishment, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. Though small, measuring only half a meter, they were ample for his 1-meter-long form. Let us test my speed. With a flick of his wings, he soared into the sky, then dove back down, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Xiao Long laughed joyously, exhilarated by his newfound speed. Faster than when he had transformed into the thunderous beast spirit. With a thought, the wings melded back into his flesh, vanishing from sight. System notification. Congratulations, player Xiao Long has completed his second evolution. Ding. Player Xiao Long's innate skill enhancement has upgraded to LV2. Ding. Player Xiao Long's innate skill devour has upgraded to LV2. Ding. Player Xiao Long's bloodline inheritance 3 lives art is broken through to the second stage. Ding. Player Xiao Long has acquired the innate skill blood rage barrier. Enhancement LV2 allows for arbitrary resizing, down to 0.01 meters and up to 1,000 meters, with speed and strength remaining unchanged, though true energy consumption increases proportionally with size, with no cooldown. Devour LV2. The inner world can store any living entity, allowing for digestion into experience or preservation. Blood rage barrier consumes 1/10 of the host's lifeblood to summon a vast blood rage barrier, gaining berserk power within the barrier while suppressing enemy strength. The consumed blood can be substituted with that of others, increasing the barrier's effectiveness and coverage with more blood. A series of system notifications rang in his mind, and Xiao Long's status page underwent a monumental transformation. Name, Xiao Long. Race, mutated black spine serpent, demigod beast. Level, 21, requires 10 million experience for the next level soul. Perfected Emperor realm, frozen, cultivation technique. Azure Dragon secret record, perfected, skills, beast taming. Enhancement, devour, blood rage barrier inheritance. 3 lives art, bloodline composition. Black spine serpent, dragon clan, 9-tailed celestial fox feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through him. Xiao Long laughed heartily. Ha! After months of slumber, I am reborn anew, favor granted by the heavens. As he savored this newfound vitality, he sensed a fresh bloodline flowing within him, intricately connected to Xiao Bai, allowing him to perceive her condition with clarity. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he thought, this girl has truly endured much. Descending to the ground, he playfully brushed his tail against Xiao Bai's face. Hey, I'm awake. Why are you still sleeping? Xiao Bai's eyelashes fluttered, rolling over, yet she did not awaken. Must I truly tickle you awake? Xiao Long squinted his eyes. Just then, a thunderous sneeze erupted nearby, sending a gust of wind swirling and shaking the ground, causing countless birds and beasts to flee in panic. What happened? What is going on? Huang Mao rubbed his eyes, looking around in confusion. Chapter 102. Homecoming. Huang Mao, Xiao Long called out, astonished as he gazed at Huang Mao. Have you ascended to Beast King? Is this a joke? Could it be that after a mere slumber, he had transcended to the rank of Beast King? Xiao Long was utterly incredulous. However, what astonished him even more was yet to come. As the yellow-haired individual beckoned, a dark stick in the distance levitated into the air, swirling around him like a mischievous child. What? Xiao Long's jaw nearly dropped. Boss, this stick contains a spirit. It saved me when my consciousness was injured and helped me to break through. However, it fell into a deep slumber after that, only awakening for a minute each day. Upon finishing his words, the stick halted and landed in the yellow-haired man's hand. Xiao Long was well aware of what the spirit was. A weapon spirit signifies that a weapon has gained sentience and life. Treasures with weapon spirits are exceedingly rare, even in the capital of laws. Only when the owner nurtures the weapon with their soul from the moment of its birth does the minuscule chance of a spirit emerging occur. In his previous life, Xiao Long had only one treasure with a weapon spirit, the burning sky cauldron, which he had nurtured for a millennium through countless life and death battles before the spirit finally manifested. The fact that this stick had birthed a spirit left him speechless. Boss, the spirit in this stick has been observing me in secret and only recognized me as its master after my consciousness was injured. The yellow-haired man said with a silly grin. Realization dawned on Xiao Long. The spirit had existed all along. This stick must have a remarkable origin. To nurture a spirit signifies the presence of an extraordinary figure. However, he wondered who the original owner was. Boss, this stick was a gift from you. Without you, I would still be a wild monkey in the mountains. He chuckled foolishly that I merely guided you. Gaining the spirit's recognition was entirely up to you. Xiao Long replied nonchalantly, let's go home. Utilizing the 3 lives technique, he separated a small core from the demon core, which then coalesced into a human avatar within his internal world, with a thought. The avatar emerged into the realm outside. Now that the 3 lives technique had reached its second stage, this human avatar possessed 20% of the main body's combat power. Although the gap between each small tier in the Demon King realm is vast, his realm has achieved the unity of heaven and man. With this alone, ordinary first and second tier Demon Kings were no match for him, and he could even contend against third tier Demon Kings. As for the main body's strength, it was even more terrifying. Xiao Long possessed numerous methods, whether it be the laws of time or the aurora flame, each capable of inducing despair, returning the main body to his internal world. Xiao Long playfully tugged at Xiao Bai. Hey, he rubbed her armpit. Ugh, Xiao Bai startled awake, her gem-like eyes wide open, staring at Xiao Long in disbelief. Brother Xiao, am I dreaming? She rubbed her eyes, still appearing half asleep. Haha, silly girl, if I were dead, who would seek vengeance for you? Xiao Long laughed heartily. Xiao Bai froze for a moment before lunging into Xiao Long's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. What? I thought you would never wake up again. Xiao Long gently patted her head, softly comforting her. I'm fine, Xiao Bai, don't cry, we're going home. Yes, home, Xiao Bai nodded, wiping her tears. Recalling that day's events, Xiao Long gazed skyward, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Deeply buried within his heart that he knew not when the barriers of the celestial realm would reopen, but his goal was clear, to grow stronger, ever stronger. The yellow-haired man donned a mask, employing a technique to shrink his height to 2 meters, and donned a coat, appearing indistinguishable from a human. Xiao Long manifested in human form, with Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, no larger than a palm. This peculiar company of demons departed the back mountain, heading towards the nearby Beastmaster city. Upon seeing the words Pingxi at the city gate, Xiao Long couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It seemed that the era of beast tamers and the city had become mere history, destined to be forgotten soon. Within Pingxi City, people flowed like a tide. The destruction wrought by the beast tide had been completely restored within a month. In this flourishing martial arts era, construction could be completed in the blink of an eye. Strolling through the streets, shops that once sold demon cores had closed their doors, and even those selling beast skin coats had diminished significantly. The pedestrians no longer wore beast tooth necklaces with pride, and even a large bird flying overhead sent them scurrying for cover, indicating lingering psychological scars. Without lingering in Pingxi City, Xiao Long headed south towards Huiyan City. Outside Huiyan City, deep within the demon beast mountain range. Since the establishment of the supreme spiritual vein, the territory of the ape tribe had been enveloped in dense spiritual mist. As long as the demon beasts remained within, their cultivation speed soared. Even without motion, easily ascending to the rank of demon general, but in fact, an elderly giant ape elder, on the brink of death, managed to break through to the first-tier demon king, extending his lifespan significantly. Strangely, such a paradise should have attracted demon beast hordes, yet not a single beast dared to intrude. This was simply because it was the territory of the gods, although the beast tide had ended. Xiao Long's will continued to influence every demon beast, compelling them to submit. The realm of the demon god was inviolable. Atop the ape tribe's mountain, Dahe and Arai stood side by side, gazing into the distance with eager anticipation. They understood that Xiao Long was drawing near. In the far-off horizon, Xiao Long, the yellow-haired man, and Xiao Bai floated through the void, descending upon the summit of the ape tribe. Boss, boss, cried the 2 serpents, brimming with excitement. Indeed, it seems that this injury has benefited you as well, Xiao Long remarked with satisfaction as he surveyed them. Dahe and Arai had both broken through to the first-tier demon king. Xiao Long was not surprised. The spirit-swallowing technique was one of the fastest cultivation methods, and combined with the supreme spiritual vein, it would be abnormal for their talents not to reach the rank of demon king. Though the 5 of them had been gravely injured during the beast tide, the benefits reaped were immeasurable. Boss, the Thunder Lion King gathered a considerable number of storage rings, all stored in the cave. Dahe reported. Xiao Long's heart stirred. He recalled that during the establishment of the Beastmaster Gate, over 10,000 storage rings had been left behind, all stored in his item inventory. Upon returning to the cave, he found a small mountain of storage rings, all collected by the Thunder Lion King during the beast tide. Xiao Long collected them all into his inventory, opened the Wanjimal, and began sorting through the items, keeping the precious herbs and selling off the rest. Moments later, current gold balance, 30,899, 301. Current Yuanbao balance, 3. Xiao Long couldn't help but smile wryly. The mountain of storage rings had only fetched over 2 billion gold coins. However, Upon reflection, it was understandable, as not everyone was wealthy. The majority of martial artists in Tianfeng country were still ordinary. A considerable amount of spirit stones had accumulated. Xiao Long counted them briefly. There were 10 billion mid-grade spirit stones and countless low-grade spirit stones, enough to form 3 low-grade spiritual veins. However, these were mere trifles. The real treasures lay ahead. Xiao Long retrieved a bone flute, discovered within Qin Feng's storage ring, containing the last drop of celestial demon blood. He exhaled his ghostly flame to melt it, revealing a drop of blood imbued with immense pressure. He decided to keep this drop for potential future use. After storing the celestial demon blood, Xiao Long opened the Wanjie Mall again, purchasing a plethora of 4th and 5th grade elixirs. While pricey, they were but a drop in the bucket compared to his wealth. These elixirs included those for healing, enhancing cultivation speed, and boosting explosive power. Anything useful was acquired. During this time, Xiao Long noted an issue. He had not seen any elixirs for repairing the soul or directly enhancing power for sale. Though these 2 types of elixirs existed, none appeared in the classification bar. Xiao Long had attempted to sell a few soul-returning pills and void-breaking pills, only to find them snatched up instantly, as if someone were deliberately collecting these 2 kinds of elixirs. Shaking his head, Xiao Long chose to disregard this matter. Gathering Dahe and Arii, he distributed the elixirs and stated, "Dahe, Arii, I plan to visit the royal city. Would you like to accompany me?" Both Dahe and Arii shook their heads in unison. "Boss, last time we were captured by the Thunder Child, we already became a burden to you. This time, I wish to grow strong enough before helping you." They replied in unison. "Are you certain?" Xiao Long inquired once more. "Yes," Dahe and Arii affirmed with unwavering determination. "Very well. During my absence, if anything arises, shatter this jade token." Xiao Long tossed them a soul jade slip. Although it allowed for soul communication, it had certain distance limitations. Even across vast distances, the soul jade slip could still sense each other. Understood. Dahe wrapped the jade slip in his true energy and swallowed it. Before departing, Xiao Long set up a shielding formation to conceal the dense spiritual energy. The supreme spiritual vein would tempt even a martial emperor. If an emperor were to accidentally pass by and siphon the vein, that would be minor trouble. However, should they trace it back to him, it could lead to significant issues. Once Xiao Long completed the formation, the area appeared ordinary to the outside world, resembling any typical demon mountain. Only upon entering would one discover its peculiarities. There was likely no martial emperor who would casually wander through a demon mountain out of sheer boredom. Having accomplished all this, Xiao Long, alongside the yellow-haired man and Xiao Bai, departed from the Demon Beast Mountain Range. In Huiyun City, at the Qianlong Bank. Upon entering the bank, Xiao Long scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, noting that Wang Jianfeng was absent, and he did not see Suya either. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" A smiling maid approached him. "Where is President Wan of your money exchange? I wish to reminisce with him," Xiao Long said casually. "President Wan." The maid pondered. "Our president's surname is Li. The one you mentioned refers to the former president, Wang Jianfeng, who has been reassigned to a certain great empire. Xiao Long raised an eyebrow. So, Wang Jianfeng has been promoted, and Suya? Miss Suya left without a word. "I have no idea where she went," the maid replied, shaking her head. Xiao Long sighed. Realizing it was of little consequence, he had merely crossed paths with these individuals. Just as he was about to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Esteemed guest, please stay." Turning around, he saw a young man clad in a purple gold satin robe approaching. This man possessed strength at the 10th level of the true condensation realm. Could he be the new president? "Esteemed guest, I am Li Yi, the newly appointed president. May I inquire if you are seeking President Wan or Ms. Su?" Li said, with his gaze subtly drifting towards the white fox perched on Xiao Long's shoulder. "Indeed," Xiao Long replied indifferently. Li took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "May I dare to inquire if your surname is?" Xiao Long shot him a glance and nodded nonchalantly. Both Li Yi and the maid were immediately taken aback. The maid's eyes brimmed with awe and reverence, while Li Yi trembled with excitement. "Lord Xiao, President Wan instructed me to deliver this to you," Li Yi said, producing 2 jade invitations from his storage ring and respectfully presenting them. Xiao Long took a glance at the invitations. One was a deep azure, adorned with carvings of ocean waves, while the other was golden, radiating warmth like sunlight. "What is this?" "These are invitations from Songhai Academy and Tiangshan Academy. These 2 institutions are transcendent forces in the Great Wilderness State, located at the junction of the Savage Nation and the Flowing Cloud Nation. Their strength is unfathomable, serving as a gathering place for the most talented individuals in the entire Great Wilderness State. President Wan remarked that with your talents, Lord Xiao, you will not be confined to Tianfeng country. That place is merely a true stage. Li continued earnestly. However, Xiao Long paid little attention to his words. His gaze was fixated on a small emblem at the corner of the Songhai Academy invitation. The emblem depicted a dragon, marked with 8 dots arranged in peculiar positions, forming an intricate route. While others might see nothing extraordinary, Xiao Long perceived its profound significance. That was the blueprint of the 8 grand foundational arrays of the Finshan Dragon Palace. The 8 supreme spiritual veins of the Finshan Dragon Palace were arranged with these foundational arrays throughout the palace's interior. The 8 dots on the emblem corresponded precisely to the locations of those supreme spiritual veins. Xiao Long's eyes widened, and his breathing grew labored. What exactly was Songhai Academy? Why would it bear such an emblem? Songhai. Xiao Long had 2 direct disciples, Mo Ying and Xiao Songhai. Could it be that this was established by Songhai? Lord Xiao, are you all right? Li Yi asked, sensing Xiao Long's sudden change in demeanor. That a gentle tug on his ear from the little white fox snapped Xiao Long back to reality. Never mind. I merely wish to ask you a question. What does this emblem at the corner of the invitation represent? Xiao Long pointed to the design on the Songhai Academy invitation. That is the emblem of Songhai Academy. It has been this way since the Academy's inception, Li explained. Since its inception, Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. How long has it been established? I am not certain, Li replied, scratching his head. However, in a month. Both academies will dispatch disciples to the various empires of the great wilderness state to recruit at that time. Lord Xiao, you might inquire in the imperial city and gather some information. Chapter 104. The third prince. Xiao Long nodded, tossing a broken calamity pill towards Li Yi. This is your reward. Farewell. With that, Xiao Long leaped into the air and vanished from sight. Li stared at the pill in astonishment, and after a moment, he could no longer contain his elation, erupting into laughter. Presently, is that the renowned Lord Xiao, who commanded countless ferocious beasts to annihilate the Beastmaster sect? The maid asked curiously, watching Xiao Long's retreating figure. Indeed, if it were not for Lord Xiao, how could he be so generous? Li Yi remarked, gazing adoringly at the broken calamity pill in his hand. As Xiao Long walked away, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. The entirety of the Finshan Dragon Palace knew about that layout. Aside from himself and his 2 direct disciples, only a few core elders and over 20 core disciples were aware. Had Xiao Songhai established an academy using the Dragon Palace's layout as a symbol? Perhaps to gather the scattered disciples of the Dragon Palace. Since his self-detonation, Xiao Long was unaware of the state of the Dragon Palace, but he could be certain of one thing. Without him, the Dragon Palace would inevitably decline. Perhaps Xiao Songhai sought to protect the disciples by disbanding the Dragon Palace, scattering its members across the continent, only to gather them again when the time was ripe. This plan seemed plausible. The core members of the Dragon Palace would undoubtedly gather at the Academy upon seeing its emblem. Everything appeared to make sense. But wait, at this thought, Xiao Long suddenly recognized a crucial detail he had overlooked. The Red Lotus Martial Emperor. Though the Red Lotus Martial Emperor was formidable, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was exceptionally cunning, well-versed in various schemes, or else he would not have ensnared Xiao Long in the past. Back then, the Red Lotus Martial Emperor was severely injured and could not possibly annihilate the Dragon Palace. However, capturing 1 or 2 core disciples for soul-searching and brainwashing would be a trivial task. This suggested that Songhai Academy could very well have been established by the Red Lotus Martial Emperor, deliberately named to lure the Dragon Palace disciples into a trap. The consequences. Xiao Long shuddered at the thought. It was fortunate he realized this. Otherwise, recklessly entering would have been akin to stepping into a den of tigers, with dire repercussions. Big Brother Xiao, what are you pondering? The little white fox whispered in his ear. Boss, I see your expression shifting constantly. One moment pale, the next flushed. Are you contemplating some nefarious scheme? Huang Mao chimed in with a grin. Xiao Long shook his head and replied coolly. Songhai Academy in the Great Wilderness State may have been established by an old friend of mine. I must pay a visit. However, it could also be a trap set by an enemy. Entering could mean death. What do you suggest? Huang Mao scratched his head and chuckled. That's simple. Let me scout the waters first. Xiao Long's eyes lit up. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. You go to Tiangshan Academy, and I shall head to Songhai Academy. We will each occupy a den. All right, it's settled. Xiao Long hastened towards the imperial city. Regardless of who established Songhai Academy, it was certain that neither Xiao Songhai nor the Red Lotus Martial Emperor had any inkling of his resurrection if Xiao Songhai was behind its establishment. That would be acceptable if the Red Lotus Martial Emperor was the architect, intending to lay a grand scheme to ensnare the Dragon Palace disciples. Xiao Long would deliver a monumental surprise in the imperial city. Autumn had transitioned into winter. Xiao Long, born in spring, had seen 6 months pass. Tianfeng country was now enveloped in cold, with trees shedding their leaves, leaving only bare trunks behind. The imperial city was quite distant from Huiyun City, and the myriad beasts took their time, hiring a carriage along the way, taking a month to arrive. Before even entering the city, they beheld a vast throng of people outside the towering gates. Bustling vendors calling out, all painting a picture of prosperity. The imperial city was the largest city in Tianfeng country, with walls towering over 100 feet high, stretching for miles, boundless and far greater than the former Beastmaster city. Wow, boss, this is the imperial city. How magnificent, Huang Mao exclaimed, dancing with excitement, his hands rubbing together, eager to rush in and explore. Fine, I'll grant you half a day off, but don't you dare cause me any trouble. All right, let us go, Huang Mao bellowed, charging towards the imperial city, kicking up dust and stones, resembling a giant, unsophisticated creature. Xiao Long slapped his forehead, knowing this would surely lead to trouble. According to the timeline, tomorrow marked the official recruitment day for the two academies, drawing a particularly large crowd to the imperial city. Throughout their journey, Xiao Long overheard numerous discussions, gaining a general understanding of the situation. The two academies primarily sought three types of individuals. 1. Those below 20 years old at the true condensation realm. 2. Those below 30 years old who were innate martial artists. 3. Those below 40 years old who were innate martial masters. These three categories represented extraordinary talents, not only in Tianfeng country but also across any empire in the great wilderness state. However, Xiao Long was unimpressed. After all, he had transformed Huang Mao from a wild monkey into a first-tier demon king within half a year. Illustrating his high aspirations as he stepped into the imperial city, his divine sense swept over the area, detecting a multitude of young talents at the true condensation realm, even spotting a few innate experts. All notably youthful. It appeared that this recruitment had stirred some deeply hidden, low-profile figures. Xiao Long's presence went unnoticed. With an ordinary appearance, he attracted no attention on the streets. Meanwhile, his little white fox, petite and adorable, drew many gazes along the way. After casually browsing, as dusk approached, he prepared to find an inn to rest. That moment, his divine sense detected a group of people. At the forefront stood a young man clad in a yellow robe, standing tall with an air of superiority, emanating a natural arrogance. His strength was formidable, having reached the 10th level of the true condensation realm at such a young age, likely a noble scion. As this young man scanned the area, his gaze suddenly fixated on the white fox on Xiao Long's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The little white fox, with its snow-white fur and delicate stature, was no larger than a palm, particularly with its beautiful, bright eyes resembling sparkling crystals, evoking a sense of affection with just a glance. The individual was stopped, and his spirit pet was procured. The man spoke indifferently, his tone brooking no dissent. Your Highness, the second prince, I shall attend to it at once. The eunuch approached Xiao Long, barring his way. You kindly hand over the spirit pet upon your shoulder. It is a reward for you. Without further ado, the man tossed a storage ring, then turned away, extending his hand without a glance at Xiao Long. Clink. The storage ring fell to the ground, but Xiao Long did not even bother to raise his eyelids. Simply walking past. Halt. The eunuch, enraged, had never before encountered someone so audacious as to disregard him. Chapter 105. A sudden blow to the head. The second prince furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Hurry. Yes. The eunuch, unable to contain himself, unleashed a forceful slap aimed at Xiao Long's back. Boy, next time, keep your eyes open. Not everyone is worthy of your attention. Whoosh, a shadow darted by, halting the eunuch's motion. A blood hole appeared on his forehead. And then, thud, he collapsed, breathless. Bystanders paused, their expressions frozen in shock as they witnessed the eunuch's fall. Dressed in a yellow robe, he was undoubtedly a prince, yet this young man dared to kill a member of the royal family in public? The second prince, taken aback, was instantly engulfed in fury, a terrifying aura expanding from him, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Onlookers turned pale, trembling as they retreated, fearful of being caught in the backlash. The second prince's expression darkened. In the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze, someone had the audacity to kill one of his own. It had been long since he felt such rage. Scoundrel, kneel before me. The second prince's voice thundered, a heavy pressure descending upon Xiao Long. Xiao Long shook his head in resignation. I'll give you a chance. Leave, he bellowed, an even more terrifying aura erupting from him, sending the second prince stumbling back several steps. Had it not been for his companions, he would have fallen to the ground. An innate expert. He is indeed an innate expert. The crowd gasped in astonishment. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, innate experts were the pinnacle of martial prowess, capable of establishing a first-rate sect. And even in the royal city, they were formidable figures. Who could have imagined that this unassuming youth was also an innate expert? You. The second prince pointed at Xiao Long, his face flushed with rage. Do not presume that being an innate expert grants you free reign. This is the royal city, beneath the emperor's feet. My elder brother and third brother are both innate experts. I offer you a chance. Kneel, bow, and apologize, and present your spirit pet to me. Perhaps I may spare your life. The second prince's demeanor turned icy, his teeth clenched. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Xiao Long finally turned, regarding him coldly. A spectacle unfolds. The second prince clashed with an innate expert. Such a young innate expert must be here to enroll in the two prestigious academies. Genius often brims with pride, and conflicts are understandable. Yet this is the royal city. Who dares offend a member of the royal family? This young man is finished. Bystanders shook their heads in dismay, lamenting the fate of this prodigy who, despite his youth and innate prowess, had offended the second prince, leaving him in dire straits. Xiao Long's cold gaze remained fixed on the second prince, a murderous intent surging within. He had initially offered a chance, yet the other party had squandered it, repeatedly provoking him, truly underestimating his temper. As Xiao Long clenched his fists, preparing to resolve the matter, his spirit pet, Little White, nipped his ear. Big brother Xiao, are you mad? This is the royal city. Killing him will lead to great trouble. Little White exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long paused to consider, realizing the truth in Little White's words. This is indeed the royal city. He was unaware of the number of experts concealed within. A mere innate martial sex Thunderchild had forced him to exhaust every effort to defeat him. Should there be an innate martial king in the royal city, escaping unscathed would be a question of survival. Killing this man, though momentarily satisfying, would invite endless trouble, especially with the two academies recruiting tomorrow. He had to participate. This was of utmost importance. With this thought, Xiao Long relaxed his clenched fists. The second prince, noticing this detail, burst into laughter. Ha! A mere ant dares defy royal authority. Kneel and bow 3 times, or I shall issue a decree to hunt you down across the kingdom of Tianfeng, ensuring your entire family pays the price. The onlookers sighed, expressing their regret for the prodigy. Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A dark staff shot through the air from a distance, like a streak of black lightning. Arriving in an instant, whoosh bang, before the second prince could react, the staff struck his forehead, and with a resounding boom, blood sprayed everywhere, his head exploding into fragments. Thud, the headless corpse fell to the ground. The staff quivering beside it. Silence. The surrounding clamor ceased abruptly, plunging the scene into a deathly hush. All eyes widened in shock, mouths agape as they witnessed this spectacle. Suddenly, a staff flew in and killed the second prince. What was happening? Oh dear, I apologize. I slipped. A burly man with a yellow face sauntered over, picking up the staff and offering a sheepish smile. The crowd's expressions darkened at a slip. A mere slip resulted in the death of a prince. What kind of hand was that? It's over. This man is doomed. The shock rippled through the crowd. The death of a prince in the royal city was a monumental event, likely to uproot the entire capital. In a courtyard of the royal city, the third prince, engaged in a game of chess with Wang Mingao, suddenly furrowed his brow as a talisman on his chest shattered. Who killed my second brother? The third prince roared, soaring into the air toward a particular direction. The second prince was dead. Wang Mingao followed closely behind, astonished. Boom, boom, boom. The streets trembled as the city guards swiftly converged, surrounding the yellow-haired man. Boss, I'm not like those humans. I'm a beast that I don't have their devious ways. If anyone dares to bully my brother, it's simple. I'll smash them. The yellow-haired man grinned, transmitting a message to Xiao Long. Boss, you leave first. I killed the second prince. That I'll take the blame. His eyes glinted with bloodlust, scanning the surroundings, causing anyone he met to break out in a cold sweat. Such terrifying eyes. Kill him, the captain of the guards commanded. Kill. The soldiers surged forward. The yellow-haired man gripped the staff, ready to unleash a massacre. Suddenly, a vast wave of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, forming 2 invisible blades that swept across the scene. Buzz, everyone froze, rooted in place. Then, thud, 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 thud. All fell, lifeless. Chapter 106. The power of 3 words. Xiao Long clapped his hands, a cold smile on his face. My apologies. My mind slipped just now, and I inadvertently tossed it away. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled, utterly astonished. They still could not grasp what had transpired. The city guards lay dead. Who were these 2? Who dares kill my second brother? A thunderous voice echoed from afar, and the third prince descended, his expression dark and stormy. Upon witnessing the headless corpse of the second prince and the fallen guards, his murderous intent intensified. It was you. The third prince glared at Xiao Long. Begone. Xiao Long swatted his hand, summoning the spiritual energy into a massive palm that struck toward the third prince's face. The third prince, filled with rage, prepared to retaliate, only to find the spiritual energy defying his command. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving everyone dazed. The third prince was sent soaring, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, losing a mouthful of teeth. What? The third prince, an innate expert, couldn't withstand such a blow. How could this be? He, the most gifted of the royal family, had reached innate martial artist status in his 20s, training in the finest royal techniques. Yet, he could not withstand this man's strike. Xiao Long smirked inwardly. He had reached the realm of unity with heaven and man, and the spiritual energy of this area was under his command. Others attempting to manipulate it would have to seek his permission. You scoundrel! You must have ambushed me. The third prince's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to rise. However, as he stood, the spiritual energy swiftly formed a 2-meter-wide hand, tightly grasping him. Let go of me, the third prince screamed, struggling desperately. Yet, the grip tightened, suffocating him. To his horror, he realized he had lost control over the spiritual energy. Wasn't he an innate expert? How could this happen? Stop! At that moment, Wang Mingao arrived, witnessing the third prince ensnared like a chick, his eyes widening in alarm. Scoundrel! Quickly, stop! The third prince, being of royal lineage, warned, if you kill him, it will bring about unimaginable calamity. Yet, as Wang Mingao spoke, his expression suddenly froze. What did you just say? Xiao Long retorted with a cold smile. Wang Mingao's face turned ashen, akin to seeing a ghost, rendering him speechless. Brother Wang, quickly summon the head of the Wang family and capture this scoundrel, the third prince shouted in anger. However, he was struck by shock as he realized Wang Mingao had actually knelt down. Silence enveloped the room. Wang Mingao, on his knees, fervently knocked his head against the ground, repeatedly slapping his own face with a resounding crack, as if wishing to destroy it altogether. Master Xiao, I was unaware of your arrival and have caused great offense. I implore you, spare my Wang family. Wang Mingao cried out, his lips bloodied from the force of his slaps, yet he continued. The onlookers were wide-eyed in disbelief. Wang Mingao, have you lost your mind? The third prince exclaimed. But a moment later, he sensed something was amiss. He knew Wang Mingao's character well. He would never act without cause. Master Xiao. The third prince's complexion shifted dramatically. Among the crowd, some began to realize the gravity of the situation. Collapsing in terror, the dreaded figure rumored to command countless beasts, obliterating the Beast Master sect and annihilating numerous cities, was none other than Master Xiao. In the Tianfeng Kingdom, the surname Xiao is feared. Who else could instill such terror in Wang Mingao that he would kneel in apology? Fear began to seep into the hearts of the crowd, causing them to tremble in dread, their faces pale. Who would dare to offend such a demon, capable of slaughtering half an empire at a whim? A single misstep could lead to catastrophe for the imperial city. The third prince was utterly shocked. His face drained of color. I have offended Xiao. The third prince felt an unprecedented sense of dread enveloping him. That name was a nightmare for the royal family. Remember, do not provoke me again. Leave. Xiao Long waved dismissively. With a thunderous crash, the third prince was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. Upon landing, he dared not linger, fleeing in a panic. The crowd scattered as if encountering a ghost, fearful of inciting Xiao Long's wrath. Master Xiao, they are so afraid of you. Xiao Bai chuckled. Do not mock me. Xiao Long replied with a sense of resignation. He had not anticipated that the title of Master Xiao would wield such power in the Tianfeng Kingdom, rendering him a figure of horror. It seemed the epic beast tide from months prior had left a deep impression on them. Wang Mingao, you have not offended me. Rise, Xiao Long said calmly. Wang Mingao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily standing and bowing respectfully. Thank you, Master Xiao, he stammered, stepping aside in silence. That day, he and Wan Jianfeng had witnessed Xiao Long being obliterated by a bolt of lightning, and now he stood before them, alive and well, leaving them with a chilling sense of disbelief. Though you did not assist during the beast tide, at least you stood by my side. I, Xiao Long, am clear in my debts and grievances. Let today's matter be put to rest, Xiao Long declared. Yes, Wang Mingao replied, brimming with excitement. This sword is a gift for you. Xiao Long casually tossed a greenish sword, a primordial treasure he had purchased from the 10,000 Realms Mall. Wang Mingao accepted it, gazing in astonishment at a primordial treasure. His family possessed only one, reserved for the family head, and yet Xiao Long had freely given him one. I shall forever remember Master Zhao's kindness. Wang Mingao knelt, utterly convinced. That night, at Wang Mingao's invitation, Xiao Long stayed at the Wang residence. Upon hearing that Master Xiao had arrived, The head of the Wang family immediately cleared the best cultivation room for him and his companion, Huang Mao. Even the reclusive elder of the Wang family was stirred, and the atmosphere was one of trepidation. Had it not been for Xiao Long gifting Wang Mingyao a primordial treasure, and with Wang Mingyao repeatedly explaining, the Wang family might have descended into chaos from fear. Xiao Long felt a sense of resignation. He had not anticipated that the previous beast tide would forge such a demonic reputation for him. Yet, it was beneficial. At least no one dared to provoke him. Tonight, I shall attempt to concoct a 5th-grade elixir, Xiao Long announced, retrieving the 4 symbols cauldron along with various 5th-grade herbs. Unable to find a soul-repairing elixir in the 10,000 Realms Mall, he resolved to concoct one himself. The beast tide had provided him with an abundance of materials, and after a brief examination, he discovered he had gathered the recipes for 2 soul-repairing 5th-grade elixirs, the Sun Moon Essence Pill and the Spirit Melding Pill. The former not only repaired the soul but also the body, while the latter specialized solely in soul repair. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to concoct the Spirit Melding Pill. With his ascension to Beast King and achieving the unity of heaven and man, Xiao Long's mastery over spiritual energy reached an extraordinary level that he no longer employed the 9 Dragons fire control technique, but instead utilized the everlasting fire control technique he had developed later. This technique required an immense degree of control, one only attainable at the unity of heaven and man stage. Night passed swiftly, and as the sun rose, Xiao Long struck the cauldron, successfully producing a spirit melding pill. This speed surpassed even his previous concoction of a 4th-grade elixir. Xiao Long estimated that, given sufficient time, he could produce a 6th-grade elixir. However, he currently had no need for it, as consuming a soul-repairing 6th-grade elixir might cause his physical body to shatter under the overwhelming soul power. After consuming the spirit melding pill, he opened his eyes after a long while, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, yet no abnormalities manifested. A knock sounded at the door, and Wang Mingyao called from outside. Master Xiao, the 2 great academies have begun recruiting. Xiao Long roused Huang Mao, and the 3 set out from the Wang residence. The recruitment site for Shanghai Academy was located in the western part of the imperial city, while Tiangshan Academy was in the east, prompting Xiao Long and Huang Mao to part ways, agreeing to reconvene at the academy. Huang Mao, for this trip, you shall assume the name Xiao Yuan. Contact me upon reaching Shanghai Academy. If you encounter danger, shatter the jade piece. Xiao Long handed Huang Mao a storage ring containing various protective and escape treasures, all procured from the 10,000 Realms Mall. Rest assured, boss, I will return safely. Huang Mao grinned. Farewell. Xiao Long bid him goodbye and proceeded with Wang Mingyao toward the direction of Tiangshan Academy. Master Xiao, I have a question. Is it appropriate to ask? Wang Mingyao ventured. What is it? Xiao Long inquired. Historically, the 2 great academies have been bitter rivals, engaging in countless wars. If that one is your brother, why do you not attend the same academy? Wang Mingyao asked. Due to certain reasons. I cannot be with him, Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. Are you concerned that we might become enemies? The academy wars are unpredictable, Wang Mingyao replied with a forced smile. Xiao Long chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. His bond with Huang Mao transcended life and death. Others could not comprehend it. In the western part of the imperial city, at the recruitment site for Shanghai Academy, Huang Mao arrived to find only a handful of people present. Not a single young innate expert in sight. Hey, is this the recruitment site for Shanghai Academy? Huang Mao casually asked someone. Yes, the person nodded. Then why are there so few people? Huang Mao scratched his head, puzzled. What's so strange about it? Shanghai Academy was established only 200 years ago, while Tiangshan Academy boasts a history of several thousand years. In terms of heritage and the number of strong individuals, they are not even on the same level. If it weren't for the crowd over there, who would come here? A young warrior in the condensing reality stage muttered. Same for me. The condensing reality stage only accepts those under 20. I'm 22 this year, and Tiangshan Academy definitely won't take me, so I can only try my luck at Shanghai Academy. Another young warrior sighed. Huang Mao was momentarily speechless. The disparity between the 2 academies was staggering. He found a rock to sit on and patiently waited. At that moment, 2 figures appeared in the distant sky. Moments later, a young man in his 20s and a boy around 10 years old descended from above. The young man had a stern countenance, wielding a jade-green long sword, exuding an aura of unparalleled vigor, akin to a sword yet to be unsheathed, causing anyone who beheld him to wince in pain. The boy, however, appeared carefree, continuously joking with the stern young man, who responded only with grunts, remaining largely silent. An innate expert. Huang Mao immediately sensed their imposing aura. Both had reached the innate level. The cold young man, in particular, possessed an aura even stronger than that of the previous Thunder Child. Moreover, what astonished Huang Mao was that he felt a unique quality emanating from them, reminiscent of Xiao Long's presence. though he could not quite articulate what it was. Hey, Big Oaf, is this the recruitment site for Songhai Academy? The cheerful boy approached Huang Mao, inquiring, Are you not from Songhai Academy? Huang Mao asked, astonished. We're here to register. We heard Songhai Academy was established only 200 years ago and could rival Tiangshan Academy, so we came to take a look, the boy said with a radiant smile. Huang Mao was even more surprised. He had thought they were from Songhai Academy, only to discover they were merely passers-by here to register. Big Oaf, you seem quite capable. Why don't we team up? My name is Xiao Long. The boy, exuding a harmless demeanor, pointed at the stern young man beside him and said, This is my older brother, Xiao Bajan. Don't let his icy demeanor fool you. He has a good heart. The aloof young man let out a grunt, settling into a cross-legged position on the ground with his eyes closed in meditation. The golden-haired youth scratched his head and grinned. I am called Xiao Yuan. Hailing from the mountains. Your surname is Xiao? Xiao Long exclaimed excitedly. Haha, Xiao is indeed a noble surname. My ancestors also bore that name. Silence. At that moment, the aloof young man suddenly opened his eyes and shot a fierce glare. Oh, I misspoke. Xiao Long, like a chastised child, awkwardly rubbed his head. The golden-haired youth was taken aback, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Meanwhile, at the admissions office of the Divine Academy, a portly old man sat before a testing device capable of assessing one's cultivation level, bone age, and calculating their innate talent. A line of young cultivators stood waiting for their turn. Zhang He, 4th level of the True Condensation Realm, 18 years old, half-star talent. Next, Lu Jing, 1st level of the True Condensation Realm, 19 years old, 0-star talent. Next, as the crowd continued to file through, a youth named Chen Feng stepped up. Chen Feng, 8th level of the True Condensation Realm, 17 years old, 1-star talent. When Chen Feng approached the testing device, a single star lit up beside it, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. 1-star talent. This is the only 1-star talent we've encountered after so long. Chen Feng, filled with pride, strutted to the accepted queue. It's my turn now. Just then, the third prince strode over, disregarding the long line and heading straight for the testing area. Hey, you can't just cut in. A cultivator of the True Condensation Realm attempted to intervene. But before he could finish, he was rendered speechless. What? Do you have a problem? The third prince glared coldly. I dare not. Your Highness, please go ahead. The man bowed respectfully. The third prince was a congenital master and a member of the royal family. Who would dare offend such a figure? The third prince snorted and walked straight ahead, the crowd parting to make way. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. He is coming. Run. It's that demon. The crowd scattered in terror, creating a wide open space as they fled in all directions, abandoning their testing in a frenzy. Many faces turned pale with fear as they cowered behind others, trembling. At the end of the throng, Xiao Long approached with a white fox perched on his head, a fierce expression on his face, while Wang Mingao followed respectfully. Is that the Lord Xiao who has slaughtered several cities? Yes. It is said he has a peculiar temperament and slaughters without hesitation. Just yesterday, he killed the second prince in the imperial city, wiping out the city guard completely. I witnessed it. The third prince received several slaps from him and dared not retaliate. Even Wang Mingao knelt before him. What a terrifying person. The crowd was filled with dread. Wherever Xiao Long went, a wide berth was given, as if they feared incurring the wrath of this formidable figure, indifferent to the chaos around him. Xiao Long headed straight for the registration desk. I hear you are the third prince of the Tianfeng Kingdom, here for testing? The portly old man squinted and inquired. Indeed, I am Prince Xi. The third prince proudly approached the testing device, but suddenly heard a commotion behind him, causing him to glance back. In that instant, his face drained of color. Xiao, he stammered, leaping off the device and fleeing. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. The portly old man looked on in bewilderment. Who could frighten the third prince into such a state? Unaware of the rumors regarding the beast tide in the Tianfeng Kingdom, he was utterly perplexed. Xiao Long stepped up to the testing device, presenting a golden invitation card, and calmly declared, My name is Xiao Chen. He then stepped onto the device. A series of mesmerizing lights scanned his body. The device's primary function was to probe a cultivator's physical structure and assess their surface-level strength. It was remarkably rudimentary and could only provide a general evaluation, missing deeply hidden realms such as the unity of heaven and man. Ding, ding, ding. 3 stars suddenly illuminated beside the device. What? 3 stars? Such astonishing talent. The crowd gasped in horror. Is this truly Lord Xiao? The portly old man was equally astonished. He had expected to enroll a few 1-star talents in a 1-star empire, but never anticipated encountering a 3-star talent. Yet, the surprises were not over. Above the 3 stars, a 4th star began to shine. What? The old man was taken aback. A 4-star talent was exceedingly rare, especially to find one in the desolate Tianfeng Kingdom. As he continued to stare in shock, a fifth star suddenly lit up, making it a total of 5 stars, an extraordinary occurrence. The old man felt as if struck by lightning, his mind swirling. A 5-star genius. Since the establishment of the Divine Academy, only a handful of 5-star geniuses had been enrolled, all concentrated in the 3-star empire. Never had there been one in a 1-star empire. Those individuals invariably became renowned superpowers in the great wilderness continent. How could such a phenomenon arise in the insignificant Tianfeng kingdom? At that moment, the 5 stars began to hum, and with a thunderous explosion, they shattered into fragments. Xiao Chun, half a year old, early-stage congenital martial artist, talent. Unknown. The portly old man slumped back in his chair, staring incredulously at the data on the device. The device malfunctioning. This is absurd. Xiao Long shook his head and took a seat at the back of the line, crossing his legs and closing his eyes in meditation. Half a year, his true form emerged only half a year ago. By that measure, he is indeed half a year old. Could it truly be broken? The old man was skeptical that the Tianfeng kingdom could produce a 5-star genius that a half-year-old congenital martial artist. There's no doubt it's malfunctioning. Realizing the youth appeared genuinely young coupled with his innate strength, the old man reluctantly deemed him worthy of passing. He retrieved the broken testing device and produced another one. Declaring loudly, "Testing continues." The crowd that had fled quickly reformed the line, one by one approaching the device. Wang Mingao, 22 years old, early-stage congenital martial artist, 1-star talent. Next. Wang Mingao sat beside Xiao Long and chuckled. "Lord Xiao, your influence in the Tianfeng kingdom is profound. Whether human or ghost, they all fear you. Fear is one thing. As long as they do not provoke me, it matters not," Xiao Long replied indifferently. "Since you travel with me, you may call me Brother Xiao." "Very well, Brother Xiao," Wang Mingao replied gleefully. Those who had completed their tests sat cross-legged on the ground behind them, with Xiao Long and Wang Mingao occupying a considerable space, creating a bubble of avoidance around them. Not a soul dared approach within 100 meters, all shivering and hiding in the distance. Even a recently tested congenital master kept their distance. At that moment, the crowd erupted in excited murmurs as a graceful figure draped in green silk approached, a soft sword at her waist. "Look, it's Xianyuan Minghua." It is said she was taken as a direct disciple by the sect leader of the Holy Maiden sect 3 years ago. Now that the academy is recruiting, she has returned. 3 years prior, Xianyuan Minghua had already reached the 10th level of the true condensation realm, her beauty unparalleled, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Tianfeng kingdom. Now, having returned from the Holy Maiden sect, her ethereal presence was even more enchanting, captivating all who beheld her. As she stepped onto the testing platform amidst the fervent gazes, the device lit up instantly. Xianyuan Minghua, 17 years old, late-stage congenital martial artist, initial comprehension of sword intent, 3-star talent. The device immediately illuminated 3 stars, prompting a chorus of admiration from the crowd. A late-stage congenital martial artist, and she has comprehended sword intent. She is even stronger than Wang Mingao, someone exclaimed in awe. Sword intent, a coveted aspiration for congenital masters. Those who fully grasp it invariably ascend to the potential dragon list, gaining renown throughout the great wilderness continent. Ignoring the fervent gazes, Xianyuan Minghua walked gracefully to the back of the line, heading directly towards Xiao Long and Wang Mingao. "Lady Minghua," Wang Mingao exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet her. However, Xianyuan Minghua disregarded him, instead focusing on the meditating Xiao Long, elegantly inquiring, "May I sit beside you?" "Within 3 breaths, leave," Xiao Long replied without raising his head, his tone indifferent. "Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Xianyuan Minghua chuckled softly, a serene sigh escaping her lips. "People say you revel in slaughter, leaving millions dead and rivers of blood in your wake. Yet I do not share that belief. If you were truly a bloodthirsty individual, would you spare the ordinary and only target martial artists? If you were truly bloodthirsty, why would you bypass Huiyun City and spare smaller villages? If you were truly bloodthirsty, why would you first request individuals from the city lord Luo Tiangang before attacking Yusho City instead of storming in directly?" Xianyuan Minghua gazed at Xiao Long with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Do you believe what I say is true, Lord Xiao? Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, surprised by her knowledge. "And what if I do? Or do not?" Still with his eyes closed, he replied coolly, "As long as you do not provoke me, where you choose to sit is your prerogative. Just remember to maintain a distance of 10 steps. Xianyuan Minghua was momentarily taken aback. After all these years, it was her first encounter with someone who wished to keep their distance from her. Yet, she quickly composed herself, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Very well, no problem." She approached and seated herself cross-legged 10 steps away from Xiao Long. This scene immediately stirred up quite a commotion. My goodness. The Moon Fairy actually initiated a conversation. and requested to maintain distance. This Lord Xiao is merely a killer, devoid of any emotions. What a pity. How unfortunate for the Moon Maiden to encounter such a person. The crowd shook their heads in lament, feeling that Xianyuan Mingwei was undeserving of such treatment. Brother Xiao, that wretched woman has an interest in you. Little White pouted, her voice dripping with jealousy. Ha. She only saw me once. How could she be interested? Xiao Long chuckled, shaking his head. Humph. Regardless, she is interested in you. Little White huffed, disregarding any hesitation, and playfully nibbled on Xiao Long's ear. Stop. Stop. Spare me, my lady. Xiao Long quickly begged for mercy. That on the other side, Wang Minggao, unable to contain his impatience, approached Xianyuan Mingyue with a grin. Moon Maiden, long time no see. How have you been? Just as he began to speak, he felt a sharp flash of sword light shoot past him. With a clang, a deep sword mark was carved into the ground. Mere inches from Wang Mingo's feet, the terrifying sword intent emanating from the mark severed several strands of his hair, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Get lost. Xianyuan Mingyue's indifferent voice came without her even turning around. Sighing, Wang Minggao slapped his forehead, shook his head, and resigned himself to sitting quietly. As time passed, more young innate masters arrived, all previously hidden within the Tianfeng Kingdom until the academy called for talents. Xiao Long scanned the surroundings with a slight sweep of his consciousness. Besides himself, Wang Minggao, and Xianyuan Mingwei, there were a total of 9 innate masters, one at the late stage of innate martial master, while the other 8 were at the early and mid-stages. As for the condensing true realm, it was densely packed with over 300 individuals. Though Xiao Long's consciousness detected a familiar face, none other than the Little Poison King, Gu Cha, whom he had encountered in Huan City. Jiu Cha had returned first, narrowly escaping a calamity, and in just half a year, he had reached the threshold of the innate realm, likely having gained some opportunity. Gu Cha was hiding behind the crowd, stealing glances at Xiao Long, his body trembling slightly. Xiao Long paid him no mind. Such a lowly creature posed no threat. At this moment, 2 more masters approached. Even before they got close, an overwhelming sense of pressure swept through, chilling many to silence. It was the 3rd prince. And at the first prince, someone recognized the two men, clad in yellow dragon robes, strode through the air. The first was a tall and robust man, exuding a fierce gaze and an aura of authority, as if he ruled the very skies. This was the first prince, Ing Tian. The 3rd prince, Ing Si, stood behind him, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Long, his eyes flashing with malevolence. Humph. Ignorant ants, Ing Tian sneered, glancing at Xiao Long with disdain before stepping onto the testing platform. Ing Tian, 29 years old, was at the mid-stage of innate martial sect, with a minor mastery of sword intent and a 3-star talent. The crowd gasped in admiration. Yet another 3-star talent. Even the plump old man wore a smug smile. Who would have thought that the Tianfeng Kingdom would produce 2 3-star talents? This is something to boast about when I return. At this moment, Ing Si took his turn for testing. Ing Si, 22 years old, was at the mid-stage of innate martial master, with a 1-star talent. After the 2 completed their tests, they walked straight toward Xiao Long. All fell silent, watching the unfolding drama. Were they seeking revenge? Ing Tian stood before Xiao Long, his gaze sharp. You are the one who killed my 2nd brother and injured my 3rd brother in the Imperial City. His voice was icy, filled with a condescending air as he looked down at Xiao Long. I know you can command countless demons, but this is the Imperial City. If I were to crush you here, those beasts would be too late to save you. As for a retaliatory beast tide, I shall be at the Divine Academy, impervious to any consequences, even if the beast tide flattens the Tianfeng Kingdom. This. Ing Tian's gaze turned cold as he pointed at Xiao Long. You are not qualified to contend with me. The crowd gasped, realizing that Ing Tian was prepared to disregard the safety of the Tianfeng Kingdom and eliminate Xiao Long. Ing Si wore a smug smile, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Xianyuan Mingyue opened her eyes, intrigued by the scene, curious about how this Lord Xiao would respond. However, Xiao Long did not even lift his eyelids, remaining calm as he replied, within 3 breaths, leave. At this proclamation, astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving them speechless. Xianyuan Mingwei was equally taken aback. Among innate masters, each level represented a vast chasm. Even the most talented individuals found it challenging to combat those above their rank. Ing Tian, at the mid-stage of innate martial sect, faced Xiao Long, who was merely at the early stage of innate martial master. For tears apart, how could he possibly contend? Ing Tian was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such audacity. You dare tell me to leave? He pointed to himself, his anger escalating. 1 breath. Xiao Long responded coolly, unfazed. You are courting death. Ing Tian roared in fury, unleashing an overwhelming imperial pressure that forced countless onlookers to the ground, pale and gasping for breath. This is the Earth-grade low-tier technique, the imperial scripture, The crowd was stunned. Tian had actually mastered the imperial scripture. Earth-grade techniques are legendary in the Tianfeng kingdom. Xiao Long raised an eyebrow at Earth-grade techniques. Speaking of which, his own technique was merely of the low-tier mystical grade. It was time to seek a change. Very well. I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Since that is the case. Xiao Long opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. Die. He struck out with a single punch. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth like a torrent, coalescing into a massive fist imprint in midair. Carrying the might of the cosmos as it crashed down, you're looking for death. Tian's fury peaked as his true energy gathered in his palm, causing his entire arm to emit a faint golden glow. Then, boom, the two fists collided in a breathtaking display, sending shockwaves of power spiraling outward, lifting the ground, and producing a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, an invisible blade of soul power sliced through the chaos. With a thud, both figures were thrown back. Tian steadied himself, while Xiao Long staggered back several dozen steps before managing to halt his retreat. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Long's mouth, but he quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect that using 50% of my strength, you could still survive. You possess some ability. Tian narrowed his eyes. Xiao Long scoffed. 50%? Your current state only possesses 20% of your true power. But that's all there is to it. If this is your strength, then it's time to conclude this. Tian cast a pitying glance at him, shaking his head. At that moment, a commotion erupted from behind. Tian turned to see the third prince, Si, lying on the ground, pale and lifeless, his eyes wide, devoid of breath. Silence fell. Tian's expression darkened, his silence palpable, but the crowd understood that the more Tian remained silent, the more terrifying he became. Tian was truly enraged. Boom. A more formidable aura erupted, soaring into the sky. That moment, Tian resembled a divine being descended from the heavens, his blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Long. As if regarding a doomed soul. You dared to kill my third brother in front of me. Xiao Long smirked. Such a trivial ant. What of it? I offered him a chance yesterday, but he failed to appreciate it and repeatedly provoked me. So I ended him. Ah, you shall die. Tian roared in a fit of rage, unleashing the dragon tiger's sacred fist, imbued with terrifying imperial pressure as he struck forward. Sighing, Xiao Long shook his head. Tian was at the mid-stage of innate martial sect, possessing an earth-grade martial art, even stronger than the Thunder Child he had faced before. Moreover, this man was an elite, making it impossible to use the touch of gold technique. That seemed he would have to reveal some of his true capabilities. Just then, stop. A plump elder descended into the center of the arena. He raised his hand, and with a mighty shake, Tian's fist was halted midair, as if it had lost all its power. And the chaotic spiritual energy in the sky was swiftly suppressed. An innate martial king. Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that this unassuming old man was an innate martial king. Why do you stop me? Tian was clearly displeased. You are all to be elite students of the Divine Academy in the future. A bit of roughhousing is fine, but why must it turn serious? The plump elder smiled. He realized that Xiao Chen's strength was remarkable, likely around 3 stars. Thus, the Tianfeng Kingdom had produced 3 3-star talents. This was splendid news for him, as the Academy's rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Humph, this scoundrel killed my third brother in public. We have an irreconcilable feud. Why should he not be punished? Tian retorted angrily. Why the rush? The elder replied. My task is to escort you to the Academy. Once I receive my reward, feel free to fight to your heart's content. Just a reminder, the Academy does not allow students to harm one another. If you have grievances, it's best to resolve them outside. Having said this, the plump elder turned and departed, leaving the matter unresolved. Tian's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he clenched his teeth, his fist cracking ominously. Humph, I hope I do not encounter you alone. For if I do, I shall surely kill you. With that, Tian turned and strode away. The notion of an isolated encounter amused Xiao Long. Should such a meeting occur, Tian would likely not even grasp the circumstances of his demise. Xianyuan Mingyue's gaze flickered with intrigue, her interest intensifying. The stout elder approached a vacant area and waved at the sky. A tempest suddenly arose, and a colossal shadow descended from above. The crowd beheld an immense black griffin landing gracefully before them. Silence fell as everyone gasped in awe. This griffin was a deep obsidian hue, measuring at least 300 meters in length, with wings spanning no less than 800 meters in their lifetimes. None had witnessed such a gargantuan creature. An 8th-tier demon king. Sensing the griffin's aura, Xiao Long exhibited a look of astonishment. Typically, 8th-tier demon kings were about 100 meters in size, suggesting this griffin had undergone some extraordinary breeding process. However, no matter how unique, It paled in comparison to Xiao Long's enhancements. His own augmentation had reached LV2, allowing his length to surge to 1,000 meters. This griffin is tasked with transporting students. Let us ascend, the stout elder declared, leaping onto the griffin's head. The students exchanged glances before following suit. The griffin's coarse fur offered ample grip, and over 300 students formed various small groups. Ying Tian remained solitary, while Xiao Long sat with Wang Ming and Xinyuan Minghua. Around them lay an expanse devoid of anyone daring to approach. Commence our journey, the stout elder gestured grandly, with a resounding cry. The griffin flapped its wings and soared into the heavens, the imperial city beneath shrinking until it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, a giant parrot, carrying Huang Mao and a dozen other students, took flight toward Songhai Academy. Both academies resided in the heart of the great wilderness, relatively close to the savage nation, yet traversing from Tianfeng Nation would require at least 10 days, within his inner world. Xiao Long's realm had expanded to 3,000 miles in both width and length following his evolution. The toxic fluid had shifted to the horn atop his head, leaving only boundless chaotic currents. This chaotic energy represented the primordial state of all airflows in existence, and Xiao Long pondered what form his inner world would take should it continue to evolve. Now that I possess countless spirit stones, it is time to exchange my cultivation methods. Xiao Long's serpentine form coiled within his inner world as myriad techniques flickered through his mind. The beastly physique of a demonic creature did not heavily rely on techniques, leading Xiao Long to neglect the matter of cultivation methods over time. Chapter 111. The Dragon Soul Scriptures. The Azure Dragon's secret tome had been cultivated to perfection, yet it offered minimal assistance to Xiao Long. The gathered true energy could scarcely emit a single ray of aurora flame, failing to meet his needs. Given my current physical strength, mastering a heavenly grade technique is still overly ambitious for now. I shall resort to an exceptional earthly grade method. After searching his mind for a moment without satisfaction, Xiao Long accessed the Wanjie Mall, meticulously sifting through the pages of earthly grade techniques belonging to the dragon lineage, eliminating one after another. Suddenly, eureka! Xiao Long's eyes lit up as he focused on the Dragon Soul Scriptures displayed in the mall. He had heard of this technique before. It was created by the supreme soul ancestor dragon of antiquity. It was said that the soul ancestor dragon possessed 3 main souls and myriad subsouls, with each soul cultivating a different technique. Though the notion of soul cultivation may seem absurd, it indeed held validity. For instance, the Dragon Soul Scriptures combined soul and physical cultivation, allowing for the conversion of soul force and true energy when perfected, a marvel in its own right. Although categorized as an earthly grade exceptional technique, it surpassed heavenly grade methods in certain aspects. To his astonishment, the Wanjie Mall even offered the techniques of the soul ancestor dragon for purchase. Astonished and fueled by curiosity, Xiao Long continued to search in the mall. However, disappointment washed over him as he found only a handful of ancestral dragon techniques, some of which vanished inexplicably, presumably purchased by others. Purchase it now. Xiao Long quickly clicked to buy. Ding! You have purchased the Dragon Soul Scriptures. Costing 1.2 gold ingots, 20 discount. Current gold ingot balance, 1.8. System notification. Techniques, martial arts, and soul skills purchased from the Wanjie Mall cannot be privately taught or sold. Failure to comply will result in the revocation of purchasing privileges. Taken aback by this notification, Xiao Long thought, I cannot teach it. What nonsense is this? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Others would have no use for it anyway. Exiting the Wanjie Mall, he held the purchased Dragon Soul Scriptures jade slip and allowed his consciousness to penetrate it. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. After a considerable time, Xiao Long opened his eyes. I see now. This Dragon Soul Scriptures is indeed tailored for me, he marveled. With formidable soul power yet a frail physique, he could easily challenge foes of higher tiers using his divine sense. However, without the aid of time laws or other means, he would struggle against even a beginner innate martial master as he was about to enter the Heavenly God Academy. Relying on special techniques for every encounter would only lead to his capture for research. The Dragon Soul Scriptures would perfectly complement his deficiencies in true energy. Let us commence. Xiao Long immersed himself in training. 2 days passed, and a terrifying aura emanated from Xiao Long, his serpentine form flickering in and out of existence, as if he were absent from this realm. The Azure Dragon true energy dissipated, replaced by the Dragon Soul true energy infused with soul power. The first level of the Dragon Soul Scriptures. Xiao Long's eyes opened, deep and vast as the endless cosmos. Now, let us proceed to upgrade. Once initiated, it was a frenzied ascent, for Xiao Long possessed a fortune of spirit stones that seemed endless. However, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. Upon leveling up once, he was immediately taken aback. Ding! Your Dragon Soul Scriptures has reached the 2nd level, consuming 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. What? 500 million? Xiao Long stared in disbelief. He recalled that upgrading the Azure Dragon Secret Tome had cost tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. While the Azure Dragon Secret Tome was of low-grade profound level, and the Dragon Soul Scriptures was an exceptional earthly grade technique, 7 levels apart. Considering this, it seemed reasonable. Xiao Long found himself speechless. Your spirit stone quantity meets the requirement for upgrading the technique. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. Your Dragon Soul Scriptures has ascended to the 3rd level, consuming 50 million upper-grade spirit stones, partially substituted by mid-grade and lower-grade spirit stones. Gazing at his inventory, Xiao Long noticed the once mountainous pile of spirit stones had dwindled to mere remnants. Well, the 3rd level is sufficient. Let us test its might. Xiao Long sensed a monumental transformation within him, as soul power melded with true energy, enhancing his strength exponentially. With focus, he directed his energy toward the void, holding his breath for a moment before unleashing a torrent of massive purple-black flames. Ever since the Azure Dragon True Energy had transmuted into Dragon Soul True Energy, his infernal demon fire seemed to have undergone a mutation. The flames became ethereal, distorting the very fabric of space as they erupted into the air, a unique transformation brought forth by the infusion of soul power. Now, the infernal demon fire could not only corrode flesh, but also sear the soul. Perhaps I should bestow upon it a new name, Xiao Long mused. Nightmare Fire. The more he contemplated, the more he found the name appealing. The Nightmare Fire, alongside the Time Laws and Aurora Flame, would become another formidable weapon in Xiao Long's arsenal. The Time Laws were too perilous, and the Aurora Flame consumed too much energy. Both were not to be wielded lightly. The Nightmare Fire would undoubtedly become a staple technique for Xiao Long in the days to come. He resolved to cultivate several complementary soul skills in preparation for the future. As the journey continued, Xiao Long dedicated himself to his training. Days passed. Beyond the clouds, atop a colossal blue parrot, Huang Mao opened his eyes. A flash of golden light shooting from his pupils before vanishing. The 11th level of the Battle Saint Body, Huang Mao murmured to himself. He too found it peculiar. The profound grade exceptional Battle Saint Body bestowed upon him only had 10 levels. And logically, he should have perfected it. Yet, upon reaching completion, inexplicably, a method for the next level emerged in his mind, allowing for further cultivation. Huang Mao began to question the true grade of this Battle Saint Body. If it were merely profound grade, how could it exceed 10 levels? Indeed, moments later, the 12th level of cultivation appeared in his mind. Whatever, he thought. Dismissing the matter, and continued his training to AT that moment. However, a cold-eyed youth behind Huang Mao suddenly opened his eyes wide. Unleashing an invisible sword chi. Clang. 3 flying needles were severed by the sword chi. Who goes there? Huang Mao sprang to his feet. Suddenly, anguished screams erupted around them, as dozens of students summoned by the parrot fell victim to the flying needles. Their lives extinguished. The giant parrot sensed the disturbance and became agitated. Stop, commanded a middle-aged man in purple attire atop the parrot, his true energy suppressing the creature until it steadied in midair. The man's expression grew increasingly grave as he gazed into the distance, where 3 immense black shadows advanced slowly. Chapter 112. The Mastery of Sword Intent. Who are you, and why have you attacked Songhai Academy? The man in purple bellowed. Heh, old Mu Yun, long time no see, came a voice from the shadows. Emerging into view were 3 smaller black griffins, forming a triangular formation that trapped the giant parrot in their midst. 3 griffins soared through the sky, each bearing a middle-aged man who gazed coldly at him. Tianqing, Wraith, and Falcon, this is your Tianqing Academy. Elder Mu Yun's pupils constricted as he spoke in a frosty tone. Ha! It seems you have a good memory. The man named Tianqing laughed heartily. Witnessing this scene, the remaining surviving students on the parrot bore expressions of sheer terror. The Tianqing Academy attacked us? How could this happen? The surviving students were ashen-faced. Before their departure, their families had high hopes for them, wishing for their triumphant return to uplift their clans. Yet, they were beset by the Tianqing Academy en route. Their fates now seemingly dire. Who could endure such a crushing blow? Elder Mu Yun's expression was frigid. We signed a pact with the Tianqing Academy. No matter the conflict, they would never assault new students. What do you regard this treaty as? Ha! What a joke. The Tianqing Academy has always been at odds with the Songhai Academy. A full-blown war was inevitable. Why not strike first? Tianqing declared with mirth. Beside him, Wraith chimed in. Fear not. With over 200 empires in the great wilderness, we've dispatched assassination squads to each that if you perish, you won't die alone. Scoundrels. Elder Mu Yun seethed with rage. Is the Tianqing Academy intent on extermination? Charge. Delay will bring unforeseen changes, Tianqing commanded coldly. Yes. At his words, the 3 men leapt from their griffins, charging towards Elder Mu Yun. The strongest force of Songhai Academy was Elder Mu Yun, a mid-stage innate martial king. Followed by the 6th-tier demon king, the Kunping Parrot.as for the others. They were dismissed entirely in their eyes. Humph. Even if I perish, I shall take one down with me. Elder Mu Yun resolutely consumed a pill to forcibly enhance his strength, elevating it to the late stage of the innate martial king. Among the attackers, 2 were late-stage innate martial kings, and 1 was a mid-stage innate martial king. Elder Mu's goal was to take down that mid-stage foe before his demise. Wraith, step back. Falcon and I will handle him. Tianqing discerned Elder Mu's intention and, alongside Falcon, advanced into the fray. Elder Mu leaped into the air, engaging fiercely with the two, a tremendous shockwave erupting in an instant. Just then, a chilling blade was drawn from behind, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that soared into the heavens, startling all into attention. Its Tobajan. He is indeed an innate martial king. The surviving students exclaimed in excitement. Tianqing squinted. Think you have recruited an innate martial king student. You are quite fortunate, he commanded. Wraith, eliminate him. Leave it to me. The man named Wraith broke from the group and charged directly at Tuobajan. An early-stage innate martial king, with decent talent, but alas, you chose the wrong academy. Wraith ascended above Tuobajan, swinging his sword down. Go to hell, and regret it. Splat. Blood sprayed as a head soared through the air, leaving behind a headless corpse that plummeted from the sky. Elder Mu Yun, the genius you painstakingly recruited, dies just like that. Tianqing was mid-sentence when he abruptly halted. The cold young man known as Tuobajan stood untouched in the void, whose headless corpse had fallen. Tianqing quickly reached out, grasping the severed head and examining it closely. It was Wraith. What? Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically. Wraith, a mid-stage innate martial king, had been slain by an early-stage student? How could this be possible? Remarkable. Truly formidable. The blonde-haired youth was enraptured. Long live my brother. Tuoba Long cheered excitedly. Elder Mu Yun's eyes widened in shock. That sword intent. Is it perfected? Feeling the overwhelming sword intent, Elder Mu Yun's throat turned dry. Sword intent is categorized into 5 realms: initiation, minor success, minor perfection, and major perfection. Each advancement is exceedingly arduous. Many innate experts spend their entire lives without even entering the first realm, let alone achieving major success. With perfected sword intent and the strength of an innate martial king, he would surely become a master on the potential dragon ranking. Elder Mu Yun never anticipated he had recruited a potential dragon ranking expert. Perfected sword intent. Tianqing was both astonished and furious. If that is the case, I shall personally end you. He drew a large blade and charged forth, the overwhelming blade intent surging like a river, a wave of fury erupting. Tuobajan remained expressionless, neither joyful nor sorrowful, simply unsheathing his sword in a straightforward manner. Clang! The clash of blade and sword sent both combatants staggering back several steps. Tuobajan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a perfected sword intent! Ultimately, you are but an early-stage innate martial king. I surpass you by 2 levels. Let us see how you can contend with me. Tianqing laughed boisterously, charging once more. Elder Mu Yun, driven by desperation, relentlessly attacked Falcon, embodying the spirit of exchanging life for life. He understood that the potency of the enhancement pill was limited. Once the effect wore off, he would surely perish, leaving Tuobajan in a 2-on-1 predicament. Falcon, recognizing Elder Mu Yun's intent, evaded and entangled himself, refusing to engage directly. Brother, hold on. Tuoba Long clenched his fists, his heart fervently praying. In the inner world of Xiao Long, 9 serpentine flames of purple-black swirled in the air. 9 dragons killing formation. Condense, Xiao Long commanded. Boom! The 9 fiery dragons surged towards the center, obliterating a metallic puppet he had used for experimentation, reducing it to a puddle of liquid. Withdraw. The 9 fiery dragons were immediately retracted into his body. Xiao Long understood the path to elevation. He had not practiced any martial arts nor wielded weapons, but had instead devoted himself to the mastery of fire manipulation. As the Burning Sky Dragon Emperor, no one dared to claim superiority in understanding flames. All forms of combat bear an essence. Sword intent embodies the will of the sword, blade intent is that of the blade, and flames too possess their own will. Xiao Long's fire intent had transcended to perfection in his past life, and having only practiced for 7 days in this life, he achieved a major success. Now facing Ying Tian, even a human incarnation would effortlessly deal with him. Xiao Long smirked. Just then, he sensed a disturbance. his expression shifting. The blonde-haired youth had crushed the jade slip. Had he encountered danger? Without hesitation, Xiao Long vacated his inner world. Outside, amidst rolling white clouds, the individuals atop the griffins were engrossed in meditation. Little White lay in Xiao Long's embrace, eyes closed, oblivious to the duration of her slumber. Little White, Huang Mao is in trouble. You must come with me. Without waiting for her to awaken, he swallowed her into his inner world. Leaving his human incarnation behind, Xiao Long soared into the sky, sprouting two black wings from his back, propelling himself toward the horizon at an unfathomable speed. Puffed. Tuoba Zhan coughed up blood, his complexion pale. Yet his gaze grew ever colder. Ha! What does talent matter? Without sufficient strength, you shall ultimately be slain by me. Tianqing roared with manic laughter. Bang! On another front, Elder Mu Yun seemed to be nearing his limits. Nearly plummeting after being struck by a punch, Huang Mao clenched his teeth in frustration, itching to dive into battle, yet his own weakness rendered him powerless. Charging in would only lead to his demise. Damn it! It's all my fault for being too weak. Huang Mao angrily struck his chest, the agony of helplessness weighing heavily upon him. Big guy, what should we do? Tuoba Long anxiously turned to Huang Mao. It seemed Huang Mao had made a decisive resolution, standing up without uttering a word. That I will go. Huang Mao stepped into the air, his complexion instantly flushed crimson, his aura surging to the mid-stage innate martial master. Oh, another one seeking death. Tianqing raised an eyebrow, casually unleashing a wave of true energy. Bang! Huang Mao was sent flying several dozen meters, coughing up blood, yet he charged back into the fray without fear. Oh, you're still alive? Tianqing was taken aback, unleashing another palm strike. Bang! Huang Mao was again sent flying, blood spraying through the air. Yet at that moment, a beam of sword light shot forth, prompting Tianqing to hastily raise his blade across his chest. Clang! Tianqing was pushed back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Mao surged forward once more. Stalling for time, the scene repeated itself. Huang Mao, bloodied and battered, continued to charge forward, as if fueled by inexhaustible strength. After several relentless attempts, Tianqing finally grew infuriated. Foolish wretch, you force my hand. Tianqing raised his large blade, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced upon the blade's edge, emitting a blinding radiance as terrifying blade intent radiated forth. Parting the very air itself. Ninth Sun Blade Technique. First form. Tianqing growled in rage. However, just then, boom, a colossal purple-black flame dragon erupted from the horizon, charging directly at Tianqing. Tianqing raised his hand and swung his blade, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that formed a sphere, illuminating the sky as if a sun had risen. Boom! A great wave surged, and the earth-shattering explosion echoed across the heavens. Who? Tianqing retreated hastily, a dark expression plastered on his face as he glared ahead. There, at the edge of his vision, loomed a massive serpent over 1,000 meters long, appearing amidst the clouds. The serpent, pitch black with enormous wings sprouting from its back, bore horns upon its head. Reminiscent of the legendary dragons of myth, yet lacking claws. What manner of beast is this? Tianqing was taken aback. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Yun finally could no longer endure, collapsing atop the back of the massive parrot. The falcon also freed its hands and positioned itself on this side that a first-tier demon king. Qing Tian narrowed his eyes. This creature, resembling a snake, yet not quite one, seemed rather weak, regardless of its nature. It was best to eliminate it without hesitation. Without further ado, the falcon charged directly at Xiao Long, a congenital martial king. Late stage. Sensing the imposing aura of the newcomer, Xiao Long swiftly made a judgment, realizing he could not contend with such power. Boy, if those two remain stationary for half a second, can you defeat them? Suddenly, Tuoba Zhan heard a voice resonating within his mind. He paused momentarily, unsure who was speaking to him. There was no time for contemplation. He had to act. The voice echoed again. Understanding this, Tuoba Zhan promptly made his decision. He straightened his posture, his gaze revealing an eerie ice blue hue. A terrifying aura swirling around the blade. Tianqing's pupils contracted, a deep sense of danger rising within him. The falcon stood frozen, sensing the impending doom. Song Hai Sword Manual, First Form. The sword light from Tuoba Long surged forth. A razor-sharp brilliance erupting from the blade. An overwhelming sword intent that seemed to threaten to sever the very heavens. Buzz. The sword light shot into the sky. Everything in the world dimmed at that moment. Amidst the vast expanse of the universe, only that one sword remained. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Tianqing and the falcon's expressions drastically changed, and they hastily withdrew. At this moment, Xiao Long opened his eyes. An invisible ripple of law emanating instantaneously towards the two. Time froze. Ding. The two were momentarily suspended mid-motion. How is this possible? Although their movements were halted, a thought still flickered through their minds. Then, swoosh, the sword light sliced through, cleaving the two into halves, a terrifying sword aura sweeping forth, reducing their bodies to mere fragments. One sword. Not a single bone remained. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Victory? The crowd on the parrot's back wore expressions of disbelief. How could the situation have reversed so suddenly? Xiao Long was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy, leaping into the air. Yay, fantastic. Huang Mao also looked shocked, though he could not approach Xiao Long to express his congratulations. Cough, cough. Xiao knelt midair, coughing up blood, his complexion pale as death. Clearly, that last move had taken a tremendous toll on him. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. May I be so bold as to request a personal audience? Xiao clasped his fist in gratitude. No need for that. Xiao Long communicated telepathically. Remember, the Songhai Sword Manual is a heavenly level martial art. Its implications are vast, and revealing it could invite calamity. Unless faced with imminent death, do not wield it lightly. I will transmit to you a set of void sword techniques as a substitute. Take heed. With that, Xiao Long turned and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao knelt in midair, still reeling from shock. Had that giant serpent just spoken to him? How could it possibly know that Songhai Sword Manual? As Xiao pondered, a torrent of information flooded his mind. And he did not dare hesitate, promptly absorbing it. The void sword techniques, quasi-heavenly level martial arts. Xiao opened his eyes, excitement barely contained within. Huh? He laughed heartily, his exuberant voice echoing through the skies. Brother, is he actually laughing? Xiao Long sat on the parrot's back, astonished. In all his life, he had never seen his brother smile. Xiao Long retraced his steps, flying for about 10 minutes when suddenly, his consciousness began to blur. This is bad. The backlash of the law has struck again. Damn. Xiao Long could no longer hold on and plummeted from the sky. Chapter 114. The strange lake on the massive griffin. Xiao Long's human form suddenly felt light and collapsed to the ground. Wang Mingao opened his eyes, puzzled. What happened? He approached and patted Xiao Long, noticing his pale complexion and faint breath, causing him to gasp in horror. Xiao, brother Xiao, what's wrong? Please don't scare me, Wang Mingao exclaimed in fear. He shook Xiao Long, but there was no response, and the little fox that had been sleeping in his arms was also nowhere to be found. Xianyuan Mingyue glanced over, displaying a look of confusion. Could it be that he had gone into a trance while cultivating? She found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary talent could fall into a stupor. At that moment, Ying Tian in the distance noticed the scene, narrowing his eyes before rising to approach. Ying Tian, what do you intend to do? Wang Mingao demanded angrily. Humph, just resolving a nuisance, Ying Tian replied, stepping closer without a word and directly striking Xiao Long with his palm. You scoundrel! Wang Mingao raised his hand to retaliate. Just then, a sharp sword aura surged towards Ying Tian, causing him to pause. The sword light swept past his forehead, dissipating in the distance. Xianyuan Mingyue, are you also going to obstruct me? Ying Tian narrowed his eyes, glaring down at her. Ying Tian, as the crown prince, you ought to have some honor. Why take advantage of another's misfortune? Xianyuan Mingyue's voice was cold, unwavering. Ying Tian smirked, not angered but amused. Nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. Do you think two insignificant ants like you can stop me? As he spoke, a terrifying aura began to emanate from Ying Tian. Stop. Boom. A heavy pressure descended upon Ying Tian, bending his body, extinguishing that overwhelming aura in an instant. Ying Tian turned back, glaring fiercely at the stout elder atop the griffin. What? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? The elder replied with a smirk. Veins bulged on Ying Tian's forehead as he strained to maintain his stance. The elder cast a glance at him and said nonchalantly, in 3 days, we will arrive at the academy. You may act as you wish then. With that, the elder retracted his oppressive force, allowing Ying Tian to stand upright again. Humph. He cast a cold glance at the two before a murderous glint flickered in his eyes as he turned to leave. This man is utterly lawless. Wang Mingao gritted his teeth in frustration. Xianyuan Mingyue looked at Xiao Long, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Time passed. It was unclear how long had gone by when Xiao Long suddenly awoke. He found himself lying in a dark area, surrounded by a viscous substance, unsure of where he was. Some sticky liquid clung to his scales, hissing ominously, possessing a corrosive quality. What kind of place is this? Xiao Long scanned his surroundings in disbelief, only to find he was inside a fish's belly. Innate skill, enhancement. Bang! Xiao Long's body expanded instantly. Bursting the massive fish apart, he emerged into a vast expanse of water, surrounded entirely by it. Was this not a lake? Xiao Long's consciousness spread out frantically, now capable of covering a 10-mile radius. Upon reaching the boundary, he discovered it was indeed a colossal lake, that he had inadvertently fallen into a lake and been consumed by a fish as if he were a mere insect. Little White. Xiao Long's consciousness entered his inner world. There, Little White was gazing angrily at the sky. Oh, sorry, Little White. I seem to have lost my way, Xiao Long said apologetically. I don't care. Hurry and let me out. It's stifling in here. Little White pouted, sitting on the ground in a huff. Wait a moment. It's not convenient here. I'll let you out right away. Xiao Long chuckled sheepishly, withdrawing his consciousness from the inner world. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a rush of water above the surface. Boom! A massive royal ribbon fish plummeted down, its body stretching an astonishing 500 meters. It was a 6th-tier demon king. Damn! Xiao Long was terrified and quickly dove to the bottom of the lake. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more enormous demon kings appeared nearby, one a giant turtle 300 meters wide, the other a purple electric jellyfish, which began discharging electricity towards Xiao Long from a distance. What in the world is this place? With no other options, Xiao Long could only flee deeper into the water. Fortunately, his wings worked even underwater. With a few powerful flaps, he sped away, quickly distancing himself from the pursuing demon kings. As he swam deeper, Xiao Long sensed a peculiar problem. The cross-sectional area of the lake was not particularly vast. His consciousness could sweep to its limits, yet the depth that was unfathomably deep. Xiao Long sent his consciousness downward. It felt endless. The depths remained submerged in water. Moreover, within this lake, his consciousness detected no fewer than 20 demon kings, some of whose auras sent shivers down his spine. Typically, demon beasts reaching the king level possessed some degree of intelligence, such as the Thunder Lion King or Bloodthirsty Tiger King. Yet the demon kings here behaved like rabid dogs, attacking him without an ounce of reasoning. This is strange. His instincts warned him that this lake was far from ordinary. Xiao Long continued his descent, feeling that something lay hidden at the lake's bottom. After swimming for about half an hour, the water pressure intensified, and Xiao Long's consciousness finally reached the lake bed. Sprawled across the ground were layers of black and purple crystals, rich spiritual energy emanating from them, tinting the water a deep emerald green. Purple spirit crystals, black spirit crystals, Xiao Long exclaimed with delight. He plunged to the lake bed, swiftly collecting the crystals into his storage. But there were simply too many. He had barely moved a layer before discovering more beneath. As Xiao Long's consciousness probed deeper, he found that his range was limited to 1,000 meters in solid material. However, this 1,000 meters left him astounded. Below lay an abundance of spirit crystals. These must be worth a fortune, comparable to a top-grade spiritual vein. However, in one particular area, his consciousness encountered a barrier, as if something was concealed there. Xiao Long dove directly to the lake's bottom, making his way toward a particular location while collecting spirit crystals along the way, creating a clear path. After roughly 10 minutes upon arrival, he was astonished to discover an entrance resembling a passage, barely half a person's height, blocked by a deep black stone, which Xiao Long did not recognize nor know its material. How peculiar! With a sense of curiosity, he pried the deep black stone free. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed as the lake bed shook violently. What on earth? Xiao Long was bewildered. Soon after, a terrifying force of attraction emanated from the entrance, drawing countless spirit crystals into it. Even Xiao Long found himself unable to escape, being pulled toward that direction. Chapter 115. Upgrade, 2nd-tier Demon King. Xiao Long's expression changed drastically, and he hastily summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy to withstand the overwhelming pull. The force intensified, and he realized that his strength was nearly insufficient to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The lake bed was vacated, creating a vacuum as the water rushed in, forming a colossal whirlpool. Xiao Long was rendered immobile, his body inching closer to the entrance, on the verge of collapse. What the hell? What is happening? Xiao Long cursed and panicked. In a moment of desperation, he hurled the deep black stone toward the entrance. Bang! The stone blocked the entrance, and the force of attraction vanished in an instant. Xiao Long exhaled deeply, drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that there exists a miniature world within? Recalling the earlier scene, Xiao Long felt a mix of suspicion and intrigue. To establish a miniature world, one must comprehend a sliver of spatial laws. Mastery of spatial laws is arduous, yet understanding the basics is relatively simple. In Xiao Long's memories, a few individuals, including himself, had grasped a hint of spatial laws. The Burning Sky Dragon Palace's Burning Sky Secret Realm was a miniature world he had created using spatial laws. To encounter such a phenomenon here was unexpected. Xiao Long chuckled coldly to himself. Some powerful beings possess strange temperaments, seemingly leaving treasures, yet in truth, they create traps designed to ensnare others, where entering becomes a trial, and bad luck could lead to one's demise. Xiao Long had engaged in similar schemes in the past and understood them well. Thinking back, he found it amusing that he had also left behind several caves, uncertain if anyone had excavated them. Xiao Long decided against entering this miniature world for now, opting to return once he had grown more powerful. The academy was approaching, so he began swimming toward the surface. This time, Xiao Long did not conceal his aura. Instead, he deliberately released it to attract the nearby beasts. Roar, roar, from all directions, demon kings sensed Xiao Long and charged toward him. The waters swirling wildly, creating chaos in the entire aquatic realm that he initially thought he was facing formidable foes, only to realize they were merely wretched beings that had grown large on spirit crystals. Explaining their low intelligence, facing the onslaught of numerous demon kings, Xiao Long felt no fear. Although their auras seemed powerful, reaching the 5th and 6th tiers, their actual combat abilities likely fell short of even the 4th-tier demon kings. And their spiritual strength was pitifully weak. Nestled in such a small puddle, these creatures, having feasted on spirit crystals, could only be so strong. Their low intelligence worked to his advantage. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened, and a vast wave of spiritual power coalesced in the air, forming blade-like manifestations that distorted the water itself. At that moment, a multitude of demon kings surrounded him. Soul storm. Boom. Beneath the water, countless blades sliced outward instantaneously, distorting the spatial fabric of the aquatic realm, the warped blades sweeping past the demon kings. Buzz. The demon kings froze in the water, completely motionless. You have slain a level 26 wild creature, gaining 400,000 experience points, 100 bonus for challenging above your level. You have slain a level 25 wild creature, gaining 900,000 experience points, 80 bonus for challenging above your level. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 22. You require 15 million more experience points to reach the next level. You have slain a level 25 wild creature, gaining 900,000 experience points, 80 bonus for challenging above your level. All demon kings caught in the soul storm had their souls instantly shredded into nothingness, utterly obliterated, and Xiao Long achieved his desired level up. Though his strength had waned slightly, the experience gained was substantial. Xiao Long secretly rejoiced. Enhancement. Xiao Long's form expanded to 1,000 meters as he charged toward the corpses. Devour. Devour. You have devoured a level 25 wild creature, gaining 500,000 experience points. You have devoured a level 23 wild creature, gaining 200,000 experience points. You have devoured a level 26 wild creature, gaining 700,000 experience points. Xiao Long consumed all the demon kings in the water, witnessing his experience bar rise by approximately 1/3 before continuing to swim upward. That a few demon kings remained above, their strength relatively weak. With a single mental blade, Xiao Long dispatched them. After devouring these demon kings, his experience reached halfway. Indeed, the later levels become increasingly challenging. When would this 15 million experience requirement ever end? Xiao Long felt quite helpless. There was no need to linger in this aquatic domain any longer. Xiao Long soared into the sky, landing on solid ground, where he set Xiaobai down. Humph! It was stifling. Xiaobai huffed, sulking to the side. Xiao Long offered no explanation, simply grinning as he shrank his form to about 2 meters. Hop on, Xiao Long beckoned. Curiously, Xiaobai glanced at him and climbed onto his back. At that moment, Xiao Long flapped his wings, shooting into the sky like an arrow. Ah, so fast, Xiaobai exclaimed, her snow-white fur blowing backward in the wind, eyes squeezed shut. Haha, hold tight, or you'll fall. Hearing Xiao Long's words, Xiaobai clung to him tightly. Haha, Xiao Long laughed heartily. Soaring into the air, executing a complex spiral maneuver, spinning several times before bursting forth like a meteor into the distance. Upon the griffin's back, Xiao Long opened his eyes, his breath gradually stabilizing. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Wang Mingao inquired urgently upon seeing Xiao Long awake. That I'm fine, just a bit caught up in my own power, Xiao Long replied, shaking his head. As long as you're unharmed. Earlier, that scoundrel attempted to take advantage and kill you. But thankfully, Elder Fat managed to stop him, Wang Mingao said, pointing at Ying Tian with gritted teeth. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Long's mouth. By the way, Miss Mingyue also lent you a hand, he added, turning his gaze toward Xinyuan Mingyue with a smile. Xinyuan Mingyue merely huffed in response, ignoring him. Thank you. Xiao Long cupped his fists in gratitude. No need for thanks. Whether I intervene or not makes little difference. However, you, Master Xiao, nearly fell into madness during cultivation. You truly are a remarkable talent, Xianyuan Mingyue replied coldly. Xiao Long could clearly see the change in Xianyuan Mingyue's gaze. The fervor had diminished, replaced by a touch of indifference. He offered no explanation, for as the burning sky dragon emperor, he cared little for the opinions of mere mortals. After another half-day, the griffin arrived at an expanse of lush, sprawling forest. The griffin let out a long cry. Halting midair, the plump elder stood atop the griffin, respectfully addressing the sky. Elder Guping has returned from the recruitment of Tianfeng Kingdom, with a total of 366 students, including 2 with 3-star talent, 3 with 2-star talent, 21 with 1-star talent, 339 with 0-star and half-star talent, and 1 with unknown talent. Enter. A distant voice resonated through the air. Yes, the plump elder bowed respectfully. In an instant, countless intricate runic trajectories appeared, revealing a massive array foundation thousands of zhang wide. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. A teleportation array. Buzz, a flash of white light enveloped the crowd, and they vanished from sight. Chapter 116. You want to kill me? Moments later, a winged serpent arrived at the scene. Xiao Long squinted, smirking coldly. The teleportation array presents some challenges, but it will not stump me. He then began to analyze the remnants of the teleportation array's fluctuations, seeking to utilize them for his own transportation. Xiao Long's human avatar was shrouded in a radiant white light, with the scenery around him rapidly shifting. A moment later, he materialized in a spacious plaza. As he surveyed the area, he beheld boundless jade pavilions neatly arranged in the distance, with the ground paved in azure stone, both elegant and resilient. Directly beneath them lay a vast square, where approximately 100 individuals stood at the edges. Likely students recruited from other empires. At that moment, the griffin had landed, and everyone began to disembark. Haha, old Guping, you arrived quite late. A middle-aged man in a black robe strode through the air. Laughing heartily, the plump elder snorted. That cursed place of Tianfeng Kingdom is remote and far. You know this well. Though it is indeed far, Tianfeng Kingdom is a top-tier 1-star empire, and the students it recruits far surpass those from my small locale. The middle-aged man sighed, casting a glance over Tian and Xianyuan Mingyue, envy filling his eyes. Haha, let your jealousy fester, the plump elder laughed, a hint of pride in his demeanor. At this moment, another griffin soared overhead, carrying just over 60 students, likely from a smaller 1-star empire. As time passed, 2 more griffins arrived, bringing the total number of students to over 800. That should suffice for today, the plump elder murmured. Just then, a distant voice resonated, echoing like an endless sea, filling the plaza. Everyone, have all arrived. The many elders looked up and bowed respectfully to the sky. Today, the students from 5 nations have all gathered. Excellent, a voice echoed. All the students lifted their heads in astonishment, gazing into the distance. There, at the end of their sight, an elderly man in blue walked leisurely towards them. His steps appeared slow, yet each stride covered a considerable distance. And in just a few breaths, he stood before the crowd. The elder's gaze was profound and distant, exuding an air of aloof authority that instilled a subtle pressure, compelling people to lower their heads involuntarily. The imperial realm. Xiao Long's eye sharpened. He was not surprised. Even the 2-star empires had those in the imperial realm. Such a transcendent force, surpassing the 3-star empires, likely included those at the monarch level. The elder spoke. Welcome to the Celestial Academy, esteemed students. I am Gu Changfeng, the vice president of the Eastern Court. Vice president. The students bowed respectfully in unison. Gu Changfeng nodded slightly. Let me introduce you to the layout of the Celestial Academy. The academy is divided into the inner court and outer court, with the outer court further separated into 4 major regions: east, south, west, and north. We are currently in the Eastern Court, from today onwards. All of you are students of the Eastern Court. Remember, students of the academy are prohibited from harming one another. Otherwise, severe penalties will be enforced. Gu Changfeng then briefly outlined the general situation of both the inner and outer courts. In essence, the outer court consisted of ordinary students, while the inner court was reserved for the elite. When he mentioned the resources available to inner court students, everyone's eyes glinted with envy. Inner court students received free allocations of earth-level techniques, martial arts, and their private residences were built atop spiritual veins. Moreover, they had dedicated mentors in the imperial realm to personally instruct them in martial arts. And any uncertainties could be clarified with these mentors, even regarding the elusive will of martial arts. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed rapidly, their faces flushed with excitement. Earth-level martial arts, earth-level techniques, private spiritual veins, mentors in the imperial realm. These treasures were enough to drive anyone mad. Wang Ming-ao clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Such things were legendary in the Tianfeng kingdom. Even the typically composed Xianyuan Mingyue's eyes shone with fervor. At that moment, Gu Changfeng continued. In the past, students from the outer court had to undergo rigorous assessments to enter the inner court. However, this year, new rules have been established. Anyone with a talent level of 3 stars or above may enter the inner court unconditionally. What? This statement sparked a wave of astonishment among the gathered crowd that a 3-star talent could enter the inner court without conditions. It was known that inner court students were the CR Mi de la CRMI, enjoying the finest cultivation resources. Once they stepped into the inner court, they would undoubtedly become formidable figures capable of establishing empires and sections. Furthermore, some of the strongest individuals in the inner court had even made their mark on the famed dragon ranking of the Great Wilderness. Their names etched in history. It was no exaggeration to say that entering the inner court guaranteed one a meteoric rise. Now, with no assessments required, merely possessing 3-star talent sufficed. Xianyuan Mingyue was beside herself with excitement. Ying Tian smirked coldly. All of you from the 5 1-star empires in the eastern Great Wilderness, totaling 866 individuals, please step forward if you possess 3-star talent, Gu Changfeng instructed, under the envious gazes of countless onlookers. Ying Tian, Xianyuan Mingyue, and another genius from a different empire stepped out from the crowd, totaling 3 individuals, with Tianfeng Kingdom accounting for 2. Fat hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Long, who stood still, showing no intention of stepping forward, and felt a surge of anger. Will you remain in the eastern court or head to the inner court? Gu Changfeng surveyed the crowd. Inner court. The 3 who had stepped forward replied without hesitation in unison. Excellent. A mentor will arrive shortly to assist you. For specific matters, consult them. After Gu Changfeng finished speaking, he turned his attention to the remaining 800 students. With a swift motion, he tossed a large number of tokens, which the students caught. Xiao Long received a token engraved with the number 19933-2. This is your residence number. You may disperse now, Gu Changfeng declared before departing. The students exchanged glances. Is this it? Let's go. We are mere ordinary students, destined for a lower status. They shook their heads in disappointment, gradually leaving towards the dormitory area. Brother Xiao, my token number is 19933-3. What about yours? Wang Ming-ao inquired, peering at Xiao Long's token, his spirits lifting. Haha, 19933-2. Brother Xiao, what a coincidence. Wang Ming-ao laughed. Let us go. Xiao Long responded nonchalantly. Yet, as he took a step forward, someone blocked his path. Stop. Ying Tian appeared before Xiao Long, narrowing his eyes and looking down at him as if he were a mere insect. Oh, do you need something? Xiao Long glanced at him. The academy forbade internal strife, and since his main body had not yet arrived, this avatar's strength remained at the initial stage of the innate martial artist. With the seed of nightmarish flames still within his main body, rendering the avatar devoid of combat power, Xiao Long had no desire to conflict with him just yet. I want your life. Without further ado, Ying Tian raised his hand and struck towards Xiao Long. Bang. Blood spewed from Xiao Long as he staggered back, his face darkening as he glared at Ying Tian. Do you wish to kill me? Chapter 117. An overwhelming force. Ying Tian. This is the academy. Internal strife is prohibited. Do not overstep your bounds. Wang Ming-ao shouted. Humph, like an ant. Ying Tian waved his hand, sending Wang Ming-ao flying far away, crashing into a pillar, blood splattering from his head. Xianyuan Mingyue observed coldly, choosing not to intervene this time. If you harm my 2nd and 3rd brothers, I shall take your head. Ying Tian brandished a crimson long knife, infused with a fierce intent, aiming for Xiao Long's neck. Xiao Long remained motionless, devoid of fear, a cold smile gracing his lips. Just as the blade approached, Xiao Long's flesh suddenly swelled, and with a resounding explosion, he burst into a puddle of blood. Xianyuan Mingyue was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Xiao Long would self-destruct. Ying Tian was also taken aback, but then he erupted into laughter, as if witnessing something absurd. Ha ha! A pathetic display. Ying Tian retracted his large knife. Another genius from a different empire shook his head silently. Wang Ming-ao, however, knelt on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Xiao Long, he truly died. You are Ying Tian? At that moment, a low voice rang out beside Ying Tian, revealing a middle-aged man who had appeared unbeknownst to anyone, his gaze dark and fixed upon him. This man exuded a formidable aura that instilled fear, far surpassing the innate level and was not much weaker than Gu Changfeng from earlier. Another powerful figure in the imperial realm, Minter. The crowd immediately reacted, bowing in respect. Indeed, Ying Tian also lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Did you do this? The middle-aged man pointed at the puddle of blood on the ground. Indeed, he killed my second and third brothers, a blood feud, Ying Tian admitted directly. Expecting the Minter to erupt in fury, he was surprised when the man merely frowned and replied indifferently, outer court ants. If killed, then so be it. Just remember, do not let it happen again. Ying Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly responded, yes. Xianyuan Mingyue shook her head. It was indeed the same everywhere. Geniuses always had privileges as for the legendary Xiao Long. It was nothing extraordinary after all. I know your names. Ying Tian, Li Mu, Xianyuan Mingyue. All three of you are three-star geniuses from various nations. From now on, I shall be your mentor, Wei Tao. You may call me Uncle Wei. Uncle Wei. The three responded in unison. Very well, follow me. Wei Tao turned and walked ahead. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from behind, accompanied by a vast surge of true energy that left everyone dazed. Who? They all turned around, only to be struck dumb in disbelief. There stood Xiao Long, miraculously unharmed, gazing at them with indifference. What a remarkable outer court ant. You kill at your whim. Today, I shall see who the real ants are. Xiao Long's gaze intensified, and a gigantic spiritual energy hand, 100 feet wide, materialized in midair, striking towards Ying Tian. That you're not dead. Ying Tian was both astonished and enraged, quickly responding with a punch. Boom! The hand created a gaping hole as Ying Tian staggered back, his face filled with shock. The mid-stage innate martial artist. The crowd was in turmoil, astonished to die and then return stronger. What kind of bizarre sorcery was this? Xianyuan Mingyue stood at a distance, her body trembling slightly, her expression one of genuine surprise for the first time. Wang Ming Ao erupted in joyous laughter. Ha! Brother Xiao's skills are unparalleled. Indeed, beyond our comprehension. Having witnessed Xiao Long being struck by lightning into oblivion, he had suspected he could rise again, and now he had seen it firsthand. With such an extraordinary person, how could they not rise in the future? Wei Tao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Long closely, and could not help but probe with his spirit. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from within Xiao Long, incinerating the probing spirit to nothingness. Wei Tao stepped back in shock. Using your spirit to probe another's body is a grave disrespect. Is this the conduct of a mentor at the Celestial Academy? Xiao Long retorted coldly. Rascal. I, Wei, need not be lectured by an ant like you. Wei Tao's fury ignited in outer court and daring to reprimand him. This was utterly outrageous. Uncle Wei, calm down. Allow me to deal with this waste. Ying Tian stepped forward. Very well, let us end this quickly. I do not wish to wait too long. Wei Tao stood with his hands behind his back, regarding Xiao Long as if he were a corpse. Xiao Long could not help but scoff. At that moment, his true form was hidden within, equipped with an array of techniques. Even facing Ying Tian would pose no threat. Ying Tian wielded a golden, innate spiritual treasure sword. Infusing it with searing true energy, instantly, the sword emitted a terrifying wave of heat, causing even the resilient jade floor to crack. The temperature surged dramatically. The great sun, blazing sword. Boom! A brilliant, condensed scarlet blade of light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Xiao Long's forehead, while the surrounding spiritual energy frantically dispersed to the sides, revealing a horrific golden mark in the air. I had thought that within the Divine Academy, students were prohibited from harming one another. Yet here we are, faced with a double standard. Xiao Long shook his head and laughed derisively. If that is the case, as he spoke, the murderous intent in Xiao Long's eyes intensified. Die! Boom! 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 9 purple-black fiery dragons erupted around Xiao Long, rolling through the air with terrifying heat that distorted vision. The 9 fiery dragons flickered in and out of sight, appearing both illusory and real, leaving Ying Tian's pupils constricted with a sense of imminent danger. What of the flames? My sword intent has reached a minor completion. You cannot possibly be my match. Ying Tian roared, infusing boundless, surging sword intent into his golden sword. Even before the blade reached him, the overwhelming sword intent caused the surrounding floor to shatter, creating fissures dozens of meters wide. What a pity! Xiao Long ultimately stands no chance against Ying Tian. Xianyuan Mingyue sighed softly. Yet to compel Ying Tian to unleash his minor completion sword intent is a feat worthy of pride. You have no idea of your own mortality, Wei Tao mocked, casting a sideways glance at Xiao Long. In that moment, The 9 fiery dragons collided with the scarlet blade of light. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no violent explosion. Not even a sound was heard. The scene could only be described with 4 words: crushing with ease. Boom! The scarlet blade disintegrated upon contact, as if it were a wall made of paper, instantly turning to ash, while the 9 fiery dragons surged forward, charging towards Ying Tian in a frenzy amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 118. Adhering to protocol what? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Ying Tian wore a look of disbelief. How is this possible? However, as this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Long clenched his hand in midair and shouted, 9 dragons confinement array, condense. Boom! The 9 fiery dragons swept through with wild ferocity, surrounding Ying Tian from all sides and forming a cage that trapped him within. The 9 fire dragons ignited, lunging inward. Ying Tian let out a hoarse roar, his skin blackening and charring in an instant, his hair incinerated, and his eyes burned out, leaving him gasping for breath as his true energy became severely obstructed. What horrified Ying Tian even more was that his very soul was ablaze. Ah, save me! Ying Tian screamed, the pain radiating from his soul piercing deep into his bones, more agonizing than 1,000 cuts. In his current state, Xiao Long, possessing the dragon soul scriptures, the nightmarish flames, and having achieved mastery over the will of fire, combined with his self-created 9 dragons confinement array, could contend even against a mid-stage innate martial sovereign. Let alone a late-stage one. Ying Tian has lost? Xianyuan Mingyue felt her worldview shatter. How could Ying Tian, with a ground-level technique and minor completion sword intent, be unable to defeat Xiao Long, who was 3 levels below him? Another 3-star genius, Li Mu, was equally incredulous. An outsider had defeated an elite from the inner academy, and not merely defeated, but utterly crushed him without a chance to retaliate. Just who is this new student? Xiao Long, enough! A powerful shout reverberated, an overwhelming pressure descending from above, dispersing the 9 dragons confinement array. Thud! The charred Ying Tian collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Xiao Long raised his hand once more, flames surging from his sleeve towards Ying Tian. Huh! Wei Tao narrowed his eyes, then lifted his hand, channeling the essence of heaven and earth into a colossal hand that instantly extinguished the flames. Continuing its momentum to strike Xiao Long, Xiao Long spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled backward and sliding over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Rising to his feet, he glared intently at Wei Tao. He understood that as long as Wei Tao intervened, Ying Tian could not be killed, unless he resorted to the laws of time. His time freeze could last half a second against 2 late-stage martial kings, or 1 second against a single late-stage martial king. However, against a royal realm expert, it would only last around 0.2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, he could confidently use his spiritual knife to slay Ying Tian. But that would undoubtedly provoke Wei Tao's wrath, a certainty that would lead to his demise. That I did not expect you to dare act against Ying Tian in my presence. You dare to defy my will. Wei Tao's furious shout erupted, a heavy pressure instantly exuding, descending upon Xiao Long like a mountain. Under the oppressive aura of the royal realm, Xiao Long's legs trembled before he straightened, not even furrowing his brow. Huh. Interesting. Wei Tao raised an eyebrow, revealing an intrigued expression. Originally, I had no particular ties to Ying Tian, but he is my student. Seeing him in such a state would ordinarily warrant your immediate death. Yet, considering your talent and resolve, I shall offer you a choice. With that, Wei Tao gazed at him, speaking solemnly. Kneel and bow 3 times. Acknowledge me as your master, and from this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple. I will not only overlook today's incident, but I shall also assist you in dealing with Ying Tian. What? Xianyuan Mingyue and the others were utterly shocked that a royal realm expert wishes to take Xiao Long as his direct disciple and even help him eliminate Ying Tian. What an incredible opportunity! Ying Tian, barely clinging to life, coughed up blood, his teeth grinding in fury. However, upon hearing these words, Xiao Long could not help but laugh. Ha! A mere first-grade royal, you think to take me? Xiao Long, as a disciple, you ought to look in the mirror and consider your worth. The trio erupted in an uproar. Xianyuan Mingyue even questioned her own hearing. Xiao Long had actually rejected a royal realm expert. Wei Tao's expression darkened immediately, his face clouded with fury. Very well. I shall let you witness the strength of this mere first-grade royal. Wei Tao raised his hand, compressing his true energy, forming a massive blue true essence hand in the air. Imbued with terrifying pressure, as it struck towards Xiao Long, the royal realm can compress true energy into true essence, rendering its power hundreds of times greater. No one beneath the royal realm can withstand a single blow of true essence. Halt! Bang! The true essence hand was shattered midair by a blue-robed elder. This elder was none other than Gu Changfeng, the vice principal of the East Campus. Principal, the crowd hurriedly bowed in respect. Wei Tao nodded slightly. Xiao Long had anticipated Gu Changfeng's arrival. His spiritual sense had already detected a powerful presence lurking nearby. Wei Tao, as an inner academy instructor, why must you make things difficult for an outer academy student? Are you not concerned about your standing? Gu Changfeng spoke indifferently. This man has disregarded the academy's rules, severely injuring a fellow student. I am merely acting according to protocol to apprehend him and send him to the disciplinary office. Wei Tao retorted angrily. Gu Changfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Tao's statement was undeniably true, as Xiao Long had indeed left Tian gravely wounded if the matter escalated. It would be Wei Tao who held the upper hand. Haha, what a fine example of adhering to protocol. At that moment, Xiao Long sneered, asking, when Tian first attacked me, did you adhere to protocol? Wei Tao glared furiously, launching an attack with a swift slap. I am speaking with the vice principal. You have no place to interrupt. Tap. Gu Changfeng seized Wei Tao's wrist, calmly stating, continue. Xiao Long added, earlier, Tian struck first, intending to kill me. He merely approached to say, this is not a lesson. Thankfully, it was merely a puppet. Had it been my true self, I would have perished long ago. This can be attested by all present. As he spoke, Xiao Long pointed to a pool of blood on the ground. Gu Changfeng surveyed the crowd, inquiring, is there anyone who can testify? Wei Tao narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as he scanned each person, making it clear that anyone who dared testify would be opposing him. I can testify. Wang Minggao raised his hand without hesitation. That I can also testify. Xinyuan Minghua chimed in. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, but remained silent. Among the three present, two supported Xiao Long's account. Gu Changfeng shrugged in resignation, indicating the clear majority. Wei Tao's expression darkened significantly, his teeth gritted. Very well, I shall overlook this matter, but you have publicly humiliated me. What penalty shall you face for that? Wei Tao indiscriminately placed another heavy accusation upon Xiao Long. Chapter 119. Today's affair, a hundredfold return. Gu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Wei Tao to pursue such a trivial matter. Haha, you speak of respect. What claim to respect do you have? With your pitiful self, you dare consider yourself my superior? Xiao Long scoffed. You. Wei Tao was livid, his face turning pale with rage. If you are a superior, why did you watch as I was nearly killed without intervening? If you are a superior, why do you treat me as an insect, bullying and humiliating me at will, as both a respected elder and a figure of double standards? How can one justify the notion that while others may kill me, I am forbidden from retaliating? With such a disposition, how dare you call yourself an elder? Xiao Long, unwavering in his gaze, spoke with a clarity that pierced the heart, leaving Wei Tao flushed and speechless. Youthful arrogance, lacking restraint. Gu Changfeng sighed deeply, shaking his head silently at Xiao Long's actions. Even if he intervened, he could not aid Xiao Long in this instance. It was clearly a slap in Wei Tao's face. Incensed, Wei Tao exclaimed, Vice Dean, you see this? This individual shows no remorse, instead choosing to escalate the humiliation against me. How should I respond? Gu Changfeng sighed again, resigned. Proceed according to the rules. You may strike him once. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long immediately recognized that this matter could not be resolved easily. His true self was concealed within his doppelganger, and should this avatar be killed, his essence would likely be exposed, with dire consequences. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he sought a solution. Excellent. Wei Tao seized upon this statement, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Long. According to the rules, you dared to insult a mentor, and I am entitled to retaliate against you. This time, I shall take your life. With that, Wei Tao raised his hand, swiftly condensing his true essence within, emanating waves of terrifying energy that sent the surrounding spiritual aura into chaos. This strike was lethal enough to claim Xiao Long's life. Wang Minggao and Xinyuan Mingyue's faces turned pale. Was he truly intent on killing Xiao Long? In the face of this threat, Xiao Long remained unfazed, even allowing a strange smile to creep across his face. Come, you might as well kill me. I will not flinch. With his hands outstretched, he feigned a posture of non-resistance. Do you think I am afraid? As Wei Tao prepared to strike, he hesitated, taken aback. Who, facing imminent death, would not only refuse to resist but also find amusement in the situation? Then, the thought of Xiao Long's earlier resurrection crossed his mind. If this body were merely a substitute, then would this blow not be in vain? With this realization, Wei Tao withdrew his hand, sneering at him. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Wishing for an easy demise will not be so simple. Since this is a substitute, I shall not kill you, but I will make you feel the humiliation of being crushed. Saying this, Wei Tao conjured a massive hand of true essence and fiercely pressed it upon Xiao Long. Bang! Xiao Long's form twisted grotesquely under the immense pressure, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain, as if they might shatter at any moment. Get down. Wei Tao commanded, his eyes narrowing. Boom. The floor beneath Xiao Long exploded as his legs were driven into the ground. Bones splintering, blood oozing from countless punctures on his skin. Yet, Xiao Long continued to regard him with indifference, his towering form remaining unyielding. What? Wei Tao roared. Get down. Fury surged within him as he increased the force. Boom, crack. Xiao Long's legs were reduced to a pool of blood, yet he supported himself with his hands, his gaze ablaze, glaring fiercely at Wei Tao. That look was akin to a demon who had slain billions. A terrifying, murderous intent radiating from him, causing Wei Tao to involuntarily take a step back. Noticing this, Wei Tao, humiliated and enraged, gritted his teeth and swung his hand. Die. Bang. The massive hand was halted midway by Gu Changfeng. Enough. According to the rules, he has received one strike from you. That is even. Gu Changfeng declared coldly. Outrageous. Outrageous. Wei Tao seethed, his face flushed with anger. He had intended to subdue Xiao Long thoroughly, but the latter, even with shattered bones and broken legs, stood resolute, his unblinking gaze filled with derision, as though observing a jester performing tricks. This humiliation, being dismissed like an insignificant insect, nearly caused him to explode with rage. A mere first-grade emperor, nothing more. At that moment, Xiao Long, with half his body remaining, scoffed. You seek death. Wei Tao roared, furious. Had it not been for Gu Changfeng's firm intervention, he would have already torn Xiao Long to shreds. Xiao Long cast a dispassionate glance at him, his half-formed body soaring into the air, drifting away. Mentor Wei Tao, I shall remember you. This day's events shall be repaid 100-fold. The chilling voice echoed from afar as Xiao Long's silhouette gradually faded. Leaving behind a scene drenched in blood, the three witnesses were left in stunned silence, unable to regain their composure. Even Gu Changfeng stood in a daze. The domineering Xiao Long, the invincible Xiao Long, a 7-foot man, even in the face of an emperor, would not bow his head. Such is the fervor of life. Everyone believed that Wei Tao would pay dearly for his actions today, and that day would not be far off. Li Mu clenched his teeth, regretting not siding with Xiao Long earlier. Kid, do not let me catch you, Wei Tao barked, seizing the nearly lifeless Tian, and turned to leave. Li Mu hesitated but ultimately followed. Xiao brother, wait for me. Wang Mingao called as he pursued Xiao Long. In an instant, only Xianyuan Mingwei and Gu Changfeng remained. Xianyuan Mingwei paused, bowing to Gu Changfeng. Dean, I thank you on behalf of Xiao Long for your assistance today. No need for such formality. I merely acted according to the rules. Gu Changfeng waved dismissively. As you are an inner court disciple, having offended Wei Tao, you may find yourself targeted within the inner court. What are your plans? Xianyuan Mingwei, unfazed, smiled brightly. I shall remain in the outer court. Very well. This is for you. Gu Changfeng casually tossed her an outer court disciple token, which she caught deftly. Thank you, esteemed Dean. Xianyuan Mingwei bowed again before gracefully departing. Gu Changfeng stood in place, pondering for a moment, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he intervened more forcefully to stop Wei Tao, perhaps he could have secured the favor of an extraordinary talent. Alas, age has dulled my vision. Gu Changfeng sighed deeply. Success and failure both stem from the rules. He had adhered to them for a millennium, fulfilling his ambition to become vice dean of the East Court. Now, just as he had set his sights on an exceptional genius, it was the very rules that allowed this talent to slip through his fingers. Gu Changfeng shook his head, lamenting. Chapter 120. The Bald Monk's Inquiry. Xiao Long descended, and as he neared the ground, his severed legs miraculously regenerated, flesh and blood surging forth, restoring him fully. The previous encounter had indeed been perilous. Had Wei Tao's strike been fatal, his true self would have been exposed, potentially attracting the attention of significant figures within the academy. Thankfully, he had been clever enough to devise a ruse to escape. The Emperor realm posed considerable challenges with my current capabilities. Ascending another 5 levels might not suffice against him. Xiao Long shook his head, recognizing the chasm between the Emperor realm and the innate realm, an insurmountable divide. The mere ability to condense true essence was enough to instill despair in innate experts. An emperor, with true essence shielding them, could stand idly while I attempted to kill them, and I might still fail. Within a year, I shall slay an emperor, Xiao Long resolved. He arrived at the courtyard entrance. Pressing the token against the stone wall beside the door, buzz, the door swung open automatically. Xiao Long stepped inside. The courtyard was modest, measuring 500 meters in length and width, resembling a traditional courtyard with an air of spiritual desolation. Akin to the core area of a first-grade sect, in the center stood a pavilion, where a monk clad in a robe was intently focused on a chessboard, lost in thought. Xiao Bai, come forth. Xiao Long summoned, and Xiao Bai appeared in his hand. Humph, brother Xiao has confined me again. He must be up to something nefarious, Xiao Bai huffed, grumbling. Not at all. I only wish to spare you worry. Xiao Long replied, smiling. Bang! The door behind them erupted with a loud crash as Wang Mingao rushed in, panting. Xiao brother, you truly run fast. You were incredible just now, slapping that emperor's face. I admire you. Wang Mingao glanced at Xiao Long. Noting his unscathed demeanor, contrasting sharply with the earlier turmoil, further deepening his admiration. And Emperor, Xiao Bai blinked, suddenly concerned. Brother Xiao, did you fight again? Just a minor retaliation against an insect who sought to humiliate me. Xiao Long clarified. Wang Mingao was taken aback. Could this little fox speak? Welcome back, esteemed guests. Xiao Long turned to see the handsome monk from the pavilion approaching them. Xiao Long's astonishment. This monk's appearance was strikingly handsome. With sculpted features, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth, his skin was so fair it could rival that of a woman. If he were to grow his hair long and venture into Tianfeng country, he would undoubtedly captivate a legion of infatuated admirers. Esteemed guests, you must be this year's new students, the handsome monk said, smiling warmly, exuding an aura that inspired no malice. Yes, indeed. We are all new here. I am Wang Mingao, and this is my brother Xiao Long. We hail from Tianfeng country. Before Xiao Long could speak, Wang Mingao rambled on. Tianfeng country. The handsome monk smiled slightly. I traveled extensively a few years back and visited Tianfeng country. It was quite charming, though the locals had rather poor tempers. After just 2 days, I found myself pursued by the sect leader after merely enlightening 13 female disciples of the sacred maiden sect. Wang Mingao found himself momentarily speechless, while Xiao Long's expression darkened. 2 days to enlighten 13 saintly disciples. Was this monk a calamity incarnate? I am also a newcomer this year, having arrived just yesterday. As for my hometown, the bald monk, with a shining head, smiled and said, I enjoy wandering, considering the world my home. My visit to the Celestial Academy was merely a journey through a small empire. And I happened to encounter the enrollment opportunity, which inspired me to register. My heavens, a person of great wisdom. Wang Mingao immediately expressed his respect, clasping his hands. May I ask for your esteemed name? Venerable monk, Mon, the monk replied. Why Mon? Wang Mingao inquired further. Mon simply means do not ask, and there is no need for further explanation, the monk replied, frowning slightly. Wang Mingao appeared perplexed. Mon, so your surname is Mo. And your given name is Wen, correct? Xiao Long interjected. Precisely. My name is Mo1, and my Dharma name is also Mo1, the monk confirmed. Suddenly, Mo1 produced a fan from somewhere, waved it lightly, and strolled forward. Since we are all under the same roof, let me invite you both for a cup of tea as a token of my goodwill. Arriving at a pavilion, Mo1 gestured, producing a pot of tea and 4 small cups, filling each to the brim. Why are there 4 cups? Wang Mingao asked. Mo1 glanced at Xiao Bai. Every being possesses a spirit. I perceive that this fox's eyes are bright, clearly indicating it is a creature of spiritual significance. Thus it is also one of us. With that, Mo1 raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. Xiao Bai, astonished, leaped onto the table and drank the tea as well. Xiao Long attempted to intervene, but was met with a reassuring thought from Xiao Bai. Do not worry. It is not poisoned. Seeing that Xiao Bai had partaken, both Xiao Long and Wang Mingao followed suit, finishing their cups. This tea is not a rare variety, merely the most ordinary mountain tea, which I cultivated myself. Naming it Forget Worry Tea. I hope that those who drink this tea can forget all their sorrows. After speaking, Mo1 turned to Xiao Long and remarked, Xiao Benefactor, I observe that you possess a full forehead and an extraordinary demeanor, imbued with a hint of regal essence. However, I sense a murderous intent lurking between your brows, likely a burden of hatred. Hate can be remembered, but I hope it does not become your burden. Upon hearing Mo1's words, Xiao Long fell into deep contemplation. Hatred, the Scarlet Lotus Martial Emperor, the mighty being of the heavens, not to mention today's Wei Tao. Truly, he harbored many grudges. Yet, this bald monk managed to discern these merely from his appearance. There was indeed some skill involved. Seemingly sensing Xiao Long's thoughts, Mo1 chuckled. During my travels, I encountered a wandering sorcerer and learned a bit of physiognomy from him. Xiao Long's interest was piqued. Can you divine my past and present? Of course. Mo1 extended his hand, beckoning Xiao Long to do the same. As Xiao Long presented his hand, Mo1 examined his palm, falling into deep thought. After a prolonged silence, Mo1's brow furrowed, and he remained silent. Suddenly, Mo1 struck his bald head, exclaiming in surprise, Your previous life was that of a formidable, unparalleled master, possessing immense power. Logically, you should have exhausted your fate and reincarnated as a beast. Yet here you are as a human again. Upon hearing this, a storm surged within Xiao Long, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white, constantly changing. How peculiar. Could it be that the monk had miscalculated? Mo Wen continued to ponder, oblivious to Xiao Long's strange state. Enough, enough. I take my leave. Xiao Long, alarmed, swiftly withdrew his hand and turned to depart without a backward glance. Chapter 121. Collecting protection fees. What the hell is this nonsense about physiognomy? It's utterly insane. Xiao Long's heart raced uncontrollably, feeling as though his secrets had been laid bare. Although many were aware of his secrets, Xiaobai, Huang Mao, De He, and He knew a bit. Being so easily read by this monk was truly astonishing. If Mo Wen could do this, then his wandering master must be extraordinarily powerful. As Xiao Long left, Wang Mingao turned to Mo Wen with a smile. Brother Dao, could you divine my fate as well? Begone. I am in a foul mood and done for today. Mo Wen waved his sleeve and stood to leave. Damn, Wang Mingao cursed. I in the inner courtyard of the Celestial Academy, in a large conference hall. Numerous mentors, elders, and vice deans from various faculties gathered, seemingly discussing something important. Wei Tao sat silently among them, his expression dark. Old Lu, what was the outcome of the attack on the Songhai Academy? Inquired a commanding middle-aged man in a black robe. Report to the esteemed dean, we executed a total of 167 attacks, with 152 being successful, Old Lu replied. So there were still 15 failures. The black-robed man's expression darkened. Indeed, most of them managed to escape. And some. Old Lu paused, then continued, our attackers were killed. Oh, the black-robed dean displayed a look of astonishment. Those useless Songhai Academy students have the ability to counterattack. Absurd. Old Lu spoke solemnly. We captured some new students from the Songhai Academy. And through soul-searching, we discovered that they might have recruited some extraordinary talents capable of killing innate martial kings, with a few even ranking on the potential dragon list. What? Upon hearing this, the black-robed dean finally reacted. Those present murmured in disbelief. The potential dragon list represents the pinnacle of genius in the great wilderness state, with anyone on that list being a legendary figure of immense renown. Their most elite core students were all on that list. News that new students from Songhai Academy might rank on it filled many mentors with envy and jealousy. Old Lu continued. It appears there are 3 new students in Songhai Academy who possess the potential for the potential dragon list. Speak. The black-robed dean commanded. Point 1 is named Duga Wudi, at the late stage of innate martial king, with mastery over knife and tet. Another is Long Xiaodian, also at the late stage of innate martial king, with mastery over fist and tent and a remarkably strong physique, said to have undergone a refinement with true dragon blood, making him nearly impervious to blades and swords. As he spoke, a grave expression crossed Old Lu's face. The last one is named Tuoba Zhan, who has achieved mastery over sword and tet. Although he is only at the early stage of innate martial king, he possesses a peculiar immobilization technique and exceptionally powerful swordsmanship. On that day, he used those 2 moves to kill both Qing Tian and Black Panther. Bang! The black-robed dean slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into a pile of dust. How infuriating. Why can Songhai Academy recruit 3 such students while we at the Celestial Academy cannot bring in even one? A murderous glint flickered in the dean's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Send a message down. The Celestial Assassination Team must focus on these 3 individuals, and new orders will be issued in the inner courtyard. Eliminate these 3, and rewards will be substantial. Yes, in a room. Xiao Long sat cross-legged on his bed, while his original self remained nearby, consuming fragments of spirit crystals. These spirit crystals were retrieved from the lake bottom, providing an experience boost upon consumption. However, the required experience for leveling up was immense, and he could only wonder how long it would take to fill it. This routine persisted for 3 days, during which he also refined a spirit integration pill for Xiaobai, yet Xiao Long's experience only increased by about 2. At this pace, it would likely take over 2 months to level up. This was far too slow. He needed to venture out and hunt monsters. Xiao Long stood and exited the room. In the courtyard. Mo Wen was still engrossed in a chess game beneath the pavilion, flipping through an ancient book, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, the courtyard gate was forcefully flung open, and 3 fierce-looking students barged in. All new students, get out here! With a loud shout that resonated through the air, windows shattered, and even the walls cracked under the pressured in the left house. Wang Mingao, who was cultivating, turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Wang Mingao shouted furiously, leaping out of the window to confront the 3 thugs glaring at him at the entrance. All 3 exuded an intimidating aura, their power at the early stage of innate martial king. Wang Mingao trembled, unable to utter a word. Well, it seems the heavens have turned upside down. A newcomer dares to teach me a lesson. The leader wasted no time, conjuring a massive hand in midair, aiming to strike Wang Mingao. Xiao Long prepared to intervene. He saw Mo Wen flick his finger, sending forth a powerful surge of energy that struck the ethereal hand directly. Boom! The hand disintegrated instantly. The three men's expression shifted. To dispel their attack with just a flick of his finger indicated that this person's strength was likely on par with any one of them. Kid, don't think you can defy us just because you have some skills. We are members of the Black Alliance. Do you believe you can stand against us? The leader bellowed, without turning back. Mo casually tossed a storage ring. Bah. I understand the rules of the Black Alliance. New students must pay 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Here are 5 million. Do not come looking for trouble in the future. After Mo finished speaking, he returned to his chess game. The man took the ring, opened it, and counted. It was precisely 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Xiao Long was somewhat surprised. Mo's temper was surprisingly good. He clearly had strength, so why endure such indignities? To Xiao Long's perception, Mo was at the early stage of innate martial king. What should we do now? The three huddled together, whispering, this monk's strength should be comparable to ours. But he is alone while we are three. Why not take him down together? Indeed, his prompt offer of spirit stones suggests he is quite affluent. The trio swiftly devised a strategy. However, the man raised his head and exclaimed angrily, you three are residing here. Each of you owes 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, totaling 15 million. You still owe 10 million. Mo shook his head in resignation. Very well, 15 million it is. Let it be a lesson learned. With that, he tossed a storage ring once more. The man's sinister smile widened. He was clearly a coward. Suddenly, the storage ring soaring through the air was caught by Xiao Long since Master Mo is so wealthy. Why not give it to me? I am in dire need of funds, Xiao Long remarked indifferently as he stored the ring away. Chapter 122, The Black Alliance. This unexpected scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Their faces reflecting disbelief. They could never have imagined that someone would dare to undermine them. Seeking death, the leading thug, without uttering a word, raised his hand, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, and swung it towards Xiao Long. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap rang out. The man's hand was halted mid-swing as Xiao Long retaliated with a swift strike, sending him flying, half of his face obliterated, spiraling through the air like a rag doll before crashing to the ground. Lifeless, the atmosphere fell into a deep silence, broken only by the sound of Xiao Long's footsteps, echoing resolutely. Although unaware of what the Black Alliance entailed, Xiao Long had always preferred to return the favor with equal measure. If one sought to slap him, they must be prepared for the same in return. Xiao Long advanced, retrieving the fallen thug's storage ring. You wish to seize my wealth? Very well, you too. Hand over your storage rings as well. He commanded, gesturing for them to comply. The two men's faces turned a shade of iron as they seethed with rage. How could someone with merely mid-level innate martial artist capabilities be so formidable? So quick that they could not even see his strike? You insolent brat, dare to offend the Black Alliance, and you shall await your demise. Our forces will be upon you shortly. Kneel and beg for mercy while you still can. Or else smack. Xiao Long, uninterested in their threats, swiftly struck them both, shattering their mouths and teeth into fragments. A slender, snake-like creature darted from Xiao Long's sleeve, swiftly biting off their fingers. The two storage rings fell into Xiao Long's grasp. They howled in agony, clutching their severed fingers, unable to utter a word as blood bubbled from their ruined mouths. Bang! 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 Xiao Long kicked the three thugs out, exclaiming, You dare to threaten me with your pathetic Black Alliance? Very well, I shall pay a visit myself. Lead the way. He waved his hand and descended the steps. The two thugs, who had been wailing in pain, were now dumbfounded. They had seen arrogance before, but never such audacity. A newcomer daring to challenge the Black Alliance. Was he mad? As realization struck, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. He truly does not know the peril he faces. Let us take him there. He is doomed. Malicious intent flickered in their eyes as they helped the nearly lifeless thug to his feet. Moving forward, Mo sighed beneath the pavilion, expressing his helplessness. Alas, Master Xiao has acted impulsively. The leader of the Black Alliance is the son of the East Courtyard's punishment elder. This venture may not end well. Haha, you underestimate Zhao's prowess. If you're afraid of death, stay here while I proceed. Wang Ming declared with a laugh. Following Xiao Long, what did an elder from the East Courtyard signify? Even the instructors from the inner courtyard were disregarded by Xiao Long. Why fear a punishment elder? Mo shook his head in resignation and followed suit. In the center of the student accommodation area, within a lavish and spacious courtyard, a burly man with a beard lounged in a recliner. Surrounded by a group of individuals, male and female, who lay on the ground, moaning in agony, some with broken limbs, others lifeless with eyes rolled back. These were all newcomers who had resisted the Black Alliance's tyranny. Over 90% of the outer courtyard's newcomers were at the true condensation realm, and even the few innate experts were merely mid-level martial artists. They stood no chance against the oppressive Black Alliance. Those who refused to pay their dues were mercilessly beaten and brought forth. Bang! At that moment, the gate swung open, and two battered students were unceremoniously tossed inside, collapsing like rag dolls, barely breathing, clearly on the brink of death. Excellent. It appears this year's newcomers possess some courage. So many dare to defy the Black Alliance, the bearded man, known as Black Tiger, the leader of the Black Alliance and the son of the Punishment Elder. Squinted his eyes, a murderous glint flashing within. Brother, why not kill a few more to establish dominance? With the elders backing us, what is there to fear? Suggested a young man beside him, looking pale, fanning himself with a fan and sporting a wicked grin. This man, named Junxia, was the second in command of the Black Alliance, his gaze filled with sinister intent as it roamed over the trembling female students, seemingly unrepentant for his past transgressions. Indeed, that is a sound idea. The newcomers are still unfamiliar with our Black Alliance. It is time to assert our authority. Black Tiger rose, drawing a gleaming blade. What do you intend to do? The students recoiled, their faces etched with terror. Nothing much. Since you refuse to pay the fees, I shall sever your limbs to teach you a lesson. With that, he prepared to strike. Stop. A commanding voice rang out from the entrance as three battered figures were flung inside. Collapsing into a heap, barely clinging to life, these were three members of the Black Alliance who had come to collect fees. Who dares harm my Black Alliance members? Black Tiger's eyes widened in shock. He quickly fell silent as he beheld a young woman clad in green silk, resembling a celestial being, standing at the entrance, wielding a soft sword that radiated a formidable sword intent, glaring at him with fury. Oh, what a beautiful woman. It seems luck is on my side. Black Tiger's eyes sparkled with delight. All the Black Alliance members looked up, their eyes gleaming with hunger, akin to wolves spotting prey. Junxia also wore an expression of delight. Licking his lips, brother, once you're done enjoying her, let me have a turn. Haha, of course, after we finish, we shall share her with everyone. Long live the leader. The Black Alliance members cheered in unison, already considering the young woman their possession. Xin Yuan Mingyue's gaze swept over the agonized newcomers, her expression growing colder. What a vile Black Alliance, preying upon fellow students without restraint. Today, I shall rid the world of your menace, with a flick of her sword. She lunged at Black Tiger. Haha, little beauty, no need to rush. Black Tiger laughed, extending his hand toward Xin Yuan Mingyue. Swoosh, blood sprayed forth as Black Tiger recoiled, a small gash appearing on his finger. A talented swordswoman. No wonder she can defeat members of my Black Alliance. His true energy surged, quickly healing the wound. Die. Xin Yuan Mingyue thrust her sword again. Haha. It is amusing to toy with a genius. Black Tiger cackled as he charged forward, dodging her strikes with the agility of a silver serpent, finally grasping her wrist with precision. Clang. The soft sword clattered to the ground. Ah, how delightful. Black Tiger inhaled deeply, intoxicated by her scent. Xin Yuan Mingyue, filled with indignation, raised her hand to slap Black Tiger, but he seized both her wrists firmly. You little vixen, since you are so feisty, I shall have my way with you in front of everyone. Molding you into my prized possession, that shall be truly entertaining. Chapter 123, a bloodbath. Black Tiger's aura surged, pinning Xin Yuan Mingyue to the ground, ready to strip her of her garments. She gritted her teeth, thoughts racing through her mind. Why hasn't he arrived yet? With his temperament, he would surely come. As these thoughts raced through her mind, a thunderous explosion erupted at the Black Alliance's gates, a torrent of violet-black flames surging forth, reaching the heavens. Who dares? Black Tiger roared in fury. All members of the Black Alliance lifted their heads, collectively gazing toward the entrance. As the flames dissipated, two charred figures were hurled inside, collapsing motionless on the ground. They were evidently dead. You have slain a level 24 monster, earning 450,000 experience points, 50 bonus for challenging above level. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Someone had the audacity to kill members of the Black Alliance? How was this possible? They had never encountered such a situation before. A young man clad in white stepped forward, his expression cold, his dark pupils flickering with embers, causing anyone who met his gaze to feel a sting in their eyes. Who are you? Dare to kill members of my Black Alliance? Do you seek death? Black Tiger's chest heaved with rage, unlike anything he had felt before. Xiao Long smirked, coldly replying, I initially spared their lives, but upon my entrance, these two insects dared to ambush me, seeking my demise. Hence, they met their end. Do you have any objections? Xiao Long's gaze, as icy as a serpent yet burning with an inner fire, bore down upon them, creating an unnerving atmosphere. All members of the Black Alliance felt as if their eyes might be scorched, hastily averting their gazes, unwilling to meet his stare. Someone had infiltrated the Black Alliance. Could it be Guofeng, the foremost figure of the East Courtyard? He is indeed the only one with such prowess. A glance would confirm it. The students residing nearby, intrigued by the commotion, rushed outside to witness the spectacle. There stood a youth in white, hands clasped behind his back at the entrance. It was not Guofeng. If it wasn't Guofeng, then who could it be? The crowd buzzed with uncertainty. In the East Courtyard, The Black Alliance was an overwhelming force, the supreme power among students, with the leader, He Hu, at the initial stage of the innate martial king realm, the very son of the punishment elder, He Xiang Hui. Such influence would deter even Guofeng from confrontation. Could this individual be even more formidable? Upon seeing Xiao Long burst in, the students within, barely clinging to life, revealed glimmers of hope. But upon sensing Xiao Long's aura of a mid-stage innate martial master, their spirits sank once more. With such strength entering, it was tantamount to courting death. Fool, dare to slay a member of my Black Alliance. I shall hang your corpse at the entrance for all to witness the might of my faction, exclaimed Jun Xie, standing beside He Hu, as he charged forward. Die. Jun Xie brandished a dagger, aiming directly for Xiao Long's neck. You wish to kill me? Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. Clang. Jun Xie transformed into a golden statue, crashing to the ground, vanishing without a trace. You have slain a level 26 wild monster, gaining 1,260,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 80. You have acquired 109,210 gold coins. Current gold balance, 22. 893, 698. The golden touch skill is now on cooldown. Following a series of system notifications, Xiao Long's experience surged by another 10th. What? The onlooker's expression shifted dramatically. A living person had turned to gold and then simply disappeared? What sorcery was this? Since Xiao Long's strength had surged, he had encountered nothing but elite monsters and bosses. The golden touch skill had been rendered useless until now, when he finally spotted a wild monster daring enough to challenge him. And he annihilated it effortlessly. He Hu stumbled back in shock, angrily declaring, Kid, I care not what dark arts you employ. To rampage in my Black Alliance means you must be ready to meet your end. Charge, kill him. The members of the Black Alliance exchanged hesitant glances, fear washing over their faces, paralyzed by dread. Charge. If you don't advance, you shall perish, roared He Hu, fuming. Yes, at last, 5 members of the Black Alliance, trembling with trepidation, approached. Xiao Long's gaze shifted, his serpent-like eyes piercing through them. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The 5 exchanged glances, and one spoke up, that dark magic must have its limitations, otherwise, you would have attacked already. Indeed. Together, let us eliminate this intruder. With that battle cry, they surged toward Xiao Long. He shook his head. Merely ants. Boom. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a serpentine dragon of purple-black flames erupted forth, the terrifying heat vaporizing the spiritual energy around it. The 5 stood no chance, succumbing to the flames in a chorus of screams, reduced to charred remains. You have slain a level 24 wild monster, gaining 450,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 50. You have slain a level 23 wild monster, gaining 260,000 experience points. Overlevel challenge experience bonus 20. Once again, Xiao Long's experience increased by a 10th. Who else wishes to meet their demise? Xiao Long clapped his hands, his cold gaze sweeping across the remaining members of the Black Alliance, causing them to retreat in unison, none daring to advance. The new students on the ground, initially stunned, erupted into waves of jubilant cheers. Oh, splendid. Slay these scoundrels, destroy them. The new students rejoiced. The previously tragic scene of oppression was instantly flipped upon the arrival of one individual. The crowd of onlookers stood agape. Who was this person? With the strength of a mid-stage innate martial master, he slaughtered those at the innate martial sovereign level as if they were mere livestock, effortlessly. Moreover, this was within the academy. The institution forbade infighting. How could he disregard the rules so brazenly without fear of punishment? He Hu could no longer remain passive. Kid, you dare to kill my Black Alliance members before my very eyes. I will flay you alive. With that, he swung his great blade, unleashing 3 radiant crimson arcs toward Xiao Long. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Long's mouth. No wonder you linger at the initial stage of the innate martial king realm. It seems you are a ways too as yet to grasp the essence of blade intent. Since you dared to provoke me, I shall send you to your demise. Xiao Long clenched his fist, and 9 purple-black flame dragons erupted around him, weaving through the arcs of the blade, enveloping He Hu entirely. However, at that moment, a protective barrier manifested around He Hu, shielding him from the flames. What? He possesses a protective artifact, gasped the onlookers. Haha, kid, perish. He Hu bellowed. At this moment, the 3 arcs of the blade descended upon Xiao Long for Symbol's cauldron. Xiao Long flicked his fingers, summoning a massive cauldron before him. The 3 blade arcs struck it, leaving no mark. The 4 Symbol's cauldron, once a mere innate-grade artifact, had been refined through Xiao Long's bloodline, reaching the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, impervious even to the innate martial king. 9 Dragon's confinement formation. Coalesce. Xiao Long clenched his fist, and the 9 flame dragons surged toward He Hu, tightly ensnaring him, causing the protective barrier to waver precariously. What? He Hu's face paled as he swung his blade again. Yet the arcs could not penetrate the 9 flame dragons, disintegrating into nothingness. Your shell is quite sturdy. It must be a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Very well. Xiao Long flicked his fingers, sending a slender black serpent darting forth like a needle. Its wings flapping, striking the barrier at an astonishing speed. Bam! It pierced the protective bubble, causing it to quiver as if on the verge of collapse. What is this? Heihu's expression shifted dramatically. The black serpent retreated only to launch once more. Striking the same point on the barrier, cracks began to appear around the impact site. Xiao Long's inherent strength, amplified by his terrifying speed and the serpent's piercing capability, could penetrate even the most formidable of innate treasures. Once more, Xiao Long struck again, and the barrier shattered with a resounding explosion. The 9 flame dragons surged forth. Heihu was engulfed in flames, emitting wretched cries as he writhed on the ground. The spectators were left in utter astonishment. Heihu had been defeated, vanquished by an inconspicuous newcomer. The new students erupted in exhilarated cheers. Xian Yuan Mingyue gazed at Xiao Long, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. A faint smile gracing her lips. I knew I was right about him. At this moment, Heihu was reduced to a wretched state, his eyes burned blind, his body charred, rolling on the ground in agony. The torment seeping into his very soul, the most brutal of tortures imaginable. Burn him. Burn this vile wretch. The new students shouted in fury. Heihu had committed numerous atrocities against his peers, his reign of terror eliciting collective outrage. Kill Heihu. Annihilate the Black Alliance. The surrounding crowd echoed their fervent cries, rallying for justice. For years, the Black Alliance had committed countless heinous acts, leveraging the Punishment Elder's influence to seize spiritual stones and humiliate female students. Merciless in their tyranny, anyone opposing him faced brutal retribution, often resulting in mutilation or death, with none daring to speak against him. Now, Xiao Long had emerged, trampling the Black Alliance with an unparalleled might. Disregarding the institution's rules, spilling their blood freely, such actions had never been undertaken by anyone, yet Xiao Long defied the odds, igniting the fervor of all those who had suffered, inspiring them to rally behind him. You cannot kill him. At this moment, a member of the Black Alliance admonished, he is the son of the Punishment Elder. Slaying him means certain death for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but chuckle. The Punishment Elder, such a high-ranking official. Let it be known, even if he were the son of the Academy head, should he provoke me, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. I, Xiao Long, fear no one, he declared with a cold laugh. How could a dignified dragon emperor, blazing like the heavens, fear an elder from the outer courtyard? Not even the Divine Academy would escape retribution if they dared to offend me. You will regret this. The Black Alliance member ground his teeth in fury. Enough of your noise. Xiao Long struck out with a palm, sending the individual crashing to the ground. He formed a massive hand of spiritual energy, lifting the member as if he were a mere chick, tossing him aside. To threaten me with the Punishment Elder is quite amusing. Xiao Long clapped his hands, his tone indifferent. I shall give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Summon that Punishment Elder here, and I shall teach him how to administer punishment. Begone. With a mighty thrust, he sent the individual soaring hundreds of meters away, crashing into a wall. You shall pay for this. The man glared fiercely at Xiao Long before turning to flee. The gaze of the crowd converged upon the young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, their bodies trembling with excitement. How audacious, how arrogant. A true man ought to be like this. The male students were filled with fervor, while the female students looked on with admiration. Hey, let me tell you, that's my elder brother. Xiao Long, from the same empire as me, a sworn brother, exclaimed Wang Mingao, who was squeezing through the crowd, boasting to anyone who would listen. It was then that the onlookers learned the name of the seemingly invincible youth, Xiao Long. Retracting the flames, Xiao Long proceeded to hang the nearly lifeless black tiger with a rope, while his main body burrowed underground, burying a substantial amount of exquisite spirit stones to set up a formation. As for the Punishment Elder, although not at the imperial realm, he was a late-stage innate martial king, and could only be harmed by top-tier formations of the innate level. Xiao Long had amassed tens of thousands of exquisite spirit stones from the Beast Tide harvest, more than sufficient to arrange a couple of top-tier formations. Having made up his mind, Xiao Long resolved that he no longer needed to remain at the academy, which had disappointed him greatly. With such mentors in the inner court and the Punishment Elder's conduct, the so-called academy rules were mere scraps of paper in the eyes of these powerful figures. What use were they? As for the so-called rich resources of the inner court, he held them in contempt. Now, with the Dragon Soul scripture in his possession and having ascended to the second tier of the Monster King, he completed a top-tier killing formation in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Moments later, Xiao Long spotted a stout man with a dark complexion flying over from the horizon. His eyes glowed blood red, filled with a sense of vengeance. He was the notorious punishment elder, but a large group of elder figures followed him, each exuding a robust aura, all being from the punishment department. "Who dares to bully my son?" Before he even arrived, his booming voice shook everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Damn, what a disgrace!" Xiao Long cursed under his breath, his gaze turning colder. The stout man descended, his eyes locking onto the charred black tiger, his fury palpable. "You beast, I want you dead," he bellowed, reaching out towards Xiao Long. Chapter 125. I shall take command of the punishment-seeking death, with a firm grip on the formation. Xiao Long summoned a beam of light from below, crashing into the punishment elder's hand. The impact forced the elder to retract his hand, blood gushing forth, pain coursing through him. Out of formation, the punishment elder's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that this young man was a master of formations. If this formation could injure him, it must be a top-tier innate formation. However, he was uncertain of its true power, especially with a dozen innate martial kings backing him. Xiao Long's expression grew serious, not due to the formation's inadequacy, but because his exquisite spirit stones were too few. That seemingly casual strike had consumed over 500 spirit stones. To utterly eliminate this scoundrel would likely require tens of thousands. With so many innate martial kings present and the limited number of spirit stones remaining, coupled with his own techniques, he could only manage to kill 4 or 5 at most. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Realms Mall did not sell spirit stones. While the lower-tier spirit stones were plentiful, their purity was insufficient, and he dared not use the purple spirit crystals, coveted even by the esteemed kings. As Xiao Long pondered his strategy, the 15 elders from the punishment department descended upon the scene. "Elders, this scoundrel has disregarded the academy's rules and harmed fellow students, a crime of the gravest nature. Such a parasite should not remain at the Heavenly God Academy, which would be a misfortune for 1,000 years. I implore you all to join forces and apprehend this rogue." The punishment elder addressed the gathered elders, his shamelessness appalling. The students collectively cursed him in hushed tones. "A parasite? Surely he was the greatest parasite within the academy." The Grand Elder and the many elders turned their gazes to the elder in white robes at the center, the Grand Elder of the punishment department, the one with the highest authority. He surveyed the Black Tiger, who was indeed on the brink of death. "What the Black Elder stated is true, that we have the right to arrest you. Do you have any grievances?" The Grand Elder looked at Xiao Long. "Kill if you wish. Why all this prattling?" Xiao Long retorted angrily. "You dare to speak to the Grand Elder in such a manner?" Black Xianghui stepped forward, indignant. Xiao Long glanced around, noticing the anxious expressions of the students observing the scene, and laughed bitterly. "If it weren't for the many students present, fearing repercussions from the dean, would you have so many words? You would have long since killed me, to act like a harlot yet demand a reputation. I have never seen such brazen shamelessness. You." Not only Black Xianghui, but also the Grand Elder and the other elders turned pale with rage, their faces almost green with fury, wishing to tear him apart on the spot. "Very well. Just for your utter disrespect toward your superiors, that alone is enough to take you back and beat you for 3 days. The Grand Elder's anger turned to a mocking smile as he waved his hand. "Seize this rogue." Yes, the 7 or 8 elders in the front surged forward. Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. "If you wish to capture me, let us see if you have the capability," with a grip on the formation. Countless intersecting blades of spiritual energy surged forth from the ground, slicing through the advancing elders. SSHH, SSHH, SSHH. Ah, my hand. Blood sprayed, limbs scattered. Those elders were left with severed arms or hands, while one weaker midstage innate martial king had half his head cleaved off. Falling lifelessly, the remaining elders were left aghast, retreating in unison, no longer daring to advance. "Scoundrel!" The Grand Elder's face turned a ghastly shade. "Ha! Did you see that? This is Brother Zhao's strength. Impressive, isn't it?" Wang Mingao clapped the bald-headed Mo Wen beside him, grinning broadly. "Don't touch my head. Get away." Mo Wen quickly dodged aside. The more Wang Mingao observed, the more pleased he became. He had always known Xiao Long's formations were unparalleled, back in the day. With his strength at the condensing true realm, he had set up a formation that decimated 2 major sects. What a spectacle. Now, with the strength of an innate martial master, he arranged a formation that slaughtered innate martial kings, instilling fear in the elder figures who dared not advance. "Brother Wang, do you have any exquisite spirit stones?" At that moment, Xiao Long's voice suddenly resonated. "I do." Wang Mingao quickly replied through thought. "Pass them to me." "All right." Wang Mingao extracted his storage ring, but before he could toss it, a small black snake snatched it away. "This little black snake is my spirit pet. Don't mind it. I see." Wang Mingao nodded. After Mo Wen received the same thought transmission, he joined his hands together and said, "Ba, A monk should embody compassion, and I shall contribute my meager efforts to redeem these scoundrels. With that, he produced a gleaming golden storage ring and handed it to the little snake. Upon receiving the exquisite spirit stones, Xiao Long counted them with unrestrained joy. Wang Mingao only had a few thousand, negligible compared to Mo Wen's astonishing 100,000 exquisite spirit stones, the source of which remained a mystery. The Grand Elder glared at Xiao Long, gritting his teeth in fury. You scoundrel dare to assault an elder. You have committed a heinous crime. We have the right to execute you. Don't think that just because you possess a formation, you can act with impunity. This academy harbors those of the imperial realm. Yield quickly. Xiao Long's gaze was cold as he surveyed the crowd, calmly stating, I, Xiao Long, abide by the principle of not offending others unless they offend me. As the Grand Elder of the Punishment Department, you do not seek justice but accuse me of guilt. The Black Alliance has plundered countless spirit stones and slaughtered innumerable newcomers. You incessantly chant the Academy rules, yet do not pursue the members of the Black Alliance. Instead, you come after me, a mere rebel. Pray tell, what is the purpose of the Punishment Department? As Xiao Long's words fell, the students erupted in fervent exclamations. Well said. The Black Alliance has evaded justice for years. What is the purpose of the Punishment Department? My roommate was killed by them. Where were you then? I went to report once and was beaten by the Black Elder and thrown out. What meaning does punishment hold? With Xiao Long standing up for them, they denounced the elders, declaring them the true villains. Yes, you are the true villains. Countless students were filled with righteous indignation, their voices rising in fury. The atmosphere infected every student present, both newcomers and veterans alike. After years of oppression, the students from the Eastern Courtyard finally erupted in anger, long-suppressed feelings now unleashed under Xiao Long's leadership. The elders from the Punishment Department were caught off guard by the turn of events. Their faces dark as storm clouds, nearly gasping for breath in their rage. Xiao Long coldly declared, evildoers roam freely while the innocent are oppressed. If that is the case, I shall take command of the punishment. With a pull of the rope, he hoisted the Black Tiger up. Father, save me, kill him. The Black Tiger shrieked in terror. You beast, how dare you? Black Xianghue roared, but was too frightened by the formation before him to advance. Xiao Long's expression remained indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful. This man was the leader of the Black Alliance, a perpetrator of countless atrocities against newcomers. Among the over 200 present, all had suffered severe injuries. With over 100 crippled and 4 dead, his sins were numerous and unforgivable. He deserved death. Xiao Long unleashed a wave of purplish-black flames, incinerating the Black Tiger into cinders. Chapter 126. All shall be crushed before Black Xianghue's eyes. The Black Tiger was burned alive, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You have slain an elite monster, level 27, and gained 3 million experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 100, elite monster bonus 100. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 23. The next level requires 50 million experience points. Xiao Long's aura grew even more formidable. As anticipated, the transition from a 3rd-tier Demon King to a 4th-tier Demon King proved to be a formidable hurdle. With the required experience for advancement skyrocketing from 15 million to an astonishing 50 million, witnessing this, Xianghue's body trembled, veins bulging on his forehead, his blood-red eyes almost murderous, yet he dared not take a single step forward. Xiao Long shifted his gaze to the quaking members of the Black Alliance behind him. You, riding on the coattails of the Black Alliance, you act as their enforcers, oppressing the weak with your overwhelming power. You may escape the death penalty, but the consequences of your actions are inescapable. Since you have chosen to bully the vulnerable, I shall strip you of your cultivation and let you experience the agony of being oppressed. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Long activated the formation, unleashing a barrage of ethereal needles from the ground, which accurately pierced the dantians of the Black Alliance members amidst their anguished screams. Ah, my dantian. No, the faces of the Black Alliance members turned ashen as they clutched their stomachs, collapsing to the ground. Their dantians rendered useless, the vital energy they had amassed over the years dissipated in an instant, leaving them weaker than even the most novice cultivators. Well done. Bravo. The new disciples erupted in excitement. The Black Tiger slain, and the Black Alliance members stripped of their powers. Nothing could be more gratifying. Xiao Long glanced at the furious elders of punishment, a cold smile gracing his lips. Esteemed elders, I have executed the punishment. Are you satisfied? A mere outer court student had, in front of numerous punishment elders, presided over the execution of justice, slaying the Black Tiger and incapacitating many members of the Black Alliance. Although it was fair and just, to the elders of the Punishment Department, it was an utter humiliation. Akin to a resounding slap to their faces, the disdainful gazes directed at them mocked their authority to enforce punishment. An overwhelming sense of humiliation clawed at them like a knife. Die. unable to contain their rage any longer. Numerous elders charged at Xiao Long's swift wind shadow palm. Cataclysmic collapse. Thunderclap sword. A dazzling array of martial arts struck towards Xiao Long, creating a chaotic maelstrom of spiritual energy, akin to a cataclysmic explosion that left the onlookers in shock. The force knocked many spectators off their feet before the martial arts could even be unleashed. Defensive array. Activate. Xiao Long grasped the formation technique, summoning a colossal protective barrier that enveloped him in its core. Boom, boom, boom. Various martial techniques bombarded the barrier, producing deafening explosions that sent it swaying perilously. Xiao Long's expression darkened. That last flurry had cost him 50,000 premium spirit stones. Spirit energy killing array. Activate. He formed another seal. And the skies erupted with a torrential downpour of ethereal blades, raining down upon the elders of punishment. Screams filled the air as the punishment elders were left bloodied and mutilated, some cleaved in two. Dead within moments. In just a few breaths. The remaining 14 punishment elders were either dead or grievously injured. You have slain a level 28 wild monster, gaining 2,400,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 100. The experience accumulated surged by 40%. Among those still standing, only 7 late-stage innate martial kings remained, as 7 had perished in that brutal onslaught. The students watching were filled with mixed emotions, both thrilled and horrified. Unbelievable, to single-handedly annihilate half of the punishment elders. Compared to this, Guofeng from the East Courtyard is but a speck of dust. Xiao, well done, slay those scoundrels. Wang Minggao shouted in excitement. Excellent. Xianyuan Mingyue clenched her fists, silently cheering for Xiao Long. Ba. My apologies. Mo Wen clasped his hands together, unsure if his words were sincere. The students gathered in unison, silently praying for Xiao Long's survival through this trial. At that moment, the remaining 7 punishment elders stood grim-faced. Motionless, the Grand Elder of Punishment glanced at the deceased He Xiang Hui, then at the bloodied remnants scattered around, a faint smile playing on his lips, though one could not discern if it was genuine amusement or derision. Who would have imagined such a prodigy would emerge from the East Courtyard? The words of the dean were misguided. The talent we have recruited at the Divine Academy is no less than that of the Ocean Academy. However, a hint of regret crossed the Grand Elder's face as he shook his head and crushed a jade tablet. Xiao Long's senses sharpened. Powerful figures were approaching. Moments later, a swarm of figures resembling locusts appeared on the horizon, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rendered the air thick and stifling. These were the hidden elders from the East Courtyard, all of whom had reached the level of innate martial kings. Among them was the portly elder who had escorted the students from the Tianfeng Kingdom. With no fewer than 100 individuals in total, among this throng was an enigmatic elder clad in blue, the vice-dean of the East Courtyard, Gu Changfeng. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Gu Changfeng's expression shifted to one of shock. And he bellowed, "What has transpired here?" The Grand Elder of Punishment clasped his hands in greeting, pointing at Xiao Long with a serious expression. This individual has disregarded school regulations and has brutally slain fellow students. We have come to apprehend this rogue, yet he ensnared us in a formation, resulting in over half of the punishment department's 15 elders either dead or injured. Such heinous acts cannot go unpunished. If we do not eliminate him as a warning to others, what face will the punishment department have left? What dignity will the Divine Academy possess? The Grand Elder shifted all blame onto Xiao Long. Gu Changfeng surveyed the carnage, the blood-soaked ground and severed limbs, and noted Xiao Long standing amidst it all, offering no defense, only a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chun, you are most audacious. Do you truly think the Academy lacks the rule of law? Gu Changfeng scolded. Xiao Long shook his head, offering no further explanation, only a self-deprecating smile. Vice-Dean Gu, I respect your integrity and fairness. I shall address you as Dean for the time being. However, you come forth without discernment, solely believing this old dog's one-sided tale, deeming me to have disrespected the LAW. Do you not find that laughable? If the Academy upheld its laws, executing all 15 members of the punishment department would not result in the wrongful death of a single soul. Xiao Long pointed at him, enunciating each word. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng's countenance faltered. He glanced at the Grand Elder, who appeared to be gritting his teeth, his eyes flickering. A glint of struggle crossed Gu Changfeng's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he sighed heavily. He was well aware that the truth diverged somewhat from the Grand Elder's account. Yet Xiao Long's slaying of the punishment elders was witnessed by all. Before the gathered crowd, he had to establish an example. Regardless, you have killed our Academy's elders, a capital offense that I must take you into custody. Should you behave well in prison, I shall, considering your exceptional talent, plead with the Dean to spare your life. With that, Gu Changfeng stepped forward, reaching out to seize Xiao Long. Xiao Long shook his head in disappointment. Had Gu Changfeng made the right choice, perhaps he would have remained. But disappointment washed over him. Jiu Changfeng, ultimately an embodiment of the East Courtyard's authority, could not afford to offend the collective will of the elders by punishing one of their own for the sake of a mere new student. Gu Changfeng, you are too young, Xiao Long sighed. Just as Gu Changfeng's hand was about to grasp Xiao Long, a small serpent darted from his sleeve, and an invisible wave of power rippled over Gu Changfeng. His body froze in place. Time stood still. In that fleeting moment, the serpent opened its mouth, unleashing a concentrated beam of blinding white flame that struck Gu Changfeng's shoulder before dissipating. There was no heat, no terrifying temperature, only an overwhelming brilliance. The ethereal flame surged forth, instantly vanishing Gu Changfeng's arm upon contact, as if it had been erased from existence. There was no sound, no trace left behind, nothing but a void where once there had been flesh. Gu Changfeng's body remained motionless, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable fear. Even Xiao Long was taken aback by the might of the ethereal flame. The moment of stillness ended. Ah! Gu Changfeng cried out in agony. Stumbling back at that moment, the onlookers gasped in horror, witnessing Gu Changfeng's right arm reduced to nothing. What? The onlookers, including the numerous elders in the sky, were aghast, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The powerful Gu Changfeng had lost an arm. How could this be? Gu Changfeng panted heavily, waves of turmoil crashing within his heart that he seemed to be momentarily lost in thought. And then, inexplicably, his right arm vanished without a trace, devoid of any sensation. It disappeared in a most eerie manner. What kind of terrifying technique is this? Having lived for so many years and perused countless tomes at the academy, he had never encountered such a method. With this technique, a congenital martial master could sever the arm of an Imperial Realm warrior, a claim that would surely send shockwaves through the realm. Seize him, capture him alive. Gu Changfeng realized that this dreadful entity was far more than mere martial arts. It likely pertained to monumental secrets, crucial to the academy's ascendance. Indeed, over 100 elders from the eastern courtyard surged toward Xiao Long. Do you think you can capture me alive? Xiao Long squinted, his focus locking onto a skill within the system, and bellowed with fury. Innate skill, Blood Rage Barrier. The Blood Rage Barrier was a new skill bestowed by the system when Xiao Long evolved during the Demon King phase. It consumed 1/10 of his life essence, using blood as a catalyst to summon a vast blood rage barrier, within which he could gain frenzied power and suppress the enemy's strength. The life essence consumed could also be substituted with the blood of others. The more blood, the greater the barrier's effectiveness and coverage. This was a technique Xiao Long had never employed, nor had he had the opportunity to do so until now. With a low shout, the blood on the ground slowly rose into the air, and from the scattered limbs and corpses, a multitude of blood floated up, transforming the area within 100 meters into a nebulous crimson hue. Within Xiao Long, a surge of potent energy manifested, deepening the blood's color in this region. What? My strength has been suppressed. How is this possible? As the elders breached the 100-meter radius, they felt their speed plummet, their internal energy faltering to the point where they could scarcely breathe. Spirit energy killing formation, activate. With the incantation in hand, Xiao Long consumed all the top-tier spirit stones buried beneath, and the atmosphere erupted into an endless storm of razor-like winds that slaughtered in all directions. Akin to a meat grinder. Help. Amidst the cacophony of screams, numerous eastern courtyard elders found their bodies severed, and the blood that had floated up was drawn into the blood rage barrier, transforming the area into a veritable sea of blood. Xiao Long's experience soared continuously. You have slain a level 28 wild beast, gaining 2,400,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 100. You have slain a level 29 wild beast, gaining 3,300,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 120. You have slain a level 28 wild beast, gaining 2,400,000 experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 100. Regrettably, the vitality of the congenital martial kings was exceedingly resilient. Most were merely left with severed limbs rather than death, causing Xiao Long's experience to plateau at 80%. Glancing around, he noted that several elders had perished, most of them merely wounded. Enough? This ends today. The account of the Heavenly God Academy shall be settled another day. Just as Xiao Long was about to depart, he suddenly felt his aura locked onto. Instantly, he found himself rigid, unable to move. Beside him, a colossal hand of true essence materialized from thin air, twisting him as Xiao Long was rendered incapable of struggle or resistance. Though intriguing that a human warrior without a dantian, yet possessing a demon core. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black robes materialized before Xiao Long, wearing a faintly sinister smile. Director. The numerous elders bowed respectfully, and Gu Changfeng slightly inclined his body. Director. This man has harmed his fellow disciples and plotted against the elders. His crimes are heinous, and we request his execution." The Grand Elder of Punishment shouted angrily. "Silence!" the black-robed man thundered, causing the Grand Elder of Punishment's face to pale as he was violently thrust backward. Crashing into a nearby building in utter failure, the black-robed man cursed, his gaze now fixated on the immobile Xiao Long. His interest piqued. "Speak. What is your origin? Why do you possess a demon core within you? Reveal it, and I shall spare your life," the black-robed man demanded. Yet, Xiao Long remained silent, merely displaying a cold smile. Suddenly, his body began to swell ominously, and before the astonished eyes of all, he exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 128, Director Ao Wutian. Witnessing this scene, the multitude present fell into a state of stunned silence. He is dead. Moreover, was he killed by anyone? He detonated himself? What on earth is happening? The black-robed director maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze flickering with confusion, unable to comprehend why this individual had self-destructed so suddenly. "Director, this man possesses a peculiar substitution technique. I witnessed him self-destruct only to revive. The one who just exploded was likely another substitute." At this moment, Gu Changfeng stepped forward to explain. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No wonder he chose to self-destruct. He was merely a substitute. A substitute. The black-robed director's curiosity deepened. This person's secrets are numerous, far beyond belief. A late-stage congenital martial master, capable of dispatching numerous late-stage congenital martial king elders, leaving a river of blood, and even severing an arm from the Imperial Realm warrior Gu Changfeng. Such a prodigy undoubtedly deserves a place on the hidden dragon list. What is more terrifying is that this individual's cultivation is merely at the late stage of congenital martial master. If he were to reach the congenital martial king realm, what sight would that be? He could likely slay Imperial Realm warriors. Who summoned this person? Returning, director, it was I. A corpulent old man stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, explain his background, the black-robed director commanded. His name is Xiaochen, hailing from the Tianfeng Kingdom. During testing, he was merely at the early stage of congenital martial master. I do not know how he has since advanced to the late stage within just a few days. The plump old man seemed to recall something and hurriedly added. By the way, during testing, the device indicated he was half a year old, and all 5 stars of talent lit up. Then all 5 simultaneously exploded, indicating his talent as unknown. What? The black-robed director's expression shifted. While others may not understand what the explosion of 5 stars signifies, he knew all too well that it meant that this individual's talent far exceeded 5 stars. Such a genius has only emerged once in the thousands of years since the founding of the Heavenly God Academy. 200 years ago, the renowned 9-nether demon emperor, Embarked, who broke through to the Imperial Realm at the tender age of 16. Becoming the youngest in the Academy's history to reach that level. Xiao Chun's age appears to be merely in his early 20s. Although he may not quite match Embarked, his survival ability is unparalleled. And that peculiar substitution technique even deceived him. Damn it, such a promising talent, and you've caused this mess. Do you seek death? The black-robed director erupted in fury, glaring at everyone, rendering them silent as they bowed their heads in fear. Gu Changfeng was nearly overwhelmed with regret. Who would have thought that Xiao Chun's talent would surpass 5 stars, comparable to Embarked? Had he known, he would have fought tooth and nail to eliminate those Grand Elders of Punishment and save Xiao Chun. The Grand Elder of Punishment stammered. Director, this person has slaughtered his fellow disciples. We believed he violated Academy rules, hence boom. Before he could finish, the black-robed director reached out and summoned the Grand Elder of Punishment into the air. Placing a hand on his head and initiating a soul-searching technique, the Grand Elder of Punishment's eyes rolled back, his body convulsing as the soul-searching progressed. The black-robed director's expression grew increasingly grim. Well done. Black Alliance, well done. Eastern Courtyard Punishment Division. Over the years, how many talents, how many seeds of the hidden dragon list have perished at your hands? Bang! The black-robed director clenched his palm, directly exploding the head of the Grand Elder of Punishment. The surrounding elders trembled in fear, collectively gasping in horror. The director is truly enraged. Gu Changfeng. Yes, execute all elders of the Eastern Courtyard Punishment Division, leaving none alive, the black-robed director stated coldly. Understood. Gu Changfeng appeared calm on the surface but was frantic inside. The remaining few elders of the Eastern Courtyard, upon hearing this command, turned ashen, hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy. Gu Changfeng shook his head, flicking his fingers to cripple their dantians, whereupon the other elders took them into custody. Heavenly retribution can be forgiven. Self-inflicted calamity cannot be lived through. The Punishment Division has committed evil for many years. And now they finally faced their comeuppance. Jiu Changfeng felt a profound sense of regret. Had he discovered this issue sooner, such a fate would not have befallen him. At that moment, the black-robed director narrowed his eyes, sensing a disturbance, and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The teleportation array. The black-robed director vanished in an instant, pursuing a certain direction. It is the fluctuation from the teleportation array. Gu Changfeng sensed it too and hurriedly followed suit. With numerous elders trailing behind, they departed. The students at the side erupted into whispers. That black-robed director is the legendary head of the 4 external courtyards, Ao Wutian. Indeed, it is he. A century ago, Ao Wutian ranked among the top 5 on the Hidden Dragon list. Later breaking through to the Imperial Realm, becoming the director of the Heavenly God Academy's external courtyards. His current strength, even if he has broken through to the revered King Realm, is among the most formidable in the Imperial Realm. Even Ao Wutian has been stirred. Xiao Long has truly stirred up a storm. It seems Xiao Long may not return. The students were in a state of excitement, while Wang Mingao felt utterly lost. He had been with Xiao Long, and now that Xiao Long was gone, was he to remain here? Ao Wutian arrived at the square, the designated spot for new students to teleport. The fluctuations from the teleportation array he sensed earlier originated from this very place. Ah, I nearly forgot. You are a master of formations. Ao Wutian's countenance was shrouded in darkness as he activated the transmission array at this location to track the past. In a blinding flash of white light, his figure vanished without a trace, 1,000 miles away. Amidst the boundless deep mountains and forests, Xiao Long's true form appeared suspended in midair. This was the designated teleportation point for new students at the Celestial Academy. The teleportation array here had long been deciphered by him, allowing Xiao Long to reverse teleport himself back. At this moment, he felt a dizzying haze enveloping his mind, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Aurora Flame, Blood Fury Barrier, Time Freeze. In this battle, he had exhausted every means at his disposal, depleting a significant portion of his vital energy and essence. He was now at the end of his tether. That old rogue was not foolish. He would undoubtedly pursue him, so he needed to find a place to hide quickly. Thoughts raced through his mind as he shifted his gaze, locking onto a river 10 miles away, and instantly surged toward it. Buzz, a flash of white light flickered behind him, indicating that someone was closing in. Demon Blood Escape. The essence within Xiao Long evaporated rapidly as his wings fluttered, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. Akin to a shooting star, as he plunged into the river with a splash, immediately entering his internal world. This internal world resided within his demon core. Once his true body entered, the core would be exposed. This was an extremely perilous act without a clone for protection, but he had no other choice at that moment. The riverbed. A pale golden demon core lay quietly among the pebbles. Motionless. Brother Xiao, seeing Xiao Long enter in such a weakened state, Xiao Bai rushed over. Worry etched on her face. It's nothing. I just need to rest a bit. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Long's head drooped, and he fainted. Xiao Bai gritted her teeth, her eyes slightly reddening. Damn it, why push yourself so hard? Chapter 129. Flowing Cloud Nation in the outside world. As the white light faded, Ao Wutian materialized within the forest. According to the residual fluctuations of the teleportation array, he had indeed been here just a minute ago. Ao Wutian narrowed his eyes, his consciousness rapidly enveloping a 100-mile radius as he meticulously searched inch by inch. 1 minute. I refuse to believe you can evade my perception. In just a minute, even a late-stage innate martial king, with speed-enhancing secret techniques, could only advance a maximum of 5 miles. Ao Wutian concentrated his awareness within this 5-mile radius. Searching inch by inch, he encountered numerous demon beasts, demon kings, and several passing martial artists, but nothing seemed amiss. Strange. Ao Wutian's expression shifted as he expanded his search radius to 10 miles. However, he still found no anomalies. How is this possible? Ao Wutian was astonished, further extending his search to 20 miles. Within this area lay Xiao Long's demon core. Ao Wutian's consciousness scanned the area, and when it swept over the demon core at the riverbed, he did not linger for even a moment, perhaps subconsciously deeming a third-tier demon king's core at the riverbed as unworthy of attention. Searching inch by inch across a 20-mile radius took considerable time, and Ao Wutian spent a whole incense stick's worth of time completing the search, yet still found nothing. Odd, at his speed, it shouldn't have been possible to escape so quickly. Ao Wutian was furious. Could it be that the individual had not gone far but was hiding somewhere nearby? He meticulously examined the area, not sparing even the ground beneath, and whenever he found signs of digging, he would strike with his palm, uprooting the earth. In the end, he even captured several passing martial artists and demon kings to probe their souls, but gleaned no useful information. Damn it, where could he be hiding? Could it be that what came here was merely a decoy? Suddenly, Wishin realized this possibility. If the opponent had employed a tiger-deceiving tactic, sending a decoy here to explode, then had he not been played for a fool? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he find no trace within a 20-mile radius? Upon this realization, Wishin's face flushed crimson. Feeling as if you were a foolish donkey, led around in circles by a junior. You wretched thing. Once I capture you, I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces. With eyes ablaze, Wishin's expression darkened as he retraced his steps. In truth, Wishin was not dim-witted. He was merely overconfident. Believing he had been outwitted by Xiao Long upon returning to the Celestial Academy, Wishin immediately convened an emergency meeting. Relay my orders in the barbaric nation and surrounding all empires near the flowing cloud nation. Issue a bounty to fully investigate the whereabouts of this individual. Capture him on sight, regardless of whether he is alive or dead. Understood. After issuing the command, Wishin squinted and gazed westward. Tianfeng Nation? Once I handle this matter, I shall pay a personal visit. Xiao Long's fainting spell devolved into an interminable wait. The stronger the target acted under the influence of the laws of time, the greater the backlash. A week passed, and Xiao Long remained in a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Bai patiently awaited him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him in silence. During this time, the chaos Xiao Long caused in the East Courtyard swept through several empires near the Celestial Academy like a storm. Even the formidable barbaric nation, the strongest among the 3-star empires in the Great Wilderness, was stirred into a frenzy, with countless discussions surrounding the emergence of the unparalleled genius, Xiao Chun, an Outer Academy freshman. He had dispatched numerous elders from the punishment department without resistance, leaving the East Courtyard awash in blood, even severing an arm from the vice dean, Gu Chanfeng. Such feats were enough to move anyone. Ironically, after slaying so many elders, Xiao Chun managed to escape right under Wishin's nose, leading to derisive snickers. The Celestial Academy was nothing extraordinary. Thus, Xiao Chun became famous overnight, his name resounding throughout the Great Wilderness. Time passed unmeasured. Xiao Long opened his eyes to find Xiao Bai sitting quietly beside him, watching intently. Xiao Bai immediately leaped onto him. Brother Xiao, you finally woke up. I've waited for so long. Xiao Long comforted her. Xiao Bai, I'm sorry to have worried you. It's all right. As long as I'm by Brother Xiao's side, I feel content. Xiao Bai smiled. Let us head out. With a thought, the two demons materialized in the outside world. Splash! Xiao Long burst through the water's surface and flew onto the shore. The scenery here differed slightly from where he had entered the water a week prior, likely due to his demon core being swept away by the current. Xiao Long performed the 3 lives technique, extracting a subcore from the pale golden demon core, which floated outward. The flesh on the subcore writhed, and his human clone reappeared. He retrieved a garment to cover himself. Cradled Xiao Bai, wrapping her serpentine form around his wrist, and began walking along the river. Let us go find a nearby village and inquire about our location. Where there are rivers, there are invariably villages. Xiao Long followed the river for approximately 2 days before finally spotting a city constructed of blue bricks and tiles. This city was comparable in scale to Huiyun City, a colossal entity within the Tianfeng Nation. Yet merely an unremarkable small town in the heart of the Great Wilderness. With no city walls, a watchtower stood at the top, bearing an inscription, Border of Flowing Cloud Nation, Blue Jade City. Flowing Cloud Nation? Xiao Long recalled that the 2 major academies were situated at the junction of the Barbaric Nation and the Flowing Cloud Nation. PNT anticipated that they had arrived at the border of Flowing Cloud Nation. Flowing Cloud Nation was a top-tier 2-star empire in the core region of the Great Wilderness, its territory several dozen times that of Tianfeng Nation, housing a premier 2-star sect alongside countless 1-star sects and numerous powerful clan families. Due to its location bordering the 2 major academies, Flowing Cloud Nation was never short of prodigies, boasting over a dozen experts on the potential dragon ranking, surpassing even certain 3-star empires. Xiao Long purchased a disguise mask from the Myriad Realms Mall and donned it, transforming his appearance into that of a pale, sinister youth. Let us go take a look. Xiao Long strolled into the city. Blue Jade City was not vast, yet it bustled with a considerable flow of people. As Xiao Long walked down the street, many passers-by glanced at the little white fox perched on his shoulder, their eyes sparkling. What an adorable fox! Wow, I wish I could hold it. Some young women exclaimed in admiration as they passed. Xiao Long quickened his pace, darting into a tavern. He was there to gather information. Having not encountered Huang Mao in a long time, he was unsure of his well-being. Xiao Long needed to ascertain the location of Songhai Academy. If Songhai Academy was as chaotic as Celestial Academy, leading Huang Mao to suffer indignities within, he would not hesitate to uproot both academies. Chapter 130. Life and Death at Breakneck Speed. Guest. What would you like to order? A cheerful young attendant approached. 2 pots of wine, 3 plates of appetizers, and a dish of peanuts. Xiao Long replied nonchalantly, coming right up. After the attendant departed, Xiao Long extended his consciousness. Quietly listening to the conversations within the tavern, Xiao Bai leaped onto the table, munching on peanuts. Have you heard? Some days ago, Aowishan went a flowing cloud sect and killed their top disciple, Jiang Qing. Haha. I know about that too. It said that the sect master of Flowing Cloud sect personally intervened to plead for mercy, but could not save Jiang Qing's life. This Aowishan is truly lawless. Having failed to capture Xiao Chun, he took out his frustration on Jiang Cheng, who told Jiang Cheng to kill Aowishan's disciple. What a pity. Jiang Cheng was an expert ranked 18th on the potential dragon ranking. And just like that, he has gone. Xiao Long listened intently to such remarks. He was aware that Flowing Cloud sect was the most powerful two-star empire within Flowing Cloud Nation, with the royal family under its control. The sect master, Lu Muyun, was rumored to be a peak expert at the royal realm, just a step away from the sovereign king realm. The reason Xiao Long paid attention to this information was that he had heard his own name. Was Aowishan seeking to capture him? Could it be that the black-robed dean who pursued him that day was Aowishan? He approached the table where the two individuals were seated, tossing down 2 spirit crystals. Gentlemen, I have just emerged from several years of seclusion in the mountains and am somewhat unfamiliar with the current state of affairs. May I inquire about a few matters? Xiao Long remarked with a smile. Upon seeing the spirit crystals, the 2 men's eyes lit up, and after securing the crystals, they responded, of course, brother, feel free to ask. We will share all we know. Not only was this peculiar youth's strength formidable, having reached the late stage of the innate martial master, but the mere presence of spirit crystals was enticing enough to ignite their interest. Then allow me to ask, who is Ao Wutian? Xiao Long inquired that Ao Wutian is the headmaster of the Outer Academy of the Divine Academy. His prowess is remarkable. A century ago, he was a peerless genius ranked among the top 5 on the Hidden Dragon list. And now he has reached the pinnacle of the 10th grade Imperial Realm. Unrivaled within the Imperial Realm, as long as the king does not intervene, no one can contend with him. One of the men replied. Indeed, just the other day, the leader of the Luoyuan sect, Lu Muyun, engaged him in a fierce battle, only for Ao Wutian to severely wound Lu Muyun after merely 5 moves. The gap between those at the pinnacle of the Imperial Realm is truly vast. Xiao Long's eyes glimmered with realization. It was indeed him. He had sensed Ao Wutian's aura reaching the limits of the Imperial Realm but not the King's realm. Otherwise, his chances of survival that day would have been negligible. Then who is Xiao Chen? Xiao Long asked again. Xiao Chen is a recently emerged genius from a month ago. He is but a new student who set up a formation in the East Academy of the Divine Academy and slaughtered over a dozen elders there, turning the entire punishment hall into a bloodbath. Indeed, it is said that the vice dean, Gu Chanfeng, even had an arm severed. No one in the East Academy could handle him. Ultimately, it was Ao Wutian himself who intervened to capture him, only for Xiao Chen to escape. Currently, Ao Wutian has placed a bounty on Xiao Chen throughout the empire. Anyone who captures him will be rewarded with a set of mid-grade Earth-level techniques and martial arts, along with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Quite the tempting offer. One of them's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of Earth-level techniques, something that ordinary people aspire to attain throughout their lives. What use is that? The Divine Academy has placed bounties on numerous individuals. For instance, the invincible Jiao Demon Emperor was also wanted for 2 centuries, yet he remains uncaptured. The other scoffed. Thank you. Xiao Long nodded slightly. A bounty on him. He is a beast. At worst, he can retreat into the deep mountains, sending only a human avatar out. I doubt Ao Wutian can do anything to him. As Xiao Long contemplated, a sudden realization struck him. With the experiences of 2 lifetimes, he had grown accustomed to considering problems from the perspective of others. Regardless of who the enemy was, strong or weak, he could never underestimate them. If he were Ao Wutian, what would he do? If I were Ao Wutian, I would trace his origins back to the Tianfeng Kingdom. Tianfeng Kingdom. This is bad. Xiao Long's expression changed dramatically, and he stood up abruptly. Brother Xiao, what is the matter? Little White leapt onto his shoulder. The Beast Mountain range is in peril. We must return swiftly, Xiao Long declared, leaping out the window. After a moment's thought, he decided to leave his avatar behind while his main body, accompanied by Little White, soared into the sky, heading west towards the Tianfeng Kingdom. Whoosh! Xiao Long transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Why did he leave so suddenly? The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances and approached the window, only to see him jumping back in. All is well. Let us continue. Xiao Long's human avatar chuckled. Xiao Long engaged the 2 in casual conversation, inquiring about the conditions of the 2 academies while discreetly gathering information about the location of the Songhai Academy. It was then that he learned that the Songhai Academy was established on a massive island at the center of a vast lake. To the north of Luoyuan Kingdom lies a boundless lake known as the Lake of Death, so named because neither avian nor human can survive its depths. No life emerges unscathed, not even at the King's realm. The Songhai Academy is situated upon the island at the heart of the Lake of Death. with its members relying on the transmission formations on the island to come and go. The inhabitants of the Dahuang continent find it curious that since no one can enter, who left the transmission formations on the island, who established the Songhai Academy, only Xiao Long knows the answers. The founders were either subordinates of the Red Lotus Martial Emperor or Xiao Songhai himself. How could the mere Lake of Death deter them? Yet, he remained curious about what secrets the Lake of Death held, which even the King's realm could not escape. Thank you both for your insights. I must take my leave. Xiao Long tossed down another 2 spirit crystals and rose to depart. His main body was headed for the Tianfeng Kingdom, while his avatar made its way to the Songhai Academy. The Luoyuan Kingdom is vast. Traveling from the southernmost Blue Jade City to the northernmost Songhai Academy would take at least a month at the pace of his avatar. During this time, he planned to stop in various cities to rest and gather tales of history and wonders from the Dahuang continent. Meanwhile, Xiao Long's main body soared through the clouds at full speed. Among the demon kings, his speed was unmatched, rivaling that of a first-tier demon emperor flying with true essence. Yet, it was still insufficient. For Ao Wutian, who was invincible in the imperial realm, it was far from enough. Xiao Long accelerated once more, traveling day and night, consuming spirit crystals as he rushed towards the Tianfeng Kingdom. At the Divine Academy, Ao Wutian, having returned from the chaos at the Luoyuan sect, dealt with the Academy's affairs before taking to the skies, his figure gradually blurring as if he had vanished, speeding westward. Chapter 131. Large-scale migration. As time passed, a week had gone by in Xiao Long's relentless journey, and he was nearing the Tianfeng Kingdom. Almost there. I'm nearly there. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Long consumed a blood spirit pill, activating his demon blood escape, propelling himself dozens of miles into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Traveling from the Tianfeng Kingdom to the Divine Academy on a giant griffin had taken nearly a month, while returning from the Luoyuan Kingdom took only 8 days. Xiao Long pondered how quickly Ao Wutian could arrive. 5 days, 4 days, or perhaps 3. Regardless, he could not afford to delay. Upon entering the inner regions of the Beast Mountain range, he swept his consciousness outward and finally sighed in relief. The Ape Clan mountain range was still intact, and he spotted Dehe and Erhe battling against the golden-horned Rhinoceros King, with the Thunder Lion King assisting nearby. The golden-horned Rhinoceros King was exceptionally powerful, having reached the 8th-tier Demon King level, akin to a mid-stage innate martial king. Such demon kings were rare in the Beast Mountain range, likely drawn here by the abundance of demon kings in the area. Boss! Dehe and Erhe exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Long, the Thunder Lion King, was equally thrilled. Seizing the moment of distraction, the golden-horned Rhinoceros King charged forward, its massive horn aimed at Dehe. Seeking death, Xiao Long, uninterested in wasting words, employed his golden touch, transforming the beast into a pile of gold coins. You have slain a level 28 wild creature, gaining 2,400,000 experience points. Cross-level battle experience bonus of 100. You have obtained 131,032 gold coins. Your current gold balance is 20,883. For 21. The golden touch is now on cooldown. As Xiao Long landed, Dehe and Erhe rushed over, both having broken through to the 5th-tier Demon King level, while the Thunder Lion King had ascended 2 levels to become a 6th-tier Demon King. Thanks to the premium spiritual vein. A brief scan revealed that the beasts near the Ape Clan territory had undergone tremendous growth. More than 10 demon kings from the Ape Clan and over 20 from other races had emerged, with countless demon generals. Truly, the premium spiritual vein was so enticing that it required no deliberate cultivation. Even sitting atop it made breakthroughs as effortless as eating or drinking. Dehe, Erhe, Lion King, gather all the demon kings. I have urgent matters to announce. Hurry! Xiao Long's expression turned grave, realizing the seriousness of the situation. They quickly set off to arrange in the Tianfeng Kingdom. Above the imperial city, a figure cloaked in black slowly materialized. It was the approaching Ao Wutian. A first-tier empire, the Tianfeng Kingdom. Ao Wutian's figure vanished mysteriously, reappearing within the imperial palace of the Tianfeng Kingdom. The emperor was engaged in conversation with the Tianfeng Pill King when a figure suddenly appeared beside them. The emperor of a first-tier empire is merely a lowly being in the true realm. With a swift motion, Ao Wutian grabbed the emperor, pulling him closer. Who are you? The Tianfeng Pill King demanded. Rising to his feet, Ao Wutian's gaze sharpened, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The 4th-tier alchemist. You possess some value. With that, a surge of soul power struck, knocking the Tianfeng Pill King unconscious. Ao Wutian tossed a spatial bag, trapping him inside. Who are you? And why have you come to my Tianfeng Empire? The emperor exclaimed, horrified, as he had never witnessed such a method. Humph. You are not qualified to know who I am. I shall ask you a few questions. Ao Wutian replied coldly. Who is Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun. The emperor paused for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically. Isn't he the esteemed master controlling an army of countless beasts? Such a terrifying expert has come from Master Xiao. Stop. Suddenly, an elderly figure descended, glaring fiercely that I don't care who you are. Release him at once. Grand Emperor, save me. The Emperor shrieked in terror. Foolish insect. Ao Wutian casually unleashed a massive hand of true essence, and before the Emperor's horrified gaze, the Grand Emperor was reduced to a mist of blood, the Emperor's face drained of color. The Supreme Emperor at the innate martial king realm could not withstand even a single strike. Who could this person be to dare challenge my patience? Very well. Ao Wutian ceased his meaningless chatter and directly seized the Emperor by the head, initiating a soul search. Soul searching involves extracting another's memories. A small amount is manageable, but excessive searching can lead to confusion and various negative repercussions. However, given Ao Wutian's strength, he was utterly unconcerned. Moments later, he released his grip, and the Emperor collapsed to the ground, convulsing and rendered utterly disoriented. The Fire Cloud City's Beast Mountain, the Master Xiao who controls the Beast Tide. Ha! Ao Wutian laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the air. Ha! I never anticipated stumbling upon such a monumental secret. Xiao Chun, oh Xiao Chun, you are becoming increasingly intriguing. With a hearty laugh, Ao Wutian's figure gradually warped and vanished from sight. At that moment, beneath the territory of the ape clan, over 100 diverse beast kings had gathered, most having ascended through the power of superior spiritual veins. They knew that these veins were remnants left by the divine, and their strength was granted by the gods. Now, the divine was right before them. All the beast kings raised their heads, their gazes filled with reverence and fervor directed at Xiao Long. Esteemed beast kings, the Beast Mountain is about to face a dire calamity. With our current strength, we cannot withstand this disaster. We must migrate to another realm, cultivate our powers, and return for revenge. Therefore, we must depart. Xiao Long proclaimed, I am willing to depart, to follow the will of the divine. The multitude of beast kings roared in unison. Excellent. Do not resist. Xiao Long closed his eyes, and an immense wave of soul power surged forth, enveloping the beast kings, each succumbing to unconsciousness. Xiao Long unleashed his innate skill, expanding his form to 1,000 meters in length. The innate skill, Devour. With a deep inhalation, Xiao Long consumed all the unconscious beast kings into his internal world. Since his Devour skill had reached LV2, his internal world was devoid of toxins, filled only with boundless chaotic energy, which he could choose to digest for experience or store away. The area of his internal world expanded with his growing power, now measuring 5,000 miles in length and width, more than sufficient to accommodate 100 beast kings. In an instant, all the beast kings found themselves in a space saturated with chaotic energy. Xiao Long had rendered them unconscious to prevent any exposure of his internal world, should one of them be captured and subjected to soul searching in the future. The consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as a massive milky white peak emerged at the center of his internal world, revealing the superior spiritual vein buried deep underground. The spiritual energy within the internal world became dense. Chapter 132. The Hidden Dragon Rankings. The superior spiritual vein generated a copious amount of superior spiritual stones daily. Now, after several months, over 30,000 had been accumulated, all collected by Xiao Long into his inventory. Noticing ample space remaining in his internal world, he summoned several high-ranking beast generals, rendered them unconscious, and absorbed them into his internal realm, along with the He and Air He. Minutes later, his internal world housed over 10,000 beast souls. Yet this was insignificant compared to the vast expanse of 5,000 miles. Xiaobai, come here. Xiaobai clung to Xiao Long's back tightly. Transforming into a streak of black lightning, Xiao Long soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Time passed unmeasured. Ao Wutian's figure materialized at this location. This was the site of the beast tide's outbreak. He descended to the ground, his consciousness expanding as he meticulously searched inch by inch. His form flickered, reappearing beneath the ape clan's mountain. The spiritual energy here was so rich, and the area felt vacuous. Could it be that a spiritual vein had been buried here? Ao Wutian's expression turned to one of shock. Such dense spiritual energy lingering without dissipating could only indicate a high-grade spiritual vein. Even a king would covet a high-grade vein, let alone himself. This implied that someone had recently come and excavated the spiritual vein. Damn it, I arrived too late. Ao Wutian cursed as he scanned the area again. He suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The area teemed with beasts, yet not a single beast king was present, and high-ranking beast generals were scarce. While low-ranking generals numbered in the thousands, Such a bizarre occurrence raised his suspicions. He promptly seized two beast generals, one in each hand, and commenced a soul search. What? Upon completing the search, Ao Wutian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. From their memories, he uncovered that over 100 beast kings had been present, along with a cultivation treasure trove of immense spiritual energy, but it had all vanished into thin air half an hour prior. Moreover, he discovered that the cultivation site was a divine remnant, with the divine being a black-spined serpent. A serpent, it left behind a spiritual vein and commanded the beasts. Ao Wutian's expression shifted dramatically. This sounded almost like a celestial script. Even with his extensive knowledge, he could not help but feel a sense of dread, each thought deepening the enigma. There were far too many questions here. And he could not ascertain whether that serpent was Xiao. Could it be that the serpent had been usurped by an ancient monster, the relentless self-exploding substitutes, the presence of demon cores within human bodies? The command over the beast tide. Ao Wutian felt a tumultuous chaos in his mind, as though it might burst, coupled with the chaotic memories he had gleaned, interwoven with thoughts of both beasts and humans. It felt like a tangled web. Even with his invincible status at the Emperor realm, he was on the brink of madness. He had approached this inquiry with curiosity, but the more he probed, the more perilous it became. Unable to contain himself, Ao Wutian trembled, uncertain whether it was fear or excitement. Pursue. Ao Wutian no longer hesitated and chased after the direction in which the serpent had vanished. Regardless of what kind of monster you are, if you offend the Heavenly God Academy, there is only one fate that awaits you. Ao Wutian's gaze turned icy, his figure disappearing into the horizon. Of course, Xiao Long did not fly in a straight line, but rather took a wide detour, first heading north to the Tianfeng Kingdom, crossing through a cluster of empires, and then flying towards the core region of the Great Wilderness. As for where Ao Wutian might pursue him, it was of no concern to him. This time, Xiao Long did not rush, flying for several days and resting for a day, combined with the detour. It took over half a month before he arrived at the Luyun Kingdom. In the northern part of the Luyun Kingdom, in the Songhai County city. This location bordered the north, and if one traveled 5,000 miles further north, they would reach the Death Lake, home to the Songhai Academy, hence the name of the county. Due to its proximity to the Songhai Academy, Songhai County developed rapidly, its area surpassing even the Luyun royal city within a century. Attracting the most talented individuals from across the nation, Xiao Long's main body descended outside the city, merging into his clone and strolling into town. Songhai County lacked walls, with buildings densely packed, each constructed from rare green jade. Impervious and resilient, making it difficult for innate experts to leave marks. As Xiao Long walked along the streets, he occasionally spotted light-footed masters leaping over rooftops, with the sounds of battle echoing, indicating that this place was not entirely peaceful. Today is the day of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Let us go take a look. Last month had seen significant changes, first with Jiang Cheng being slain by Ao Wutian, then the Bloodhand Butcher falling into the Death Lake, followed by the emergence of the unparalleled genius Xiao Chun and the swordsman Tuoba Long. The Hidden Dragon rankings were likely to undergo a major shakeup. Let us hurry to the Hidden Dragon Bank. Not long after, Xiao Long noticed a group of individuals hurrying towards a certain direction, mentioning the Hidden Dragon rankings. During the month his human clone had been traveling, he had learned much, including details about the Hidden Dragon rankings and the remarkable deeds of many geniuses listed there. The Hidden Dragon rankings is a roster of talents, chronicling elite experts below the Emperor realm in the Great Wilderness, totaling 100 individuals. Those who make it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings are all extraordinary talents. As long as they do not perish, they are destined to enter the Emperor realm, and not just any Emperor realm. The invincible Ao Wutian was once among the top 5 super talents on the Hidden Dragon rankings in his youth. Let us go see. Xiao Long followed the group, as the rankings were updated monthly, and today was the day for the change. The Hidden Dragon Bank was located in the heart of Songhai County. And with Xiao Long's speed, he arrived in about 10 minutes at this moment. The entrance of the Hidden Dragon Bank was already crowded with people, the skies and ground filled with a throng. All eyes fixated on the blank jade stone wall ahead. The wall was intricately carved with the image of a true dragon, exuding a peculiar aura, and inscribed with 3 large characters: Hidden Dragon Rankings. Oh, Wan Jianfeng, he has come here. Xiao Long's consciousness suddenly detected a familiar figure within the bank. It was Wan Jianfeng from Fire Cloud City. Word had it that Wan Jianfeng had been promoted to a position in a major empire. He never expected to find himself in the Luyun Kingdom. Look, the Hidden Dragon rankings are out. At this moment, the crowd held their breath, intently gazing at the blank jade stone wall. Suddenly, the wall shimmered, revealing a dense array of text. Hidden Dragon rankings. First place, Si Kongsheng, late-stage innate martial king, with perfected fist intent, single-handedly toppled the 2-star sect blood-killing sect. slaying 3 elder emperors and walking away unscathed. Xing fought countless battles, and no one had ever witnessed him being injured. It is said that his physical body has reached emperor-level strength, rendering his true combat power immeasurable. Xing, with exceptional strength, unparalleled potential, and superior methods, has earned the title War King. The first name was none other than Xing, whom Xiao Long had heard of countless times, having dominated the Hidden Dragon rankings for 5 consecutive years without change. Chapter 133, Xiao Chun, 99th. Xiao Long continued reading down the list. Second place, Zhuge Han, late-stage innate martial king, with perfected sword intent. This individual was born into the illustrious Zhuge family of the Desolate Lands. With a gentle disposition, he seldom engaged in conflict and initially remained unknown to the world. However, 3 years ago, he established the Qian Kuan sword array and, wielding the profound essence of the great perfection sword intent, he famously vanquished 2 emperors and 13 semi-emperors in a single stroke, thus earning his renown. He was once challenged by the Emperor Xikong, and after exchanging 10 blows, the outcome remained undecided. It was only due to Zhuge Han's voluntary withdrawal that he was ranked second on the Qian Long list. Zhuge Han possesses superlative strength, extraordinary potential, and unparalleled skills, earning him the title of Young Master of Cold Mountain. The third name on the list was Yuosin. As Xiao Long continued to peruse the rankings, he noted that the Qian Long list had not changed significantly from before. However, at the very end of the list, he encountered something familiar. In the 95th position was Tuo Bajan, a nascent martial king in the early stages. With a mastery of sword intent at great accomplishment, and a newcomer of Tsong Hai Academy. He had previously faced an assault from an elder of the Heavenly God Academy on his way to the academy. And with a single sword, he dispatched 2 late-stage nascent martial king elders. Later, through his enigmatic void sword technique, he shone brilliantly in the newcomer competition, achieving successive victories and securing the title of the top newcomer of Tsong Hai Academy. Tuo Bajan is ranked as C-class in strength, B-class in potential, and B-class in skill, earning him the title of Void Sword King. Xiao Long found this intriguing, as this person was indeed the young swordsman to whom he had imparted the Void Sword Classic on that fateful day. Xiao Long was unaware of the young man's background but sensed a connection to Xiao Hai, as the Song Hai Sword Classic was a creation of Xiao Hai in his youth. As Xiao Long continued to read, he was startled once more. In the 96th position was Xiao Yuan, a late-stage nascent martial sovereign with a small perfection in staff intent, also a newcomer of Tsong Hai Academy. His physical prowess was formidable. With a remarkable recovery ability, he had once endured a full hour of assault from a semi-emperor without succumbing, earning him the moniker of the invincible little cockroach. He had battled Tuo Bajan for over 1,000 exchanges in the newcomer competition, with neither side claiming victory, and eventually conceded, thus placing him 1 rank lower. Xiao Yuan is ranked as C-class in strength, B-class in potential, and C-class in skill, earning him the title of Little Cockroach. Upon seeing that last title, Xiao Long's expression darkened. What on earth? Little Cockroach? What a ridiculous title. He was so incensed he wished to drag the compiler of the Qian Long list over for a good thrashing. Little did he know, despite the absurdity of the title, it was still superior to that of the yellow-haired kid. Look, Xiao Chen had indeed made the list. However, was this ranking too low, sitting at 99th place? Surely not, for Xiao Chen's achievements were monumental. He had escaped the grasp of Ao Wutian, an accomplishment that few in the top 3 of the Qian Long list could match. A wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Xiao Long glanced down and saw the name he recognized in the 99th position. Xiao Chun, a late-stage nascent martial master and a newcomer of the Heavenly God Academy, possessed the ability to manipulate flames. He had previously deployed a top-tier killing formation at the Eastern Academy's punishment department, slaying several punishment elders, even severing the arm of the Vice-Dean at the Emperor level. His techniques were diverse, featuring numerous clones, the ability to turn others into gold, and mastery of formations. He had managed to escape from Ao Wutian, marking him as the foremost individual of the younger generation, though his direct combat ability was lacking, with his only notable victory being against a nascent martial king in the early stages. The Black Tiger, Xiao Chun, is rated as D-class in strength, D-class in potential, and superlative in skill, earning the title of Cunning Lord. Upon reading that last phrase, Xiao Long was infuriated to the point of leaping up. Cunning Lord? How outrageous! Who compiled this Qian Long list? Come out and face me. I swear I won't let you off lightly. Xiao Long cursed vehemently. Hearing his outburst, everyone turned to look at him, bewildered, coughing lightly. Xiao Long realized he had lost his composure, cleared his throat, and silently turned to leave. Fortunately, he was a nascent martial master. Had he been a nascent martial king, he would have been dubbed the Cunning King. On the Qian Long list, aside from him and the yellow-haired kid, nearly everyone else was a nascent martial king. Even the last entry was a late-stage nascent martial king with a record of slaying 3 nascent martial kings. Xiao Long understood that to be listed at the bottom of the Qianlong list, one's strength must lie between the late-stage nascent martial king and semi-emperor levels. Possessing the ability to overpower late-stage nascent martial kings. It seemed the compiler of the list had deemed his lack of direct combat achievements alongside his multitude of skills as sufficient to place him on the list. As the crowd continued to discuss the latest Qianlong list with lingering interest, they gradually dispersed. Xiao Long decided to pay a visit to Wang Jianfeng, as he had not seen him in quite some time, and made his way to the reception hall of the Qianlong Money Bank. At that moment, Wang Jianfeng appeared to be in some trouble, bowing his head and groveling before an elderly man with a flowery beard, who was berating him vehemently. "Speak. Where have those 200,000 high-grade spirit stones gone? Did you pocket them?" The elderly man scolded furiously. "I did not," Wang Jianfeng replied, his head still bowed. "Humph. You deny it? Who else could it be but you? Do you force me to employ torture?" The elderly man shouted. "Chairman, right is right and wrong is wrong. I, Wang Jianfeng, have lived my life with integrity. I can afford those 200,000 high-grade spirit stones and can hand them over to you. But to claim I have embezzled them is impossible." Wang Jianfeng shook his head. The elderly man's face turned ashen. "Very well. A fine display of integrity. You dare to speak such words. Guards." "Yes." A middle-aged guard stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Detain this scoundrel and employ the soul control technique. We shall see if he does not confess," the elderly man commanded. "Understood." The middle-aged guard approached, the terrifying aura of a nascent martial king instantly overwhelming Wang Jianfeng, rendering him immobile. "Manager Wan, come with me." The middle-aged guard smiled. "Chairman, if you wish to dismiss me, feel free to do so. I, Wan, shall not utter a single word of dissent. But if you intend to humiliate me in this manner, I would rather die than allow you to succeed." Wang Jianfeng gritted his teeth, his true energy surging, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. How audacious. To speak to the chairman in such a manner is enough to warrant 3 years of imprisonment. The middle-aged guard rebuked. The elderly man sported a strange, cold smile. "Umph, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me." With a casual wave of his hand, he continued, "Very well, I am magnanimous and shall pardon you for your disrespect. Instead of 3 years, let us make it 2. Let him reflect on his actions. You." Wang Jianfeng was filled with rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 2 years. What difference does that make from 3? By the time 2 years in prison pass, I may well be dead. Regret washed over Wang Jianfeng. He had initially been recognized for his business acumen and brought here to manage the medicinal herb warehouse. Though he was no longer the revered chairman, he had access to decent resources and had broken through to the late-stage nascent martial master within a few months. However, the current chairman, wary of his talents overshadowing him, had been secretly sabotaging him, first sending someone to destroy the medicinal herb warehouse, then accusing him of substituting fake medicines. After enduring for so long through his cunning, he found himself at the mercy of this old scoundrel, who, seeing no results from his schemes, had turned on him, labeling him a thief of spirit stones. Wang Jianfeng seethed with anger. Was this old man intent on ruining him? "Come now, Manager Wan," the middle-aged guard pushed him, taking him away. Oh, what a spectacle. A light laugh suddenly echoed from the entrance. At that moment, a strangely handsome young man strolled leisurely into the reception hall. Chapter 134. There are always those who seek death. Who are you? The elderly man bellowed. Xiao Long ignored him and instead turned to Wang Jianfeng with a faint smile, saying, "Chairman Wan, it has been a while. Do you remember me? Who are you?" Wang Jianfeng asked, his face a mask of confusion. He was no longer the chairman, yet this person addressed him as such. Was he from Tianfeng country? Rubbish. I am the chairman here, and you dare address a prisoner as chairman. What is your intent? The elderly man exploded with rage, hurling accusations at Xiao Long guards. Seize this little thief. With a single command, a swarm of guards, all nascent masters, rushed into the room. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. He had merely entered to greet Wang Jianfeng, yet this old rascal sought to capture him. I did not wish to engage in conflict, but it appears there are always fools who overstep their bounds. With that, torrents of flames erupted from within Xiao Long, forming 9 serpentine pillars of purple-black flames that coiled around him. The terrifying heat caused the surrounding spirit energy to disperse rapidly, even shattering the jade flooring beneath. The elderly man was taken aback. "Charge, capture this thief." As numerous guards surged forward, Xiao Long shouted, 9 dragons in the sky array. The 9 flaming serpents swirled violently, forming a formation that encapsulated Xiao Long. Any guard that came into contact with the flames let out agonized screams, collapsing to the ground, instantly reduced to charred remains. The 9 dragons controlling fire technique was not merely an alchemical method, but represented a comprehensive fire manipulation technique. The number 9 held profound significance, and after years of research, Xiao Long had reached the pinnacle of fire manipulation with these 9 serpentine flames, capable of evolving into endless fiery combat techniques. The 9 dragons in the sky array served as a defensive formation of the 9 dragons controlling fire technique. These guards were too weak and inexperienced, and given the presence of emperors within the Xiao Long money bank, Xiao Long didn't desire a complete upheaval, preferring to defend rather than attack. Approaching him meant certain death. At this moment, the 9 fire dragons circled around Xiao Long, the oppressive heatwave instilling dread, as if capable of incinerating one's very soul. The guards cowered in terror, shaking uncontrollably, no longer daring to advance. Who exactly are you? Do you not fear the retribution of the Xiao Long money bank? The old man with a flowery beard bellowed angrily. Xiao Long curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. I, Xiao, adhere to the principle of not offending others if they do not offend me. I merely came in to greet an old friend. Yet you send someone to apprehend me. Are you seeking death, old friend? This man is a prisoner of the money house, and you dare to call him president, treating me as if I were nothing? I see you are up to no good. The old man with the flowery beard gritted his teeth, intent on framing Xiao Long with a charge. Xiao Long shook his head. Reasoning with such shameless scum was futile. He could only resort to violence. With a swift motion, he reached out, a formidable hand of spiritual energy lunging toward the old man. Captain Liu, save me, the old man cried out in alarm. Boom, the hand of spiritual energy instantly shattered, and a figure gradually materialized before them. This was a burly middle-aged man in blue, exuding an air of arrogance, a subtle pressure emanating from him involuntarily. A half-emperor, Xiao Long raised an eyebrow. Captain Liu, this scoundrel has come in and begun a massacre, even declaring he would kill me. You must execute him swiftly, or else what face will our Xiao Long money house have left? The old man pointed at Xiao Long, unleashing a tirade of fury. Rest assured, President. My duty, Lu Chang, is to protect the safety of the money house. No one is permitted to act recklessly here. Lu Chang turned to face Xiao Long, his gaze icy. Speak, how do you wish to die? Xiao Long chuckled coldly. You think you can kill me? With just that? A mere late-stage innate martial artist. I could dispatch you with but a finger. Lu Chang's expression remained impassive. Heh, how amusing. Xiao Long could not help but laugh, the 9 dragons array around him shifting from a defensive to an offensive posture. He had lost all patience. If he did not instill fear in them, there would always be those ignorant of their imminent demise, eager to tread upon him. Today, Xiao Long aimed to establish his authority. The Xiao Long ranking placed me at 99, merely because they perceived my combat ability as lacking. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened as 9 fiery dragons coalesced into a spiraling drill of flames, layers intertwining and spinning, releasing an explosive energy that reverberated through the air. What? Lu Chang's complexion shifted slightly. The flames possessed a power so formidable that even he felt threatened. No matter your techniques, the gap in strength is not easily bridged. Coalesce. Lu Chang concentrated his true essence in his palm, which transformed into a profound blue, a surge of energy causing those present to gasp in astonishment. True essence. The energy was hundreds of times more potent than true qi, though a half-emperor's true qi had not fully transformed into true essence. He could utilize it at a preliminary level, a disparity that innate experts could never compensate for. With a single palm, I shall take your life. Lu Chang's colossal hand, imbued with terrifying true essence, struck toward Xiao Long's chest with ferocity. True essence is indeed troublesome. But Xiao Long's true form quietly emerged from his sleeve, a brilliant white flame surging forth, merging into the fiery drill. Controlling the aurora flame was exceedingly difficult. Xiao Long had attempted to master it privately but had failed to dominate it, resorting instead to direct expulsion. However, this time he had to succeed. This sliver of aurora flame was minuscule, less than an inch long. Yet it consumed 1/3 of Xiao Long's true energy. Once integrated into the fiery drill, it began to tremble violently, on the brink of dispersing. The illustrious burning heaven dragon emperor, master of all flames, cannot possibly fail to control a mere flicker of flame. Coalesce. Xiao Long growled, the nightmarish flame firmly suppressing the aurora flame at its core. At that moment, Lu Chang's true essence had already reached him. 9 dragons drill. Xiao Long could not hold back any longer, and aimed the fiery drill forward, launching it. The aurora flame lost control and instantly dissipated, but a minuscule trace of white flame remained, striking Lu Chang's palm. Boom! In an instant, an inferno erupted, flames pouring out of the windows and doors, engulfing the entire building in a blaze. No, the guards nearby, caught by the flames, were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even charred remains. After a long while, calm finally returned. Chapter 135. Dongfang Tianfeng Huff. Huff, huff. Heavy breathing echoed in the parlor, where Lu Chang stood, charred and grim-faced, before a shimmering barrier of true essence that protected the old man with the flowery beard and Wan Jianfeng. At that moment, his aura was unstable, gasping for breath, as the severe injuries inflicted upon him caused blood to spurt from his mouth, now tainted black from the venom's corruption. Notably, his right hand had vanished entirely. What kind of fire is this? Not only toxic, but also burns the soul with such ferocity. Liu Chang glanced at his empty right hand, his expression grim. He had never heard of a late-stage innate martial artist capable of injuring a half-emperor. Such news would surely cause a stir. As the smoke cleared, the furnishings in the parlor lay in ashes, the jade walls shattered, and on the verge of collapse, Xiao Long stood at the entrance. His mask burned away, clothes tattered, blood staining the corner of his mouth. My control still leaves much to be desired. Xiao Long shook his head with a sigh upon seeing Liu Chang still standing. Had he possessed even a modicum more control over the aurora flame, it wouldn't have merely been a severed hand. It would have been complete incineration. Wan Jianfeng, upon seeing Xiao Long's face, widened his eyes in shock. Master Xiao, is that you? Wan Jianfeng, your memory serves you well. Xiao Long replied with a faint smile. However, upon recognizing Xiao Long's visage, both Liu Chang and the old man with the flowery beard's expression shifted dramatically. The Divine Academy was offering a bounty for Xiaochen throughout the entire empire. They all recognized his appearance. Was he not this very man? You are Xiaochen, Liu Chang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, and what of it? Are you thinking of capturing me to collect the bounty at the Divine Academy? Xiao Long scoffed. Liu Chang's expression fluctuated. He had certainly heard the tales. Xiaochen had countless doubles, and this individual might simply be another false front. Regardless, one could not allow you to rampage through my Qianlong money house. Liu Chang swallowed a greenish-blue pill, suppressing the toxins within him, his injuries rapidly healing, and his aura gradually strengthening. Stop. Suddenly, a delicate voice resonated throughout the room, causing Liu Chang's rising aura to plummet. After the voice, a graceful young woman appeared in the ruined parlor. She possessed a voluptuous figure and captivating curves. Clad in an alluring red qipao that accentuated her alluring silhouette, her luscious red lips blooming like a flower. Dragon head, Liu Chang and the old man with the flowery beard immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing her. Though the old man maintained a facade of calm, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. The dragon head was said to be in the Wildlands. How could she suddenly appear in Songhai County? Dragon head, Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, taking a good look at the woman before him. She bore a striking resemblance to Suya, yet was excessively enchanting, exuding an allure that could easily captivate any ordinary man. As Xiao Long scrutinized her, she too assessed him. Little brother, do you think your sister is beautiful? To Xiao Long's surprise, her first words upon meeting him were such. What little brother? I am older than you. Xiao Long retorted directly. Go. I heard you were merely half a year old. You're the one who is half a year old. Xiao Long barked back. Liu Chang and the old man with the flowery beard's faces paled at this exchange, their hearts racing. They had never witnessed anyone dare to speak to the dragon head in such a manner. Despite being a woman, the dragon head was more fearsome than anyone else. Liu Chang had once seen a man attempt to flirt with her, only to be torn to shreds. Xiao Chun was doomed. Both men thought inwardly. However, to everyone's astonishment, the woman merely chuckled at Xiao Chen's words, her laughter ringing melodiously. What an interesting little brother. It seems I am growing fonder of you. The woman sauntered closer, her languorous figure leaning in, her lips curling into a charming smile. Xiao Long instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find himself firmly bound by her aura, unable to move. This sensation was reminiscent of when he had been locked down by Ao Wutian at the Divine Academy. Xiao Long's expression changed dramatically as he contemplated whether to self-destruct. Then he saw the woman elegantly approach, leaning against him. She gently lifted his chin with her finger, teasingly saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dongfang Tianfeng, the president of the Qianlong Money House, commonly referred to as the Dragon Head. You should understand what Dragon Head means. All the Qianlong money houses in the Great Wilderness State fall under my command." The Qianlong Money House, the president. Xiao Long's eyes flickered. He had known that it was the most transcendent force in the Great Wilderness State, even more inscrutable than the two major academies. He had not anticipated that the woman before him was the legendary president. Little brother Xiaochen, do tell, why have you come to cause trouble at the money house? Dongfang Tianfeng asked with a smile. Xiao Long, disinterested in explanations, merely glanced at the old man with the flowery beard. Search his soul, and you will understand everything clearly. Upon hearing these words, the old man with the flowered beard was immediately taken aback, shouting in alarm, "Dragon Head, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. This man came here and killed my money house's personnel, even threatening to take my life. I was merely at this juncture." The old man stiffened, his body immobilized, and his eyes reflected a state of bewilderment. The gaze of Dongfang Tianfeng bore into him, her pupils emanating an enchanting and peculiar glow that mirrored within the old man's eyes. Such mastery of soul-searching techniques. Xiao Long marveled slightly. This method of soul extraction was not as brutal as that of Ao Wutian, but rather delicately drawn from the target's consciousness, extracting essential memories without causing any adverse effects to either party. Moments later, thud, The old man collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, realizing his fate was sealed. Just moments ago, Dongfang Tianfeng had perused his memories entirely. No one could save him now. Whoosh, she flicked her finger. And a beam of light shot forth, creating a blood hole in the old man's forehead, extinguishing his breath in an instant. Wang Jianfeng. Dongfang Tianfeng declared coolly. Present. Wang Jianfeng promptly bowed. From now on, you shall be the head of the money house in Songhai County. Wang Jianfeng, astonished by the honor, quickly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Dragon Head. Lu Chang, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. Lu Chang, given your ignorance of the truth, your death sentence is commuted. From now on, you shall serve as Wang Jianfeng's personal guard. Not allowed to leave his side. Thank you for your mercy, Dragon Head. Lu Chang stammered, quaking as he knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. After these proceedings, Dongfang Tianfeng turned to Xiao Long, a seductive smile gracing her lips. So, little brother, are you satisfied with what your sister has done? Xiao Long found himself momentarily speechless. Since his rebirth, he had only faced hostility from others. This was the first encounter where he was treated differently. And he felt a tad unaccustomed to it. That I do not know you. Why do you protect me so fervently? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Long could not suppress his curiosity and posed the question. At this, Dongfang Tianfeng rose, letting out a light chuckle. You will know in due time. She then stepped outside, her graceful figure gradually disappearing into the sky. Chapter 136, A Strategy Against Xiao Long. Xiao Long stroked his chin, feeling an odd sensation of being toyed with. Hey! Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted into the sky, Could you possibly change my title? Cunning Lord sounds rather foolish. The Qianlong list is not under my jurisdiction. My sister only manages her own affairs. With that remark, Dongfang Tianfeng's silhouette vanished beyond the horizon. Xiao Long fell into deep thought. The Qianlong list is not her concern. Could it be that the Qianlong money house harbors hidden experts? Xiao Long was unaware of Dongfang Tianfeng's true strength, only discerning that anyone capable of employing qi locks must be at least at the peak of the Emperor realm, brushing against the thresholds of the Monarch realm. The qi lock technique suppresses the target's energy, rendering them immobile, a skill typical of the Monarch realm, albeit a few invincible emperors might also possess it. Master Xiao, at that moment, Wang Jianfeng hurried over. Bowing respectfully. I was unaware of Master Xiao's arrival. Please forgive my negligence. Upon seeing this, Xiao Long let out a hearty laugh. Haha, you are too courteous. We are merely acquaintances, so no need for formalities. Wang Jianfeng lowered his head even further. I dare not. Were it not for Master Xiao, I would not be where I am today. All that I possess is due to you. Wang Jianfeng, adept in the art of commerce, spoke eloquently, regardless of whether his words were heartfelt or mere flattery. Xiao Long found them quite agreeable. With such an emotionally intelligent individual managing the money house, what was there to worry about? Nevertheless, I have come not only to reminisce but also to inquire about certain matters. Xiao Long said slowly. Oh. Wang Jianfeng nodded. Please, Master Xiao, come inside for a detailed discussion. I will share all that I know. Xiao Long waved his hand dismissively. No need. I simply wish to ask if there are any secluded wilderness areas nearby. I have some beastly friends who need to migrate. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianfeng fell into contemplation, then retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over. This is a map of the beastly areas near Luyun Kingdom. It was drawn by our dragon head a year ago, indicating all regions except for those perilous areas with powerful beastly monarchs that we have yet to explore. Xiao Long accepted the jade slip, his consciousness sweeping through it. The map was vast, spanning millions of miles, detailing all the wilderness areas surrounding Luyun Kingdom. It depicted mountains, lakes, and circular valleys, the terrain clearly marked. However, there were portions shrouded in darkness, indicating unexplored territories. For instance, the Death Lake of Songhai Academy remained marked in darkness. Notably, regions housing formidable beastly emperors were marked with red symbols, but that information was a year old, and the current state might differ. Thank you. This map will be immensely helpful, Xiao Long said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Master Xiao is too kind. It is merely a small contribution, Wang Jianfeng replied with a smile. Xiao Long understood the immense value of this jade slip. Such a vast area could not be thoroughly surveyed even by invincible emperors over many years. This was the culmination of the Qianlong money house's millennia of accumulation, supplemented by the insights of successive dragon heads, rendering it invaluable. He did not believe a mere steward was entitled to possess such a treasure. Undoubtedly, it had cost a significant price. Such a generous gift is too much. Xiao Long shook his head. He had intended to purchase something for Wang Jianfeng at the Wanjie Mall, but saw Wang Jianfeng bow solemnly. Master Xiao, you have already saved my life in Luyun Kingdom. It is as if you have granted me a second chance. If I were to accept your gift, would I not be ungrateful? How could I face the responsibilities of this position? I implore you to accept it. Wang Jianfeng bowed deeply. Xiao Long let out a resigned sigh. He had not wished to owe this favor, But with Wang Jianfeng expressing such sincerity, treating him as a true friend, to refuse would be to slap Wang Jianfeng in the face. Very well. I shall accept it for now, Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. Wang Jianfeng's expression brightened. Do not call me Master Xiao in the future. My name is Xiao Chen. Simply refer to me as Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, Wang Jianfeng exclaimed excitedly. Now that you have arrived, why not stay the night? Allow me to extend my hospitality. No need. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall convene another time. Farewell. Xiao Long turned and melded into the surroundings. Drifting into the distance, Wang Jianfeng released a breath of relief, unable to contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. At the Heavenly God Academy, in a large conference hall, Ao Wutian sat at the head of the table. Flanked by 2 rows of elders and the vice presidents of the 4 major academies. At that moment, Ao Wutian held a booklet, which contained the names of the latest geniuses on the Qianlong list. Tuoba Zhan, ranked 95th on the Qianlong list, Xiao Yuan, ranked 96th, along with Long Xiaodian and Duga Wudi, both seeds on the Qianlong list. This time, Songhai Academy has secured 4, while you have not captured a single one. Ao Wutian slammed the table, his voice thunderous. The crowd bowed their heads in silence, with Gu Changfeng particularly avoiding eye contact, scarcely daring to breathe. Over 2 months had passed, yet Gu Changfeng's severed arm had yet to heal. He had tried numerous pills made from human flesh and white bones, but to no avail. He was the most unfortunate among the 4 vice presidents. Ao Wutian's gaze swept over the assembled, and anyone caught in his gaze immediately lowered their heads, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen, ranked 99th on the Qianlong list, the only new student from our Heavenly God Academy, has been driven away. Ao Wutian could not restrain himself from cursing. The assembly remained silent, none daring to speak. Ironically, such an unprecedented talent had not even been admitted to the inner academy but had been bullied by the rabble of the Eastern Academy. Ao Wutian, upon reaching this point, stood and walked down to Gu Changfeng's side. Dean, Gu Changfeng bent low, his heart racing. Gu Changfeng, your severed arm has not healed. You need not remain as vice president of the Eastern Academy. Ao Wutian remarked coolly. Understood. Gu Changfeng dared not defy him. The assembly murmured in dismay. Gu Changfeng was renowned for his strict adherence to rules. After hundreds of years, he had finally ascended to the position of vice president of the Eastern Academy. Only for Ao Wutian's single remark to reduce him back to his former status. Gu Changfeng lamented inwardly. Was adhering to rules truly a mistake? Ao Wutian cleared his throat. Addressing the crowd. I have heard that Xiao Chen has appeared in Songhai County and the northern borders of Luyuan Kingdom. I have summoned you all to discuss strategies for capturing him. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to murmur amongst themselves. Dean. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rose. She was the vice president of the Northern Academy. Before we attempt to capture him, we must first understand his background and devise a means of restraint. Otherwise, this man is bound to have countless substitutes, making him impossible to kill. Indeed, such a technique of substitution is unheard of. We have no means to counter it. The attendees voiced their agreement. Ao Wutian raised a hand, silencing the room instantly. I believe I have gathered sufficient information on his background and devised 3 methods of restraint. What? The crowd turned their gaze toward Ao Wutian. Chapter 137. Is the snake female? What Ao Wutian said remained unknown, but a day later, the Heavenly God Academy issued 2 new bounty notices. 1. Capture the snake demon of the king level, either dead or alive, to be exchanged for premium spiritual stones at the Heavenly God Academy. 2. Capture all puppeteers skilled in the art of puppetry. These 2 bounties caused a stir in the core regions of the Great Wilderness State, leaving everyone bewildered. Why was the first notice targeting snake demons, and the second, capturing puppeteers, left many speechless? Puppeteers. The art of puppetry has long been lost in the Great Wilderness State. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, a sect of 3-star puppeteers emerged, but excessive capture of demonic beasts for the creation of demon puppets incited a beast tide that led to their annihilation. Since then, the craft of puppetry has faded into obscurity. Today, the Celestial Academy has unexpectedly offered a bounty for puppeteers, provoking laughter from all who hear the news. There are no puppeteers in the Great Wilderness State. It is rumored that the neighboring Nether State possesses them. Why not send the Celestial Academy to the Nether State instead? The Nether State is a superpower with a 4-star force. Wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking death? One might wonder if the Celestial Academy has become idle, flitting from one bizarre request to another, whether for snake demons or puppeteers. I have heard that Ao Wutian frequently conducts soul searches, even hunting demonic beasts for the same purpose. Perhaps he has overindulged and lost his sanity. Martial artists passing by exchanged comments, deriding the peculiar actions of the Celestial Academy. Xiao Long, currently stationed at a martial artist outpost on the northeastern border of the Flowing Cloud Kingdom, also caught wind of this news. Puppeteer? Ao Wutian is quite clever. Even aware of the existence of puppeteers, Xiao Long shook his head. His own avatar technique was indeed unfathomable. with puppetry being the only plausible explanation. While he was unfamiliar with low-level puppets, he knew that certain 5-star puppeteer sects could create human-like puppets capable of mimicking human speech, employing martial arts, and resembling real people. Yet, if one were to compare, there remained a discernible difference. After all, a puppet is still a puppet, devoid of emotion, with lifeless eyes. Xiao Long soared towards the boundless mountain range ahead. Last night, he meticulously examined every corner of the map and ultimately determined the location within the 10,000 Great Mountains to the northeast of the flowing Cloud Kingdom. The 10,000 Great Mountains do not literally contain 10,000 peaks. Rather, they signify an endless expanse of mountains. The map extends merely 3,000 miles forward, beyond which lies an area of impenetrable darkness. No leader of the dragon lineage has ever ventured beyond 3,000 miles. Xiao Long's avatar entered his inner world, and his true self appeared, wings unfurling as he transformed into a streak of black, flying into the 10,000 Great Mountains, after half a day's journey. Circumventing the powerful demon emperor, he finally halted 1,000 miles away. The sky had darkened, with a waning moon resembling a bow and countless stars twinkling, casting a deep azure hue across the 10,000 Great Mountains. Beneath him lay a circular valley, his destination, the Moonsnake Emperor's lair. It is impossible to find a paradise without cost. One must either slay a demon emperor to take their place or ally with one. The former option was out of the question. Xiao Long lacked the confidence for such a feat and thus opted for the latter. He selected a knight to finalize his target, the Moonsnake Emperor. As Xiao Long descended, a colossal silver-white giant python emerged from the cave, its lantern-sized eyes fixed intently on him. A black-spined snake. Why does it have wings and horns? The Moonsnake Emperor pondered. Upon realizing the visitor was neither human nor of a different race, it relaxed its guard and said nonchalantly, "Since you are of the same kin, state your purpose. Should you wish to become my subordinate, feel free to find a cave to reside in, just to not provoke me." "Who said I wish to be your subordinate?" At this, Xiao Long's serpentine form merged with the heavens and earth, his dragon soul energy radiating an overwhelming pressure of the dragon clan. Instantly, his body began to swell, transforming into a colossal python measuring 1,000 meters in length. As his massive wings flapped, a tempest arose, rendering the Moonsnake Emperor's 800-meter frame insignificant. A dragon clan. The Moonsnake Emperor trembled, astonished. It had encountered a true dragon. "I am not a dragon but merely a transformed serpent. I have come to impart the art of dragon transformation. Will you follow me?" Xiao Long spoke calmly. If it were any other violent snake emperor, it would have likely viewed Xiao Long as a delectable feast. But the Moonsnake Emperor was different. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and fed on the power of the stars, harboring a genuine reverence for the heavens and supreme races. Regardless of whether Xiao Long was a demon king or merely a demon general, as long as he bore the aura of the dragon clan, the Moonsnake Emperor would feel awe. This was why Xiao Long chose it. Yes. The Moonsnake Emperor prostrated itself, overwhelmed with excitement. "Very well. I shall teach you the Azure Dragon Secret Tome as your foundational technique. Open your heart and mind," Xiao Long instructed. The Moonsnake Emperor dared not hesitate and promptly released its consciousness. Instantly, strands of thought flowed into its mind. Typically, demonic beasts only began to cultivate techniques after reaching the demonic sovereign realm and acquiring sufficient understanding. However, with Xiao Long's direct guidance, grasping a profound-level technique was not difficult. Unlike beast taming, where Xiao Long imparted knowledge through his soul, the process was exceptionally slow, taking half a day to fully convey the Azure Dragon Secret Tome. At this moment, dawn broke. Having accepted the technique, the Moonsnake Emperor's eyes shone with undeniable excitement. It understood the benefits of this knowledge. "Thank you, esteemed Dragon Clan Elder, for your teachings," the Moonsnake Emperor exclaimed with fervor. "I will place some companions in this valley. You shall be responsible for their protection." "I shall abide by your wishes, Elder," the Moonsnake Emperor replied respectfully. With a thought, Xiao Long summoned the slumbering demonic beast from his inner world into the outside realm and promptly awakened them using his soul power. The beasts opened their eyes and, upon seeing the colossal silver python nearby, trembled in fear. "This is the master of this place, responsible for your safety. Do not be afraid," Xiao Long reassured them. Hearing his words, the beasts gradually calmed. "Brother Xiao," Little White leaped onto Xiao Long's back, whispering, "Is that big white snake our friend?" "Yes, it is the Moonsnake Emperor," Xiao Long replied. Upon hearing this, the Moonsnake Emperor lifted its massive head and said, "Elder of the Dragon Clan, I have a name. You may call me Silver Moon." "Silver Moon?" Little White seemed thrilled, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as she hopped onto the Moonsnake Emperor. "Sister Silver Moon. I am Little White, a friend of Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao has a good temper. You may call him that too." "Brother Xiao." The Moonsnake Emperor gazed at Xiao Long, its eyes shimmering with a profound warmth. Xiao Long instantly adopted a peculiar expression. "Sister Silver Moon. So this snake is female." Chapter 138. Journey to the Songhai Academy. The Moonsnake Emperor kept its gaze fixed on Xiao Long, its eyes glimmering with an indescribable intensity. Xiao Long sensed something amiss and hastily retreated underground to set up a formation. This formation, known as the Soul Lock Formation, utilized a premium spiritual vein as its core, sealing spiritual energy within the circular valley, rendering it undetectable from the outside. Once the formation was complete, the valley brimmed with rich spiritual energy, surpassing even the core areas of the two academies. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, each demon emperor claimed territory spanning hundreds of miles. Thus, Xiao Long was not overly concerned about a demon emperor approaching. However, to ensure safety, he decided to establish a large-scale illusion formation. Xiao Long immediately set to work. The setup of a royal-level formation was exceedingly complex, and the vast coverage area exponentially increased the time required. Given Xiao Long's current strength, crafting a royal-level lethal formation would likely take several months, while the illusion formation, though simpler, still consumed an entire week to complete. After a week, the valley was shrouded in a thick mist, causing even a demon emperor to lose its way if it inadvertently wandered in, leading it to exit from another location. Mission accomplished. Xiao Long felt satisfied with his masterpiece. Brother Xiao, Little White approached. Sister Silver Moon is looking for you. Xiao Long flew into the illusion formation. The Moon Snake Emperor coiled in its lair, and upon his arrival, Xiao Long inquired, "What is it?" The Moon Snake Emperor glanced at Xiao Long, hesitating and stammering, "I'm nearing my breeding season. Could you lend me your bloodline?" Huh. Xiao Long was taken aback. "With your dragon lineage, our offspring would undoubtedly be formidable. So I earnestly request your assistance." The Moon Snake Emperor lowered itself, looking at Xiao Long with pleading eyes. Xiao Long immediately understood the implications of the Moon Snake Emperor's request. Frankly speaking, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Although he was a demonic beast, he still retained remnants of human values. The thought of engaging in such an act with a snake was tantamount to death for him. "I am sorry." Xiao Long flatly rejected the proposition. "Indeed, I expected as much." The Moon Snake Emperor sighed deeply. "I heard from Little White that you were once human. If I were to break through to the demonic sovereign realm and transform into a human, would that be acceptable?" Xiao Long was rendered speechless. "No more of this. I have urgent matters to attend to," he said hurriedly, departing the lair. The Moon Snake Emperor remained on the ground, its eyes filled with hope as it watched him leave. Xiao Long could empathize with Silver Moon's sentiments. The world of demonic beasts was harsh, and to ensure powerful offspring, seeking a stronger bloodline was only natural. However, he was not merely a snake, he was also a person. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and, accompanied by Little White, set off towards the Songhai Academy. Since Huang Mao had made it onto the potential dragon ranking, he was likely living quite comfortably. So Xiao Long need not worry about his safety. 3 days later, at the shores of the Lake of Death. The Lake of Death was an expansive body of water. People had once circumnavigated its banks and estimated its diameter to exceed 100,000 miles. Larger than a 2-star empire, the Songhai Academy lay on an island at the center of the lake, measuring 10,000 miles in diameter. Xiao Long landed on the shore and gazed ahead, where an endless expanse of water stretched before him, devoid of any superfluous features. Only water, the quaint town, and several martial artist outposts were established by the lakeside, where numerous students from the Songhai Academy could be seen resting. Xiao Long gazed thoughtfully at the vast lake, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. "Brother Xiao, what's the matter?" Xiao Bai, perched on his shoulder, inquired curiously. "It's nothing, merely a feeling that the space here seems somewhat disordered," Xiao Long replied, furrowing his brow as he attempted to probe with his spiritual sense. However, as soon as he delved in, he discovered that his consciousness was like a moth drawn into a black hole. Swiftly consumed, he hastily withdrew, his complexion paling slightly. At that moment, a young man clad in a light blue robe approached. Noticing Xiao Long's discomfort, "Is this your first visit to the Lake of Death?" he asked with a smile. "Yes, I came to visit the Songhai Academy and meet an old friend, while also inquiring about certain matters," Xiao Long responded, casting a glance at the youth beside him. This individual appeared unremarkable, yet his physique was extraordinarily rotund, resembling a sphere, adorned in the Academy's robe, which featured intricate wave patterns. Xiao Long found this curious. Typically, upon reaching the innate realm, one could alter their size to avoid such bulkiness. "Ah, you've come to the right person." Upon hearing Xiao Long's intent to inquire, the rotund man, known as Du Sherdong, beamed with enthusiasm. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Du Sherdong, also known as All-Knowing Du. I am familiar with all matters, great and small, within the Songhai Academy. I know which class boasts the most beauties and which students possess peculiar preferences. So, what would you like to inquire about? Do you know of Xiao Yuan?" Xiao Long looked at him intently. Du Sherdong fell silent momentarily, extending his hand. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Xiao Long, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved a ring and handed it over. "There are 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones inside. No need for change." Du Sherdong accepted the ring and counted the stones, a grin spreading across his face. "Haha, I know Xiao Yuan, the big fool who ranks second among the newcomers. He is in my class. You know him. Xiao Long's interest peaked. Of course. Du Sherdong leaned in, patting Xiao Long's shoulder with a conspiratorial gleam in his eye. Let me share a secret. Xiao Yuan might be a homosexual. What? Xiao Long's eyes widened in disbelief. The blonde? Gay. How peculiar. To be honest, he shows no interest in any woman. Du Sherdong animatedly gestured as he spoke. For instance, the most beautiful girl in our external academy, who makes everyone drool, Dan I Shui, known as the boy killer, sought to pursue Xiao Yuan, yet he didn't even spare her a glance. Hearing this, Xiao Long sighed in relief. He had feared that the blonde was indeed psychologically disturbed. After all, the blonde is a monkey. Why would he be interested in humans? Oh, you're not surprised. There is even more scandalous news. It's said that the Academy's flower, Zhuge Jin of the Zhuge clan, who is the younger sister of the second-ranked Han Shan of the Hidden Dragon List, invited Xiao Yuan out. And he completely ignored her, infuriating Zhuge Jin to the point of nearly wreaking havoc in the inner academy. Du Sherdong expected Xiao Long to be astounded, yet noticed his expression remained unchanged. What the? You're not shocked? Du Sherdong exclaimed. Xiao Long smiled gently and shook his head, saying, Enough. I wish to enter the Songhai Academy or summon Xiao Yuan. Do you have any suggestions? Du Sherdong hesitated. Well, unless you possess a Minter's pass or have a student from the inner academy vouch for you. Otherwise, you'll be treated as an intruder and captured. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the nearby town, sending flames soaring into the sky as a charred figure was hurled out. Thud. The figure landed heavily, rolling several times before crashing into a silver iron tree, shattering it upon impact. Humph, you little scoundrel. This is the consequence of enticing my sister Schwer. A fiery-haired woman, seemingly in her early 20s, emerged from the town, exuding charm and grace, her figure curvaceous and striking, a rare beauty. However, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Long's expression darkened, for the charred figure was none other than the blonde. Amidst the chaos, a young girl in a white gauzy dress rushed out, tears streaming down her face as she collapsed onto the fiery-haired woman. Sister, don't cry. I've dealt with that scoundrel, the fiery-haired woman comforted softly. Patting the girl's back, Du Sherdong's eyes sparkled at the sight. What a turn of events. I'm witnessing a major scoop. Dantai Hong avenging her sister Dantai Shui by thrashing Xiao Yuan. I must document this. Meanwhile, the blonde gritted his teeth, struggling to rise but collapsing under the unbearable pain. Aren't you supposed to be indomitable? Xiao Yuan, how can you not even stand? Dantai Hong scoffed, tilting her chin in disdain. You scoundrel, I've done nothing to provoke you. Why unleash such brutality upon me? The blonde ground out through clenched teeth, feeling the flames searing through his veins, crippling his innate recovery abilities. Dantai Hong looked down at him, coldly declaring, You caused my sister Dantai Shui distress, which is a capital offense. Out of consideration for her, I shall spare your life, but I will scorch your meridians and leave you half dead. Raising her hand, a vibrant flame ignited in her palm, surging forth like a tidal wave toward the blonde. Damn it. The blonde attempted to rise, but the flames coursing through him forced him to suppress his injuries, leaving him helpless to watch the inferno approach. Boom. Suddenly, a serpentine plume of purple-black flame surged forth, colliding with Dantai Hong's fire, resulting in a thunderous explosion that dissipated both flames. The blonde, startled, exclaimed, Someone else saving me? Hey, long time no see, Xiao Yuan. A snow-white little fox bounded to his side. Sister Bai. The blonde was both surprised and delighted, and he quickly looked up to see a towering figure standing before him. Arms crossed, exuding an aura of unwavering strength that could shield against any peril. The familiar presence, pressure, and silhouette stirred emotions within the blonde, filling him with tears of joy. Boss. It had been 4 months since Xiao Long and the blonde had parted ways, and they were finally reunited. Silence spoke volumes in this moment. Dantai Hong, taken aback by the interruption, initially froze, before angrily demanding, Who are you to obstruct me? Xiao Long replied with an indifferent gaze. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have harmed my brother and sought to mutilate him. Very well, I shall ruin your foundation and leave you half dead. Xiao Long's tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Dantai Hong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. You, a late innate martial master, think you can handle me? How audacious. In the distance, Du Sherdong, witnessing Xiao Long's sudden advance, shouted in alarm, Hey, what are you doing? Come back. This girl is ranked 88th on the Hidden Dragon List. You cannot afford to offend her. Dantai Hong shot a glance at Du Sherdong, smirking. Want to retreat? Too late. She summoned a massive fireball that manifested in her hand, resembling a blazing flower, the intense heat melting the earth beneath her feet. Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, recognizing the fire as the innate flame of the Qi Fire Golden Pong. Impressive. Not bad for a fire enthusiast, Xiao Long remarked casually. Humph, at least you have an eye for quality. Dantai Hong hurled the fireball toward Xiao Long, who, instead of evading, stepped forward and beckoned. Miraculously, The fireball circled him obediently before settling into his palm. Motionless. What? Du Sherdong's jaw nearly dropped. Dan Aihong's expression mirrored disbelief, while Dan Aishue stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost. Dan Aihong's flames had been controlled. How was that possible, ignoring the unfolding drama? Du Sherdong hurriedly scribbled in his notebook, documenting the electrifying moment. After a pause, Dan Aihong regained her composure, remarking, I didn't expect you to be proficient in fire manipulation. Your skills are commendable. You are merely weak. Xiao Long countered. Upon hearing this, Dan Aihong's expression darkened. Humph. Unfortunately, you are still a step behind. Shaking her head, she clenched her palm and shouted, explode. Instantly, the fireball in Xiao Long's hand expanded, and in the next instant, boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending flames soaring hundreds of feet into the air, nearly scorching the sky itself. The earth melted beneath the inferno, transforming into molten lava, creating a fiery sea for 100 feet around. With the ground itself liquefied and sinking away. Ha ha ha. You overestimate yourself. Dan Aihong laughed derisively. Let us go. This is boring, encountering a fool. She tugged at Dan Aishue, but the latter remained fixed, gazing ahead, unyielding. Dan Aihong turned her head in confusion. Momentarily stunned, within the flames, a shadowy figure emerged, flickering in and out of visibility. Not dead? Dan Aihong was incredulous. As the fire dissipated completely, Xiao Long's figure became apparent. Surrounding him were 9 serpentine flames of deep purple and black. Coiling gracefully around him, following specific trajectories, impervious to the searing heat and the raging inferno that could not encroach upon him by even an inch. The 9 dragons in midair formation. The foremost defensive array of the 9 dragons' fire control technique. Xiao Long emerged unscathed, not even a corner of his garment singed. What? Dan Aihong was instantly taken aback. The Annihilation Fire Basin was a top-tier earthly martial art. The fact that he remained unscathed was utterly beyond her comprehension. Xiao Long gazed at her, calmly stating, Your martial arts have sparked an idea in me, and I shall use you to test a new technique. With a change in gesture, the 9 purple fire dragons altered their trajectories and surged forward one by one. Dan Aihong raised her hand and shouted, conjuring a massive flame shield ahead. The flame shield. In the next moment, the 9 fire dragons collided with the shield. Xiao Long clenched his palm. 9 dragons explode. Boom! The first fire dragon detonated before the flame shield, causing it to tremble and become almost ethereal, prompting Dan Aihong to cough up a mouthful of blood. Following were the second, third, fourth. Xiao Long clenched his palm again. Explode. The remaining fire dragons surged forth and exploded instantaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 dragons exploded simultaneously, purple flames flooding the sky, casting the entire firmament in hues of dark violet. Resembling a cataclysmic disaster, witnesses of this spectacle were left in awe of the magnificent inferno. How powerful, so outrageously powerful, could such an assault truly be wielded by a mere innate martial artist? Stop this at once, a hoarse shout echoed from a distance, but it was too late, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A charred figure flew from the flames, crashing to the ground, barely alive. Chapter 140, The mentor of the yellow-haired boy read. A middle-aged man in a blue robe rushed over, cradling Dan Aihong in his arms, channeling his vital energy into her to assess her injuries. Upon realizing the severed meridians within her, his expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot, almost bursting with rage. You wretched fool! You dare to cripple my student? The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Xiao Long, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing the surrounding stones to crack under the pressure. He appeared to be another sovereign that I have already shown restraint. You should be grateful she did not strike my brother down. Otherwise, it would not have been merely crippling her, Xiao Long replied indifferently. The middle-aged man shook his head. I have no desire to argue with a junior like you. Now, tell me, who is your mentor? Oh. Xiao Long was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of surprise. This individual had not attacked him but instead inquired about his mentor. Du Sherdong hurried over, urgently relaying to Xiao Long. Run. This is Dan Aihong's mentor. Zhu shout out if he discovers you are not a student of Songhai Academy, he will kill you. Not saying? Zhu Xiao narrowed his eyes impressed. Where is your student token? Show it. None. Xiao Long shook his head. You are not a student of Songhai Academy. Zhu Xiao appeared slightly astonished. Upon scrutinizing Xiao Long's face, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, You are Xiao Chun. Although Xiao Chun had a bounty on his head from the Celestial Academy. Few had seen his visage. Only a handful of high-ranking individuals had taken notice. Hearing this, Du Sherdong was also taken aback, producing a wanted poster featuring a likeness of Xiao Chen. Indeed, a match for the young man before them. Xiao Chen. Du Sherdong was left speechless. Who would have thought that the person he had just conversed with was the legendary figure who had wreaked havoc in the Celestial Academy, slaying numerous elders and retreating unscathed under Ao Wutnen's command? Du Sherdong felt he had stumbled upon a significant scoop and hurriedly began recording the day's events. Everyone had believed Xiao Qin to be a master of formations and ambushes, with poor direct combat abilities. Who would have expected that his prowess in direct confrontation was equally formidable, even besting Dantai Hong? Ranked 88th on the Hidden Dragon list, Zhu Zhao's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flashing, regardless of your identity. You have crippled my student, and I cannot allow you to leave unscathed. Will you come with me willingly, or must I take action myself? Heh, you wish to capture me? Xiao Long sneered. Zhu Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. He had certainly heard of Xiao Qin's endless substitutes. It was possible that the person before him was merely a decoy. If even Ao Wutian could not capture him, how could he hope to succeed? Zhu Xiao found himself in a dilemma. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiao, you want to capture him but can't. How infuriating. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from ahead, and a shadow descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently as a giant resembling an iron tower stood before Xiao Long. This man was nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles appearing as if forged from steel, a deep black hue that glimmered under the sun, resembling a colossal beast of iron, exuding explosive power. Upon his arrival, he did not actively release any aura, merely standing there intensified the surrounding pressure, causing Du Sherdong's complexion to pale slightly. Mentor, the yellow-haired boy behind him called out weakly. Xiao Long was taken aback. This imposing figure was the yellow-haired boy's mentor. Monty, why the hell are you here? Zhu Xiao immediately scolded upon seeing the newcomer. What? Is it only permissible for your students to hunt down mine? While I am not allowed to intervene, Monty replied in a voice as deep as a beast's. Now is not the time for us to settle our personal grievances. An outsider has harmed my Songhai Academy student. You should swiftly subdue him. Zhu Xiao pointed at Xiao Long unexpectedly. Monty raised an eyebrow and coldly laughed. Who the hell claims Xiao Qin is an outsider? What? Zhu Xiao glared at him. Xiao Qin is the elder brother of Xiao Yuan. He is my student as well. What is wrong with that? If that is not enough, I can take him as my student right here and now, Monty said with a smirk. Du Sherdong stood stunned at a distance. Hastily noting this sensational revelation, Xiao Qin was actually the elder brother of Xiao Yuan. This was an extraordinary discovery. You, Zhu Xiao pointed at him, flustered and at a loss for words. Fine, even if he's your student. He has crippled mine. What of it? Monty scoffed, his heavy voice laced with vital energy, forcing Zhu Xiao back several steps. Firstly, we are outside the academy, where life and death are determined by fate. Secondly, your student attacked first. Thirdly, when have I ever needed your interference in my affairs? After Monty finished speaking, a wave of his true energy surged forth, striking Zhu Xiao, causing his face to turn pale, nearly making him vomit blood. Though both were sovereigns, their strengths were worlds apart. Zhu Xiao's face turned a deep shade of iron, his teeth clenched in fury. However, Xiao Long noticed something curious. He sensed that while Monty's aura was powerful, it seemed somewhat unstable, hinting at some underlying issue within him. Enough. It's merely a severed meridian. It's not as if his dantian is destroyed that a little blood loss can be remedied. I can't be bothered to bicker with you over this. Now leave, Monty waved dismissively. Zhu Xiao was infuriated. A severed meridian would likely require 5th or even 6th grade pills for healing. This was not just a matter of a little blood. It could cost him everything. You wretched fool. Wait for me. Zhu Xiao carried the unconscious Dantai Hong and grabbed the terrified Dantai Shui, then leaped away. Monty turned back, regarding Xiao Long with curiosity. Xiao Long met his gaze. He then noticed that despite Monty's large stature, his eyes were small, and his face bore a resemblance to that of an orangutan, echoing the features of the yellow-haired boy before his disguise. Ha! Little brother, thank you for saving my student. Monty laughed heartily. I am his elder brother, Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. Monty's small eyes narrowed into slits with delight. He produced a student token from Songhai Academy and tossed it to Xiao Long. This token is for you. Come visit Songhai Academy when you have the chance. I can't guarantee much, but I assure you that the Celestial Academy's ruffians won't be able to breach our defenses. Monty approached, patting Xiao Long on the shoulder. Grinning, well done. I've long found those ruffians intolerable. Ha ha ha. With that, Monty laughed heartily as he walked toward the yellow-haired boy. Xiao Long had not anticipated that Monty would grant him a student token, which meant he could enter and exit Songhai Academy at will. Monty reached the yellow-haired boy. Mentor, the yellow-haired boy called out timidly, a mix of excitement and fear in his voice. Xiao Long watched the exchange with keen interest. However, unexpectedly, Monty seized the yellow-haired boy by the shoulder and twisted him around. Xiao Yuan, you've truly embarrassed me. A mere flicker of fire has subdued you. Are you not my student? What? Whoosh! Monty brazenly hurled the yellow-haired boy away, sending him spinning through the air several times before crashing into a wall made of blue jade in the small town, creating a large dent. Xiao Long was left dumbfounded. Was this really a rescue? The yellow-haired boy spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained a strange, fiery essence. Once the flame was expelled, the chaotic energy within him stabilized immediately. Xiao Long realized that Monty was actually helping him rid himself of the fire, but this was far too violent. Chapter 141. Entering Songhai Academy. Mentor, it is my inadequacy. My fault. I shall never bring you shame again. The yellow-haired boy lowered his head like a child who had misbehaved. In light of your sincere attitude, I shall grant you an opportunity for self-enhancement. Mengyi nodded and spoke calmly. Upon hearing of the potential for self-improvement, Huang Mao immediately perked up, eagerly inquiring, Mentor, what is this opportunity? Mengyi smiled and replied, since you fear fire, tomorrow you shall visit Fireold for an hour of Grade B impact resistance training. What? Huang Mao's expression changed dramatically. The Grade B impact resistance training involved being pummeled by the half-emperor for an hour. The last time he was nearly beaten to death. How could he endure this again? Fireold was a master of flames, specifically adept at countering him. Is that not thrilling enough? Then shall we escalate it to Grade A? No. No. The Grade B is already thrilling enough. Huang Mao's face was more sorrowful than a bitter melon. Humph. As a man, your body must be as strong as iron, and your will as unyielding as steel. If you cannot withstand this minor hardship, how can you call yourself a man? Mengyi admonished loudly. Continuing, you know of Xikong Sheng, right? The number 1 on the Qianlong ranking, possessing a physique akin to an emperor even before becoming one. He is my student, if you wish to be like him. You must toil tenfold more. Do you understand? The student understood. Huang Mao nodded eagerly. Mengyi gave a slight nod before turning to leave. All right, you can catch up with your brother. I shall take my leave. As Mengyi's foot struck the ground, the earth suddenly caved in, and he surged upward like a black tower, vanishing into the clouds above. The crowd snapped back to reality, gazing at the massive pit left behind. With cracks sprawling outward like a spider's web, a testament to the force of his departure. This is simply too. Xiao Long's throat felt dry. At a loss for words. To be a student under such a person meant either enduring relentless torment or becoming a formidable figure oneself. Suddenly, Xiao Long seemed to sense something. Approaching the newly formed pit and reaching down to touch the ground, he noticed several drops of crimson blood, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned countless minuscule unseen creatures writhing within the blood. Was this the blood that Mengyi had expelled? Boss. Huang Mao approached, wiping the blood from his mouth, reverting to his playful demeanor. Was that your mentor? Xiao Long continued to examine the few drops of blood left behind. Indeed. His name is Mengyi. Though he may be a bit violent, he has a good heart, especially when it comes to protecting his own. Huang Mao chuckled. Xiao Long turned to Huang Mao, asking earnestly, does your mentor harbor any lingering dangers within him? Huang Mao scratched his head, casting a sideways glance at Du Sherdong. You all continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Du Sherdong chuckled awkwardly. Waddling away, once Du Sherdong had departed, Huang Mao sighed and slowly replied, this was initially a secret of the teacher, but since the boss wishes to know, I shall share it with you. The teacher was once ambushed, and the one behind it was his previous direct disciple, Xikong Sheng. Xiao Long's expression turned to one of astonishment. The number 1 on the Qianlong ranking, Xikong Sheng. On his way here, he had heard countless rumors about Xikong Sheng, who had dominated the Qianlong rankings for 5 years, with more than half of the Great Wilderness State knowing of him. Xikong Sheng was formerly a student at Songhai Academy, but for reasons unknown, he had severed ties with the academy and married a princess from the barbarian kingdom, becoming the royal consort. In recent years, he had frequently interacted with the Heavenly God Academy, seemingly targeting Songhai Academy. Any students from Songhai Academy who encountered Xikong Sheng were often ruthlessly beaten. The relationship between Xikong Sheng and Songhai Academy had remained a mystery for many years. Huang Mao continued. Back when Xikong Sheng was at Songhai Academy, he acted with impunity, using his status as the top talent on the Qianlong ranking to kill several inner-academy students, all of whom were protected by the teacher. Eventually, the teacher could no longer tolerate it and punished him once. Xikong Sheng harbored resentment and poisoned the teacher's elixirs with a curse. Thus, it led to the current situation. Huang Mao's heart surged with anger as he recounted this. I understand now. Xiao Long nodded. The curse was not an ordinary poison, but one that contained venomous insects, not easily dispelled with just 1 or 2 antidote pills. To eradicate the curse, the poisonous creatures within must be entirely eliminated. And the best method was through fire. The severity of the curse that had inflicted Mengyi indicated its high rank, and Xiao Long felt uncertain about dispelling it unless his flames could scorch an emperor's realm. Xiao Long opened the Wanjie Mall and purchased a pill that could suppress the curse. This is a 6th grade demon suppression pill. Give it to Mengyi, and it may temporarily alleviate his suffering. Xiao Long instructed. Huang Mao accepted the pill, excitement evident in his voice. Boss, should we go to Songhai Academy to investigate? You could send your human avatar. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Long nodded. Very well. The teleportation arrayed Songhai Academy was located in a square in the small town. The square spanned approximately 100 yards, with numerous indentations along the edges. To activate the teleportation array, one had to deposit 500 premium spirit stones into these slots. Xiao Long took out the spirit stones, placing them one by one into the array. This time, Xiao Long did not bring his main body, but carried the ember of the nightmarish flame to ensure he maintained some combat capability. Buzz! A flash of light enveloped them as Xiao Long and Huang Mao vanished. Upon entering the teleportation array, Xiao Long found himself in a hazy realm. Boss, Songhai Academy scans for intruders upon entry. As long as one's strength does not exceed the Emperor realm, there should be no issues, Huang Mao explained beside him. As his words fell, Xiao Long felt a subtle fluctuation sweep through his body. His gaze sharpened. This was likely more than a mere strength detection. The fluctuation seemed to specifically target the nature of his true energy. And he suspected that if he were to cultivate a technique imbued with the characteristics of the Burning Heaven Dragon Palace, he might be exposed. This might very well be a trap set by the Crimson Lotus Martial Emperor. Xiao Long's expression darkened. Moments later, another buzz resonated, and Xiao Long and Huang Mao appeared within the academy grounds. Behind them lay the Lake of Death, and at this moment, Xiao Long stood on the island at its center. Ahead, the plaque reading Songhai Academy was adorned with 4 grand characters, elegantly carved. Beneath the plaque, a path of blue stone slabs extended deep into the academy, the architectural style reminiscent of a quaint village, with countless stone-roofed houses stretching endlessly, interspersed with lush vegetation. Let us proceed. Xiao Long urged. Extra, extra, major news, a voice called out. Come take a look. One glance for 1,000 spirit stones, no haggling. As he stepped forward, Xiao Long heard Du Sherdong's boisterous shouts. He caught sight of 3 newsboards beneath a nearby house, surrounded by a throng of students. What the heck? Sensationalism. Damn you, Du Sherdong. Are you courting death? Return my spirit stones, the onlookers shouted furiously. Upon closer examination, Xiao Long read the headline on the first board. Dan Taihong violently assaulted by a mysterious man outside the academy. The scene is unbearable. Beneath the headline were several lines of smaller text obscured by other objects. With a sweep of his consciousness, Xiao Long discerned that it described his victory over Dan Taihong. Unbelievable. Xiao Long felt his eyes nearly pop out. What kind of headline is this? The subsequent 2 boards were equally absurd. Shocking. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Chen have such an unspeakable relationship. The truth will make you blush. Xiao Chong endures torture by a beautiful woman, ultimately yielding to the allure of the pomegranate skirt. Xiao Chen assertively intervenes to seize love. Du Sherdong stood on the steps, grinning. I assure you, this news is entirely accurate. You willingly offered your spirit stones, so you cannot blame me. Shameless. The students below erupted in angry shouts. Suddenly, a violet-black flame shot forth, crashing against the 3 boards. Boom, with a resounding explosion. The 3 boards were instantly reduced to ashes. That's enough. I do not wish to see this again, Xiao Long stated coolly before turning to leave. Fool, Huang Mao muttered behind him. Du Sherdong remained frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his brow. The surrounding students erupted in astonished exclamations. Xiao Chen, look, it's Xiao Chen. He actually came to Songhai Academy. Haha, fantastic. The Heavenly God Academy has been too oppressive. Finally, someone formidable has arrived. The students cheered, eagerly spreading the news. Du Sherdong stood in a daze, pondering whether to fabricate another news report about this event, but ultimately decided against it. Alas, I seem to have offended someone, he sighed, shaking his head. Xiao Long strolled through Songhai Academy, intending to explore the arena. Suddenly, he halted, brow furrowed and eyes wide. As if he had discovered something extraordinary, he sensed that something ahead was calling out to him. Boss, what's wrong? Huang Mao inquired, without answering. Xiao Long's form melded with the surrounding elements, swiftly propelling him forward. Huang Mao followed closely behind. As they advanced, the feeling of being summoned intensified, indicating that something deep within Songhai Academy was connected to him. Songhai Academy spanned a vast area, and Xiao Long's avatar flew for half a day before reaching a barrier-enshrouded location. Boss, that's the inner academy. I can't enter without passing the assessment, Huang Mao informed him as he trailed behind. Xiao Long was oblivious to his words, his gaze fixed ahead, where a fiery red treasure tower stood. The intense feeling of being summoned emanated from that very tower. The Burning Heaven Tower. Xiao Long's eyes blazed with fervor. The Burning Heaven Tower was an imperial spiritual treasure he had forged in his past life, embodying the laws of fire. His world-destroying Burning Heaven flame was also concealed within the tower. The call from this tower felt as if it were beckoning him. No, I must calm myself. This may very well be an absolute trap, and I might expose myself in the process. Xiao Long took several deep breaths. Achieving complete tranquility, the Burning Heaven Tower could not have appeared here without reason. Moreover, that tower seemed incomplete, as if something essential was missing. Who goes there? At that moment, An elderly man in a blue robe stood atop a tree. Gazing down at the two, Elder Shi, I am the new student Xiao Yuan, and this is my elder brother Xiao Chen, the blonde-haired youth proclaimed respectfully. Xiao Chen, you are the one being hunted by the Celestial Academy. Elder Shi remarked, his expression revealing surprise. As an elder of the Songhai Academy, he had certainly heard of Xiao Chen's exploits. I wish to visit the inner courtyard. I hope for your permission, Xiao Long stated directly. Impudent. Elder Shi rebuked, it is already a privilege for you to enter the Songhai Academy. You think you can simply enter the inner courtyard as an outsider? Elder Shi, I implore you to grant permission. The blonde-haired youth pleaded from the side. Absolutely not. Elder Shi declared, unleashing a terrifying aura that forced both of them to retreat. The blonde youth gritted his teeth, wanting to say more, but was stopped by Xiao Long. Well, it is only reasonable if I am not allowed entry, Xiao Long said calmly. May I inquire what the requirements are to enter the inner courtyard? Naturally, you must become a student of the inner courtyard. Elder Shi responded with a scoff. Xiao Long produced a student token and replied, currently, I possess the token of an outer courtyard student. I seek to undertake the inner courtyard assessment. May I be granted permission? What? Both Elder Shi and the blonde youth were taken aback. Haha. An inner courtyard assessment. Do you think this is the Celestial Academy, where mere 3-star talent suffices for entry? Utterly foolish. Elder Shi laughed derisively. Boss, the inner courtyard assessment is exceedingly difficult, the blonde youth warned from the side. I understand. Xiao Long's expression remained indifferent. He was well aware of the challenges posed by the Songhai Academy's inner courtyard assessment. It was said that, aside from the more than 50 Royal Realm students, there were only 7 innate level students in the entire inner courtyard, all renowned experts on the hidden dragon list, known as the 7 Gentlemen of Songhai. Led by Zhuge Han's Han, who ranked second on the hidden dragon list, each of them possessed extraordinary skills. The weakest among them, Thunder Roar, ranked 18th and wielded formidable Royal Realm strength, making even semi-royal opponents no match for them. One can only imagine how daunting the inner courtyard assessment would be. Elder Shi sneered again and asked, are you certain you wish to apply for the inner courtyard assessment? Absolutely. Xiao Long's gaze was resolute. Truly the ignorant are fearless. Elder Shi shook his head. It is not impossible for you to take the inner courtyard assessment. I will grant you a day to prepare. Report to the assessment point tomorrow, where I and the deputy dean of the outer courtyard will personally oversee your evaluation. A smile crept onto Xiao Long's lips. The inner courtyard assessment was truly something to anticipate. The news of Xiao Long's intention to undertake the inner courtyard assessment spread like wildfire throughout the outer courtyard of Songhai Academy. This was yet another astonishing event following his defeat of Dan Taihong, akin to a heavy bombshell that left everyone dazed. The inner courtyard assessment of Songhai Academy was regarded by countless individuals as nearly impossible to accomplish. Even those skilled in the mid-range of the hidden dragon list viewed it as a nightmare, for failure in the assessment meant death. No one would gamble with their life unless they were ranked among the top 10 on the hidden dragon list or were absolutely certain of victory. Has Xiao Chen lost his mind? He wishes to participate in the inner courtyard assessment on his very first day. Even after defeating Dan Taihong, he should not be so arrogant. It was rumored that even those ranked in the top 20 on the hidden dragon list had perished during the assessment. How could someone at the bottom succeed? Countless students whispered among themselves, struggling to comprehend Xiao Long's actions. Such news even reached the higher-ups of the Celestial Academy. Wu Tian's expression darkened as he paced back and forth in the meeting hall, his demeanor more dreadful than if he had swallowed something foul. What shall we do now that Xiao Chen has gone to Songhai Academy? Wu Tian inquired. Director, since he wishes to undertake the inner courtyard assessment, would it not be better for him to perish within? The deputy dean of the northern courtyard chuckled. With so many substitutes at his disposal, how could he easily perish? Wu Tian scoffed before suddenly pausing. As if struck by a thought, his pupils constricted. Transmit my orders. Gather our forces and lay ambush at the teleportation array outside Songhai Academy, quickly. Without further explanation, Wu Tian issued the command point 1 day later. At the inner courtyard assessment point, the area was already filled with students from Songhai Academy. A glance revealed a sea of black, exceeding 10,000 individuals, including numerous elders from the outer courtyard and mentors from the inner courtyard. Dan Taihong sat in a chair, her body wrapped in thick bandages, resembling a mummy as Dan Taishui carried her here. Sister, that Xiao Chen truly seeks death. Does he dare to participate in the inner courtyard assessment with such capabilities? He will likely not even realize how he perishes. Dan Taishui stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Dan Taihong snorted, saying nothing, her fierce gaze akin to that of a scorned woman. Chapter 143. The assessment begins. Zhu Xiao fell behind her, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ming Yi had also arrived, having taken the demon-suppressing pill Xiao Long had given him. His condition had visibly improved, and even his aura was more robust. Noticing Ming Yi's transformation, Zhu Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, Ming Yi, Your injuries. What? Did Xiao Chen give me a 6th grade pill to suppress the poison? Are you displeased? Meng Yi retorted with a cold smile. A 6th grade pill? Zhu Xiao was astonished, thought he had spent a fortune to acquire a 6th grade pill for treating Dan Taihong's injuries, while Xiao Chun had simply gifted one to Meng Yi. Was there any justice in this world? Look, young Master Han Tan has also arrived. Even he has been drawn here. Everyone turned their gaze, spotting a suave youth wielding a folding fan, floating atop a cloud of spiritual energy. He had a fair complexion, distinct facial features, and deep eyes like ancient pools, exuding an aura of righteousness. Following him was a quirky girl, his sister Zhuge Jin. Young Master Han Tan. Many students approached to greet him. Everyone, you are too kind. Zhuge Han Tan responded with a warm smile. Zhuge Jin's clever eyes scanned the crowd, finally locking onto the blonde youth in the corner. Xiao Yuan, Zhuge Jin exclaimed as she approached him. Hands clasped behind her back, bouncing with energy. What do you want? The blonde youth recoiled slightly. Is it not permissible for me to sit beside you? Zhuge Jin asked with a cheerful grin. The blonde youth rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Just then, the distant clamoring crowd suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned forward, where Xiao Long merged with the heavens, standing with hands clasped behind him, floating gracefully toward them. Xiao Long did not gather any spiritual energy around him, simply suspending himself in midair. This method of flight resembles the rumored state of unity with heaven and earth, Meng Yi remarked in astonishment. Unity with heaven and earth, that is a state only comprehended by those in the royal realm. He must be simulating it. Zhu Xiao expressed skepticism. Xiao Long landed at the entrance of the assessment point, stepping forward with deliberate strides, causing the crowd to part in reverence. Is this the Xiaochen who escaped from Ao Wutenen's grasp? Zhuge Hanshan's eyes scrutinized the youth before him. Xiao Long approached the front of the assessment point, where Elder Shi, whom he had met the previous day, sat cross-legged atop a pillar. Behind him, a black-robed elder with an unfathomable aura was meditating. Likely the deputy dean of the outer courtyard overseeing the assessment. Begin, Elder Shi said coldly. Very well. Xiao Long stepped forward, entering the first trial, a deep, bottomless alley known as the Mechanism Alley. As he traversed within, the gate behind him sealed shut. Once the assessment commenced, there was no turning back. Failure meant death. At that moment, a mirror appeared in the sky above the assessment point, reflecting Xiao Long's journey through the alley for the students outside to witness. Within the Mechanism Alley, Xiao Long pressed onward. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down upon him. Without lifting his gaze, he unleashed a violet-black flame that incinerated the arrows before they could reach him. In that instant, a flurry of flying discs surged toward him, and the ground beneath him gave way, igniting a towering inferno. Simultaneously, torrents of purple lightning crashed in from both sides, surrounding Xiao Long in a myriad of dangers. The students outside held their breath, their eyes glued to the mirror, for this was the most challenging ambush in the first trial. Even semi-royal beings would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Xiao Long bellowed, 9 dragons coiling in the sky formation. In an instant, 9 fiery dragon figures erupted from within him, swirling around his body in a frenzied dance. Any object that came into contact with the flames was instantly reduced to ash. Even the lightning was consumed by the fire. After several breaths, all attacks were repelled. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What a formidable defensive technique. With just this move, none below the semi-royal realm can approach him. Dan Taihong clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. It was this very technique that had thwarted her world-extinguishing firebowl. Redder, Zhu Xiao remarked calmly. His fire control techniques surpass your own. Dan Taihong bit her lip in frustration, murmuring in discontent. The black-robed elder seated atop the tree stated indifferently, Xiao Chen, you have passed the first trial. Assessment rating. Grade A. The spectators were not surprised by Xiao Chen's success in the first trial. What left them astounded was the Grade A rating, indicating he had completed it in a remarkably short time and without a single injury. An impressive feat indeed. Proceed. Xiao Long continued onward. The first challenge appears to be perilous. Yet in reality, it is the simplest. As long as one possesses the innate strength of a late-stage martial king, coupled with an adaptability akin to that of an emperor, success is attainable. Although Xiao Long's doppelganger is not particularly powerful, his mastery of the flame will has reached a minor perfection. The 9-dragon array formed by the nightmarish flames serves as the foremost defensive formation of the 9-dragon fire control technique, offering comprehensive and flawless protection, rendering evasion unnecessary, a significant advantage for him. Xiao Long stepped into a sealed chamber. This room is cubic, each side measuring 1,000 meters, and its spiritual energy has been entirely extracted, creating a vacuum devoid of any ethereal essence. In this space, innate experts cannot harness the energy of heaven and earth to unleash their techniques, nor can they ascend into the air. They must rely solely on their physical prowess to engage in combat. Thus, in the second challenge, those with formidable bodies will have a substantial advantage. Suddenly, 3 spectral beasts resembling lion tigers materialized in the space, formed from condensed spiritual energy. These ethereal entities lack consciousness and are driven solely by a murderous instinct. Each of the three possesses the strength of a half-emperor. The onlookers outside held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. 3 half-emperors. Many talented individuals have perished at this stage. Some geniuses were capable of defeating 3 half-emperors. But the absence of spiritual energy here prevents them from even taking flight, forcing them into a direct clash. Roar. The 3 spectral beasts lunged at Xiao Long without hesitation. He unleashed his most devastating technique. The 9-dragon explosion. With a firm grip, 9 serpentine flames erupted from his being, detonating around him. Boom, 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 boom. At such a close range, one of the spectral beasts was instantly obliterated, while the other 2 were rendered insubstantial. Yet they still managed to pounce upon Xiao Long in an instant. His arms were bitten off, and one beast's paw struck his head, shattering it, causing his entire body to explode into a mist of blood. Chapter 144. Undying Xiaochen. The seed of nightmarish flames fell to the ground, and a disc rolled away, its purpose unknown. Silence enveloped the crowd. It. Everyone was incredulous upon witnessing this. Dan Taihong was initially stunned, then burst into laughter, only to wince in pain from her injuries. Xiaochen, did he die just like that? Mengyi appeared unable to believe it. Ha. That kid is nothing special, Zhu Xiao exclaimed with glee at Mengyi's dismay. Elder Shi at the entrance shook his head, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Alas, Zhuge Hantan expressed his disappointment with a shake of his head. A collective sigh of lamentation filled the air. They had foreseen the result. Yet Xiao Chun, being at the bottom of the potential dragon ranking and making it to the second challenge, was still deserving of pride. I declare, Xiao Chun, assessment failure. The black-robed vice dean on the treetop was speaking when he suddenly paused. Falling silent. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment, as if a bomb had been dropped into still water. Countless eyes widened in shock as they beheld the scene in the mirror. The disc on the ground suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and a figure slowly emerged from the glow, ultimately landing back on the ground. Xiaochen reappeared in the chamber. What? He is alive? The crowd gasped in disbelief. That is, Mengyi stared intently at the disc, exclaiming, a teleportation array. Zhu Xiao was equally astonished. The array disc, inscribed with formations, enables movement. The craftsmanship of such discs is exceedingly rare, controlled only by the Zhuge family of the barbaric lands, and many have never even heard of such a device. A teleportation array. Zhuge Hanshan's eyes lit up. Such an array is also a rarity in his family, and even when available, its range is extremely limited, allowing an emperor to arrive in an instant, rendering it nearly ineffective. Who would have thought that Xiaochen possessed such a hidden card? Dan Taihong's expression was particularly dramatic, her face shifting from pale to flushed with anger, nearly fainting. Elder Shi, however, was taken aback and shouted, Vice Dean, if this person sets up a teleportation array to bring in outsiders, our academy will face annihilation. Capture him. Elder Shi's voice echoed. Our Songhai Academy is located 50,000 miles from the shores of the Lake of Death. Aside from the legendary founder of the academy, who possesses the ability to set up such a long-distance teleportation array, the black-robed Vice Dean inquired. Elder Shi was momentarily at a loss. During this pause, the mirror displayed Xiao Long as he valiantly dispatched another spectral beast, his doppelganger once again utilizing the teleportation array to reappear. I understand now. Xiaochen must have made 2 teleportations, first using the academy's array, then his own array disc. Zhuge Hantan deduced. So that's how it is, Mengyi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Long's teleportation array disc has a range of only 1,000 miles, while the distance from the Lake of Death to the academy spans 50,000 miles. Thus, he had to first utilize the Songhai Academy's teleportation array to bring his doppelganger from beyond the Lake of Death to the academy, and then from the academy to the assessment site. Upon discovering the truth, the crowd collectively gasped. This was undeniably a form of cheating. Yet, under the rules, as long as he remains alive, the assessment may continue. In the mirror, the last spectral beast was also vanquished, and Xiao Long successfully advanced to the next challenge. Xiao Chun has passed the second challenge. The rating for his passage. The Vice Dean paused and proclaimed, Grade D. The Vice Dean was uncertain of how to rate this. Strictly speaking, he had exploited a loophole in the rules, so a Grade D was begrudgingly assigned. So powerful, incredibly strong, with infinite doppelgangers. How can he be killed? With such an undying ability, what is there to fear about passing the challenge? The students present were witnessing Xiao Long's undying ability for the first time. Previously, they had only heard rumors, but now, witnessing it firsthand, they could not conceal their astonishment. As Xiao Long entered the third challenge, the 8 trigrams array, before he could settle, a blade of air sliced him in half. The doppelganger reappeared. Some students, unable to contain their curiosity, exited the academy and gathered by the shores of the Lake of Death to wait. They observed as Xiao Chen's human doppelganger approached the teleportation point. depositing 500 top-tier spirit stones before disappearing. Moments later, another doppelganger arrived, deposited spirit stones, and vanished again. This continued for 7 or 8 trips, indicating he had perished several times. How absurd. If he has infinite doppelgangers, he could simply expend lives to pass, a student exclaimed. Not necessarily. The final challenge is a battle against an emperor, and no matter how many lives he has, he will perish if he cannot overcome it. Another student countered, in any case. Throughout this back and forth, Xiao Long had died over 10 times and was nearing the final challenge. Meanwhile, Ao Wutian concealed himself by the shores of the Lake of Death, watching as Xiao Long's doppelgangers passed one after another, suppressing the urge to intervene. Reporting to the dean, we have discovered that his doppelgangers consistently emerge from a specific location, which has been locked down. Xiao Qin's true body is likely concealed there, reported an elder of the innate martial king stage. Quickly go, Ao Wutian decisively ordered, flying toward the indicated location. Numerous elders converged upon a martial artist stronghold near a small town, resembling an inn, where Xiao Long's doppelganger continually emerged. At this moment, the courtyard was surrounded by several layers of Songhai Academy elders. This is the place, the elder declared. Ao Wutian's divine sense penetrated the area and indeed revealed a figure stepping out, another doppelganger. Xiao Long exited the courtyard, only to find a throng of formidable innate martial king elders encircling him. In the skies above, Ao Wutian locked onto him with unwavering focus. Ha ha. Xiao Qin, I know your true body is inside. Come out quietly and reveal your doppelganger technique to me, and I shall spare your life. Ao Wutian extended his hand, drawing the doppelganger toward him. Want to learn? Xiao Long smirked coldly. Enough with the nonsense. This continuous doppelganger technique is far from simple puppetry. Quickly tell me, what is it? Ao Wutian glared at him. Ha ha ha. Ignorant insect. Xiao Long laughed heartily. Not going to spill. Then I'll drag your true body out and see how arrogant you can be. Ao Wutian directed a massive hand of true essence toward the courtyard, and with a resounding crash, the entire structure was obliterated. However, inside, there was nothing but a faintly glowing formation. A teleportation array. Ao Wutian realized immediately that he had been outwitted. After all this too was a teleportation point. This is bad. Retreat. Ao Wutian's pupils constricted, and he attempted to withdraw. Yet it was too late. The formation suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, chaotic spiritual energy converging into a single point. And then boom, the explosion reverberated. The earth trembled violently, and people 1,000 miles away felt the intense shock, gazing upward in astonishment. That Songhai Academy's teleportation point. Countless students looked up to see a massive mushroom cloud slowly rising, illuminating the sky. Chapter 145. Deceived again. At the epicenter of the explosion, flames soared skyward, turning bricks and tiles into molten lava. The invisible shockwave surged outward, unleashing a fierce storm. The deafening blast rendered everyone momentarily deaf. Dean, save me. No. The closest elders were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of dust. The sea of flames spread outward. A colossal cover formed from true essence secured the center of the explosion. Stop, Ao Wutian bellowed in a low voice. The true essence cover trembled incessantly, finally settling down after a few breaths. The onlookers gazed forward, witnessing a massive pit, thousands of feet wide, resembling a meteor crater, leaving everyone present aghast. That was close. I nearly lost my life. The surviving elders were drenched in cold sweat, still haunted by the terrifying scene they had just witnessed. Over 100 elders had mobilized to capture Xiao Qin. Had it not been for Ao Wutian's timely intervention, none would have escaped. Truly terrifying. That explosive formation is undoubtedly of imperial grade. Ao Wutian's face darkened ominously, trembling with rage. We almost met our end. This Xiao Qin is too cunning. He has outsmarted us again. At that moment, high above in the skies, a man in a white robe with profound eyes stood amidst the clouds, looking down at him. Humph. I have no desire to converse with you today. Just wait and see. Ao Wutian cast a glance at him, realizing that they were on the territory of the Songhai Academy, and it was inappropriate to linger. He turned to leave, thinking, you come and go as you please. Do you truly think that Songhai Academy is your backyard? The white-robed man's gaze turned cold, and he raised a hand to strike downwards. A massive hand of true essence, hundreds of feet wide, suddenly materialized above the heads of the many elders, descending with crushing force. Before it reached them, the overwhelming pressure caused several elders to bleed from their orifices, on the verge of exploding. Dean, save me. Countless cries of despair echoed. Ao Wutian retaliated with a palm strike, colliding fiercely with the descending hand. Boom! A shockwave, 100-fold more terrifying than before, swept outward, causing the ground to collapse and nearby trees and tiles to disintegrate into dust, creating a scene reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. It was as though light itself had vanished at that moment, leaving only the two colliding palms. Amidst the screams, a multitude of elders perished in an instant. You scoundrels! Just wait. Ao Wutian's eyes bulged with fury as he enveloped the surviving elders in true essence, vanishing into the distance like a whirlwind. Observing Ao Wutian's hasty retreat, the white-robed man chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating through the clouds, as if the surrounding scenery were enchanted by his mirth. Look, there's a man in white robes in the sky. It seems to be the dean. The students were baffled. Did the dean cause that explosion? As the booming laughter subsided, the white-robed man waved his sleeve and vanished into the clouds. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 24. You need 80 million experience to reach the next level. Xiao Long, concealed beneath the earth, was elated. The previous encounter with Ao Wutian had granted him a significant amount of experience, promoting him directly to a 4th-tier demon king. The only regret was that the explosive formation had only claimed 5 or 6 lives. Had it obliterated them all, he might have leveled up again. Xiao Long consumed a blood spirit pill to replenish his vitality and created another clone. This time, he intended to pass through swiftly, bringing the spark of the Aurora flame with him. The final challenge was an imperial-grade illusory spirit, at the strength of a 1st-tier emperor. Though there was only one, it was stronger than 10 half-emperors combined. Xiao Long's previous clone had perished in less than a breath, obliterated instantly. It was impossible to engage in a prolonged battle. He needed to end this swiftly and decisively. That Song High Academy's assessment center. Some students hidden in the shadows were stirred by Xiao Long's extraordinary performance, rushing out to observe. Initially numbering in the thousands, their ranks swelled to 50,000, with 4 of the Song High 7 gentlemen present. Han Shan. How did Xiao Chen make it to the final challenge? The third on the hidden dragon list, Yao Chun, approached, clapping Zhuge Han Shan on the shoulder. Yao Chun was a strikingly handsome man. With lips as thin as a blade and sharp, hawk-like eyes. He possessed a teleportation array. As soon as one clone died, another could be summoned, rendering him virtually immortal. Zhuge Han Shan waved his fan, unsure whether to express admiration or resignation. Wow! Is that even possible? Yao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Xiao Long's clone reappeared in the mirror. Xiao Chun is here. Let us see how he confronts the challenge. The students focused intently. In the room, an illusory spirit hovered in midair, regarding Xiao Long with indifference. Xiao Long beckoned, and the spark of nightmare fire from the ground flew into his body. This illusory spirit lacked martial arts, soul, or consciousness. It represented the weakest form of a 1st-tier emperor. Clearly, to enter the inner academy, one must attain the threshold of a 1st-tier emperor. Xiao Long understood now why so many had perished in the inner academy as assessments. A 1st-tier emperor, though the weakest among emperors, it was still 10 times stronger than a half-emperor and 100-fold more powerful than a late-stage innate martial artist. Only the top 20 on the hidden dragon list could contend against a 1st-tier emperor. While only a handful of extraordinary geniuses among the top 10 could slay one. The 1st-tier illusory spirit before him was merely the weakest of its kind, despite Xiao Long's clone being far from sufficient. The spirit lacked wisdom and only knew how to charge. Xiao Long could easily vanquish it. Swish! The illusory spirit charged at Xiao Long, driven solely by its instinct to kill. Ha! Come! Xiao Long flicked his fingers, unleashing a brilliant white flame that illuminated the room like a small sun, casting everything in blinding light. Boom! The illusory spirit collided with Xiao Long, causing his clone to shatter into fragments. However, the white flame surged atop the spirit's head, incinerating it into nothingness. Thud! The illusory spirit fell, dissolving into the most primal essence of heaven and earth. As the white light faded, the scene within the room reemerged. What just happened? Where did the illusory spirit go? Outside, the spectators erupted into a cacophony of astonished voices, feeling as though they had blinked and suddenly the spirit had vanished. Chapter 146. Entering the inner academy. Zhuge Han Shan, Yao Chen, Meng Yi, Zhu Xiao. Countless others stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. That was. Dan I Hong stared at the mirror, where a flicker of white flame appeared on the ground, illuminating the entire room. The students outside also noticed the flame. Could it be that this flame was the weapon that annihilated the imperial illusory spirit? Buzz. Xiao Long's clone reappeared, absorbing both flames into his body. The scene before him shifted dramatically. The room vanished, replaced by a passageway. Xiao Long walked through the passage and emerged outside the assessment point. I hereby declare. Boomed the black-robed vice dean from atop a treetop. Xiao Chun has passed the inner academy assessment. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and a wave of commotion erupted. Incredible! A person at the bottom of the hidden dragon list can pass the inner academy assessment. Unbelievable! The powerful Xiao Chen. So formidable! All eyes fixated on the young figure ahead, as shocked voices echoed in waves. Some female students gazed at him with starry eyes, filled with admiration as if they were looking at an idol. Truly the best! Huang Mao grinned broadly. Dan Tai Hong's chest heaved, clearly affected by the scene. Honger, you cannot compare to him. Accepting defeat is not a shameful thing. Zhu Zhao's calm voice drifted from behind. Dantai Hong took a deep breath, ultimately deflating like a defeated rooster. Haha, Xu Xiao, what do you think of Xiao Qin? Meng Yi laughed heartily. Humph, Xu Xiao scoffed, saying nothing, clearly unwilling to concede. Do not be disheartened. I believe this is merely the beginning. More astonishing days lie ahead, Meng Yi remarked, gazing at Xiao Qin in the center, his heart filled with anticipation for such a talent's future growth. Zhuge Hanshan stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Congratulations, brother Xiao Qin, for passing the assessment and joining the Inner Academy. From now on, the Songhai 7 gentlemen shall become 8. Congratulations. Yao Qin and a cold female student also offered their congratulations. Only Lei Xiao, ranked 18th on the hidden dragon list, snorted, seemingly displeased. Thank you, just luck, Xiao Long replied. Elder Shi was furious, having never expected Xiao Long to succeed. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his resentment. Junior, this is your Inner Academy disciple's belongings. Take it. Elder Shi tossed a storage ring. Xiao Long accepted it and, with a sweep of his consciousness, saw it contained an Inner Academy disciple token and 2 sets of distinctive Songhai golden silk robes. Crafted from the silk of the golden cicada demon emperor, these robes, being imperial-grade spiritual treasures, were not only impervious to blades but also capable of shielding one as consciousness. What a fine treasure. Xiao Long marveled. Although the Myriad Realms marketplace offered many imperial-grade treasures, most were rather lackluster, with the good ones long snatched away. The marketplace's pricing was based solely on grade, not function. Thus, even a worthless item could be valuable if it was of high grade. How does one reach the Inner Academy? Xiao Long inquired. Follow me. Zhuge Hanshan stepped into the sky, a cloud of spiritual essence forming beneath his feet as he floated away. Xiao Long followed closely behind. The path to the inner courtyard is not traversed by passing through the barriers, but rather by utilizing the teleportation array located at the heart of the outer courtyard, standing in the square of this core area. Zhuge Hanshan and the others inserted their spirit stones, causing the teleportation array to emit a brilliant light, and in an instant, they vanished from their original location. When Xiao Long reappeared, he found himself atop a mountain, overlooking a vast basin dotted with numerous small cities. At the very center of the basin stood a towering crimson pagoda, the Burning Heaven Tower. Xiao Long fixed his gaze upon the structure, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. It was unwise to display excessive excitement before uncovering the truth, lest he fall into a trap. Current information suggested that over 90% of the founders of the Songhai Academy were likely to be Xiao Songhai, with the probability of it being the Red Lotus Martial Emperor being less than 10%. Yet, even that slim chance was a risk Xiao Long could not afford to take. Being captured would mean utter destruction. Let us go. Zhuge Hanshan leaped forward, with Xiao Long and the others following closely behind. The basin was relatively small, comparable to half of a first-star empire. For those of the royal realm, it would only take an hour to circle around it. Hanshan, take Xiao Qin for a stroll. We shall take our leave, said Yatsuan and the others before departing into those small cities. Each city was marked with a number at its gate, indicating they were private residences. These small cities served as the abodes for the inner courtyard students, each harboring mid-grade spirit veins beneath them, while certain locations in the basin concealed 8 superior-grade spirit veins, forming 8 major formations with various effects such as spirit gathering, defense, and attack. The reason Songhai Academy had stood for 200 years was not solely due to the Lake of Death. The formations of the inner courtyard played a significant role as well. Zhuge Hanshan explained to Xiao Long. Now I understand. Xiao Long nodded. The 8 spirit veins and 8 formations resemble the structure of the Burning Heaven Dragon Palace. Hanshan, what is the purpose of that central pagoda? Xiao Long inquired, gesturing towards the towering crimson edifice. Zhuge Hanshan furrowed his brow. I am also uncertain. All I know is that since the establishment of Songhai Academy, this tower has always existed. The dean has not provided any explanations, only stating it is used for training. Training? Xiao Long questioned, his expression revealing doubt. Yes, within the tower are many fire spirits. The first level contains semi-imperial strength fire spirits. The second level possesses first-grade imperial spirits, and so on. However, there are too many fire spirits inside. It is best not to enter unless one has overwhelming strength, Zhuge Hanshan warned, seemingly recalling some terrifying entity, his pupils constricting as he promptly ceased speaking. I must return now. If you have questions, find me at the 20th city. With that, Zhuge Hanshan turned and vanished into the distance. Xiao Long then approached the Burning Heaven Tower. Fire spirits? Could the annihilating flame be within? He arrived at the base of the tower, looking up at the seemingly endless structure that pierced the clouds, each level towering 1,000 feet high, totaling 18 levels. Yet Xiao Long knew that the true Burning Heaven Tower extended far beyond 18 levels. Its layers corresponded to the celestial and terrestrial forces, summing up to 36 celestial and 72 terrestrial forces, making a total of 108 levels, reaching a height of 100,000 feet. The tower before him, however, appeared to have only 18 levels, had the lower section been dismantled. Standing before the burning heaven tower, Xiao Long felt its call, a sense of familiarity akin to a child finding their home. Reforged in body, unchanged in spirit, burning heaven tower, so you still remember me? A smile graced Xiao Long's face. The burning heaven tower, a treasure of emperors, contained the imprints of fire laws, even if there were a connection between their souls. It was beyond his meager form to control. A misstep could lead to backlash, causing his soul to scatter. Xiao Long had no intention of entering the tower and turned to leave. Yet, the tower emitted waves of thought. Expressing its reluctance, sighing resignedly, Xiao Long quickly departed. His student token bore the number 108, signifying that his city was the 108th. Following the number, he located his city and entered. The city was not large, roughly one-third the size of Huiyun City, yet it was devoid of any inhabitants, featuring only empty streets and a few opulent courtyards. As Xiao Long strolled through, he felt a sense of desolation. Perhaps it is best to leave this place, he decided. Just then, he noticed a figure standing on the city tower ahead. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe faced him, hands clasped behind his back. The man exuded calmness, his gaze distant and serene, possessing an aura of grandeur that seemed to command respect from the very heavens. Who are you? Xiao Long asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. I am the head dean here, named Beiyu. The middle-aged man replied with an air of tranquility. The title of head dean made Xiao Long's brow furrow slightly. Beiyu's presence was comparable to that of Ao Wutian, likely at the pinnacle of the royal realm. However, while Ao Wutian was the head of the outer courtyard of the Heavenly God Academy, Beiyu was the head dean of Songhai Academy, indicating their strengths were on par. But where was the esteemed king realm of Songhai Academy? Seemingly sensing Xiao Long's thoughts, Beiyu laughed heartily. Though Songhai Academy has only 200 years of history, its true strength is far beyond this. Our previous dean is wandering among mortals, refining his heart amidst the secular world. Perhaps the beggar, the monk, or the frail old man you encounter could very well be him. The dean, in pursuit of the great path, has hidden himself among the masses. If ever Songhai Academy faces peril, he will return. Xiao Long nodded in understanding. Beiyu descended beside him, smiling as he asked, Xiao Chun, what do you think of Songhai Academy? It is excellent. Xiao Long responded without hesitation. Though he had encountered conflicts with Zhu Xiao upon his arrival, he recognized the inherent goodness in him. Before capturing him, Zhu Xiao inquired about his mentor, and even after Tan Taihong suffered a severe blow, he refrained from covertly seeking revenge, despite Elder Shi's disdain and refusal to allow him into the inner courtyard. He maintained impartiality without resorting to humiliation. As for Meng Yi, despite appearing harsh towards Huang Mao, his intentions were rooted in fostering Huang Mao's strength. Furthermore, the students of Songhai Academy were thriving and united. The strong did not oppress the weak, and after Xiao Long's assessment, the top talents on the Qianlong list personally congratulated him without any pretense, akin to a family. These various signs clearly indicated that Songhai Academy far surpassed the Heavenly God Academy. If it is so excellent, why do you not dare to allow your true self to enter and instead hide outside? Beiyu inquired with a smile. Xiao Long was momentarily taken aback. Haha, Xiao Chen, I am aware your true form is that of a serpent. You harbor many secrets, capable of annihilating the royal realm with white flames, possessing boundless clones, and wielding soul-burning purple-black flames. However, these are your own powers. Songhai Academy will not be like the Heavenly God Academy, seizing students and forcing them to divulge their secrets. Though Songhai Academy has only 2 centuries of history, annually admitting fewer new students than 1/10 of the Heavenly God Academy. Our talents are by no means inferior. We respect every student's secrets, even if those secrets pertain to the mysteries of heaven and the supreme laws of the universe. The Academy shall not intrude in the slightest. Beiyu's words left Xiao Long rooted in place, unable to move. Those very words echoed his own from years past. Back then, Xiao Long stood atop the burning Heaven Dragon Palace, solemnly promising the numerous disciples to respect each student's secrets, even those concerning the highest laws of the universe, never to intrude even a bit. Now, Beiyu had repeated those sentiments back to him. Sighing, Xiao Long shook his head with a bitter smile. Xikong Sheng, Zhuge Han, and Yao Tsuan, once the top 3 of the Qianlong list, had all been students of Songhai Academy. Each genius harbored secrets, and those who ascended to the top of the Qianlong list bore their own mysteries. Why did they choose Songhai Academy over the Heavenly God Academy? That was worthy of contemplation. Thank you for your heartfelt words, Dean. Xiao Long bowed his fist in gratitude. Xiao Chen, you are doing well. Remember, regardless of whom you face, always retain some reservations. I share this with you to convey that Songhai Academy is your home. With those words, Beiyu gradually faded from view. A smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Long's face. He had nearly confirmed the identity of the founder of Songhai Academy. Who else could have transmitted his teachings, if not his 2 most cherished disciples? Shout Songhai, I did not teach you in vain. Xiao Long gazed skyward, sighing deeply that a month swiftly passed. During this time, Xiao Long focused solely on mastering the art of fire control. Although he had perfected his command over the nightmarish fire, he still struggled with the aurora flame. Even a mere spark could not endure a breath within his grasp before dissipating. Thus, another month elapsed. 9 dragons, Xiao Long exclaimed, channeling 8 purple-black fire dragons from within him. Soon after, a 9th dragon, shimmering with white light, slowly emerged, measuring only the length of his pinky. Boom! The white fire dragon suddenly exploded, causing Xiao Long to suffer backlash. His clone disintegrated into a mist of blood, and the remaining 8 dragons followed suit in an explosive display. Moments later, his clone reappeared. Sigh, still not working, Xiao Long lamented. After 2 months of practice, he still could not control even a single aurora flame dragon, let alone summon all 9 simultaneously. However, despite the challenges, his practice over the past 2 months was not without effect. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Long conjured a minuscule white flame, scarcely an inch in size, which danced upon his fingertip. This tiny flame resembled a diminutive white sun, illuminating the surrounding space, causing any dust that dared to venture near to vanish into thin air. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Boom! After 2 breaths, the flicker of flame dissipated. That is quite an achievement. Xiao Long chuckled. After 2 months of diligent practice, he had finally managed to sustain the aurora flame for 2 breaths. Within this brief interval, a mere gesture from him could pierce through the realm of emperors. Chapter 148. The arrival of Titans. Even more astonishing was that he was unaware of the ultimate power of the aurora flame. He only knew that anything it touched would vanish instantaneously, leaving no trace, not even dust. He had once procured an emperor-grade spiritual treasure for experimentation, and even the finest among them could not withstand the flame. The only drawback was the substantial consumption of true energy. A single fingertip would deplete his internal energy in an instant. Let us take a look at the 10,000 Great Mountains. With that, Xiao Long departed from Songhai Academy, located in the northeastern region of Luoyang Country. As he soared through Songhai Prefecture, he noticed a throng gathered outside the Qianlong Bank, all pointing at the jadestone tablet and murmuring amongst themselves. Almost forgot, today is the day the Qianlong ranking is updated, Xiao Long mused. The Qianlong ranking changes monthly, and he had been engrossed in fire control, neglecting such matters until now. He descended to the ground. Si Kongxing has actually gone to the Heavenly God Academy. How unbelievable. This is clearly a direct challenge to Songhai Academy. Upon landing, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of discussion. He looked up at the Qianlong ranking and noted that the first place had changed. First place, Si Kongxing, late stage innate martial king. Si Kongxing, originally a student of Songhai Academy, had severed ties a year prior and, just 3 days ago, officially joined the Heavenly God Academy, becoming a disciple of Ao Wutian. Xiao Long squinted, realizing that Si Kongxing was openly declaring war against Songhai Academy. His own ranking had unexpectedly risen significantly to 46th place, the only individual in a century to enter the top 50 as an early-stage innate martial sect member. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Si Kongxing is here. Look, he has even come to Songhai Prefecture. Ao Wutian is here too. What could they possibly want? The crowd looked up in astonishment. Eye in the sky. Ao Wutian and Si Kongxing stood side by side, striding through the air like a tempest, their direction aimed squarely at Songhai Academy. Si Kongxing was a towering young man, 2 meters tall. His bronze physique dazzling in the sunlight, reminiscent of Meng Yi, a fellow giant. Ao Wutian seems to have noticed something. He glanced downward, fixing his gaze on Xiao Long. Xiaoqin. Si Kongxing lowered his head to glance at Xiao Long and then turned to his master, asking, should I kill him? The crowd followed Si Kongxing's gaze, realizing that Xiaoqin was indeed present. Why bother with such a despicable character? Ao Wutian scoffed, swiftly departing. Si Kongxing, begrudgingly, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Long before trailing behind. How could Ao Wutian spare him? Perhaps he has tried to kill him numerous times without success and has lost interest. The crowd marveled. Xiao Long chuckled softly, amused. Within his current body, both the aurora flame and nightmarish fire resided. To be killed here would result in a significant loss. It was likely that Ao Wutian had developed a psychological aversion to him, fearing another explosive trap that could accidentally eliminate Si Kongxing. How intriguing, Xiao Long mused, following them toward Songhai Academy. Along the way, many residents of Songhai Prefecture hurried in the same direction, eager for the unfolding spectacle. The town by the Lake of Death, where the teleportation array was located, Ao Wutian and Si Kongxing traversed the sky, eventually arriving above the town. The students of Songhai Academy, upon witnessing this scene, turned pale in fear and fled. The teleportation array shimmered with light as numerous academy instructors rushed over, including Meng Yi and Zhu Xiao. In the sky, the white-robed Dean, Beiyu, materialized and addressed Ao Wutian. Ao Wutian. Why have you brought your rebellious disciple to Songhai Academy? Ha ha ha. Ao Wutian laughed boisterously. I merely wish to meet the geniuses of Songhai Academy. Is that a problem? Si Kongsheng stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and bellowed. I, Si Kongsheng of the Heavenly God Academy, have come to pay my respects to the geniuses of Songhai Academy. Who dares to battle? His booming voice resonated, echoing throughout the academy, clear to all present. The residents of Songhai Prefecture, who had gathered behind, exchanged incredulous glances, shock written across their faces. Historically, while the Heavenly God Academy boasted superior overall strength, Songhai Academy had consistently outshone it in terms of top-tier talent. Today, was the Heavenly God Academy seeking a confrontation? The students of Songhai Academy remained eerily silent, refraining from responding. Those who had arrived through the teleportation array stood at a distance, observing quietly. Seeing no reply, Si Kongsheng scoffed. I, Si Kongsheng, journeyed from afar to pay respects to the students of Songhai Academy. Yet none dare to respond. Is this how Songhai Academy treats its guests? Is there truly no one here? His arrogant voice reverberated, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The students of Songhai Academy seethed with anger. Their teeth clenched, itching to rush forward and engage, yet they knew Si Kongsheng was no ordinary opponent. Confronting him would only lead to disaster and ridicule. Dean, should we not take action against such a lowly pest who dares to provoke Songhai Academy? Zhu Xiao suggested. Silence. Meng Yi snapped. There are thousands of spectators from Songhai Prefecture watching. If we do not respond, it would only invite mockery upon us. Are we truly without champions? You. Zhu Xiao was momentarily speechless. I will not argue with you. Si Kongsheng ranks first on the Qianlong list. Who among our students can stand against him? Perhaps the dean could restrain Ao Wutian while our instructors join forces to eliminate Si Kongsheng, thus removing a threat. Upon hearing Zhu Xiao's words, Meng Yi hesitated, seemingly seeing some merit in the suggestion. Though I did not expect Songhai Academy to harbor such despicable individuals. That moment, a deep voice resonated from afar, prompting the crowd to look up. The burly man clad in earthy yellow stood atop a rooftop, arms crossed, coldly surveying the scene. The faces of the Songhai Academy instructors turned grim upon recognizing him. The Lord of the Savage Nation. In the sky, Beiyu's expression grew serious. The Lord of the Savage Nation was also an invincible emperor. Si Kongsheng was the prince consort of that nation. And this man had come for him. With two invincible emperors on the opposing side, Songhai Academy had only one. The situation was dire. How lively it is here, just as the crowd worried for Songhai Academy's predicament. A sultry, immature voice echoed around them, sending shivers down their spines. Some students, weakened in willpower, even drooled at the sound. They looked up to see a remarkably alluring woman reclining on a rooftop lounge chair, her figure lazily tracing enticing curves, a charming smile playing on her lips as she gazed at them with a bewitching glance. Oriental Tianfeng, what brings you here? Not only Beiyu, but the Lord of the Savage Nation and Ao Wutian exclaimed in unison. Behind Oriental Tianfeng lay no ordinary force. She represented the Qianlong Bank, the entity responsible for compiling the Qianlong ranking. Chapter 149. I have come to settle the score. Is it not permissible for a young lady to attend? Oriental Tianfeng's lips curled into a playful smile. The expressions of those on either side became peculiar, particularly among the Heavenly God Academy, who had come to assert their dominance, now bewildered by her unexpected presence and unclear allegiance. Do not misunderstand. I simply wish to witness the contest of geniuses from both academies and gather material for the Qianlong list. Nothing more, Oriental Tianfeng added, her smile taking on a hint of seduction. Ao Wutian and the Lord of the Savage Nation exchanged knowing glances, understanding her intent to merely observe the duel of talents without desiring any further conflict. Miss Oriental, your wish may not be fulfilled, for Songhai Academy has no challengers. Ao Wutian laughed derisively, joined by the Lord of the Savage Nation in uproarious laughter. Si Kongsheng scanned the gathered students of Songhai Academy, proclaiming loudly, I stand here today. Whoever can force me out of this square shall be counted as my victor. With that declaration, Si Kongsheng descended to the center of the square like a colossal tower, causing the ground to tremble. How audacious! The students of Songhai Academy flushed with indignation, their youthful spirits ignited by such brazen provocation. I shall take him on. A tall student stepped forward, his gaze fierce, revealing himself as a late-stage innate martial king and a notable figure on the Qianlong list. Li Mu is here. Senior Li ranks 93rd on the Qianlong list. He should be able to withstand a couple of moves. The crowd murmured in anticipation as Li Mu surged forward, his blade slicing through the air, unleashing a frigid gleam that cleaved the ground beneath him. Without flinching, Si Kongsheng raised his hand and struck out. A fierce gust of wind abruptly restrained Li Mu in midair, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, a colossal hand of true energy struck down upon him with tremendous force. The impact echoed with a resounding thud. Blood sprayed forth. Rather than being sent flying, Li Mu was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of mangled flesh. Staining the square of vivid crimson, surrounding him, a profound silence engulfed the onlookers from the Songhai Academy, their faces frozen in shock. With a single strike, instant annihilation. Despite both being at the late stage of the innate martial king realm and notable talents on the potential dragon ranking, the disparity was stark, a devastating blow. Si Kongsheng clapped his hands, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the members of Songhai Academy as he bellowed, "Who's next?" No one dared to step forward. Limu. Ranked 93rd on the potential dragon ranking, couldn't he withstand even a single attack, obliterated in an instant. This gruesome reality laid bare before them served as a chilling deterrent. "Scoundrel," came a voice of fury from below. Si Kongsheng's eyes narrowed as he scanned the crowd, landing on a burly man with a gaunt face, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on him. "You are a student of the old dog Mengyi?" Si Kongsheng cast a contemptuous glance at him. "Dare to insult my teacher? I shall eliminate you." The burly man, filled with rage, lunged forward, but as his foot left the ground, he was seized by a powerful hand from behind. In an instant, whoosh, his entire body was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Mengyi rushed over, gripping the man by his collar, lifting him up. "You seek death," Mengyi growled fiercely. "Teacher, I will kill that scoundrel to avenge you." The burly man gritted his teeth. Smack. The sound of a heavy slap resonated in the air. Blood dripped from the corner of the burly man's mouth as he stared in shock at Mengyi. Utterly bewildered, Mengyi roared, "What strength do you possess? What strength does he possess? Do you believe that just because you can take a hit, you are worthy of battling him? Recognize your position, Xiao Yuan. A moment of bravado is merely the folly of a fool. Dying in vain serves no purpose. The foundation of strength is survival. Do you understand?" Mengyi's scathing reprimand struck deep into the burly man's mind. The essence of survival resonated within him, echoing a familiar phrase once uttered by Xiao Long. The burly man, of the ancient giant ape lineage, had always sought to assert his dominance, refusing to accept failure. Why did the ancient giant ape lineage face extinction? Was it not due to their ignorance of limits and their reckless bravado? In that moment, the burly man seemed to grasp something profound. Lowering his head into deep contemplation. In the distance, Xiao Long observed this scene as he made his way toward the square. Just then, a figure, sleek as a hawk, shot forth from afar, claws slicing through the air with a razor-sharp wind. Aimed directly at Si Kongsheng's face. Si Kongsheng raised an eyebrow, countering with a palm strike. Bang! The two figures collided and instantly recoiled, Si Kongsheng taking half a step back, glancing at his palm, which bore a faint trace of blood. Though it quickly healed, the assailant was sent spiraling back to the edge of the square, barely managing to regain their footing. Standing at the edge was a remarkably striking young man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Fixated intently on Si Kongsheng. "Look, it's Yao Chen, the third on the potential dragon ranking." Murmurs of recognition rippled through the crowd. No wonder he could contend with Si Kongsheng. It was indeed him. Yao Chen, a legendary figure, possessed strength second only to Si Kongsheng and Zhuge Chanshan. It was said he bore the bloodline of the king of 10,000 hawks, Hai Dongqing, excelling in speed. In full force. Even Si Kongsheng could not keep pace with him, making him both a formidable combatant and an elusive target, difficult to eliminate. Finally, someone from Songhai Academy who can hold their own, the barbarian king chuckled. His laughter akin to the grating sound of rocks scraping against each other. How impressive can he be? He stands no chance against Si Kongsheng, Ao Wutian sneered disdainfully. Bei's gaze was cold. His thoughts inscrutable. Yao Chen, Si Kongsheng regarded him with a cold smile, whereas Zhuge Han. Why has he shown himself? Senior Zhuge is in the midst of a breakthrough. It is unwise for him to intervene. "I shall face you in battle," Yao Chen replied calmly. A breakthrough. Si Kongsheng scoffed. "What? Cannot face me? So you choose to advance to the half-emperor realm first?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before shaking their heads in disbelief. A duel among talents on the potential dragon ranking was only fair when their cultivation levels were equal. If one were to ascend to the half-emperor realm, leaving the potential dragon ranking behind, what significance would it hold? Even if half-emperor Zhuge Han emerged victorious, no one would regard it as a glorious feat. Senior Zhuge has stated that to deal with you, there is no need for half-emperor. Yao Chen's gaze was cold and cutting. "Haha." Si Kongsheng laughed heartily. "Then what is he breaking through to? That long-ago perfected sword intent." Both Ao Wutian and the barbarian king erupted into laughter. What breakthrough can there be after reaching perfection in sword intent? I suspect he is merely making excuses for his absence. Xiao Long, however, was taken aback. In the common understanding, once sword intent reached perfection, it marked the end of the journey. Yet Xiao Long knew that beyond perfection lay an enigmatic realm. Such a realm was elusive, and even in the vast expanse of the southern barbarian region, it was rare to find someone of innate talent able to glimpse it. His Burning Sky Dragon Palace had once seen such a genius, but the Burning Sky Dragon Palace was a 5-star power. How could a 3-star force like Songhai Academy possibly produce such a terrifying prodigy? You need not concern yourself with that. Yao Chen shook his head, his body coiling. Ready to strike? Very well, since you seek death. I shall oblige, Si Kongsheng replied with a cruel grin. Wait. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Yao Chen turned to see Xiao Long stepping onto the square, speaking with an air of calm. I shall handle him. What? Xiao Chen is stepping up. This individual is unkillable. Sending him to confront Si Kongsheng would not only buy time, but also preserve face. Truly clever indeed, the crowd murmured, some displaying disdain. Believing this to be a covert tactic that this old Songhai Academy can resort to, sending out mere substitutes to meet their demise? How dull. Indeed, is this the only strategy they can muster? Opinions swirled around Xiao Long's entry, with some praising him while others derided the move. Xiao Chen, are you certain you wish to step forward? Yao Chen inquired, eyeing him. He cannot kill me. Xiao Long replied simply. Yao Chen hesitated for a moment. Nodding. In that moment, only he held the qualifications to utter such words. It's entrusted to you. With a powerful push, Yao Chen left the square. Xiao Long stood at the edge of the square, lifting his head to cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Si Kongsheng. Si Kongsheng frowned, fully aware of who he was. A seemingly endless number of substitutes, unkillable and tireless, should this battle commence. It could drag on indefinitely, exhausting even the strongest. I shall not engage you, Si Kongsheng decided after a brief contemplation, outright refusing. What? Si Kongsheng refuses to battle? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiao Long stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. Are you afraid? Not afraid, merely disdainful, Si Kongsheng retorted. You possess no real strength. You only rely on these underhanded tactics to draw attention. You are no different than a troublemaker. Si Kongsheng shook his head. Ha ha ha. Beiyu, your student is lacking. Songhai Academy has sunk to such depths. Ao Wutian and the barbarian king chimed in, mocking the situation. The crowd murmured in disapproval, but only the students of Songhai Academy cheered for Xiao Long. Senior Xiao Chen, defeat him. Si Kongsheng is afraid to fight. He is a coward. Ha ha ha. Si Kongsheng is truly worthless. Well done, Xiao Chen. The students of Songhai Academy roared with fervor, regardless of the right or wrong of the situation. Rallying behind Xiao Chen, hearing the jeers from the crowd, Si Kongsheng felt a surge of anger rising within him. Heh, my tactics are beneath contempt. Si Kongsheng, you mere imitator, are you not even more contemptible? In the presence of countless onlookers, Xiao Long suddenly uttered this baffling statement. Imitator? The crowd looked on in confusion. Si Kongsheng's eyes narrowed. What do you know? He locked his gaze on his Xiao Long, a fierce killing intent gleaming in his eyes. I know nothing. I merely declare with certainty that a hollow shell like you, I can eliminate with a single strike. Xiao Long's eyes glinted with cold light. The crowd was even more bewildered. What hollow shell? The barbarian king's pupils contracted sharply, stunned into silence. Oh, this is becoming increasingly interesting, the Eastern Sky Phoenix lazily remarked, her alluring eyes curiously surveying the young man on the square. Her interest piqued. Your Majesty, what is happening? Ao Wutian questioned, equally perplexed. It's nothing. The barbarian king chose to remain silent. Ao Wutian's gaze flickered. He could sense that the barbarian king was concealing something. Si Kongsheng's chest heaved with agitation, and after a long pause, he ground his teeth and said, Very well, very well. You claim you can kill me with a single strike. I shall see how you intend to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Kongsheng propelled himself off the ground, charging forward like a savage beast. The air itself felt heavy with the scent of blood, suffocating all in attendance. So fast. This speed rivals that of Yao Chen. The crowd realized with dawning comprehension that Si Kongsheng, fueled by rage, had unleashed his true velocity, with an indifferent gaze fixed upon the rapidly approaching Si Kongsheng. Xiao Long made no unnecessary movements. He merely offered a singular glance. A mere glance. Ding. As Si Kongsheng's form abruptly coalesced, it instantaneously transformed into a resplendent golden statue before the gazes of all present. You have acquired 159,302 coins. Your current coin balance stands at 1,877,283. The golden touch has entered a cooldown phase. In the next moment, Si Kongsheng vanished without a trace. Silence enveloped the square. A profound stillness prevailed, as if even a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. The sovereign of the wildlands and Ao Wutian stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, utterly petrified by this bizarre spectacle. Even the usually composed headmaster Beiyu's pupils contracted, revealing a countenance of shock. Dongfang Tianfeng could no longer remain reclined, springing from her chaise only to sit back down moments later, her chest heaving as though tumultuous waves had surged within. All present were astounded, as if confronted by apparitions. What had just transpired? None could fathom it. The event had surpassed the collective understanding of the onlookers. Although the potential dragon rankings had previously elucidated that Xiao Chen could transmute individuals into gold, witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand was a revelation that left them utterly awestruck. I have stated it before. To kill you, one strike suffices. At this juncture, Xiao Long brushed off his attire, waved his sleeve, and spoke nonchalantly. He then turned to face the crowd, his gaze chillingly cold. Pray tell, who among the Divine Academy seeks their demise? No one responded. This time, only one student from the Divine Academy had arrived, who had been transformed into gold and then vanished. How could one fight under such circumstances? With no opponents remaining, Xiao Long declared, then I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, the onlookers remained in a state of stupor, still ensnared by the strangeness of the earlier scene, unable to extricate themselves from the memory. Meanwhile, in the palace of the wildlands, Si Kongxing, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as his vitality waned drastically. Young master, what has happened? An anxious woman rushed over. Si Kongxing's gaze burned red, his fist clenched tightly, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Herz Xiaoqin, what manner of technique was that? What transpired? An elderly man with white hair hurriedly entered. Si Kongxing ground his teeth, stating, my fleshly avatar has been slain. What? The elder gasped, hastily inquiring, by whom? Could it be that the former headmaster of the Tsong High Academy has returned? In the elder's view, only a figure of such caliber could have vanquished Si Kongxing's avatar. It could not possibly be another prodigy of the same rank. No. Si Kongxing shook his head. It was a person named Xiaoqin. What? This is impossible. The elder was taken aback. Si Kongxing, equally perplexed, could not comprehend how he had met his demise, how he had inexplicably lost consciousness. Regardless, that avatar possessed merely half of his strength. Had he been present in his true form, Xiaoqin would undoubtedly have perished. As he uttered these words, Si Kongxing's fury surged, causing his entire being to tremble. However, he soon recognized something amiss. Undoubtedly, Xiaoqin would die. How could he die? Ah, cursed wretch. How could such a monstrosity exist? Si Kongxing roared in anger. Chapter 151. Plans. The fleshly avatar was created by condensing half of one's essence blood to forge an external manifestation, housing the soul within the flesh. This was a unique secret technique of the wildlands. Xiao Long was unaware of the system's judgment regarding Si Kongxing's true form, only knowing that the fleshly avatar was classified as a wild monster. As long as it was deemed a wild monster, the golden touch could eradicate it. No matter how formidable Si Kongxing's avatar was, capable of slaying emperors and challenging those of higher rank, the system's assessment placed it at level 29, merely 5 levels above him. Which was the crux of the matter. The only disappointment was that slaying the avatar would not yield experience points. Xiao Long was indifferent to the repercussions of swiftly dispatching Si Kongxing, choosing instead to soar towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, eager to observe how the beasts had evolved over the past few months. Upon descending into the 10,000 Great Mountains, Xiao Long was greeted by a throng of beasts, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that among the thousands of beasts he had brought, some had perished, leaving around 8,000, yet their strengths had significantly increased. The environment of the 10,000 Great Mountains was far more severe than that of the Beast Mountains south of Huiyun City, where beast kings were abundant, and battles among beasts were commonplace. Only the strong survived, leading to a substantial rise in the number of beast kings from over 100 to more than 1,000. Among them, the Thunder Lion King had broken through to the 8th rank, while Dahe and Arii had ascended to 9th rank, reportedly aided by the Moon Serpent Emperor, who had utilized the devouring spirit technique to consume a beast emperor's corpse, resulting in explosive growth and strength. Thank you, Silver Moon. Xiao Long smiled. The Moon Serpent Emperor's intense gaze had remained fixed upon him, unblinking, until he spoke, prompting her to respond quickly. It's nothing. It was my duty. Xiao Long found himself at a loss for words. Silver Moon was an 800-meter-long white python, her slender head adorned with silver scales that radiated a sacred glow under the moonlight. Such beauty was undoubtedly rare in the serpent realm. Yet Xiao Long found it difficult to reciprocate her affections. Senior of the Dragon Clan, I have a few Serpent Emperor friends who wish to migrate here. Would that be acceptable? Silver Moon inquired, her large, lantern-like eyes brimming with anticipation. Serpent Emperor friends. Xiao Long's expression turned skeptical. Yes, they have already arrived. Please take a look. Silver Moon called out, and from the woods emerged 3 enormous pythons, each several hundred meters long, exuding a powerful presence, all at the Emperor level. Silver Moon, originally a 3rd-rank Emperor, had cultivated to the 4th rank through the use of superior spiritual veins. Among the 3 serpents, 2 were 1st-rank Emperors, and 1 was a 2nd-rank Emperor. I am called Flower Ring, announced one black and white-ringed serpent, identifying herself as a 2nd-rank Emperor. I am called Spot. I am called Green Skin. The remaining 2 1st-rank Emperors introduced themselves in succession, their names aptly reflecting their appearances. Spot was entirely black with white spots, while Green Skin was a green serpent. Xiao Long noted with amusement that, aside from Green Skin, both Spot and Flower Ring were female. Green Skin, being the smallest at merely 100 meters long, was comparable in size to Dahe and Arii, yet slender like a soft noodle, while Spot and Flower Ring were massive serpents, each measuring 5 to 600 meters. though you are newcomers and should not be imparted with techniques immediately. I shall make an exception on account of your friendship with Silver Moon and share with you the Falling Dragon technique. Future performances may warrant further teachings of more profound methods." Xiao Long stated calmly. "Thank you, Senior of the Dragon Clan," the three serpents exclaimed with excitement. "Now, open your minds." "Yes," the three serpents complied. Closing his eyes, Xiao Long unleashed his soul's energy, initiating the transmission of the technique. The Falling Dragon technique, a yellow-level skill, was relatively simple, and after half a day, Xiao Long had successfully imparted it to all three serpents. Upon receiving the technique, the three serpents were overjoyed, despite being merely yellow-level. It was an invaluable treasure to serpent emperors who had never practiced any techniques. "Thank you for your teachings, Senior of the Dragon Clan." The three serpents expressed their gratitude before hastily retreating to cultivate the Falling Dragon technique. "Return now," Xiao Long called out. Yes, the various beasts began to disperse. Xiao Long, however, remained grounded, lost in contemplation. Relying on the spiritual veins for cultivation, his experience was constantly on the rise, and he was nearing a level up to 25. Yet he sensed that he had reached a bottleneck. Even a 2 or 3 level increase would not yield significant enhancement unless he could ascend 5 levels at once, reaching the caliber of Si Kongsheng and Zhuge Han's Han, which would bring about a qualitative change. A 5-level jump was unrealistic. Alternative methods must be sought. Currently, his avatar, when employing the nightmarish fire, could easily contend with a half-emperor. And if he unleashed all of his abilities in his true form, he could likely defeat a weaker first-rank emperor. But that was still insufficient. Those in the top 10 of the potential dragon rankings could effortlessly slay first-rank emperors, while the top 3, such as Yao Chun, could kill second-rank emperors. Si Kongsheng was beyond comparison, with no one aware of his true limits. Xiao Long still relied on the golden touch, as long as the target was within 5 levels. Classified as a wild monster, even the most talented individual would meet their demise. This had fortuitously allowed him to eliminate Si Kongsheng's avatar. However, should Si Kongsheng's true form descend in the future, and he could not utilize the golden touch, what then? After prolonged contemplation, Xiao Long devised 3 methods to enhance his strength. First, to strengthen his physique, like Si Kongsheng, who possessed a body of emperor-level strength before even attaining the emperor realm. He could withstand various backlash and frequently utilize the laws of time. Second, obtaining an emperor-level spiritual treasure. If he could acquire a suitable fire-controlling spiritual treasure, it would indirectly enhance his fire manipulation techniques, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Third, as he pondered this, his awareness fixated on the sphere of laws within his sea of consciousness. The sphere of laws had overflowed with insights twice. The first time, it had spilled 1,000th of its essence, leading him to comprehend the concept of a single thought lasting a century, while the second overflow had been 1%, granting him the understanding of time stasis. He was unaware of the overflows, only knowing that probing with soul power would cause the sphere to tremble slightly. Xiao Long produced a soul-enhancing pill, a concoction not meant for repairing the soul, but rather for temporarily bolstering its strength. He intended to test whether enhanced soul power could extract insights from the sphere of laws. Xiao Long swallowed the soul-enhancing pill. In an instant, a torrent of soul power surged forth, and Xiao Long felt his consciousness expand to a radius of 20 miles. Focusing his soul power into a singular point, he pierced the sphere of laws within his sea of consciousness. Buzz. In that moment, a subtle ripple of law emanated from within. "There is hope," Xiao Long rejoiced. Continuing to press deeper, after a brief moment, the sphere of law ceased its pulsation. Regardless of how fervently Xiao Long probed, the fluctuations of the law no longer spilled forth. At this juncture, the sphere of law diminished by approximately 2%. Boom! An immense understanding of the law surged into Xiao Long's memory. He held his breath and focused, hastily absorbing these insights. Chapter 152. A surge in power. 3 days passed in contemplation. Xiao Long opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, revealing an unmistakable excitement. Oh, it is. Time stands still. This is how it works. Xiao Long experienced a profound awakening. Time does not cease absolutely. Rather, it slows down by a factor of 100,000, creating an illusion of near stasis. Now, Xiao Long's comprehension of the law of time ascended to new heights. Although he could not perfectly control the extent of the time dilation, achieving a slowdown of 1 or 2 times was effortlessly within his grasp. Xiao Long gazed at the majestic bird soaring through the sky, his pupils transforming into a transparent glass hue, as an invisible wave of law enveloped it. Slow, the once swiftly flying bird's movements abruptly decelerated by half. Its speed correspondingly diminished. Slow, with another command, the bird found itself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, its speed reduced by more than 3-fold. Xiao Long's expression shifted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his pupils returning to their normal hue. The bird, seemingly spooked, fled in a frenzy. Indeed, his physical body remained inadequate, Slowing it threefold was his limit, he mused. However, compared to the complete cessation of time, slowing it down bore distinct advantages. At least the backlash was milder, preventing him from fainting. With a thought, a fiery dragon surged forth from within him and thundered towards a nearby boulder. Fixating on the fiery serpent, his pupils shifted back to that glass-like color. Swift, whoosh, the fiery dragon's speed doubled instantly, darting towards the rock like lightning, resulting in a resounding explosion as the boulder was reduced to dust. Ha ha ha. Xiao Long laughed maniacally. Now, not only could his law of time slow the actions of his enemies, but it could also accelerate his own techniques. Once his physical form was further enhanced, he could withstand the backlash of the law. How could a mere Si Kongsheng possibly be his opponent? Strengthening the body. A myriad of body-refining techniques flashed through Xiao Long's mind. A week later, atop a demon mountain within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, Xiao Long and Huang Mao sat cross-legged on the ground, etching a colossal formation into the surface. Whispers of wind and thunder resonated ominously. Above, dark clouds gathered, rumbling with thunder, as the tempestuous storm rapidly coalesced. Its coming. Huang Mao's heart raced with anxiety. When the energy in the storm reached its zenith, a colossal bolt of lightning, hundreds of feet wide, descended from the heavens, crashing onto the mountain's peak. Boom! Both Huang Mao and Xiao Long spat out blood, the formation on the ground flickering with light as the thunderous energy was absorbed. Flowing into their bodies, though gravely injured, the electric energy coursed through them, enhancing their physical forms and meridians at an astonishing pace, augmenting both resilience and strength. The body-refining technique, known as Thunder Dragon Body Refinement, was a specialized method for the Lightning Clan, designed to fortify the body. Upon reaching mastery, not only would their physical strength rival that of the Monarch realm, but they could also absorb the ferocious powers of fire and thunder, transforming them into their own, each strike imbued with the might of thunder. Rumbling, more lightning struck from above, causing Xiao Long to spew blood and collapse, while Huang Mao gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring. Xiao Long consumed a blood spirit pill, striving to mend his injuries. Days turned into weeks amidst this relentless refinement. During this period, the outside world erupted with waves of turmoil. First, the death and resurrection of Si Kongsheng caused a stir. On that day, everyone had witnessed him being transformed into gold, only for him to reappear and strike down the third-ranked demon on the potential dragon list, Demon Dust, with a single palm, heralding his formidable return. This compelled people to re-evaluate Si Kongsheng's capabilities. Just how many hidden cards did he possess? Shortly thereafter, another significant event transpired. An internal conflict erupted within the Divine Academy. It was said that a student named Mo1, having faced oppression from the 7th-ranked senior, Song Song, retaliated in fury, slaying Song Song and subsequently dispatching 3 Royal Realm mentors, ultimately escaping under Ao Wutian's pursuit. This incident dealt a resounding slap to the Divine Academy. Another case of student oppression, another instance of slaying instructors, and an escape from Ao Wutian. It mirrored the previous incident with Xiaoqin. People could not help but question the nature of the Divine Academy. What kind of bizarre institution was it? The subsequent developments unfolded as expected. The Divine Academy issued a bounty to capture Mo1, who subsequently joined the Songhai Academy. It was rumored that later, Si Kongsheng and Mo1 encountered one another in the wildlands, clashing with a palm strike before Mo1 retreated, leaving Si Kongsheng unwilling to pursue. This raised eyebrows, given Si Kongsheng's temperament. Why did he not chase after him? Did he lack confidence in defeating Mo1? Unbeknownst to Xiao Long, 3 months had swiftly passed amidst his relentless refinement. 3 months later, on the Demon Mountain, thunder roared, and countless bolts of lightning struck the summit, each bolt wielding the power of a full-strength half-emperor strike. A serpent and a demon ape lay entwined atop the peak, resembling ancient sages in meditation. Unperturbed by the raging storm, lightning struck them, releasing crackling arcs, and upon closer inspection, one could see the arcs linger for a moment before seemingly being absorbed, vanishing into thin air. Even the half-emperor level lightning posed no threat, signifying that the strength of their physical bodies had reached half-emperor caliber. Xiao Long opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with electric light. With a flap of his wings, the wind and thunder roared. And in an instant, Xiao Long vanished from his spot, reappearing 10 miles away. So fast, Xiao Long marveled at his own speed. Now, his velocity surpassed that of even mid-tier demon emperors. With his Thunder Dragon Body Refinement reaching minor mastery, his physical strength had attained half-emperor level, and his speed rivaled that of 4th and 5th-tier demon emperors. Coupled with the law of time and techniques like the Aurora Flame, ordinary Royal Realm foes were no longer his match. Xiao Long mused. With a thought, he conjured a doppelganger outside himself. The doppelganger possessed 20% of his original strength, and as his physical form strengthened, so too did the doppelganger. Now, it should pose no problem for the doppelganger to contend with even the weakest first-tier emperor. Xiao Long cast a glance at Huang Mao. After 3 months of refinement, Huang Mao's physical form had surpassed his own. In addition to achieving minor mastery and Thunder Dragon body refinement, his Battle Saint body had reached the 28th level, with physical strength equivalent to a first-tier emperor, and his recovery ability was astonishing. During the Thunderous body refinement, Xiao Long had consumed countless healing and body-refining pills to mitigate his injuries, while Huang Mao had relied solely on his innate recovery abilities. No matter how severe his wounds, a mere hour of rest would leave him unscathed, leaving Xiao Long in awe. What exactly was the 20th level of the Battle Saint body? Xiao Long could hardly comprehend. Now, both demons had achieved minor mastery and Thunder Dragon body refinement, and they could no longer enhance their strength using the lightning summoning formation here. They needed to venture deeper into the 10,000 mountains to summon more potent lightning. Just as Xiao Long prepared to delve deeper, a violent tremor suddenly resonated from afar. Rumble. The ground quaked violently, as if the heavens were collapsing, the earth trembling with fury. Even from a distance of thousands of miles, one could feel the overwhelming energy sweeping toward them. Boom! Trees were uprooted, and the earth's surface was torn asunder, resembling a cataclysm. What is happening? Wang Mao was jolted by the scene. Big brother Xiao, the spiritual energy over there is in turmoil. It seems a demon beast is undergoing tribulation. At that moment, Xiao Bai flew over and informed Xiao Long tribulation. Xiao Long was taken aback. When demon beasts reach the realm of demon sovereign, they choose to take human form to better comprehend the power of the loss. However, this transformation is an act against nature, prompting the heavens to unleash retribution in the form of a thunderstorm. This retribution is not the trivial lightning summoned by Xiao Long, but rather the world-destroying thunder. A misstep could lead to the obliteration of their souls. Even formidable demon sovereigns find it challenging to withstand. Without a special method to undergo tribulation, 9 out of 10 perish in the storm. No wonder the tremors could be felt over such vast distances. It was indeed the world-destroying thunder. Xiao Long gazed ahead as brilliant arcs of electricity flickered in the distance, and the tremors intensified, as if the entire mountain range was on the verge of collapse. Let us go take a look. Xiao Long secured Xiao Bai on his back and soared toward the source of the tribulation. When demon sovereigns undergo their tribulation, they cannot engage in any other activities. As long as they maintain a safe distance to avoid being struck, they are not in danger. Once the tribulation concludes, the demon sovereign is likely to be severely weakened, and even a casual demon emperor could extinguish them. However, Xiao Long found it puzzling that the demon sovereign did not choose a more secluded area deep within the 10,000 mountains to undergo their tribulation, but instead opted for the periphery, seemingly unafraid of being discovered. Big brother Xiao Bai trembled slightly on his back. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Xiao Long reassured him. He understood that Xiao Bai had once been a demon beast that failed its tribulation. Harboring a fear of the thunderstorm, it seemed that the true culprit behind Xiao Bai's failure was not the storm itself, but the transformation pill he had consumed, which he had always suspected contained some foul essence. Shaking his head, Xiao Long decided to set aside those thoughts for now. With remarkable speed, he soon arrived at the site where the tribulation was unfolding. The sky bore no dark clouds. Instead, a vast opening appeared among the layers of clouds, as if the heavenly tribulation descended from the very heavens. Below this void lay a colossal, charred eagle, sprawled within a 10,000-foot wide pit, the depths of which were shrouded in darkness, with all rocks and trees reduced to ash. At this moment, the terrifying energy in the sky seemed to reach a critical point. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of various demons, a massive black lightning bolt descended from the gaping clouds, crashing thunderously onto the eagle hawk. With a haunting cry, the eagle hawk emitted a mournful wail, its enormous form shifting between human and beast, seemingly striving to break free from the constraints of its shape. Xiao Long stood at a distance, observing quietly. The commotion attracted the attention of other demon monarchs, who kept their distance, wary of stepping into danger. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly thunder continued to strike down. When the final arcane lightning descended, the eagle hawk let out a final agonizing cry. Its body reduced to charred remains, leaving only its head behind. It was over. Xiao Long shook his head and sighed, lamenting the failure of the tribulation. The clouds dispersed, sunlight flooded the area, and tranquility returned, leaving only the motionless eagle head in the vast pit, devoid of life. Little White buried its head, silent and contemplative. Suddenly, Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. He noticed a black light shooting out from the eagle's head at an astonishing speed, quickly vanishing from sight. A remnant soul remained. Xiao Long shook his head. A mere fragment of a soul would dissipate into nothingness if not housed within a suitable vessel within half a day. Suitable vessels are not easily found. Demon lords are not like powerful demons who can just seize any corporeal form. That eagle head could be considered half a corpse. It would suffice to devour it. Xiao Long immediately soared upward, employing his devouring ability to consume the eagle head. However, once the head entered his inner realm, it did not immediately dissolve into experience. Rather, it began to dissolve at an exceedingly slow pace. System notification. The creature you consumed is too powerful. The system will gradually grant experience based on the dissolution progress. You have gained 20,000 experience. You have gained 20,000 experience. You have gained 20,000 experience. Such notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 25. You need 120 million experience for the next level. Xiao Long's experience was already nearly full, and now he had directly broken through the final barrier. There was no point in lingering here. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed something beneath the eagle head. Curious, Xiao Long crawled closer and discovered the tip of a rock protruding from the pitch-black earth. This was quite peculiar. Under the cataclysmic thunder tribulation, any stone would have turned to dust. So how could a piece of rock still remain? Xiao Long dug around the charred earth and unearthed a human-shaped statue. The statue depicted a robust man with his arms crossed over his chest, his pitch-black eyes vividly lifelike, almost reminiscent of a living being. As Xiao Long pondered this, the ground began to tremble again. And the statue slowly began to rise, as if something from beneath the earth was about to emerge. What? Xiao Long's expression shifted slightly. He coiled his tail around the statue, and with a flash of lightning from his wings, he vanished from the spot, soaring into the sky. He then witnessed a scene of immense shock. A massive stone mountain erupted from the vast pit, rising higher and higher until it completely filled the hole and continued to expand. The ground trembled incessantly, and the surrounding beasts fled in a frenzy. Moments later, an unparalleled colossal stone peak emerged beneath the clouds, displaying a grayish-white hue. Xiao Long circled in the air, estimating that this oval-shaped stone peak had a diameter of over 1,000 miles and towered 10,000 feet. Piercing the clouds, Xiao Long's throat felt dry. A relic. Such a grand relic could only belong to a being at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm, or perhaps even a holy king. Xiao Long had witnessed the emergence of a relic. He wondered if this relic was from ancient times or merely a few thousand years old. If it were an ancient relic, it would be of infinite value. Even if it were just from the Demon King realm, ancient artifacts, such as the long-lost puppet arts, mechanisms, and shamanic secret techniques, would make anyone envious. No wonder the Eagle Hawk chose to undergo its tribulation here. It intended to unearth the relic, Xiao Long suddenly realized. However, he soon fell into doubt. After the tribulation, the Eagle Hawk was dead, leaving only a remnant soul. What did the relic have to do with him? For the time being, he decided to closely examine the relic. Chapter 154. Changes in the Hidden Dragon Rankings. Undoubtedly, the relic's exterior was fortified by a formation, which appeared to be a Demon King-level killing array. Beyond Xiao Long's current capabilities to decipher, he could only barely discern the array's strength fluctuating with time. At present, it was at its peak strength, and at this rate, it would enter a weakened state in a month. Oh, what a colossal stone peak. Could it be the relic of a powerful being? Let us go take a look. Before long, the commotion from the mountain attracted the attention of human warriors outside. While Xiao Long's main body continued to study the formation, he sent his clone out. The clone descended before the crowd, and upon seeing Xiao Long, the human warriors gasped in astonishment. Xiaochen? What? Can I come? Xiao Long narrowed his eyes, casting a cold, piercing gaze over them. The warriors recoiled in fear. They had certainly heard of Xiaoqin's formidable reputation, though he had been absent for 3 months. His record of defeating Si Kongxing was well known. With that battle, Xiaoqin's ranking on the Hidden Dragon list had risen to 10th place, not to mention that they were merely ordinary innate experts. Even those at the Demon King level would not dare to act recklessly before Xiaoqin. We have seen Senior Xiao. The crowd bowed deeply in respect. Senior Xiao, you were the first to arrive. Could you explain what this stone peak is about? A brave young innate warrior dared to ask. It is a relic left by a being of the Demon King realm. Xiao Long did not conceal the truth. Knowing that the matter would eventually come to light. What? A being of the Demon King realm? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Demon King realm stood at the pinnacle of the great wilderness continent. A terrifying existence beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Just hearing those 3 words ignited fervent excitement in everyone's eyes. How valuable must something left by a being of the Demon King realm be? Xiao Long had yet to mention that this was not just an ordinary relic of the Demon King realm, but likely one left by a peak Demon King, or even a holy king. Possibly dating back to ancient times. If word of this spread, not only in the great wilderness continent, but across other continents, powerful beings would surely come rushing. I advise you all to tread carefully. Do not act recklessly, or you will have no one to blame but yourselves. With that warning, Xiao Long's clone departed, flying towards Songhai County City. Hurry! As soon as Xiao Long left, the crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor, rushing towards the mountain like hungry tigers. However, as they approached within a mile of the stone peak, several blades of spiritual energy shot down from the sky, shredding them to pieces. The 2 individuals at the back turned pale with fright, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. There's a killing array here. Whether those warriors lived or died was of no concern to Xiao Long. He had already warned them, and if they chose to court death, they had no one to blame. Xiao Long came to Songhai County City in search of Wan Jianfeng to acquire a fire-type royal-level spiritual treasure. He had inquired about it 3 months prior, asking him to bid on similar treasures at the auction. In his previous life, he had many fire-type spiritual treasures, including the Emperor-level Burning Sky Tower and Burning Sky Cauldron, as well as the 9 dragons devouring Heaven Banner and Lava Heart, all of which had been lost. After half a day's journey, Xiao Long landed at the Hidden Dragon Bank, where Wan Jianfeng had long awaited his arrival. Brother Xiao, I managed to acquire 2 fire-type royal-level spiritual treasures. Please take a look. Wan Jianfeng presented a golden storage ring. Xiao Long accepted it and glanced within, discovering a flag shaped like a blazing flame and a cauldron carved with 8 dragons. The 8-dragon cauldron, a beginner royal-level spiritual treasure, possessed the ability to suppress and seal, with a certain enhancement effect on fire. The burning flag, a high-tier royal-level spiritual treasure, could summon fire spirits through flames to aid in combat. The information about the treasures flooded into his mind, startling Xiao Long momentarily. Summoning fire spirits? He recalled that the Burning Sky Tower had this effect. After losing control of it, a multitude of savage fire spirits had emerged, and he had yet to enter it again. Wan Jianfeng, did you acquire this burning flag as well? Xiao Long inquired, doubtful that such a treasure would appear at an auction. Upon hearing this, Wan Jianfeng chuckled wryly, saying, I see I cannot hide this from you. Brother Xiao, the burning flag was a gift from the dragon head. Xiao Long was taken aback. Dongfang Tianfeng was neither a close relative nor an acquaintance. Yet she had helped him multiple times and was now gifting him something. What was going on? Was she perhaps interested in him? Dongfang Tianfeng's figure was indeed striking and alluring, rivaling even the Red Lotus Martial Emperor. In his previous life, he would have pursued her without hesitation, but now that she had transformed into a serpent, how could he approach her? Little brother, what indecent thoughts are you having? At that moment, a soft, sultry voice floated from behind him, followed by a delicate hand resting on his shoulder, trailing down his neck to lift his chin. As Xiao Long attempted to turn, he found himself immobilized, his energy locked. Damn, not this again. Xiao Long cursed angrily. Dongfang Tianfeng leaned closer, her chin resting against his ear, a warm breath brushing against his earlobe as she whispered, Little brother, I have no interest in you. If you dare to entertain any improper thoughts, I will twist your head off and use it as a ball. Xiao Long felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Indeed, such a bewitching creature was to be avoided, a deadly poison that would lead to certain death upon contact. Well, you have been absent for several months, and the rankings of the Hidden Dragon have undergone significant changes. Paying attention to them would be beneficial for you. The voice echoed. Xiao Long relaxed his body and mind, hurriedly turning around. But where was the shadow of Dongfang Tianfeng? Damn it, she comes and goes as she pleases. What a nuisance. Shaking his head, Xiao Long approached the Hidden Dragon list. Upon seeing the first position, his expression shifted. First place was occupied by Zhuge Hanshan. But where was Xikong Sheng? Xiao Long glanced further down, and to his astonishment, the second place was taken by, second place, Mo1, a late-stage innate martial king. With boundless Buddhist teachings, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Buddhist sect, who had declined the invitation from the hidden sect of the 3 stars, the Diamond Temple, to join the Heavenly God Academy. This individual was eccentric and unpredictable, sometimes embodying the Buddha, sometimes turning to demonic ways. After the assessment, he joined the Inner Academy but was ambushed by Song Song, who ranked 7th on the Hidden Dragon list. Enraged, he killed Song Song and subsequently eliminated 3 Imperial Realm mentors. Retreating unscathed under the pursuit of Ao Wutian. He was hailed as another unparalleled prodigy after Xiao Chen and had now joined the Songhai Academy. Mo1, with superior strength, unparalleled potential, and extraordinary methods, was known as the Strange Monk of the Clouds. Mo1, is that the old bald donkey? Xiao Long immediately recalled this person. Speaking of which, he had borrowed 100,000 top-tier spirit stones from Mo1 and had yet to return them. Little did he expect that after half a year, Mo1 had ascended to the 2nd position on the Hidden Dragon list. Xiao Long continued to look down. The 3rd place was Lin Dao Xin from the Heavenly God Academy. The 4th was the Crown Prince of the Barbarian Kingdom, Man Xiang, and Yao Chun had dropped to 5th place. There were no changes from 6th to 10th, except for Tuoba Zhan unexpectedly moving up to 9th. Only Xikong Sheng was missing. Chapter 155. Reunion with the bald donkey. Xiao brother, during your absence, Xikong Sheng has broken through to the 1st grade Imperial Realm. Wan Jianfeng said from the side. The Imperial Realm. So that's it. Xiao Long understood that those in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list could break through to the semi-Imperial Realm at any time, but once true essence appeared in their bodies, their comprehension of martial will would decline, hence they remained at the late stage of the innate martial master, hesitating to break through. Xikong Sheng had been the 1st on the Hidden Dragon list 5 years ago, and it was reasonable for him to leap over the semi-Imperial Realm to become a 1st-grade emperor in one fell swoop. However, This only increased Xiao Long's pressure. The gap between the imperial realm and the innate was like heaven and earth. The true essence of an imperial realm expert was 100 times stronger than true qi, and Si Kongxing's power had undergone a qualitative change. With his current strength, dealing with Si Kongxing from 3 months ago was manageable. But against the current Si Kongxing, he felt uncertain. Xiao Long clenched his fists. Indeed, in 3 months, while he had grown stronger, so had others. At that moment, the captain of the guard, Lu Chang, rushed over and half-knelt before Wan Jianfeng, respectfully stating, "President Wan, we have received news from the northeast of the Luyun Kingdom. The 10,000 Great Mountains have unveiled the ruins of a powerful being. Preliminary assessments suggest it may belong to a peak-level sovereign." "What? Peak-level sovereign ruins?" Wan Jianfeng's expression changed repeatedly. Simultaneously, the surrounding empires of the 10,000 Great Mountains, including the Barbarian Kingdom, Southern Frontier Kingdom, and Min Kingdom, received the news. Various hidden sects activated their transmission arrays, disseminating the information far and wide. The entire Great Wilderness State was thrown into turmoil. The Heavenly God Academy's council chamber, Ao Wuten sat at the head of the table, surrounded by over 100 inner academy mentors and 1,000 outer academy elders. On either side of him stood 8 enigmatic robed elders, all with solemn expressions. The emergence of peak-level sovereign ruins in the 10,000 Great Mountains has garnered the utmost attention from our ancestors. It is imperative that the Heavenly God Academy secures this ruin. Yes, the crowd below clasped their fists in agreement. The Heavenly God Academy, Songhai Academy, Barbarian Kingdom, Diamond Temple, and Luyun Sect. The surrounding major 2-star and 3-star forces surged forth like a tidal wave, all aiming directly for the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 3-star forces in the Great Wilderness State were mostly lower-tiered, with the elders stationed within being low-level sovereigns. Peak-level sovereigns undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the Great Wilderness State. Who could resist the allure of what such powerful beings left behind? Perhaps the only entity capable of remaining calm amidst the chaos was the Qianlong Bank. The Qianlong Bank had always maintained a detached stance from worldly affairs, never engaging in disputes, which was the reason for its enduring existence for millennia. Nevertheless, they had dispatched a small number of Imperial Realm experts to monitor the ruins discreetly. At this moment, Xiao Long's true self was fixated on a palm-sized statue before him. Lost in thought, this statue had been swept away when the ruins emerged, and he had yet to discern its significance. However, based on the consistent behavior of the ruins arrangers, it was likely some sort of key. "I shall take it to the Myriad Realm Market for identification." Xiao Long attempted to store the statue in his item slot. Ding. Failed to store in item slot. System prompt. Living entities cannot be stored in item slots. Damn. Xiao Long was taken aback. Leaping back a considerable distance. He was well aware that 2 types of items could not be stored: flames and living beings. Was this statue, for heaven's sake, alive? Cautiously, Xiao Long crawled closer, inspecting it from left to right. Aside from the eyes being extraordinarily lifelike, it seemed to possess no other peculiarities. It was clearly just a stone. How about I burn it with aurora flame? A sudden thought popped into Xiao Long's mind. The aurora flame was known for being able to incinerate anything. He had yet to discover anything it could not burn. Daring to play tricks with me? I'll scorch you. With a thought, a slender white flame flickered from the tip of his serpent's tail, slowly advancing towards the statue. Whoosh! Suddenly, the stone statue sprang up into the air, landing 5 meters away, motionless once more. What? Xiao Long was astonished that it truly was alive. Gripping the flame tightly, Xiao Long cautiously approached again, only to see the statue leap back 5 meters. Xiao Long was left speechless. Boom! The aurora flame on his tail extinguished. 5 meters was but an instant for Xiao Long, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against burning it. Forget it, I want to burn you. Just don't harbor any ill intentions towards me. Sighing helplessly, Xiao Long crawled closer, and only then did the statue remain still. Transporting this statue had become a dilemma. It couldn't be stored in the item slot, nor in the storage ring, which couldn't hold living beings either. Did he have to swallow it into his inner world? His inner world was his lifeline. He couldn't place such a bizarre entity within. After some thought, Xiao Long summoned his human avatar, tied a rope around the statue, and hung it around his neck, covering it with his robe. At this moment, many people had gathered around the ruins, and the nearby beasts had been driven away. Some individuals attempted to approach the ruins, but as soon as they stepped within a 100-meter radius, whether they were innate or imperial realm, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Consequently, the crowd set up tents nearby, even hastily constructing small houses and pavilions, dividing the area into sections, with each force claiming a space. Songhai Academy had also arrived. Xiao Long looked up to see a flag bearing the Songhai symbol planted about a kilometer away from the ruins, behind which stood temporary tile-roofed houses, where many students in academy attire were gathered, roasting marshmallows and chatting. Just as Xiao Long was about to walk over, a Buddhist chant suddenly rang out beside him. Amitabha. Xiao benefactor, long time no see. Do you remember the 100,000 spirit stones you owe me? Mo1, clad in monk robes, hovered in midair, hands clasped together as he recited softly. Xiao Long was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Mo1, he felt a flicker of surprise, but the bald donkey immediately brought up the spirit stones, leaving him at a loss for words. You're a monk. Money is an external possession. Why be so calculating? Xiao Long shook his head. In truth, he didn't wish to repay him, but his current stock of top-tier spirit stones was woefully insufficient, although the top-tier spiritual veins were constantly producing. After setting up the Thunder Array, which required innate top-tier and semi-imperial level formations, he had nearly exhausted his reserves, leaving him with fewer than 10,000. Xiao benefactor. The poor monk has become so impoverished that I can no longer afford the transmission array of the Songhai Academy. If you refuse to hand over the spirit stones, I shall have no choice but to come for them myself. Having said that, Mo enchanted softly, reaching out towards Xiao Long. Damn, you're really coming. Xiao Long hastily dodged, and a shimmering golden Buddhist hand came crashing down, striking the ground and leaving a massive five-fingered palm imprint on the earth. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Long's back. Was he serious? Xiao benefactor, I have shown mercy. Should you remain obstinate, I will unleash a massacre. After uttering those words, Mo1's Buddhist light surged, pursuing Xiao Long. Chapter 156, The Strongest Cooperation. Bald donkey. Are you serious? Xiao Long shouted as he turned to flee, with Mo1 hot on his heels, unleashing powerful strikes that shook the ground. Look, they are fighting over there. One onlooker recognized the two. That's Mo1. Immediately, someone else chimed in. They are both from the Songhai Academy. Why are they fighting? At this moment, Mo1 and Xiao Long were engaged in a chaotic chase, leaving destruction in their wake, with massive palm imprints dotting the ground. And even a small mountain had been partially flattened. Having undergone the Thunder Dragon body tempering, Xiao Long's avatar moved with remarkable speed, merely dodging the blows. 1000 Buddha formation. Mo1 pressed his palms together, radiating golden light, summoning countless gigantic Buddhas from the sky to descend, enclosing Xiao Long within. Xiao benefactor, if you do not wish to hand over the spirit stones, then defeat me, and I shall gladly retreat. Mo1 sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes ablaze with Buddhist light. I don't have money. I only have 7,000 top-tier spirit stones left. How about you just take those? Xiao Long chose not to flee. Lying on the ground with a demeanor reminiscent of a dead pig indifferent to boiling water. Ba, there is no other recourse. Having heard that Xiao benefactor's avatar is boundless, I shall eliminate this avatar and seize your storage ring. Mo1, radiating an overwhelming brilliance from his palm, had a golden swastika appear upon his forehead, exuding a magnificent aura that left Xiao Long trembling with fear. With a single strike, not only would his avatar be obliterated, but even his corporeal form, having achieved minor success in the Thunder Dragon body refinement, would be severely injured. How could Mo1 have grown this powerful? The sensation was akin to the formidable flesh avatar of Xikong Sheng from before, if not surpassing it. Do you truly intend to kill me? Xiao Long's pupils constricted. If that palm were to fall, the consequences would far exceed a mere 100,000 spirit stones. Mo1 raised his hand, the Buddhist light emanating from his palm reaching its zenith, transforming his entire hand into gold. Just as Xiao Long anticipated Mo1's imminent strike, Mo1 suddenly frowned and redirected his hand to smash into the left void. Colliding fiercely with a massive, earthen-colored hand, bang! It resonated like a thunderous explosion, unleashing a violent shockwave that radiated outward in a circular arc, uprooting trees and causing the ground to cave in. Even at a distance of over 100 meters. Xiao Long was still blasted backward, blood spurting uncontrollably, his insides churning violently. How formidable! Xiao Long's heart raced. Merely the shockwave from a distance had inflicted such damage upon him. If that palm were to strike him directly, it would spell certain death. Mo1 was sent flying, crashing into the earth, and after a moment, he ascended into the air, his monk's robe tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The radiance of his Buddhist light significantly dimmed. Ha ha ha. Mo1, you are ultimately no match for me. A maniacal laughter echoed from above, revealing Xikong Sheng, who appeared at some unknown time, arms crossed and laughing maniacally. It was Xikong Sheng, so powerful, with a single palm, he had sent Mo1 flying. How incredibly strong. A month prior, Xikong Sheng was nearly equal to Mo1. Now, having broken through to the imperial realm, Mo1 could not withstand even one palm. A crowd of onlookers approached, astonished by the unfolding events. Sensing the immense and fierce aura of Xikong Sheng, akin to a primordial beast, Xiao Long's expression turned grave. There was no doubt, he was now no match for Xikong Sheng. Ba. Mo1 softly chanted, saying nothing more, closing his eyes as golden blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and eyes. Radiating a dazzling golden Buddhist light, the light spread forth, enveloping him in a sacred glow, as he sat aloft like a great Buddha, his momentum soaring. You're already desperate. Xikong Sheng scoffed, Your current strength is not far from my pre-breakthrough self. Alas, the chasm between the imperial realm and the innate is vast. You are no match for me. Emowen seemingly paid no heed, keeping his eyes closed and reciting Buddhist mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum. In the next moment, countless golden Buddhist hands materialized above Si Kongxing's head, while numerous illusory Buddhas surrounded him. A swastika appeared on Emowen's forehead as he quietly intoned, "Thousand Buddha curse." Upon uttering the words, the Buddhas and heavenly hands, imbued with resplendent Buddhist light, descended upon Si Kongxing with unparalleled force. Ha! A mere parlor trick. Si Kongxing laughed wildly, his muscles rippling as if he had grown larger. An ancient aura emanating from him. Behind him, a colossal dragon elephant phantom vaguely emerged. Si Kongxing leaped into the air, charging forth with a fist that bore the terrifying weight of heaven and earth. Crashing into a great Buddha. Bang! The golden light scattered as the Buddha was obliterated. Owen staggered, blood spilling from his mouth. Si Kongxing raised his hand and unleashed a series of blows against the approaching enormous Buddhist hands. Boom! 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 Those hands capable of slaying imperial warriors crumbled under Si Kongxing's fists, reduced to dust in mere moments. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, all stunned by the spectacle. Si Kongxing was immensely powerful, stronger than ever before. Boom! Si Kongxing unleashed a punch, and the dragon elephant phantom behind him let out a primordial roar, causing the Buddhas to erupt in a chain reaction, one after another. Pfft! Emowen spewed blood, his vitality waning. Ha ha ha. Die! Si Kongxing charged toward Emowen. Yet Emowen remained seated, still reciting Buddhist mantras. Si Kongxing suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked down to see a gigantic golden Buddha hand surging up from the earth beneath him. 1,000 feet wide, rising to strike him from below. So, you had a backup plan. What of it? Break for me. Si Kongxing was about to retaliate when an invisible wave enveloped him, from a distance. Xiao Long's pupils turned glassy, the terrifying force of the law of time freezing Si Kongxing in place. Everything around him halted, including the dragon elephant phantom behind him, rendering them both in a bizarre, frozen state. But that was not the end. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened, and the power of the law spread across the enormous Buddha hand, propelling its speed to thrice its original might as it thundered down upon Si Kongxing. Bang! Like a stone hurled through the air, Si Kongxing spun countless times before soaring away, becoming a mere black dot in the distance. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 157. The ruins unveiled. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. As countless eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, why had Si Kongxing suddenly ceased moving? What had transpired? Pfft. Both Emowen and Xiao Long, at their limits, simultaneously spat blood. Their faces paled. Emowen descended to the ground. Casting a glance at Xiao Long, his hands clasped together. Amiba, do not think, Xiao Benefactor, that by aiding me, you can escape the debt of 100,000 spirit stones. I shall allow you to owe me that for now. And we shall settle it another day. With that, Emowen turned and departed. Hey, old bald donkey, do you not have a conscience? I would have perished without your help. Is your life more important than spirit stones? Xiao Long shouted in anger. The distant crowd exchanged glances. Could it be that Si Kongxing's mysterious stillness was orchestrated by Xiao Chun? Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the sky, as if something were plummeting. People looked up. Boom! A figure crashed to the ground, shaking the earth and creating a massive human-shaped crater 100 feet wide. Who else but Si Kongxing could it be? Gulp. The crowd swallowed hard. He must have fallen from tens of thousands of meters. A typical person would have been reduced to a pulp. Si Kongxing pushed himself up from the ground, his clothes tattered and hair disheveled. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he bore not a single wound. His aura was as stable as a mountain. Apart from his disheveled appearance, he seemed entirely unharmed. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Not just Emowen. Even Xiao Long looked on in disbelief. Had Emowen's desperate strike, combined with Xiao Long's tripled speed enhancement, not been enough to at least injure a third-grade imperial warrior, Si Kongxing was utterly unscathed. Could it be that his physical prowess had surpassed that of a fourth-grade imperial warrior? Si Kongxing took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to fixate on Xiao Long. It was you, wasn't it? Si Kongxing's face darkened, his voice low and menacing. Heh, what if it was me? And what if it wasn't? Xiao Long replied coolly. It matters not. I am disinclined to engage with you now, but do not think I cannot kill you. Si Kongxing pointed at him, voice cold and threatening. You would do well to keep your true body hidden. Should I discover it, I will ensure your death is a most horrific one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, people from the Ocean Sea Academy and the Celestial Academy rushed over, forming a standoff. Others from various factions lurked in the distance, observing the developments. Some eagerly hoping for a clash between the two academies. Ao Wutian, does the Celestial Academy wish to wage war against my Ocean Sea Academy here? Beiyu stood in the void, his gaze indifferent. Ao Wutian glanced at him. Let us leave. The current situation is fraught with danger. conflict is ill-advised. Indeed, the Celestial Academy members retreated in unison. Before departing, Si Kongshang cast a chilling glance at Xiao Long, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, making a slashing motion across his throat. Xiao Long merely chuckled coldly. We shall depart as well. Beiyu vanished into the skies, and the members of the Ocean Sea Academy followed suit. Thus, this confrontation concluded without a victor. Watching Si Kongsheng's retreating figure, Xiao Long's expression grew grave. Contemplating the formidable, nearly flawless physique of a fourth-grade imperial warrior, aside from using the Aurora Flame to burn him, was there truly no other means? Imoen sighed deeply, uttering Buddhist verses as his form gradually faded. As days turned into weeks, more forces gathered in the vicinity. To remain close to the ruins of the mountain peak. Skirmishes and small-scale battles erupted, resulting in numerous casualties. Xiao Long's avatar remained seated within the Ocean Sea Academy's camp, quietly awaiting, while his true body returned to the lair of the demon beast in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Silver moon, flower crown, spotted, green skin. Underneath Xiao Long, for colossal serpents stood tall. With the passage of time, their strength had significantly increased. Xiao Long imparted more profound Dragon Clan techniques to them, along with martial arts for combat. Now, Inu had achieved the rank of a 5th-tier monster emperor, while the other 3 serpents had reached the 3rd tier. Coupled with their newfound skills, surpassing opponents no longer posed a challenge. Additionally, with an army of over 5,000 monster kings, this force would serve as Xiao Long's greatest trump card. I command you to lie in ambush 5,000 miles south of the ruins. Upon receiving my order, kill on sight? Understood. The beasts roared in unison. Xiao Long descended beside Dehei and Erhei. They had now reached the pinnacle of 10th-tier monster kings, a mere step away from becoming monster emperors. Xiao Long understood that the stronger the bloodline, the more challenging the breakthrough. Dehei and Erhei shared a bloodline akin to his own, and without sufficient opportunity, they might remain stagnated forever. Dehei, Erhei, come with me. Yes, boss. The 3 serpents slithered to the peak of a demon mountain. Xiao Long expelled 2 drops of his essence blood, which floated before the 2 serpents. Swallow these 2 drops of blood. After a moment's hesitation, the serpents obediently complied. Following this, Xiao Long utilized all his remaining top-tier spirit stones to set up a royal-grade lightning array. Due to the limited number of stones, it could summon at most 2 bolts of heavenly lightning before exhausting its energy. Dehei, Erhei, when the lightning strikes, refine the blood within you. Whether you can break through to the monster emperor will depend on your fortunes. As Xiao Long laid his plans, the days gradually passed. Through the probing of various factions and the tireless research of several array masters, a phenomenon was observed. The array was slowly weakening. According to this pattern, it would be at its most vulnerable in a month's time, which would be the opportune moment to enter. Thus, everyone set up camp to patiently await the designated time. A month swiftly elapsed. Today marked the moment when the array was at its weakest. Various factions gathered before the ruins, eager to act. The closest forces, apart from the 2 major academies, were the Golden Buddha Temple and the Savage Nation. At this moment, the 4 major factions congregated nearby, ready to rush in. Beneath the massive rocky peak, a vast array base revealed itself. Under the fervent gaze of countless onlookers, the color of the array base gradually faded, ultimately becoming transparent, barely exuding any energy. A rare opportunity. Charge. The members of the Savage Nation were the first to surge forth, streaming into the breach. However, as they entered, a series of explosive sounds echoed, and most were obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving only 3 of the weakest to slip through. What? The crowd gasped in horror. Chapter 158. The transformation of Yahai. Once inside, the 3 weaker individuals melded into the rocky peak, vanishing without a trace. What just happened? All 3 were true essence warriors. Why could they enter? Confusion reigned among the people. Let this old monk give it AT or Y. At that moment, a monk draped in robes floated over. He was a 3rd-tier royal realm expert and an elder of the Golden Buddha Temple. The monk intoned Buddhist chants, his robes emitting a soft glow, enveloped in a hazy golden light, as he drifted into the array. The crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene. As the monk crossed into the array's domain, boom. He too exploded into a mist of blood, even his royal-grade spiritual treasure robe turning to ashes. Elder Lu, the monks of the Golden Buddha Temple were aghast. Witnessing this, the temple's abbot fell silent. What was the nature of this array? Did it only permit the weak to enter while condemning the strong to death? At that moment, a student from the Songhai Academy, a true essence warrior, charged forward. He knows not his fate. Onlookers shook their heads. If a 3rd-tier royal had perished, surely a mere true essence warrior was courting death. However, contrary to all expectations, the student managed to traverse the array, hesitating only briefly before continuing onward, disappearing beneath the rocky peak. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Senior Xiaochen said, "Only true essence warriors can enter." Move. The students of Songhai Academy were overjoyed, and all true essence warriors rushed forth, one after another flooding into the array. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, every student successfully entered without a single casualty. What? The realization dawned that only those of lesser strength could pass while the overly powerful met their demise. The leaders of the 4 major factions immediately issued commands for their true essence warriors to enter first. Thus, all true essence warriors stepped forward, streaming into the ruins. However, most of those present were innate masters and royal realm experts. Apart from a few exceptional talents, true essence warriors were scarce, resulting in over 100 students from Shanghai Academy entering. While the other 3 factions combined barely exceeded 20. Abbot, we are quite distant from here. Only 3 of our true essence disciples have arrived. I shall return promptly to bring more. One monk said. Hurry back. The abbot replied. Understood. The monk clasped his hands together and swiftly departed. The savage nation also dispatched individuals to retrieve more true essence warriors. Seeing this, other factions followed suit, sending their true essence warriors to the ruins. Humph. A cold snort emanated from Ao Wutian, invisible sound waves rippling outwards, causing the true essence warriors to pale and retreat, with several leaders bleeding from their orifices and fainting. Ao Wutian, do not be overly oppressive. The leader of the Luyun sect stepped forward, incensed. Indeed, the ruins belong to all. Why should we be barred from entry? Another leader from a second-tier faction glared defiantly. The remaining factions seethed with envy. Although they were not as formidable as the 4 major factions, they were still prominent second-tier forces, many possessing high-tier royal realm experts. If they united, who could intimidate whom? Seeing the unfolding scene, Ao Wutian furrowed his brow, aware that he could not provoke the collective anger of the crowd and thus slightly relented. Let us depart, the Luyun sect leader declared. The factions dispatched their true essence disciples, one after another entering the ruins, starting with the second-tier factions, followed by the first-tier factions, and even some lone warriors seeking a share of the spoils. During this time, several early innate warriors and half-step innate warriors attempted to enter, but were met with intense oppressive force, causing them to retreat severely injured. This raised the question, did greater strength equate to greater oppression? An hour later, a talented early innate warrior managed to withstand the pressure and enter, triggering a commotion within the crowd. It turned out that innate warriors could enter, provided they could endure the pressure. Following this, numerous talents tried their luck, with most forced to retreat, while only the top tier among them could breach the entrance. Soon, another realization surfaced. The array continued to weaken gradually. One day later, the first mid-innate warrior successfully entered the ruins, and that very night, the first late innate warrior followed suit, as the oppressive force diminished. The crowd erupted in excitement. At this rate, would even royal realm experts be able to enter in the future? At the Shanghai Academy's encampment, the talented individuals sat in a circle, patiently awaiting the right moment. Among them were the stoic Tua Bajan, the mischievous young Tua Ba Long, the ethereal Lu Ru Ming, the fiery Dan Tai Hong, and Dan Tai Shui, alongside Zhuge Jin and others. These individuals were the Academy's top talents, preparing to enter the ruins together when the time was ripe. At that moment, a swift figure descended from afar, a young man with keen eyes, clad in a white robe, Yao Hai, who had just recovered from his injuries. Yao Hai, has my brother emerged from seclusion? Zhuge Jin inquired. Standing up. No, Yao Hai replied coldly. Finding a space to sit apart from the others, the group exchanged glances. Why has Yao Hai suddenly become so distant? Could it be that being defeated by Si Kongsheng and dropping to 5th place on the potential dragon list affected him so deeply? Xiao Long seemed to sense something, casting a glance at Yao Hai, who also looked back momentarily, his eyes flashing with a hint of gray, but then returned to his previous posture, ignoring him. Oh, how intriguing. Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, a look of interest crossing his face. He stood up and walked towards the ruins. Look, Shaochen is also attempting to breach the array. Xiao Long is merely a mid-innate warrior. Is he not courting death by going in now? He has a substitute. Perhaps he is merely testing the waters, the crowd speculated. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Long approached the array and stepped inside. Boom! A heavy pressure descended upon him, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Yet, after a brief moment of adjustment, he stabilized himself as a mid-innate warrior. The pressure felt akin to a first-tier royal realm, hardly a challenge. Xiao Long advanced, his body brushing against the rocky peak, completely merging with it. What? The outside world erupted in an uproar. He truly entered. Humph! Si Kongsheng scoffed, leaping forth as well. Si Kongsheng is the strongest talent of this generation. His physical prowess is unfathomable. Surely he can withstand it. Since Shaochen succeeded, he should manage as well, the crowd pondered. Chapter 159. The onset of slaughter. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, Si Kongsheng stepped forward slowly. However, as Si Kongsheng took his first step inside, that foot instantly exploded into a mist of blood, followed by the shattering of his entire leg, prompting him to retract hurriedly. A cacophony erupted from a distance. Si Kongsheng furrowed his brow, watching as the remnants of flesh and blood coiled beneath his empty limb. gradually regenerating into a new leg. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few days. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to his position at the Celestial Academy. What do you think? Asked Ao Wutian. Xikong Sheng shook his head. It is unfeasible. The oppressive force has reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. A first-grade Emperor would face certain death. We must wait a few days and reassess. Damn it. Ao Wutian trembled with anxiety. He was not concerned about others entering, but feared that Xiao Qin would enter first. With that cunning nature, he would seize all treasures and perhaps lay traps for them. And most infuriatingly, that fellow was immortal, possessing infinite substitutes, allowing him to recklessly traverse perilous areas and claim treasures without consequence. Do not worry. Xikong Sheng stated coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I suspect his true self has entered as well, and this time, I shall ensure he never emerges. Xikong Sheng's suspicion was correct. Xiao Long's true self had indeed entered, accompanied by Xiao Bai, Huang Mao. And He, only these four beasts were privy to the affairs of his inner world. He had no intention of revealing it to other beasts, while Xiao Long may not excel in many areas. He was exceptionally skilled in exploiting loopholes and employing cunning strategies. The mere realm of the monarch was not enough to dictate how he would proceed. With a cold smile, Xiao Long entered and found himself amidst a vast plain, stretching endlessly before him, with scattered ancient structures dotting the horizon. His consciousness swept across the area, noting a massive milky white peak buried underground, with a group of innate martial artists engaged in a fierce battle. Blood flowing like rivers. Among them, a faction gained the upper hand. It was the people of the Flowing Clouds sect. Although the Flowing Clouds sect had few emperors, they had an abundance of innate experts, constituting their main fighting force. Xiao Long soared toward them. Look, more have arrived. Whoever they are, at this time, they are merely innate martial artists at the late stage. Let us eliminate them all. The members of the Flowing Clouds sect lined up, forming a formation. With over 20 skilled members, they felt confident enough to withstand even a late-stage martial king. However, when they caught sight of the newcomer, their previously confident expressions froze in shock. Xiao Qin. A young man at the forefront gasped. They had certainly heard of Xiao Qin's formidable reputation. Ranked among the top 10 on the potential dragon list, with infinite substitutes, he was a figure even emperors avoided. Upon seeing Xiao Qin, they lost all courage to resist, trembling in fear, their faces ashen. What, do you intend to kill me? Xiao Long landed, his gaze cold as he surveyed the group. No, since Senior Xiao desires this spiritual vein, we present it willingly. They retreated cautiously, casting a glance at the exposed section of the spiritual vein. Xiao Long felt a tinge of disappointment. It was merely a low-grade vein, valuable to innate experts, but of little allure to him. Worry not. I have no interest in spiritual veins. If you possess high-grade spiritual stones, you may offer them to me, and I shall compensate you with third-grade elixirs. The members of the Flowing Clouds sect exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, a young man at the front clasped his hands, stating, even if Senior Xiao were to slay us, we would bear no grievances. These mere spiritual stones are inconsequential. We shall hand them over. With that, he threw out a storage ring, followed by others doing the same. Xiao Long extended his hand, drawing in over 20 rings, which housed around 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones, quite a fortune. This young man, likely a core disciple of the Flowing Clouds sect named Lu Wen, had reached a minor mastery of sword intent at the late innate stage, far surpassing others like Ying Tian. More importantly, he recognized the importance of knowing whom to befriend and whom to avoid. Such individuals tend to have long lives. I shall not take advantage of you without recompense. This sword manual is for you. Also, inform others that if they have high-grade spiritual stones, they may seek me for exchanges of desired items, be it elixirs or techniques. Xiao Long casually tossed a jade slip to him and turned to leave. Lu Wen took the slip and, upon glancing at it, his hands began to tremble. The Annihilation Sword Art, Earth Grade. Superior. Lu Wen knelt before the departing Xiao Long, exclaiming, thank you, Senior Xiao, for your teachings. The disciples of the Flowing Clouds sect looked on with envious eyes. This vast plain was boundless, with treasures scattered across its expanse. As Xiao Long flew through, he discovered various medicinal herbs and spiritual veins, yet they held little appeal to him. What he sought were either rare flames, suitable imperial-grade spiritual treasures, or lost secret techniques. His consciousness meticulously scoured the ground, and suddenly, he spotted a group of robust men gathered around a decrepit building. Their bare upper bodies adorned with dragon and elephant tattoos, innate experts from the barbarian kingdom's royal family. Xiao Long's eyes glinted with malice. He was well aware that since Xikong Sheng became the barbarian kingdom's son-in-law, they had consistently targeted students from the Songhai Academy. Whenever Songhai Academy students appeared in the barbarian kingdom, they faced injury or even death, or mysteriously vanished, with the perpetrators feigning apologies, shifting blame onto other forces without taking responsibility. Given this, Xiao Long chose not to confront them directly but to strike from the shadows. With a thought, he manifested his true self alongside De He and Er He, burrowing underground toward the group. At that moment, The members of the barbarian kingdom had cornered a group of female disciples from a two-star sect within a dilapidated building. Leering as they prepared to enter. I've heard the female disciples of the Xian New Mountain Manor are pure and pristine. Seeing them in peril is indeed a treat, one towering brute sneered, his eyes gleaming with crimson. Very well, I shall bind you and take you one by one. Let us see if you yield. With that, he produced a rope shimmering with dark light and approached slowly. The Xian New Mountain Manor's women huddled in a corner, pale and trembling, blood seeping from their bitten lips. Sisters, if he dares approach, I will stop him. You must take the chance to end your lives. Do not let this scoundrel defile you, a white-clad disciple urged. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air. The iron tower brute vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping black hole where he once stood. What? The faces of the barbarian kingdom's members turned ashen. In rapid succession, more of them disappeared in the same manner. Chapter 160. The Identity of the Ruins Master. This is terrible. We are under attack. The group snapped back to reality, but it was too late. The ground began to tremble violently, a powerful gravitational force erupting from beneath them, causing a vast expanse of land to collapse, creating a massive pit. Before the members of the barbarian kingdom could escape, they, along with the earth, were drawn into the abyss. Help, a monster! Spare us, O mighty one! Desperate cries echoed from the depths below, followed by an eerie silence. The disciples of the Xian New Mountain Manor stared in astonishment. In just a few breaths, everyone outside had vanished, leaving behind only a bottomless pit. What had transpired? One senior disciple fell to her knees, exclaiming, O mighty one, we of the Xian New Mountain Manor meant no offense. Please forgive us. No one answered, for Xiao Long and his companions had long since departed. The He and He had both become first-tier demon emperors, making them invincible within this relic, not to mention that Xiao Long himself was no weaker than a demon emperor. The three beasts acted independently, lurking underground, taking down any members of the barbarian kingdom they encountered. As for the weaker disciples of the Celestial Academy, Xiao Long had no intention of targeting them. His sights were set on the inner disciples and various mentors and elders of the Celestial Academy, for they were the true culprits. Of course, to avoid suspicion, Xiao Long's human avatar trailed closely behind a group of barbarian kingdom troops, following their every move, stealing their possessions without lethal intent, provoking their ire yet leaving them too afraid to retaliate. Senior Xiao, we have given you our storage rings. Your continued presence here serves no purpose. One burly man from the barbarian kingdom jested. With a swift motion, Xiao Long sent him flying with a casual swipe of his hand. I, Xiao Qin, do not require your guidance on my affairs. The rest fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Since you are unwilling to let me accompany you, very well, you shall follow me. Should you stray beyond 100 meters, there will be no mercy, Xiao Long declared as he strode forward. The expressions of the crowd darkened. This was clearly a form of abduction. In the outside world, the ruler of the barbarian kingdom glared at a soul jade plate, his face as dark as stormy waters, trembling with rage. With each explosion of the soul jade plate, it signified the death of an innate expert from the barbarian kingdom. Who could it be? The ruler of the wildlands was seething with rage. Upon reflection, among those who had recently entered, aside from Xiao Qin, who else possessed the capability to slay so many of his subjects? The wildlands ruler slammed the table and made his way to the Songhai Academy's encampment. What guidance do you have, ruler of the wildlands? Beiyu inquired as he appeared before him. Your Xiao Qin from Songhai Academy has killed my wildlands people. Are you seeking war with me? The wildlands ruler thundered. Beiyu was momentarily taken aback. Given the current situation, a conflict between the wildlands and Songhai Academy would yield no benefits for either party. The wildlands had many enemies, and Songhai Academy was restrained by the Celestial Academy. Even if there were conflicts, they were merely subtle manipulations, as neither side dared to engage in open warfare. From a distance, To'oba Long called out, Ruler of the wildlands, one must speak with evidence. Do you have any? Indeed. You claim Xiao Qin killed your people. Present your evidence. Dan Taihong interjected sternly. Beiyu smiled at him, shrugging his shoulders. The wildlands ruler was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the situation within the ruins was uncertain. What if it was merely a trap? Just wait. If my people continue to be slain, I will hold you accountable. The wildlands ruler left with a dark expression. As days passed, after 3 days, those at the innate martial sovereign level could enter smoothly. A few prodigies in the early and mid stages of the innate martial king realm, having withstood the pressure, also managed to squeeze in. The crowd outside the ruins gradually diminished, leaving only the experts from the imperial realm and a multitude of late-stage innate martial kings. However, the death toll among the wildlands people showed no signs of abating. Anyone who entered met their demise, unable to survive even a day. Despicable. The wildlands ruler returned to the Songhai Academy's encampment once more. What further guidance do you have, ruler of the wildlands? Beiyu asked. The wildlands ruler, with a grim expression, threw down a heap of shattered soul jade tokens. Since the beginning, my wildlands people have entered only to perish. Who besides Xiaoqin possesses such capability? His fury erupted in an instant. Beiyu was at a loss for a response. What if it was your people who committed some heinous act and were targeted? Xiao Long shouted from below. Onlookers in the distance began to murmur and point, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Ruler of the wildlands, why concern yourself with so much? It must be Xiaoqin. If war is to ensue, I will wholeheartedly support you. At that moment, Ao Wutian's figure materialized out of thin air. Many experts from the Celestial Academy in the wildlands gathered, forming a subtle encirclement around the Songhai Academy's encampment. Beiyu's expression grew increasingly serious. Amiba. At this juncture, the abbot of the Diamond Temple approached, softly reciting, "This monk also believes it was done by Master Xiao. You bald assailant. You slanderer." Xiao Long stood up in outrage. The abbot, with hands clasped, proclaimed, "Buddha is merciful. Master Zhao's intentions are too bloodthirsty. Should the two of you be willing to act, my Diamond Temple is ready to lend a hand. You bald thief, may you meet a wretched end." Witnessing this scene, the students of Songhai Academy erupted in a chorus of indignation. The situation was already precarious, and this bald monk's interference only served to exacerbate the flames. This monk is clearly eager to sow discord. He would delight in the downfall of the three major forces. The students were not alone in their disdain. Other nearby factions also quietly criticized. Yet for them, it was merely a spectacle, as the conflict among the four major forces posed no threat to them. Yao Qin's gaze flickered uncertainly, and he suddenly leaped out from the Songhai Academy's encampment. "What? Yao Qin has fled," exclaimed the students of Songhai Academy. "Ha ha ha." Ao Wutian laughed boisterously. "Yao Qin, should you wish to leave Songhai Academy? The doors of the Celestial Academy shall always be open for you." Unexpectedly, Yao Qin ignored him, swiftly departing to the region of rogue warriors. This Yu Qin. Beiyu's expression shifted continuously. Everyone, at that moment. A clear and distant voice resonated from above the ruins, echoing for miles, crystal clear to all. Following the sound, the crowd collectively looked up to see a mature and alluring woman in a red robe standing among the clouds. Adorned with a captivating smile. It is the leader of the Xiao Long Bank. Those with keen eyes instantly recognized her. Dongfang Tianfeng surveyed all below, smiling as she spoke. After over a month of analysis by the Xiao Long Bank, we have made significant discoveries regarding the ruins. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Let us hear the good news first, someone shouted. The good news is that we may have identified the identity of the master of these ruins. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. The identity of the master of the ruins, the once confrontational four major forces turned their attention toward Dongfang Tianfeng, their interest in the ruins evidently overshadowing their current disputes. The master of the ruins could very well be the founding ruler of the wildlands, the peak sovereign from 50,000 years ago, the wildlands' revered king, Dongfang Tianfeng said with a flirtatious smile. My heavens, the wildlands' revered king, the founding ruler of the wildlands. The crowd was taken aback by this explosive revelation. The wildlands, the foremost empire of the great wilderness state, had stood for millennia, shrouded in mystery. Who could have anticipated that this ruin was left behind by the very revered figure who established the wildlands? Their gazes subtly shifted toward the wildlands ruler, who appeared visibly shaken, his eyes narrowing and his massive frame trembling slightly. It is indeed the relic of our ancestor. The ancestor once mentioned that he left a legacy for the people of the wildlands. I never believed it would be true. The wildlands ruler's eyes reddened. The people of the wildlands gazed at the ruins as if in a frenzy, their blood seemingly boiling. The relic of our ancestor, the legacy of our ancestor. With this legacy, how could the wildlands not prosper? Dongfang Tianfeng continued. According to intelligence gathered by the Xiao Long Bank, after establishing the wildlands, the revered king opened a cave dwelling, exhausting his life's resources in pursuit of a breakthrough to the Holy King realm. Whether he succeeded or not remains unknown. All we know is that this colossal rock mountain is the immense true essence that overflowed during his breakthrough. Countless individuals looked up. This rock mountain, 1,000 miles in diameter and towering 10,000 feet high, reaching into the clouds, was indeed transformed from the true essence of the wildlands' revered king. The true essence of many sovereigns could fill a room. Yet the true essence of the wildlands' revered king had manifested as a mountain larger than a city, which was truly terrifying. Indeed, ancestral records state that the ancestor's true essence indeed possesses the property of transforming into rock. These rocks are incredibly resilient, impervious even to sovereign-level forces. This mountain is likely formed from the true essence of our ancestor. The wildlands ruler's eyes glimmered. If this is indeed the relic of the wildlands ancestor, then selecting certain individuals from the wildlands to accept the legacy, and those who failed met their demise, is quite reasonable, Beiyu stated slowly. Exactly. If Senior Xiao truly aimed to kill, why target only the wildlands and spare the students of the Celestial Academy? Xiao Long shouted. Ao Wutian's expression immediately darkened as he declared, ruler of the wildlands. Do not listen to their nonsense. Why not join forces and eliminate Beiyu first? However, the wildlands ruler shook his head and turned to leave. The matter of the ancestral legacy is of great importance. It should not be muddied by unnecessary conflicts. Depart. Yes, numerous robust men from the wildlands retreated in unison. Songhai Academy, do not commit further atrocities. Amitabha. The abbot of the Diamond Temple clasped his hands, uttering the name of Buddha as he gradually faded from view. Ao Wutian's expression was one of deep frustration. A rare opportunity to eliminate Songhai Academy had slipped away. Ao Wutian, why do you linger here? Do you wish to enter and sit for a while? Beiyu scoffed. Despicable. Just you wait. Ao Wutian stormed off. Soon after, someone looked up and asked, what is the bad news? The bad news. Dongfang Tianfin's lips curled into a sly smile. The entrance to the ruins will close within a day. After one day, should you wish to enter again, you will need to break open the rock mountain. At this announcement, the crowd was thrown into a state of turmoil. What? It will close in a day. How can this be? Their faces turned ashen, especially the individuals from the four major forces who had the most experts at the sovereign level. According to this trend, by today, they could only allow a few late-stage innate martial kings to enter. What about the sovereigns they had brought? Would they merely become spectators? What shall we do? Esteemed Dean. A mentor from the Celestial Academy inquired. Their greatest advantage over Songhai Academy lay in their greater number of sovereigns, which could have played a critical role within the ruins, now that the sovereigns could not enter. Would they be forced to engage in conflict outside? Ao Wutian's expression shifted continuously, uncertain of how to proceed. Rest assured, in terms of experts below the sovereign level, Songhai Academy is not without its strengths. Zhuge Han's Han has yet to leave seclusion, and Mo Wen's whereabouts remain unknown. Yao Chen has also severed ties with Songhai Academy. Among the top 5 of the Qianlong rankings, I and the Wildlands Crown Prince each hold one position. What is there to fear? Lin Daoxian, ranked 3rd on the Qianlong rankings, stated coldly, his sword at the ready. But what if Zhuge Han's Han and Mo Wen arrive at the last moment? Someone hesitated to ask. At that moment, Si Kongxing opened his eyes, calmly stating, tomorrow, I shall enter. With my presence alone, I can crush the entire field. Everyone was moved in unison. At this moment. Chaos reigned within the ruins. An increasing number of individuals have entered. Various factions exceeding 1,000 in number, with a total population surpassing 1 million, scattered across the plains, engaged in a fierce conflict that has turned the landscape into a river of blood. Xiao Long hovers in the sky, surveying the scene, where blood is spilled in every direction, and battles erupt wherever he treads. The treasures of this plane are indeed abundant, countless spiritual veins, hidden spiritual treasures, medicinal herbs, and the legacies of martial arts concealed within dilapidated houses, all fiercely contended by various factions. These possessions hold no allure for Xiao Long. His singular purpose is murder. During this period, he has slain 10,000 from the wilderness nation as true realm, and thousands of innate experts, while the demon lord with the eagle's head has fully digested its gains. Directly ascending 3 levels to reach level 28.to progress from level 28 to 29 requires 500 million experience points. Initially, Xiao Long thought that over 100 million experience points was excessive, but upon reflection, he realized that the population of the wilderness nation exceeds 100 million. Should he annihilate them all? How many levels would he ascend? Big brother, the storage rings. Dehe swam over and spat out a multitude of storage rings. Well done. Continue. Yes, Xiao Long opened the Universal Mall and sold off the useless items from the storage rings, keeping only the top-grade spirit stones. After a brief calculation, he discovered that he had amassed 5 million of the finest spirit stones. Among these, he also noted a peculiar phenomenon. The storage rings of the wilderness nation's people commonly contained a jar filled with demon and beast blood, predominantly from the mixed blood elephant lion tiger, presumably for body refining. Despicable. The thought ignited a simmering rage within Xiao Long. Suddenly, he noticed a group of wilderness nation individuals appearing out of thin air, likely having just arrived, coincidentally teleporting next to him. Die. Xiao Long casually unleashed a flame, and before they could comprehend what was happening, they were reduced to charred remains. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The statue on Xiao Long's chest trembled incessantly. Every time he eradicated a group from the wilderness nation, the statue quaked violently. What's wrong? Are you displeased? Xiao Long retrieved the statue, which continued to vibrate, its lifelike eyes reflecting a profound anger. Dare to tremble again and see what happens. Xiao Long flicked his fingers, summoning a wisp of white flame. The statue immediately stilled. Chapter 162. Unconventional Strategies. Oh, does this mean you have ties to the wilderness nation? Xiao Long seemed to have unearthed a new discovery, his eyes filled with curiosity. The statue buzzed once more, and after a moment's contemplation, Xiao Long placed it on the ground. How about this? If you jump east, it proves a connection. If you jump west, it indicates no relation. In an instant, the statue launched itself eastward, soaring over 100 meters, as if attempting to flee. Xiao Long swiftly drew it back with a gesture. Seeking death, a strand of radiant flame scorched its ankle, causing the statue to tremble frantically, faint cries of agony echoing within. Is that satisfying? Xiao Long sneered. The statue ceased its movements, its eyes now pleading. Xiao Long, outwardly impassive, was inwardly astounded. He had merely singed a small portion of its ankle, yet the energy within his avatar was entirely depleted. The hardness of this stone surpassed that of the royal level. Dare to play tricks again, and I shall incinerate your head. Xiao Long bound it tightly with rope and concealed it in a cosmic bag, subsequently swallowing the bag for safekeeping. His serpent form swelled slightly, and he employed a skill to enhance his body, growing to 5 meters in length and thick as a fist, rendering the change less conspicuous. To prevent his avatar from perishing or the statue from escaping. This was his only option. Big brother, the spiritual energy over there is exceptionally rich. Something seems poised to emerge. Xiaobai flew from a distance, pointing in a direction. Let us investigate. Xiao Long responded, carrying Xiaobai on his back. And with a powerful flap of his wings, they soared toward the indicated area. Xiao Long's speed was remarkable. After flying for approximately half an hour, they arrived at a region resembling a marshland. Teeming with a dense crowd, all eyes fixed intently on the swamp ahead. A violent spiritual energy storm had erupted within the marsh, and a colossal palace was gradually ascending amidst the tempest. Its pinnacle already visible, the palace treasure. Xiao Long's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Such treasures are the most valuable among all types of spiritual artifacts, capable of offense and defense, worth tenfold or even 100-fold more than others. Moreover, palace treasures are never lower than semi-royal level, impervious even to the mightiest of royal realms. Such items are not available for purchase in the Universal Mall. Ha ha ha. Fortune smiles upon me. Even if Ao Wutian captures me, he will find himself at a loss. However, 2 issues loomed. First, the spiritual energy storm, which, given its terrifying scale, could shred even high-level royal realms to pieces. Second, what if this were a trap? In his previous life, Xiao Long had laid countless hidden lairs specifically designed for such treacherous schemes, appearing as treasures but in reality filled with traps and mechanisms. Upon laboriously reaching the end, one would receive a mere congratulatory message before vanishing. He was uncertain whether the owner of this relic shared such peculiarities, but prudence was warranted. Big brother, I can handle that spiritual energy storm, Xiaobai said softly, gripping Xiao Long's serpent back. Then I shall rely on you. Xiao Long replied with a smile. He, I am delighted to assist big brother Xiao. Xiaobai giggled. Xiao Long communicated telepathically with the statue in his belly. Hey, tell me, is this a trap or a treasure? If it's a treasure, tremble once. If it's a trap, tremble twice. Buzz, buzz, the statue immediately vibrated twice. Thank you. Xiao Long flapped his wings and shot toward the palace. Buzz, 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 the statue within him quaked violently. Ha ha ha. Fool, did you truly believe I would trust you? Xiao Long had anticipated the statue's ill intentions and was not surprised by its deceitful response. The palace seemed to be gradually ascending, and while it would take time to fully emerge, Xiao Long was not inclined to wait. He never played by his opponent's script. Xiaobai, it's in your hands now. Leave it to me. Xiaobai's gemstone-like eyes radiated brilliant light, and the spiritual energy storm parted in all directions, revealing a void in the center. Whoosh, Xiao Long flew into the opening, and shortly after, it sealed shut. Observant eyes from the outside caught a glimpse of something entering and shouted in astonishment. Something just went in. Yes, I noticed something too, but it was too fast to see clearly. I only saw a black line with a white object on its back, but I have no idea what it was. How did I miss that? Some were astonished, while others were perplexed. Xiao Long's speed surpassed that of even the Demon Emperor by several times. So it was natural that they could not discern his movements. As time passed, the crowd grew denser, and an array master calculated that this was a storm array, according to the pattern. Once the palace treasure fully surfaced, the spiritual energy storm would dissipate. There's a day left until the palace emerges, the array master proclaimed. Thank you for the reminder. The crowd settled along the marsh's edge, waiting patiently. What fools. Xiao Long's human avatar approached and sat by the marsh, feigning patience. Meanwhile, his true self had already entered the palace. The palace was not large, measuring 5 li in both length and width, akin to a small family courtyard, comfortably accommodating hundreds. The palace had 3 stories and was divided into dozens of rooms, all doors tightly shut. Big brother, the room on the left is brimming with spiritual energy, Xiaobai pointed out. Xiao Long dashed toward that door, crashing through it. Bang! The door burst open, revealing a room filled to the brim with top-grade spirit stones. Just inhaling the air was refreshing. Collect. Xiao Long dove into the pile of spirit stones, using his inventory to gather all of them, estimating around 5 million pieces. The statue in his belly trembled incessantly, its emotions unclear, whether anger or regret. Haha, so incredibly wealthy. Big brother, there are treasures in that room too. Let us take a look. The snake and fox flew toward that direction. Outside the relic, a day swiftly passed. As the final hour before closure approached, nearly simultaneously, all late-stage innate martial kings soared into the air, rushing toward the relic. Swoosh, 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 like a plague of locusts, tens of thousands of experts surged toward the relic, continuously colliding with each other mid-flight, exchanging blows before entering. There is only 1 hour left until the relic closes. Let us go, the members of the Songhai Academy urged. But my brother, Zhuge Jin gazed into the distance, searching for her brother, Zhuge Han's Han, who had yet to appear. Chapter 163, The Arrival of the Royal Realm. There is no need to wait for him. Point 5 of the 7 gentlemen of Songhai have come. Along with the Tuoba brothers, Tuoba Long and Tuoba Zhan, and talented individuals from the mid-level of the potential dragon ranking. Our Songhai Academy need not fear anyone. The dean, Beiyu, spoke calmly, and we are here too. Behind them, 300 late-stage innate martial kings from the outer academy shouted in unison. Yes, Zhuge Jin, Tuoba Long, and others nodded excitedly. The members of Songhai Academy gathered and entered the relic, vanishing from sight. The members of the Heavenly God Academy also rose, led by Lin Dao Xian, ranked 3rd on the potential dragon ranking, followed by over 1,000 internal academy students and elders, almost emptying the academy as they rushed toward the relic. A cold glimmer flickered in Yao Chen's eyes as he soared into the sky, like an eagle, and flew into the relic. The martial prowess of our Lu Yun sect ranks only behind the 4 major 3-star forces. During this journey, we must remain vigilant not only against them but also against 3 formidable old monsters. The sect master of Lu Yun warned his disciples. These individuals are the Elder of the Mountain, the White-Browed Sword King, and the Crimson Fire King. All 3 are seasoned innate martial kings who, due to their advanced age, have not been included in the potential dragon ranking. However, their combat strength is comparable to the top 5 of that list. Remember the teachings of the sect master. The disciples of Lu Yun sect chorused to go forth. Yes, the members of Lu Yun sect soared towards the ruins. The abbot of the Diamond Temple stood in the void, palms pressed together, uttering sacred syllables. Buddhist disciples, go and guide those burdened by excessive malice towards redemption. Amitabha. The monks of Diamond Temple levitated upward, enveloped in a golden light, and flew into the ruins. In the territory of the savage nation. The sovereign's expression was grim as he watched the soul jade tokens in his hand shatter one by one. Out of 20,000 who entered, over 90% had perished, leaving fewer than 1,000 survivors. Could it truly be that our ancestors are testing us? The sovereign of the savage nation was uncertain. Even if Xiao Chen were causing the slaughter, it seemed implausible for so many to fall so swiftly. After all, Xiao Chen was but one man. How could he possibly have the energy to pursue each individual relentlessly? Royal family, heed my command. Yes, a group of towering giants, each over 3 meters tall, roared in unison. This was the elite bloodline of the savage tribe, their physical strength surpassing that of equivalent beastly foes, and they formed the primary combat force of the savage nation. Our ancestors are testing us. Fewer than 1 in 10 who enter can accept the inheritance. Are you afraid? No. Very well. For the sake of our ancestors, onward. Roaring, the royal lineage of the savage nation surged forward, leaping into the ruins like ancient behemoths. Some solitary warriors also leapt in, and moments later, the crowd outside the ruins had thinned significantly, leaving only the Royal Realm experts lingering outside. There were over 100 Royal Realm experts from the Ocean Sea Academy, 200 from the Heavenly God Academy, 50 from the Diamond Temple, and more than 100 from the Savage Nation, along with the Royal Realm experts from Lu Yun sect and other 2-star forces. Totaling around 800, some half-royals and first-tier royals attempted to enter, but were crushed into dust in the blink of an eye. Sigh. This is too difficult. An experienced Royal Realm expert retreated. Having once been among the top 5 of the potential dragon ranking, now having broken through to first-tier royal, yet felt utterly powerless in the face of such overwhelming pressure. At that moment, a figure emerged, drawing the attention of all. This individual was no ordinary person. He was Si Kongsheng, the legendary figure who had dominated the potential dragon ranking for 5 years and had now obtained the dragon elephant inheritance of the savage nation. Breaking through to first-tier royal, his power greater than before. Among the 800 present, he was the one with the highest chance of success. Si Kongsheng approached within 100 meters of the ruins, and under the anxious gazes of countless onlookers, he stepped into the array's range. Crack! Si Kongsheng's body tightened, his legs exploding in an instant, his skin cracking open, blood oozing forth. Ha! The Royal King's array is nothing extraordinary. Amidst his wild laughter, Si Kongsheng soared into the ruins, leaving the scene in stunned silence. As Si Kongsheng entered, the final hour approached. Nearly all eligible individuals had entered, and aside from him, it seemed no other Royal Realm expert could withstand that oppressive force. Let us wait patiently, though we know not when they shall emerge. The various forces settled in place. Suddenly, 2 figures floated in from afar, shrouded in black mist. Point 1 was a withered crone, skeletal in form. draped in an ancient gray cloak, wielding a serpent-headed scepter, her pupils swirling with dark energy. The other was a gloomy young man, his gaze icy, skin exhibiting an eerie purplish hue, exuding an unsettling aura. Upon their arrival, the sky dimmed as if a colossal shadow had cast itself over the crowd, making it difficult to breathe. Beiyu's pupils contracted in shock. Royal King Realm, the sovereign of the savage nation. Ao Wutian, the abbot of the Diamond Temple, and the sect master of Lu Yun all looked up in astonishment, their faces shifting dramatically at a Royal King Realm. Who would have thought a powerful figure of this caliber would arrive? Who is this crone? The withered crone, gripping her serpent staff, scanned the crowd with a gaze as cold and lethal as a viper, finally fixing her eyes upon the peak of the ruins. Hee, there are still 2 minutes left. There is time. The crone commanded. Go, retrieve all the treasures within. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be slain without mercy. Yes, the gloomy young man transformed into a streak of black light, dashing towards the ruins. This person is a first-tier royal. Is he not afraid of death? Some sensed the young man's aura and questioned in disbelief. However, as the gloomy young man crossed into the array's range, he did not even pause, directly plunging into the rocky peak and vanishing from sight. What? The crowd gasped in shock. This person is even more monstrous than Xikong Sheng. Ao Wutian and the others were equally taken aback. They had thought Xikong Sheng formidable. Who could have anticipated this individual to be even stronger? The withered crone sat cross-legged in the air, ignoring the crowd below as she closed her eyes to meditate. Beiyu pondered for a moment before cupping his hands in respect. Might I inquire which faction you represent? The withered crone's eyes widened, and the serpent staff in her hand shot forth a gray beam, striking Beiyu's hand with lightning speed. Beiyu screamed in agony as his hand began to melt, flesh dissolving to reveal stark, white bone. In scarcely a blink, one hand was lost, and the melting continued up his arm. In a moment of desperation, Beiyu severed his entire arm, collapsing pale beside him. Dean, Mingyi, and the other instructors gaped in horror, their eyes fixed upon the scene. The crone coldly remarked, if you were the previous dean of Ocean Sea Academy, you might have had the right to exchange a few words with me. You, however, do not possess that privilege. Despicable. Ming Yi and the others trembled with rage, but dared not approach, swallowing their fury. Chapter 164. The ruins close unaware of their peril. Ao Wutian gleefully observed the unfolding scene. Seeing this, the sovereign of the savage nation displayed a flicker of struggle in his eyes. The crone was clearly here to seize treasures. The matter pertained to the inheritance of the ancestors, and he could not afford to yield. Elder, this ruin belongs to my ancestor, the savage venerable that I implore you to ask. The sovereign spoke. He was abruptly interrupted by the crone's piercing gaze. A black beam shooting down from the heavens. Boom, a massive, earthen hand materialized before the sovereign of the savage nation, obliterating the black beam. Isn't the black sorcery sect a power of the netherworld state? What brings them to my great wasteland state? A colossal earthen figure loomed behind the sovereign. Oh, the crone raised an eyebrow, her voice grating like bones scraping together. I did not expect the great wasteland state to have fallen so low. A mere second-tier royal king realm empire daring to claim itself as the foremost empire. With that, the crone waved her serpent staff, unleashing thousands of venomous snakes, their gaping jaws lunging at the earthen figure. How dare you? The earthen figure swung a massive hand to strike the snakes, yet they bizarrely passed through and sank their fangs into its head. The earthen figure let out a screech, instantly shattering into countless pieces, vanishing into the air. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Even the great ancestor of the savage nation could not withstand a single blow. Who exactly was this crone? Though it was merely a projection, it was still a second-tier royal king realm presence, yet it was gone in an instant. Oh, isn't this the great guardian of the black sorcery sect, the ghost serpent Taoist? What winds have blown you here? Behind Ao Wutian, an elder clad in black robes appeared out of thin air. Ancestor. Ao Wutian and the Heavenly God Academy members bowed respectfully. Finally, someone who can barely hold their own. The ghost serpent Taoist remarked, eyes closed, his tone indifferent. I merely have an interest in the legacy of the savage venerable. I advise you to keep your distance and not provoke me, for I would not mind visiting your Heavenly God Academy. You, the elder in black, gritted his teeth but soon regained his composure, issuing an order. All personnel, retreat. Do not approach within 10 miles of that crone. Yes, the members of the Heavenly God Academy immediately began to withdraw. Those from Ocean Sea Academy, Diamond Temple, and others also began to retreat. At this moment, the ruins were on the verge of closing, the array flickering, soon to vanish. Suddenly, a jade-green flying sword shot across the horizon, penetrating the rocky mountain with incredible speed, merging into it. Buzz. The array completely dissipated, leaving only a solid rocky mountain standing resolutely in place. Meanwhile, Xiao Long was in the core chamber of the palace's spiritual treasure, inscribing his soul imprint onto a jade stone tablet. This tablet was the key to controlling the palace's spiritual treasure. At this moment, Xiao Long had already seized control of half of the tablet, though he could not fully activate it yet. Sealing the entrance to prevent others from entering was a trivial task. The second-tier royal king's spiritual treasure. This journey has indeed not been in vain. Xiao Long had grasped the information regarding the palace, which was named the Xian Yun Treasure Hall, a second-tier royal king's spiritual treasure with the ability to seal and suppress, capable of withstanding attacks from second-tier royal kings. And it inherently possessed a spiritual energy storm array. The storm array was divided into 3 levels. Upon reaching the 3rd level, anyone beneath the royal king realm would perish upon approaching. With this palace spiritual treasure alone, this trip is worth it. Xiao Long laughed with exhilaration. The statue within him trembled violently, transmitting waves of furious emotion. Be quiet. Xiao Long erupted with a burst of radiant flames, incinerating the statue, which writhed and emitted faint cries of despair. The external spiritual energy storm had dispersed, leaving the palace fully exposed in the marsh. Let us go take a look. People stealthily approached. Xiao Long unleashed the storm array to its 1st level, unleashing a torrent of tumultuous spiritual energy. Those closest had no time to react before being instantly torn to shreds. The remaining individuals were struck with terror, retreating several dozen steps. What? Wasn't this array supposed to have vanished? How can it still exist? Exclaimed a master of formations. Let us go. This thing is simply a trap, Xiao Long's human avatar remarked, turning to leave. The others exchanged glances. Xiao Chun has given up. We should depart as well. Some saw Xiao Long leaving and hastily followed suit, seeking other treasures, leaving only a few who remained stubbornly behind. Just as Xiao Long's avatar took a few steps, he suddenly received a soul transmission from Huang Mao, stating that the members of Songhai Academy had arrived. Let us go meet them. In a certain area of the plains, over 5,000 individuals stood clad in blue and white robes, the students of Songhai Academy and the innate martial king elders who had just entered the ruins. Elder, we have a total of 6,482 individuals from Songhai Academy. Half are at the true condensation realm and half at the innate realm. Currently, we have 5,201 remaining, with over 1,000 lost, reported a female student. The elder sighed. In the competition for treasures, sacrifices are inevitable. Some factions have lost everyone, and over 90% of the people from the barbaric lands have perished. The fact that we still have more than 5,000 is already fortunate. 90% of the barbaric lands people have perished. The students exchanged concerned glances. During their days here, they had certainly heard of the bizarre occurrences. It was said that those from the barbaric lands were often dragged underground, seemingly devoured by some entity, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, many from the barbaric lands dared not land on the ground, choosing instead to fly, for landing would mean death. They were unaware of the monster targeting only the barbaric lands. At that moment, Xiao Long drifted over from a distance and landed. Senior Xiao Chun, the students exclaimed joyfully. Even Tuoba Zhan, usually cold and aloof, saluted him. Xiao Chun, have you made any discoveries in the ruins? The elder inquired. It's still unclear, but I know that if you proceed north across the plains, you will encounter a marsh area, and beyond that, a forest. I cannot say more, Xiao Long replied. This information was relayed to him by De He and Er He. I've explored the east and west. It takes several thousand miles to reach the end, which is a barrier we cannot pass. Huang Mao scratched his head. The elder pondered briefly and waved his hand. Then we shall head north. There should be new discoveries beyond the forest. Yes, the members of Songhai Academy formed several formations, with true condensation realm warriors protected in the center and those of the innate realm surrounding them, all flying forward. Boss, I heard them say that the owner of this ruin is the founding monarch of the barbaric lands, the barbaric sovereign, and that the formation leading into the ruins has been closed. Huang Mao transmitted to Xiao Long the barbaric sovereign. Xiao Long raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised that the ruin-esque formation was closed, but the mention of the barbaric sovereign piqued his interest. In the Xian Yun Treasure Hall, Xiao Long's true body expelled a statue, which rolled a few times before stopping in the corner. After Xiao Long's brutal treatment, the statue was marred with dents and burns from the aurora flames. Its pupils nearly devoid of color, barely clinging to life. I have a few questions for you. It is in your best interest to answer truthfully. Should I find any deceit, I will incinerate you immediately. Xiao Long commanded sternly. Stand straight. The statue immediately complied. Very well. Xiao Long nodded in satisfaction. First question, are you the barbaric sovereign? If so, tremble once. If not, Tremble twice. The statue quivered once. Second question. After entering the ruins, should one proceed north through the forest? The statue trembled once more. Third question. After a moment's thought, Xiao Long continued, are there dangers within this ruin, such as traps or ancient ferocious beasts? This time, the statue remained still. What does this mean? Xiao Long demanded coldly. After a moment, the statue shook back and forth 3 times, its pupils displaying confusion. Are you saying you do not know? Xiao Long fixed his gaze on it. The statue trembled once. What nonsense! You set up this ruin, and yet you are unaware of its contents. Xiao Long shook his head, swallowing the statue once more before continuing to refine the stone tablet. After several days of sweeping the plains, the treasures had mostly been exhausted, and most factions, like Songhai Academy, had gathered together to head towards the northern marshes to see the location of the barbaric landspeople. A group of 500 burly men stood, each face darker than the last. Among them, besides the 300 royals who had just entered the ruins, only 200 of those originally alive remained. Damn it, it turns out it was 2 snake demons causing the trouble. The eldest prince, Mansheng, wore a grim expression as the 4th on the hidden dragon list. He was the strongest among them. Upon arriving at the ruins, he had coincidentally encountered his kin being attacked by 2 first-tier demon snake emperors hidden underground. If he had faced ordinary first-tier demon emperors, he could have dispatched them with a single punch. However, when confronted with these 2 snake demons, he had suffered a setback and nearly sustained injuries. What happened? Sheng flew over and landed. The ones attacking my barbaric kin are 2 gigantic black pythons, each 300 meters long. These black pythons are exceptionally fierce, appearing to be first-tier demon emperors, yet they are not weaker than second-tier ones, and their coordination is remarkably seamless. They are likely ancient ferocious beasts left behind in the ruins. Mansheng gritted his teeth. Ancient ferocious beasts specifically targeting your kin. Sheng expressed astonishment. I find it quite strange. Yet, the ruins were left by our ancestors, and there must be a reason behind this. Perhaps they wish for us to slay those 2 snake demons and refine our bodies with their blood, Mansheng replied. Sheng fell into contemplation. Others may not know, but he had heard Ao Wutian mention that Xiao Qin's true body was likely a black serpent. If we encounter those 2 snake demons again, I will crush this jade token, and I will deal with them, Sheng said, tossing a soul jade slip before departing. Outside the Xianyun treasure hall, another throng of people had gathered, each with eager eyes fixed on the hall, their nerves taut and ready to spring into action. It's almost time. Just 5 seconds left. They silently counted down in their hearts. When the time limit was reached, the spiritual energy storm abruptly ceased, and everyone surged forward towards the open door, where a multitude of various spiritual treasures awaited them. Suddenly, the spiritual energy storm reignited, and anyone nearby was mercilessly torn apart. It's happening again. The crowd retreated to a safe distance. What should we do? This spiritual energy storm only disappears for 2 seconds each time. How can we get in during such a short window? Exactly. It's too difficult. The crowd voiced their frustrations. That moment, over 100 men clad in black robes appeared in the distance, exuding a formidable aura, each having reached the late innate martial king stage, the elders of the Heavenly God Academy. More than 800 late-stage innate martial king elders had entered from the Heavenly God Academy, splitting into several teams to scavenge for treasures, seizing whatever they could and slaying anyone who resisted, causing the rest to flee in fear at the sight of them. The Heavenly God Academy. Run. The crowd scattered, creating a wide gap through which the elders of the Heavenly God Academy advanced. Palace spiritual treasure, exclaimed a white-haired elder with delight. Haha, it's indeed a palace spiritual treasure. This trip has been worthwhile. The elder raised his hand, signaling over 100 others to surround the palace spiritual treasure. The spiritual energy storm posed a bit of a challenge. The white-haired elder furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to set up a guiding formation to absorb the storm. Elder, I have been waiting here for a day and discovered a pattern. Setting Tian, who had arrived a day earlier and was at the early innate martial king stage. What pattern? The white-haired elder inquired, turning his gaze to Tian. The spiritual energy storm has a gap in its disappearance. It vanishes every hour for 2 seconds. Tian reported respectfully. 2 seconds. The elder calculated briefly. The storm's radius was 500 meters. For an average person, breaking through that distance within 2 seconds would be challenging. But for the late-stage innate martial king elders, it would be a breeze. Clear out all the idle folk. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The elder commanded, and the members of the Heavenly God Academy immediately drew their weapons, slaying dozens, causing the others to hastily flee. The palace spiritual treasure, at the very least, is a half-respected king's spiritual treasure. It shall belong to our Heavenly God Academy. The elders sat down, patiently awaiting their opportunity. An hour swiftly passed. Buzz. The spiritual energy storm indeed vanished. Go. Swish, swish, swish. The numerous elders from the Heavenly God Academy surged into the hall like a swarm of locusts, moving at lightning speed, reaching sonic velocity. In 2 seconds, they would surely breach the entrance. However, sizzle, 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 da! Save me. This is bad. Retreat, the white-haired elder shouted, but it was too late. All of the 2 or 3 dozen elders who had rushed and met their demise. The previously vanished spiritual energy storm reappeared before the palace. That wasn't it supposed to disappear for 2 seconds? How did it appear in just 1 second? The elder with white hair's expression changed dramatically as he glared at Ying Tian. Are you mocking me? No. It indeed vanished for 2 seconds. I cannot fathom how this happened. Ying Tian stammered, retreating in fear. Fool, you clearly aim to claim this object for yourself, daring to deceive your master. Such a crime is unforgivable. Kill him. The elder struck with a palm, instantly reducing Ying Tian to a mere pulp. Chapter 166. The Secret of Yaochen. Poor Ying Tian, who had once escaped the clutches of Xiao Long under the protection of the Minter Wei Tao in the inner courtyard, now met his demise at the hands of his own elder. This truly exemplifies the notion of reaping what one sows. Outside, Xiao Long observed everything with clarity through his divine sense, unable to suppress a smile. Marvelous. Let us continue our game. He produced a semi-divine spiritual treasure spear, discovered within the Xianyun treasure hall, radiating a dazzling black sheen and exuding an undeniable pressure, clearly not an ordinary object. Xiaobai, toss the spear at the entrance to fish. Understood. Xiaobai hoisted the spear and proceeded toward the grand entrance, while Xiao Long resumed refining the jade stone tablet. Outside the Xianyun treasure hall, a gathering of 200 to 300 elders from the Celestial Academy convened, deliberating strategies. The spiritual energy storm dissipated once every hour, vanishing for 1 second each time. How could they enter? After several tests, the elders discerned this pattern. The storm spanned a radius of 500 meters, and aside from a few speedsters from the potential dragon ranking, it seemed no one else could enter. I shall give it a try. A youth wielding a sword stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming sword intent. Merely standing there, he fractured the ground beneath him. The surrounding air sliced asunder. This individual was Lin Daoxian, the third on the potential dragon ranking and the Celestial Academy's foremost genius below the royal realm. Lin Daoxian is worth a shot. Indeed, with Lin Daoxian possessing a top-tier royal protective spiritual treasure, he can certainly escape even if caught in the storm. The elders parted to grant him passage. Unbeknownst to them, a youth with hawk-like eyes hovered in the distant sky, observing intently. His form was poised like a bow, with concentrated true energy coalescing in a sphere, ready to strike. This was Yao Chen, who had departed from the Songhai Academy. As time ticked away, when the hour's limit was reached, the spiritual energy storm vanished without a trace. Whoosh! At that almost simultaneous moment, Yao Chun and Lin Daoxian surged upward with terrifying speed toward the entrance of the treasure hall, their physical forms breaking the sound barrier, creating a piercing shriek, resembling humanoid lightning. Lin Daoxian's figure resembled a sword, while Yao Chen's resembled an eagle. Though Yao Chun was at a distance, he surged forth a second earlier and with greater speed, surpassing most royal realm practitioners, achieving an astonishing velocity. Swish! The crowd heard the rush of wind and beheld 2 figures collide at the hall's entrance. Get out of my way! Lin Daoxian bellowed in fury. Upon recognizing Yu Chen, he could not help but sneer and unleashed a palm strike toward him. The 5th on the potential dragon ranking, a ways defeated by Si Kongsheng, dares to seize the treasure hall. Seeking death, Lin Daoxian's palm, imbued with terrifying sword momentum, caused the surrounding spiritual energy to momentarily form a vacuum, cleaved by his sword intent. Yao Chen's gaze remained indifferent as he casually struck out, his palm subtly flickering with lightning. Boom! The 2 hands clashed, not resulting in a stalemate, but rather a one-sided domination. Lin Daoxian's arm bent unnaturally, snapping under the force, bones protruding at the joint. Under the tremendous impact, blood gushed from Lin Daoxian, who was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Yao Chen did not falter, charging into the treasure hall. Boom! The doors slammed shut, and the spiritual energy storm re-emerged. What? Only then did the assembled elders regain their senses. When they witnessed Lin Daoxian's severed arm, their faces paled in shock. That is Yao Chen. How is this possible? How did he become so formidable? Impossible. Lin Daoxian could exchange 10 blows with Si Kongsheng. Yao Chen could hardly withstand a single palm strike from him. How could he defeat Lin Daoxian? The crowd's expressions changed in unison. They observed electric arcs emanating from the severed end of Lin Daoxian's arm, faint crackling sounds resonating within him. Suddenly, his head drooped, and he fainted. An elder lifted Lin Daoxian to examine his injuries, his expression growing increasingly grim. Lin Daoxuan's meridians were utterly destroyed. He would likely remain unconscious for at least a week. The atmosphere was filled with astonished gasps. Yao Chen defeated Lin Daoxian with a single palm strike, leaving his meridians in ruin. How could such a bizarre occurrence transpire? Surround the treasure hall. Do not let that thief escape. The elders immediately ordered a complete encirclement of the Xianyun treasure hall. At this moment, inside the Xianyun treasure hall, Yao Chen surveyed the myriad treasures scattered across the hall, content, and with a wave of his hand. He collected them all into his storage ring. There is more over there. Yao Chen moved toward the room on the right. However, as he entered, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, and 4 spiritual energy ropes shot down from above, binding his limbs tightly. What? Before Yao Chen could react, the ropes yanked him against the wall, splaying his limbs apart in a star-like position, rendering him immobile. A chill ran through Yao Chen's heart, attempting to resist. He found his true energy suppressed and unable to flow. Damn it. Let me go. Electricity crackled around him, yet the spiritual energy ropes remained unyielding, pulling his limbs outward, nearly stretching his legs into a split. Who was in there? Show yourself. Only then did Yao Chen realize he had fallen into a trap. Long time no see. At that moment, a spectral figure made of spiritual energy appeared before him, revealing the visage of Xiao Long. Itsu. Yao Chen glared fiercely. Release me at once, or I shall annihilate your entire family. Xiao Long's eyes narrowed. The 4 ropes yanked forcefully in opposite directions, causing Yao Chen's legs and arms to emit cracking sounds as if they were about to be torn apart. Let me go. Yao Chen cried out in agony, his bones straining under the immense pressure. Whoosh! Another spiritual energy rope shot forth, wrapping around his neck. Xiao Chun, I am your senior. How could you treat me like this? Yao Chun, realizing the gravity of his situation, softened his tone. I have a question for you. Xiao Long strolled leisurely, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Should I call you Yao Chen, or should I address you as Yao Zun? Fear flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, akin to seeing a ghost. Yet he quickly regained his composure, feigning confusion. What are you talking about? I am Yao Chen, your senior. I welcomed you when you passed the inner courtyard assessment. Surely you have not forgotten. Xiao Long regarded him with an amused expression, eyes glinting with the derision of a cat toying with a mouse. Yao Chen sensed something was amiss, his expression darkening. What do you mean by that? Chapter 167. Subjugation. Nothing much, merely curious if you're accustomed to this body. Xiao Long approached and patted his face mockingly. You? Yao Chen could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock. How did you discover this? How could I not recognize you after devouring your eagle-headed form? Xiao Long's words left Yao Chen in a stupor, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who are you really? Yao Chen's mind was in turmoil, his voice turning shrill. Not concern yourself with my identity. Anyone daring to usurp a student of Songhai Academy will undoubtedly pay the price. Xiao Long casually waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless spiritual energy ropes descended from the sky, binding Yao Chen in a chaotic tangle. I advise you not to resist. This treasure hall is a second-tier royal spiritual treasure. Although I have yet to fully refine it, dealing with you, a mere Yao Zun, is a trivial task. Furthermore, as you have usurped another's body, your strength has yet to fully recover. I possess ample means to handle you. With that, Xiao Long's spiritual form dissipated, and a massive surge of purple-black flames erupted within the room, scorching toward Yao Chen. The chamber echoed with heart-wrenching screams. Xiao Long did not intend to kill him just yet. Yao Chen still held some utility, particularly as a scapegoat. At this very moment, outside the Xianyun treasure hall, a throng had gathered, over 500 elders from the Celestial Academy encircling the treasure hall, ensuring it was sealed tight. No matter how powerful Yao Chen was, he was merely at the peak of the innate martial king level, and the royal spiritual treasure was beyond his control. Let us wait patiently for him to emerge. The elders settled into a meditative stance, awaiting the unfolding events. As seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into hours. Soon a day had passed. Numerous factions had traversed the marshlands, reaching the northern forest area, yet the Celestial Academy maintained 500 elders on guard, for this was a royal treasure hall, a rare gem that would incite jealousy in anyone. Xiao Long had inscribed 90% of the jade stone tablet. The remaining 10% proved insurmountable, indicating he lacked sufficient soul power. To manipulate a royal spiritual treasure, one needed the soul power of at least the royal realm. Though Xiao Long's soul power was formidable, it was still severely damaged. Inscribing 90% was already the limit. I must wait until I break through to the Yao Emperor realm before attempting again. Xiao Long mused inwardly. In another chamber, Yao Chen was on the brink of collapse, the nightmarish fire not only corroding his flesh but also scorching his soul. As a being who had seized another's body, he was most vulnerable to soul burns. After such a tumultuous ordeal, the aura of the demon dust was barely perceptible, and the soul power teetered on the brink of collapse. A black serpent slithered forward. Soon after, an overwhelming wave of soul fluctuations surged into the consciousness of the demon dust. With his eyes wide open, the demon dust seemed to struggle momentarily before swiftly descending into a state of confusion. As for the soul slave, I shall allow you a semblance of autonomy, merely inscribing a soul-sealing mark upon you. However, should you dare to defy my will, I shall ensure your immediate obliteration, before long. Xiao Long implanted the soul-sealing mark, and the soul energy receded, restoring the demon dust's eyes to their former brilliance. What have you done to me? The demon dust exclaimed in terror. Nothing significant. Merely a minor technique. As long as you heed my commands, you shall remain unharmed. Defy my wishes, and your soul will be extinguished on the spot. Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. The demon dust's pupils contracted. And just as a thought of rebellion flickered in his mind, he was seized by a splitting headache. I have warned you. Do not attempt to resist. Do not even entertain such thoughts, or you will suffer a most horrific demise. Xiao Long tossed a spirit fusion pill and retreated. The demon dust, seeing the pill, hastily picked it up and swallowed it to mend his fractured soul power. Outside the Xianyun treasure hall, the elders of the Celestial Academy had grown impatient. What shall we do? What if he does not emerge? Are we to wait indefinitely? One elder inquired. What other choice do we have? This is a royal spirit treasure. A palace-type artifact. Our Celestial Academy has never possessed such a treasure in its millennia-long history. We must wait, even if it takes years, the elder with white hair declared sternly. Just then, the Xianyun treasure hall suddenly trembled. Something is amiss. All the elders of the Celestial Academy stood in unison, their eyes fixed on the hall, bracing themselves. Controlling a royal treasure is immensely taxing on soul power. Even the esteemed director would find it challenging to maintain control. So there is no need for concern, the elder with white hair stated. However, scarcely had he spoken when the Xianyun treasure hall soared into the air, barreling towards the crowd with terrifying speed amidst their horrified gazes. Run, the elder with white hair exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. Boom. Just as the thought of escape arose, the Xianyun treasure hall surged forth, akin to a bulldozer, crushing all in its path. Those struck by the hall met an inevitable end. Caught in a tempest of spiritual energy that obliterated them, the ground erupted in a cacophony of destruction, as if a series of firecrackers had ignited. In the blink of an eye, over 500 individuals lay dead. With only a scant few managing to flee, not daring to look back, you have slain a level 29 wild beast and gained 1,800,000 experience points, 20 bonus for challenging a higher level. You have slain a level 29 wild beast and gained 1,800,000 experience points, 20 bonus for challenging a higher level. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 29. You are still 1 billion experience points away from the next level, having killed 500 elders. Xiao Long ascended directly to the 9th tier Demon King. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. It's a pity that I exhausted my energy after just one charge. Xiao Long laughed heartily, feeling lightheaded as if his soul were on the verge of slumber. Alarmed, he quickly consumed a spirit fusion pill. If only I had let that demon lord take over, Xiao Long mused. Although the demon lord had been severely burned, it still possessed the soul of a first-tier demon lord, whose fragmentation was not as dire as Xiao Long's. Glancing at the spirit stones beneath the jade tablet, he noted that he had initially placed 3 million top-tier spirit stones here. After this charge, 2 million had vanished in an instant. I must exercise caution moving forward. Exiting, Xiao Long released the demon dust and Xiao Bai, and with a wave of his hand, the Xianyun treasure hall, originally 5 miles in diameter, shrank visibly until it was no larger than a palm, which he then stowed away in his inventory. Do you understand my words? Xiao Long inquired, looking at the demon dust. I understand. The demon dust nodded. That's good. As long as you excel in your endeavors, I shall eventually lift the seal, Xiao Long stated coolly. Yes, the demon dust gritted his teeth in anger, yet felt powerless. He dared not resist. How could a dignified demon lord fall into the hands of a mere serpent? The demon dust regretted deeply. Given another chance, he would have rather died than enter that treasure hall. In the northern forest, the battles had escalated beyond description, transforming into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The clashing and wailing echoed throughout, as everyone was consumed by bloodlust. The forest was replete with treasures. Beneath any tree, one could find royal-grade spirit treasures, and even a few royal spirit treasures had appeared, fiercely contested by several powerful factions. Later on, a half-royal palace manifested, inciting a frenzy among countless individuals. And during that skirmish, at least 10,000 lives were lost, ultimately claimed by the Celestial Academy. While no one could control the palace treasure, it could be stored in a spatial ring to be handed over to Ao Wutian for use. In this fierce battleground, the forces had divided into 3 tiers. The first tier comprised the Celestial Academy, Songhai Academy, King Kong Temple, and the Savage Nation. Entities that none dared provoke. If they set their sights on a particular treasure, they could amass their strength and surely seize it. The second tier represented the 2-star forces led by the Lu Yun sect, who still had a chance at royal-grade treasures but would never dream of obtaining royal treasures. The third tier consisted of the few remaining 1-star forces, existing merely as cannon fodder, scavenging the remnants left behind by others, and even a fortuitous find had to be hidden carefully. Of course, there were also some maverick warriors whose personal strength surpassed all. Among them was Sikong Sheng, who, upon entering the ruins, did not join the Celestial Academy, but scoured for treasures alone. He missed not a single treasure he desired, and even uncovered several half-royal spirit treasures. In addition to Sikong Sheng, two others garnered significant attention from various factions. One was a young man with a grim expression, a master of toxic attacks, exceedingly cruel and merciless. Anything he set his sights on met a gruesome end, with at least several thousand lives claimed at his hands. The other was a masked woman clad in red, proficient in soul secret arts, who left many entranced with a mere glance, oblivious to the theft of their treasures. These three were categorized within the first tier of forces, each capable of rivaling an entire group, due to the abundance of treasures in the forest. Even when opposing factions encountered each other, they refrained from engaging in full-scale battles to avoid unnecessary casualties and not to benefit others. However, as time passed and treasures dwindled, the inevitable conflict would arise. In a corner, over 30 disciples of the Liu Yin sect huddled together, backs pressed against one another, anxiously scanning their surroundings. They had been encircled, surrounded from all sides by the monks of the King Kong Temple. "Miss Mingwei, what should we do?" Wang Mingao inquired, standing beside Xianyuan Mingwei. His expression grave. "I do not know." Xianyuan Mingwei bit her lip, her face slightly pale. Ever since Xiao Long had departed from the Celestial Academy, Wang Mingao and Xianyuan Mingwei had similarly left, ultimately not joining Songhai Academy. They had encountered danger along the way and were rescued by Zhang Fan, the eldest disciple of the Liu Yin sect, who then invited them to join. It's all right. Senior brother Zhang Fan will come to our rescue. We just need to hold on, a young disciple of the Liu Yin sect declared. Amadba, treasures are destined for their rightful owners. Since you refuse to surrender your spatial rings, we shall take them by force. The monks of the King Kong Temple chanted in unison, palms pressed together, as countless golden characters manifested in the sky and surged forth. A disciple of the Liu Yin sect was struck by the golden characters, immediately spewing blood and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The others were similarly struck, blood spraying from their mouths. "Damn it, what do you mean destined for their rightful owners? You just want to kill and plunder, yet pretend to uphold righteousness, spewing a load of nonsense. None of these monks are virtuous. They all wear a facade while harboring wicked hearts." The disciples of the Liu Yin sect, filled with indignation, consumed desperate pills and charged at the monks of the King Kong Temple. Wang Mingao and Xianyuan Mingwei also drew upon their blood essence, their swords slicing through radiant arcs of light as they struck at the monks. "How dare you insult the Buddhist order? I shall capture you and burn you for 49 days to cleanse your sins." The monks of the King Kong Temple radiated with Buddhist light, as myriad golden hands manifested in the sky, descending upon the disciples of the Liu Yin sect. Just then, Xiao Long's avatar passed through the area and witnessed this scene. Wang Mingao, Xianyuan Mingwei. Originally, the fate of the Liu Yin sect was of little concern to him. But upon spotting familiar faces from the Tianfeng Kingdom, he could not remain indifferent. "Let me lend them a hand." With a decisive step, Xiao Long's avatar unleashed a surge of electricity that erupted from the ground, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. Having ascended to the 9th-tier Demon King, Xiao Long's avatar now possessed the prowess of a late-stage innate martial king, and with the Thunder Dragon body refinement and the unity of man and heaven, his speed surpassed that of royal realms. Though only 2/10 of his original power, it was sufficient to overwhelm his peers. Quickly, the force of his laws accelerated his speed twofold, and with his current strength, such an increase bore little backlash. Whoosh! A monk from the Golden Buddha Temple suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by a deafening crash as he was obliterated by a single punch. What? The disciples of the Flowing Clouds sect were stunned. Could it be that Brother Zhang Fan had come to their rescue? The monks of the Golden Buddha Temple were equally taken aback, their hands of Buddha light reaching out towards Xiao Long in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Before the Buddha hands could reach him, a terrifying shockwave erupted, uprooting the surrounding trees. Moments later, the landscape was barren, devoid of even a single tree, reduced to mere flat ground. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd. There, where Xiao Long stood, appeared a massive cauldron, encasing him within. The Golden Buddha hand struck the cauldron but did not even cause it to tremble. Xiao Long's avatar bore no flames. He could only utilize the 8-dragon cauldron bestowed upon him by Wan Jianfeng to deal with these ruffians. "Who are you? Why do you interfere with the affairs of the Golden Buddha Temple instead of competing for treasures? Do you not fear that our Buddhist sect will list you as a target for extermination?" A monk from the Golden Buddha Temple threatened, for the events had transpired too swiftly for them to discern Xiao Long's appearance. A cold smile crept across Xiao Long's lips as he raised his hand, causing the 8-dragon cauldron to levitate in midair and begin spinning wildly. Its speed then surged, crashing forward. Retreat. The monks were horrified, hastily backing away. Quickly, Xiao Long's gaze sharpened, and the power of the laws spread outwards, doubling the speed of the 8 dragon cauldron, which whirled into the crowd with a howling rush. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the 8 dragon cauldron passed, the monks were crushed to pieces, flesh and blood splattering, the golden Buddha light on their bodies transforming into a crimson hue, screams echoing throughout. In mere moments, they all lay on the ground like dead dogs, either dead or severely injured. The disciples of the flowing cloud sect were left in shock. The monks who had previously overwhelmed them now found their fortunes reversed in an instant. Who could this person be? Absorb, Xiao Long commanded, and the 8 dragon cauldron erupted with a pulling force, drawing all the remaining monks inside before sealing the lid. Clang, the cauldron thudded onto the ground, trembling slightly, with faint roars emanating from within. Xiao Long clasped his hands together and recited with feigned solemnity, Amitabha, as a practitioner of the monastic life, I shall show mercy and spare your lives. Instead, you shall be burned in the great fire for 49 days. Refined into relics of the Buddhist sect, allowing you to ascend to the paradise. Inside the cauldron, angry curses and threats echoed, but Xiao Long feigned ignorance, kicking the cauldron towards the disciples of the flowing cloud sect. Refine this group of bald donkeys for 49 days and help them transcend. With that parting remark, Xiao Long turned and departed. Who was that? Gazing at Xiao Long's receding figure, Xin Yuan Mingwei exclaimed. Xiao Chen. It must be Xiao Chen. I shall remember his silhouette for a lifetime, Wang Minggao said excitedly. Senior Xiao Chen. The disciples of the flowing cloud sect were filled with mixed emotions. Xiao Long soared into the sky. Surveying the battlefield. As treasures dwindled, the only option left was to plunder from others. The battles in the forest grew increasingly brutal, and the number of survivors dwindled. Originally, millions had entered the ruins, but now only about 100,000 remained. With even the Songhai Academy reduced to a mere 3,000. Though the numbers had diminished, those who survived were the elite among elites, observing the vast sea of corpses and blood around him. Xiao Long felt an unsettling disquiet. Unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he casually grasped a corpse and probed its consciousness, discovering an emptiness within. Not a trace of a soul remained. Typically, remnants of a soul linger after death, much like that of the demon lord, whose physical form was destroyed yet left a wisp of residual spirit capable of reincarnation. However, these corpses exhibited a complete absence of souls. An evident anomaly. Collecting the bodies, Xiao Long swept past, beginning his grim task. At the Songhai Academy's encampment, weary from continuous battle, the members had sought an open area in the forest to erect shelters and recuperate. The forest lay silent, devoid of sound. Tu Obajan sat cross-legged atop a treetop, meditating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a sharp beam of sword light erupting from his gaze. The air resonated with the sound of striking iron. Faint sparks flickering. Heh, young lad, quite the quick reflexes. A light chuckle resonated, revealing an elder with white eyebrows standing in the void, a cold smile gracing his face. The white-browed sword king. Tu Obajan narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, footsteps echoed from all directions. To the east, a dark throng appeared, clad in black robes, exuding an overwhelming pressure that intimidated all present. Members of the Celestial Academy. To the west stood a congregation of monks in their robes, forming a triangular formation, radiating Buddha light and chanting sacred verses, a towering golden Buddha phantom faintly visible behind them. To the north, a group of towering figures, each over 3 meters tall, descended from the sky. Their landing shaking the ground, increasing the oppressive atmosphere to the point of making breathing difficult. In the south, there stood a solitary figure. Just this one person caused Tu Obajan's pupils to constrict. Xikong Sheng, an individual equating to an entire faction, the most formidable presence within the ruins. The students and elders of Songhai Academy dismantled their tents and shelters, their expressions grave as they surveyed their surroundings. They were unprovoked by the Golden Buddha Temple. Why then did they choose to intervene? The elder of Songhai Academy questioned. Amitabha, the bloodlust of Songhai Academy is too great, for the sake of all beings. We, disciples of the Buddhist sect, naturally have the obligation to cleanse your sins, declared Famo, the senior disciple of the Golden Buddha Temple. What about the white-browed sword king? The elder inquired, turning to him. The white-browed sword king replied with a smile, an old friend of mine, the mountain old monster, was slain by your hands. I have come to avenge him. Outrageous. The crowd from Songhai Academy erupted in anger. Infuriated by such shamelessness, everyone knew that the white-browed sword king had a contentious relationship with the mountain old monster. Where was the rationale for revenge? The elder scanned the surroundings, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his cold eyes. To dare besiege Songhai Academy, you shall pay the price. With that, he clenched his fist, sending a wave of energy into the ground. Buzz, a massive array base materialized beneath everyone's feet. Humph. However, Xikong Sheng produced a crimson flag and thrust it into the ground, causing the array's trajectory to spiral into chaos. The two energies within the array clashed, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the entire array base. How can this be? The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. This array flag had been discovered within the ruins, possessing the ability to disrupt array trajectories. Had they known that someone from Songhai Academy had expertise in arrays, they would have been better prepared. Xikong Sheng sneered. The faces of the Songhai Academy teachers and students turned ashen. They had anticipated such a scenario, and had thus set up the array as a precaution. Who could have imagined that the enemy would find a flag specifically designed to counter arrays? Xiao Yuan, what should we do? Shuge Jin approached. Fear not, none of them shall escape. Huang Mao reassured him. Among the members of Songhai Academy, only Huang Mao remained composed. You, Songhai Academy, have plundered numerous treasures. Once you annihilate them, you may divide the spoils, and I shall only take a single sword. How about that? The white-browed sword king fixed his fiery gaze upon the sword into Obajan's hand. Annihilate them first. Xikong Xing declared, charging forward. At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly struck the air, and Xikong Xing quickly halted, striking out with his palm toward the void on his right. In the next instant, a pair of eagle-like claws materialized in the air, colliding fiercely with Xikong Xing's palm. Boom! The point of impact erupted with a massive burst of blue lightning, causing the ground to collapse beneath them, creating a wide crater. The two figures retreated swiftly, sliding away to a distance. Who? Xikong Xing glared upward. The members of the Celestial Academy were equally stunned. Within the ruins, how could someone contend with Xikong Xing in a clash? How is this possible? Could it be that shadowy youth or that masked woman? Some pondered discreetly. Yet, when the crowd finally glimpsed the identity of the newcomer, their hearts trembled in shock. Perched atop a distant tree, a hawk-eyed youth stood at the branch's tip, arms crossed, gazing down at Xikong Xing with a smirk playing on his lips. Yao Chen, the teachers and students of Songhai Academy erupted in exhilaration. Chapter 170. The cataclysmic move. Xikong Xing stood beneath the tree, his chest heaving, his palms charred black, emitting a foul odor, with crackling arcs of electricity coursing through him, causing excruciating pain in his veins. What is happening? Xikong Xing was bewildered as to why Yao Chen had suddenly grown so formidable. The elders of the Celestial Academy widened their eyes in astonishment and fury. You beast! Hand over that palace. Kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of elders surged toward Yao Chen like a swarm of locusts, bloodthirsty and frenzied. The Celestial Academy had acquired a half-respected royal palace, merely a mile in diameter, with no significant offensive array. While Yao Chen possessed a palace measuring 5 miles in length and width, complete with a storm of spiritual energy, undoubtedly it surpassed the half-respected royal treasure and might even be classified as a second-tier royal treasure. A difference of 1 tier in royal treasures meant an insurmountable gap. The elders of the Celestial Academy were driven to madness. They had been searching for Yao Chen to seize the palace. Who could have expected it to come to them on a silver platter? Almost forgotten, you possess a royal palace. Xikong Xing also charged towards Yao Chen. The hulking giants of the wildlands and the monks of the Diamond Temple pounced upon Yao Chen like famished wolves scenting a feast. All notions of confronting the Songhai Academy and cooperating together dissipated from their minds. In their eyes, profit reigned supreme. Everything existed solely to serve the pursuit of gain, the second-order royal palace. What an extraordinary treasure! Even if all their gains from this venture were combined, they would not compare to a single royal palace. Once acquired, they could swiftly flee. Who could possibly impede them, compared to the intact battle prowess of the Songhai Academy? Yao Chen stood alone. Was it not wise to first target the softest fruit? Faced with the joint assault of 3 formidable forces plus Xikong Xing, Yao Chen remained unmoved, his sleeve discreetly revealing a black serpent. 9 dragons, 9 serpentine dragons of black and purple flames erupted from his sleeve, swirling around him. What? The assailants froze momentarily. 9 fire dragons. That was Xiao Chen's technique. How had it come to Yao Chen? Soon after, Yao Chen's entire being erupted with purple arcs of electricity, intertwining with the fire dragons, transforming them into 9 black and purple lightning fire dragons. Even from a distance, one could feel the devastating and terrifying power emanating from them. Thunder and flame, the 2 most violent forces of nature, had unexpectedly fused together. Confronted with such power, it was akin to an ant facing a volcanic eruption. Merely a glance sent a chilling wave coursing through their spines. A profound sense of crisis rising in every heart. If unleashed, this place would likely be razed to the ground in an instant. Retreat. The crowd gasped in horror and hastily withdrew. Blood rage barrier. Xiao Long roared, and a torrential wave of bloodlight surged from beneath the ground, enveloping them in a dense mist of blood, their movements akin to wading through a quagmire, their speed drastically reduced. Beneath the surface lay over 10,000 corpses buried by Xiao Long, forming a blood rage barrier capable of reducing the speed of those within by more than 5-fold. Xiao Long's pupils were bloodshot. A faint white flame darting into the fire dragon, fiercely suppressed at its core. Though the white flame bore no heat, its overwhelming aura of destruction rendered Xikong Xing pale, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without hesitation, he frantically burned his essence blood and fled beyond the blood rage barrier. In the next moment, whoosh, Whoosh, whoosh. With the enhancement of the laws of time, the 9 lightning fire dragons surged forth at a terrifying speed. Crashing into the throng. 9 dragons explosion. Xiao Long uttered a low cry. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions echoed one after another, the resultant inferno carrying devastating bolts of electricity soaring high into the sky, illuminating the previously darkened heavens as if 9 miniature suns had erupted. Countless individuals within the ruins looked up in shock, witnessing 9 colossal mushroom clouds slowly ascending, transforming the realm into a brilliant day, the light blindingly radiant. Subsequently, a visible shockwave spread from afar. At the explosion's epicenter, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the crowd, only to be consumed by the terrifying blasts. The scene before them became indistinguishable, their ears deafened, pupils dilated, beset by an endless white light and a distant, resounding hum resonating in their minds. In the next moment, rumble, the shockwave expanded in a circular arc, its reach exceeding 1,000 miles, sweeping across half the forest, reducing countless trees to ashes, the ground scraped up and collapsing, resembling a cataclysmic disaster. Those positioned at a distance who had yet to escape were also caught in the wave, perishing in an instant. The entire ruin trembled, even those waiting beyond the ruins sensed the tremors emanating from the rocky mountain. With this singular strike, the power surpassed that of the Emperor realm, reaching the threshold of the royal realm. Who would have anticipated that the combined might of Xiao Long and Yao Chen could unleash such a cataclysmic blow? Time flowed slowly, and after a considerable duration, the tremors gradually subsided. When the members of the Songhai Academy opened their eyes, they found themselves lying within a grand palace, Yao Chen half kneeling on the ground before them. Breathing heavily, his complexion as pale as a sheet. After unleashing that strike, Xiao Long had fainted, leaving the control of the Xianyun treasure palace temporarily in Yao Chen's hands. The palace gates opened, expelling the crowd. The members of the Songhai Academy rose and gazed around, discovering they stood within a colossal pit 1,000 feet deep, the surrounding soil charred black. Not far ahead, a brown 3-tiered pagoda stood ominously. That is the half-royal palace seized by the Divine Academy, someone exclaimed. They observed that the brown pagoda was in a state of disrepair, tiles occasionally shedding as if it might collapse at any moment. Rumble. Finally, the brown pagoda crumbled into fragments. Si Kongxing and numerous elders of the Divine Academy lay within, motionless, many bleeding from their orifices, killed in the blast. As for the others, the monks of the Diamond Temple, the Wildlands tribesmen, and the white-browed Sword King had long turned to ashes. The only survivors were Si Kongsheng and a handful of tenacious elders. Though they had narrowly escaped death, they were on the brink of exhaustion. With only Si Kongsheng retaining any combat capability, Si Kongsheng glanced at the shattered remains of the pagoda, his face ashen, his shock insufficient to encapsulate his current sentiment. The half-royal spiritual treasure had been utterly obliterated. The power of those 9 dragons had reached the royal level. Was this truly human? Chapter 171. The Yellow Sparrow awaits. Si Kongsheng's chest rose and fell uncontrollably. Unable to find calm, he had once believed he stood at the pinnacle of innate prowess, poised to become the strongest first-rank emperor of the great wilderness after his breakthrough. But today's events had completely overturned his perspective. The force of that strike had exceeded the limits of the emperor realm. Breaching into the royal realm, capable of destroying even a half-royal palace, it was too formidable, exceedingly absurd, like a tale from the Arabian Nights. In truth, Yao Chen had not anticipated the immense power born from the fusion of thunder and flame. Though he was a first-order demon sovereign in possession of a body, he had not fully regained his strength, currently equivalent to a slightly stronger emperor. What was transpiring? Yao Chen's expression shifted unpredictably. The truth of the matter was known only to Xiao Long. Although the strike's area of effect was vast, with the shockwave spreading to half the forest, most of it was superficial. Only that one flicker of aurora flame bore true royal power. It was the explosion generated by that aurora flame that annihilated the Divine Academy's half-royal palace. After executing this technique, Xiao Long had fainted from the exertion. Controlling the aurora flame was exceedingly taxing, both on the soul and on true energy. The members of the Songhai Academy stood in stunned silence, feeling as though the world was spinning, their entire worldview shattered. An innate master leaped 2 ranks to unleash a royal strike. Such an unnatural occurrence was beyond belief. I refused to accept it. I would rather die than believe that a late-stage innate martial king could unleash such an attack. Si Kongsheng fixed his gaze on Yao Chen, bellowing, "There must be some ancient being aiding you from the shadows, or you are a monster yourself. Otherwise, how could you have undergone such a drastic transformation? Severing ties with the Songhai Academy, and how could you have evolved from an ant I could easily crush into such a formidable force? You were even able to manipulate the royal palace. You cannot possibly be Yao Chen." Upon hearing these words, the students and faculty of the Songhai Academy looked at Yao Chen with uncertainty. Yao Chen's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that Si Kongxing would discern his true identity so swiftly. Indeed, He was not Yao Qin. As for whether Xiao Qin was an ancient being, he was unsure, but he did know that Xiao Qin's true form was a serpent, not an ordinary human. Is what Yao Qin said true? The Grand Elder, who had originally been filled with excitement, inquired hesitantly. The entire assembly of students and faculty gazed at him expectantly, eager for a response. Yao Qin responded with a cold smile, leaping from the ranks of the Songhai Academy. I cannot believe you saw through me. Indeed, I am not Yao Qin. Exterminating you was merely a matter of convenience for me, a means to exact vengeance. Should you wish to pursue me, feel free to try. With a resounding, arrogant laugh, Yao Qin transformed into a gust of wind, darting away from the pit. The faculty and students of the Songhai Academy stood rooted in place, their emotions in disarray. It was true. He was indeed not Yao Qin. Though they had anticipated this revelation, they struggled to accept it all at once. While Yao Qin outwardly laughed maniacally, inwardly he seethed with rage. Xiao Qin had committed murder. Yet he was being made to shoulder the blame. It was utterly preposterous. Nonetheless, he had found Si Kongxing particularly irksome and silently vowed that once his strength was restored, he would make the Divine Academy his first target. Si Kongxing's countenance darkened entirely, his gaze feral as he fixed it upon the retreating figure of Yao Qin, growling, "No matter who you are, having slain members of the three great forces, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Such audacity! Yao Qin scoffed as he leaped from the pit. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from a distance, causing Yao Qin's pupils to constrict as he raised his hand to unleash a palm strike. Bang! The tremendous shockwave sent Yao Qin spiraling downwards, crashing into the pit and creating a human-shaped crater. Yao Qin crawled from the crater, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his already pale complexion growing even more ghostly. Who? Everyone turned their gazes upward. In the void above stood a young man with a gloomy expression, his skin an eerie shade of bluish-purple, a mocking smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. A person possessed by a demon lord can unleash such terrifying attacks. Had you been in your prime, I would indeed be no match for you. Alas, your soul power is severely damaged, your aura is unstable, and your strength barely amounts to a fraction of its former glory. My Black Witch sect has always held a keen interest in formidable souls, and to encounter the soul of a demon lord makes this journey worthwhile. The shadowed youth wore a cold smile, his eyes glinting with greed and madness as he fixated on Yao Qin, perceiving him as a treasure-laden prey. A demon lord's possession. Yao Qin harbors the soul of a demon lord within? The members of Songhai Academy and Si Kongxing were utterly incredulous, even more shocked that the shadowed youth discerned this at a glance and even repelled Yao Qin with a mere palm strike, suggesting that his power rivaled that of anyone present. Yao Qin, being possessed by a demon lord, could explain previous events, but this shadowed youth, what kind of monster is he? Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, the shadowed youth coolly introduced himself. I hail from the Black Witch sect, a top-tier sect of the 3 stars from the Netherworld state, and I am the direct disciple of the Grand Guardian, Ghost Serpent Taoist, known as Gue Yu. You may not have heard of my exploits in the Great Wilderness Province, but allow me to inform you. The number of sovereigns who have perished at my hands exceeds 1,000. And the innate warriors who have fallen before me surpass 100,000. Upon hearing this, all present gasped in unison, drenched in cold sweat. One individual, Gue Yu, had slain 1,000 sovereigns, 100,000 innate warriors. Even the combined numbers of both academies did not amount to such a figure. They had previously heard of a cruel and bloodthirsty shadowed youth in the ruins, yet they could never have imagined that their knowledge was merely the tip of the iceberg. To him, the act of killing 100,000 innate warriors seemed trivial, and how many of the condensed reality realm had met their end at his hands. Should Xiao Long encounter this individual, he would surely come to realize that the soulless corpses were his handiwork. On the divine continent, besides human warriors and demon cultivators, there also existed ghost cultivators and sorcerers from the witch sect, who specialized in dark arts, toxins, and curses, particularly those concerning the soul. It is likely that this was their true purpose for venturing into the ruins, the souls of millions of warriors, though most left behind only a trace of residual spirit upon death, collectively formed a formidable source of soul power. Yao Qin's gaze turned grave. Who could have envisioned such sinister entities lurking within the ruins? The adversary arrived prepared, undoubtedly possessing means to counter him, rendering the situation exceedingly tricky. Will you come willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Gue Yu regarded Yao Qin with an indifferent air. Chapter 172. Slay him. The elders of the Divine Academy, lying in the ruins of the pagoda and barely clinging to life, were struck by terror at this scene. Struggling to rise and flee toward the pit's edge, attempting to escape, Gue Yu produced a black gourd and, with a single breath, immobilized the elders of the Divine Academy. Moments later, their eyes dulled, and transparent souls were seen drifting from their crowns, drawn into the gourd. Fools, seeking death. Si Kongxing, unable to contain his fury, charged at Gue Yu. Instantly, a colossal dragon-elephant apparition manifested behind him, intricate dragon-elephant runes swirling upon his body, his aura surging as he transformed into a primal beast. Wherever he passed, the ground shattered, and spiritual energy roiled, creating a vacuum as he forcefully displaced the air. Against Guiyu, Si Kongsheng held nothing back, launching a full-force lethal strike. I almost forgot about the waste beside me. Let me deal with you first. With a flick of his sleeve, Guiyu unleashed a myriad of venomous snakes and scorpions towards Si Kongsheng. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. Si Kongsheng bellowed, his power unmatched as he struck with a mighty punch. In that instant, it felt as though the very heavens trembled, a visible shockwave erupting from his fist, sweeping outwards with chaotic force, inciting a tempest of spiritual energy that threw the surroundings into disarray. As the poisonous creatures plunged into the storm, they exploded, transforming into a noxious black sludge. Well done. The surviving elders of the Divine Academy displayed expressions of relief. However, their joy was short-lived as the sludge splattered back towards Si Kongsheng, corroding his body upon contact. Sizzling sounds erupted as his flesh was devoured, leaving behind gaping wounds that emitted wisps of white smoke. Even his bones threatened to dissolve. Ah! Si Kongsheng's screams echoed in agony, his face contorting in pain as he collapsed to the ground, writhing. What a terrifying individual! The students and faculty of Tsang High Academy were gripped by fear. They understood Si Kongsheng's willpower. He had endured countless injuries without flinching. Yet now he writhed in torment, a testament to the corrosive nature of the venom. Guiyu chuckled coldly. Did you not boast of your formidable physique and unparalleled recovery? Let me witness that recovery now. The corrosive sludge continued to eat away at his flesh, penetrating further, threatening even his vital organs. Si Kongsheng, acting decisively, drew a dagger and excised the tainted flesh, which disintegrated upon detachment, now riddled with craters. He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Ha ha ha. Like ants, Guiyu laughed triumphantly, his gaze shifting to the distant members of Tsang High Academy. A mere glance sent shivers down their spines, as though facing a formidable foe. I hold no interest in you. Depart. Guiyu declared nonchalantly. Though his combat prowess was unmatched, Tsang High Academy still boasted 3,000 individuals, over 500 at the late innate warrior stage, and 20 experts of the potential dragon ranking. He had also spotted 2 serpent demon emperors hiding beneath them. Hence he refrained from acting recklessly. First, he would capture this demon lord, then deal with them. The souls of 3,000 strong warriors were a tempting prize indeed. Guiyu casually cast several formations, ensnaring Yao Chen within. Yao Chen's gaze flickered, lost in thought. I know you are the soul of a demon lord, well versed in formations, but I advise you to abandon all hope. Guiyu brandished 3 black flags, planting them around Yu Chen in an equilateral triangle, faint cries of tormented spirits emanating from the flags. Soul-snatching formation flags. Yao Chen's expression shifted drastically. At least you recognize value. Guiyu unleashed a series of incantations, dark mist erupting from the flags and enveloping Yao Chen. Brother, should we assist him? In the distance, Tuoba Long tugged at Tuoba Zhan. Speaking in hushed tones, Tuoba Zhan remained silent, gripping his sword tightly, a conflict evident on his face. Zhuge Jin interjected. Though Yao Chen is possessed, he previously saved us. Had he not drawn the ire of the 3 factions, we might have been annihilated long ago. Indeed, that Guiyu is clearly malevolent. What if he kills Yao Chen and turns his sights on us? Thundered Lei Xiao, one of the 7 gentlemen of Tsang Hai. I also believe we should help him, Dan Tai Hong stated through gritted teeth, her suspicions stemming from the sight of 9 fire dragons. The explosion of the 9 dragons mirrored the techniques employed by Xiao Chen against her. She suspected a connection between Yao Chen and her senior in that moment. Everyone was engulfed in turmoil. On the surface, Huang Mao remained quiet, yet he was incessantly communicating with Xiao Long, whose true form he held in his hands. Boss, awaken. The plan has failed. A grotesque entity has emerged, and the demon lord is in peril. Xiao Long remained unyielding. Within his mind, a series of system notifications flashed. You have slain a level 29 wild creature, earning 1,500,000 experience points. You have slain a level 29 wild creature, earning 1,500,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. You require 3 billion experience points for the next level. You have slain a level 29 wild creature, earning 1,500,000 experience points. You have slain a level 28 wild creature, earning 1,200,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 31. You require 5 billion experience points for the next level. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Demon Emperor. You may evolve once. Do you wish to evolve immediately? Evolution requires 1 hour. Please ensure you are not interrupted. Xiao Long's cataclysmic 9 dragons explosion annihilated countless foes. He was unaware of the total but knew that all members of the 3 factions had perished, and the shockwaves had also killed many who fled into the pagoda. In summary, when his experience points reached half of level 31, growth ceased. Huang Mao was startled as he noticed Xiao Long's form transforming. His serpent head sharpened, 2 whiskers sprouting, and beneath his belly, 2 claws emerged. His forehead horn became increasingly sharp, and his 2 pairs of wings were formed. Boss, I know what to do. Huang Mao secured Xiao Long within a cosmic bag, gesturing as a dark staff emerged from his ear, expanding into a 10-meter-long giant rod. All eyes turned to Huang Mao. With a fierce gaze fixed ahead, he locked onto Guiyu and declared solemnly, "Slay him." Boom, boom. 2 colossal black pythons, each measuring 800 meters in length, surged forth from either side of the ominous figure, launching a thunderous assault towards it. Huang Mao leaped into the air, and the staff in his hand instantaneously elongated to several kilometers, descending from above to strike forcefully at the head of the figure. Chapter 173, A Sword. The figure, Guiyu, raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding scene. A staff capable of transforming at will. This must be yet another royal spiritual treasure. 2 sentient demon emperors with admirable bloodlines could undoubtedly be of use to me. Unfazed by the encroaching serpents, Guiyu's pupils emanated a dense black mist that rapidly expanded to a radius of 100 meters. As the scales of the 2 serpents came into contact with the mist, they began to sizzle and emit green smoke. The staff, upon striking the black mist, sank as if trapped in a quagmire. Unable to advance even an inch, "Congeal," Guiyu commanded, his thoughts directing the black mist to coalesce into 3 large black hands, 2 ensnaring each serpent, and the 3rd seizing the staff, which was then hurled away. "Kill!" Tuobajan ascended into the sky, his sword igniting with a dazzling brilliance, carving a profound scar across the heavens, as if cleaving the world in twain. In that instant, the sky lost all luster, leaving only the brilliance of that singular sword, the ocean sword technique. Tuobajan fervently channeled his internal energy, igniting his essence and spirit into the sword's radiance, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that soared skyward. The azure sword light, with unmatched might, descended upon Guiyu. What? Guiyu's expression shifted. Heavenly level martial arts. Delight surged within him. To think this encounter would yield such bountiful rewards. My Black Witch sect has preserved only a single inferior heavenly level martial art throughout its millennia of history. The Ocean Academy is truly a treasure trove, bringing continuous surprises. A fervor of joy washed over Guiyu as he gestured with his hands, forming several arcane seals in the air. Evil wine melody. Boom. A torrent of venomous insects, as thick as barrels, surged from his sleeves, swirling in the sky to create a black vortex of poisonous creatures, towering thousands of feet high, a sight that struck terror in the hearts of onlookers. As the poisonous vortex emerged, a foul wind swept through the realm, carrying a nauseating stench. Many students of the Ocean Academy turned pale at the scent, some even retching in response. Go, Guiyu pointed. And the insect storm surged towards the azure sword light. The sword light cleaved through the storm, violently dispersing it, annihilating countless insects in a blinding flash. However, upon being split, the storm reformed into 2 smaller vortices. Rushing toward the crowd, Heavenly Thunder Finger, with a thunderous roar, a finger pierced the sky, unleashing a crack of thunder that plunged into the swarm of insects. Destruction Fire Basin. Dan Tai Hong hurled a fire basin into the swarm, igniting it and incinerating vast swathes of the venomous horde. Star Sword Technique. Zhuge Jin unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending forth countless star-like sword blossoms into the vortex. In a heartbeat, the assembled warriors unleashed their abilities, collectively reducing the 2 swarms of billions of poisonous insects to nothingness. Phew. The crowd, drenched in sweat, breathed heavily. Who could have anticipated such formidable strength, forcing them all to act in defense with a single move? It was truly terrifying. Yet, Guiyu was far from satisfied, his countenance flushed with anger. Outrageous. All the millions of venomous insects I painstakingly gathered, gone in an instant. I shall make you pay with your lives. Neglecting the remnants of the insect dust, Guiyu swiftly sealed them with a spell and charged forward. Midway, he altered his gesture, causing a great bell to materialize ominously above. Requiem. Guiyu's gaze turned cold, his pupils swirling into a bizarre vortex. Dong. The bell shook slightly, sending invisible sound waves rippling outward, causing those closest to bleed from their ears and stagger back, their very souls teetering on the brink of departure. Quick, fortify your minds. Tuobajan shouted, hastily closing his eyes to concentrate, refusing to be ensnared by the sound. Dong. As the bell rang again, the scales of the black pythons were drenched in terrifying blood, flung away by the shockwave, while weaker students from the Ocean Academy suffered gruesome fates, their eyes exploding, blood pouring from every orifice. Blood gushed forth from the crowd, their ears and eyes oozing crimson, a scene of utter devastation. How could this happen? The Grand Elder's face turned ashen. 1,000 cannot withstand a single individual. What manner of monster is he? Guiyu's pupils spun as the bell resonated once more. Dong. Suddenly, crack. A spiderweb of cracks appeared on the surface of the bell, and in mere moments, it exploded with a resounding crash. The sound waves that had spread forth were abruptly severed, producing a crisp ringing sound that vanished without a trace. What? Guiyu's heart trembled. The requiem bell was a secret treasure of the soul, intangible and invisible. How could it suddenly shatter? To his knowledge, there was no one in the great wilderness state versed in soul techniques. And even if there were, they would be of the lowest caliber, incapable of destroying his requiem bell. In a fit of rage and shock, Guiyu looked up, only to see a sword light, resembling a chasm, standing ominously before him, severing even the sound waves. A sword that cleaves souls, a sword that shatters sound. What kind of sword is this? The members of the Ocean Academy also gazed upward in astonishment, spotting a translucent, chasm-like sword hovering in midair, upon which stood a figure clad in white and green, exuding an ethereal grace, as if no one else existed in the realm but that sword. Brother! Zhuge Jin's eyes welled with tears. Senior Zhuge, Lei Xiao, and the others wore expressions of unrestrained joy. Han, the Grand Elder, was overwhelmed with emotion. Zhuge Han, having been away from the world for half a year, had finally reappeared. There was no overwhelming sword intent, no profound imperial aura, and no dominating presence. Indeed, there was not even a hint of aura. It was as if an ordinary person simply stood upon the sword. Yet, Guiyu's pupils suddenly constricted. Who are you? Guiyu demanded, his voice trembling. Zhuge Han regarded him coolly, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow, an indifference akin to a deity observing an ant. Outrageous. I demand an answer. Guiyu's face flushed with anger. Zhuge Han uttered but 8 words. The Ocean Academy, Zhuge Han. In the next moment, terror gripped Guiyu, his hair standing on end as a significant portion of his essence evaporated instantaneously. Utilizing a blood-dyeing secret technique, he retreated swiftly. Swish. None could discern how the sword was drawn. There were no movements, no traces of the blade, not even the slightest disturbance in the air. Blood sprayed forth. A head was sent flying, and Guiyu watched in horror as his headless corpse drifted further away, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible, Guiyu screamed, his consciousness fading into obscurity that moment. A fragment of his soul floated within his sea of consciousness, revealing the visage of a withered old crone. Guiyu, to be slain by an ant of the great wilderness state is truly disappointing. I grant you a chance to redeem yourself. Chapter 174. Still only one sword. Outside the ruins, the members of the Heavenly God Academy, Diamond Temple, and the Wild Nation were left fuming, their faces flushed with rage. Before them lay a multitude of shattered soul tokens, each one representing a life lost, with only Si Kongxing's token remaining intact. Who is it? Who did this? Ao Wutian clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The abbot of the Diamond Temple had lost his serene demeanor, now twisted with rage. The ruler of the Wild Nation was devastated. Yet the members of the Ocean Academy appeared unfazed. Dean, it seems the 3 major factions over there have been annihilated. A Royal Realm mentor remarked. Oh, Bayu expressed mild surprise. Who could have done this? Could it be the disciple of the Ghost Snake Taoist? Suddenly, the Ghost Snake Taoist opened his eyes, his icy voice resonating. I never expected the Ocean Academy to produce a peerless genius who has grasped the ultimate sword intent, one that even my disciple could not withstand. All gazes turned towards the Ocean Academy's base. Bayu's face reflected uncertainty. Zhuge Han, he pondered. The Ghost Snake Taoist continued, alas, no matter how talented one may be, death renders them no longer a genius. What did you say? Bayu shot to his feet. He. The Ghost Snake Taoist chuckled eerily, forming a gesture that drained color from his eyes, his soul seemingly dissipating, leaving only a shell behind. Not good. Soul possession? Bayu's expression changed dramatically. Zhuge Han remained indifferent, unperturbed by the chaos around him, as if no cataclysmic event could unsettle him. Guiyu, who should have perished, instead rose once more, his headless corpse reassembling as the severed head floated back into place, seamlessly merging as if no harm had been done. A dark aura surged in Guiyu's pupils. Master, you need not intervene. I will handle this, Guiyu declared to the spirit within his sea of consciousness. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity, the Ghost Snake Taoist replied calmly. Rest assured, I shall slay him this time. Guiyu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with crimson hunger. He produced a gourd, removing its stopper to reveal a cacophony of tormented wails emanating from within. To deal with you, I shall expend 10,000 souls. You shall die without regret. Guiyu inhaled deeply, drawing forth a vast mass of ethereal souls from the gourd, which he then consumed, the sound of macabre chewing echoing in his throat. With each soul absorbed, his aura surged, first to 2nd rank royal, then to 3rd rank royal, ultimately reaching 4th rank royal. What a terrifying individual. Lei Xiao exclaimed in shock. Brother, will there be danger? Zhuge Jin cast a worried glance at Zhuge Han, only to find him perpetually exuding an air of calm detachment, devoid of joy or sorrow, shock or anger, unmoved by external influences. Today, allow me to demonstrate the true requiem. With a change of gesture, Guiyu summoned 3 massive soul bells above his head, forming an equilateral triangle. As the bells appeared, the sky instantaneously darkened, and countless individuals felt a tightening in their chests. cold sweat trickling down their backs. The Requiem trio, Guiyu uttered a low command, causing the three bells to sway in unison. Clang, clang, clang. Three invisible sound waves intertwined, coalescing into a visible wave of terror, crashing towards Zhuge Hanzhan like a monstrous tide. The students and faculty of Songhai Academy only witnessed the swaying of the bells. Yet before they could hear the sound, a profound unease gripped their hearts, nearly causing their souls to escape their bodies. Zhuge Hanzhan's gaze sharpened. Heavenly River Sword screen. As the words left his lips, the Liuli sword beneath him vanished in an instant. The next moment, an awe-inspiring sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. Countless beams of sword light cascaded down like rain, forming a magnificent waterfall of sword energy. Stretching 1,000 feet wide, suspended in the void, impeccably sealed. Is this not the Heavenly River Sword technique? How can it be so powerful? To Obajan exclaimed in shock, his sword trembling violently in his grip, as if yearning to fly towards Zhuge Hanzhan. The students wielding swords at Songhai Academy also sensed the anomaly. Their swords trembled uncontrollably, as if trying to soar towards that direction. No, there's no such move in the Heavenly River Sword technique. Could it be something my brother created himself? Zhuge Jin cried out in disbelief. Boom! The Requiem sound waves collided with the sword screen, instantaneously dispersing and vanishing without a trace. Guiyu, do not underestimate him. His resolve is unwavering. If you can seize his soul, it would be of greater assistance than that of the demon sovereign. Guiyu's voice echoed ominously. Understood. Guiyu altered his gestures once more, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood. The three bells above his head began to shake violently. Clang, 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 clang. The Requiem sound waves surged forth like a torrential storm, overwhelming and devastating, forming a phantom of a malevolent spirit that charged towards the sword screen. Boom! The sword screen trembled violently, dented by the sound waves, then shattered inch by inch, while the sound wave tsunami diminished, canceling each other out. Indeed formidable, but I have my own trump card. Guiyu's gaze sharpened as his essence blood ignited rapidly. The three bells vanished, transforming into an enormous ancient bell. The bell spanned about 1,000 feet, its deep mouth unfathomable, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's spirit. Upon a mere glance, onlookers felt their souls almost drawn away. A few students with weak willpower even appeared dazed, a shadow of their ethereal souls emerging from their crowns, nearly succumbing to death had the Grand Elder not awakened them in time. To perish beneath this strike would be a point of pride, Guiyu declared coldly. Soul-capturing and annihilation melody. Buzz. A terrifying pull erupted from within the ancient bell, yet Zhuge Hanzhan remained unfazed, coldly intoning. Heavenly River Sword technique. 13th style. The Milky Way spanning the sky. Suddenly, a silver river of sword light, 1,000 feet wide, arched across the heavens, illuminating the very sky itself. The students were awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle of the sword light river. However, to Guiyu, it was sheer terror, an overwhelming sense of danger rising within him. Boom! The pole was severed by the river of sword light. Zhuge Hanzhan's sword could not only sever souls but also break through gravitational forces. The next moment, the sword light river shot forth violently, like a scythe ready to cleave through the very fabric of existence, leaving a deep scar in the space behind it, as if the very cosmos were to be sliced open. Not good. The voices of Guiyu and Guiyu Shi Daoist rang out in unison. Crack! The ancient bell was cleaved in two, and Guiyu's body froze in place. Chapter 175. The arrival of the Guiyu Shi Daoist. Moments later, a line of blood appeared on Guiyu's forehead, his pupils fading in color. Scatter! Guiyu's consciousness roared in desperation, unleashing a torrent of soul power. Nevertheless, the river of sword light relentlessly pursued, mercilessly shredding Guiyu's very essence to pieces. No! Guiyu Shi Daoist shrieked in fury, realizing her miscalculation. This sword was aimed directly at Guiyu's soul. She could do nothing to save him. With a single strike, just one strike, Guiyu was slain once more. This time, Zhuge Hanzhan offered no chance for revival, obliterating him along with his soul. Yet Zhuge Hanzhan did not relent. Gripping the Liuli sword that reappeared in his hand, he prepared to wield it for the first time. Heavenly River Sword technique. Sun and Moon slash. In an instant, the world inverted, and the heavens hung in disarray. A dazzling sun and moon emerged in the void above, a sight that captivated all in Songhai Academy. The simultaneous presence of the sun and moon turned reality upside down. Even the Liuli sword in Zhuge Hanzhan's grasp emitted a strained hum. The swords in the hands of Songhai Academy's students could no longer be contained. Flying towards Zhuge Hanzhan, circling around him, as if he had become the deity of swords, commanding all blades of the world. With a single slash, Zhuge Hanzhan unleashed a formation of swords that surged forth in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The radiant light of the sun and moon grew ever more blinding, transforming into two beams of sword light that shot forth, intertwining and alternating. like the cyclical passage of day and night. Wielding the power to sever all in their path, aimed directly at Guiyu, clang. Suddenly, all the swords halted just an inch before Guiyu, motionless. Even the sun and moon sword light froze in place. The once dead Guiyu abruptly opened his eyes. The bloodline on his forehead vanished, and his pupils deepened with age. Yet within those aged eyes simmered a fury. Dare to slay my disciple. I shall burn your soul for 1,000 years. And your flesh shall be forged into a corpse puppet, ensuring you are forever trapped in this realm. Guiyu's voice transformed into that of an ancient crone's vengeful curse, chilling to the bone. With Guiyu's death and soul extinguished, Guiyu Shi Daoist took possession of his body. Boom! Guiyu Shi Daoist unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing the swords to shatter into fragments. Even Zhuge Hanshan's full-force sun and moon slash was forcibly extinguished. The Sovereign King Realm. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhuge Hanshan's gaze. The Sovereign King Realm. The Grand Elder and others turned pale in fear, but Songhai Academy's crowd was engulfed in terror. The Sovereign King Realm. An existence stronger than Dean Beiyu. No, it is not the Sovereign King Realm. You are merely a wisp of spirit, and with Guiyu's physical constraints, your strength is reduced to less than 10%. Equivalent to the peak of the Emperor Realm. Zhuge Hanshan replied coldly. The transition from Emperor Realm to Sovereign King is not merely about the soul reaching the Sovereign King. If one possesses only an Emperor Realm body, they can only exhibit the limits of the Emperor Realm. A vast chasm separates the two. This is why Yahuan's powers are significantly restricted. Preternatural experts can surpass their realms through martial will, skills, and Emperor-grade treasures, even slaying those in the Emperor Realm. The disparity between the innate and the Emperor Realm is one of energy. Quantity cannot compensate for quality, and one cannot leap over that divide. Yet the gulf between the Emperor Realm and the Sovereign King is akin to an ant facing a giant, a difference in life levels. Even the strongest Emperor Realm cannot resist the weakest first-tier Sovereign King. You know much, yet what does it matter? You believe your ultimate sword intent can stand against me. Guiyu's Shi Daoist cold, ancient gaze swept over, as frosty as a 1,000-year winter, causing Zhuge Hanshan's very soul to feel frozen. But he steeled his gaze, cutting through the cold with his own sword intent. Flee. The possession of a spirit has its time limit. I will hold him off. You must escape swiftly, Zhuge Hanshan commanded with a cold voice. Brother! Zhuge Jin cried out in desperation. Zhuge Shixiao, Tuoba Long and the other's eyes reddened with distress. Do not hesitate. Otherwise, none shall escape. As Zhuge Hanshan's words fell, Guiyu's Shi Daoist appeared before him as if teleporting. And at the same moment, a withered claw struck his chest. Clang! Sparks flew as the sword light was extinguished. Zhuge Hanshan was struck, hurtling backward as blood sprayed forth. Guiyu's Shi Daoist glanced at his hand. Noting the crimson scratches marring its surface. It seems your entire being is a sword. You truly live up to your title as a sword genius. Whoosh! Guiyu's Shi Daoist's figure vanished once more, reappearing before Zhuge Jin. Is this your sister? Die! Guiyu's Shi Daoist struck down without hesitation. Clang! Another flash of brilliance erupted as Zhuge Hanshan cradled Zhuge Jin, propelling her away. A dark handprint loomed ominously behind him. Pfft. Zhuge Hanshan's blood splattered onto Zhuge Jin. Brother! Zhuge Jin's face paled in horror. Run! Zhuge Hanshan exerted all his strength, flinging Zhuge Jin into the distant sky. We must go. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain. Quickly, the Grand Elder and the others rose one after another, aware that remaining would only be a burden. The only one capable of stalling the ghost snake Taoist for a few minutes was Zhuge Hanshan. The others were hardly worth a mere finger's worth of effort. Want to escape? Absorb this, the ghost snake Taoist exclaimed, extending a hand to draw in energy, when suddenly, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. Boom! A gigantic black rod, several kilometers long, crashed down, directly burying the ghost snake Taoist into the ground. You all go. I'll hold the rear, Huang Mao roared. Yet, before his words could settle, the ghost snake Taoist emerged from beneath him, delivering a swift slap. Bang! 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 In a moment of peril, two serpentine tails shielded Huang Mao, absorbing the brunt of the blow, which shattered them instantly. The residual force struck Huang Mao squarely in the chest, resulting in a series of cracking sounds as his ribs fractured, leaving a gaping hole in his torso. With a gasp, Huang Mao spewed blood, flying back alongside De He and Air He, collapsing in the distance. Utterly incapacitated. Had De He and Air He not intervened, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Chapter 176. Unity of Man and Sword. Oh, you are a King Kong devil ape, the ghost snake Taoist expressed astonishment. As Huang Mao appeared human but bore a furry body and a tail, resembling the mythical beast, coughing violently, Huang Mao expelled blood, his breath faltering. At that moment, within the Qiankuan bag, Xiao Long's form had solidified. With a sphere of law swirling in his consciousness, an immense force of law surging forth like a tide, which Xiao Long swiftly digested. The King Kong devil ape, disguised as a human, concealing a significant secret. The ghost snake Taoist gazed at Huang Mao with greedy fervor, akin to a hunter who had stumbled upon a rare prize. The Black Witch sect had long been fond of studying arcane sorcery, and Huang Mao, as a unique entity, was especially appealing to her. Suddenly, the ghost snake Taoist's pupils constricted, and she swiftly evaded. Sizzle, the space seemed to warp, leaving a streak of blood on her face. The ghost snake Taoist wiped her face. Perplexed, there stood Zhuge Han, wielding a glazed longsword, suspended in the void, his vitality seemingly extinguished, his physical form devoid of breath, as if he had transcended existence, leaving only the sword behind. The world believed that attaining the pinnacle of sword intent equated to the ultimate sword intent. Yet they failed to comprehend the true meaning of such culmination. Zhuge Han closed his eyes, and in the next moment, his body shattered into countless luminous fragments, glittering in the void. The glazed longsword vibrated incessantly. As if lamenting, the fleeing crowd halted abruptly, sensing a shift, and turned to witness Zhuge Han's form disintegrating into sparkling points of light, scattering through the air. No. Zhuge Jin wept profusely. Senior brother Zhuge. Huang Mao's eyes glistened with tears. Han, the Grand Elder, and the others stood in stunned silence. Zhuge Han's form gradually faded, his expression eternally composed, even in the face of death, embodying an indomitable spirit of the sword. As his body completely vanished, leaving only his head, a faint smile appeared on his lips. It has been a pleasure to meet you all. May we reunite in the next life. Boom. Ultimately, Zhuge Han dissolved entirely, becoming a cluster of glazed light, which then converged into the long sword. Buzz, the sword trembled violently, akin to a blade piercing through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of space to ripple under immense strain. The sword wielder could embody the sword, shaping it through form and intent. The ultimate sword intent lies in the unity of these three aspects, merging spirit, energy, and consciousness into one, thus achieving the oneness of man and sword, with no one in the realm except for the sword. This sword could sever all adversaries. This sword could suppress all sins. This sword, none could withstand. What? The ghost snake Taoist countenance shifted dramatically, sensing the sword's power as a formidable threat. Whoosh, the long sword vanished. In that instant, the ghost snake Taoist's hair stood on end, a signal of impending danger. Not good. The ghost snake Taoist altered her stance, summoning a dense black mist above her, forming a protective canopy. Sizzle, a sword struck down. The black mist tore apart like a ripped curtain, cleaved in two, failing to impede even for a moment. Clang! Blood erupted from the ghost snake Taoist's skin as an arm flew away. One strike, severed limb. Curse it. What is this thing? The ghost snake Taoist produced several gourd-shaped vessels, swallowing them whole without unsealing them. Crack! The gourds exploded within her, a torrent of soul energy flooding into her body, rekindling her might. Buzz! The long sword turned, shooting forth at an unimaginable velocity as the ghost snake Taoist conjured an ancient bell in midair. This bell was akin to the one summoned by Guiyu, yet stood thousands of feet tall, even more profound and resonant. As it appeared, the flow of air ceased, as if everything had been subdued beneath its weight. Seal it. The ghost snake Taoist forcefully pressed down, ensnaring the glazed longsword within the bell. She swiftly cast several incantations to firmly suppress the bell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the bell began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of explosion. The ghost snake Taoist's expression changed, and she hastily retreated. Boom, the sword's light sword, the bell disintegrating into dust, as a glazed longsword shot forth like lightning, causing the ghost snake Taoist's pupils to shrink to pinpricks. Sizzle, bloodlight emerged. The ghost snake Taoist's body froze, revealing a gash blossoming on her chest, expanding until it enveloped half her form. Struggling was evident in her eyes, but after a moment, she revealed a strange smile. Bang! Flesh exploded, her corporeal form obliterated by the sword light, yet a wisp of her royal-level soul survived. Ha ha ha. You have forced my hand. Today, I shall shed blood to demonstrate to you the meaning of despair. The ghost snake Taoist laughed maniacally, pressing a finger to her storage ring, which detonated, releasing a multitude of items. Freed from the constraints of my physical form, I shall reconstruct my body here. I refuse to believe that broken sword can harm even a royal. The ghost snake Taoist's gaze sharpened as a mass of writhing flesh ascended, coalescing into a form. What? She intends to reconstruct her body. What about her external form? Has she lost her mind? The onlookers were filled with horror, realizing that the ghost snake Taoist was indeed irrational, a madwoman willing to reconstruct her body just to eliminate them for a slight humiliation. Buzz! The glazed longsword zipped toward the ghost snake Taoist's soul. Stop! The ghost snake Taoist pointed in midair, unleashing a vast wave of soul pressure that pinned the glazed longsword in place, unable to advance an inch, though devoid of a physical body. The ghost snake Taoist wielded her power with reckless abandon, the only drawback being the exposure of her soul, which would deplete its essence over time. Even a royal soul could not remain exposed for long. Within 2 minutes, I will resolve you. The ghost snake Taoist clenched her fist, the mass of flesh beginning to take on a humanoid shape. That it's over. We are powerless against a royal. The faculty and students of Songhai Academy appeared ashen, despair settling in their hearts. Just as they believed all hope was lost, suddenly, an imperceptible wave of law enveloped the scene, freezing everything in place, as if sculpted in stone. Chapter 177. Time Reversal. Enough. A voice, echoing as if from ancient times, resounded in their ears. Everything froze in that moment. Zhuge Jin, Dan Taihong, Wang Mao, the students of Songhai Academy, as well as the glazed longsword embodied by Zhuge Hantan, the ghost snake Taoist, all became statues in that instant. Above the void, a colossal black dragon, thousands of meters long, materialized above the ghost snake Taoist, its eyes the size of bronze bells, emanating a pressure from the very essence of life. The ghost snake Taoist's eyes widened in terror. Though her body remained motionless under the temporal stasis, her consciousness remained, revealing an unmistakable dread in her gaze. Power. A thought flickered through the ghost snake Taoist's mind. And then, a boundless force of law descended upon her. A thought spanning a century. Xiao Long's pupils transformed into transparent glass. Buzz. The ghost snake Taoist's soul essence rapidly withered, her soul power shrinking as if drawn away, diminishing steadily. A royal-level soul possesses sufficient strength to temporarily detach from its physical form, yet prolonged separation leads to the loss of its essence. Even with the ghost snake Taoist's fourth-tier royal power, her soul could only survive outside the body for a month before it would wither and vanish. The law of time itself bore no lethal force, yet for a soul that could only endure for a month, time was the most formidable weapon. Should a thought spanning a century descend, it would likely result in obliteration in the blink of an eye. No. The ghost snake Taoist realized with urgency, executing a secret technique, dispersing her soul into countless motes of light, scattering into the air, escaping. Xiao Long's gaze burned with ferocity. Those who harm the Songhai Academy, those who injure my brethren, seek to flee. Come back to me. Xiao Long's glass-like pupils fixed upon the void where the ghost snake Taoist had previously stood. A torrent of oceanic force surged forth, resonating with the vastness of the laws. His eyes had transformed into a state of translucence, rendering them nearly invisible, while his irises began to whirl in an eerie dance. Time reversed. Outside the ruins, with a swift motion, the ghost snake Taoist's soul returned to her corporeal form. As she opened her eyes, she gasped for breath, her complexion pale, and her gaze betrayed an unmistakable horror. How could such a monstrous force of law exist within the ruins? It was inconceivable, having reached the realm of the sovereign king. She had begun to grasp the laws, yet the overwhelming and irresistible power she sensed left her trembling, akin to having traversed the gates of the underworld. The onlookers below regarded the ghost snake Taoist with astonishment, speculating silently about the source of her evident terror. This was no ordinary law. It was the profound law of time, a terrifying phenomenon. The ghost snake Taoist could not fathom from whence emerged a creature capable of wielding such a law. Realizing her own condition, her expression darkened, and she felt an overwhelming regret. In the blink of an eye, half of her soul essence had dissipated, severely undermining her foundation, leaving her fearing she could never advance further in her lifetime. The secrets of these ruins were far too many. She must return to seek guidance from her master. Determined, the ghost snake Taoist produced a teleportation talisman, poised to depart. Suddenly, her expression froze, her eyes lost their color, and her soul once again departed from her body. Within the ruins, Xiao Long gazed ahead, his pupils swirling, as the surrounding space seemed to detach from reality, no longer a mere location but an isolated existence. The scenery within this space rapidly receded, akin to a film being rewound. The ghost snake Taoist's ephemeral soul, which had long since departed, reappeared. Time reversed. Xiao Long's sphere of law, having consumed 10% of its essence, unleashed his newly comprehended technique. How could this be? The ghost snake Taoist was paralyzed by fear. Why was she being pulled back? Perish. Xiao Long's thought resonated, and the force of the law manifested once more, causing the ghost snake Taoist's soul to wither and shrink at a visible rate. Spare me, she cried out in despair. Xiao Long remained indifferent. This group had arrived with overwhelming arrogance, believing themselves invincible, viewing others as mere insects, yet in the face of death, they were but shadows of their former selves. A mere flicker of thought from Xiao Long spanned a century against a sovereign king. His effectiveness was less than 1%. Yet, even that 1% equated to a year, and a sovereign king's soul could only linger outside for a few months. How could it withstand a year's passage? Were it not for her voluntary attachment to the ghostly specter, Xiao Long would have been powerless against her. Truly, it echoed the adage, those who court death shall find it, amidst a cacophony of wails. The ghost snake Taoist's soul endured a month before vanishing completely from existence. In the blink of an eye, she was reduced to ash. Xiao Long, having just entered the realm of the demon emperor, had slain a fourth-tier sovereign king with the power of time laws, an achievement unparalleled in the world. You have slain the boss monster level 44. Gained experience points, 13 billion. Level up challenge experience bonus, 900. Boss bonus, 300. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 32. You need 7 billion experience points for the next level. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 33. You need 10 billion experience points for the next level. The vast experience boost propelled Xiao Long up 2 levels, directly ascending to the 3rd-tier Demon Emperor. He understood that such an opportunity was rare. After all, not every sovereign king would release their soul for him to extinguish. In other circumstances, even a 1st-tier sovereign king could claim his life. Sighing in relief, Xiao Long turned his attention to the Yuli Longjian. To sacrifice oneself and become one with the sword, Zhuge Han. You are truly deserving of the title Sword Path. Xiao Long's expression reflected admiration. The path of the sword, whether sharp and striking or gentle and reserved, demands a fearless heart that perseveres without retreat. Without indomitable spirit, one cannot claim mastery over the sword. Those cold and stern, like Tuoba Zhan, or refined individuals like Zhuge Han, or even certain errant sword practitioners Xiao Long had encountered, regardless of their temperaments. If they possessed the fearless heart to pierce the heavens with their sword, they would undoubtedly achieve the ultimate sword path. To unite man and sword, body, form, and intent meld into the blade, using one's life as the price to unleash extraordinary swordsmanship. Under normal circumstances, salvation would be impossible. However, the situation was different now. Xiao Long's pupils turned completely transparent, nearly invisible. Before once again spinning in a bizarre manner, a torrent of oceanic law power descended upon the Yuli Longjin, warping the very fabric of space as though it existed in a different temporal realm. Time reversed. Xiao Long exhaled softly. The two timelines were wholly severed. The Yuli Longjin began to transform as strands of light floated from within. Suspended in the void, Zhuge Hanshan's silhouette gradually reformed from the luminous points, as if the previous scene were being rewound. First, his head emerged, followed by his neck, chest, torso, and limbs. An ever-growing number of light points converged, and a complete Zhuge Hanshan materialized in the void. Coughing violently, Xiao Long expelled a copious amount of blood, droplets falling like rain. Using time reversal to save another bore the greatest backlash. Reversing Zhuge Hanshan's life meant that his own life would suffer equivalent repercussions. Fortunately, Xiao Long's life level had evolved to that of a divine beast. He could still endure the backlash of reviving another. Thankfully, Zhuge Han was merely a 1st-tier emperor. Had he been a sovereign king, or had he perished longer, Xiao Long would have been powerless to assist. Chapter 178. After the storm, Zhuge Han opened his eyes, astonished as he found his body intact. How could this be, even for one as composed as he? Encountering the bizarre phenomenon of being resurrected was utterly shocking. He gazed upwards, recalling the colossal dragon soaring in the sky, vaguely remembering it was this dragon that had saved him. Xiaoqin, that familiar gaze. Zhuge Han recognized immediately. His eyes involuntarily glanced towards the distance, where the students and faculty of the Songhai Academy appeared frozen, the dust in the air and falling leaves suspended. Even the air had ceased to flow. As if time had halted at that moment, deepening his astonishment. Indeed, this is my true form. Remember, keep this matter confidential. Xiao Long spoke calmly. Zhuge Hanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he bowed respectfully. As a swordsman, one must have clarity of heart and discernment. Brother Xiao has bestowed upon me a great favor. Even if I, Zhuge Han, were to be soul-searched, I would not divulge a single word. Xiao Long perceived the resoluteness in Zhuge Hanshan's declaration. Should anyone attempt to search his soul, he would likely obliterate his own essence without hesitation, leaving no trace of memory. Xiao Long himself was nearing his limit, his form gradually shrinking from 10 meters to merely 1 meter, before ultimately retreating into Huang Mao's Qiankuan pouch, falling into a state of slumber. Ding! With Xiao Long's slumber, time in the area resumed its flow. Dust stirred, and a gentle breeze caressed, awakening the students and faculty of Songhai Academy, who blinked and surveyed their surroundings. Not far ahead, Zhuge Han stood lost in thought, while the whereabouts of the ghost snake Taoist remained unknown. Brother, Zhuge Jin rushed over, staring at Zhuge Han in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Zhuge Han smiled. You are not dreaming. I am perfectly fine. Everything is well. Zhuge Jin's eyes were red, biting her lip, as she threw herself into Zhuge Hanshan's embrace. That I thought you might not return. She sobbed. Zhuge Han gently patted her back, offering comfort. Joy radiated from everyone. Brother Zhuge is alive. Ha ha. How wonderful. What of that old thief? Did he escape? Perhaps. We are safe. They cheered in jubilation. Tuoba Zhan gazed into the void. A sword practitioner with a stronger heart than most. In a moment of distraction, he had glimpsed a colossal dragon in the sky, slaying the ghost snake Taoist and reviving Zhuge Han. But upon regaining his senses, all had vanished. It was that dragon that aided them. Again, that dragon. Tuobajan recalled his journey from the Tianfeng Kingdom to Songhai Academy, where he encountered the winged serpent during an ambush. The eerie stillness of time then mirrored today's events. Surely it was the same. Thank you, senior. Tuobajan sat down, entering a meditative state. The battle between Zhuge Han's Han and the ghost snake Taoist had imparted him with a new understanding of sword intent, hoping to elevate his mastery to new heights. Damn it, that accursed Xiao Chen, didn't he even bother to release me before leaving? Cursed. Yao Chen is still trapped in the formation, he vented angrily, as 3 banners nearby emitted wails reminiscent of tortured souls, threatening to consume his soul power if he drew near, leaving him in a state of frantic indecision. Clang! A beam of sword light sliced through, severing the 3 banners, eliciting a surge of joy from Yao Chen, who immediately charged forth. Why did you cut the soul-devouring banner? You fool, such things are irreplaceable. As Yao Chen emerged, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhuge Han's Han. Zhuge Han's Han momentarily lost his words. He had come to assist, only to be met with ire. What kind of person was this? Never mind, I won't hold it against you, considering you saved me. Yao Chen waved dismissively, then reached into the ground, pulling out a long spear from the earth. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, the storage rings belonging to that group were obliterated, yet some resilient artifacts remained buried in the earth, waiting to be unearthed. As Yao Chen concluded his statement, he leapt to another location and summoned a shield into his storage ring. Brother, let us search as well, Zhuge Jin declared, unleashing his divine sense to meticulously scour the nearby soil inch by inch. The students of the Songhai Academy, having received the news, began their quest for the treasures concealed beneath the ground. The core of the 9 dragons explosion possessed the lethal might of a monarch, while its dispersed remnants were merely of imperial caliber, leaving behind several formidable imperial-grade treasures buried in the soil. After a brief interval, numerous students excavated valuable items from the earth, including a partially destroyed spiritual vein. Suddenly, Zhuge Han's Han noticed that his glazed sword began to tremble uncontrollably. What? He mused, releasing his grip, only to witness the glazed sword soar from his hand, plunging into the ground before re-emerging, now adorned with an amber-hued longsword. A joyful consciousness emanated from the blade. A sword spirit? Zhuge Han's Han exclaimed in astonishment. The essence of an object, known as an artifact spirit, and the spirit of a sword, referred to as a sword spirit, had unexpectedly manifested within his glazed sword. Was it possible that this sword had acquired life? Zhuge Han's Han retrieved the amber-hued sword, scanning it with his divine sense. This weapon was an imperial-grade treasure known as the Demon Slayer's Sword. A first-tier imperial treasure, superior even to his glazed sword. The glazed sword, though merely an ordinary imperial-grade artifact, had reached the pinnacle of its power through Zhuge Han's diligent nurturing. Yet, he had not anticipated that this fusion of man and sword would inadvertently awaken the sword spirit within the glazed sword. The potential unleashed by the sword spirit was beyond his comprehension, but he was certain it would exceed that of the Demon Slayer sword. After securing the Demon Slayer sword, the glazed sword once again flew into the depths of the earth, emerging with yet another blade, a fiery red longsword, which also turned out to be an imperial-grade treasure. The connection between swords was palpable. The glazed sword consistently pinpointed the locations of other hidden swords, some remnants of the explosion and others buried long before. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming sword intent surged skyward, drawing the attention of all. They beheld Tuobajan levitating, as nearby swords responded to the call of that sword intent, resonating in unison. Another ultimate sword intent. The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment. Huang Mao, however, bore a wry smile, acknowledging that his leader had been correct. Tuobajan's talent surpassed even that of Zhuge Han's Han, should he maintain his sword heart. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become a sword sage, or even a sword emperor in due time. Suddenly, Huang Mao paused, realizing a troubling absence. Where has Si Kongsheng gone? His enmity with Si Kongsheng was profound, stemming from the latter's treachery against his mentor and repeated attempts on the lives of Songhai Academy students. As he contemplated confronting Si Kongsheng, he found him missing. Had he slipped away during the battle between Zhuge Han's Han and the ghost serpent? Damn it. Huang Mao clenched his fists. Outside the ruins, the black mist surrounding the ghost serpent dissipated as its withered form plummeted from the sky. Retreat. The crowd gasped, fearing the ghost serpent's next move. They hurriedly withdrew, only to witness the ghost serpent crash into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Moments later, it lay motionless within the pit, devoid of any aura, resembling a corpse. What is happening? Beiyu's divine sense probed cautiously, discovering that the ghost serpent truly emitted no life force, akin to a lifeless body. Is it dead? The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They had known that the ghost serpent had used its soul to enter the ruins, yet they had not anticipated its demise. It was only when the ancestral figure of the Heavenly God Academy confirmed its death that they accepted the grim reality. Ha ha! Today, The old hag faces her reckoning. The Lord of the Savage Lands laughed uproariously. It was evident that she had triggered some form of restriction. The remains left by the Savage Elder were not to be entered without consequence. The ancestral figure of the Heavenly God Academy sneered derisively. Beiyu's expression fluctuated as she surmised that the ghost serpent's demise had resulted from its soul being obliterated within the ruins. Undoubtedly a boon for Tsang High Academy. Although the ghost serpent was dead, its body remained untouched, for all knew of its expertise in poison, harboring countless venomous creatures within. A single misstep could result in death. The sole concern was that with the ghost serpent's demise, the Black Witch sect would surely take notice and might dispatch experts to investigate. They could only hope to remain uninvolved. 2 days swiftly passed. The treasures within the forest were nearly exhausted. The Heavenly God Academy, the Savage Lands, and the Diamond Monastery had suffered complete obliteration, leaving only a few insignificant remnants. As for other factions, they were utterly inconsequential compared to Tsang High Academy, which stood as the most formidable force. Especially with the addition of Zhuge Han's Han. Henceforth, Tsang High Academy faced no rivals within the ruins, not even Si Kongsheng or the yet unrevealed figure in the Crimson Cloak. Upon encountering the Imperial-grade treasures, those factions willingly withdrew, and Tsang High Academy did not pursue annihilation, allowing the remaining artifacts to be left for them. The ruins were devoid of further conflict, save for minor skirmishes among lesser factions. Xiao Long surveyed his status page. Name, Xiao Long. Race, 5-clawed black dragon, low-level divine beast. Level, 33, requiring 10 billion experience for the next level soul. Complete Empyrean realm, frozen, cultivation method, dragon soul scriptures, 3rd level, skills, beast taming. Empower, devour, blood rage barrier, dragon blood inferno heritage. 3 lives technique, bloodline composition. 5-clawed black dragon, 9-tailed celestial fox dragon blood inferno. Ignites one's blood, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of flames. Incinerating all that exists. The more blood consumed, the greater the burning power. After the first evolution, he gained the innate skills Empower and Devour. After the second evolution, he acquired Blood Rage Barrier, and upon the third evolution, Dragon Blood Inferno. Xiao Long discerned that Dragon Blood Inferno was intended to be used in conjunction with Blood Rage Barrier. The combination could inflict devastating damage within a specified range. Xiao Long, possessing ample resources, would not hesitate to retaliate should anyone dare to encircle him. With a mere thought, his human avatar manifested in the external world. The 3 lives technique had progressed to its 3rd stage, granting his human avatar 50% of his original power, rendering low-tier emperors beneath his consideration. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Everyone within the ruins turned their gaze northward, spotting a colossal altar resembling a plaza at the forest's edge. The altar towered 1,000 feet high and spanned 10,000 feet wide, taking on a cylindrical shape, with tiered steps leading to its apex. "Let us investigate," the crowd exclaimed, rushing toward it. Xiao Long also sped toward the altar, reaching its edge and ascending the steps before leaping atop the altar. At the center of the altar sat a figure, or rather, a colossal statue of a giant, fashioned from earthen hues, standing over 5 meters tall. With a human-shaped recess upon its head, beside the statue lay 3 items. The first was a massive vat, 10 meters wide, filled with vibrant crimson blood, bubbling ominously, emanating a subtle pressure that formed a phantom of a dragon elephant in the air. "Is this the blood of an ancient dragon elephant?" Xiao Long mused, astonished. The dragon elephant, an ancient creature with a dragon's lineage and an elephant's physique, possessed innate divine strength, capable of trampling emperors and even slaying monarchs with its full force. Due to the immense benefits of dragon elephant blood in tempering the body, which could easily grant innate experts an imperial physique, it had been hunted to extinction during ancient times, reduced to mere dust. Xiao Long's gaze burned with desire. If this truly was dragon elephant blood, it was an invaluable treasure. Turning to the second item, he beheld a small, pitch-black stone, floating motionless in the air, Void Realm Stone. Xiao Long gasped, even more astonished. The Void Realm Stone was the finest material for crafting spatial artifacts, containing vast space capable of storing numerous items. Even living beings. No wonder the best treasures I encountered were merely Tier 3 Imperial artifacts. It appears the true treasures were concealed within the Void Realm Stone. Xiao Long's heart surged with joy. The Savage Elder, a pinnacle monarch, surely possessed superior treasures, perhaps even sacred king artifacts, hidden within this stone. Xiao Long gazed at the third item, a white inner armor, as thin as a cicada's wing, floating ethereally, appearing almost insubstantial. What could this be? He pondered, perplexed as he probed with his divine sense. He was startled to find that the inner armor did not exist in the physical realm. It seemed as though there was nothing there. However, he sensed a trace of terrifying yet familiar fluctuations. Law fluctuations. Could it be? Xiao Long's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief. A law artifact? Chapter 180. All are traps the law-imbued spiritual treasures, such as his burning heaven tower, embody the power of the flame law. Attempting to control the burning heaven tower without comprehending the flame law would result in instantaneous backlash, reducing one to ashes. What law is this? Xiao Long's spiritual sense swept again, and he discerned that the inner armor was discordant with the surrounding space, as if it belonged to another realm. The space law. Xiao Long was astonished. The space law, alongside the time law, is renowned as one of the two most challenging laws to comprehend in the world. Although the initiation into the space law is relatively straightforward, mastering it is exceedingly arduous. In the annals of the divine continent, it seems that only one person has attained ascension through the space law from ancient times to the present. As for the time law, not a single individual has succeeded. This illustrates the formidable nature of these two laws. Xiao Long himself had faltered before them. The ability to forge a spiritual treasure embodying the space law indicates that the creator is either the ancient ascendant or possesses profound understanding of the space law. This artifact must be acquired. Swish, swish, swish. The individuals within the ruins surged forth like locusts, converging upon the altar, their countless fervent and greedy gazes fixated upon the items above. Seize it. Rush, while most remained rational. Refraining from rash actions, 3 fearless souls charged forward. Haha. All of this belongs to me. The foremost individual appeared frenzied. Suddenly, boom, 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 3 explosive sounds echoed, and without exception, the 3 were obliterated into blood mist. The crowd was startled. The oppressive array encountered upon entering the ruins re-emerged at the altar. Let me give it a try. A brawny man stepped forward, named Nan Meng, the chief disciple of the 2-star sect, the giant elephant sect. Specializing in body refinement, whose physical prowess had reached the imperial realm. He was also a top 20 expert on the hidden dragon ranking. Nan Meng approached the center of the altar, his scorching gaze locked onto the cauldron of boiling blood. If I can obtain the dragon elephant blood, I am confident I can become the second Xikong Sheng. No, I must surpass Xikong Sheng. Nan Meng thought to himself that as he advanced, a terrifying pressure enveloped him, causing his body to emit creaking sounds under the strain, blood seeping from his skin. A gruesome sight. In mere moments, he was drenched in blood. I refused to yield. With a roar to the heavens, Nan Meng exploded into blood mist. The scene fell silent. If even Nan Meng could not endure, those weaker stood no chance. Moreover, the formidable presence of the Songhai Academy loomed nearby, rendering any hope of obtaining the 3 treasures futile. Let us depart. I shall not pursue the items here. This venture has been profitable enough. One must not be avaricious. I wish to leave as well, but where is the exit? Someone queried. The students of Songhai Academy exchanged glances. Having found no teleportation array nearby, were they to wait here? However, Xiao Long noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The blood of the 3 who had rushed forward dissolved into the altar upon their demise. Vanishing as if absorbed by something, Xiao Long extracted a clump of blood from the collected corpses, infused it with a soul-tracking incantation, and subsequently sprinkled it upon the ground. The blood, visibly, merged into the altar. Xiao Long sensed distinctly that the blood was slowly flowing towards the center of the altar. Ultimately, the blood reached the very center, where it was drawn into the colossal statue beneath it. Immediately, the soul-tracking incantation lost its connection. So that's how it is. Xiao Long found it amusing. Such trickery might deceive others, but not him. Having encountered countless ruins, he knew few owners willingly left treasures behind. Always setting traps and schemes, Xiao Long produced the palm-sized statue, pointing at the towering 5-meter statue at the altar's center, asking, "Is that your physical form?" The statue remained motionless, not trembling nor responding, not going to speak. Xiao Long unleashed a torrent of aurora flames, incinerating the statue's hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The statue trembled violently, its eyes filled with fury. Ha! Do not think me naive. You merely wish to trick people into dying here, so you can absorb their essence and coalesce your physical form, correct? Xiao Long's gaze pierced through, each word striking home. The statue's pupils revealed shock. Xiao Long understood he was not far from the truth. Innate experts have lifespans of 1,000 years. Imperial realm experts reach 5,000, and even the strongest of the sovereign realm have lifespans of merely 20 to 30,000 years, after 50,000 years. The physical form of the barbarian sovereign would have decomposed. To be reborn, one must employ secret methods to seal the soul in a vessel and enter a slumber, leaving behind a husk to absorb sufficient essence to awaken the soul and descend once more. What legacy, what ruins, what treasures. All fabrications, lies concocted to facilitate his resurrection. Observing Xiao Long's cold gaze, the statue quivered uncontrollably. I suspect you must have left behind a soul projection, which will soon emerge to incite us to slaughter each other. deceiving me into believing that the more who perish, the sooner the array will dissipate. Correct. Xiao Long scoffed. As soon as his words fell, a colossal ethereal figure materialized in the sky, resembling the statue. Esteemed guests, I am the owner of this ruin, the barbarian sovereign. This is the projection I left behind. When you see this visage, I have been deceased for 50,000 years. The ethereal figure smiled. It truly is the barbarian sovereign. Countless fervent gazes turned toward him. The projection pointed at the 3 treasures beside the statue, grinning. These 3 treasures are my legacy from 10,000 years ago. Those with the capability shall claim them. Anyone who can withstand the pressure of this array shall be deemed worthy of the treasures. Of course, the residual energy of this array is limited. If no one can endure, the more who die, the more energy will be consumed, and eventually, the array will vanish, allowing the treasures to be claimed by you. The crowd displayed expressions of sudden understanding. Lastly, I have left behind a key, a palm-sized human figurine. My lifelong ultimate skill is hidden within that 5-meter-tall statue. Simply insert the key into the statue's head, and you shall receive my legacy. Once my legacy is claimed, you will be granted your freedom. Good luck. With those words, the projection of the barbarian sovereign vanished. Xiao Long gazed at the trembling statue in his hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Chapter 181. Breaking the array. Fortunately, he had secured the statue. Had it fallen into the hands of some simpleton, they might have naively inserted it back, believing they would obtain the legacy, oblivious to the fact that they would be aiding the barbarian sovereign in returning his soul container to his physical form, thus facilitating his resurrection. As for the 3 treasures, they were undoubtedly restricted. Even if someone could withstand the pressure and reach them, they would ultimately be compelled to relinquish them. To escape, one must insert the small statue into the giant statue to leave. The giant statue was ensconced between the 3 treasures. Without resolving the array's issue, passage was impossible. In other words, all were trapped within. Only through continuous sacrifice could the array be unraveled. By the time the so-called key was inserted into the giant statue's head, the barbarian sovereign would be resurrected, and everything would be over. A perfect chain of schemes, regrettably ensnared within my grasp. Xiao Long regarded the statue of the barbarian sovereign, scoffing. The statue ceased trembling, its eyes wide, reflecting utter terror. The barbarian sovereign likely never anticipated that an anomaly like Xiao Long would infiltrate his ruins, thoroughly disrupting his plans, even seizing the soul container. Truly, a case of calling upon the heavens and receiving no response. Nor the earth. This soul container possesses remarkable properties, capable of preserving the soul for 50,000 years without decay. I shall examine it further. Xiao Long toyed with the sculpture in his hand, while a flicker of white flame materialized at his fingertips. Let me see how it burns. Contemplating, Xiao Long pressed the aurora flames against the other hand of the statue, simultaneously enveloping the burning area with his spiritual sense to glean some insights. Soon, the remaining hand of the statue was incinerated, and faint cries of agony emerged. Xiao Long perceived traces of soul annihilation during the burning, suggesting that the barbarian sovereign's soul was evenly distributed throughout the statue, not concealed at its core. This realization led Xiao Long to contemplate a secret technique known as the undying blood soul, which separates the soul and integrates it into every cell, every drop of blood. Even if the physical form is utterly destroyed, as long as a single drop of blood remains, rebirth is possible, an unparalleled life-saving technique on the divine continent. The condition of the statue bore similarity to the undying blood soul. The soul was evenly distributed throughout the statue, and even minor incineration would induce pain. Have you heard of the undying blood soul? Xiao Long queried the statue. The statue's gaze sharpened immediately, and Xiao Long was slightly taken aback, realizing he had struck a chord. Suddenly, a figure darted toward the center of the altar with astonishing speed, accompanied by a whistling sound of air being displaced, moving as swiftly as lightning. The individual's target was the cauldron of dragon elephant blood. Xikong Sheng. Upon seeing the person's visage, the crowd was stirred. Zhuge Han was about to intercept, but heard Xiao Long's voice in his mind. Let him pass. Zhuge Han hesitated in place. Ha ha ha. With the dragon elephant blood in my possession, I shall reign supreme in the world. Ha ha. Amidst a cacophony of laughter, Xikong Sheng stepped into the oppressive formation. In an instant, his skin erupted, blood cascading down like rain. Yet, his speed was unmatched. He pressed his palm against the large vat, poised to leap into it. That moment, it seemed his hand had brushed against some kind of restriction, causing his entire arm to shatter into fragments. The explosion traveling upwards through his body, Xikong Sheng's eyes widened in terror, but then a look of wild elation washed over his face as he suddenly crushed a talisman in his other hand. Whoosh, a ripple of space flickered, and Xikong Sheng vanished from sight. What just happened? Where did he go? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The escaped talisman. Xiao Long had not anticipated that Xikong Sheng possessed such a life-saving artifact. The situation unfolded as Xiao Long had surmised. Upon touching the artifact's restriction, Xikong Sheng was destined to explode, but he had timely activated the escape talisman to flee as for the expression he wore before his disappearance. It was easily understood. He had evidently discovered the secret of the ruins and believed that all who remained would meet their demise, hence his ecstatic retreat. Unfortunately for him, he had miscalculated, underestimating Xiao Long's presence. Outside the ruins, a radiant glow emanated from the rocky mountain, and as a bloodied figure descended, it was none other than Xikong Sheng, bloodied and with a severed arm. Xikong Sheng, the members of the Celestial Academy rushed towards him. What transpired within? Why has everyone from the Celestial Academy perished? Ao Wutian inquired. This place is rife with prying eyes. I shall explain in due course. For now, know this. None who entered the ruins emerged unscathed. Xikong Sheng replied with a cold smirk. The crowd was thrown into turmoil. Xikong Sheng's gaze drifted towards the position of the Songhai Academy, a cruel glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Summon the abbot of the Diamond Temple and the ruler of the Savage Lands. I have urgent matters to discuss. A surge of vengeful thoughts coursed through Xikong Sheng. The Songhai Academy had decimated 3 major factions. A debt that demanded reckoning. Since Xikong Sheng's disappearance, the congregation within the altar hesitated to approach. If even he could not claim the treasure, why would they risk their lives? Each individual present harbored numerous treasures. Even scavenging other storage rings could yield a fortune. No one wished to perish in this perilous locale. Many pondered how to escape. What shall we do? Are we to linger here indefinitely? Tuoba Long lamented. We have 2 options, Tuoba Zhan interjected. The first is to devise a method to dismantle this formation and forcibly seize the treasure. The second, he hesitated, closing his eyes, is to sacrifice the superfluous to the formation, exhausting its energy. His words met immediate opposition from the Songhai Academy. We cannot resort to such measures. Indeed, what differentiates this from the heinous actions of the Celestial Academy? Tuoba Zhan calmly replied. I merely presented 2 feasible paths. Since the second is untenable, we shall pursue the first, dismantling the formation. All eyes turned towards Xiao Long, the only one among them with formidable formation skills. Xiao Long surveyed the surroundings, unfazed. Very well, leave it to me. He strode toward the center of the altar. The onlookers fell silent, their gazes fixated on Xiao Long, eagerly anticipating his method of dismantling the formation. Upon reaching the formation's edge, Xiao Long focused his mind, augmenting himself with the principles of time, accelerating his speed 5-fold as he surged forward. Whoosh! Like a beam of light, he arrived above the colossal statue in an instant. Now a 3rd-grade emperor, his physique rivaled that of Xikong Sheng, enabling him to withstand the pressure with ease. The statue's head bore a human-shaped recess, perfectly sized to accommodate the small statue Xiao Long held. He pressed his palm against the statue's cranium, unleashing a burst of radiant white flames. Boom! The essence within him evaporated rapidly. He had consumed several rejuvenation pills, channeling his essence into his avatar. The brilliance of his aurora flame intensified, capable of melting even the pinnacle of sovereign-level heads. The blinding radiance rendered the spectators momentarily bereft of sight. As the aurora flame engulfed the statue's head, it swiftly dissolved. Mere moments passed, and the entire head vanished without a trace, not even a speck of dust remaining. I may not decipher this formation, yet I can obliterate it, destroying your core. Let us see how you counteract me. Xiao Long scoffed. The world transformed in an instant. The distant trees vanished, clouds dissipated, and everything faded from view. Surrounding them were gigantic stone walls, akin to being trapped within a colossal mountain. They were now ensconced within the hollow of the rocky peak, signifying that Xiao Long had utterly dismantled the formation, rendering all illusions, killing arrays, and confinement formations obsolete. The savage sovereign lacked the ability to create space. The so-called ruins existed within the mountain, enhanced by illusions to manifest forests, swamps, and plains. The crowd stood agape, awestruck by the shocking scene. Xiao Long cast a transmission array plate onto the ground. For those wishing to depart, simply deposit top-tier spirit stones upon the array. If anyone desires to seize treasures, feel free to challenge me. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, instilling a chill in their hearts. Let us not pursue further. Our gains have been substantial. We dare not covet more. The crowd formed a line, each stepping onto the transmission array, depositing spirit stones. That a flash of light enveloped them, and they disappeared one by one. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, the Songhai Academy was encircled by 3 factions, the Celestial Academy, the Diamond Temple, and the Savage Nation. Nearly 400 sovereign-level experts from these factions had not entered the ruins, while the Songhai Academy boasted only around 130 with Ao Wutian, an invincible sovereign, and the pinnacle sovereigns of the Diamond Temple and Savage Nation present. The Songhai Academy stood vastly outnumbered. Are you certain you wish to commence battle? Bei Yu inquired solemnly. The Songhai Academy has annihilated all members of our 3 factions. They deserve no mercy. Ao Wutian declared. Indeed, were it not for your interference, the savage nation would have claimed the ancestral legacy long ago. The savage nation leader seethed. Amitabha, but Songhai Academy bears grave sins. I shall pray for your redemption, the abbot of the Diamond Temple proclaimed. Palms pressed together. The sovereigns from the three factions glared at one another, the atmosphere charged with tension. At that moment, a multitude of light points appeared outside the rocky mountain, individuals emerging one after another from the ruins. Are they coming out? Ao Wutian gasped, turning to Si Kongsheng. Did you not say they were slain by the savage sovereign? Si Kongsheng's expression mirrored confusion. Could his assumptions have been incorrect, seeing Si Kongsheng's silence? Ao Wutian commanded, capture them. Not a single one shall escape. Yes, all sovereigns from the Celestial Academy surged forward, encircling those who had exited the ruins, with hundreds of thousands having entered the ruins. Fewer than 100,000 now emerged. The treasures they carried were bound to be immense, not to mention the spoils from their fallen comrades' storage rings. Each individual was a veritable treasure trove. Let us seize them. Do not allow them to flee. The treasures are to be claimed by those destined. The abbot of the Diamond Temple and the savage nation leader sent their men forth, apprehending those who had just emerged. What are you doing? Why won't you let us leave? The crowd erupted in outrage. Sects such as the Flowing Cloud sect, the Giant Elephant sect, and the Xian Nu Manor surrounded them, vociferously demanding, release them. Do not underestimate us. The lesser sects joined in, threatening, release our disciples, or we shall unleash our full wrath upon you. In an instant, thousands surged forth, with 500 sovereigns and over 1,000 innate experts among them. The three factions found themselves at a loss. As time passed, more and more individuals emerged from the ruins. The transmission array could not transport them collectively, only one by one, and it would take 3 days to complete the process for all. Ao Wutian's face contorted with conflict. If Si Kongsheng's words were to be believed, the ruins concealed vast treasures of sovereign-level artifacts, each individual likely more affluent than the last. To simply abandon this opportunity? How ironic it is that our three great factions are besieged by a horde of ants. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with overwhelming pressure, echoed throughout the area. Many turned pale, blood spewing forth. Within the Celestial Academy's encampment, a hooded elder slowly opened his eyes, murderous intent glimmering within. The ancestor of the Celestial Academy, the Lord of the Flowing Cloud sect, gasped in terror. Everyone's expressions changed in unison. The celestial ancestor was a being of the sovereign realm, capable of sweeping through all opposition single-handedly. His involvement could spell disaster. Celestial ancestor, do you intend to stand against all the factions of the great wilderness state? The leader of the Flowing Cloud sect bravely inquired. Do you not presume that your sovereign status grants you the liberty to act at will? The great wilderness state is not solely under the dominion of your Celestial Academy. The leader of the Giant Elephant sect retorted furiously. And what of me? A colossal figure of earthy hue materialized in the sky, its overwhelming pressure causing the very clouds to darken. The savage ancestor. The crowd gasped, pale with fear. Amitabha. In the void, the resonant chanting of a sacred mantra echoed as a towering golden Buddha, standing 1,000 feet high, loomed at the edge of the heavens, radiating a celestial light that enveloped the world. The Diamond Buddha, the Giant Elephant sect leader, dropped his weapon, his gaze vacant. All present turned ashen. The three major factions of the sovereign realm had united. This was the stark difference between the 3-star and 2-star factions. What good was it to have numerous monarchs if a single sovereign could obliterate an entire expanse with a mere finger? The sovereign realm was the true ruler of the great wilderness state. Those treasures are destined for the worthy. I implore you to relinquish them. The golden Buddha intoned, his voice imbued with a profound sense of compassion, compelling many to instinctively submit. Chapter 183. Distribution of treasures before the altar within the ruins. A long queue formed as individuals utilized the teleportation array to exit, blissfully unaware of the perils awaiting them outside. Standing atop a statue, Xiao Long addressed the members of the Songhai Academy. How shall we distribute these treasures? Senior Xiao Chun, were it not for your intervention, we would not have been able to exit at all. The treasures rightfully belong to you. Tuoba Long remarked, we dare not claim undue credit. The Grand Elder added, indeed, the array was dismantled by Xiao Chun. He should receive the spoils. Others chimed in. Xiao Long nodded in agreement. Very well. Without hesitation, Xiao Long absorbed the blood of the dragon elephant into his internal realm. Grasping the void realm stone and sweeping it within. To his astonishment, he discovered a veritable mountain of sovereign spiritual treasures, ranging from low tier to peak tier. Among the treasures were 3 palace artifacts, one a cylindrical tower of 9th tier sovereign quality, and another resembling a mountain of 5th tier sovereign quality, both beyond his current control. Yet another artifact caught his eye. The palace artifact appeared as a disc, crafted from silver metal, with a diameter of 10 miles and a surface marred by damage. Suggesting it was an ancient relic, Xiao Long could not immediately discern its tier. I shall identify it within the multiverse marketplace. He placed the silver disc in his inventory and opened the multiverse marketplace, initiating the identification process. Ding! X8 model flying saucer. A2 tier, were level 99, core completely destroyed. System appraisal value, 5 gold coins. Xiao Long was taken aback. 5 gold coins, he had not anticipated such value even in its ruined state. Generally, a Saint King artifact was worth only 1 gold coin, while a sovereign artifact could cost around 10 million gold coins. Uncertain of its nature and unable to probe it with his divine sense, he decided to hold off on selling it until the savage ancestor could offer insight. He examined the remaining treasures. In addition to the sovereign artifacts, there were a high-grade spiritual vein, a semi-high-grade spiritual vein, and a plethora of high-quality spirit stones, evidence of the savage ancestor's substantial collection. He gathered those of immediate use into his inventory and distributed the remainder into several storage rings, which he entrusted to the Grand Elder of the Songhai Academy. Grand Elder, please allocate these treasures to the others. As he tossed the storage rings, the Grand Elder's divine sense swept through them, his aged features lighting up with elation. Excellent. He promptly summoned the students, distributing the treasures one by one, eliciting jubilant reactions from the recipients. Meanwhile, Xiao Long's main body absorbed Huang Mao and De He into his internal realm, where a cauldron of boiling blood swirled, faintly revealing the shadowy form of the dragon elephant. This cauldron of dragon elephant blood held far greater benefits for beasts than for humans. If utilized properly, it could significantly enhance their strength. Thank you, boss, the 3 beasts exclaimed, brimming with joy. With a flick of his thought, Xiao Long transformed the dragon elephant blood into 3 streams, which gracefully flowed from the cauldron and evenly coated the surfaces of the 3 beasts. As the blood touched them, wisps of green smoke arose, and their expressions twisted in agony. The process of body tempering was excruciating, and Xiao Long urged, I hope you can endure this. I will now impart the divine dragon heart method to you. Should the dragon elephant's inner demons arise, use this method to suppress them. He transmitted the method, designed to facilitate their absorption of the dragon elephant blood. Xiao Long did not undergo this refinement himself. Having evolved into a divine beast, his dragon blood was not inferior to that of the dragon elephant, and his physical form surpassed even that of the ancient dragon elephant. In the realm of the divine continent, dragons were mere legends. Even in ancient times, dragons were far rarer than dragon elephants. Now, they were virtually extinct, perhaps hidden in the crevices of some plain, or perhaps all divine dragons had ascended to the heavenly realm, leaving him as the sole dragon in existence on the continent. Xiao Long's avatar turned to the 3rd treasure, a piece of armor infused with the laws of space, which could neither be placed into storage rings nor the void realm stone. When he reached out to touch it, his hand passed through as though the armor did not exist within this space, with only a faint ripple of spatial law detectable by his divine sense. What to do? This was Xiao Long's first encounter with such a phenomenon, visible yet untouchable, eluding even his divine sense. Try using the law of time, a voice chimed in. Of course, let me give it a try. Xiao Long's pupils turned transparent as he froze the flow of time in that area. Once again extending his hand, he successfully grasped the armor. An influx of information surged into his mind. Void Soul Armor, a creation of the Void Emperor, a lawless spiritual treasure, can automatically solidify space to resist damage. Refinement requirement. Entry-level mastery of spatial law. Upon reading this, Xiao Long couldn't help but chuckle. Entry-level mastery of spatial law required strength on par with a martial emperor or peak Saint King skills he could hardly utilize. However, things had changed. He now wielded the law of time, allowing him to solidify time in that area. Since he could touch it, it meant he could refine it. Xiao Long promptly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his divine sense anchoring onto the Void Soul Armor, initiating the refinement process. To his surprise, the refinement proceeded remarkably smoothly, and within mere breaths, the Void Soul Armor fully integrated into his soul. Integration with his soul meant that both his main body and avatar would benefit from the armor's protective properties. And more importantly, he could use this opportunity to comprehend the laws of space. This long-term benefit was precisely what Xiao Long needed. He retrieved the Xianyun treasure haul, having refined the jade tablet within to 90%. It was now ripe for complete refinement. While Xiao Long was engaged in this process, outside the ruins, the 3 sovereigns acted in unison, swiftly eliminating the leaders of the Flowing Clouds and Giant Elephant sects. Silencing all other 2-star factions, they had no choice but to concede, surrendering all acquired treasures to be equally divided among the 3 major factions, seeking only to preserve their lives. Yet those within the ruins remained oblivious, continuing to queue for teleportation. However, one individual was aware of the situation outside. Since the destruction of the great formation within the ruins, Xiao Long's surveillance array allowed him to witness all that transpired. He refrained from sending his avatar out to create chaos, nor did he inform others of the dire circumstances outside. His intent was to lure forth the sovereigns of Songhai Academy. Yet, to his dismay, no formidable figures from Songhai Academy appeared throughout the ordeal. Very well, I shall wait a little longer. With that, Xiao Long continued to refine the Xianyun Treasure Hall. Chapter 184. Reunion with Suya. The teachers and students of Songhai Academy began to meditate and cultivate. Days passed, and soon 3 days had elapsed, with nearly everyone in the ruins having teleported out, leaving only the members of Songhai Academy and a single red-clad masked woman. The masked woman approached Xiao Long. The members of Songhai Academy raised their heads to witness the scene. This masked woman was once renowned alongside Xikong Sheng and Guiyu, 3 figures not to be trifled with. Did she seek to contest for the treasures? The crowd clenched their fists, poised to surround her at any moment. However, the next scene left them utterly astonished. The masked woman knelt before Xiao Long, clasping her hands in respect. That I pay my respects to Lord Xiao. At this spectacle, the crowd gaped in disbelief. Xiao Long regarded her with a calm gaze. Suya, it has been a long time. How fares Dongfang Tianfeng? Thanks to your grace, my master treats me as kin. Suya replied, her head bowed. In that instant, Xiao Long sensed the heart-devouring seed he had previously planted, and with Suya's aura bearing some resemblance to Dongfang Tianfeng's, he surmised that Suya was indeed her disciple. As Suya attempted to remove her mask, Xiao Long gestured for her to stop. You possess the innate charm body. Removing it would invite trouble. Thus, Suya remained still, with a wave of his hand. The heart-devouring seed within her vanished. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Suya's expression brightened with joy. Although she had long since ceased to harbor any resistance against Xiao Long, the bomb lingering within her was a source of discomfort. With Xiao Long's voluntary assistance in removing it, all prior grievances were laid to rest. Dongfang Tianfeng has aided me on several occasions. I suspect it is also in consideration of you. Consider it a debt I owe. Xiao Long stated coolly. Lord Xiao speaks too heavily. My master assists you because she sees your potential and wishes to forge a benevolent connection with Qianlong Bank, not due to my influence. Suya said with increasing reverence. Xiao Long, however, shook his head, stating, respect given to me warrants respect returned tenfold. I, Xiao Long, have always been clear about debts of gratitude and grievances. He continued. I am unaware of the connection between Dongfang Tianfeng and the infamous sorceress Dongfang Yuhong of the Eastern Xin domain. In the past, I had some acquaintance with the Star River Sword Emperor and fortuitously obtained Dongfang Yuhong's techniques, which I then entrusted to you. Xiao Long transmitted a magnificent tome of martial arts to Suya through his divine consciousness. In her time, Dongfang Yuhong was a formidable sorceress in the Eastern Xin domain, capable of silencing infants' cries, and had once used a man from the 3-star empire as a blood offering to cultivate the unparalleled Hongma Shindian. Naturally, he only imparted the first layer of Hongma Shindian, believing it would be sufficiently enticing for Dongfang Tianfeng. Upon receiving the technique, Suya's pupils dilated in disbelief as she exclaimed, this is my ancestral master's technique. Observing Suya's reaction, Xiao Long concluded that there was indeed a connection to Dongfang Yuhong. The Hongma Shindian, a mid-tier celestial technique, relies on absorbing yang energy to enhance cultivation. However, yang energy is not limited to men. The sun and the depths of volcanoes also harbor vast amounts of it. While absorbing from men may be more convenient, it can lead to a fragmented essence and unstable foundation. Moreover, you are well aware of Dongfang Yuhong's fate. I do not wish for you to tread her path. Xiao Long remarked lightly. Suya bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your warning, Lord Xiao. I, Suya, vow with my heart that I shall never follow the old path of my ancestor Yuhong. Xiao Long nodded slightly, yet he harbored some doubts about why Dongfang Yuhong's descendants had traversed nearly half a continent to arrive in the southern barbarian domain. Even Songhai Academy had established itself here, and the heavenly barriers had emerged. Could it be that the great wilderness of the southern barbarian domain held some hidden significance? Lord Xiao, I take my leave, Suya announced as she approached the teleportation array. One by one, the members of Songhai Academy prepared to depart the ruins. Xiao Long gazed at the headless statue, contemplated for a moment, and then severed it from the altar with the auroral flame, placing it in his inventory. Strictly speaking, it was a stone-shaped embodiment of blood and true essence, at the pinnacle of kingly power, which he could absorb in the future. The barbarian elder lay motionless in the Qiankuan bag, his face ashen and lifeless. What a flawless resurrection plan. Yet, it had been thoroughly disrupted by Xiao Long, leaving him too drained to express anger, only able to sigh in lamentation over his ill-fated timing. Outside the ruins, the 3 great powers had encircled the area where individuals had appeared, their gazes fixed intently, ready to seize anyone who emerged. However, an hour had passed without any activity. What could be the reason? Had they been discovered and dared not show themselves? From beginning to end, not a single member of Songhai Academy had emerged. I suspect they have been found out. If that is the case, then let us take action against Songhai Academy. After waiting for a considerable time, the three great powers grew impatient and began closing in on Songhai Academy. Just then, a figure slowly materialized. It was a woman clad in red and masked. Initially taken aback, the crowd then surged towards her with fervor. Hurry! According to the words of the Sikong Sacred Hall, this person is of the ghostly specter lineage. She must possess numerous treasures. Seize her. The crowd lunged forward, akin to starving wolves spotting a feast. Suddenly, a terrifying radiance descended from the heavens, and every royal realm expert who ventured too close was obliterated without exception, leaving no trace behind. Who goes there? The crowd retreated in panic. Before them, a towering jade pavilion appeared before the masked woman. Leaning against the window was a mature and enchanting woman, lazily observing them. Dongfang Tianfeng, Ao Wutian exclaimed furiously. The Qianlong Bank has always refrained from meddling in worldly disputes. Why do you wish to partake in this ruin? The celestial ancestor replied coldly. Oh, but I merely came to retrieve my disciple. Yet, you three great powers have taken action against her. Are you not declaring war on Qianlong Bank? Dongfang Tianfeng's icy voice rang out. The celestial ancestor was taken aback. Was the masked woman truly Dongfang Tianfeng's disciple? The crowd exchanged glances, knowing well that in the great wilderness, Qianlong Bank was the most enigmatic existence, with its history and the number of hidden masters remaining a mystery throughout the rise and fall of countless factions. Only Qianlong Bank persisted, and no faction dared to offend it lightly. Xiaya, come inside. Yes, master. Xia flew in through the window and quietly whispered something to Dongfang Tianfeng, the Hongma Shindian. A look of shock flashed in Dongfang Tianfeng's beautiful eyes. You possess the ancestral master's technique. Who exactly are you? Xiaoqin. Dongfang Tianfeng's heart stirred, a mix of surprise and joy coursing through her. After a moment's thought, she commanded the Jade Pavilion to soar above Songhai Academy's encampment. Chapter 185. The former dean of Songhai Academy, Miss Dongfang. What guidance do you have? Beiyu inquired respectfully. I merely wish to pay a visit. Is that unwelcome? Dongfang Tianfeng responded, her brows slightly furrowed, her voice intoxicatingly melodic. The many tutors of Songhai Academy were filled with excitement, fully aware of what her words implied. Of course, you are welcome, Beiyu replied enthusiastically. What? The three great powers were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Dongfang Tianfeng, are you aligning yourself with Songhai Academy? What do you mean? Dongfang Tianfeng, the celestial ancestor frowned. Isn't Qianlong Bank supposed to avoid worldly affairs? Why do you wish to involve yourself? The barbarian elder's voice dripped with sarcasm. Dongfang Tianfeng smiled without answering. Just then, a brilliant light emerged outside the ruins, as if something were about to emerge. The people of Songhai Academy are about to appear. Prepare yourselves. The members of the three great powers quickly gathered around, ready to seize whoever emerged. Ao Wutian, the barbarian king, and the great Zen master were all on high alert, their true essence gathering in their palms. Poised for action, even the three great kings' minds were drawn to the spectacle. This time, the teleportation was unusually slow. After approximately 10 seconds, the light finally faded. Now, the crowd disregarded the consequences and unleashed their martial skills. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of deafening explosions resounded as clouds of dust erupted, and colorful true essence surged wildly, shaking the very ground. When the chaos subsided, the crowd beheld a colossal palace. The royal palace. Ao Wutian's pupils constricted. Ha ha ha. I never expected that upon emerging, we would be greeted by the royal palace. This palace belongs to me. The celestial ancestor laughed maniacally, extending a true essence hand to grasp by T.I in his eyes. The members of Songhai Academy were merely hiding inside, too afraid to emerge. He never considered the possibility of the palace being operational. The royal palace required at least the peak of royal realm power to activate. It was like an immobile plaything, easily claimed with the right seal. The royal realm experts of the Celestial Academy also surrounded the palace, preventing anyone from escaping. However, Sikong Shing's pupils suddenly constricted. He knew the palace was indeed capable of movement. Danger! Retreat quickly! Sikong Sheng bellowed. Yet, it was too late. Boom! A terrifying aura storm erupted from the exterior of the Xian Yun Treasure Palace. In the next moment, the entire palace transformed into a streak of flowing light, charging forth like a bulldozer, barreling towards the encroaching royal realm experts. Before they could react, a massive entity was upon them. What? The celestial ancestor was startled, hastening his true essence hand to intercept it. Stop! The law's fluctuations radiated outward, freezing that hand mid-motion. Save me! Amidst the cries of despair, The Xian Yun treasure palace crushed through the crowd, as if trampling ants. Blood splattered everywhere, and those in the royal realm had no time to escape, being reduced to mere fragments, leaving only a trail of blood. You have slain a level 31 wild beast, gaining 10 million experience points. You have slain a level 31 wild beast, gaining 10 million experience points. You have slain a level 32 wild beast, gaining 13 million experience points. In an instant, half of the 200 Royal Realm members from the Celestial Academy had perished. The Xianyun Treasure Palace, measuring 5 miles in length and width, rendered humans akin to ants facing an elephant, unable to flee. Beast, cease at once. The celestial ancestor roared in fury, charging forward and landing a punch atop the Xianyun Treasure Palace, which caved in under the impact. Boom! The celestial ancestor followed with a kick, causing numerous cracks to spiderweb across the palace walls. A third-tier royal king. If he continued his assault, the palace might truly collapse. Barbarian Elder, Diamond Buddha, what are you waiting for? I will deal with this palace. You go kill the members of Songhai Academy. The celestial ancestor's eyes burned red. Those royal realm tutors represented a millennium of accumulation for the Celestial Academy, and losing half of them made him bleed internally. The Buddha, am merciful. Songhai Academy's murderous intent is too strong. Let the Buddha guide them. From the heavens, a colossal golden Buddha, chanting sutras, extended a massive golden hand from the clouds, descending with lightning speed. Boom! Before the Buddha's hand even reached, a gigantic imprint was left on the ground of Songhai Academy's encampment, causing all Royal Realm tutors to spew blood. Even Bei Yu turned pale. Pinned to the ground, unable to move. If that palm were to fall, it would spell certain death for all. Amitabha, as you all ascend to the Western Paradise, it can be considered a good deed. The Golden Buddha joined his hands in prayer, closed his eyes, and began to chant softly. Suddenly, a figure appeared midway, and with a thunderous roar, the Golden Buddha's hand exploded in mid-air, transforming into countless specks of golden light, dissipating into the universe. The Vajra Buddha opened his eyes, a flicker of anger evident as he declared, "What kind of demon are you? Reveal your true form at once." With that, he struck out again. Boom! That strike vanished once more. Who? The celestial ancestor and the savage ancestor exchanged stunned glances, only to see a young figure gradually materializing above the Songhai Academy, clad in a robe made of coarse cloth. He held one hand upright against his chest. The robe billowed in the wind, framing his sharp brows and gleaming bald head, his skin fairer than that of a woman. Recognizing him, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. All present were rendered speechless, shocked into silence. Even Xiao Long within the Xianyun treasure hall stared blankly, his mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say to Mo1. Mo1. Countless eyes blinked in disbelief, as if struck by divine lightning, resembling statues frozen in time. Dean. Bei Yu bowed respectfully. Only upon hearing Bei Yu's words did the crowd come to their senses. Mo1 was none other than the legendary former dean of Songhai Academy. The numerous Royal Realm mentors also reacted quickly, bowing in unison. We pay our respects to the dean. No need for excessive formalities. Cultivation lies in the refinement of the heart. I have disguised myself as a humble monk to experience the myriad facets of humanity. Mo1 replied nonchalantly, lifting his head. The crowd was enlightened. They understood that the former dean had been wandering among the people, possibly as a beggar, an old man, or a monk. Yet, they suddenly recognized a glaring issue. Mo1's aura remained at the first-tier royal level. Look at Mo1's eyes. The celestial ancestor remarked. Aoutian glanced over, seeing that one of Mo1's eyes glowed with a golden light, radiating Buddha's brilliance, while the other displayed a strange blackness. Faint traces of demonic energy emanating from it. Chapter 186. The Path of Buddha and Demon Demonic Energy. Aoutian's expression shifted. He recalled that when he pursued Mo1, it was that very trace of demonic energy that allowed Mo1 to escape. Xiao Long reflected on Mo1's past. From their first encounter at the Celestial Academy, Mo1 had foreseen his reincarnation as a beast and subsequently escaped from the hands of the invincible royal Aoutian, ascending to second place on the hidden dragon list. In what felt like a single night, he transformed from obscurity into an extraordinary genius renowned throughout the vast wilderness. The hidden dragon list had described Mo1 as having a peculiar and unpredictable temperament, sometimes embodying the Buddha, at other times becoming a demon. Demon? The Vajra Buddha replied coldly. Who would have thought that a disciple of the Buddha would harbor demonic traits? A true disgrace to the Buddhist order. The great Zen master clasped his hands in prayer, exclaiming, Amitabha, Mo1, the paths of Buddha and demon cannot coexist. Please lay down your weapon and turn back to salvation. Numerous royal realm monks echoed. Wen, turn back to salvation. Witnessing this scene, both the people of Song High Academy and those of the lesser 2-star and 1-star factions erupted in outrage, cursing, "How dare these beasts clad in Buddhist robes speak of laying down their weapons? When have they not struck first?" Wen remained silent, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Vajra Buddha shook his head. "Since you are so obstinate, today I shall cleanse the Buddhist order." With a clap of his hands, the Buddha's light surged forth, and a thunderous sound echoed from his limbs. Thunder sound Dharma form. The Vajra Buddha uttered a sacred syllable, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rippled outward, causing the air to tremble millions of times in a second. Even the very fabric of space warped under the strain. In the next moment, that wave surged directly into Wen's body. Boom! In an instant, it was obliterated by the demonic energy within Wen. What was happening? Ao Wu Tian fixed his gaze on Wen, sensing an aura within him that felt strangely familiar. Wen looked up at the Vajra Buddha. The golden light in his eyes vanished, replaced by a peculiar deep blackness, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth from his being. In an instant, Wen was enveloped in a chilling miasma, his eyes shrouded in darkness, resembling a demon emperor descending upon the world. Wen's aura soared. 1st tier royal, 2nd tier royal, 3rd tier royal, 8th tier royal, 9th tier royal. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the royal realm, becoming an invincible royal. The world was engulfed in darkness, the sky shadowed under ominous clouds. Even the Buddha's light emitted by the monks was suppressed, leaving only the Vajra Buddha's brilliance unyielding. Ao Wu Tian and the celestial ancestor stood frozen in shock. The savage ancestor, the savage kingdom lord, and Dongfang Tianfeng were all rooted in place, resembling stone carvings. The 9 nether demon emperor, Mo Jiuyu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 200 years ago, he was the only genius of the Celestial Academy to surpass 5 stars. Mo Jiuyu, at just 16 years old, he broke through to the royal realm, becoming the youngest royal in history, and at 22, he attained the title of Invincible Martial Emperor, known as the 9 Nether Demon Emperor. Now, he had become the former dean of Song High Academy? Indeed, Song High Academy seemed to have been established 200 years ago. Could there be some connection between the two? The crowd felt their minds spinning in disbelief. In that moment, Wen appeared transformed, his body radiating a terrifying demonic energy, as if he were a demon crawling up from the depths of the 9 nether, having devoured countless souls. Just a glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Mo Jiuyu, the Vajra Buddha remarked coldly. "So, you are of the demonic path. No wonder you are so unreasonable. Yet, it is surprising that the prodigy of yesteryear remains entrenched at the royal realm after 2 centuries. Very well, the Buddha shall take you in." The Vajra Buddha sat cross-legged in the void, chanting the 6-character mantra. Om, Ma, Ni, Pad, Me, Hum. With each syllable, the void trembled, a powerful aura manifesting in the air. 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. The Vajra Buddha clasped his hands together, and in an instant, thousands of colossal Buddha statues appeared in the sky, densely packed, filling the heavens, even suppressing the demonic energy. Amitabha, the great Zen master, and the multitude of monks prostrated themselves. The weak-willed from the 2-star and 1-star factions were so moved that tears welled in their eyes, nearly succumbing to the Buddha's light. Suppression. The Vajra Buddha struck down towards Wen. Boom, 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 boom. 10,000 great Buddhas simultaneously unleashed their hands. 1,000 Buddha palms raining down from the sky, akin to a shower of stars crashing down upon Wen. Tearing clawed the heavens. Wen raised his hand, clawing downwards, and 5 terrifying claw marks manifested in the void. Lingering ominously, boom, the Buddha palms were struck by the claw marks, utterly obliterated. The crowd's pupils contracted sharply. Through that strike, they sensed that Wen's strength undeniably resided at the pinnacle of the royal realm. Yet why could he withstand the Vajra's strike? Xiao Long was astonished but soon experienced a moment of clarity. So that was it. Xiao Long understood Wen's intent. 200 years, logically. A genius like him should have long since stepped into the realm of the sovereign king. But why had he not? Because he did not wish to become an ordinary sovereign king. To break through from the royal realm to the sovereign king realm, one must choose a path, be it the sword path, the path of flames, or the path of ruthlessness, each a unique path. Only by mastering a path to its utmost form could one transcend the constraints of the royal realm and enter the sovereign king realm. For instance, the Vajra Buddha followed the path of Buddhism, the celestial ancestor the path of slaughter, and the savage ancestor the path of fortitude. However, these 3 paths are singular. Even if one becomes a sovereign king, they remain an ordinary sovereign king, Perhaps through formidable martial arts and willpower, one could become a local genius, yet ultimately, there exists a ceiling. But Mo1, he did not tread the path of demons, nor that of Buddha. Instead, he walked the path of Buddha and demon. He fused these two diametrically opposed paths into one. How should he succeed in this fusion and break through via the path of Buddha and demon? He would be unmatched across the continent at his level. This was also the reason he had not yet ascended to the sovereign king realm after 200 years, even though Mo1 had not become a sovereign king. He was more than a match for one. Should he one day succeed in breaking through, it would be a world-shattering event. Such a genius had only ever emerged from the burning sky dragon palace once. One of Xiao Long's two most esteemed disciples. Mo-ing. Demonic transformation. Mo1 clapped his hands, and in an instant, the demonic energy surged, his claws sharpened, his face elongated, transforming from a fair-skinned, handsome youth into a hellish fiend. The Vajra Buddha bellowed, "Demon, you finally reveal your form. Such a demon as the head of a monastery shows how corrupt Songhai Academy truly is. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven and eliminate you all." Chapter 187. The battle erupts suppression. The Vajra Buddha struck down again, and the myriad Buddhas swung their hands, crashing down in unison. Whoosh! Mo1 suddenly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he hovered above the Vajra Buddha. Clawing downwards, as his claw descended, 3 deep scars appeared in the void, lingering ominously, and a tempest of demonic energy surged forth with the strike, colliding with the Buddha light, emitting a corrosive sound as they annihilated one another. Diamond Body Refinement Technique. The Vajra Buddha closed his eyes, his body transforming into a brilliant golden hue, countless rays of golden light emanating from him, resembling a golden-skinned Arhat descending into the world. Indestructible. Clang. When that claw struck the Buddha's shoulder, it emitted a sound akin to metal colliding, leaving only a faint black claw mark. Clang. Once more, Mo1 unleashed his claws, leaving behind black scratch marks on the chest of the Diamond Buddha. Yet not even an inch penetrated, merely grazing the surface. The Diamond Body Refinement Technique truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost body refinement method of the Diamond Temple, in terms of hardness. It is as formidable as the Wilderness God Body Refinement Technique of the ancient wilderness. The celestial ancestor expressed his admiration. Upon hearing this, the wilderness ancestor snorted coldly, begrudgingly agreeing despite his displeasure. Throughout history, evil has never triumphed over righteousness. This demon cannot possibly be a match for my master, the abbot of Dajin, basking in the praise, recited with pride. However, as soon as his words fell, a scream echoed from the sky. The demonic energy within the scratch marks on the Diamond Buddha's body began to corrode inward, emitting smoke. In the blink of an eye, countless dents appeared, flesh and blood were mangled, and even the golden light began to dissipate. How could this be? The abbot's eyes nearly popped out. Wilderness ancestor, assist me. The Diamond Buddha cried out in agony. The wilderness ancestor, though startled, did not hesitate, charging forward with the force of a tempest. The celestial ancestor also intended to help. But as he stepped forward, the Xinyan treasure hall surged into action, barreling into the crowd, forcing him to turn back and intercept it. Bang! A fierce battle erupted. The demonic Mo1 had seemingly transformed into a killing machine, exuding overwhelming demonic energy with each movement stirring a bloody wind, turning the battlefield into a hellish realm. Faint cries of tormented souls echoing hauntingly. Wicked beast, meet your demise. The Diamond Buddha and the wilderness ancestor joined forces to attack. Yet Mo1 showed no fear. A thick black armor materialized around him, and a blood-red sickle appeared in his hands, resembling the Grim Reaper. The armor and sickle emerged, both sun and moon dimmed. The world transformed into a purgatory, causing all present to pale in fear. The Demon Emperor's armor, the scythe of death. The celestial ancestor's expression changed drastically. 200 years ago, Mo Jiyo had been pursued to the 10,000 Great Mountains by the Celestial Academy, surrounded by 200 royal realm cultivators, including Ao Wutian, all of whom he had slain. Ao Wutian himself gravely wounded in the process. With the Demon Emperor's armor, he stood immovable against 100 attackers. With the scythe of death in hand, one swing could cleave through 100 foes. That battle had shaken the heavens and changed the landscape, even the mountains stained with a torrent of demonic energy, resembling a hellish abyss for a century before dissipating. That battle earned Mo1 the title of the Abyssal Demon Emperor. His name resonated throughout the great wilderness. In the royal realm, obtaining an official title is exceedingly challenging. Even the invincible martial emperor Ao Wutian had none, yet Mo1 possessed one. What of Mo1 200 years ago, and what might he become 200 years hence? Boom! The scythe of death swung down, and in an instant, the sun vanished, plunging the world into darkness, leaving all unable to see their own hands. Only the overwhelmingly terrifying demonic energy sweeping through the sky. Stop him. The Diamond Buddha and the wilderness ancestor frantically burned their essence. Employing desperate martial arts against the scythe of death. Sizzle. Ah! Two cries of anguish rang out. The sun reappeared, revealing the wilderness ancestor and the Diamond Buddha, their sleeves hanging empty, each having lost an arm. How terrifying! The crowd's pupils constricted. The Diamond Buddha and the wilderness ancestor, both second-tier sovereigns, could not withstand even a single blow from Mo Wen. Is this truly the royal realm? Xiao Long furrowed his brow. Sensing that Mo Wen's consciousness was in turmoil, seemingly resisting something. The power of the demon is indeed formidable, yet it easily leads to the loss of rationality, reducing one to a killing machine. Xiao Long mused. No wonder you chose to cultivate Buddhism. Only the power of Buddha can suppress demonic energy and maintain one's sanity. If both forces can be balanced, manifesting both Buddha and demon, one would possess supreme power without losing reason, a truly perfect strategy. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult. Xiao Long shook his head. Had Mo Wen broken through using the demonic path, he might have already reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. But then he would no longer be Mo Wen, but a complete demon lord. Celestial ancestor, are you not hastening to deal with that palace and come to assist? The wilderness ancestor roared. Give me a minute. The celestial ancestor struck out with a fist, unleashing terrifying true essence like cannon fire, directly creating a massive pit in the Xianyun Treasure Hall. The Celestial Academy, obey the command. Eliminate everyone from the Songhai Academy. Leave none alive, the celestial ancestor ordered. All monks, heed the command. Besiege the Songhai Academy, cleanse this filthy place with blood. The Diamond Buddha also erupted in rage, issuing a direct order. The Wilderness Kingdom, heed the command. Purge the Songhai Academy. The Wilderness Ancestor commanded as well. Kill. Over 300 Royal Realm cultivators surged forward. I dare anyone to stop us. The Qiongyu Pavilion of the Eastern Sky Phoenix descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the crowd. Boom. Below, three colossal hands of true essence emerged, pinning the Qiongyu Pavilion in between, as Ao Wutian, the Wilderness King, and the Abbot of Dajin sprang into action. The Eastern Sky Phoenix desperately urged the pavilion. But under the onslaught of the three pinnacle Royal Realm cultivators, it could barely tremble, only managing slight vibrations. Damn it, the Eastern Sky Phoenix gritted her teeth, with the obstruction of Ao Wutian and the others. Over 300 Royal Realm cultivators charged towards the personnel of the Songhai Academy. Form a battle formation, Beiyu commanded, and over 100 Royal Realm mentors from the Songhai Academy spread out, arranging themselves into a grand formation. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ao Wutian sneered. Over 300 Royal Realm cultivators were already upon them, various martial arts ready to be unleashed. Suddenly, a ripple of a teleportation array appeared ahead, revealing a youth with eagle-like eyes. The youth waved his sleeve, and 9 purple-black lightning dragons intertwined with white flames surged forth from his sleeve, crackling with purple arcs as they sped towards the crowd. Enhanced by the laws of time, the 9 dragons accelerated fivefold, moving as swiftly as lightning. Not good. The celestial ancestor's pupils constricted, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 188. Level up twice. Over 300 Royal Realm cultivators halted midway, the terrifying aura causing their hairs to stand on end. Those 9 lightning dragons were lethal. 9. Dragon. Explode. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, the 9 lightning dragons plunged into the midst of the crowd, the violent energy coalescing to its zenith before detonating. Boom, 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 boom. No. The monks of the Diamond Temple, the royal family of the Wilderness Kingdom, and numerous mentors from the Celestial Academy were paralyzed with fear, screaming in terror. At this moment, the celestial ancestor descended in front, a massive true essence bowl inverted and suppressing the explosion beneath it. Boom! The true essence bowl vibrated violently, the immense backlash causing the celestial ancestor's complexion to pale, blood trickling from his mouth. What kind of technique is this that even the celestial ancestor struggles to withstand? The crowd was in a state of shock. Before the explosion dissipated, the true essence bowl flickered, as if white flames were about to erupt from within. The celestial ancestor spat blood, a blood-colored hand pressing down on the bowl, using his extraordinary strength to endure the explosion. Over 300 Royal Realm cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet before they could rejoice, in the next moment, the Xianyun Treasure Hall charged forward, causing their pupils to constrict, a chill running down their spines. Then, there was no then. Puffed, 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 puffed. The sound of flesh exploding echoed incessantly as the Xian Yun treasure hall ruthlessly trampled forward. The royal realm experts crushed as if under a mountain, their bodies obliterated. A single charge resulted in half of the over 300 royal realm cultivators being annihilated. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 34. 150 billion experience points needed for the next level. But this was not the end. The Xian Yun treasure hall charged again, like a frenzied wild bull, trampling forward once more. The remaining 100 or so had no time to escape, each being shredded into pieces by the storm of spiritual energy, leaving only about 30 survivors. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 35. 200 billion experience points needed for the next level. The experience of a royal realm cultivator exceeds 10 million. Xiao Long had just slain nearly 300 royal realm cultivators, acquiring over 300 billion experience points, instantly ascending to the 5th-tier demon emperor. The 30 or so survivors were all at least 6th-tier royals, having barely survived through various escape methods. No. Witnessing this scene, the celestial ancestor, the wilderness ancestor, and the diamond Buddha all screamed in despair. Their eyes bloodshot. Those royal realm cultivators were the core strength of their sects. Now, all had perished, their hearts bleeding profusely. The Xian Yun treasure hall continued its advance, seemingly intent on exterminating the remaining 30. Yet it only moved a little over 100 meters before halting. Xiao Long's clone sat beneath the jade stone tablet, gazing at the now useless high-grade spirit stones, helplessly tapping his head. The high-grade spirit stones are depleted. To slay royal realm cultivators, the storm formation must be activated to its maximum 3rd tier. Each charge consumes 10 million high-grade spirit stones. After several charges, coupled with the brief stalemate with the celestial ancestor, all the high-grade spirit stones he had collected, including those gifted by Zhuge Hans Han and others, were utterly exhausted. None remained. His main body collaborated with Yao Chun to execute the 9 Dragons explosion. While his clone manipulated the Xian Yun treasure hall, Xiao Long was nearing his limit. Had he not broken through to the royal realm, enhancing his soul power, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother Xiao, Little Bai squatted beside him, gazing at him with sincere eyes. I want to help you. Xiao Long patted Little Bai's head with a smile. Once this matter concludes, I will refine a soul restoration for you. Then you can assist me. Little Bai stared at him blankly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Xiao Long could sense the emotions of Xiao Bai. Once a demon lord, she had suffered a poisoning of her transformation elixir during her metamorphosis, causing her to fail in her transformation and suffer a drastic decline in power, leaving her very soul shattered. However, being of celestial spirit body, Xiao Bai had absolute control over spiritual energy that in Xiao Long's earlier days of weakness. Her celestial spirit body still held some efficacy. Yet now, he faced foes either at the imperial realm or the royal realm, rendering Xiao Bai's contributions increasingly diminished, and Xiao Long hesitated to risk her in battle. Only by completely restoring Xiao Bai's soul and returning her to her former demon lord strength would Xiao Long feel secure enough to let her emerge. Leave it to me this time. Xiao Long's gaze was resolute. The battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. Mo1, facing 2 opponents alone, maintained the upper hand. Yet he seemed to be resisting something. At every critical moment when he could have struck down his adversary, he fell into a state of struggle, unwilling to let his consciousness be consumed by demonic energy. Ao Wutian, summon all the elders stationed at the academy using the teleportation array, the sooner the better. Upon the command of the celestial elder, he soared into the sky, joining forces with the diamond Buddha and the wild ancestor to besiege Emoan. Good. Ao Wutian seethed with fury. There was no turning back now. Only a full-scale assault. He shattered a multitude of soul jade slips. We will also mobilize our Sect S station personnel. The abbot of Dajan and the wild nation lord also broke their jade tokens. At this juncture, all were blinded by rage, summoning every available hand to fight to the bitter end. That treasure hall has ceased to function. It must be rendered useless. Pay it no mind. Once our reinforcements arrive, it will be the end of Songhai Academy. Charge. Hold them back. 30 remaining Imperial Realm warriors from the 3 great factions surged toward Songhai Academy. Though outnumbered, each was an elite, capable of stalling for several hours even if they could not prevail. The battlefield lay thousands of miles away. A group of monks, upon receiving the news, rushed from the Diamond Temple to the battlefield for support. This group consisted of 10 Imperial Realm warriors and 208 martial kings, representing the last vestiges of combat strength from the Diamond Temple. Aside from a few reclusive sect elders, they passed beneath a mountain. They suddenly halted midway. The monks looked up to see a young man in a green robe sitting cross-legged atop the mountain peak, eyes closed in meditation, while a translucent, glass-like long sword danced around him like a playful spirit. Who might you be? Inquired the leading fourth-tier imperial warrior. Zhuge Han did not respond, but opened his eyes. Unleashing an invisible sword intent, with a swift sound, a blood mark appeared on the forehead of the fourth-tier imperial warrior, who collapsed lifelessly. The remaining monks were taken aback. Sensing grave danger, Zhuge Han remained motionless, merely casting a detached glance down the mountain. As the glass sword shot forth, slicing past the monks one by one, bodies fell, and the scene fell into eerie silence. Chapter 189. The Final Victor. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the Wild Nation encountered Tuoba Zhan, who had also grasped the ultimate sword intent, alongside Huang Mao, tempered by the blood of dragons and elephants. Their fate was equally grim, leaving not a single survivor. The Celestial Academy boasted the richest heritage, with countless elders from its 4 major branches, each housing at least 300 individuals, totaling over 1,000 innate martial kings, along with more than 20 Imperial Realm instructors. Marching toward the battlefield, however, as they traversed a canyon, they abruptly sensed an anomaly and halted. Above the gorge appeared countless heads, and a dense mass of demonic beasts, each at the Demon King level, surged forth, overwhelming the scene with a foul stench. At the forefront, 6 massive serpents emerged, one silver-white serpent reaching the 6th-tier Demon Emperor level, while the strongest among the Celestial Academy's reinforcements was merely at the 5th tier. It's over. The crowd's faces turned ashen. Moments later, anguished screams echoed through the canyon as the 1,000-strong reinforcement force was devoured clean by the demonic beasts. In the skies of the battlefield, Missouri fought valiantly against 3 royal beings, maintaining a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand against his formidable opponents stood on the ground. The 30-plus Imperial Realm warriors led by Ao Wutian faced over 100 from Shanghai Academy, including Dongfang Tianfeng. In a tense standoff, a new force was desperately needed to break the deadlock. As the 3 factions awaited reinforcements, Shanghai Academy strategized their next move. Yao Chen, can you still utilize the 9 Dragons explosion? Xiao Long inquired telepathically. That move is too overpowered. I can only use it once, and a second use would incur a backlash, Yao Chen replied. His complexion paled. At that moment, Yao Chen raised an eyebrow. Hesitating, however, I can summon reinforcements. Reinforcements? Xiao Long's eyes brightened. You may not know, but my true form is the purple gold thunder eagle, a descendant of the sea east blue. My family is quite renowned in the demon realm. Yao Chen proclaimed with pride. If I wish, I can easily summon a horde of demon lord brethren. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Xiao Long exclaimed furiously. Yao Chen shrugged. You didn't ask. Hurry and summon them, quickly. Xiao Long urged. It's not that simple. Yao Chen scratched his head, smiling helplessly. Besides, this body is still Yao Chen's. I have no soul jade slips to contact my brethren. Xiao Long fell silent, realizing that after all this time, they still could not summon help. It was all mere talk. However, given my failed tribulation, my family should have noticed and will certainly dispatch experts. As for when they will arrive, I cannot say, Yao Chen replied, lifting his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. At that moment, Yao Chen seemed to sense something, glancing into the distance. Xiao Long also exhibited a look of astonishment. The instructors from Shanghai Academy and Ao Wutian paused, stunned as they gazed in that direction. In the distance, a massive group of Imperial Realm warriors advanced toward them, numbering over 500, all from secondary star factions. While the leaders of Luoyun sect and Juxiang sect had been slain, dozens of Imperial Realm warriors remained within their sects, supplemented by peak secondary star sects like Xianan Mountain and Kunzong. Among this assembly were 5 at the peak of the Imperial Realm, 50 high-tier Imperial warriors, and over 400 mid to low-tier Imperial warriors, surrounding Ao Wutian and his faction in 3 layers. Eyes filled with murderous intent as if seeking revenge for slain kin. Are you seeking death? Do you wish to oppose my Celestial Academy? Ao Wutian barked. Withdraw now, and my Wild Nation will forget the past. The Wild Nation Lord's expression darkened. Benefactor, lay down your weapon and become a Buddha. The abbot of Dazhan chanted softly. The leader of Xin drew a white jade sword, declaring, Celestial Academy, Diamond Temple, and Wild Nation, your 3 factions have forcibly seized treasures and committed numerous evils. Though we secondary star factions may not match you, we are not without grit. Indeed, you have slain our leaders and expect us to retreat. Preposterous. The elders of Luoyun sect seethed, gnashing their teeth in anger. Our Juxiang sect has a 1,000-year legacy. Our leader dedicated himself tirelessly, and you say you can slay him without consequence, if we do not avenge this. How can we hold our heads high? A giant from Juxiang sect roared, his eyes ablaze. Yes, you murder and steal. Your sins are unforgivable. Over 500 Imperial Realm warriors shouted in unison. The expressions of Ao Wutian and the others turned grim as they realized the gravity of their previous transgressions. The Wild Nation Lord hesitated, his face contorted with internal conflict. Before gritting his teeth, "I can return the treasures to you." Unnecessary. The Grand Elder of Juxiang sect was the first to charge forward, delivering a massive true essence punch aimed at the Wild Nation Lord. With one person leading, the rest surged forward, unleashing a torrential barrage of martial skills. 500 Imperial Realm warriors struck in unison, creating a cataclysmic scene. The Celestial Academy and its allies seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzy of martial techniques. The ground shook violently, as if hundreds of colossal bombs had detonated simultaneously, vibrant true essence surging like tidal waves, echoing with thunderous roars. The spectacle of 500 Imperial Realm warriors attacking together was awe-inspiring. The surviving 30 from the Celestial Academy, Diamond Temple, and Wild Nation had no time to react before being engulfed by the onslaught of martial skills. When the dust settled, not a trace remained. Even the peak Imperial Realm Abbot of Dajan and the Wild Nation Lord were severely wounded, their corpses obliterated. Only Ao Wutian managed to escape with a teleportation talisman, fleeing 1,000 miles away. Those madmen! Ao Wutian gritted his teeth. Who would have thought that these secondary star factions would unite against them? Had he known, he would have eradicated them all to prevent future calamity. What of the ancestors? How had they fared? After pondering for a moment, Ao Wutian chose not to flee, but instead found a distant location to conceal himself and observe the unfolding events. The battle at the royal realm was not something mere mortals could intervene in. Mo1 battled 3 royal beings single-handedly, neither side gaining the upper hand, yet neither could truly harm the other. Xiao Long discerned that Mo1's heart remained in turmoil, constantly suppressing the demonic energy to prevent it from erupting uncontrollably. He understood that if he fully succumbed to the demonic transformation, he could swiftly slay all 3 opponents, but the consequences would be dire. Regardless, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined, aside from the royal beings. All other factions would face annihilation. Chapter 190. The arrival of the Black Witch Church. What now? Celestial Elder, the ancient ancestor of the Wildlands, glared with bloodshot eyes, having witnessed the recent scene where 500 Imperial Realm experts acted in unison, resulting in the demise of everyone in the Wildlands except for himself. The Diamond Buddha, consumed by grief, understood that this battle for the relics had ended in complete failure. No amount of treasure could compensate for such losses. The Heavenly God Ancestor's eyes were filled with turmoil, and after a moment's hesitation, he grit his teeth and said, "Enough. Withdraw while we still can, before reinforcements arrive, to prevent further casualties." The ancient ancestor of the Wildlands, with a fierce gaze, suddenly felt a chilling wind rise, accompanied by the wails of spirits echoing from the sky. From the distant horizon, 3 emaciated, withered old men approached, each step echoing ominously, cloaked in a veil of black mist. Faint silhouettes of skeletal souls emerged from their forms, crying out in agony, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to glance their way. It was the Black Witch sect. The 4 combatants in the sky halted, silently observing the unfolding scene. Among the 3 figures, one was an old crone, flanked by a young man and woman, both appearing to be around 20 years of age, their features seemingly pleasant, yet shrouded in black mist. Their eyes glowing with an eerie light, rendering them both human and ghostly. The crone, her complexion a ghastly shade of purple, stepped forward, her hunched frame barely reaching a meter in height. Yet, with each step she took, the surrounding environment plunged into darkness, revealing glimpses of souls rising from the earth, instilling a sense of dread in all present. 8th grade sovereign. The Heavenly God Ancestor's pupils constricted in alarm. The crone surveyed the crowd, her voice dripping with a ghostly chill. "I am the master of the 1,000 Poisons Hall of the Black Witch sect, the Voodoo Taoist. I ask you, did the Ghost Serpent Taoist pass through here?" The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Could it be that the Ghost Serpent Taoist had come here secretly, without the knowledge of the Black Witch sect? Indeed, the Ghost Serpent Taoist was here. The ancient ancestor of the Wildlands stepped forward, kneeling before her with a smile that belied his apprehension. The ancient ancestor of the Wildlands is quite courteous, the Voodoo Taoist acknowledged, nodding slightly with a hint of appreciation. No need for such formality. The ancient ancestor's heart swelled with joy, yet the members of the Songhai Academy felt their hearts sink. How shameless of him to kneel before an old crone. If the Voodoo Taoist were to be flattered by him, their fates would be sealed. The Heavenly God Ancestor wore a pleased expression, casting a sharp glance at the distant Mo1, contemplating how to make him pay later. "Very well, since you are aware of the situation, you shall answer." The Voodoo Taoist extended her gnarled hand, drawing the ancient ancestor of the wildlands closer, her grip tightening around his head as she commenced a soul search. Ack! The ancient ancestor screamed. Convulsing violently, within mere breaths, his eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. The crowd's expressions shifted to horror. They had thought the voodoo Taoist admired him, yet she had resorted to soul searching without a second thought. Such was the unpredictable nature of the Black Witch sect. Moments later, with a grim expression, the voodoo Taoist's hand clenched, and the ancient ancestor's head burst with a sickening crack. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The second-grade sovereign, who had existed for thousands of years, was extinguished so casually. The voodoo Taoist landed, drawing a corpse from the earth, the body of the ghost serpent Taoist, having been buried during the battle. "Master, what is the situation?" inquired the two young companions by her side. "He is dead. His spirit was overtaken and extinguished, seemingly perishing within the relics," she replied, glancing toward the towering rock formation. Relics? The two exchanged puzzled looks. According to the ancient ancestor's memories, the owner of these relics was the Wildlands sovereign. Although his collection may not compare to that of our Black Witch sect, it is still a considerable treasure. It seems the ghost serpent Taoist came here secretly to claim it for himself. But alas, he encountered unforeseen circumstances and met his end. The voodoo Taoist's brow furrowed in concentration as she searched the rock formation, her withered hand extending toward it, black mist swirling within her palm, corroding the stone into a sizable pit. How terrifying! The heavenly god ancestor gasped. The rock formation, a manifestation of the Wildlands sovereign's essence, possessed the hardness of a peak sovereign, but was being eroded before their eyes. "Before I depart, no one is to leave this place. Otherwise, I shall personally pay you a visit." With that, the voodoo Taoist vanished into the depths, searching inch by inch for traces of the ghost serpent Taoist. Mo1, panting heavily, felt the dark energy around him gradually subside. The scythe of death and the demonic armor faded, his claws retracting as his grotesque visage transformed back into his originally handsome countenance. Albeit slightly pale, he settled onto the ground, cross-legged, consuming a medicinal pill to hasten his recovery. Inside the relics, the voodoo Taoist's figure darted swiftly, absorbing wisps of soul fragments from those slain within. Though deceased, remnants of their souls lingered, allowing her to investigate. After a considerable time, her brows knitted tightly, she had found no trace of the ghost serpent Taoist's spirit, even if his spirit had been shattered. There should have been some residual energy, yet there was nothing. As she passed a large pit, a familiar trace of soul energy was drawn to her. Fragments of the ghost specter's spirit, remnants left after being obliterated by Zhuge Han's sword intent. The voodoo Taoist paused to investigate, yet after a long while, she found nothing. Strange, has the ghost serpent Taoist simply vanished? She pondered, her heart racing. She pocketed the fragments, preparing to set up a soul-searching array upon her return. Hoping to uncover the memories left behind by the ghost specter before his demise, emerging from the relics, her cold gaze swept over the gathered individuals, her voice icy. "Since I have come, I cannot leave empty-handed. Hand over the treasures of the Wildlands sovereign." The faces of the heavenly god ancestor and others paled in shock. The heavenly god academy had already suffered enough losses, and now the voodoo Taoist demanded their complete destruction. The diamond Buddha's expression shifted as he deliberated, ultimately removing his storage ring and tossing it forward. "May the treasures be bestowed upon the virtuous. It is an honor for me, yet alas, I have only a small portion, much of which remains in the hands of those thieves from the Songhai Academy." The diamond Buddha smiled, glancing back at Mo1 and the others. "Damnable, that bald thief is cunning." The mentors of the Songhai Academy cursed in anger, the voodoo Taoist's cold eyes fixed upon them, and with a mere glance, they felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, their souls nearly frozen. "Hand it over," she commanded, directing her gaze at Beiyu, who appeared the strongest among the group. "What should we do, Dean?" Meng, he asked anxiously. Beiyu looked at Mo1, who sat meditating with closed eyes. "If I were to become fully demonic, I'd have a 2 in 10 chance of severely injuring or even killing her. 2 in 10. The others felt despair wash over them. Setting aside the dire consequences of full demonic transformation, even a mere 2 in 10 chance was enough to instill hopelessness. "Beiyu, do not resist. Just hand over the treasures." The heavenly god ancestor relished the moment. "Beiyu, just hand it over," the diamond Buddha chanted, a smile gracing his face. Beiyu's expression darkened ominously. "Hand it over." Not to mention where the students carrying the treasures had been sent. Even if they surrendered the treasures, would they be spared? "Heh, since you refuse to comply, I shall personally take them." The voodoo Taoist flicked her fingers, sending forth 2 golden cicada-like insects that darted toward Beiyu and the other. Yao Chun. The voodoo Taoist's eyes glimmered with greed as she recognized Yao Chun possessed a demon sovereign soul, Such a prize was not to be missed. Soul-devouring golden cicadas. Bai identified the insects. Known for their soul-sucking abilities, these divine parasites could extract souls to nourish their master. In the world of insect sorcery, they were among the most terrifying, with no chance of survival for even a sovereign-level being if targeted. Second only to the marrow-sucking ants and blood-draining cockroaches, the heavenly god ancestor's smile widened, as these two soul-devouring golden cicadas could spell doom for the entire Songhai Academy. Imoen opened his eyes, his pupils deepening into a void of blackness, dark energy expanding around him. Yet, suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The dark energy receded as he closed his eyes once more, just as the two cicadas were about to reach Beiyu and Yao Chun. A resounding eagle cry echoed from the heavens to In the next moment. The air seemed to crackle with thunder as a colossal purple lightning eagle, measuring 1,000 meters in length, shot forth like a bolt from the blue. Creating a tempest of wind and lightning. In an instant, it snatched both cicadas in its beak, swallowing them whole. All present were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The massive eagle shrank in size, transforming into a middle-aged man with white eyebrows and hawk-like eyes. What a delicacy! It's been ages since I've tasted such exquisite insects. Can I have a few more? He licked his lips, savoring the flavor. Transformed demon sovereign. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Upon reaching the demon sovereign level, demon beasts often chose to take human form for a deeper understanding of the laws of power. The transformation into a successful beast is a rare feat, with only the most extraordinary beings achieving such a form. Within the entire realm of demons, their numbers are eclipsed by even the most powerful humans. At this moment, they bore witness to the emergence of a shape-shifting demon lord. The ancient deity and the Diamond Buddha were both incredulous. How could a demon lord suddenly appear before them? The voodoo Taoist's face twisted in sheer agony as a piercing shriek erupted from his throat. Return my soul-eating golden cicada. His withered claws shot out, and a swirling black mist engulfed the area, mingled with the anguished wails of tormented spirits that sent chills down the spine of onlookers. Your soul-eating golden cicada? Ha! It has a delightful flavor, exclaimed a middle-aged man, marveling as he condensed a brilliant orb of lightning essence in his palm before striking down with force. The clash reverberated through the air, creating a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the fabric of space. The black mist and the lightning collided, producing a corrosive sound as the mist disintegrated, revealing a more radiant display of electricity. Even the voodoo Taoist's sleeve exploded into shreds, exposing his arm, which resembled dried, kindling death. The voodoo Taoist screeched in alarm, retreating in horror as the sparks of lightning flickered around his charred claws, which emanated a pungent scent of burning flesh. The sheer strength of the demon lord left the crowd in shock. The shape-shifting demon lord, an 8th-tier being, was on par with the voodoo Taoist, yet had gained the upper hand in their initial encounter. Xiao Long understood that lightning and fire, the most ferocious energies in nature, were natural adversaries to malevolent entities. The difference in their powers was marginal. Yet the voodoo Taoist found himself thoroughly suppressed, unable to unleash even half of his potential. Seemingly unwilling to concede, the voodoo Taoist opened his mouth wide, and a massive centipede crawled forth from his throat. Its appearance sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Go, he commanded, directing the centipede to fly forth. What a treasure! The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with excitement as his hand morphed into a massive eagle claw, capturing the approaching centipede within its grasp. Crackling sounds erupted as lightning burst forth from his grip, and after a brief struggle, the centipede turned black and was roasted to perfection, with numerous astonished gazes upon him. The middle-aged man stuffed the charred centipede into his mouth, chewing with a satisfying crunch while exclaiming, "Delicious!" No. The voodoo Taoist, frantic and nearly on the brink of madness, clutched his head in despair, gulping down the centipede. The middle-aged man wiped the remnants from his mouth and gazed at the voodoo Taoist with avarice in his eyes. Old ghost, do you have any more of these insects? Bring me some more. The onlookers were left speechless. What others feared, this man appeared to relish as a delicacy. What manner of beast was he? How dare you? I will flay you alive. The voodoo Taoist's eyes burned with rage as her two young disciples hurriedly restrained her. Master, calm down. We will seek revenge later. Taking a deep breath, the voodoo Taoist realized that prolonging the confrontation would yield no favorable outcome, and gritted her teeth. Wait for me. As she turned to leave, she noticed a great silver eagle hovering in the sky, casting a watchful gaze upon her, while a cerulean falcon in the distance fixed its cold stare upon her. Once again, two demon lords had arrived. Eagle 3, did this old ghost bully you? Tell your sister, and I shall deal with her. The cerulean falcon's voice rang out, clear and bright. Eagle 3, hearing this, Xiao Long chuckled. So your name is Eagle 3. Curse it. That is my childhood name. Yao Chen muttered, explaining telepathically, I was the third born in my family, hence the name. Xiao Long smiled silently. The naming conventions among demon beasts were indeed whimsical. Eagle, just now that old ghost unleashed the soul-eating golden cicada. Intending to consume my soul, Yao Chun informed his sister. The soul-eating golden cicada. The cerulean falcon's gaze turned frigid. You mean those two golden insects I devoured? They were quite delightful. The middle-aged man patted his stomach with a grin. Realizing the situation was turning against her, the voodoo Taoist pondered for a moment before clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed demon lords, I am the leader of the Black Witch sect. The voodoo Taoist. You must have heard of my sect's reputation. There was a misunderstanding with this young brother earlier. Let us put this matter to rest, shall we? Boom. Without further ado, the cerulean falcon unleashed a bolt of white lightning toward the voodoo Taoist, while simultaneously launching itself forward, its enormous claws reaching for her. The temper of demon beasts was notoriously volatile, and there was little room for negotiation when it came to battle. How dare you? Just wait. The voodoo Taoist seized her two young disciples, unleashing a burst of black mist that enveloped them, and with a loud bang, they vanished without a trace. Had she escaped? The cerulean falcon lunged forward. But it was too late. The Black Witch sect had numerous escape tactics. Capturing them required meticulous planning and spatial barriers, or else their speed would render pursuit futile. The middle-aged man shrugged helplessly. The silver eagle in the sky descended, transforming into a silver-haired elder, while the cerulean falcon morphed into a young woman clad in emerald garments, her delicate features rivaling even the most beautiful of mortals. Xiao Long, allow me to introduce you. That lady is my second sister, Eagle 2. Though she has a new name among humans, you may refer to her as Little Qing. Do not be fooled by her delicate name. She has quite the fiery temper. Eagle 3. Before Yao Chun could finish his thought, a furious shout interrupted him, as the young woman, hands on her hips, glared at him with wide eyes. Sister, Yao Chun recoiled. Little Qing stormed forward, delivering a swift punch to Yao Chen's head, followed by a flurry of strikes. Ouch! Spare me! Yao Chun cried out in pain. Humph! You haven't returned in 3 years. Do you have any idea how worried we have been? If it weren't for your soul talisman shattering, we wouldn't even be able to locate you. Little Qing berated him. The onlookers were left speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Yao Chen was possessed by a demon lord. And those 3 demon lords were summoned by him, Imowen explained. What? Beiyu exclaimed. So Yao Chen, enough. Imowen shook his head. The original Yao Chen no longer exists. The demon lord that possessed him retained some of his emotions. And today he even saved us in the Zhang Hai Academy. We owe him a debt of gratitude. Let us not speak of possession any further. Sighing, Beiyu and the others were left with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, the ancient deity and the diamond Buddha, sensing the tide had turned, had already shattered their escape talismans and fled. Once one reached the realm of power, escape talismans were often carried, making them difficult to eliminate. And the Zhang Hai Academy chose not to pursue. Thus, the most brutal battle in Huang Prefecture in nearly a century finally came to an end. The Zhang Hai Academy suffered minimal losses, while the savage wilderness kingdom was left with nothing but devastation, its elders wiped out. The Diamond Temple's sole survivor was the Diamond Buddha, while the Heavenly God Academy was left with only the ancient deity. Ao Wu Tian and Si Kongsheng, all other instructors and elders had perished. Regrettably, the storage rings of the savage wilderness elder and the Diamond Buddha were taken by the voodoo Taoist, containing treasures plundered from others. Beiyu, our expedition has yielded significant gains. Let us offer some compensation to those small factions that assisted us. Imowen remarked nonchalantly. Understood. Beiyu departed towards the distant crowd. Imowen then soared into the air, approaching the 3 demon lords, joining his hands in reverence. Amitba, thank you for your assistance. Who is this monk? Little Qing inquired that he is our academy's headmaster. Yao Chen replied casually. Headmaster. Little Qing scoffed. Eagle 3, you are a demon beast. Why do you still consider yourself a student of the Zhang Hai Academy? I take pleasure in it. Is that a problem? Yao Chen retorted. Oh. You dare to talk back. Little Qing seized Yao Chen's ear and tugged it upward with force. Ah, big brother, save me. Sister is bullying Eagle. Yao Chen cried out for help from the middle-aged man behind him. To his dismay, the middle-aged man merely waved his hand, remaining silent. Yao Chen's face darkened. Eagle 2. Enough. Don't embarrass our Thunder Eagle clan. The silver-haired elder scolded. Very well. Little Qing released her grip. Imowen was at a loss for words. The silver-haired elder approached him and offered a respectful bow. You must be Mo Jiuyu, the Jiuyu demon emperor from 2 centuries ago. I have heard of you. I am now known as Mo1, he replied. Indeed, I am the grand elder of the Thunder Eagle clan. Ling Xiao, Our Eagle 3 underwent a calamity and was compelled to possess a student with the bloodline of the Sea East Blue. As compensation, I represent the Thunder Eagle clan in pledging to protect the Songhai Academy for 1 year. Ling Xiao stated. The eyes of the Songhai Academy members brightened. Mo1 was equally astonished. Let me remind you, this is merely a year of protection, should you attempt to use us as weapons and lure us into conflict with the Black Witch sect. Do not blame me for turning against you, Ling Xiao added. The Songhai Academy has not sunk to such depths. A year is more than sufficient. Mo1 affirmed. I have taken the Silver Eagle. If any formidable foe approaches, shatter this soul token. Ling Xiao tossed a soul token, which was deftly caught by Mo1. Ling Xiao ascended into the sky, transforming into a colossal silver eagle, measuring 1,000 meters in length and spanning 3,000 meters across its wings. Casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Hooray! No need to fly anymore, Xiao Qing exclaimed, excitedly leaping onto the eagle's back, followed by the middle-aged man. With a resounding cry, the silver eagle flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest and soaring into the distance. The magnificent creature disappeared from view. The onlookers felt a tumult of emotions within them. First, the arrival of the Black Witch sect, followed by the support of the Thunder Eagle clan. Today's events were indeed a roller coaster. Dongfang Tianfeng smiled wryly, reflecting, the great wilderness continent has become quite lively recently. It seems the major powers will soon be reshuffled. Chapter 193. Journey to the Eagle Clan. Mo1 approached, hands clasped together, a smile gracing his face. Ba, I express my gratitude to Miss Tianfeng for her assistance. May I have the honor of inviting you for a drink to deepen our friendship? Dongfang Tianfeng looked at him with an odd expression. The mentors of the Songhai Academy were utterly speechless, their expressions darkening. You are the headmaster of Songhai Academy. Is this truly appropriate? Dongfang Tianfeng chuckled awkwardly. Who said I am the headmaster? Beiyu is the one. Mo1 hurriedly refuted that moment. Zhuge Han, Tuoba Zhan, and the other students of Songhai Academy returned, exclaiming, we have fulfilled our mission. Haha. Let us head home. We must celebrate this occasion. Beiyu laughed heartily. Home. The crowd cheered in unison, making their way back to Songhai Academy. Those from the 2-star and 1-star factions also began to depart, leaving only a few martial artists hoping to uncover any overlooked treasures. Miss Tianfeng, there is a saying in Buddhism about forming good relations that I believe we are fated to connect. Let us converse more, and I shall grant you a blessing. Hey, Miss Tianfeng, do not leave. Allow me to finish. Hey, Miss Tianfeng, deep within the 10,000 mountains, 1,000,000 miles away, a gigantic silver eagle soared through the sky, heading towards the mountain's depths. The eagle's speed surpassed 10 times the speed of sound, covering 1,000,000 miles in just one day. Within the sleeve of Xiao Chun, a small black dragon, resembling a snake yet not quite, rested with its eyes closed, sensing the movements of the outside world. Xiao Long calculated that they were now 1,000,000 miles northwest of the ruins, having fully penetrated the 10,000 mountains, an area marked in darkness on the map of Qianzhua. He felt numerous powerful auras concealed below, each belonging to demon lords, occasionally accompanied by the thunderous roars of tribulation. Days passed in flight. After another 10 days, Xiao Long estimated they had crossed the borders of the great wilderness continent, likely entering the northern realm of the Nether State. The southern barbarian domain consists of 12 states, with the great wilderness being one of the lesser ranked. The most formidable openly known was merely a 3-tiered divine ancestor. And even hidden old monsters had limited strength. However, the Nether State stood apart, renowned even among the southern barbarian 12 states, housing countless 3-star factions and 3 major 4-star factions at its pinnacle. Here, it could be said, was where the strong truly belonged. The talents here barely qualified as geniuses. Xiao Long had heard of the Nether State in his previous life and had even visited once, leaving behind a cave abode. Over 1,000 years had passed since then. He wondered if that cave had been uncovered. The Silver Eagle, embodying Ling Xiao, continued its flight until it finally halted before a valley. Xiao Chun, Ling Xiao's voice echoed. Present. Xiao Chun stood at attention. How long does your friend in the sleeve plan to accompany us? Ling Xiao inquired. Xiao Chun scratched his head. You not noticed? Xiao Long emerged from the sleeve. Having undergone evolution, his form was now a blend of dragon and snake, entirely black, with horns atop his head, whiskers at his temples, 5 claws beneath his belly, and a pair of massive wings on his back. His claws and wings could retract, making him appear no more than a snake with an additional horn and whiskers. Xiao Qing and Eagledoe observed Xiao Long curiously, having never encountered such a beast. What kind of beast are you? Ling Xiao asked, astonished. I am a dragon. Xiao Long replied. A dragon. Xiao Qing paused, then burst into laughter. Who are you trying to fool? If you are a dragon, then I am a phoenix. Xiao Chun, however, looked embarrassed, realizing this indeed was a dragon, albeit one capable of changing size, regardless of your nature. As long as you are a beast, you may return with us, but heed this. Do not engage in conflict with any eagle demon, or the Eagle Clan's penal forces will be authorized to execute you. Ling Xiao warned coldly. I understand, Xiao Long responded. Good to hear. Ling Xiao flew to the valley's entrance, spitting out a jade token that merged into the void ahead. A subtle vibration rippled through the air, and a large opening tore in the middle, allowing Ling Xiao to pass through as the gap slowly closed. The surroundings transformed dramatically. The vast wilderness vanished, replaced by an immense silver forest, where each tree towered 1,000 meters high and was 100 meters thick, resembling colossal pillars piercing the ground. Nestled among the branches of the silver trees were nests resembling meteor craters, some containing massive eggs, while others housed chirping eaglets. In the sky, eagles spread their wings. Various eagle-like beasts soared the heavens, emitting a symphony of powerful cries. The sight was vibrant and full of life. This was the realm of the eagles. Xiao Long understood that this space was distinct from the outside world, an alternate dimension crafted by those who had grasped the principles of space. At the very least, a saint-level being. Xiao Long was uncertain if the Eagle Clan possessed a demon saint, but it was evident that many had existed in their history, or else this space would not be so meticulously constructed. Who approaches? A figure clad in black robes materialized in midair. I am Ling Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Thunder Eagle Clan, a branch of the Eagle Clan. Thunder Eagle Clan? The black-robed figure raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Surely, you do not mean the Thunder Eagle Clan that ranked last in the Eagle Clan's martial gathering? Ling Xiao's expression twitched violently. Xiao Qing's face also soured. The Thunder Eagle Clan's last-place finish had long been a sore point. Enough! Leave at once. I have no time to waste on you, the black-robed figure said dismissively. And I should warn you, the Thunder Eagle Clan has lost its qualification to participate in the 10,000 Beasts Conference. With that, he departed. What? The revelation left Ling Xiao, Xiao Qing, and the others, including Xiao Chun and Eagle Da, aghast. The 10,000 Beasts Conference. Xiao Long's expression turned contemplative. He recalled hearing that term in his past life, but had not paid it much heed due to not being a beast. He momentarily forgot what the 10,000 Beasts Conference entailed. Let us depart. Tomorrow we shall address this matter with the Elder Council of the Eagle Clan, Ling Xiao said, flying westward, while Xiao Chun and the other demons followed closely behind. Their expressions grim. Xiao Long's eyes narrowed as he began to recollect the significance of the 10,000 Beasts Conference. Chapter 194. Xiao Long's purpose. The 10,000 Beasts Conference, as the name suggests, is a collective gathering of countless beast races. During this event, all high-ranking beast factions from the southern barbarian domain would send representatives. The Eagle Clan was among them. In the Divine Continent, the territories occupied by human nations constituted only a fraction of the land, while beasts surpassed humans in both numbers and territorial expanse by more than tenfold. Thus, the treasures of heaven and earth unearthed in the beast realm were abundant, despite their vast territories and sheer number. The count of powerful beings among beasts was exceedingly rare. The number of transformed demon lords was even less than 1% of the human royal level. This disparity created a peculiar situation where lower-tier beasts were powerful, yet upper-tier beasts were weak. The 10,000 Beast Conference was organized to address this imbalance. The participating beasts would donate a significant portion of the treasures discovered in the mountains as rewards for the conference. Those who ranked in the top 100 would receive generous prizes, with the top 10 even having the chance to inherit the bloodline of legendary divine beasts, potentially evolving into divine creatures, an irresistible temptation for any beast. As for the rewards for the top 3, Xiao Long was currently unaware, but he knew they were highly coveted even by the beast emperors and would be nothing short of extraordinary. The 10,000 Beasts Conference. Xiao Long fell into deep thought. The Eagle Clan's alternate space was vast, spanning millions of miles, and its stability was remarkable. Ling Xiao flew for 2 hours before arriving at the territory of the Thunder Eagle Clan. The Eagle Clan comprised 5 major branches: the Golden Eagle Clan, the Snow Eagle Clan, the Owl Beast Clan, the Thunder Eagle Clan, and the Fire Eagle Clan. The territory of the Thunder Eagle Clan was located in an endless forest to the west, where many pavilions had been constructed for the transformed demon lords to utilize. The Grand Elder has returned. Many Thunder Eagles perched atop the treetops gazed eagerly at Ling Xiao, with a flap of his wings. Ling Xiao released a shower of insects, which fell like rain, and the thunder eagles swooped down to feast on the delectable bounty. Let us return. Xiao Qing grasped Yao Chun and leaped from the back of the eagle, soaring into a distant bamboo pavilion. The pavilion's arrangement resembled that of humans, furnished with tables and chairs adorned with murals. Once the demon lord transformed into human form, their habits began to mimic those of humanity. Xiao Long emerged from his sleeve and spoke. Xiao Qing, Yao Chun, I seek a secluded space for a month of seclusion, where I wish to be undisturbed. Might you be able to provide such a place? There is no shortage of open spaces. As long as you refrain from causing a scene, few will come to investigate. Xiao Qing replied, by the way, should you find this place unsatisfactory and wish to leave. The Thunder Eagle clan possesses a teleportation array. It only allows departure, not entry. That is all, she added, seemingly in a foul mood, and with a slam, she shut the door behind her as she entered a room. Yao Chun shrugged helplessly. That's just her temperament. Xiao Long understood her feelings. Not being able to participate in the 10,000 Demon Conference was indeed a significant blow to her. The quota for participation in the conference was allocated based on the strength of various clans, with each demon tribe being allotted between 1 to 20 spots. The Eagle clan's formidable strength assured them 10 spots. Yet, as one of the 5 branches of the Eagle clan, the Thunder Eagle clan received not a single spot. It was easy to imagine the depth of Xiao Qing's disappointment. Yao Chun, if you wish to seek justice from the Elder Association tomorrow, feel free to summon me, Xiao Long remarked before departing the pavilion and flying towards the depths of the forest. Upon observation, he noted that while the Thunder Eagle clan had a vast number of eagles, the majority consisted of demon generals and kings. The demon emperors were scarce, and the demon lords were even fewer. With none of the top-tier demon lords, such as Yao Chen's elder sister and brother, in sight, Xiao Long casually selected a patch of land, burying a high-grade spiritual vein and spending 2 hours setting up a shielding array before releasing Xiao Bai. This was the true purpose of Xiao Long's journey. He aimed to restore Xiao Bai's soul. In the outside world, he feared that Xiao Bai's soul might awaken, attracting the attention of powerful beings from the celestial realm. So he sought a space different from the divine continent to undertake this task. Brother Xiao, will I truly recover? Xiao Bai asked, filled with hope that I cannot be certain. Your soul is severely damaged. To achieve complete restoration, we must gather sufficient materials that I cannot guarantee that we will collect them all. But even if we fall short, I can ensure an 80% recovery, Xiao Long assured with conviction at that moment. Far across the great wilderness state, Xiao Long's avatar sat in the reception hall of the Qianlong Bank's headquarters. Opposite him were Dongfang Tianfeng and Suya, along with an unfamiliar middle-aged beauty. The beauty reclined in her chair, silent, her aura unfathomable, akin to a black hole that seemed capable of devouring even one's consciousness. Xiao Long merely conducted a brief probe before averting his gaze to avoid inciting her displeasure. Xiao Chun, the materials you mentioned have mostly been procured by Qianlong Bank, but there are 2 items I am unable to obtain. Dongfang Tianfeng gently tapped the table as she spoke. What are the 2 items? Xiao Long inquired. The first is the soul origin of a venerable king. Such a thing can only be extracted by slaying a venerable king, and where can Qianlong Bank find so many to kill? However, the Black Witch cult may possess a considerable amount, she said, her gaze becoming cunning as she smiled at him. Rest assured, I will eventually confront the Black Witch cult. Now, what is the second item? Xiao Long asked. The second is the essence of beast souls, which is even rarer. It only has a minuscule chance of remaining after the soul of a demon saint or demon emperor dissipates. Where shall we seek such a thing? Dongfang Tianfeng's expression turned disdainful as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Long. Then it is of no consequence that I had thought Qianlong Bank, with its millennia of accumulation, might have one, Xiao Long replied, disappointment evident in his tone. You think the essence of beast souls grows on trees? She retorted sharply. Suya stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. The middle-aged beauty furrowed her brow, clearly unimpressed with Xiao Chen's audacity in demanding such rare items. Enough about those 2. You must have other items, Xiao Long remarked. That we do have everything else stored within this storage ring, but you must offer something satisfactory in exchange. Dongfang Tianfeng stated, producing a glimmering storage ring, a high-grade storage spirit ring. What is it that you desire? Xiao Long asked. Dongfang Tianfeng rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes appraising him as she smiled. I want the complete set of the Rainbow Demon Scripture. If you can gather everything for me, I will provide the complete set, but there are still 2 items missing, Xiao Long frowned. Not providing it is also acceptable. As long as you stay here and keep me company for a night, if I am pleased, perhaps I will gift you the storage ring, Dongfang Tianfeng declared. a charming smile gracing her lips as she elegantly approached. Her snow-white thigh pressing against Xiao Long's leg, her arm draping around his neck, their faces mere inches apart. Xiao Long could distinctly feel her slightly hurried breath, waves of warmth brushing against his forehead. Were it not for his extraordinary willpower, he would have lost control long ago. Not this again, he thought, feeling his energy locked in place, rendered immobile. Suyao, on the side, stifled her laughter, reveling in the spectacle. Xiao-chun, dear brother, if you cannot hold out any longer, do not force yourself. It would be unwise to suffer in silence. Dongfang Tianfeng teased, her thigh nudging inward. Xiao Long mentally cursed, vowing that once he transformed into human form, he would ensure this enchanting demoness would pay for her audacity. I can provide half of the rainbow demon scripture now. We can negotiate the rest at a later time. He compromised. Half. Dongfang Tianfeng glanced at the middle-aged beauty. The beauty spoke, agreed. After all, you won't be able to cultivate the latter half anytime soon. Well, since grandmother has spoken, I shall spare you, Dongfang Tianfeng said, fastening the storage spirit ring onto Xiao Long's ear before turning and swaying her mesmerizing figure away. Xiao Long exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped her clutches. This enchanting creature was undoubtedly a femme fatale. One touch, and it could spell doom. He stored the ring in his inventory and inspected its contents, finding everything he needed to restore Xiao Bai's soul, barring the two missing items. Dear brother Xiao-chun, the essence of beast souls might be hidden within some powerful beast clans. You could inquire there. Dongfang Tianfeng offered with a smile. Thank you for the suggestion. I shall take my leave. Xiao Long bowed slightly and departed, vanishing beyond the door. In the reception hall, Dongfang Tianfeng turned to the middle-aged beauty, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Grandmother, we still have a considerable amount of the soul origin of venerable kings, and even if we lack the essence of beast souls of demon emperor level, we possess one of demon saint level. Why keep it hidden? The middle-aged beauty responded coldly. We have no familial ties with him. Why should we offer it to him? Simply for the rainbow demon scripture. Xia bowed respectfully. Grandmother, a year ago, Lord Xiao was merely a nascent realm cultivator. Such talent warrants our attention. She refrained from mentioning that Xiao Long was, in fact, a serpent. Attention? The middle-aged beauty scoffed. I have lived for tens of thousands of years and witnessed countless prodigies rising suddenly. I have long since grown numb to so-called talents. Even if he breaks through to the emperor realm within a year, what of it? Talent that cannot translate into strength is meaningless with his current abilities. Any venerable king could easily extinguish him. She closed her eyes and spoke indifferently. Should he manage to eradicate the Black Witch cult, I shall regard him with newfound respect, but if he perishes at their hands, there shall be no further need to pay him heed. Furthermore, the so-called substitutes are utterly useless against the Black Witch cult, which specializes in soul hunting, and no matter how many substitutes exist, there remains but one soul. Had I wished to strike, his soul would have already been obliterated. With that, the middle-aged beauty ceased her words, leaving Dongfang Tianfeng and Suya in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Xiao Long's avatar remained in the Great Wilderness state, traveling to the Beast Valley of the 10,000 Great Mountains, preparing to establish an interstate teleportation array beneath the top-grade spiritual vein, connecting the Great Wilderness state and the Underworld state. The interstate teleportation array spanned millions of miles, surpassing even the scale of the teleportation array at Songhai Academy and requiring an immense quantity of spiritual stones. Over 100 million top-grade spiritual stones would be necessary. However, with the top-grade spiritual vein at his disposal, the ample spiritual energy was sufficient to construct any array. Xiao Long immediately began the array's formation. The teleportation array required the establishment of arrays at both the starting and ending points. Imprinting soul traces, with his avatar in the Great Wilderness state and his true self in the Underworld state, he was perfectly positioned to accomplish this. Establishing the interstate teleportation array was not a task to be completed in a day or two. It would require at least a month as his avatar set up the array. His true self also constructed and repaired the soul restoration array within the Eagle clan's territory. The collection of the barbarian sovereign was vast. Xiao Long directly unearthed all the spiritual veins and buried them underground, arranging them in the configuration of the Big Dipper. The 7-star soul nourishing array communicated with the power of the stars. Previously, Xiao Long had relied on this array to rescue Xiao Bai from the brink of soul dispersal, a true miracle. Now, with ample spiritual energy and improved array techniques, alongside the absence of celestial barriers in this alternate space, he could connect even more effectively with the celestial powers of the stars. This array could at least restore Xiao Bai's soul to 50%, in addition to the 7 stars soul-nourishing array. Xiao Long needed to refine a substantial quantity of soul recovery elixirs, not only to aid Xiao Bai's restoration, but also for his own benefit, and to assist Yao Chun as well. Xiao Bai, you will soon enter a state of deep slumber. When you awaken, all will be better, Xiao Long declared, closing his eyes and invoking several incantations. Buzz. In the sky, 7 shimmering stars faintly outlined a formation on the ground. Illuminating it softly, Xiao Bai closed her eyes and lay quietly within. This place was protected by a shielding formation and a surveillance formation. Should any beast inadvertently intrude, Xiao Long would sense it immediately. Xiao Long turned and soared away, intending to inquire with Yao Chun about the matter of beast souls at that very moment. Within the council hall of the Thunder Eagle clan, Xiao Qing, Yao Chun, and Eagle stood with grim expressions, while Ling Xiao's face was as dark as thunder. Elder, we must protest at the Elder Association immediately. I can no longer endure this. Xiao Qing clenched her small fist, her voice laced with indignation. Indeed, let us proceed. Ling Xiao nodded, about to leave when a middle-aged man in a black robe strode in, exuding an overwhelming pressure that forced the gathered beasts to retreat several steps. Elder Lu, what brings you here? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Elder Lu was the very man who had guarded the entrance to the Eagle Clan's space and was a senior member of the Elder Association. Holding a position among the top 3, he had always looked down upon the Thunder Eagle clan, and it was feared that their lack of quotas was due to his interference. I have heard you plan to protest at the Elder Association? Elder Lu's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. Yes, at this 10,000 Beast Conference, our Eagle Clan has secured 12 quotas, as one of the 5 major branches. The Thunder Eagle Clan should receive at least 2. Why have they received none? Ling Xiao retorted angrily. Humph. Elder Lu snorted disdainfully, a terrifying aura emanating with his scoff. Xiao Qing and Eagle paled instantly, while Yao Chun, the weakest among them, coughed up blood. His face as pale as a ghost. How dare a worthless branch like the Thunder Eagle Clan request quotas, truly ignorant of their own insignificance. Ling Xiao's face twitched violently. Xiao Qing was on the verge of losing her temper, but was tightly restrained by Yao Chun, who feared she would charge forward. I came here merely to warn you. Do not entertain thoughts of protest, for it would be futile. Should you insist on proceeding, I would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Elder Lu said, his voice laced with malice. Ling Xiao's face reddened with urgency, his frail body trembling with rage. This is a blatant threat. The Thunder Eagle clan is not worthless. Why should we not receive quotas? Xiao Qing could no longer hold her tongue, shouting at Elder Lu. Bold. I am the Grand Elder of the Golden Eagle clan. Dare you show me disrespect? I possess the authority to capture you. Elder Lu barked at Xiao Qing. Before he could act, Ling Xiao swiftly intervened, clasping his hands together in apology. My apologies, Elder Lu. Xiao Qing is but a child. Please show mercy. He presented a storage ring with utmost respect. Elder Lu accepted the ring, glanced inside, and a smile crept onto his lips. Not bad. Although the Thunder Eagle clan has its share of useless members, they certainly know how to be pragmatic. In that case, have that foul woman slap herself, and we shall consider this matter settled. You. Ling Xiao's expression darkened, but he suppressed his anger and turned to Xiao Qing. Elder, Xiao Qing was rendered speechless. Elder, they are being too oppressive, Yao Chun exclaimed, seething with rage. Silence. Ling Xiao roared. The situation already dire enough. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Xiao Qing hung her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What's the hold-up? Do you need me to do it myself? Elder Lu's gaze turned frosty. Xiao Qing bit her lip, raising her fair hand, ready to strike just as she was about to do so. Her wrist was seized by Yao Chen. Are you two younglings trying to provoke me? Elder Lu narrowed his eyes at them. Oh, what a scene we have here. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind Elder Lu, drawing everyone's attention. A 1-meter-long black serpent flew into view. Xiao brother. Yao Chun's pupils constricted. An outsider. Elder Lu's eyes widened. When the Eagle clan speaks, what right do you, an outsider, have to interrupt? Unexpectedly, Xiao Long cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Are you courting death? As his words fell, Xiao Long's chilling gaze bore down upon him. An overwhelming pressure emanating from his bloodline engulfed the room, stunning all beasts present. This sense of oppression stemmed from his lineage, akin to a life-level superiority. They felt like ants before an elephant, unable to resist. Even their bodies trembled slightly. Divine beast, Elder Lu. Ling Xiao, Xiao Qing, and Eagle Da's faces shifted dramatically. This unassuming black serpent was, in fact, a divine beast. In the next moment, Xiao Long transformed. 5 claws sprouted from his underbelly, whiskers grew at his jawline, and a pair of black wings emerged from his back. His body reaching the height of a person as he coiled upon the table, a dragon. Upon witnessing Xiao Long's form, the gathered beasts could no longer contain their astonishment, erupting into exclamations. This was no ordinary divine beast. It was a dragon. Throughout the ages, the legend of dragons had prevailed in the divine continent, symbolizing the pinnacle of existence. Rumors even suggested that the divine continent was created by ancient dragons. Elder Lu suppressed his shock, gritting his teeth. Even if you are a dragon, you are merely a 5th-tier beast emperor now. Should I wish to kill you, it would be but a single strike. Then do give it a try. I assure you, should you kill me, within a day, the Eagle clan will be trampled by my Dragon clan's experts, and I shall be revived by the reversal of time. Xiao Long's voice was icy and resolute. Elder Lu was rendered speechless by this declaration. The Dragon clan, the supreme race among divine beasts. Even with Elder Lu's audacity, he dared not disrespect the Dragon clan. Particularly with the implication behind Xiao Long's words sending waves of terror through him. The concept of time reversal. Not only did the Dragon clan possess formidable beings, but those who understood the laws of time as well. Although Elder Lu was not entirely surprised by this, hearing it from Xiao Long's lips suggested the truth behind the claim. The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him, his complexion paling as his body trembled involuntarily. If what he said were true, then annihilating the Eagle clan would be but a matter of a single command. Elder Lu's face flickered with indecision, and then he did something that left everyone astounded. Thud! Elder Lu dropped to his knees, trembling. I implore the Dragon clan elder to spare me. I was ignorant and disrespectful to the Dragon clan. Please forgive me. Xiao Qing, Ling Xiao, and Yao Chen stood dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, rendered as still as statues. Slap yourself 100 times, sever an arm, and then roll away. Xiao Long stated coldly. He said this deliberately. Xiao Long understood that if he appeared even slightly weak, they might perceive it. Thus he had to maintain his dominance. The more assertive he was, the more Elder Lu would believe him. Only by doing so could he uphold the dignity of the Dragon clan. Yes, Elder Lu dared not hesitate, raising his hand to strike his own face repeatedly, the sound echoing sharply as blood flowed freely, teeth scattering. With each resounding slap, the hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. Xiao Qing and the others stared wide-eyed, speechless. Outside the hall, numerous thunder eagles gathered to watch, each rendered speechless by the spectacle that a divine beast, that is a dragon. Seeing Xiao Long, one thunder eagle gasped, its heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Elder Lu did not dare to act slyly. Each blow was delivered with full force, by the end. His facial bones were shattered, his mouth a bloody mess, teeth strewn across the floor as he seized his right arm, snapping it with a crack, storing the severed limb in his storage ring. Elder Lu glanced at Xiao Long, stammering, Dragon clan elder, I be gone. If you utter another word, I will kill you. Xiao Long's icy gaze swept over him. Elder Lu dared not linger, turning and scrambling away in haste. Wait, Xiao Long suddenly called out. Elder Lu halted mid-flight, trembling as he turned back. What further orders does the Dragon clan elder have? Provide several competition quotas for the Thunder Eagle clan. That should not be too difficult. Xiao Long stated calmly. Not difficult. I will arrange it now, granting the Thunder Eagle clan 1. No, 2. Elder Lu forced a grim smile. I want 3. Xiao Long responded bluntly. Elder Lu's face contorted as he took a deep breath. Very well. 3 it is. Be gone. Yes. Elder Lu fled, soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The scene fell into a profound silence. Truly, you are a dragon, Xiao Qing exclaimed, her mouth agape, disbelief etched across her features. Indeed. No imposter, Xiao Long smiled at her. Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed, her head bowed as she mumbled, I thought you were jesting. Recalling her earlier words, she felt her face heat with embarrassment, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Haha, you once said that if Xiao Chen were a dragon, you would be a phoenix. I think you resemble a wild chicken more. Yao Chen teased. You little beast, you seek death. Xiao Qing lunged at Yao Chen, who fled in terror, leaping out the window, with Xiao Qing in hot pursuit, leading to a chorus of cries for mercy and shrieks from outside. Xiao Long could only shake his head in exasperation. Yao Chen truly was courting disaster. Ling Xiao turned to Xiao Long, excitement evident as he clasped his hands. Dragon clan elder, enough. I am merely a friend of Yao Chen. I acted on impulse. Xiao Long interrupted him. The great kindness of the Dragon clan elder cannot be repaid. Ling Xiao bowed deeply in gratitude. Tio speak candidly. Xiao Long harbored little fondness for this individual just moments ago. In the face of such humiliation, Ling Xiao had not only refrained from resistance, but had also offered his storage ring, allowing Xiao Qing to slap his own face. Such a spineless character was looked down upon by Xiao Long. Noticing the disdainful expression on Xiao Long's face, Ling Xiao sensed the latter's sentiments and explained, "Senior may not be aware that our Thunder Eagle clan has certain obligations to them. Should we offend them? The leader of our clan, who happens to be the father of Ing San and the others, might face dire consequences." "What do you mean?" Xiao Long furrowed his brow. "Alas, it is a complex matter. In short, our clan leader is trapped in the secret realm of the Eagle clan, enduring relentless torment. It is imperative for the leaders of the other 4 branches to unite in action to ensure his survival. As we Thunder Eagles owe them a debt." Ling Xiao sighed. Xiao Long's expression turned inquisitive. "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Ling Xiao let out a long sigh, seemingly recalling something, but a flicker of fear crossed his eyes before he lamented. "The leader of the Thunder Eagle clan has been completely corrupted." Xiao Long's pupils constricted. Corrupted? He was not unfamiliar with this term. Corruption refers to humans or beasts being eroded by demonic energy, resulting in a complete loss of rationality, turning them into mindless killing machines that slaughter indiscriminately, even against their kin. If one were entirely corrupted, it signified an impending doom, unless an extraordinarily powerful entity intervened to suppress the demonic energy and allow for survival. Our Eagle clan consists of 5 major branches, and each branch's leader is a Saint Beast. After the corruption of the Thunder Eagle clan leader, the other 4 Saint Beasts joined forces to subdue him within the Eagle clan's secret realm, tirelessly cleansing the demonic energy day and night, hoping that one day he might regain his sanity. As he spoke, sorrow filled Ling Xiao's eyes. Xiao Long shook his head. The cleansing of demonic energy was no simple task. Even with the combined efforts of 4 Saint Beasts, reviving a corrupted Saint Beast would be immensely challenging. In truth, the best solution would be to eliminate the Thunder Eagle clan leader, thus putting an end to the matter. But their reluctance to give up was something Xiao Long could understand. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand. I came to inquire if the Eagle clan possesses any beast soul crystals." "Beast soul crystals?" Ling Xiao's heart jolted, and he quickly replied, "The Eagle clan has historically collected a few beast soul crystals, but they have since been consumed. At present, we do not have a single one." Hearing this, Xiao Long felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Ling Xiao continued, "It seems that the rewards for this upcoming 10,000 Beasts conference include beast soul crystals, though it remains unclear whether they are of Saint Beast or Emperor Beast grade." Xiao Long's pupils constricted once again. The 10,000 Beasts conference. Truth be told, Xiao Long had not intended to participate in such an event. Firstly, his combat experience was already extensive, and such gatherings offered him little assistance. If he wished to grow stronger swiftly, he needed to engage in continual slaughter to level up. Secondly, as a divine beast, the inheritance of divine bloodlines was of little use to him. As for the rewards for the top contenders, while they might tempt the Emperor Beasts, Xiao Long had seen treasures beyond compare, not to mention the burning heaven tower. Even the finest spiritual veins and aurora flame were all worth their weight in gold. Xiao Long did not believe the 10,000 Beasts conference could present any rewards that would captivate him. Yet now, it appeared that the 10,000 Beasts conference indeed offered beast soul crystals. Such items would not only benefit Xiao Bai, but would also prove advantageous to him, compelling him to attend. "Ling Xiao, could you secure a participation slot for me?" Xiao Long inquired. Well, Ling Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. "In fact, divine beasts do not require a slot to participate. They can join directly. That is fortuitous." Xiao Long nodded. "How long until the 10,000 Beasts conference?" As Xiao Long understood, anyone below the Saint Beast realm, and with less than 500 years of cultivation, could attend the 10,000 Beasts conference. The vast majority of participants were high-ranking beast lords, and without peak beast lord strength, obtaining a notable rank was nearly impossible. Given Xiao Long's current strength, participating in the conference would be tantamount to seeking death. He needed ample time to elevate himself to the beast lord realm before the event, and the higher he could ascend, the better. "There are still 3 years remaining," Ling Xiao stated. A smile crept onto Xiao Long's face. 3 years is ample time. Within the Eagle clan's council hall, Elder Lu paced back and forth. His right arm had healed, and his battered face had nearly returned to normal, yet the lingering fear was difficult to shake off. "Elder Lu, what summons us?" Several elders of the Eagle clan, each with varying expressions, entered the room. "Everyone, a grave matter has arisen." Elder Lu, upon their arrival, hurriedly approached them, recounting the events he had encountered in their entirety. "What? The Dragon Clan?" The gathered beasts were taken aback. Hadn't the Dragon Clan ascended long ago? How could there still be a Dragon Clan on the Divine Continent? "Lu Xiao, you must have misjudged," a white-robed elder with gray hair, the Grand Elder of the Snow Sculpture Clan, spoke up. "I did not misjudge. The pressure and form were unmistakably from the Dragon Clan." Lu Xiao projected his true essence into the air, conjuring a black dragon with horns, 5 claws, and 2 wings. This is a 5-clawed black dragon. Grand Elder Jin Xiao the Golden Eagle Clan exclaimed in astonishment, his extensive experience allowing him to identify Xiao Long's breed at a glance. A 5-clawed black dragon. The assembly of beasts turned their gaze toward him. Grand Elder Jin Xiao produced an ancient tome, flipping through its pages until he reached the 69th page, where an illustration of the 5-clawed black dragon appeared. The 5-clawed black dragon, a branch of the Black Dragon Clan, is a low-ranking divine beast capable of altering its size and devouring all. Upon seeing the description in the tome, the expressions of the gathered beast shifted dramatically. Altering its size, no wonder it appeared so small. It truly is a dragon. Lu Zhao's face paled in fear. The atmosphere fell silent, the news striking them like a thunderbolt, leaving the assembly of beasts in stunned silence for an extended period. Chapter 198. Xiaobai awakens. What shall we do? Lu Xiao fretted. I have offended him. Will he summon the Dragon Clan to secretly eliminate me? Impossible. The Dragon Clan has always been proud and keeps their promises. As long as you do not provoke him further, he will not take action against you. Indeed, we are but insignificant tribes in the eyes of the Dragon Clan. They would not stoop to contend with us. The elders engaged in animated discussion. After deliberating for a time, the elders resolved to find an opportunity to visit the Thunder Eagle Clan and offer their apologies. Meanwhile, while the Eagle Clan elders were engaged in discussions, Xiao Long had already found a secluded spot to enter seclusion, beginning his alchemical endeavors. The medicinal materials procured by the hidden dragon bank were placed into his inventory by his avatar, allowing his main body to retrieve them without the hassle of back-and-forth trips. This marked Xiao Long's first foray into alchemy since ascending to the Beast Emperor realm, and he was concocting the top-tier 6th-grade elixir, the Essence Transformation Pill. This pill not only repaired the soul but also replenished vital energy and blood, concealing its effects within the body to activate automatically when the essence and soul energy were depleted, thus eliminating the need for repeated consumption. Although the Essence Transformation Pill was a 6th-grade top-tier elixir, its value rivaled that of 7th-grade elixirs, as soul-repairing elixirs were among the most precious. In this endeavor, time lost all meaning as days turned into weeks. During this period, the Grand Elders of the Golden Eagle Clan, Snow Sculpture Clan, Owl Beast Clan, and Fire Eagle Clan convened to visit the territory of the Thunder Eagle Clan to offer their apologies. Accompanied by a multitude of treasures suitable for eagle-type beasts to cultivate, this gesture left Ling Xiao utterly astonished, and even Xiao Qing gaped in disbelief, suspecting they had lost their minds. Brother Ling Xiao, I must apologize for my previous actions. Although the Thunder Eagle Clan ranked low in martial prowess, they maintained decent relations, having forged a friendship with the Dragon Clan, a truly fortuitous circumstance for the Eagle Clan. Indeed, a fortuitous circumstance. The Thunder Eagle Clan is the pride of the Eagle Clan. The 4 Grand Elders outdid one another in flattery, having previously branded the Thunder Eagle Clan a disgrace, now proclaiming it the pride of their clan in the blink of an eye. Their about-face was swifter than turning a page in a book. Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words in response, merely bowing gratefully. Please, do not thank me. I cannot bear such praise. Indeed, Brother Ling Xiao, do not deprecate me. The elders continued their sycophantic praise until, after a moment, they cautiously inquired, by the way, where is that Dragon Clan elder? Might we have the honor of meeting him? Brother Xiao Long is currently in seclusion, claiming to be refining elixirs and cannot receive guests at the moment, Yao Chen interjected. Upon seeing Yao Chen, the elders rushed toward him with excitement, as they were well aware that this Dragon Clan elder had been introduced by Yao Chen. Seclusion is fine. Do not disturb him. We only seek for Brother Ingsan to speak a few kind words in his presence. Brother Ingsan, these are my gifts for you. The elders presented an array of exquisite gifts. From afar, Xiao Qing watched in astonishment, never having anticipated that the Dragon Clan would elicit such deference from the elders. This was not difficult to comprehend. They had exerted every effort to participate in the 10,000 Beasts Conference, all for the sake of the coveted divine beast bloodline inheritance, and now there existed a living divine beast, not just any divine beast, but a dragon. If Xiao Long were to casually shed a drop of blood, it would send them into euphoric dreams. This was far simpler than attending the 10,000 Beasts Conference. I am no longer Ingsan. I am now Yao Chen. Yao Chen furrowed his brow. Ah, Brother Yao Chen, it was my mistake. I shall punish myself. The Grand Elder of the Owl Beast Clan slapped himself. The Thunder Eagles watching from a distance turned to stone, and Xiao Qing was left speechless. Unbeknownst to Xiao Long, as he completed the refinement of 3 Essence Transformation Pills, a month had already passed. In this time, Xiaobai was on the verge of awakening. Xiao Long flew toward Xiaobai's location. Upon arriving at the formation site, he discovered that the 7-star soul-nourishing array was nearly dissipated, with Xiaobai's figure flickering within. To his astonishment, he noted that the numerous spiritual veins he had buried had withered away by more than half. The depletion of spiritual energy was staggering. Xiao Long produced a celestial transformation pill and cast it upon the body of Xiao Bai. He then executed a series of mystical gestures, as the 7 stars of the northern dipper illuminated the scene, transforming the pill into a radiant beam of light that entered Xiao Bai's form. Xiao Long also consumed a celestial transformation pill to restore his depleted soul energy. As time passed, 3 days elapsed. Upon opening his eyes, an overwhelming surge of soul energy erupted from within him, resonating through the heavens. His consciousness, now like a web, radiated in all directions, and Xiao Long was delighted to discover that his awareness could now encompass a 1,000-mile radius, magnified 100-fold compared to before. Furthermore, his consciousness could shift shapes at will. In a needle-like form, it could easily probe conditions from 10,000 miles away. More importantly, the soul techniques that had long since ceased to function were now at his disposal once more. Techniques such as the soul blade, soul storm, and soul strangulation. With Xiao Long's current soul energy, even those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm would find it challenging to withstand his abilities. Suddenly, the 7 stars soul-nurturing formation began to tremble. Xiao Long could vaguely see a pure white fox floating within the formation, which had sprouted 3 magnificent tails, emanating a formidable aura that was steadily approaching. In an instant, a tremendous oppressive force descended from Xiao Bai, engulfing the entire eagle clan. All avian beasts ceased their movements, gazing in terror towards the source. Even Xiao Long was taken aback. The oppressive force stemming from bloodline heritage instilled a sense of fear within him, revealing that Xiao Bai's life essence was superior to his own. Such overwhelming pressure surpassed that of the previous Dragon Clan elder. The hearts of Lu Xiao and Jin Xiao surged with tumultuous waves. Could it be that a more powerful Dragon Clan had descended? The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, they rushed in that direction. The arrival of the Dragon Clan was a momentous event. If they inadvertently provoked them, the entire Eagle Clan could face annihilation. Xiao Bai, with her eyes closed, twirled gracefully in the air. After a while, the 7 stars soul-nurturing formation dissipated, its light scattering into nothingness, and Xiao Bai descended from the sky, the terrifying oppressive force fading alongside her. Upon opening her eyes, she spun in place, swaying her 3 snow-white tails, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, I have recovered. Congratulations, Xiao Bai." Xiao Long replied with a smile. Xiao Bai's beautiful eyes fixated on him, shimmering with emotion. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly leaped forward, enveloping Xiao Long in an embrace. "Brother Xiao," she called out affectionately, her voice slightly choked, revealing a hint of sorrow in her crystalline gaze. Xiao Long understood that Xiao Bai's memories had likely returned. Chapter 199. Xiao Long's wife. He was uncertain whether the restoration of her memories was a boon or a bane for her, nor did he know how it would affect their relationship. However, Xiao Long bore no regrets. From the moment he met Xiao Bai, he knew that this day would inevitably come. "Brother Xiao, can you promise me something?" Xiao Bai inquired. "What is it?" Xiao Long asked curiously. Xiao Bai tilted her head, gazing earnestly at him, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she solemnly declared, "Xiao Bai wishes to become your wife." "Is that acceptable?" Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao Long looked at Xiao Bai, who returned his gaze. The dragon and the fox locked in an eternal moment. Memories of their journey together flashed before him like a rapid succession of images. Their first encounter when he saved her with the formation, the subsequent siege by the Fire Cloud sect where he nearly self-destructed, and Xiao Bai's arrival to vanquish their foes. Together, they had unraveled the time array, granting Xiao Long the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor's time loss. Their battles against the Beastmaster sect and celestial powers followed, culminating in Xiao Bai sacrificing herself, shedding her celestial fox blood to revive Xiao Long from the brink of death. Now, with Xiao Bai's memories fully restored, their bond, forged over just a year, was profound beyond words. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Long suddenly laughed, a genuine expression of joy that had long evaded him. "Very well. From this day forth, I, Xiao Long, shall be your husband. It is settled." Xiao Bai's south eyes curved into crescent moons. At that moment, she glanced into the distance, where 4 figures approached. "Someone is coming. I must hide," she said, seemingly reluctant to reveal herself now that her memories had returned. With a sudden rush of air, Xiao Bai vanished without a trace. "Hey, where did you go?" Xiao Long exclaimed in surprise. "Hee, Brother Xiao, I am right beside you," came her voice from nearby. "Stop searching. This is my ability. You cannot see me." Xiao Bai's voice continued. "I am the 9-tailed celestial fox. Each tail represents a unique ability. The first tail grants me control over spiritual energy, the second allows me to merge into it, appearing wherever I desire, like a droplet in the ocean." Before Xiao Long, the spiritual energy coalesced into an adorable fox face, smiling at him before dissipating in a puff. Soon, he felt enveloped in warmth, as if wrapped in a cloud of spiritual energy, an incredibly comforting sensation. "Brother Xiao, I have come to massage you." Xiao Bai's gentle voice echoed. The 4 elders of the Eagle Clan had arrived. Dragon Clan elder. Upon seeing Xiao Long's demeanor, the elders lost any lingering doubts, kneeling in respect. "What brings you here?" Xiao Long asked coldly. "Elder, we sensed a powerful aura nearby, and thus came to investigate." We apologize for the disturbance, Jin Xiao replied respectfully. It was merely a visit from my family. There is no need for such alarm, Xiao Long replied, slightly irritated. Yes, yes, the elders trembled, hastily bowing. Brother Xiao. Hearing the term of family, Xiao Bai appeared overjoyed, wrapping herself around Xiao Long in a swirl of spiritual energy. However, the elders perceived this differently, suspecting that Xiao Long as so-called family might be an even more powerful dragon clan. Perhaps a mid-tier or even high-tier divine beast. In their eyes, they would be no more significant than mere dust. Dragon clan elder, we have brought some gifts. Please accept them. Jin Xiao presented an exquisite gift box. The other elders, including Lu Xiao and Yun Xiao, also produced treasures, while Hu Xiao even revealed a ball of blue flame, presumably the Fire Eagle clan's ancestral flame preserved over the years. Do these worthless trinkets dare to be presented as gifts? Xiao Long regarded the items with indifference, as if they were mere refuse. The elders, witnessing this, felt their belief solidify. Indeed, the Dragon Clan elder regarded their treasured items as nothing more than garbage. Leave the flame. Take the rest back. I have no interest, Xiao Long stated nonchalantly. Thank you, Dragon Clan elder, for your generosity. Hu Xiao trembled with excitement as he presented the blue flame, which Xiao Long effortlessly absorbed into his being. In less than a breath, the flame was refined, and Xiao Long exhaled, releasing 2 blue flames that twirled in the air before dissipating. The elders were left aghast. The Fire Eagle clan's ancestral flame had been so casually refined? Though the Dragon Clan is noble, we do not take without giving. Here is a bowl of dragon elephant blood as a reward. Xiao Long tossed a small bowl filled with vivid red liquid, from which the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Dragon elephant blood, Wu Xiao exclaimed, his aged face flushing with excitement. The other elders looked on enviously. While the dragon elephant was not a divine beast, it possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and was considered a semi-divine beast, having gone extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The fact that the Dragon Clan still possessed its blood was astonishing. Dragon elephant blood could be used to refine one's body, enabling a demon king to effortlessly achieve the physical strength of an emperor, and an emperor to attain peak emperor strength, ranking among the most revered body-refining substances in the Shinzhou continent. Dragon Clan elder, this gift is too lavish, Wu Xiao stammered. I am resolute in my decision, Xiao Long replied coldly. The elders exchanged dry smiles, understanding that a Dragon Clan's word was as binding as a vow. I will now depart from the Eagle Clan and may return in the future. Please provide me with a token for entry and exit. Of course, Jin Xiao promptly handed over a token. They were eager for Xiao Long to visit again, knowing that if the Dragon Clan desired entry, they could not block them. It was better to foster goodwill than to provoke resentment. I hope you refrain from actions detrimental to the Thunder Eagle Clan. Farewell. With those words, Xiao Long ascended into the sky, soaring through the clouds as he flew away. Suddenly, the spiritual energy enveloping him propelled him forward, and in an instant, he covered hundreds of miles, within mere breaths. He vanished from sight, traveling 1,000 miles away. The elders stood in stunned silence. Chapter 200. The Tale of Xiao Bai. This moment, Xiao Long flew with extraordinary speed, the surrounding scenery blurring into streaks. Retreating rapidly as if approaching 100 times the speed of sound, even faster than when Ling Sha transformed into an eagle. Xiao Bai, this is astonishingly fast, Xiao Long exclaimed. Brother Xiao used to carry me. Now I shall carry you, Xiao Bai replied with a smile. With the assistance of Xiao Bai, after just 10 minutes, Xiao Long arrived at the entrance of the Eagle tribe, utilizing his token to traverse through. The fabric of space rippled, and he reappeared in the valley where he had entered. With mastery over the laws of space, he could create realms with a mere snap of his fingers. Every flower, blade of grass, and grain of sand could conceal an entire world. This valley appeared unremarkable, and no one would suspect the existence of an eagle tribe hidden within, after more than a month. Xiao Long's human avatar had already set up the starting point for the intercontinental teleportation array, with only the connection to the endpoint remaining. He dove towards the ground, burrowing through layers of earth and rock. Arriving 100 kilometers underground, here, he would establish the teleportation array. Xiao Long produced a high-grade spiritual vein and, casting several incantations, inscribed his soul imprint upon it, revealing a vast array foundation. Simultaneously, his human avatar far away in the Great Wilderness Province executed the same incantations, etching its own soul imprint. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, the array foundation vanished beneath the ground, and tranquility was restored. The intercontinental teleportation array was successfully completed. A smile graced Xiao Long's face. To possess the strength to participate in the Wanyao conference within 3 years. He had to break through to the demon's sovereign realm. The path to such a breakthrough lay solely in relentless slaughter. Xiao Long had a few enemies left, and upon his return, he would sweep through the Diamond Temple, the Barbarian Kingdom, and the Heavenly God Academy. Xiao Long climbed to the center of the teleportation array. A swirl of spiritual energy coalesced into Xiao Bai's form. Xiao Bai, hold on tight. The intercontinental teleportation may take 10 minutes. Xiao Bai leaped onto Xiao Long, their bodies intertwining closely. Teleportation array, activate. With a thought from Xiao Long, the array erupted with magnificent brilliance, draining a significant portion of the spiritual energy from the high-grade vein. With a hum, the two figures vanished from their location. In that moment, they found themselves in a chaotic realm, swiftly advancing towards a specific coordinate. The principle of the teleportation array was to break the void. Identify coordinates within the spatial turbulence, and re-emerge that if the distance is short, arrival is instantaneous. For medium distances, like the teleportation array of the Songhai Academy, a few seconds of waiting is required. Such intercontinental arrays, spanning tens of millions of miles, necessitate several minutes. Aside from teleportation arrays, void escape talismans can also rupture the void, but only for shorter distances and at random nearby locations, making them suitable solely for escape. Moreover, when one's physical body grows potent enough to rend space, one can traverse through spatial turbulence without an array, though such strength typically belongs to high-tier holy kings. As Xiao Bai and Xiao Long remained entwined. Guided by the teleportation coordinates, they sped towards a certain direction. Big brother Xiao, may I ask you a question? Xiao Bai suddenly spoke. What is it? Xiao Long inquired. If one day, Xiao Bai were to be demonized, turning into a madman who harmed your friends and sought to harm you, what would you do? Xiao Bai turned to gaze at Xiao Long. He was taken aback by her sudden question, but replied without hesitation. Of course. I would find a way to expel the demonic energy and save you. It's not that simple, is it? What if I can't be saved? Xiao Bai pressed further. Hearing this, Xiao Long was momentarily stunned. From Xiao Long's understanding, a fully demonized king could hardly be rescued, not even by a holy king. While demonic energy could be suppressed, complete eradication was exceedingly difficult. Only a powerful martial emperor could barely save a demonized king. Furthermore, if a holy king were to be demonized during Xiao Long's peak in his past life, it would have been a monumental task to save them, requiring 100 years of tireless effort to cleanse the demonic energy. Alongside the consumption of various ninth-grade imperial pills, an insurmountable cost. Thus, in most sects, if a disciple were to become demonized, the most prudent course of action would be to slay them, bringing a swift end to the matter. Although the Burning Heaven Dragon Palace had never encountered a demonized disciple, should such an event arise, it would likely be handled similarly to other sects. Execution. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Long suddenly chuckled. You are my wife. If you were to become demonized, I would willingly become a demon alongside you. That way, you wouldn't wish to harm me. Xiao Bai appeared as though struck by lightning, rendered speechless for a long while. Eventually, her eyes turned red, and a crystalline tear rolled down her cheek. Xiao Bai, what's the matter? Xiao Long exclaimed. Xiao Bai wiped her tears, forcing a smile. Big brother Xiao, would you like to hear a story? Xiao Long looked at her and nodded. I would. Xiao Bai gazed into the boundless void and began. Once upon a time, there was a mother fox who gave birth to a little fox. The mother fox cherished her offspring dearly, treating it like a precious gem, providing it with the best food and playthings, nurturing it with loving care. The little fox grew up happily under the affection of its mother. At this, a radiant smile graced Xiao Bai's face, as if lost in a cherished memory. Xiao Long observed her quietly, refraining from interruption. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's smile faded. However, one day, disaster struck. The little fox found itself in peril. To save it, the mother fox was compelled to sell her soul to a demon, acquiring immense power to vanquish her foes, yet she lost her sanity in the process, beginning to indiscriminately slay the innocent, even killing several of her kin. In the end, the father fox, for the sake of the family, took matters into his own hands and killed the mother fox. Upon concluding her tale, Xiao Bai's eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down her face as she buried herself against Xiao Long's body, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Bai. Xiao Long realized that the little fox in the story represented her, while the father fox symbolized Yu Huang Tian. It was no wonder she harbored such hatred for her father, nor that Yu Huang Tian had wronged her. This memory was profoundly painful for Xiao Bai. Xiao Long was at a loss for how to console her. Nor could he fathom how he would choose when faced with a situation akin to Yu Huang Tian's. Regardless, Xiao Long's singular objective remained to grow stronger. I must become stronger, for only by becoming increasingly powerful can I protect my loved ones. Xiao Long resolved. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. In a valley nestled within the 10,000 Great Mountains, two beams of light flashed, and Xiao Long and Xiao Bai materialized in that place. Chapter 201. When will you return what you owe me? Xiao Bai, let us first visit the Songhai Academy to gather our forces and strike. Xiao Long absorbed his human avatar into his inner world, soaring into the sky towards the direction of Songhai Academy. By the shores of the Lake of Death, numerous buildings and structures had emerged, transforming the once small town into a grand city, the result of the expansion of Songhai Prefecture, following the ruins battle a month ago. Where three major factions were defeated, the reputation of Songhai Academy reached its zenith, drawing in more residents who relocated to Songhai Prefecture, resulting in rapid expansion right up to the shores of the Lake of Death. That battle was hailed as the most epic conflict in the Great Wilderness Province in centuries, obliterating over 100 first-tier factions, more than a dozen second-tier factions, and leaving the three major third-tier factions nearly decimated. The Heavenly God Academy managed to flee with only 3 individuals. The Diamond Temple saw its Buddha sovereign as the sole survivor, while the Barbarian Kingdom suffered total annihilation, plunging into chaos with warlords vying for control. This battle also gave rise to many legendary figures. Their tales passed down through word of mouth. At the forefront was the previous dean of Songhai Academy, Mo1, who transformed into the 9-nether demon emperor, engaging 3 major kings without faltering, earning the title of the greatest emperor in the history of the Great Wilderness Province, handily outshining the invincible Emperor Outyin of the time. Secondly, there was the possessed Yu Qin, who, although overtaken by the Thunder Eagle, turned misfortune into fortune by summoning the 3 shape-shifting demon sovereigns, driving away the Dark Sorcerer from the Black Witch sect, becoming the key figure in preserving their hard-won victory. The third figure was Xiao Long, who wielded the Xianyun Treasure Hall, crushing nearly 300 Emperor-level adversaries, and, alongside Yu Qin, obliterated the entire coalition of the 3 major factions within the ruins, slaying over 10,000, earning the moniker of the God of Slaughter. In addition to them, many other legendary figures emerged, such as Zhuge Han's Han, who attained the ultimate sword intent and embodied the fusion of man and sword, and Huang Mao, who obstructed reinforcements alongside others. Thus, Songhai Academy had firmly established itself as the unrivaled leading force in the Great Wilderness Province. As Xiao Long descended upon Songhai Prefecture, he overheard numerous praises for Songhai Academy, with rumors suggesting that the Huanyun Kingdom was on the verge of renaming itself as Songhai Kingdom. At the entrance of the Qianlong Bank, a throng of people had gathered, eagerly anticipating the release of the latest Qianlong list. Let us go take a look. Xiao Long approached. In the competition for the ruins, experts from the Qianlong list, such as Si Kongsheng, Zhuge Han's Han, and Tuobajan, had all broken through to the Emperor realm within a month. With the demise of Yao Chen, Manqing, Lin Daoxian, and others, the Qianlong list had undergone significant changes. Xiao Long glanced over. The first position had shifted to Tuobalong, the younger brother of Tuobajan, who possessed the blood of the barbarian dragon, boasting remarkable physical recovery capabilities, comparable to the former Si Kongsheng. The second position was now held by Zhuge Jin, and the third surprised him. It was actually the Dharma aspect of the Diamond Temple. In the ruins battle, nearly all disciples and elders of the Diamond Temple had perished, yet a disciple managed to break into the Qianlong list, a remarkable occurrence indeed. The remainder of the list was predominantly filled with students from Songhai Academy, with the Heavenly God Academy claiming only 5 spots. Xiao Long was taken aback. The name in the 18th position on the Qianlong list belonged to a member of the Heavenly God Academy. The insignificant ant from the hidden poison sect he had previously let go had now become a genius on the Qianlong list. It appeared that when he visited the Heavenly God Academy next, he would need to eliminate him. As for the rest, there was little of note. The royal family of the Barbarian Kingdom was virtually extinct, with no one making the list. Xiao Long turned and departed, traversing through the teleportation array of the Songhai Academy, arriving within its bustling grounds. The academy was as lively as ever, with Master Du still standing by the roadside, displaying flamboyant newsboards that drew attention and incited a chorus of curses. The sounds of combat echoed from the martial arts arena. Xiao Long closed his eyes, his consciousness spreading like a fishing net, capturing many familiar figures. In a flash, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he stood by the arena, observing a stage where a young man with yellow hair wielded a black stick, engaged in a fierce exchange with Tuobajan. The yellow-haired youth, a first-tier demon emperor, was evenly matched against Tuobajan, a first-grade emperor. Logically, with Tuobajan's comprehension of the ultimate sword intent, he should have been able to dispatch the yellow-haired youth with a single strike. Yet, they were locked in a stalemate. Xiao Long understood that the yellow-haired youth had undergone the baptism of the dragon elephant blood, fully awakening the ancient giant ape bloodline, granting him superior physical strength and recovery, even surpassing Si Kongsheng. With reflexes and explosive power akin to that of the ancient dragon elephant, coupled with his own combat saint body, the qualitative change in strength was evident. If he unleashed his full potential, Tuobajan would stand no chance. However, Xiao Long had advised him to restrain himself and not appear overly monstrous. The yellow-haired youth's mentor, Mengyi, and Tuobajan's mentor, Songliang, sat nearby, quietly observing as their students had surpassed them long ago. Mengyi. Xiao Long approached him. Mengyi turned, surprised. Xiao Long, don't move. I shall dispel your toxins. Xiao Long placed his hand on Mengyi's shoulder, a blue flame coursing through Mengyi's meridians. Mengyi quickly froze, closed his eyes, and opened his mind. allowing Xiao Long's flame to enter his body. The flame traversed Meng-Yi's meridians, annihilating all the parasitic insects in its wake, and within a minute, the toxins were completely eradicated. Meng-Yi's eyes widened, a robust aura emanating from him as his strength broke through to the 5th grade emperor. Haha. Meng-Yi laughed heartily. Congratulations, Meng-Yi, on your advancement. Song Liang saluted. Meng-Yi turned to Xiao Long, clasping his fists. Thank you, Xiao Long. It was but a simple task. As your brother's mentor, it was my duty to assist you, Xiao Long replied nonchalantly. Previously, Meng-Yi had been afflicted with toxins by Si Kongsheng, and Xiao Long had procured a magic restraining pill to suppress the toxins, though it had not eradicated them. With Xiao Long as current strength, the mere toxins posed no challenge to him. Haha, I indeed have an exceptional student. Meng-Yi beamed, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the fox perched on Xiao Long's shoulder, revealing a look of astonishment. The aura emanating from the fox instilled a sense of dread within him. Could it be a demon sovereign? At that moment, the yellow-haired youth also sensed Xiao Long's presence and jumped down from the stage. Hey, the fight isn't over yet. Have you forfeited? To Aubergine shouted. This time, I'll let you win. We'll battle again next time. The yellow-haired youth laughed heartily and ran over to Xiao Long. Boss. He grinned sheepishly. Long time no see. The fox, Xiaobai, waved from Xiao Long's shoulder. Sister Xiaobai, the yellow-haired youth exclaimed, astonished. Your aura. Indeed. I have recovered. Xiaobai replied with a smile, eliciting joy from the yellow-haired youth. Suddenly, a beam of Buddhist light descended from the sky, causing the students in the martial arts arena to cease their battles and gaze upwards. In the distance, a golden Buddhist figure hurriedly approached, Mo when moving swiftly, leaving a trail of golden footprints in his wake, arriving above Xiao Long in mere breaths. Amitabha, Xiao Benefactor. When will you return the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones you owe me? Xiao Long was momentarily speechless. This bald monk always brought trouble upon their meetings. I have no spirit stones, nor will I part with my life. Xiao Long responded directly. Xiao Benefactor, do not remain obstinate. Mo when retorted, anger flashing in his eyes. Xiao Long had no words left. At that moment, he truly wished to confront this bald monk and give him a sound beating that if Xiao Long had spirit stones on him, he would certainly repay the debt, but as fate would have it, he did not possess a single one. During the relic battle a month prior, he had exhausted his supply while using the Xianyun treasure hall. And the only remaining 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were from this month's production at the spirit vein. Now, he had only 1,000 spirit stones left, and if they were gone, there would be no more. Boss, I have 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The yellow-haired youth produced a storage ring. However, Xiao Long waved his hand dismissively. No need to return them. I'll just owe them. Let us see what he can do about it. Mo Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Xiao Long. You, what about it? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Xiao Long laughed heartily. Mo Wen's balding head seemed to emit smoke from his anger, and the Buddhist light in his hand began to gather ominously, clearly readying for a confrontation. Xiao Long turned to him. I'm too lazy to argue with you, bald monk. I'm heading to the Diamond Temple. There is also the Heavenly God Academy and the plundering of the barbaric nation. Are you coming with me? Upon hearing this, Mo Wen paused, the light in his palm dissipating. Is that true? Stop wasting time. Are you coming or not? Xiao Long demanded irritably. Mo Wen pondered for a moment, then descended to the ground, approaching Xiao Long and patting him on the shoulder, silently walking towards the entrance of Songhai Academy. Remember to return my spirit stones. That depends on my mood. Xiao Long shot back with a cold smirk. Mo Wen halted briefly, then shook his head. Amitabha, how did I end up encountering someone like you? Mo Wen sighed, walking ahead. Everyone knew that the Amitabha spoken by Mo Wen held no more reverence than a curse. That yellow-haired youth. You've learned all you can at Songhai Academy. It's time to head to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once I complete my task, I'll take you to the underworld to witness a broader world, Xiao Long stated earnestly. All right, the yellow-haired youth nodded. Are you really leaving? Xiao Yuan? Meng-Yi appeared somewhat reluctant. Meng-Yi, I hope you understand, Xiao Long replied, gazing at him. Sigh? Meng-Yi sighed, realizing the truth. Beasts must ultimately return to their own world. Xiao Yuan, I wish you good fortune. The yellow-haired youth was momentarily dumbfounded. Xiao Long, however, was not surprised. If Meng-Yi had not recognized the yellow-haired youth's true form after so long, he truly had no place in the world. Haha, I knew you were a diamond demon ape, which is why I was so strict with you. Beasts possess greater resilience. Such methods suit you better. Meng-Yi laughed heartily. The yellow-haired youth stood there, speechless for a long while. Let us go. Xiao Long headed towards the entrance of Songhai Academy. An hour later, Xiao Long delivered the yellow-haired youth to the 10,000 Great Mountains and then met up with Mo Wen. This journey included only him, Mo Wen, and Xiaobai. Xiao Long, since we're going to strike, we must formulate a plan. Should it be an assassination or a direct assault? Mo Wen inquired. Xiao Long stroked his chin, asking, First, Tell me about the situation of the three major forces, starting with the barbaric nation. After pondering for a moment, Mo1 explained, after the deaths of the barbaric ancestor and the barbaric sovereign, the barbaric nation has plunged into chaos, with various lords carving it into countless fragments. Currently, the faction led by Si Kongxing holds the upper hand, and it won't be long before they systematically eliminate the other lords and consolidate power. As for the Heavenly God Academy and the Diamond Temple, these two forces seem to have formed an alliance, relocating the Diamond Temple's entrance near the Heavenly God Academy and setting up a formidable array. Recklessly charging and would be fatal, even for those at the king level. Listening to Mo1's recounting, Xiao Long fell into contemplation. On the surface, the barbaric nation appeared to be the easiest target. However, it possessed a significant advantage. Its vast territory. The barbaric nation comprised 32 main cities, each separated by a distance of 100,000 miles, all interconnected by teleportation arrays. If they alarmed the enemy, a single teleportation array could allow them to escape. Xiao Bai, what is our maximum speed? Xiao Long communicated with Xiao Bai telepathically. 1,000 miles per second should be feasible, Xiao Bai replied. Xiao Long calculated internally. 1,000 miles per second, multiplied by the time law's fivefold enhancement, would yield 5,000 miles per second, allowing travel from one main city to another in just 20 seconds. Bald Monk, let us head to the barbaric nation and deal with Si Kongxing. Xiao Long soared towards the direction of the barbaric nation. Surname Xiao, if you call me Bald Monk again, I will kill you. Mo1 fumed, smoke practically billowing from his ears, shaking his head helplessly as he followed suit. Under the cover of night, with the full moon hanging high and the air crisp, Mo1 and Xiao Long donned conical hats, infiltrating a main city known as Rock City within the barbaric nation. The streets bustled with activity, and the inhabitants of the barbaric nation were notably robust, with 3-meter-tall giants commonplace. These giants, having tempered their bodies with beast blood for years, were often filled with primal vigor, leading the barbaric nation to establish numerous establishments of ill repute to entertain them with captured women. According to intelligence gathered by Mo1, this Rock City was ruled by a debauched lord named Manhua, an 8th-grade emperor, who was a standout even among emperors. True to his name, he was exceedingly lustful, yet with a peculiar taste. He was solely interested in young boys and would play to their demise daily. Xiao Long was unaware of Si Kongxing's whereabouts, so he resolved to capture a lord for questioning. Closing his eyes, Xiao Long spread his consciousness outward like a net, extending across 1,000 miles in search of Manhua's presence. When one location yielded no results, he shifted to another, ultimately locating the target in the east, within an underground secret chamber. At that moment, inside the secret chamber, Manhua sat cross-legged in a vat filled with beast blood, his upper body exposed. Beside him stood 2 delicate youths, around 13 years old, diligently ladling beast blood over him. Blood dripped onto the body of Manhua, a searing warmth emanating from him, his skin tinged with a shade of crimson. My dear treasures, once I have refined you, I shall indulge in your delights, he remarked, casting a glance at the 2 youths beside him. Licking his lips in anticipation, the 2 boys shuddered, their faces pale as death. Do not harbor thoughts of resistance, or your families will suffer dreadfully, Manhua cackled wickedly. At that moment, 2 unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in the secret chamber, making not a sound. Who goes there? Manhua gasped. And upon seeing Mo1's delicate, woman-like visage, his shock transformed into ecstasy, akin to discovering a treasure beyond compare. Such exquisite goods, I shall claim you. He reached out greedily towards Mo1, his gaze filled with avarice. Observing this scene, Xiao Long was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the man's depravity. His interest piqued even in the most bizarre of circumstances. An idea crossed his mind to perhaps set Mo1 up for a display of moral depravity. Mo1, consumed by rage, disregarded any notion of monastic restraint and bellowed, "Vile scoundrel, I will slaughter your entire family." Whether it was a breach of Mo1's limits or sheer fury, his handsome face twisted grotesquely, radiating a terrifying murderous intent that even Xiao Long found alarming. In an instant, Mo1 raised his hand, summoning a colossal golden Buddha palm that descended forcefully. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed, one glimmering like gold, exuding resplendent Buddhist light, the other dark as ink, swirling with demonic energy. "Ha, the pretty boy has some spirit. I like that," Manhua sneered, raising his hand to strike the golden palm. The clash of their energies was violent, resulting in Manhua's arm bursting into a mist of blood. In horror, he watched as the Buddha palm crushed down, obliterating half of his body. Boom! The vat of beast blood shattered, splattering everywhere. The 2 youths, having never witnessed such horror, fainted instantly, as Mo1 used his energy to transport them safely away. Manhua writhed in agony, rolling on the ground, his wound pulsating as if trying to heal. Yet the severity of his injuries outstripped his recovery capabilities. You, a monk, cannot show a bit of mercy? Xiao Long mocked him. Owen replied, a monk does not speak falsehoods. If I say I will kill his family, then I shall. Grasping Manhua with his energy, he demanded, speak. Where is Si Kongxing? You seek Si Kongxing. Manhua trembled in fear. No more chatter. Speak. Owen twisted his other arm, causing Manhua to scream in pain. I will tell you. I will tell you, he cried, just as his pupils constricted and his expression froze. Lifeless, is he dead? Owen was momentarily stunned. Xiao Long rushed over to examine the body, realizing that a certain restriction had been placed upon him. Mentioning specific matters would trigger it, leading to his obliteration. What is happening? Xiao Long questioned, bewildered. Could it be that Si Kongxing anticipated our arrival and set a trap for us? Owen pondered. Xiao Long, equally perplexed, concluded, then we shall storm the imperial city and verify his presence. If he is not there, we will systematically annihilate each city until the barbarian kingdom is obliterated. I refuse to believe we cannot find Si Kongxing. Owen seemed resolute, dismissing any threat posed by the barbarian kingdom. Before sheer power, all schemes were but illusions. Compassionate Buddha, are you certain you wish to proceed? Xiao Long inquired with a smile. Owen replied earnestly. A monk speaks only truth. I shall not waver. Xiao Long rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing the obstinate monk. Thus, the two journeyed northward, traveling through the night, reaching the imperial city of the barbarian kingdom just as dawn broke. The imperial city lay at the heart of the barbarian kingdom, encircled by 32 main cities, formidable in its defenses, yet Xiao Long and his companion infiltrated it effortlessly. In the heart of the imperial city, they approached a dome-shaped, pagoda-style structure, the imperial palace. Before its entrance, they observed numerous exotic maidens clad in sheer garments, carrying water pots, entering and exiting the palace. Xiao Long's consciousness swept inside, only to be obstructed by a shielding array. No matter, let's charge in, he declared, lacking patience, and advanced toward the palace entrance. Who goes there? The guards, armed with spears, glared fiercely. Xiao Long focused his gaze, channeling immense spiritual energy into two soul needles that pierced the guards' minds, rendering them dazed. Tell me, is Si Kongxing in the palace? The prince is not in the palace, they replied in unison. Where is he? Xiao Long pressed. Unknown. As they spoke, two needles suddenly shot from behind, piercing the guards' skulls, and they collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Long looked up to see an elderly man, donned in foreign-style robes and a white headscarf, emerging. The aura surrounding him was peculiar, reminiscent of Si Kongxing's fleshly incarnation. Casting a murky glance at Xiao Long and Owen, the elder stated, You are Xiaoqin and Owen from Songhai Academy, correct? Xiao Long remained silent, his focus fixed on the old man as he slowly conjured a spiritual knife behind him. The Prince Si Kongxing anticipated your arrival and instructed this old man to prepare a grand gift for you. The elder raised his hands, causing the surroundings to warp dramatically. The dome palace vanished, replaced by a barren wasteland, surrounded by desert. The name of this place, the Great Wasteland, derives from the legendary secret realm, he declared. This formation is known as the Great Wasteland Formation, embodying the will of desolation. Today, you shall experience true desolation. The elder gazed skyward, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Buzz, Xiao Long's eyes narrowed, and the spiritual knife sliced through the void towards the elder, only to dissipate mid-flight. Before desolation, all things turned to nothingness. Surrender. As the elder's words fell, a vast aura of desolation descended from the skies. Fool, Xiao Long scoffed. Suddenly, the elder's body froze, transforming into a golden statue, disappearing from sight. You have received 1,230,339 gold coins. Your current balance is 28,401,322. The golden touch is now on cooldown. With the elder's disappearance, the Great Wasteland Formation collapsed, and the desert vanished, restoring the palace and streets. Simultaneously, within the palace, the sitting elder abruptly opened his eyes, spewing a mouthful of blood. His face pallid with shock. How is this possible? My fleshly incarnation cannot die. His heart trembled as if caught in a tumultuous storm. With the death of the elder's incarnation, the Great Wasteland Formation was rendered ineffective, nullifying his plans. Suddenly, Xiao Long materialized before him. Seizing him by the collar, the elder attempted to struggle. He found his energy firmly bound by Mo1, rendering him immobile. A fleshly incarnation. Quite impressive for the barbarian kingdom to possess such techniques. Si Kongxing learned this from you, did he not? Xiao Long mocked. The elder stared at Xiao Long, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. What do you find amusing? Xiao Long demanded, while Mo1 furrowed his brow, sensing foreboding. Do you think Prince Si Kongxing only devised this one trap? You are quite naive. As the elder finished speaking, his body began to swell, seemingly preparing to self-destruct. Ding! Xiao Long's pupils turned glassy as he invoked the laws of time, freezing the elder in place. The elder's form resembled a balloon, on the verge of bursting, yet the scene remained suspended. With a surge of soul power, Xiao Long initiated a trial of control over the elder, enveloping his consciousness with spiritual energy and inscribing numerous soul seals within his mind. As the seals embedded, the elder's gaze grew vacant. At last, with the final seal inscribed, the elder's consciousness fell completely under Xiao Long's dominion. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Long watched as the elder's swollen form returned to normal. Master, he addressed Xiao Long with a slight bow. What is your name and your identity? Xiao Long inquired. I am Manhua, a former wandering warrior of the barbarian kingdom, saved and given a name by the kingdom's ruler, tasked with ensuring the safety of Si Kong Sheng, the elder replied respectfully. Tell me about the traps set by Si Kong Sheng. Xiao Long continued that Si Kong Sheng has laid 3 traps. The first was the great wasteland formation you just dismantled. The second is... Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from above, the ceiling bursting open, followed by a colossal fist descending, obliterating the elder into a pulp. Ha ha! The fist retracted, leaving a gaping hole in the ceiling, followed by a cacophony of maniacal laughter emanating from beyond the palace's apex. Peering through the opening, one could behold a colossal statue of a giant towering 1,000 meters into the sky, upon which stood a familiar figure, Si Kong Sheng, barbaric sovereign. Upon recognizing the statue's visage, Xiao Long displayed a look of astonishment. Xiao Chun, did you ever anticipate this? When the barbaric sovereign established the barbaric kingdom, he left behind a giant statue imbued with a fragment of his soul. In times of national peril, this statue can be activated. With its peak sovereign power, it could slay any adversary in its path. How can you possibly contend with me? Ha ha ha! Si Kong Sheng laughed maniacally. Mo's expression turned grave. Xiao Chun, once that fragment of soul is activated, there must be a time constraint. It would be prudent to retreat for now and reconsider our strategy later. Unnecessary. Faced with this dire situation, Xiao Long merely produced a palm-sized figurine. The moment the sculpture appeared, it attempted to soar into the sky, only to be yanked back by Xiao Long. Barbaric sovereign, you must possess a method to halt that giant statue. Do you not? Xiao Long glared at the small sculpture, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Buzz. The barbaric sovereign trembled incessantly. If you cannot, I shall incinerate your corporeal form. Once your body is gone, your fragment will cease to exist as well. Am I mistaken? Xiao Long's gaze was frosty. Buzz the barbaric sovereign was struck with terror, his body quaking, his eyes reflecting a plea for mercy. At that moment, Si Kong Sheng had already taken control of the giant statue, which began to stomp down. Xiao Long's fingertip glimmered with a ray of auroral flame, directly piercing the statue's body. A faint scream echoed from within the statue. The giant statue froze, clutching its chest, trembling as rocks cascaded from its surface. What? Si Kong Sheng's eyes nearly bulged out. Why has the giant statue ceased to move? Mo 1, 2, wore an expression of disbelief. Xiao Long swiped his finger, reducing one of the statue's legs to nothingness. Boom! The giant statue suffered a backlash. One leg crumbled and fell to the ground as debris. Xiao Long maneuvered the auroral flame, coursing through the barbaric sovereign's form. Boom! The giant statue plummeted from the sky, crashing into the palace with a resounding roar, shattering into a heap of rubble. Si Kong Sheng stood in astonished silence. Mo was equally dumbfounded. How could a peak sovereign-level giant statue, meant for national defense, collapse so inexplicably? Si Kong Sheng's mind was in disarray until he spotted the trembling small sculpture in Xiao Long's hand, and suddenly, the truth dawned upon him. The barbaric sovereign is in your possession. Si Kong Sheng exclaimed, his voice shrill with shock. Xiao Long tossed the sculpture into his sleeve, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And what of it? Veins bulged on Si Kong Sheng's forehead, his body trembling with rage as he howled at the sky. My grand scheme has been obliterated. I refuse to accept this. Utterly ludicrous. Xiao Long scoffed, shaking his head. This is what you call a grand scheme. I cannot fathom the source of your confidence in believing you could withstand me. That I refuse to accept this. Yet, I have one final gambit. I will not yield until I subdue you. Si Kong Sheng's eyes blazed with madness. As his words fell, a thunderous sound resonated from all directions. The ground quaked violently as a vast multitude surged forward, an endless sea of people, descending upon this location with fervor in mere moments. The area surrounding the palace was engulfed, teeming with individuals, 100 sovereigns, tens of thousands of innate warriors, and millions of ordinary warriors in the condensing reality realm. Among them, there were at least 20 high-level sovereigns. Akin to manhua, these were the forces of the barbaric kingdom. Observing the oncoming tide, Xiao Long felt no fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He owed a debt of gratitude to Xikongsheng, as these troops represented a veritable bounty of experience for him. He had come to the barbaric kingdom for this very moment. Xiao Chun, did you ever think that the so-called internal strife and feudal lords' division was merely a facade I orchestrated to lure you in? These people have long been under my command. You, a mere fifth-grade sovereign, can stir up only so much chaos. Ha ha ha. Chapter 205. Epiphany. In the heat of battle, Xikongsheng laughed heartily. Glancing at Mo, I never expected that my former subordinate would be none other than Mo Jiu from 2 centuries ago. As far as I know, if you do not succumb to demonization, your strength barely matches that of a 5th-grade sovereign. Only through demonization can you unleash your sovereign prowess. That I wonder how long you can maintain your demonized state, and whether you can annihilate my million-strong army in that time. Should you succumb to the demon energy and become a mindless killer, that would be truly amusing. Ha ha ha. With a wave of his hand, over 1 million condensing reality warriors erupted with swirling demon energy, transforming en masse into fiends. For every foe you slay, a portion of demon energy will invade your being. Let us see how many you can vanquish before your will falters. I await your performance. Xikongsheng soared into the air, laughing as he flew into the distance. Owen clasped his hands together, his left eye radiating Buddhist light, while his right eye pulsed with demonic energy. Gradually ascending into the air, he stood at the precarious balance between the two forces, half Buddha, half demon. Leave the 20 high-level sovereigns to me. The rest are yours. Remember, swiftly eliminate those demonized condensing reality warriors. With that, Owen plunged into the throng of sovereigns. Boom! The heavens erupted in a fierce battle. Owen did not enter a fully demonized state. Instead, he maintained a balance between being half Buddha and half demon, thus avoiding the backlash of demon energy while wielding the peak strength of a sovereign. Meanwhile, the million-strong army charged fiercely toward Xiao Long. A cold smile surfaced on Xiao Long's face. Though you think to employ a sea of troops against me, I welcome it. Xiao Long grasped the air, summoning a flaming banner into his hand, the burning banner gifted to him by Wan Jianfeng. This royal-grade, high-level spiritual treasure could summon fire spirits to aid in battle. During the Ruins War, the burning banner had gone unused, and now it was time to test its might. Fire spirits, arise! Flames surged within Xiao Long, enveloping the banner as he waved it. A multitude of azure fire spirits erupted forth. Summoned by the burning banner, the azure flames, known as luminous fire, were the life fire of fire eagles, taking the form of hawks, each 2 meters long and exceedingly swift. The moment these fire spirits emerged, they soared into the mass of troops. Though their duration was brief, each possessed the strength of a 6th-grade sovereign. With a single charge, they could incinerate swathes of lower-grade sovereigns, innate warriors, and condensing reality fighters. Anyone who merely brushed against their flames would be reduced to ashes. What manner of monstrosity is this? Block him! The barbaric kingdom's army was thrown into disarray as dozens of fire eagles swept through, eliciting a chorus of screams. You have slain a level 19 wild beast, gaining 16,000 experience points. You have slain a level 23 wild beast, gaining 200,000 experience points. You have slain a level 15 wild beast, gaining 5,000 experience points. A continuous stream of experience notifications rang in Xiao Long's ears as countless soldiers perished in mere moments, causing his experience to surge by billions. More, Xiao Long waved the banner again, unleashing a torrent of ethereal fire spirits, summoned from nightmarish flames. These spirits, appearing ghostly and wreathed in purple-black flames, exuded an intimidating aura. Though the nightmarish fire spirits were not as powerful as the fire eagles, their sheer numbers made them effective against the demon-tainted warriors, capable of scorching souls. These nightmarish fire spirits were specifically designed to combat the million condensing reality fighters. Boom! The nightmarish fire spirits surged forth like tigers among sheep. Any condensing reality warrior touched by their flames was instantly reduced to ash, with no time to even scream. Xiao Long waved his banner, releasing hundreds of nightmarish fire spirits, and in no time, thousands filled the battlefield. Crack! As Xiao Long waved the banner once more, a sharp sound echoed. The banner shattered and was swiftly consumed by flames. Damn, so fragile. Xiao Long shook his head in resignation, having hoped to summon a single auroral flame spirit, only to find it gone. In the wake of the fire spirit's onslaught, the million-strong army was thrown into chaos. Unable to approach Xiao Long, who watched them disintegrate into nothingness, he calculated briefly. The condensing reality warriors yielded varying experiences, from a few thousand to 20,000, averaging around 10,000 each, with 100,000 warriors. That amounted to 100 billion experience points. With at least 200,000 of these warriors, he could gain 200 billion. The innate warriors provided experiences ranging from 100,000 to a million, while the sovereigns reached tens of millions, with high-grade sovereigns even surpassing 100 million, plus additional bonuses for defeating higher-level foes. If he were to annihilate this entire force, leveling up by 2 tiers would pose no challenge. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have reached level 36. The experience required for the next level is 300 billion. Before long, Xiao Long heard the notification indicating his level dash up. At that moment, half of the enemy had already perished, and the fire spirits he summoned had reached the end of their duration, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this scene from afar, Xikong Sheng was left utterly speechless. His million-strong army had proven so pathetically vulnerable. What sort of monster was this? As the fire spirits dissipated, Xiao Long fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether he could summon fire spirits through his own means. The banner of flames can summon fire spirits, and the tower of fire can also summon them. Why then can he not create a secret technique to summon fire spirits himself? Xiao Long, having mastered fire over 2 lifetimes, is unparalleled in his understanding of flames in the divine continent. He claims the second place, while no one dares to claim the first. His self-created martial arts concerning fire are innumerable, and his fire control techniques number in the hundreds. Initially, when Dan Tai Hong used a technique called Destruction Fire Basin against him, he modified it on the spot, creating the 9-dragon explosion based on the 9 dragons fire control technique, which could be combined with the lightning of Yao Chun to unleash a devastating enhanced version. Summoning fire spirits is a complex endeavor. The spirits must possess consciousness and be capable of independent combat when not under control. That it cannot be classified as martial arts or soul techniques, but rather as an entirely new secret art. As time passed, Xiao Long fell into a profound state of enlightenment. His eyes closed, and all external sensations faded away as he immersed himself in comprehension. The once chaotic army was left exchanging puzzled glances. What has happened to him? Is he breaking through? Perhaps. Quickly, take advantage of his breakthrough and kill him. He is merely a 5th-rank emperor. He must be exhausted. Let's finish him. From a distance, 50 Imperial Realm warriors, along with surviving innate martial artists and demonized Ningxuan realm practitioners, expressed their delight and began to converge on Xiao Long charge. As they approached within 1,000 meters of Xiao Long, a dazzling array of martial arts was unleashed, including several powerful earth-grade techniques. Such an overwhelming combination of martial arts rained down upon Xiao Long. Chapter 206. Dragon Fire Summoning Technique under the assault of 1,000,000 warriors. Even a 5th-rank emperor, let alone one at the peak of the emperor realm, would undoubtedly perish when caught in a state of unresisting enlightenment. Huh? Heaven aids me. This is your death wish. Xikong Sheng's face was alight with ecstatic joy. What on earth? Seeing this scene from the sky, Missouri Wen could only shake his head. Let him die. After all, he is merely a clone to At that moment. The various martial arts crashed down upon Xiao Long's head. Suddenly, the space surrounding Xiao Long became separated from the outside world, forming an elusive spatial barrier. The martial technique struck the barrier as if being swallowed into another space, vanishing without a sound. Thousands of techniques were absorbed into the void, with only a few wisps of energy escaping, leaving Xiao Long unharmed. How is this possible? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Xikong Sheng's ecstatic expression froze, as if struck by lightning. Left stupefied. That is the Void Soul armor Xiao Long acquired from the ruins. The Void Soul armor melds with the soul and contains spatial laws, forming a barrier when attacked, unless the assault is powerful enough to tear apart space and destroy everything. It is nearly impossible to harm Xiao Long. Xiao Long opened his eyes, and a slender black-purple fire dragon rose from his palm. He focused on the fire dragon, imprinting a wisp of divine sense within, causing the dragon to manifest fiery eyes. This technique is the first secret art I have created since the rebirth of the Burning Sky Dragon Emperor, named the Dragon Fire Summoning Technique. Today, I shall test it on you. As Xiao Long's voice fell, the small fire dragon in his palm instantly expanded into a colossal fire dragon 1,000 meters long. Roaring, the fire dragon ascended, unleashing a torrent of nightmarish flames in all directions, the terrifying heat melting the earth into a sea of lava. Run! The troops of the Wild Nation were already paralyzed with fear, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. In the next moment, that fiery torrent surged into the crowd, turning Imperial Realm warriors into charcoal. while innate and Ningxian realm practitioners were reduced to dust, causing casualties in the blink of an eye. "Do not let them escape," Xikongsheng shouted, forming a hand seal at his command. The demonized Ningxian realm warriors lost all reason, becoming frenzied, charging recklessly toward Xiao Long again. Xiao Long clenched his fist, birthing another 1,000-meter-long nightmare fire dragon from his palm. Boom! The dragon's tail swept through the air like a firestorm among ants, and the nearby demonized martial artists turned to dust in less than a second. The ground continued to erupt with molten rock. Transforming into a volcanic landscape, Xiao Long reached down, causing the bubbling magma to surge, and then 10 crimson lava dragons emerged from the molten flow. Up. Xiao Long pointed, and the lava dragons roared upward, launching themselves at the demonized warriors. The demonized fighters, devoid of awareness, fought fiercely against the lava dragons, perhaps hoping to slay one or two through sheer numbers. But Xiao Long continued to summon more and more magma dragons to the battlefield. "Annihilate them," at Xiao Long's command. 2 nightmare fire dragons shot forth like lightning towards the fleeing Imperial Realm warriors, while hundreds of lava dragons descended upon the demonized Ningxian realm fighters. The air was filled with screams and explosions, and the surrounding area transformed into a sea of flames. With Xiao Long at the center, the ground completely liquefied, surrounded by rivers of red-hot lava, resembling a hell on earth. You have slain a level 20 wild creature, earning 20,000 experience points. You have slain a level 17 wild creature, earning 10,000 experience points. You have slain a level 19 wild creature, earning 16,000 experience points. Amidst the onslaught of countless fire dragons, the warriors of the wild nation fell like wheat before the scythe, and Xiao Long watched as his experience bar surged visibly. It's over. Xikongsheng was filled with dread at this rate. Not only would he fail to kill Xiao Long, but he wouldn't even be able to harm a single hair on him. What kind of perverse technique can summon such powerful fire spirits? Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 37. The next level requires 40 billion experience points. Moments later, Xiao Long leveled up again. Looking around, the million-strong army of the wild nation had been reduced to ashes, leaving only a few resilient Imperial Realm fighters struggling to survive under the onslaught of fire dragons. Xiao Long unleashed a palm strike from midair, and a massive hand formed from flames descended, obliterating the remaining Imperial Realm warriors. You have slain a level 36 wild creature, earning 70 million experience points. You have slain a level 37 wild creature, earning 100 million experience points. You have slain a level 37 wild creature, earning 100 million experience points. At this point, the million-strong army that besieged Xiao Long was entirely wiped out. The 20 Imperial Realm warriors attacking Mo also ceased their assault, trembling as they retreated, still hoping to escape. Xiao Long's vast soul power surged in the air, thousands of tangible divine sense blades materializing in the void, standing ominously above, distorting the very fabric of space. Divine sense execution. Thousands of divine sense blades shot forth simultaneously, sweeping through like a tempest. Whoosh! The 20 Imperial Realm warriors, their pupils dilated, froze in place as their souls were instantly shredded into fragments. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, all of them plummeted from the sky. You have slain a level 38 wild creature, earning 156 million experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 20. You have slain a level 38 wild creature, earning 156 million experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 20. You have slain a level 39 wild creature, earning 225 million experience points. Level up challenge experience bonus 50. Xiao Long did not waste the corpses of the Imperial Realm warriors, collecting them into his storage ring for future use. Mo when descended, the demonic aura in his pupils dissipating, returning to his original state. And Xikongsheng? Need one even ask? He had long since fled amidst the chaos. Xiao Long scoffed. In truth, he could have immobilized everyone with the laws of time and killed Xikongsheng, but it was unnecessary. Xikongsheng could not escape his grasp. I have a question. Why did you not allow me to kill those people, insisting that I leave them for you? Imoen inquired, puzzled. As a monk, one should not harbor excessive killing intent. Xiao Long did not elaborate, offering only a faint smile as he swiftly pursued the direction Xikongsheng had fled. Chapter 207. Numerous doubts in the Wind City of the Wild Nation. A flash of light from the teleportation array heralded Xikongsheng's arrival. Damn it. None of the 3 traps I set were able to take him down. How can such a monster exist? Xikongsheng found it incomprehensible. Each of these schemes was sufficient to bring a peerless emperor to ruin, especially the giant statue left by the Wild Nation's venerable, which was at the pinnacle of emperor level. Whoever approached would perish, but inexplicably, it had been shattered. The more Si Kongxing thought about it, the more bewildered he became. Xiao Long's methods were too numerous, each more terrifying than the last. It no longer mattered. The wild nation was beyond salvation that if you dare to go to the Divine Academy, regardless of how many tricks you have, I will ensure you do not return. As he cursed and grumbled, Si Kongxing hurried toward another teleportation array. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he halted abruptly, his pupils constricting, freezing in place. Before him, a 1-meter-long black serpent had appeared, sporting claws and 2 whiskers, resembling the legendary dragon. Si Kongxing, do you wish to flee? Xiao Long regarded him with a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Si Kongxing's face turned pale. You are Xiao Long. Indeed, this is my true form, the very essence that you in the Celestial Academy have tirelessly sought. A dragon, Xiao Long scoffed as he gazed at him. A dragon? Si Kongxing's pupils contracted, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Since ancient times, dragons have been legendary divine beasts, regarded as supreme beings on the divine continent. That it is said that the creator deity of the divine continent is a divine dragon. Xiao Long's true form is that of a dragon. Si Kongxing's complexion turned pale, rendering him speechless in the face of such revelation. Knowing my secret, do you still believe you have a chance of survival? Xiao Long's gaze was cold, akin to that of someone looking at a corpse. Si Kongxing's expression shifted erratically, but after a moment, he suddenly regained his composure, revealing a hint of mocking disdain. Xiao Long, I once thought you to be a cunning and resourceful individual, but it seems I have overestimated you. Why do you say that? Xiao Long inquired with keen interest. Heh, you initially concealed your identity quite well. I never suspected you to be a dragon. Yet, you voluntarily disclosed it, seeking your own demise. Who can be blamed for that? Si Kongxing chuckled coldly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long burst into laughter. Si Kongxing, if I dare to reveal my identity, I am unconcerned about your survival. Do you think I am oblivious to the fact that you are merely a corporeal manifestation? Si Kongxing's mocking expression froze instantly, his pupils dilating, and he could no longer maintain his composure. What do you mean? Si Kongxing's face betrayed astonishment. What I mean is that even if you are but a corporeal manifestation, I have no fear that you will divulge my secret. For you are doomed. Xiao Long fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word. Si Kongxing's expression fluctuated wildly as he gritted his teeth. Even if you kill my corporeal form, my true self will only suffer some backlash. What can you do to me? I could self-destruct right now, and expose your identity to the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Kongxing's body began to swell. Xiao Long watched him intently, his pupils turning transparent, and a terrifying wave of temporal law emanated from him, immobilizing Si Kongxing in place. Si Kongxing's inflated form froze, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable terror. Destroying your corporeal form may not annihilate you, but I can extinguish your soul. Once the soul perishes, what use is it to have multiple manifestations? Without further ado, Xiao Long's vast spiritual essence transformed into soul needles, piercing into Si Kongxing's sea of consciousness. Regardless, Si Kongxing possesses only one soul. As long as I obliterate his soul, his true self shall perish alongside it. However, Xiao Long had no intention of annihilating him just yet. He aimed to turn him into his soul slave to glean insights about the Celestial Academy. Xiao Long's spiritual power enveloped Si Kongxing's sea of consciousness, embedding one soul imprint after another, and Si Kongxing's eyes gradually fell into a dazed state. Approximately 10 minutes later, Si Kongxing was completely subjugated, and Xiao Long released his mind. Si Kongxing immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Master, Xiao Long inquired, where is your true self? In response, Master, my true self resides in the Celestial Academy. Si Kongxing replied respectfully. Xiao Long mused, as expected. Very well. Now I ask you, what schemes does the Celestial Academy harbor? Xiao Long continued. Si Kongxing fell into contemplation, then shook his head. I only know that the Celestial Academy has allied with the Diamond Temple to establish a grand formation. Beyond that, I know nothing. You have not grasped the core information. Xiao Long was taken aback. No, the ancient ancestor of the Celestial Academy does not trust me. In fact, they have dispatched individuals to monitor me covertly, which is why I acted alone to set up a grand scheme in the Savage Nation, intending to capture the master myself and broaden their horizons, Si Kongxing explained. This revelation astonished Xiao Long. Could it be that Si Kongxing has been ostracized within the Celestial Academy? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Long seemed to recall something and hurriedly asked, aside from the Diamond Temple, has the Celestial Academy collaborated with any other forces? Upon hearing this, Si Kongxing furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond. I am not entirely sure, but it seems. At this point, Si Kongxing's pupils suddenly widened, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Suddenly, Si Kongxing's corporeal form disintegrated, transforming into a pool of blood before Xiao Long's eyes. What? Xiao Long stood frozen in place. What is happening? It was not until this moment that Mo arrived. Coincidentally witnessing Si Kongsheng's transformation into blood, Xiao Long remained stunned, his expression shifting continuously. I had enslaved Si Kongsheng, but it appears his true self encountered some trouble. He must have been killed. That a look of confusion crossed Xiao Long's brow. Did someone detect Si Kongsheng's enslavement, prompting his assassination? Mo questioned, uncertain. I am unclear. Logically, while manipulating a corporeal manifestation, Si Kongsheng's true self should remain stationary, making detection unlikely unless a soul expert constantly monitored him. Mid-sentence, Xiao Long's pupils narrowed, and he instinctively blurted out, "The Black Witch Cult. Those adept at soul manipulation are exceedingly rare in the Great Wasteland. Even soul techniques are scarce." After careful consideration, Xiao Long concluded that the only potential enemy with such capabilities was the Black Witch Cult. Unlikely, Mo shook his head. Firstly, the Black Witch Cult has no deep-seated enmity with the Celestial Academy. Secondly, they would not go to such lengths for trivial treasures. Thirdly, the Black Witch Cult devours without leaving bones. Unless the ancient ancestor of the Celestial Academy has lost his mind, they would never ally with those monstrous beings. Mo's analysis was quite reasonable, and Xiao Long found himself in agreement. Unable to refute. Chapter 208. A trap set. Of course, Mo was unaware that the Savage Sovereign possessed the Void Soul Armor, a treasure of law. Though in terms of defensive capability, the Void Soul Armor is at most equivalent to a peak Sovereign-grade treasure. While a Saint Sovereign can effortlessly tear space apart, the spatial barrier formed by the Void Soul Armor is as flimsy as paper against a Saint Sovereign, utterly ineffective. However, the Void Soul Armor contains the essence of spatial law. In the Divine Continent, anything even remotely related to spatial law becomes invaluable, and even martial emperors covet it. Xiao Long did not believe that the Black Witch Cult was aware of the Void Soul Armor. Had they known, they would have sent experts long ago. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that there were traces of the Black Witch Cult behind the events. Regardless, I must pay a visit to the Celestial Academy. This time, let us proceed with caution and first ascertain their true intentions, Xiao Long stated solemnly. Master Xiao is indeed wise, Mo murmured, smiling. Earlier, Master Xiao received numerous storage rings. Surely, the Spirit Stone should suffice? The previous statement had made Xiao Long feel pleased, realizing that even the bald monk could flatter. However, the next remark sent him into a rage. After all this, he was still fixated on the 100,000 Spirit Stones. This bald monk truly speaks without thinking, darting from one topic to another. He even began to suspect whether this person had become foolish from dual cultivation of Buddhism and demonic arts, resulting in a split personality. I may need them later. Consider it a debt for now. With that, Xiao Long flew away without looking back, propelled forward by the spirit energy transformed by Xiao Bai. Vanishing several hundred miles into thin air. Don't run, Mo chased after him. The Celestial Academy is situated at the junction of the Savage Nation and the Flowing Cloud Nation, leaning towards the southern region. With Xiao Long's speed, he arrived within a few hours. The Celestial Academy was shrouded in a grand illusion array of sovereign level, appearing to the outside world as a vast mountain range, while in reality it had already been transformed into an expansive complex. Typically, students and mentors enter and exit the Celestial Academy via teleportation arrays, but should one wish to forcefully breach in, dismantling the illusion array would suffice. Blue Jade City. Xiao Long's consciousness suddenly swept over a small city constructed of blue bricks and tiles, the very first city he had traversed while fleeing from Ao Wutian. Let us enter and investigate. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Long left his true form outside and sent his clone into Blue Jade City. Blue Jade City appeared much the same as before, with a moderate flow of people. Shopkeepers were calling out for customers, mercenaries returning from the mountains were selling demon cores and medicinal herbs, and business in the taverns remained bustling. As Xiao Long wandered through Blue Jade City, he couldn't help but furrow his brow that he felt an inexplicable sense of difference about Blue Jade City, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. It was purely an instinct on the surface. Blue Jade City seemed like an ordinary small city, with streets, passers-by, and buildings all appearing normal. Yet, Xiao Long felt an overwhelming sensation of being watched, as if the moment he stepped into Blue Jade City, a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. This was not merely a matter of perception, it was an instinct that Xiao Long had developed since his rebirth as a martial emperor, akin to the feeling he had when Liao Huiyan implanted the soul imprint seed within him. Big brother, I am so hungry. Could you spare some food for me? At that moment, Xiao Long saw a little girl approaching him. Her stature small, clad in tattered beggar's garments, her face dirty, yet her eyes sparkled with purity, reminiscent of shining stars in the sky, evoking a deep sense of compassion within him at just a glance. Big brother, please help me. I am starving. The little girl gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing this, Xiao Long suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable dread. His pupils contracted, and almost instinctively, His body swelled like a balloon before he self-destructed. Boom! Xiao Long erupted into a mist of blood, and the next moment, a faint black mist swept through the void where he had stood, disappearing without a trace. The little girl sighed, her form shifting instantly. Her infantile face withered, her spine bent downwards, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a hunched old woman. The old woman's appearance was none other than that of the voodoo Taoist. What transpired? A voice in the void inquired. Reporting to the cult leader, this individual was overly cautious. I merely glanced at him, and before I could seize his soul, he self-destructed. The voodoo Taoist bowed respectfully. Humph, a seventh-tier emperor has escaped from your grasp. Do you not feel ashamed? A voice echoed once more through the void. I apologize, master. This old servant will capture him again. The voodoo Taoist buried his head lower, his body trembling slightly. No need for that. I will personally take action. He cannot escape. A sinister cold laugh resonated from the void at 100,000 miles away in the clouds. Xiao Long's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. He exhaled sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Brother Xiao, what is wrong? Xiao Bai asked with concern. That was close. I almost fell into a trap. Xiao Long replied, still shaken. Are there truly members of the Black Voodoo sect? Xiao Bai exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I suspect that the entire city of Lanyu is under the control of the Black Voodoo sect, and even the Celestial Academy is covertly manipulated by them. Xiao Long proposed, his conjecture alarming. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over Xiao Long, as if danger was closing in. Without hesitation, he conjured a human avatar, hiding his true self within Mo1, who had been chasing from afar. Was about to demand spirit stones when he noticed Xiao Long's unusual demeanor. What's wrong? Mo1 couldn't help but inquire. We must withdraw. I suspect the Celestial Academy has been compromised by the Black Voodoo sect. This matter requires careful deliberation, Xiao Long declared, swiftly taking to the skies to Mo1. Sensing the gravity of the situation, followed without further questions to mid-flight, Xiao Long halted abruptly, realizing that a vague mark had tainted his soul. Unbeknownst to him, in no wonder he felt such dread. A formidable opponent was likely tracing the mark. What happened? Mo1 inquired. Xiao Long shook his head. There's no escape now. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched laugh reverberated from all directions. Echoing ominously in the sky, in an instant, the sun and moon vanished, plunging the world into darkness. The forest transformed into an abyssal hell, where the wails of tormented souls reverberated from above and below. Ghostly figures clawing their way from the earth, instilling terror in the Qianlong Bank. Within the ornate Xiongyu Pavilion, Suya knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head before a middle-aged woman, pleading, Grandmother, please save Xiao Chun. He possesses the Rainbow Demon scripture, and saving him would bring immeasurable benefits to the bank. Suya's head struck the ground until it bled, yet the middle-aged woman remained unmoved. Tiang Feng, take Suya into custody and let her come to her senses. She commanded coolly after sipping her tea. Understood. Dongfang Tianfeng pressed her finger to Suya's forehead, causing her eyelids to droop and succumb to unconsciousness. As Dongfang Tianfeng lifted Suya to leave, she suddenly turned and asked, Grandmother, I have a question. Why would the Black Voodoo sect, despite Xiao Chun being merely a fifth-tier emperor, mobilize the master to deal with him? Reclining in her chair, the middle-aged woman languidly replied, although Xiao Chun is a fifth-tier emperor, his potential is immense, and his growth rate is alarming. Before entering the ruins, he was merely an innate warrior, yet after the ruins war, he ascended to the fifth tier. Now, merely a month later, he has stirred the wildlands alongside Mo1, shattering the three-layered traps set by Sikong Sheng, and reportedly, he has risen to the seventh tier. Would you dare to underestimate such an opponent? Hearing this, Dongfang Tianfeng's expression twisted in disbelief. Indeed, Xiao Chen's rapid advancement was astonishing, surpassing even Mo Jiuyu's former feats. I still fail to comprehend, even if Xiao Chun is a genius. He is merely an emperor. Surely, a mere guardian could handle him. Is it truly worth the master's personal involvement over a single emperor? The middle-aged woman shook her head. I cannot fathom the Black Voodoo sect's intentions. I only know that they adopt a policy of eradicating potential threats without leaving any room for survival. Perhaps there are other reasons, but I am unaware. After saying this, she closed her eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing her brow. Dongfang Tianfeng hesitated before finally asking, Grandmother, do you truly not intend to assist Xiao Chen? The middle-aged woman snorted, offering no response. Withdraw. Do not mention this matter again. Yes. Dongfang Tianfeng bowed and exited the room. At this moment, Xiao Long faced perhaps the gravest crisis since the arrival of the celestial beings, and in a certain sense, this peril was even more dire than that initial encounter. Before his eyes, two figures emerged. One was a withered old woman, the voodoo Taoist, of the 8th tier in the sovereign realm. The other was a robust man with a pale complexion, whose appearance deviated from the typical ghastly style of the Black Voodoo sect. Yet his aura radiated an intense malevolence, posing a far greater threat than the Voodoo Taoist. This powerful presence surpassed even the many elders Xiao Long had encountered in the Eagle tribe. He was likely a half-saint, the master of the Black Voodoo sect. Hey Wuhin. Owen mentioned a name. Indeed, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor remembers me. It is an honor for me, hey, to be acknowledged. Hey Wuhin responded with a slight bow. Performing an elegant gesture, in a different context. No one would suspect that such a cultured individual was the ruthless leader responsible for the slaughter of countless lives. Mo1. Do you have confidence? Xiao Long transmitted telepathically. How could I possibly have confidence? One half-saint and one eighth-tier sovereign. I cannot contend with either alone, let alone both. Mo1 replied. Xiao Long's expression darkened. That moment, two more figures emerged from the depths of the abyss. Unmistakably the celestial ancestor and the diamond Buddha. However, their eyes were vacant, devoid of spirit, resembling mere shells. Xiao Long immediately recognized that they had been turned into soul slaves. He Wuhan regarded Xiao Long with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Xiao Qin, are you perplexed as to why I, with no enmity towards you, have come specifically to target you? He inquired, smiling. I was initially bewildered, but now it is clear. Xiao Long responded. Ha ha ha. He Wuhan laughed heartily. Thanks to the Celestial Academy, without them, I would have never known you hail from the Tianfeng Kingdom. Tell me, is your true form a snake or a human? He Wuhan scrutinized him, as if appraising an intriguing trophy. Xiao Long remained silent, channeling his soul energy to erase the vague mark. He Wuhan raised an eyebrow. My tracking soul mark is challenging even for a peak sovereign to eliminate. The ease with which you dispelled it suggests you harbor secrets beyond my expectations. He Wuhan's interest intensified. Voodoo, you three handle the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor. Understood. The Voodoo Taoist and the Celestial Ancestor positioned themselves in three directions, encircling Mo1. Amitba. Mo1 closed his eyes. Palms together. When he opened them again, his left eye radiated a Buddha's light, while his right bore the essence of demons. Mo. Do you think this half-Buddha, half-demon state can contend with me? The Voodoo Taoist rasped, his voice grating. Mo1 recited a Buddhist scripture, unleashing a colossal golden Buddha hand that morphed into a palm of Buddha and demon. Child's play. The Voodoo Taoist shot forth a black beam that pierced through the center of the Buddha demon palm, causing it to shatter into fragments in an instant. The black beam, unrelenting, zipped past Mo1's right arm, and with a sickening sound, blood sprayed as his arm vanished into thin air. Still unwilling to embrace your demonic side? Ha! Then perish. The Voodoo Taoist vanished in an instant, with the Diamond Buddha and Celestial Ancestor following suit. When they reappeared, all three converged upon MOWENT that moment. Suddenly, boom, boom, two explosive sounds erupted as the bodies of the Diamond Buddha and Celestial Ancestor disintegrated without warning. They exploded into fine dust. What? The Voodoo Taoist's face turned pale in the next instant. Boom! As if struck by an invisible hammer, the Voodoo Taoist's chest was violently impacted, sending her flying backward, blood gushing forth. A deep dent appeared in her already withered chest, ribs shattered, and even her internal organs were damaged. Who? The Voodoo Taoist wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes blazing red as she shouted. Who is it? Pei Wuhan also cried out in alarm. Yet, no one appeared. Not even a shadow could be seen. It was as if an invisible force had struck the Voodoo Taoist, resembling a ghostly retribution. But how could it be a ghost? The Black Voodoo sect specialized in dealing with spirits. The unknown is the most terrifying. Witnessing such an eerie scene, even He Wuhan regarded it with utmost seriousness. Focusing intently on his surroundings. Chapter 210, Transforming into Flames, the blaze consumes all. Suddenly, a gust of air swirled around the Voodoo Taoist, and the next moment, boom, her legs exploded, reduced to dust. What? He Wuhan's pupils constricted. The gust vanished, reappearing beside the Voodoo Taoist, causing her hair to stand on end. Sea of corpses. The Voodoo priest clapped his palms together, and his withered body instantly exploded, shattering into 1,000 dark, fleshy fragments that fell into the abyss below. Within that abyss, the faint cries of tormented souls echoed, and as the 1,000 fragments rolled, they began to draw those souls in. Subsequently, the flesh writhed and expanded, transforming into 1,000 grotesque puppets, each bearing the visage of the souls in their former lives. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. The 1,000 flesh puppets intoned in unison. Suddenly, one puppet exploded without warning. Obliterated into dust. It occurred without any forewarning, mirroring the demise of the Vajra Buddha and the Celestial Ancestor. Another puppet detonated, followed by a series of explosions. One after another fell, as if caught in a chain reaction, leaving the assailant's shadow unseen. He Wuhan observed the bizarre scene below with unwavering focus, his consciousness probing incessantly to discern the cause of the puppet's demise. Yet, he found no trace, only a sensation akin to an air current that seemed to extinguish the puppets. Air current? He Wuhan's pupils narrowed that he suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy fluctuations at the explosion sites were peculiar, seemingly more intense than elsewhere. This difference was minuscule. Had he not scrutinized closely, he might have missed it. Boom! Another puppet exploded. Indeed, He Wuhan finally uncovered the anomaly. The mass of spiritual energy was at work. This energy darted about, annihilating puppet after puppet as if it possessed sentience, as if it were a living entity. How could this be possible? He Wuhan stared in disbelief. The cacophony of explosions ensued, and the 1,000 flesh puppets were eradicated entirely. In the end, the remnants coalesced into a pale figure, the disheveled voodoo priest. At this moment, he bore no semblance of humanity. His gaunt frame had become skeletal, merely a layer of skin encasing his form, his vital essence nearly consumed. Suddenly, the mass of spiritual energy reappeared beside the voodoo priest. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. This blow could be fatal. Master, save me. This energy is alive, the voodoo priest screamed, having realized that the bizarre energy was attacking him. However, He Wuhan paid him no heed. His form began to twist in the void, vanishing from sight. When he re-emerged, he was directly above Xiao Long, his palms thrusting downwards forcefully towards Xiao Long's forehead. The mass of energy, poised to strike the voodoo priest, suddenly vanished, reappearing above Xiao Long. Boom! The energy was forcefully pierced. He Wuhan's strike was thwarted, and his hands recoiled. So it was you behind this. He Wuhan fixated on Xiao Long, his gaze brimming with excitement and ecstasy. Xiao Long's heart jolted. He extended his hand, drawing the mass of energy towards him, where it coalesced into a white fox, albeit with blood staining its mouth. Its presence barely perceptible. The sharp pain gripped Xiao Long's heart, as if a string had snapped. Big brother Xiao, I'm fine. You must escape. I'll cover for you, Xiao Bai exclaimed, dissipating once more into a mass of energy, surging toward He Wuhan. Come back. Xiao Long reached out midair, the laws of time freezing Xiao Bai in place, pulling her back. Without hesitation, he absorbed her into his inner world. Xiao Bai, to protect me while I flee. What kind of joke is that? I, the burning sky dragon emperor, would find no meaning in surviving if I let my wife shield me. Oh, a fox that can transform into energy. Xiao Qin, your secrets are multiplying. He Wuhan scrutinized Xiao Qin, a sly smile creeping upon his face. That fox significant to you? I will slay you. Xiao Long's blood-red eyes locked onto him, an overwhelming murderous intent surging forth, threatening to paint the skies crimson. In the next instant, a brilliant surge of white aurora flames erupted from Xiao Long, enveloping him in a blinding blaze devoid of heat, radiating an intensity of light, transforming oneself into fire. The flames consumed him. Xiao Long swiftly executed a series of incantations. A torrent of fiery will cascading from the heavens. His physical form disintegrated, merging into countless points of light that fused with the surrounding white flames, enhancing the brilliance of the aurora fire. A swordsman harnesses the body, form, and intent to master the sword. When the ultimate sword intent is comprehended, they unify as one. In this way, life itself can be sacrificed to unleash the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Likewise, a fire controller possesses the same potential. Xiao Long, through the convergence of body, form, and intent, transformed into fire, igniting his life force to manifest the most potent flame will in a brief moment. Although he had avatars that could ensure his survival, he had never attempted this before, for even avatars would lose a significant portion of his essence in the process. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Long harbored no extraneous thoughts, only one conviction. He must annihilate him. Boom! Xiao Long's physical form vanished entirely, dissipating into the flames, coalescing into a massive white fire dragon. This dragon, forged from the aurora flames, was a manifestation Xiao Long had attempted to conjure countless times before, yet had failed each time. Now, having transformed into fire, the aurora flame dragon emerged for the first time. He Wuhan's pupils contracted. The sight of that white fire dragon instilled a sense of peril within him. A seventh-tier emperor instilling fear in a half-saint was an utterly unfathomable occurrence. This move would be the most formidable attack unleashed by the burning sky dragon emperor since his rebirth. Dare to harm my wife, and even if I perish, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price, Xiao Long silently vowed, his gaze sharp with unyielding intent. Prepare to meet your doom. Boom! The aurora fire dragon surged toward He Wuhan like a dragon-shaped bomb. Subjugate him. He Wuhan's eyes began to spin unnaturally, unleashing waves of terrifying soul energy toward the white fire dragon. Suddenly, a spatial barrier materialized in front, swallowing He Wuhan's soul energy into an alternate space, rendering it invisible. Chapter 211. A cataclysmic explosion. What? He Wuhan exclaimed in astonishment. Spatial laws. It must be the spatial law artifact. His heart raced with disbelief. He had approached Xiao Long with curiosity, only to be relentlessly astonished time and again. He even doubted that what he witnessed of Xiao Long was merely the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, the terrifying white fire dragon had already reached He Wuhan. Not good. Retreat. He Wuhan felt a surge of danger and frantically withdrew. Die. The aurora fire dragon contracted and then expanded, accumulating terrifying energy to its zenith, erupting with an unparalleled brilliance that illuminated the sky, casting the abyss-like ground below into a blinding white. Countless vengeful spirits ceased their wails, staring vacantly at the radiant light, while even those in the distant blue jade city looked up in astonishment at the light, as if a second sun had risen in the sky. Time seemingly frozen in that moment. Then boom, a thunderous explosion resounded through the void. An energy of destruction radiated outward like a cataclysmic storm. Mountains crumbled, the earth collapsed, and a chasm of immeasurable depth opened. Even space itself faltered under the strain, rippling outwards in waves. Ultimately, the epicenter of the explosion twisted violently, revealing a multitude of cracks akin to a spider's web, as if it were on the verge of total annihilation. Rending space could only be achieved by a saintly king. The explosive power of this aurora fire dragon surpassed even the pinnacle of a monarch, nearing the realm of the saintly king. Master, save me. The already gravely injured voodoo priest was swept away by the shockwave, letting out a final scream before being reduced to dust, meeting his end. You have slain the elite monster level 48. Earning 25 billion experience points. Level up experience bonus 700. Elite monster bonus 200. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 38. With 500 billion experience needed for the next level. Boom, the sun and moon hung inverted, the heavens and earth reversed. And nearby cities like Blue Jade City, Salt City, and Green Mountain City erupted in violent tremors. Cups toppled in taverns, trees were uprooted, and poorly constructed buildings crumbled. Everyone soared into the sky, shocked and gazing toward the source of the commotion. At the horizon of their vision, a colossal white sun ascended, its blinding light rendering eyes unable to open. What on earth had transpired? Was there a battle of monarchs? Impossible. I have witnessed the battle of monarchs at the celestial ruins. And it was never this extraordinary. Could it be a battle of saintly kings? The crowd gasped in disbelief that in such a situation. Those previously driven by curiosity were doused with cold water, suddenly hesitant to approach. A saintly king, in the great wilderness. This was a legendary existence. Even the top-tier forces like the Celestial Academy and the Ocean Academy lacked a saintly king. Who would dare to spectate a battle of saintly kings? That would be courting death. At that moment, they suddenly spotted a disheveled, bald figure staggering through the air, landing atop a rooftop. Damn it, desperation enveloped me, as if no warning were to be given. A clear intent to lead me to ruin. Mo1, devoid of even a hint of mercy, resorted to vehement curses. Who was Mo1? Some recognized him, yet upon witnessing his frantic demeanor, dared not approach. He settled cross-legged, seeking to regain his composure. The explosion raged for half an hour before it gradually subsided. After a brief moment of recuperation, Mo1 soared towards the site of devastation, eager to witness the aftermath. At that moment, the location of the explosion, once a mountainous region, had transformed into a vast chasm reminiscent of a meteorite impact, stretching hundreds of miles wide. Unlike the abyss of the Nine Dragons explosion, this crater did not appear ominously dark. The auroral flames of the explosion lacked the searing heat, rendering everything caught in the blast to vanish, revealing the muddy earth beneath. Mo1 inhaled sharply. Was this truly an attack emanating from an imperial realm? It rivaled even the might of a saint king. Where was he? Mo1 searched for Xiao Long's figure. Suddenly, a portion of the earth within the great pit bulged, and a feeble black dragon emerged from the soil. Xiao Long gasped for breath, his wings flapping as he swiftly fled into the distance. Bald ass. Run. That guy isn't dead, Xiao Long managed to utter before spitting blood. His energy utterly depleted. The backlash from that last attack had drained his vitality. Under normal circumstances, he might have even regressed in strength. The backlash of temporal laws might have only rendered him unconscious for days. But this damage was permanent, affecting his foundation. Black Wuhan survived? Mo1's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he still be alive? Suddenly, A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the void. Owen turned in shock to see the sky above him adorned with web-like fractures. Then, with a resounding bang, the space collapsed entirely, unveiling a dark rift. From this fissure stepped forth a figure, pallid as parchment, gasping for air, Black Wuhan, his right side hollowed out, as if half of him had been obliterated. His aura scarcely better than Xiao Long's. Wen's heart trembled. Black Wuhan had torn the fabric of space to hide within the rift. No wonder he had survived. Black Wuhan's gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Xiao Long. A grin spreading across his face. The seventh-tier emperor can unleash a strike akin to a half-saint. My interest in you grows ever deeper. With a flick of his finger, a blood-red pill materialized, which he promptly swallowed. Owen recognized it, the blood source pill. This 8th-tier elixir not only replenished expended vitality, but also endowed a half-saint with the strength to rend the very fabric of space for a brief period. Such a potent 8th-tier pill, reserved for the Saint King realm, was a treasure even among 4-star powers. Yet Black Wuhan consumed it without a second thought. After taking the pill, color returned to Black Wuhan's ashen face. Flesh and blood began to materialize in his hollowed side, and in an instant, he appeared whole once more. If not for the turbulence in his aura, one would scarcely believe he had been injured. The power of the 8th-tier pill was astonishing. Chapter 212. If I do not enter hell, who will? Xiao Long did not pause. He understood that to halt meant death. He poured all his strength into fleeing towards the Songhai Academy. He deliberately avoided the 10,000 Great Mountains, despite the presence of a teleportation array leading to the Eagle Clan. However, within the 10,000 Great Mountains lay precious spiritual veins, and the myriad beasts such as the He, Erhe, Huangmao, and Yin were all present. Should he lure Black Wuhan there, their demise would be inevitable. The only salvation lay in the teleportation array of the Songhai Academy. Thinking to escape? Black Wuhan's lips curled into a cold smirk. That moment, Owen rose, the light of Buddha and demonic energy intertwining within him, as he flew before Black Wuhan, gazing intently. What? You think you can contend with me? Black Wuhan taunted. I can see that I am no match for you, but I should be able to delay you for a moment. Owen murmured. Very well, I shall indulge you. Black Wuhan showed no urgency. He pointed into the air, and an ethereal mark shot through the void, embedding itself within Xiao Long. Xiao Long felt the mark sear into his soul, but in his exhausted state, he could do nothing to erase it. He could only aim to escape this place. He channeled the laws of time upon himself and flew desperately into the distance. Mojiu, how long do you think you can hold me off? A minute? 2? And then what? Black Wuhan's eyes gleamed with mockery. I cannot say how long I can delay you, but once the time is right, there will be others to deal with you, Owen retorted. Huh, how amusing. Black Wuhan erupted into laughter. Do you truly expect those feathered rascals from the Eagle Clan to come to your aid? Owen's pupils constricted. He seemed to sense something amiss. Huh? Emojiu. You underestimate me. The last time those feathered rascals saved you, I shall not be caught unprepared this time. Black Wuhan's laughter echoed with arrogance. Meanwhile, far away in the netherworld state, Ling Xiao, Xiao Qing, and Eagle Da found themselves surrounded by countless members of the Black Witch cult. Their presence oppressive. Among them was a formidable figure, the vice leader of the Black Witch cult, Cold Silence, a peak-revered king. Other high-ranking figures, such as branch leaders and protectors, were numerous. What? Has the Black Witch cult grown so bold as to challenge the Eagle Clan? Ling Zhao's fierce gaze swept over the gathering. Dare not, dare not. Though the 5 clan leaders of the Eagle Clan remain in seclusion, we, as a mere 3-star power, would never presume to disrespect them. Cold Silence replied with a sinister smile. Then be gone, Ling Xiao commanded vehemently. Cold Silence fell silent, casting a glance at a nearby youth. The young man stepped forward, clasping his hands. Be why the leader's decree. Please wait here and enjoy some tea. It will only take an hour. He produced a tea table with 3 fragrant cups of tea. Pushing the table towards Ling Xiao, it was met with a resounding slap, shattering the table and spilling tea everywhere. Get lost, or I will summon the Eagle Clan's army to obliterate your Black Witch cult. Ling Zhao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Ha! We, the Black Witch cult, are a top-tier 3-star force. What can your Eagle Clan do without their leaders? Furthermore, I merely invited you for tea. I mean no harm. Surely your leaders wouldn't wage war over your mere words. Cold Silence replied with a smile. Ling Zhao's face flushed crimson, while Xiao Qing and Eagle Da gritted their teeth in fury. If not for the demonized Eagle Clan leader, the other 4 clan leaders would have been preoccupied with purging the demonic energy. And no 3-star power would dare provoke them to. Owen closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, The light of Buddha faded from his left eye, both eyes transforming into an eerie black, exuding a malevolent aura. Practicing the dual paths of Buddha and demon, he could not carelessly wield demonic energy, lest he disrupt the delicate balance between the two, which would affect his resolve. Yet at this moment, he had no alternative. Ha ha ha! You ignorant insect! Do you dare oppose me with your mere demonic transformation, comparable to an entry-level revered king? Utterly laughable. Black Wuhan guffawed. Owen remained silent, his demonic energy surging, enveloping him in darkness as the sky darkened. If I do not enter hell, who will? Brother Xiao, I entrust the Songhai Academy to you. Wen's demonic energy intensified, his power escalating to the pinnacle of the imperial realm, yet he did not cease his ascent. Seemingly on the verge of breaking the constraints of the imperial realm. What? Black Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. May I, in my next life, attain enlightenment? May my form be like crystal, pure and unblemished. May my light be vast and my merit profound. Residing in goodness, adorned like the sun and moon. May all beings in the netherworld be enlightened, pursuing their desires and engaging in myriad endeavors. When chanted a Buddhist mantra, his eyes reflecting the light of liberation. As his consciousness grew increasingly muddled, the demonic energy gradually infiltrating his mind, the fervent will of the demonic path overwhelming him. When the demonic energy reached its zenith, a barrier shattered, and Wen's aura surged, transcending the pinnacle of the imperial realm and stepping into the revered king realm. In that instant of his breakthrough, the void trembled violently, the clouds parted, the light of Buddha descended, and the abyss below cracked open, sending demonic energy soaring skyward. The celestial light of Buddha and the underground demonic energy surged forth, intertwining and flooding into Wen's being that he gazed up at the heavens, clarity illuminating his eyes as he experienced an epiphany. Without madness, how can one attain Buddhahood? No wonder after 200 years of arduous cultivation and contemplation, I failed to fully realize the path of Buddha and demon. Thus it was. In the moment his consciousness was consumed by demonic energy, Wen finally grasped the true essence of the path of Buddha and demon. The ultimate end of the demonic path is naturally Buddhahood. If so, why pursue Buddha? Ha! Enlightened, Wen laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing like a madman, shaking the very heavens and earth, as if a demon mocked all of humanity. In the next instant, Wen's consciousness vanished entirely, consumed by the demonic energy, leaving behind only an overwhelming intent to kill. His body was suddenly enveloped in dark armor, and a grim reaper's scythe materialized in his hand. His once handsome visage twisted into a grotesque mask, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged into the heavens, transforming him in an instant into a fiend. What? He has completely succumbed to demonization. Wuhan's face displayed shock. Demonization signifies a loss of consciousness, reducing one to a mindless killer, yet it also allows one to harness the power of demonic will.